Xiao Ye, a prominent online game streamer of the 21st century, traverses into an alternate realm armed with an invincible hacking system, thereby activating a mode of unparalleled prowess. He becomes an indomitable force, slaying gods and vanquishing Buddhas, effortlessly dealing with noble science, sect geniuses, and divine beings alike, all with a single stroke. How warm! In the depths of slumber, Xiao Ye felt a soft texture against his face, yet something felt amiss. Why does this sensation seem so exceedingly real? He abruptly awakened, his eyes fluttering open, only to be astonished by the scene before him. Before Xiao Ye stood a sultry woman, exuding a fatal allure that provoked an involuntary rush of blood. At that moment, Xiao Ye found himself lying beside this enchanting figure. As he remained in a daze, the woman stirred awake. Upon noticing the young man beside her, she instantly let out a panicked scream. "Xiao Ye, what did you do to me last night?" She covered her chest with her hands, her gaze filled with resentment as she regarded Xiao Ye, resembling a maiden who had just endured a heinous affront. Xiao Ye sat up, surveying the surroundings, and was momentarily rendered speechless upon seeing the scattered garments strewn across the floor. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I live streaming in my broadcasting room? How did I suddenly end up here? Just as confusion swirled in his mind, a sharp pain struck his head, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his consciousness. At merely 16, he broke through to the 9th level of body refinement. Xiao Ye is indeed the foremost genius of Qingsang City. Xiao Ye was ambushed by a mysterious figure outside Qingsang City, resulting in the shattering of his dantian and the loss of his cultivation. To find a remedy for Xiao Ye's dantian, the family head ventured alone into the Beast Mountain range, yet he has not returned for 6 months. These intricate memories began to intertwine with Xiao Ye's original recollections. The influx of information caused his head to throb painfully, and he clutched his head, crying out in despair. Bang! At that moment, the door burst open with a kick. A figure rushed in, striking Xiao Ye's forehead with a palm like lightning. Before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. I never expected this useless wretch would engage in such morally reprehensible acts. His father risked his life entering the Beast Mountain range to reconstruct his dantian, yet he has stooped to such depravity he is worse than a beast. Such a lowly creature deserves nothing less than 1,000 cuts. Still in a dazed state, Xiao Ye heard a barrage of scornful accusations directed at him. Then, a bucket of ice-cold water was splashed onto his face. Xiao Ye jolted awake, instantly shaking off his stupor and opening his eyes wide to survey his surroundings, discovering a vast square paved with bluestone. A throng of people crowded the plaza, all casting disdainful and contemptuous glances at him, as if he were a villain deserving of the harshest punishment. As Xiao Ye attempted to move, he realized he was bound to a torture rack. When the world is happening, piecing together the memories that flooded his mind, he quickly grasped the reality of his situation. This was not the Earth he knew, but a distinct alternate world known as the Holy Martial Continent. In this Holy Martial Continent, there existed a boy who shared his name. The Xiao Ye who had crossed over from Earth had now taken residence in the body of this namesake and inherited his memories entirely. Through the recollections of this similarly named youth, Xiao Ye unraveled the tangled web of events. The boy bearing his name was the heir of the Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Qingsang City. Born with extraordinary lineage and pure blood, he had broken through to the 9th level of body refinement by the tender age of 16, standing just a step away from the gathering element stage. Heralded as the most celebrated genius of Qingsang City, showered with admiration and flattery. However, a year prior, he had been ambushed by a mysterious assailant outside Qingsang City, resulting in the destruction of his dantian and the forfeiture of his cultivation. His father, Xiao Ye, devoted all the family's resources in an attempt to restore his son's dantian, ultimately to no avail, and he had ventured into the perilous Beast Mountain range in search of a spiritual herb. Yet, the father had not returned, leaving his fate shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 2. The Invincible Plugin System. After his father's departure, Xiao Ye's standing in the family plummeted. The admiration he once received transformed into ridicule, and the flattery he enjoyed became humiliation. Even his fiancée, he turned her back on him, coming to call off their engagement. From that moment on, he fell into despair, moping around and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Just last night, in a drunken haze, he accidentally stumbled into a room and inadvertently caught Uncle Gio in a compromising situation. Before he could even expose this scandal, Uncle Gio knocked him unconscious, leaving him in a state of oblivion. In a twist of fate, The online gaming streamer Xiao Ye found himself inexplicably transported into the body of this unfortunate soul. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with the shocking sight of himself in bed with the woman from the previous night. Clearly, this was a scheme orchestrated by Uncle Gio, intending to frame Xiao Ye for their misdeeds. A wave of panic washed over Xiao Ye. While others found themselves transported with an array of powerful abilities, he seemed cursed to inhabit the body of a failure, entangled in a conspiracy that could cost him his life. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Invincible plugin system has been bound. Would the host like to activate it? What on earth is this invincible plugin system? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he mentally replied, Yes, invincible plugin system has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked new features. In that instant, the world around Xiao Ye transformed completely. Those before him suddenly displayed life bars above their heads, revealing their cultivation levels. Simultaneously, a game attribute interface appeared in his mind. Name: Xiao Ye level, ordinary person, description. The realms of the sacred martial continent are divided as follows: body refinement realm, essence condensation realm, true martial realm, martial king realm, martial sovereign realm, martial emperor realm, martial venerable realm, martial saint realm, martial deity realm. Each realm consists of 9 levels. Vitality, 100 chi, 50 attack power, 10 defense power, 5 cultivation, 0 skills. None in addition to the character attribute page. There were also familiar sections such as quests, equipment, inventory, battle pets, and a shop, along with many other pages yet to be unlocked. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xiao Ye realized he had become a player within a video game. This meant he could level up by defeating monsters in this world. If that were the case, Xiao Ye felt invincible. He had never excelled in anything but gaming, where he had always been unmatched. Rest assured, from now on, your affairs shall be my affairs. Your enemies shall be avenged by me, and your grievances shall be repaid by me. Xiao Ye recognized that the consciousness of the original owner still lingered within this body. So he made a solemn promise in his heart. Upon receiving Xiao Ye's vow, the remnant soul of the original owner seemed to find liberation, merging completely with Xiao Ye's spirit. The integration with the original owner's soul occurred. Xiao Ye inherited a whirlwind of emotions, a tumult of thoughts and feelings. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. The plugin is loading. Progress. 1. Xiao Ye's heart soared with joy. Truly, this invincible plugin system is remarkable. And it even comes with its own enhancements. The vile deeds of the one who defiled his stepmother last night were utterly despicable and deserving of death. Just as Xiao Ye reveled in his newfound hope, a middle-aged man with a single eye approached him, pointing an accusatory finger. Xiao Ye immediately recognized the man as Uncle Gio, the 9th elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Netian. This was also the same individual who had barged in and knocked him out during the memory integration process. As soon as Uncle Gio finished speaking, several people in the crowd echoed his sentiments. Kill him. Kill this ungrateful wretch. He must be torn to pieces. Scanning the crowd, Xiao Ye realized that those who joined in the outcry were all members of the Xiao family. Specifically from Xiao Netian's branch, they were stirring the emotions of the onlookers, inciting the crowd against him. Soon, the atmosphere became hostile, with many citizens hurling eggs and spitting at Xiao Ye, who was bound to a torture rack and unable to escape the shackles. Chapter 3, Plugin Received. After a few moments, several Xiao family guards arrived with firewood and fuel, standing before Xiao Ye. Burn him alive. With a command from Xiao Netian, the guards began stacking the wood at Xiao Ye's feet and dousing it with oil. Panic gripped Xiao Ye as cold sweat broke out on his brow. If he didn't find a way to escape soon, he would be burned alive. Given Xiao Ye's current strength, breaking free from the chains felt insurmountable. He could only place his last hope in the plugin system. However, seeing the loading progress stuck at 20, his heart sank. If he had to wait for the plugin to finish loading, he would likely end up as charred remains. Burn him! This morally depraved wretch deserves to repent in the flames. The crowd shouted in unison, their eyes fixed on Xiao Ye as if he were a heinous criminal. Light the fire! Uncle Gio's cold command rang out as a guard with a torch approached Xiao Ye. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly descended onto the stage, striking the torch-bearing guard away with a powerful blow. Who dares to harm the young master? I will fight them to the death. Xiao Ye turned to the figure shielding him and saw a towering, muscular man. This warrior stood nearly 2 meters tall, his scarred torso bare, wearing only a pair of tiger-striped shorts, exuding a wild and rugged aura. Drawing from his memories, Xiao Ye recognized this man as Lu Huwei, his father's most loyal bodyguard. 10 years prior, Lu Huwei had almost starved on the streets, but it was Xiao Ye's father, Xiao Yan, who had saved him with a bowl of food, rescuing him from the brink of death. Since then, Lu Huwei had pledged unwavering loyalty to Xiao Yan, serving as his protector for a full decade. After Xiao Yan's departure from the Xiao family, Lu Hui remained the only one who still regarded Xiao Ye as the young master. Lu Hui, do you wish to shield this ungrateful son? Xiao Nitian stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Lu Hui that if you wish to protect the young master, you must first step over my dead body. Lu Hui unsheathed his weapon, positioning it in front of Xiao Ye. Seize him, Uncle Zhou commanded, and a dozen guards charged forward. Ha! Lu Hui roared, meeting the guards head-on, engaging them in fierce combat. Lu Hui's cultivation was evidently at the 7th level of body refinement, far surpassing the guards at the 3rd and 4th levels. In mere moments, he had dispatched them all. I warned you. If you wish to harm the young master, you must first step over my dead body, Lu Hui declared, standing firm before Xiao Ye. You seek death. Uncle Zhou bellowed, unleashing a powerful aura that stirred the air around them. That he was no longer a mere body refinement warrior, but a practitioner at the gathering essence stage. With a leap, Uncle Zhou soared over 5 meters into the air, striking down at Lu Hui with devastating force. Lu Hui hastily raised his weapon to block, but the overwhelming energy shattered his blade, sending him hurtling backward. Blood spilling from his mouth. The disparity between the body refinement and gathering essence realms was insurmountable. Lu Hui's life bar diminished significantly from the force of that blow, before he could rise. Uncle Zhou was already upon him, crushing him underfoot. You overestimate your abilities. Do you think you can save anyone? Struggling futilely, Lu Hui found himself unable to escape Uncle Zhou's grip. Uncle Zhou thrust a burning torch into Lu Hui's hands, commanding him, hold this and burn the beast who violated his own stepmother. Spitting defiantly, Lu Hui, despite being pinned down, refused to yield. Uncle Zhou's anger flared, and he struck Lu Hui across the face, sending blood and teeth flying. Grabbing Lu Hui by the hair, Uncle Zhou threatened, if you do not burn him to death, I will burn you instead. Even if you tear me to shreds, I will never betray the young master. Lu Hui declared, unwavering in his resolve. Humph, it seems you need a lesson. Uncle Zhou scoffed, pressing the torch against Lu Hui's face. Unable to break free from Uncle Zhou's hold, Lu Hui, letting out anguished cries, bound to the rack and powerless to intervene. Xiao Ye could only watch helplessly as Lu Hui suffered. Soon, he would be burned alive. Ding! At that moment, a notification echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. His life, his death, do you feel it? Triggering main quest A small trial of strength. Will you accept? Chapter 4. Invincible plugin. Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. The system could actually issue tasks, a remarkable recreation of online gaming. Without further thought, he promptly responded in his mind, successfully accepting the task, a test of skill. Task description. Escape from your predicament. Rescue Lu the Guardian, and slay 5 practitioners of the Gathering Yuan realm. Task rewards. 500 cultivation points, 500 gold coins, and a learning scroll for the skill spiral slash. Upon hearing the task description, Xiao Ye was utterly taken aback. Had the system made an error right from the start? It expected him to kill 5 practitioners of the Gathering Yuan realm. Was this truly a test of skill? It was important to note that he was currently a mere novice, akin to a level 1 player in a video game. To be assigned a beginner's quest that required him to slay bosses of level 10, 5 of them, no less, was an insurmountable challenge. As Xiao Ye pondered this dilemma, a foul smell of burnt meat wafted through the air. He looked over to see Lu the Guardian's face already charred. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Ye could do nothing but fervently wish for the external aid to load faster. 60.65.70. Watching the sluggish progress, Xiao Ye's anxiety escalated. Although unaware of the nature of this external aid, he firmly believed it would assist him in overcoming his current plight. 80.85.90. Just as Lu the Guardian's visage was completely scorched, Xiao Nishan's finally relented, shifting the torch away. Now, I give you one last chance. Either vanish that beast, or you shall perish yourself. Lu the Guardian, barely clinging to life, responded, I already stated, even if you were to shred me into pieces, I would never betray the young master. Xiao Nishan's, losing his patience, turned to the guards and commanded, kill him. Understood. One guard respectfully replied before advancing toward Lu the Guardian. Xiao Ye instinctively held his breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The external aid was now at 99, just one step away to AT this critical juncture. It had to activate. Master, Lu is incompetent and unable to rescue the young master in his time of peril. I am deeply ashamed. Today, I must take my leave. I shall repay your kindness in the next life. Lu the Guardian lamented as those words left Lu's lips. The guard wielding the sword had reached him, raising his blade high. In that pivotal moment, Xiao Ye's external aid completed its loading. Ding. External aid has fully loaded. Would you like to activate it now? Without hesitation, Xiao Ye responded in his mind. Yes. The external aid activated, rendering the host immune to all damage received and augmenting his strength and speed 1,000-fold, lasting for 8 minutes with a cooldown of 30 days. In that instant, Xiao Ye felt an overwhelming surge of power. With a thunderous crack, the chains binding him shattered entirely. What? The onlookers turned in unison, witnessing Xiao Ye free from the restraints, the iron chains lying scattered on the ground. A radiant golden aura enveloped his form, as if he had gained divine protection. What is happening? What's wrong with this kid? The crowd gazed at Xiao Ye with bewilderment, stunned by this sudden turn of events. The guard with the sword paused, equally astonished. Seizing the moment of distraction, Xiao Ye surged forward like lightning, gripping the guard's sword before it could descend. Crack! With a mere flex of his muscles, the sword crumbled into fragments as if made of nothing more than tofu. The crowd was left aghast, mouths agape. The guard, staring at the remnants of his blade, could not recover from his stupor before Xiao Ye delivered a thunderous punch to his torso. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The guard's life force plummeted to zero, his body and armor obliterated into a spray of blood and gore that scattered in all directions. The already stunned crowd was rendered utterly petrified once more. Ding! The host has slain a practitioner of the second layer of body refinement, earning 20 cultivation points and 20 gold coins. Congratulations on achieving your first kill. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack now? Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Ye wasted no time in responding. Yes, the newbie gift pack opened, granting him the skill War Tread and the equipment Iron Sword. Excitedly, Xiao Ye opened his backpack and found 2 slots populated with an Iron Sword and a learning scroll for War Tread. Chapter 5. A Swarm of Ants. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye clicked on War Tread to learn it. The scroll vanished, and the method of using War Tread materialized in his mind. Skill: War Tread description: channel power into the left foot. Then stomp forcefully on the ground, dealing 150 physical bonus damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius, stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown: 12 seconds. Energy cost: 10 points upon completing the learning of War Tread. The crowd finally emerged from their shock, collectively inhaling sharply. How is this possible? Wasn't he a waste? Am I hallucinating? This waste possesses such terrifying power. It must be an illusion. Yes, absolutely a figment of my imagination. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as if they were witnessing the most extraordinary event in existence. Even Lu the Guardian felt incredulous at Xiao Ye's sudden surge of strength. It is worth noting that the guard who had just been obliterated by Xiao Ye's punch was a practitioner of the second layer of body refinement. The body refinement stage is where warriors hone their physical forms, with each layer doubling their strength and physical capabilities. That a practitioner at the first layer possesses twice the strength of an ordinary person. At the second layer, 4 times. Yet, before Xiao Ye, this second layer warrior was as fragile as tofu, effortlessly crushed by a single punch. What terrifying power was this? Was he truly still the waste with a shattered dantian? Lu the Guardian, forgive me. Xiao Ye approached Lu, helping him to his feet, filled with remorse and guilt. Lu the Guardian replied without regret. If it weren't for the master, I would have perished 10 years ago. My life belongs to you and the young master. To suffer even the slightest injury is trivial. I would willingly sacrifice myself for you both. Xiao Ye nodded, touched, and said, You have already done more than enough. I will handle the rest. With that, he turned to Xiao Nishans. Xiao Nishans, today, I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Such arrogance. Seize him, Xiao Nishans commanded with a wave of his sleeve, addressing all the guards present. Yet, after his command, the guards remained paralyzed, none daring to take a step forward. After all, the display of power Xiao Ye had just shown was too formidable. He no longer resembled a waste with a shattered dantian, but rather a vengeful demon. Instilling fear in their hearts, not be afraid. That child just now used a treasure left by his father. It's a one-time use item. Once it's gone for good. Xiao Nishans, witnessing their hesitation, urged the guards, yet he himself did not move. Clearly apprehensive. It was evident that even he was intimidated by Xiao Ye's earlier display of strength. He was unsure whether Xiao Ye had indeed utilized a one-time item. His intention in saying that was to test the waters. If Xiao Ye's power remained, the guards could serve as cannon fodder, and if it had waned, he could take action later. Upon hearing Xiao Nishan's words, the guards surprisingly took them to heart. After exchanging glances, they unsheathed their swords and charged at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye stood resolute, calmly awaiting their approach. With his invincible external aid activated, not even the mightiest martial artist could harm him at that moment. In a flash, the guards reached Xiao Ye, swinging their blades at him. Young master, be careful. Lu the Guardian, now a safe distance away, shouted anxiously. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Ye with morbid curiosity, envisioning a gruesome scene of dismemberment. However, Xiao Ye showed no inclination to evade. He remained unfazed, allowing the sharp blades to strike him. Then, in an astonishing turn of events, something unfathomable occurred. The guard's swords, upon contact with Xiao Ye, not only failed to harm him but shattered into two pieces. Staring at the broken remnants in their hands, the guards wore expressions of sheer horror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The spectators stood at a distance, eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at Xiao Ye as if he were an unprecedented monstrosity. Even Lu, the bodyguard, was left utterly astonished by the scene before him. Xiao Ye's confident gaze swept across the guards, dismissively regarding them as nothing more than a swarm of ants. In Chapter 6. With the declaration of one strike to annihilate, Xiao Ye lifted his left foot, concentrating his energy and strength to an extraordinary degree. With a thunderous stomp, the ground beneath him caved in dramatically, creating a gaping pit that sent spider-web-like cracks radiating outward. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his feet, sweeping across the ground like a tidal wave, sending the guards hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as their life essence evaporated before their eyes. Ding! Host has slain a second-tier body refinement warrior, earning 20 cultivation points and 20 gold coins. Host has slain a third-tier body refinement warrior, earning 30 cultivation points and 30 gold coins. Congratulations, Host. Cultivation points have reached 100. Elevating your level to first-tier body refinement. Congratulations, Host. Cultivation points have reached 200, elevating your level to second-tier body refinement. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Xiao Ye felt an exhilarating surge of joy bubbling within him. The path of cultivation in the sacred martial continent was fraught with challenges. Each breakthrough demanded immense time and effort. For an average warrior, ascending from a novice to the second-tier body refinement realm could take at least a year and a half, while those with poor aptitude might take 3 to 5 years or more. Yet, Xiao Ye had achieved a remarkable ascent from an ordinary person with no cultivation to the second-tier body refinement realm, all by defeating merely a handful of guards. This was not merely exhilarating. It was utterly euphoric. With the system at his disposal, Xiao Ye was confident that he would soon ascend to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty and becoming the sovereign of this continent. As he reveled in his triumph, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear, their expressions betraying their astonishment at the overwhelming power he had just exhibited. One stomp had resulted in the instant demise of numerous guards. The magnitude of his strength was unfathomable. How could this man, who seemed merely a broken waste of potential, possess such terrifying might? Even those at the gathering essence level could not rival his prowess. Xiao Ye's piercing gaze, laden with murderous intent, fell squarely upon Xiao Nitian. Only you remain. Xiao Nitian, drenched in cold sweat, stared at Xiao Ye, demanding, "What trickery have you employed?" Ignoring the question, Xiao Ye advanced deliberately, each step resonating like a death knell. Faced with the imposing aura of Xiao Ye, even Xiao Nitian, a formidable gathering essence warrior, involuntarily took a step back. "How long will you remain hidden? Come forth and subdue him." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen figures surged forth from the crowd, encircling him from all sides. Undoubtedly, these were the members of the Xiao family who had masqueraded as onlookers, all loyal to Xiao Nitian's line and holding significant positions within the family. Do you intend to obstruct me as well? Xiao Ye remained unfazed, dismissing them entirely. You dare commit such vile acts, mercilessly slaying the guards of the Xiao family, and now you wish to harm Elder Jiu. I represent the Xiao family and will bring you to justice, a young steward shouted, sword drawn, aiming it menacingly at Xiao Ye. A mere steward dared to claim to represent the Xiao family. Xiao Ye scoffed derisively. Presumptuous, the young steward roared, unleashing a torrent of energy before charging at Xiao Ye with his sword, now revealed as a gathering essence warrior. A significant step beyond the body refinement level. As the steward approached, he gathered his energy into the blade, which erupted in a brilliant light, forming the vague outline of a dragon. Chapter 7. Let them all come at once. Could this be the low-grade yellow-tier martial technique, the rampaging dragon slash? It was said that this technique, once mastered, could shatter mountains. The martial skills wielded by gathering essence warriors were formidable. Even if Xiao Ye possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not possibly withstand such an assault. Indeed, while they were unsure how he had grown so powerful so suddenly, none believed his physical prowess could endure this strike. The onlookers gazed in awe at the display of martial skill, captivated by its potential. In an instant, the young steward lunged, swinging his sword toward Xiao Ye's neck. The crowd held its breath, envisioning the moment of Xiao Ye's demise. However, what transpired next shattered their expectations and upended their perceptions entirely. Xiao Ye, with nonchalance, raised his left hand, merely extending a finger to effortlessly block the steward's devastating strike. And no matter how sharp the blade or how potent the energy it carried, it could not inflict the slightest harm upon Xiao Ye's finger. What? The young steward's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere waste of potential could repel his full-force strike. The crowd wore expressions of utter shock. Their understanding of reality irrevocably altered as they witnessed what seemed an invincible technique being so casually countered. Before the steward could regain his composure, Xiao Ye bent his finger, pressing down lightly on the sword, an irresistible force cascading down upon the young steward. He felt as though he were crushed beneath a mountain. His sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Before the steward could react, Xiao Ye swiftly seized his throat with his left hand. The young steward struggled desperately, but despair enveloped him as he realized his efforts were futile. He could not escape Xiao Ye's grip. "Stop!" Xiao Nitian shouted in alarm, but before his words could resonate, Xiao Ye effortlessly snapped the young steward's neck, his life essence extinguished in an instant. Ding! Host has slain a first-tier gathering essence warrior, earning 100 cultivation points and 100 gold coins. With this latest victory, Xiao Ye's cultivation surged once more, heightening his exhilaration. "Who else wishes to impede my path? Come forth together," he declared, discarding the headless corpse. His eyes glinting with lethal intent as they roamed over the remaining Xiao family members, as if he were a sovereign surveying his subjects. The gathered Xiao family members flushed with indignation, for they were all gathering essence warriors, prominent figures within Qingsang city. Yet, at that moment, they found themselves belittled by a mere youth, an affront they could not tolerate. "What are you waiting for? Seize this ungrateful wretch." Xiao Nitian's fear intensified, having harbored doubts about Xiao Ye's strength since witnessing his effortless annihilation of the guards. He had chosen to send them to gauge his prowess rather than confront him directly. Now, it was clear he had made the right choice. Had he confronted Xiao Ye himself, he would have met the same fate as the guards at Xiao Nitian's command. The stewards and guardians drew their swords, unleashing their formidable energies. "Let us strike together," they cried, their anger blinding them to the terror that Xiao Ye had just displayed. Aside from the few personal guardians beside Xiao Nitian, the rest of the Xiao clan experts, emboldened by their numbers, surged toward Xiao Ye. Chapter 8. Who else is there? Faced with over a dozen formidable opponents at the gathering Yuan realm, Xiao Ye remained undaunted, displaying no hint of panic, but rather a flicker of fervor. With a mere thought, a sword materialized in his hand, the very iron blade gifted in the novice package. The sudden appearance of the sword drew puzzled expressions from the attendants who had no notion of its origin in the blink of an eye. The foremost guardian lunged at Xiao Ye, swinging his sword toward his throat. Xiao Ye effortlessly seized the weapon, crushing it as if it were mere paper, and retaliated with a swift strike, severing the guardian in two. Blood gushed forth profusely, saturating the air with a thick, metallic scent that a formidable warrior of the second tier in the gathering Yuan realm fell without resistance. After dispatching this guardian, Xiao Ye vanished from his original position, morphing into a blurred apparition that plunged into the throng of attendants and guardians. That he employed no special techniques, relying solely on pure speed, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Be careful, he's coming. What? He disappeared. Watch out, he's behind you. In an instant, Xiao Ye maneuvered behind one of the attendants, who was caught off guard and met his end with a swift decapitation. The remaining attendants and guardians launched their attacks, yet Xiao Ye evaded them with ease. "Slow. Too slow. Have you not eaten enough today?" Xiao Ye glided through the six sword-wielding figures like a phantom, exuding an effortless grace, devoid of any tension. "If this is the extent of your strength, then prepare to meet your demise." A terrifying expression transformed his countenance. "Careful," one guardian shouted urgently, but before he could finish, the attendant to his left was bisected, his body collapsing awkwardly. The upper half, still conscious, writhed on the ground, turning to gaze at its severed lower half. "Brother, we will avenge you," several Xiao clan warriors roared in fury, intensifying their onslaught. In this moment, it was either they perished or he did. The air was rife with screams and the scent of blood, a gruesome feast of slaughter. Crimson blood surged forth like a volcanic eruption, cascading upon the ground in a vivid tapestry. "Die," Xiao Ye commanded, and once again, two heads soared into the air. Ding! The host has slain a first-tier gathering Yuan warrior, gaining 100 cultivation points and 100 gold coins. The host has slain a second-tier gathering Yuan warrior, gaining 200 cultivation points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations, host cultivation has reached 400. Level up to the third tier of body refinement. As Xiao Ye felt his cultivation surge once more, his blood surged with exhilaration. Yet, this was not the end. The system's notification rang out again. "Congratulations, host has completed the task trial of the bull knife, gaining 500 cultivation points, 500 gold coins, and the skill scroll spiral slash. Congratulations, host cultivation has reached 800. Level up to the fourth tier of body refinement. This moment, Xiao Ye was fully consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy. Initially, he sought only to eliminate Xiao and Itian. Without intent for widespread slaughter, but with each elevation in his realm, he became entranced by the intoxicating thrill of murder and ascension. This visceral sensation surpassed even the most exhilarating of video games, ensnaring him completely. "Master," Yulu the Guardian stammered, unable to comprehend the merciless killer before him. Was this truly the young master he once knew? In mere moments, more than half of the Xiao clan warriors lay slain. "Who else is there?" Xiao Ye demanded, his foot planted upon the headless corpse, his gaze filled with lethal intent as he surveyed the remaining six. The survivors, gripped by fear, hesitated to advance, instinctively retreating. They were all warriors of the gathering Yuan realm, seasoned by battles and bloodshed. Yet the terrifying prowess displayed by Xiao Ye was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. "No, this beast is too formidable. We are no match for him," a despondent attendant lamented. The leading guardian narrowed his eyes. "It seems we have no choice but to employ that technique." "That technique? You mean the flying eagle killing formation?" the attendant inquired, astonished. The leading guardian nodded gravely. "Indeed, only the flying eagle killing formation can contend with this monster. However, using it will exact a heavy toll." Another attendant interjected with concern. "There is no other option. It's better than losing our lives," the leading guardian affirmed resolutely. Another guardian concurred. "Agreed. We have no alternative." Chapter 9. The Flying Eagle Killing Formation. After a thorough discussion, the group reached a consensus and began to invoke the Flying Eagle Killing Formation. As they prepared to unleash their deadly array, the onlookers were astounded. The Flying Eagle Killing Formation required the collaboration of 6 gathering Yuan warriors, a technique developed by the ancestors of the Xiao clan and refined through generations, now a core inheritance of the clan. Its lethality was exceptionally terrifying, capable of overcoming several levels to slay formidable foes. Yet, the price of deploying such a formation was equally steep. Those participating would not only expend their own cultivation but also incur significant harm to their lifespan. Hence, the Flying Eagle Killing Formation was classified as a forbidden technique. Such a technique, which exacted a toll of cultivation and life, would never be used lightly unless in dire circumstances. At this moment, the Xiao clan experts were prepared to employ this dreadful forbidden technique against a mere youth. Had this young man's strength truly reached such a pinnacle? As the 6 Xiao clan experts concentrated their energy to execute the Flying Eagle Killing Formation, Xiao Ye did not rush to act. Instead, he opened his system backpack and activated the skill scroll spiral / to study it. Eager to test the potency of this new skill, the scroll disintegrated and the usage method of spiral / materialized in Xiao Ye's mind. Skill: spiral / description. Concentrate energy on the blade and execute a 360-degree slashing motion, inflicting 100 physical bonus points of physical damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Energy cost: 20 points upon completing the study of spiral / The 6 Xiao clan warriors had also gathered their strength. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. The 6 warriors turned to the source of the sound, spotting a group of guards clad in bronze armor racing toward them. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of these guards, the 6 Xiao clan warriors brightened, halting their execution of the Flying Eagle Killing Formation. It's the Iron Blood team of the Xiao clan. "Wonderful, the Iron Blood team has arrived. We need not resort to that technique." The sight of the bronze-armored guards prompted a collective sigh of relief among the 6, as if hope had dawned. The Iron Blood team of the Xiao clan comprised 24 warriors, each boasting a cultivation of the 7th tier of body refinement, elite among elites. The captain had even reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of body refinement. Individually, their strength may not have been remarkable, but when united, they formed a powerful sword formation. While not as potent as the Flying Eagle Killing Formation, it bore no cost, a significant advantage, since the Iron Blood team has arrived. "We shall not embarrass ourselves. Let them handle this wayward son," the leading guardian declared as he stepped aside. Followed by the other 5, the members of the Iron Blood team swiftly approached the scene. "Elder 9, what has transpired here?" the captain of the Iron Blood team inquired as he surveyed the carnage. "You have arrived just in time. Quickly subdue this wayward son," Xiao and Itian commanded the captain. The captain of the Iron Blood team cupped his fist in respect to Xiao and Itian, then turned to Xiao Ye. "Wayward son, prepare to meet your end." Xiao Ye returned the gaze, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The Iron Blood team was originally loyal to Xiao Ye's father, but after his departure, they had been swayed by Xiao and Itian, becoming his lackeys, having committed numerous nefarious deeds, even attempting to eliminate Xiao Ye on several occasions. Their once fervent oaths of loyalty were now cast aside. This was betrayal. Such treachery was unworthy of mercy. Since you have betrayed my father, do not blame me for being merciless. Xiao Ye's voice turned frigid. A suffocating aura of death enveloping the area. You think I will show mercy? You, a waste with a shattered dantian? The captain of the Iron Blood team looked at Xiao Ye with disdain. His eyes filled with mockery and contempt. The members behind him erupted in laughter, having not witnessed Xiao Ye's terrifying prowess, still believing him to be the waste they had been told of. Xiao and Itian's expression changed dramatically as he urgently reminded the team leader, do not underestimate him. This ungrateful wretch has somehow acquired formidable power, having already slain the guards of the Xiao family. And now even the most skilled among us have met a tragic fate at his hands. Quickly, employ your combined sword formation to eliminate him. What? The team leader's pupils constricted and shocked. He clearly found it hard to believe that a mere waste, whose dantian was shattered, could achieve such feats. Form the array. Despite his disbelief, the team leader commanded the formation. Upon hearing his words, all 24 members of the team moved in perfect unison, their actions synchronized as if conducted by a single entity. They drew their swords, and with a fluidity that seemed effortless, they encircled Xiao Ye, their sword tips pointed directly at him. Rotating in a precise circle, they moved in tandem, their pace accelerating, the collective energy surrounding Xiao Ye intensifying as they gradually closed in on him. Tightening the encirclement, gradually, the breath of the 24 warriors began to flow in harmony, creating afterimages of the armored guards, as if they were but one person. Even the onlookers from a distance could sense the overwhelming pressure and sword intent emanating from the formation. How formidable! Is this the sword array of the Iron Blood team of the Xiao family? Such a terrifying presence. Surely, in all of Qingsang City, there are no more than 10 individuals capable of breaking this sword array. Trapped within the Iron Blood team's sword formation, this boy, regardless of his abilities, would surely not escape alive. This time, he was destined for death. The onlookers fervently discussed amongst themselves, all unanimously pessimistic about Xiao Ye's chances. Convinced of his impending demise, yet what transpired next exceeded their wildest imaginations. With a swift rotational slash, Xiao Ye pivoted in place, his sword carving a crescent arc of light. In an instant, the brilliant flash flickered and a bizarre scene unfolded. Crack, crack, crack. The swords held by the 24 members shattered simultaneously in half. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the bodies of the 24 were severed at the waist, blood erupting like a fountain. This shocking and bloody spectacle left everyone present in utter disbelief. With a single sword strike, the sword array of the Xiao family's strongest Iron Blood guards crumbled before him, as fragile as tofu. In that moment, the situation spiraled completely out of control. The onlookers were left stunned. Unable to believe their own eyes, no, it cannot be. 24 individuals, all at once. This must be an illusion. The events had unfolded with such rapidity that none could comprehend how Xiao Ye had executed his attack. They only glimpsed a flash of sword light before the 24 fell lifeless. After the massacre, a fervent excitement shone on Xiao Ye's face, as he reveled in the ecstasy of killing and leveling up. Ding! Host has slain a 7th-tier body refining warrior, gaining 70 points of cultivation and 70 gold coins. Ding! Host has slain an 8th-tier body refining warrior, gaining 80 points of cultivation and 80 gold coins. Ding! Host has slain a 9th-tier body refining warrior, gaining 90 points of cultivation and 90 gold coins. Congratulations, Host's cultivation has reached 1,600 points, leveling up to 5th-tier body refining. Feeling the surge of power within him, Xiao Ye's expression grew increasingly fervent as his gaze landed on the 6 skilled Xiao family warriors not far away. Next. It is your turn. Under Xiao Ye's piercing gaze, the 6 Xiao family experts broke into a cold sweat. They were all too aware of the strength of the Iron Blood team's sword array. If Xiao Ye could effortlessly dismantle that formation, then breaking through their flying eagle killing formation was certainly within his reach. Initially confident in their own formation, their spirits were crushed utterly after witnessing the demise of the Iron Blood team. Although uncertain, they steeled themselves to act, knowing that a stroke of luck could lead to great merit for their family. Let us go. The 6 body refining warriors began to form hand seals, abandoning any concern over the cultivation and life force that would be consumed in the process. This was a matter of life and death, and they understood there was no time for hesitation. They encircled one another, combining their seals into a unified whole. The 6 distinct colors of their seals danced together, merging into a pattern reminiscent of a hexagram, radiating a brilliant light that enveloped them. Simultaneously, a hidden guardian in the shadows gathered power, stealthily maneuvering behind Xiao Ye. Clearly a practitioner of assassination techniques. Chapter 11. With just one sword, to ensure absolute certainty, this stealthy warrior had concealed himself, preparing to flank Xiao Ye alongside the 6 body refining warriors. Although such tactics were unsavory, the current circumstances left him no choice. Xiao Ye's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying. The flying eagle-killing formation might not be sufficient to vanquish him. If the formation failed to eliminate Xiao Ye, death would be his only fate. Thus, to preserve his own life, he resorted to this underhanded approach. Otherwise, once Xiao Ye shattered the formation and unleashed his wrath, it would spell his doom. Foolish boy, prepare to meet your end. The 6 warriors shouted in unison, a powerful energy enveloping them, forming a colossal silhouette reminiscent of a soaring eagle. They began to execute a peculiar dance, shifting positions fluidly. As the flying eagle-killing formation began to mobilize, the formation moved. The audience witnessed its devastating power. The earth was scorched and cracked in its wake, spontaneously exploding, while the radiant light emitted seemed capable of slicing through space itself. This strike was nothing short of miraculous in the eyes of the spectators. Yet, Xiao Ye faced it with unwavering calm, clearly dismissing the threat posed by the formation, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. He launched himself into the air, hurtling towards the hexagram formation with such speed that it created a sonic boom. Sword in hand, he soared elegantly, exuding an air of grace. However, as he spun mid-air, he drew his sword in a crescent arc and thrust it directly into the heart of the formation. With a single strike, the flying eagle-killing formation shattered. The 6 body-refining warriors were sent hurtling in different directions by the released energy. And though Xiao Ye had merely thrust his sword once, each warrior bore a blood-red imprint upon their foreheads. In the next instant, their heads exploded in a cascade of crimson. Their bodies fell. Xiao Ye descended, sheathing his sword, exuding an aura of composure amid the chaos. The onlookers were left once again speechless, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The flying eagle-killing formation was the pinnacle of arrays in Qingsang City. Requiring the cooperation of body-refining warriors to activate it was notoriously difficult to initiate, and once successful, it could shake the heavens. This was the very formation that had allowed the Xiao family to endure for centuries. Yet now, the 6 esteemed body-refining warriors, once held in high regard within the family, lay lifeless, their corpses unrecognizable, and all of this was accomplished by a mere youth with a single sword strike. A feat beyond imagination. Xiao Ye felt no remorse for the slaughter, for these warriors were aligned with Xiao and Itian. They had committed countless misdeeds alongside him, prioritizing their own interests at the expense of the family, and had tormented the original owner of this body after Xiao Yan's departure. Xiao Ye had vowed to avenge the original owner, and eliminating these individuals was merely an act of retribution. With the formation shattered, Xiao Ye turned his gaze towards Xiao and Itian, sword in hand, ready to exact his vengeance. Seeing the murderous intent and terrifying gaze of Xiao Ye, Xiao and Itian was struck with fear and began to retreat. Not just him, everyone around, upon witnessing Xiao Ye's movement, started to panic and flee in all directions. How terrifying! How can such a fearsome individual exist? He is nothing short of a demon. Is he even human? The sword formations he deployed, and now this flying eagle-killing formation, are capable of annihilating cities, yet he dismantled it with apparent ease. I must get out of here quickly, otherwise, death is the only outcome. Protect Elder Jiao. At that moment, the 4 attendants closest to Xiao and Itian, along with 2 guardians, rushed to shield him as they attempted to flee. Xiao Ye advanced step by step, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, the hidden guardian from before. Breakthrough strike. The guardian wielded a long spear, its entire body gleaming in a brilliant gold, crafted from pure gold. This moment, as the guardian activated the breaking heaven strike technique, a flicker of brilliance emanated from the golden spear. This technique, a mid-tier martial skill of the yellow rank, possessed a power even greater than the fierce dragon slash. Chapter 12. Madness at a glance. Xiao Ye did not glance back. He merely tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and hurled it backward. Though it seemed a casual toss, the sword shot forth with astonishing speed. The guardian had no time to evade before being pierced by the blade. His body propelled backward until it was impaled against a pillar. In the next instant, he lay lifeless. Xiao Ye paid no heed to the fallen guardian and charged forward. His speed was so remarkable that the 4 attendants and 2 guardians besides Xiao Yintian could barely react. With a single slap, one guardian's head was crushed. Another slap followed, sending the second guardian's head flying. The 2 guardians closest to Xiao Ye had yet to comprehend the situation before they collapsed into pools. Ding, ding! The system's notification echoed in Xiao Ye's mind as a surge of cultivation power flowed into him. The remaining 2 guardians and attendants, witnessing this, tossed Xiao Yintian aside and shouted, "Elder Jiao, flee quickly. We will hold him back." These guardians and attendants, for reasons unknown, clung to Xiao Yintian, brandishing their weapons as though prepared to engage Xiao Ye in a fight to the death. Just as Xiao Yintian regained his footing, Xiao Ye chuckled. Where do you think you're going? With another kick, one guardian was sent flying, crashing against the wall and meeting his end. Then, Xiao Ye seized another guardian, pinning him against the pillar. At that moment, consumed by the thrill of killing, Xiao Ye's eyes turned bloodshot, creating a terrifying visage. The unfortunate guardian could only see those crimson eyes before Xiao Ye struck, sealing his throat and extinguishing his life. The remaining two attendants, witnessing this, hastily raised their swords to strike at Xiao Ye. With a simple gesture, he deflected their blades, sending them flying, and then seized both of them, crashing them together with a resounding thud. Their meridians shattered, they fell lifeless to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. Amidst the chaos of the panicked crowd, a figure suddenly charged toward Xiao Ye. He turned to lock eyes with the rushing guardian. Strangely, at that moment, an indescribable force surged within him, causing his eyes to blaze. The next instant, the guardian, meeting Xiao Ye's gaze, went mad. His eyes burst, and he clutched his head, rampaging through the courtyard until he collided with a pillar. Perishing instantly, the fleeing servants and disciples witnessed this scene in disbelief. Madness? Just a glance, and he went insane. How could a mere look be so lethal? What kind of technique is this? Nothing has been done. Yet death follows a glance. What should we do? Cover your eyes. Don't look at me. Xiao Ye himself was curious about this phenomenon. Had he perhaps acquired a power akin to mental force? He decided to inquire the system later. For now, the priority was to eliminate Xiao Niantian. With this thought, Xiao Ye grasped the golden spear and hurled it forward. The spear shot forth with a sonic boom. At that moment, Xiao Niantian believed he had escaped, only to hear a swift whoosh. Instinctively, he halted, and with a metallic clang, a streak of golden light zipped past him. Before him appeared the golden spear. Moving so swiftly it created an afterimage, only revealing its true form upon embedding itself in the ground. Despite the tremendous force, the spear remained intact, resonating with a constant hum. Xiao Niantian, now paralyzed with fear, realized that had he taken a step forward, the spear would have pierced him. Just as he was engulfed in panic, a voice echoed from behind. Today, you sought my death and failed, indicating your inadequacy. Now, I desire your demise, and it will depend on your capabilities. Xiao Ye let out a cold snort and strode forward. With each step, the ground trembled, sending waves of fear coursing through Xiao Niantian. Behind him, the spear buzzed ominously, as if heralding his doom. Terrified, Xiao Niantian crumbled to the ground, crawling backward, his eyes fixated on Xiao Ye's advancing figure, dreading his approach. What should he do? He could not confront him head-on. He had to preserve his life. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, he spotted Lu the guard. A glimmer of hope ignited. Chapter 13. Examine what you hold. Seeing Lu the guard, Xiao Niantian felt as though he had found a lifeline. Akin to a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, he grasped Lu amidst the turmoil, then struck him with a palm. Lu was knocked unconscious, and Xiao Niantian seized the weapon from his grasp. Lu, already gravely injured, was further incapacitated by the blow. Now armed with Lu's blade, Xiao Niantian pressed it against Lu's neck, declaring, Xiao Ye, I do not understand how you have acquired such fortune, gaining such profound power. But today, you cannot kill me. I must not die. Before he could finish, Xiao Ye retorted, you should first examine what you possess. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Xiao Ye observed Xiao Niantian. The latter raised his hand only to find the blade had vanished, leaving only the hilt. In disbelief, he searched frantically, suddenly spotting the blade at Xiao Ye's feet. How could this be? Xiao Niantian struggled to comprehend the impossibility before him. How could the blade be gone? Had Xiao Ye taken it without moving? Did he possess the ability to manipulate objects from afar? Impossible. Such a technique was a high-tier martial skill, rare and demanding a level of mental prowess that Xiao Ye could not possibly have. Yet, the undeniable truth struck him. He had completely lost his composure at that moment. Lu the guard regained consciousness and, with a sudden push, sent Xiao Niantian crashing to the ground. Although the impact did not cause significant harm, it shattered Xiao Niantian's remaining confidence. Despite being a formidable warrior of the 9th level of body refinement, could he truly escape from this monstrous adversary? It seemed unlikely, yet he knew he could not die. He must survive. Summoning every ounce of strength, Xiao Niantian sat up and pleaded, please don't kill me. None of this was my intention. It was all my brother's doing. He compelled me to act. Xiao Ye paused, narrowing his eyes as he inquired. What do you mean? Xiao Niantian hastily replied. I can reveal the truth, but you must guarantee my safety. Xiao Ye flicked his sword and stepped closer, drawing the golden spear with a swift motion, its tip aimed at Xiao Niantian's heart. Without even glancing at him, Xiao Ye stated, do you truly believe you still have the leverage to bargain? The spear was poised to pierce Xiao Yintian's heart. In desperation, he cried out, "I will tell you everything." Xiao Ye held the spear in suspense, neither confirming nor denying, understanding this was his final chance. Xiao Yintian hastily divulged, "My brother seeks the position of family head, but your father's strength surpassed his, so he dared not confront him directly. Instead, he secretly hired assassins to cripple your cultivation 3 years ago and spread rumors of a mystical herb in the Beast Mountain range that could restore your power, luring your father away. This was all his scheme." Xiao Ye was taken aback, stunned by the revelation. The mysterious figure who had crippled his cultivation was, in fact, a conspirator from within his own family. Confronting. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed into slits, an intense murderous intent igniting within him. Confronting, the elder of the Xiao family, had been secretly opposing his father, coveting the position of family head, even orchestrating the destruction of his cultivation. This vendetta would not go unpunished. By the way, there's something important I forgot to mention. Xiao Yintian suddenly interjected, seemingly attempting to buy time, with a few minutes left in his invincible state. Xiao Ye, rather than hastily striking, inquired, "What else do you have to say?" Xiao Yintian continued, "Your most beloved sister has already agreed to marry the 6th son of the Lin family, Lin Jun, yesterday. By now, they are likely in the midst of their wedding ceremony. If you wish to save her, you must act swiftly. Delay any longer, and they may have already consummated their union." Chapter 14, A Sword Strike. Upon hearing Xiao Yintian's words, memories of his sister surged through Xiao Ye's mind. His sister, Xiao Ning, was a gentle and kind-hearted girl. Although they were not blood siblings, they had been inseparable since childhood, their bond surpassing that of true siblings. Xiao Ye understood Xiao Yu's character well. She would rather remain by his side for eternity than marry someone else. Moreover, Lin Jun was a scoundrel, notorious for his debauchery and a member of the Lin family, one of the 4 prominent families of Qingsang City. Countless innocent maidens had suffered at his hands, and every woman he pursued ultimately met a tragic fate. Xiao Ye despised such a villain. She would rather die than marry him. Do you think that I would spare you for fabricating such lies? Xiao Ye raised his weapon, aiming at Xiao Yintian's forehead. "I am not lying. Everything I said is true." She agreed to marry Lin Jun in exchange for a Ning Yuan Dan to restore your cultivation, Xiao Yintian quickly retorted, pulling a yellow pill from his pocket. This was unmistakably a second-tier Ning Yuan Dan. Upon seeing it, Xiao Ye's brow furrowed, memories flooding his mind. It was rumored that a second-tier alchemist had recently come to the Lin family, capable of crafting various second-tier pills. This Ning Yuan Dan was evidently the work of that alchemist, for no one else in Qingsang City could produce such pills. The Ning Yuan Dan was known to effectively restore a warrior's cultivation. Some warriors could recover their abilities after employing forbidden techniques by using it. Xiao Ye's cultivation had been completely obliterated. While he could not fully restore it, he could at least regain a fraction of his power. Just days ago, the Lin family had produced a Ning, intending to sell it to the Xiao family. If Xiao Ye's father, Xiao Yin, were still alive, he would have exhausted the family's resources to acquire it. However, with Xiao Yin no longer in the picture, the Xiao family was under the control of the eldest elder, Confronting, who wished for Xiao Ye's demise. There was no chance he would procure the Ning Yuan Dan for Xiao Ye. Thus, this pill was a sacrifice made by Xiao Ye, who was willing to exchange her happiness for his restoration. Realizing this, Xiao Ye felt a surge of urgency that he knew without a doubt that Xiao Ye would never truly marry Lin Jun. She would choose to end her life before the ceremony. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Main quest triggered. Rescue sister. Do you accept? Xiao Ye was startled. If he had been skeptical of Xiao Yintian's words before, he now believed them entirely. After all, the system would never lie. Without hesitation, he responded in his mind. Yes, quest accepted. Rescue sister. Quest description. Rescue Xiao Ye from the Lin family and concoct an antidote pill for her. Quest rewards. 2,000 cultivation points, 2,000 gold coins, a learning scroll for the skilled Qi Hong sword, and a golden steel sword. Quest time limit. 15 minutes. Upon hearing the quest description, Xiao Ye realized his suspicions were correct. His sister had indeed ingested poison, and time was running out. With only 15 minutes indicated by the system, it meant that in 10 minutes, his sister would succumb to the poison. Thank you for revealing this to me. Now you can rest in peace, Xiao Ye declared without hesitation, raising his weapon to kill Xiao Yintian. At that critical moment, a voice rang out. Bold Xiao Ye, stop. Hold your hand. Ignoring the voice, Xiao Ye thrust the weapon forward, piercing through Xiao Yintian's skull, blood gushing forth. Xiao Ye silently vowed, Xiao Ye, consider this a measure of vengeance for you. Rest assured, I will avenge you without fail. Not a single one of your enemies will escape. The owner of the voice soon appeared, albeit a moment too late, as Xiao Yintian's head had already become a gory sight. The newcomer cradled Xiao Yintian's head and cried out, Brother, I arrived too late. I failed to protect you. This man was the fourth elder, Xiao Nantian, the second brother of Xiao Netian. Their eldest brother was the eldest elder, Xiao Fantian. All three were half-brothers of Xiao Ye's father. Born of the same father but different mothers, they were the children of the second wife of the elder Xiao, who was Xiao Ye's grandfather. Xiao Ye's father was the son of the primary wife. The three brothers had always banded together since childhood, striving diligently. They appeared to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Ye's father, but in truth, they had been scheming for the position of family head. Just as they were on the cusp of seizing power, Xiao Ye erupted in rebellion, killing his own brother, a vendetta that could not be forgiven. Chapter 15. Composure. Xiao Ye, how dare you? I commanded you to stop. And yet you defy me. Such trivialities mean nothing to me, Xiao Nantian replied. Very well, I shall see just what abilities you possessed, a useless wretch daring to act so brazenly. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of your misdeeds. Xiao Nantian drew forth a long spear, a magnificent purple-gold weapon, forged from Xian iron and purple gold, a treasure among treasures, far superior to the golden spear in Xiao Ye's hands. Xiao Ye smirked. Very well, witness how I shall vanquish you, the youthful braggart shouted. Let us see how you plan to kill me. Xiao Nantian bellowed, summoning a few small bolts of lightning from the heavens, though they were thin. A martial artist of Qingsang city capable of invoking such phenomena was no small feat. Xiao Ye remarked. Oh, old man, you possess some strength, but it is insufficient to challenge me. Instead of retreating, Xiao Ye advanced deliberately. Stepping closer to Xiao Nantian, the elder's aura surged, causing the surrounding dust to swirl, the purple-gold spear shimmering ominously in the light of the lightning. Xiao Nantian, only slightly older than Xiao Netian, had trained rigorously since childhood. Attaining a realm far superior to that of Xiao Netian, he was considered one of the top 10 experts in Qingsang City. In his prime, Xiao Nantian had wielded his spear to scatter countless heroes. Now, with his power intensified, he wielded the spear with ferocity and suddenly launched into the air, bringing the spear down in a cleaving motion toward Xiao Ye's head. This technique, the Dragon Splitter, was a unique martial art of Xiao Nantian. Classified as a high-grade yellow skill. Unlike other skills, this one, being personally created, was highly compatible with him, allowing it to unleash the power of a low-grade mysterious skill despite being classified as high-grade yellow. With such force, even the eldest elder, Xiao Fantian, would need to evade its might. Xiao Nantian had previously used this move to slay masters of the Gathering Yuan realm. The intensity of the Dragon Splitter was, as the attack descended, everyone felt a powerful gust of wind. Those of lower realms scrambled to find cover, while those of higher cultivation struggled to maintain their footing. Yet amidst the chaos, Xiao Ye appeared unfazed. Continuing his advance as though on a leisurely stroll, many believed Xiao Ye was merely gathering strength, unaware that he walked directly to the unconscious Lu bodyguard. There, he sprinkled something on Lu bodyguard and fed him a pill, causing Lu to awaken to such a critical juncture. Should he not confront the formidable enemy first? Is he not aware? Many wished for Xiao Nantian to dispatch Xiao Ye swiftly. Kill him. If he lives, we shall all perish today. Lu bodyguard awoke to see Xiao Ye beside him, while the fourth elder's spear was poised to strike. Young master, flee, quickly, he shouted, attempting to rise and intercept the spear, though he was still weak. Xiao Ye pressed him down, saying, I have a task for you. Lu bodyguard persisted, but the spear is coming. Is it not possible to discuss this later? Desperation gripped Lu bodyguard. The spear. This is crucial, Xiao Ye insisted. Gather some medicinal herbs, 3-7, white sprouts, and find 2 ginseng roots. Most importantly, procure a good quality alchemy furnace. More than one would be acceptable. As Xiao Ye spoke, the spear was about to descend upon him. Xiao Ye, I shall see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Prepare to die. Lu bodyguard, frantic, attempted to intervene against the spear as Xiao Ye held him back. With an apparent casualness, one hand effortlessly descended upon the golden spear. As if merely brushing it aside, this spear, radiating an overwhelming force, was flung into the air. In the gaze of onlookers, Xiao Nantian's spear was instantly rebuffed, along with Xiao Nantian himself, who, unable to exert any strength, was propelled to a height of 100 meters before plummeting back down. Although he managed to steady his form and mitigate the full impact, the residual shockwaves still left him in a disoriented state. Xiao Ye, unfazed as if nothing had transpired, continued to speak. In addition to that, bring me back some spicy pig's head meat. Chapter 16. Instant kill. Lu Hui stood by, astonished, as the young master appeared transformed. Exhibiting an unparalleled composure in the face of danger. It was utterly absurd. Could it be that the young master was an imposter? With just a mere gesture, such tremendous power was unleashed in a single strike. Xiao Nantian had summoned a gale so fierce that stones and trees were swept away. The young master merely raised a hand and deflected it. Lu Hui was filled with admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent!" After giving his instructions, Xiao Ye casually tossed aside the golden spear and, with a swift motion, thrust it towards Xiao Nantian. Attempting to evade this strike, Xiao Nantian realized that escape was futile, especially in his current state of internal turmoil. In an instant, the golden spear pierced him directly, and the force of the blow shattered his body into fragments. Not only that, but the ground where the spear struck split open, creating a chasm several meters deep. The spear itself was merely 2 meters long, yet all that remained visible was a 5-meter-deep pit, with the golden spear resting within it. The body was scattered amidst the panicking crowd. As Xiao Nantian met his end, he failed to comprehend how a single blow could have obliterated him, nor could he fathom how he had been so carelessly cast aside. He had never heard, nor could he accept that a master like him had perished so ingloriously. It was utterly infuriating that a seemingly casual motion, akin to a mere brush against the forehead, had sufficed to eliminate the fourth elder in a genuine instant kill. Was this truly a human being? It was inconceivable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it a mere dream. Xiao Ye helped Lu Hui to his feet and inquired, "Do you feel better?" Lu Hui replied, "Much improved. Much improved. I shall go fetch you the pig's head meat," Xiao Ye stated. The pig's head meat is not of utmost importance. The key lies in those medicinal materials. They must be gathered and delivered to the Qingsang guild before the hour of the rat. Can you accomplish this? Do you have confidence? Lu Hui declared, "I am confident. I shall go at once." Realizing that his injuries had healed completely, Lu Hui propelled himself off the ground and soared out of the courtyard. Xiao Ye recalled Xiao Nantian's earlier words regarding his sister's engagement. However, she had always been virtuous and would never be the sort to act indiscriminately. She would rather perish than compromise her principles by marrying. Understanding this, Xiao Ye had instructed Lu Hui to seek out the necessary materials for concocting an antidote. Although he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he possessed a system that was nearly omnipotent, encompassing every essential function required for gameplay. The ability to concoct elixirs was indispensable, while Xiao Ye's current rank as an alchemist was merely the initial level. He could still produce a basic antidote known as the detox pill. According to the system's description, this pill could neutralize a multitude of poisons, no matter what toxin Xiao Ye had ingested. Crafting a detox pill could bring her back from the brink of death. Once Lu Hui departed, Xiao Ye leaped into action, his figure vanishing as if a specter. Since the system activation, 3 minutes had elapsed. Leaving only 5 minutes remaining, Xiao Ye calculated that he would not be able to exact revenge today. It would have to wait until later. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, the Lin, Wang, Fang, and Xiao families stood as the 4 prominent clans of Qingsang City. According to Xiao Nantian's instructions, today was the auspicious day of the Lin family's wedding, which meant that all of their members, particularly those of the Gathering Yuan realm or above, would be in attendance. In the northern part of the city, the Lin family was adorned in celebratory decorations, welcoming notable figures from across the city. Upon surveying the expansive Lin estate, one could spot a palace at the rear, an exclusive domain not accessible to all. Within this palace sat a composed middle-aged man, Lin Tianyu, the head of the Lin family, a master of martial arts and the foremost figure in Qingsang City. Beside him was a stunning beauty, Lin Tianyu's beloved wife. Chapter 17. The Lin family. The Wang family presented 5 gift boxes, 100 taels of gold, and a pair of jade pai xiao, congratulating the young master on his union. The Lu family sent 10 gift boxes, 100 taels of gold, and a piece of coral, extending their best wishes for the young master's wedding. The Fang family contributed 10 gift boxes, 100 taels of gold, and 3 spiritual herbs, celebrating the Lin family's joyous occasion. A great fortune for Qingsang City. The Li family offered 10 gift boxes, 100 taels of gold, and 2 spiritual herbs, congratulating the Lin family on gaining another family member, a double blessing. The steward, beaming with joy, loudly announced the list of gifts. The Lin family of Qingsang City truly embodied the essence of a prestigious clan, drawing the attention of the entire city. Every notable figure of significance had gathered here, presenting gifts that were nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Tianyu regarded these offerings with indifference, his expression betraying no emotion. While the beauty beside him radiated delight, the auspicious moment arrived. The officiant called out, and firecrackers erupted in celebration. The newlyweds made their entrance. However, the groom's appearance left much to be desired. While Lin Tianyu was refined and elegant, his son was decidedly less fortunate in the looks department, resembling a crooked pear more than anything else. with particularly small eyes obscured by his round face. His mouth was large, with prominent teeth that protruded grotesquely. And he bore the unfortunate name of Lin Jun, which only added to his shame. Striding forth with an air of confidence, he approached the lavish bridal sedan, within which sat none other than Xiao Ye's sister. Xiao Ye, brother Ye, I am so sorry, she sobbed, her grief palpable. How could she not be heartbroken? Xiao Ye had envisioned a life spent by Xiao Ye's side, forever remaining his devoted sister. Yet, when tragedy struck, she could no longer bear to witness his descent into despair, leading her to sacrifice herself for the antidote. Ultimately compelled to marry Lin Jun. As tears streamed down her face, she vowed, brother, fear not, even in death, I shall not permit anyone to lay a hand on me. With that, Xiao Ye retrieved a vial and consumed a pale, radiant pill, a deadly poison that would claim her life within 15 minutes. Brother Ye, I will seek you out and care for you, rectifying the regrets of this lifetime. Lin Jun, basking in his perceived triumph, strutted through the entrance, followed by a matchmaker who approached Xiao Ye's sedan to assist her down. As she emerged, countless eyes fell upon her. The vibrant red wedding gown accentuated her graceful figure, and although only her hands were visible, they were enchanting enough to elicit gasps of admiration. The crowd murmured in awe, acknowledging her beauty without needing to see her face. Indeed, such delicate hands, it is a rare sight indeed. Lin Jun was indeed fortunate to claim such a beauty as his bride. Yet, the spectators recalled the old adage, a beauty paired with an unfortunate bear. But what can you do? They have influence and can find what they desire. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, drawing everyone's attention. The wall crumbled, and with it, 10 bodyguards from the Lin family burst through. The focus shifted to a young man, who appeared strikingly handsome, atop a majestic white steed, embodying the essence of elegance. The crowd fell silent as he rode towards the hall. This young man and the bride were indeed a perfect match. All eyes were on the intruder, who possessed a resolute gaze, the glint of lethal intent evident within his eyes. This rider was none other than Xiao Ye. Who is this reckless youth? Does he seek to court death by causing a ruckus at my Lin family's wedding? A few burly men stepped forward, charging at Xiao Ye. The leader brandished a meteor hammer, swinging it towards Xiao Ye's head. Chapter 18. Unstoppable, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they witnessed the terrifying meteor hammer descending upon the frail youth. The swiftness of the blow seemed sufficient to seal his fate, and the onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of pity, speculating that the boy must share a beautiful story with the enchanting bride. However, within the Lin family's domain, the women chosen by them were devoid of freedom. Reluctant to observe the impending tragedy, the spectators braced themselves for the inevitable impact. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Xiao Ye did not retreat. Instead, he boldly advanced towards the hammer. A sharp clang resonated as the hammer collided with his open palm, which he gripped firmly, producing the sound of metal clashing. With a swift motion, he yanked the weapon and flung the burly assailant into the air, who plummeted to the ground in a deadly descent. The brute's expression was one of disbelief. A martial artist of the 5th level of body refinement had met his demise so easily. Before the spectators could process their astonishment, another formidable man surged forward, brandishing a long whip adorned with metallic barbs, ready to strike. The audience held their breath, fearing for Xiao Ye's life, convinced that his chances of survival were slim. However, in the next heartbeat, Xiao Ye astonished everyone once more. He continued to ride forward, extending his hand as 3 luminous orbs shot forth, with a series of swift sounds. The man wielding the whip collapsed before he could even unleash his attack. The crowd turned to see a small wound on the man's forehead, a stone embedded within it. The same fate befell the other 2 assailants, leaving the spectators in shock. 4 men had perished without engaging in battle, all at the hands of a single stone. Who was this youth? As they looked at the boy on horseback, a sense of familiarity washed over them. Xiao Ye, the once celebrated prodigy of Qingsang city. Was he supposed to be a cripple, stripped of his martial prowess? How had he regained such formidable strength? Indeed, the once feared 5th-level martial artist fell before him with a single strike. Brother Ye. Xiao Ye, hearing someone call out his name, felt a surge of urgency and yearned to uncover the truth of the unfolding chaos. She broke free from the matchmaker's grasp, intent on joining the throng to understand what was happening. Seize her. Lin Jun, witnessing his bride attempt to flee amidst the commotion, recognized the potential for unrest, likely instigated by the girl's admirers. He could not allow his bride to escape. His subordinates quickly restrained Xiao Ye, while Lin Jun brandished a dagger, threatening her, "Do not throw a tantrum, or I shall end you." Yet, Xiao Ye remained resolute, glaring defiantly at the unattractive Lin Jun. At that moment, a girl descended from the upper floor, appearing ethereal with her ice blue hair and clad in a grayish robe. As she reached the staircase, she caught sight of Xiao Ye atop his horse, her expression momentarily stiffening before returning to normal. Is that Xiao Ye? Lin Xia, the seventh miss of the Lin family and Lin Jun's half-sister, was the unrivaled genius of Qingsang City. Her talents had eclipsed those of Xiao Ye after his downfall. Once childhood friends, Xiao Ye had been exceedingly attentive to her, but now, he harbored no feelings for her. He understood all too well the cold indifference that lay beneath her beautiful exterior. It was for her that he had once suffered the loss of his martial abilities, becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Chapter 19. Those unafraid of death. Step forward. Xiao Ye had intended to speak with Lin Xia once his injuries healed, urging her not to wait for him, nor to jeopardize her future. However, before he could utter a word, he received the news of her breaking off their engagement, conveyed through a letter declaring them strangers henceforth. Heartbroken, Xiao Ye resolved that such a woman was best left behind. Beauty held no value if it came with such coldness. He dismissed Lin Xia entirely, treating her as if she were air as he strode into the courtyard, unchallenged by anyone. With a swift motion, he hurled an object towards Lin Tianyu. The item flew with such speed that its shape was indistinguishable. Lin Tianyu caught it with a huff, revealing a condensing essence pill. That he glanced from the pill to Xiao Ye, who declared, "This belongs to the Lin family, and I have no need for it. You shall not take my sister from me. I intend to take her home. Those unafraid of death, step forward and try to stop me." The declaration fell into a stunned silence, leaving the crowd in shock at Xiao Ye's audacity before the head of the Lin family. Although Xiao Ye was immobilized, she could hear her brother's proclamation, "I am here to take you home." Tears streamed from Xiao Ye's eyes, unable to speak or move, only able to weep silently. The hall was enveloped in a chilling quiet until someone finally broke the stillness. Is Xiao Ye mad? Perhaps, came the murmurs. Once a genius, now a mere cripple, facing the loss of his sister to another man's marriage. Who wouldn't he be driven to madness? The crowd laughed, mocking the fallen prodigy. If such words were spoken by the Xiao Ye of 3 years ago, he would have been hailed a hero. Yet now, they were nothing but a jest. In the eyes of Qingsang City, the once great Xiao Ye had become a laughingstock. However, Lin Batian, the seemingly cultured patriarch of the Lin family, and his formidable companions could not join in the laughter. They recognized that Xiao Ye bore no resemblance to a mere cripple. His bold intrusion on the day of the Lin family's celebration was a blatant affront. "You ought to perish, but today I shall spare you," Lin Tianyu proclaimed, his demeanor betraying a ruthless edge. "After all, you are the brother of my bride. I shall not kill you today, but you must sacrifice a hand and a foot. Let us pretend this day never happened." Despite his scholarly appearance, Lin Tianyu's words dripped with menace. The assembly anticipated that Xiao Ye would either beg for mercy or flee in terror. Yet, to their astonishment, he brandished a spear and advanced towards Lin Tianyu, declaring, "I said I will take Xiao Ye with me. Those wishing for death, come and stop me." Lin Tianyu's expression darkened further. "Kill him." As his command echoed, numerous bodyguards, all skilled in the 5th level of body refinement, surged forward, wielding gleaming blades and whips, intent on slaughtering Xiao Ye. Yet, he paid them no heed, his focus solely on Xiao Ye, who cried helplessly, her tears flowing freely. With a burning desire to reach her, Xiao Ye declared, "Anyone who obstructs my path shall meet their end." The guards closed in, surrounding him with lethal intent, determined to ensure he did not leave alive. Chapter 20. Death awaits. Xiao Ye pointed his spear skyward, and then slid it down until it was perpendicular to the ground. He charged forward, spinning around, and with a resounding clang, the weapons of the guards were all severed. In an instant, each of them bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl in their chests. In a single strike, over a dozen body refinement stage 5 guards met their demise. Xiao Ye paid them no heed and continued to advance, treating everything in his path as inconsequential. The onlookers who had mocked him before were now rendered speechless. These were formidable warriors, each wielding powerful weapons. Yet they had been slain in an instant. How could anyone dare to label him a waste? Was it possible that Xiao Ye had truly regained his strength? Was this reality? These renowned guards from Qingsang City had all fallen in a mere heartbeat. Such a short time was only sufficient for a single attack, so how could so many perish so suddenly? Each of them had a bloody hole in their chests. Indeed, it was evident that this was no feat achievable by a mere waste. Could it be that he had truly recovered? It seemed highly plausible. Xiao Ye was indeed extraordinary, wielding a spear with divine prowess that I had never witnessed before. Its power must surely rank among high-grade yellow techniques or even profound-level martial arts. The crowd grew fearful, instinctively retreating. They pondered whether Xiao Ye had remembered their earlier mockery. If he held a grudge, his spear was indiscriminate, and one careless move could result in another gaping wound on their chests. Amidst the whispers of fear, a robust man, rugged in appearance yet exuding a scholarly air, approached Lin Tianyu. clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I see this young man's spear technique is remarkable. As a spear enthusiast myself, might I have the honor of an exchange? Lin Tianyu appeared quite nonchalant to go ahead. The man's name was Huang Yang, a master of the spear. His weapon was extraordinary, crafted from black gold, which he had procured from outside through trustworthy contacts. With this black gold spear in hand, Huang Yang felt invincible as he approached Xiao Ye. The beauty of his spear drew the attention of all. In comparison, Xiao Ye's golden spear seemed rather ordinary. Upon reaching Xiao Ye, Huang Yang introduced himself. I am Huang Yang. Your spear techniques are mesmerizing. I wish to learn from you. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Huang Yang was a rare talent in Qingsang City, known for his spear mastery and modest demeanor, though he often claimed he had yet to grasp the true path of the spear. Within Qingsang City, he was regarded as the foremost expert, despite his relatively low cultivation level. Only at the second stage of gathering essence, his spear techniques allowed him to challenge even those at the third stage. And he could hold his own against them. Such a figure commanded respect, even from the city lord. Today, as a distinguished guest at the Lin family banquet, witnessing Xiao Ye's exceptional spear skills prompted Huang Yang to seek him out after consulting Lin Tianyu. The crowd was astonished that such a master would inquire from Xiao Ye, viewing it as an incredible honor. However, to Xiao Ye, it felt like an unwelcome intrusion, and he ignored Huang Yang, continuing forward. Huang Yang, feeling insulted, decided to demonstrate his prowess. You are the first to show such disrespect in Qingsang City, Huang Yang declared, his spear moving swiftly. In an instant, it transformed into a flurry of strikes. Filling the hall with chaos, the crowd instinctively recoiled, recognizing the power of Huang Yang's technique, the chaotic arrow spear technique, a unique skill of the Huang family. Chapter 21. Blood and flesh aflutter. Those fortunate enough to be guests at the Lin family were prominent figures in Qingsang City. Well acquainted with the chaotic arrow spear technique. According to legend, this technique was developed by a true martial master of the Huang family amidst a rain of arrows. Huang Yang had mastered this technique, earning him the title of the foremost spear master in the city, allowing him to command respect even from the city lord. Yet, Xiao Ye was merely a waste, with his dantian ruined and meridians severed. Even if his meridians were intact, at his age, he stood no chance against someone like Huang Yang. Prepare to die, Huang Yang bellowed, launching into a formidable strike. The disparity in their spear techniques was evident. Huang Yang's skill was far beyond that of Xiao and Tian. Initially intending to spar, Huang Yang's irritation at the perceived disrespect transformed his intent into a lethal one to the onlookers, sensing the deadly intent. Believed Xiao Ye was doomed. They regarded him as a corpse awaiting its fate. With a thunderous clash, a realization struck the crowd. The situation was not as they had imagined, just as Huang Yang's spear descended upon Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye leaned aside, discarding his spear and drawing his sword that he spun in place, his body tilted, aligning perfectly with Huang Yang's descending strike. The sight was mesmerizing. As he twirled, Xiao Ye and his sword created a spiraling vortex, severing Huang Yang's black gold spear with each rotation. Ultimately, Huang Yang's arm and body met the same fate as his weapon, both cleaved into 9 distinct parts, lying quietly on the grand hall floor. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared utter a word, each face painted with disbelief, some pale as death. Huang Yang, ranked among the top 5 spear masters in Qingsang City, had been effortlessly defeated by Xiao Ye. This cannot be real. I must be dreaming. The crowd could hardly process the scene before them, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The dismembered body of Huang Yang lay still, his once mighty black gold spear shattered. A surreal sight. As the reality of the situation settled in, even Lin Tianyu and the esteemed Lin Xia displayed expressions of astonishment. Xiao Ye, once deemed a waste, had transformed into such a powerful figure after 3 years of silence. Cool-headed, Lin Xia began to contemplate the implications. Something was amiss about Xiao Ye. There had to be a secret behind his transformation. If so, it could be a treasure trove of potential. Capture him, Lin Xia commanded. Suddenly, over 100 guards from the Lin family surged forth, shocking the esteemed guests. All were at least at the body refinement stage 5, a testament to the Lin family's formidable strength, clad in thorny armor. These guards were not only capable of withstanding attacks but could also inflict damage through their unique structures. As the guards charged at Xiao Ye, he retrieved the golden spear from the ground. With a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, he advanced with unstoppable force. Each swing of his sword cleaved through weapons, regardless of their form, rendering them as fragile as tofu. It was as if Li Bai's verse came to life. In 10 steps, 1 slain. 1,000 miles, no trace left. Xiao Ye pressed forward, a relentless harbinger of death, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. By the time he stepped onto the threshold of the grand hall, a river of blood and flesh lay behind him, resembling a grotesque pathway of human remains. The guests of the Lin family shrank back in horror, secretly observing the carnage, hearts chilled, in mere moments. Over 100 body refinement stage 5 warriors had perished. This was no mere waste. This was a reaper of souls. Lin Tianyu gazed at the formidable Xiao Ye, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Everyone, advance. Following Lin Tianyu's command, the elite members of the Lin family stood behind him, their fear palpable, yet they could only muster the courage to move forward. For if they did not, they would undoubtedly fall victim to Lin Tianyu's wrath. The several Lin family experts, all esteemed elders and protectors of the family, possessed cultivation levels surpassing the gathering origin realm. Their speed and strength far exceeded that of the mere physical guards. Xiao Ye, meet your demise. A protector of the second level of gathering origin soared towards Xiao Ye, wielding 2 golden hammers, each weighing 1,000 pounds. The combined weight was a staggering 2,000 pounds, and as the hammers whirled through the air, they promised to reduce anyone they struck to mere pulp. As the golden hammers approached, Xiao Ye remained undistracted, fixated on Xiao Yu. With a swift flick of his spear, he unleashed a counterattack. The golden hammers, having ricocheted back, sent the protector flying, blood pouring from his mouth and eyes. His body shattered from the impact. 5 elders of the 3rd level of gathering origin soon flanked Xiao Ye, intent on surrounding him. Boy, speak. What fortuitous encounter have you had? Reveal it, and I shall. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Xiao Ye cleaved him in two with a single strike. The remaining elders attempted to voice similar inquiries, but were swiftly silenced, falling victim to Xiao Ye's sword in mere moments. Xiao Ye. The distinctions between the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of gathering origin were meaningless. They were all merely fodder for his blade. Is there anyone else? Xiao Ye brandished his sword and continued his ascent up the stairs. Several elders and stewards rushed forward, forming a human barricade to obstruct him. With a flourish of his spear, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that cleaved through the barrier, severing those in its path. As the crescent-shaped wave surged forward, Lin Tianyu, witnessing the impending attack, instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding it as the wave shattered the chair he had been seated upon, creating a gaping hole in the wall behind him. Ding! Congratulations! The host cultivation has reached 3,200, advancing to the 6th level of body refinement. In that moment, Xiao Ye was consumed by an overwhelming exhilaration. His body pushed to its limits, yet he radiated an aura of unmatched power. Who else dares to challenge me? As he reached the top of the stairs, the remaining elders and stewards were paralyzed by fear, unable to advance further, for Xiao Ye was nothing short of terrifying. A veritable demon unleashed upon the world. The onlookers who had once derided Xiao Ye now lay prostrate in dread, unable to comprehend the depths of his transformation. It was as if he had been bestowed with the true legacy of a demonic deity. Or perhaps he was an Asura incarnate. At that moment, Lin Tianyu sighed heavily and rose from the shattered remnants of his chair, casting a glance at his wife, whose lifeless body lay severed by the crescent wave. Rage surged through him, unleashing a cataclysmic intent to kill. Lin Tianyu, one of the top 3 figures in Qingsang City, was finally prepared to take action. Chapter 22. Is this Lin Tianyu? In that instant, everyone felt an oppressive force weighing down upon their chests. What a terrifying aura. I can hardly breathe. Was this the strength of the Lin family patriarch, with the head of the Lin family personally intervening? Xiao Ye's fate seemed sealed. Having slain so many of the Lin family, even retreating would be futile. The patriarch would not let him escape. Despite witnessing Xiao Ye's terrifying prowess, the crowd was resolute in their belief that he was doomed. For they had all heard the legends surrounding Lin Tianyu. 20 years prior, during his military service, he had single-handedly infiltrated enemy territory to rescue hostages, emerging unscathed. This tale of his valor had spread widely, earning him the reputation of a master who could enter and exit danger with ease. At that time, he had only been at the 4th level of gathering origin. Now, 2 decades later, he had ascended to the 6th level. His power exponentially greater. In a short while, Lin Tianyu was enveloped in a golden energy shield, a clear indication of a formidable defensive technique. Could this be the famed body dominance technique? To witness it firsthand was indeed a rare privilege. As they beheld the golden aura surrounding Lin Tianyu, the crowd gasped in awe. The body dominance technique was a closely guarded secret of the Lin family, perfected over decades. Once mastered, it exponentially enhanced the practitioner's defensive capabilities. Xiao Ye, I shall grant you one final opportunity. You need not harm yourself. Merely disclose the nature of your fortuitous encounters and treasures, and I may spare your life. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! triggering direct mission. Defeat Lin Tianyu. Will you accept? Xiao Ye resolutely responded in his heart. I shall certainly defeat him. Mission defeat Lin Tianyu successfully accepted. Mission description. Defeat Lin Tianyu. Mission rewards. 1,000 cultivation points, 1,000 gold coins. And a scroll for learning the skill escape technique. Lin Tianyu pointed his sword menacingly at the tip of Xiao Ye's spear, compelling him to halt. Unyielding and resolute, Xiao Ye remained silent, his gaze icy. As he swung his sword towards Lin Tianyu. Without flinching, Lin Tianyu allowed the blade to slice across his neck. With a resounding crash, the sword shattered into two halves. Xiao Ye's weapon was rendered useless. Displaying no emotion, Xiao Ye discarded the remnants of his sword. The onlookers, witnessing the sword glide harmlessly past Lin Tianyu's neck, were astonished as he casually shattered the blade. They were no strangers to Lin Tianyu's prowess. Once the body dominance technique was invoked, Lin Tianyu's bodily defenses multiplied exponentially. Mere common steel could not harm him, not even the Qingyun sword wielded by the city lord of Qingsang. What now? Care to test your spear against me? Lin Tianyu taunted, exuding confidence in his enhanced physique cultivated through the body dominance technique. With only the 6th level of gathering origin, he dared to claim a position among the top 3 in Qingsang City. And his confidence was well-founded. The body dominance technique not only increased his cultivation, but also his speed, mental acuity, explosive power, and most crucially, his defense. With such resilience, he believed he could withstand even the Qingyun sword. Without a flicker of hesitation, Lin Tianyu raised his sword and swung it at Xiao Ye. Is that so? Allow me to show you the strength of my body, Xiao Ye retorted, meeting Lin Tianyu's strike head-on with his bare hands. With an astonishing display of strength, he crushed Lin Tianyu's blade. What? Lin Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd gasped, their expressions frozen in shock as they witnessed the impossible. Lin Tianyu's sword, the Ba Tian sword, second only to the Qingyun sword in Qingsang City, was a true treasure he had acquired from an ancient ruin. To see it shattered by Xiao Ye's bare hands was beyond comprehension. Had he also mastered the dual heavens technique? How does my body compare to yours? Xiao Ye sneered, eyeing Lin Tianyu as if he were preyed in O's sword. Then I shall use my fists. With that, Xiao Ye prepared to strike Lin Tianyu with a powerful punch. At that moment, a Lin family protector surged forward, attempting a surprise attack on Xiao Ye. As Xiao Ye raised his fist to strike Lin Tianyu. The timing of the protector's approach seemed perfect. Believing he would succeed, the protector was caught off guard as Xiao Ye's fist pivoted with an incredible speed and force, shattering the sword and inadvertently killing the protector in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tianyu aimed to retaliate against Xiao Ye, only to find that Xiao Ye had already retreated, countering with astonishing speed and precision. The two fists collided with a resounding crash, sending Lin Tianyu flying back, crashing through the rear wall of the inner hall. The force of Xiao Ye's strike propelled Lin Tianyu far beyond the Lin family's estate, shattering several grand stone pillars before he plowed through a thicket of trees, uprooting them in his wake. Ultimately, Lin Tianyu barreled through a wall of an unknown residence, bursting forth like a comet. In Lin Tianyu's vision, the world around him spiraled in chaotic motion, due to the protection of the bodyguard decision. Lin Tianyu has not yet succumbed to death at this moment. He is propelled through the air, moving in a horizontal trajectory, his speed beyond his control, for Xiao Ye's punch was truly formidable, comparable to that of a cannonball. Lin Tianyu resembles a projectile launched by an artillery piece, unable to halt his momentum. After crashing through several walls, he continues to surge forward, albeit in a passive manner. Outside the city, patrons engage in lively conversation on the first floor. Word has it that today marks the wedding of the Lin family's 6th son, Lin Jun. Indeed, the bride is none other than the young lady from the Xiao family, the sister of the so-called waste, Xiao Ye. Rumor has it that the waste has attempted to seize the bride today. A waste attempting to abscond with the bride? Oh dear, could it be a venture into peril? Given his current state, it would seem akin to courting death. Another diner interjects, affirming, indeed, even if he were not a waste, even if he still possessed the brilliance of 3 years ago, attempting to abduct the bride would yield no favorable outcome. Consider the formidable influence of the Lin family, how fearsome it is. Yes, the Lin family is at the zenith of its power, following the disappearance of Xiao Yan, once one of the 3 mightiest in Qingsang City. The Lin family's dominance has only grown. Originally, Xiao Yan could have easily overshadowed Lin Tianyu, but with his vanishing act, and with Lin Tianyu wielding the bodyguard decision and the supreme sword, as well as countless masters at his disposal, who else could claim supremacy? As the crowd converses, a resounding crash interrupts their chatter. The tavern's wall is violently breached as an unidentified object hurtles through, shattering several pillars and overturning tables before piercing through the opposing wall. Fortunately, the tavern boasts several stories and partitions, ultimately leading Lin Tianyu to come to rest within the tavern's final thick wall. Upon impacting the wall, approximately 2 meters in, Lin Tianyu ceases his advance. The patrons, drawn to the commotion, gaze in disbelief at the sight of a bloodied figure embedded within the wall. Is that Lin Tianyu? They murmur in disbelief. How could this be? Lin Tianyu, the dominant force for the past 2 decades, renowned for his exploits after returning from military service, is now in such a state. This is unfathomable. Yet, the familiar visage, polite yet fearsome, remains etched in their memories. Could it truly be him? How could this happen? Who could have done this? The city lord of Qingsang? Surely not, for they bear no grudge against him. It is unimaginable that someone could reduce Lin Tianyu to such a condition. Could it be a master from outside the city? Within the Lin family, a somber atmosphere prevails, starkly contrasting the earlier jubilant scene. All present, whether members of the Lin family or guests, appear utterly despondent, lacking the strength even to walk. Many sit vacantly, gazing at the sky. At the ruins of the Lin family, words elude them. They can scarcely utter a syllable. The gravity of the situation is overwhelming. Lin Tianyu, a figure whose fame has echoed throughout Qingsang City for 20 years. Once a peer of the city lord, has been so easily vanquished by Xiao Ye, a person they deemed a mere waste for 3 years. The very thought is painful to contemplate. Chapter 23. Mission accomplished after sending Lin Tianyu flying with a single punch. Xiao Ye presses onward. The time for his temporary enhancements is drawing to a close, and he must hasten to rescue his sister. Upon witnessing his father's defeat and the overwhelming demise of the Lin family's masters at the hands of Xiao Ye, Lin Jun is engulfed by a wave of fear. As Xiao Ye approaches Xiao Yu, ready to take her away, Lin Jun swiftly embeds a dagger deeply into her neck. Dare to take another step forward, and I shall slay your sister, he threatens. Xiao Ye halts, and Lin Jun seizes the moment to demand, hand over the treasures you possess, or I will kill her, with a deeper thrust of the blade. Blood seeps from Xiao Yu's neck, and she begins to bleed from her mouth as the poison takes effect. Lin Jun's mind is consumed by fear and desperation, believing that Xiao Ye must possess some extraordinary treasure to have gained such power. Hand it over now, or I will kill her, he frantically insists. Xiao Ye remains calm, his gaze icy. There may be those who can threaten me, but you are certainly not among them. Having leveled up, Xiao Ye has gained the ability to teleport, and as his mastery increases, so does the distance he can cover. Now, he can instantly move within a 10-meter radius. In an instant, he appears behind Lin Jun, swiftly severing his head with a single stroke. Lin Jun, oblivious to Xiao Ye's presence until the very end, remains conscious as his head falls, searching for the figure that has vanished from sight. With Lin Jun collapsing, Xiao Yu, who had been supported by him, crumples to the ground. Xiao Yu swiftly embraces her, providing warmth and support. Their eyes meet, and while Xiao Yu, delicate and ethereal, appears on the verge of collapse, a smile slowly transforms Xiao Ye's formidable visage. Brother Yi, she murmurs, tears streaming down her face as she feels his warmth. I'm so sorry. I've consumed the supreme pill. Do not fret. You shall not perish. Trust me, Xiao Ye reassures her, noting her sudden resolve. She perceives a strength emanating from him, a stark contrast to the despair he once bore. He resembles the valiant figure of 3 years prior. Brimming with vigor, let us return home. With Xiao Yu cradled in his arms, Xiao Ye turns to leave that moment. A Lin family protector stealthily approaches, sword drawn, attacking from a blind spot. Xiao Ye deftly kicks a discarded blade into the air, which pierces the protector's chest, resulting in his immediate demise. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers hesitate, unwilling to risk their lives when even the family head's fate hangs in the balance. Xiao Ye strides forward, unperturbed, as none dare to obstruct him. Despite the presence of armed individuals, fear has paralyzed them. The fate of those who previously attempted to confront him serves as a cautionary tale. In the bustling Wugu Street, the heart of Qingsang City, the Qing Merchant Association stands as the foremost trading hub under the city lord's domain. Xiao Ye arrives, still cradling Xiao Yu, having regained his strength. The time for his enhancements has elapsed, leaving him as an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of body refinement. Upon entering the Qing Merchant Association, he spots Lu, a protector, anxiously juggling various herbs in one hand while clutching something less identifiable in the other. Nearby, a cauldron awaits. Xiao Ye, Lu exclaims, turning to see the bloodied figure in his arms. Young master, what has happened? Concern etched across Lu's face. He quickly realizes that the young lady in Xiao Ye's embrace is none other than Xiao Yu. Is she all right? What shall we do now? Lu's uncertainty is palpable. With the Lin family in turmoil, they find themselves without sanctuary. Xiao Ye, suppressing his fatigue, replies, "It's fine. Have the herbs ready?" "Yes, they're prepared, along with the pig's head." Lu stammers, his eyes brimming with tears. Gently, Xiao Ye lays Xiao Ye down and instructs Lu, support her. Together, they navigate to a secluded area where Xiao Ye, ensuring no one is around, takes the herbs and places them into the alchemical furnace. System, quickly, concoct the antidote. The system assesses the materials before responding. Ingredients sufficient. Shall I commence the alchemical process? In an instant, the system produced the detoxifying elixir, capable of dispelling poison. Xiao Ye administered the antidote to Xiao Ye. And upon examining her meridians, he noted that the poison was gradually dissipating. According to her pulse, it would not be long before Xiao Ye made a complete recovery. Xiao Ye exhaled in relief. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! Main quest rescue sister successful. Rewards: 2,000 cultivation points, 2,000 gold coins, a scroll for learning the Qingsang sword, and a golden steel sword. Additionally, an extra reward was triggered, an enhancement to the teleportation skill. Xiao Ye contemplated that once Xiao Yu's health was restored, he would take her away for some much-needed rest before returning to seek revenge. However, they could not leave just yet. Xiao Ye was still vulnerable to the rigors of travel. On the bustling street, a girl with ice-blue hair was wandering through the grain market, scanning her surroundings as if searching for something. Was that Lin Xia? It appeared to be her. What business could she have here? Perhaps she was seeking to discuss something with the city lord? Observers noted her youthful beauty, contrasting sharply with Xiao Ye's disheveled appearance. Lin Xia, overhearing a discussion about Xiao Ye, seized a passerby and inquired, "Have you seen Xiao Ye? I saw him over there, at that alleyway." "They just entered," the frightened bystander stammered. "Are you sure?" Lin Xia pressed. "Absolutely, I swear." With that, Lin Xia dismissed the person and rushed toward the alley. The crowd turned their attention toward her, curious about her intentions. Lin Xia was seeking Xiao Ye. It seemed improbable, as Xiao Ye had long severed ties with her. Once inseparable, the pair had transformed from a match made in heaven into a stark contrast. Akin to a toad and a swan, the entire Qingsang city was aware of Lin Xia's recent association with a powerful nobleman, which likely contributed to her rapid rise in cultivation. Xiao Ye, hearing footsteps, sighed, "What is inevitable must come to pass." Lin Xia approached, arms crossed, and asked, "Are you not afraid to see me?" Xiao Ye did not even glance at her, responding coldly, "Do you still dare to come after I've taken your father down?" With a scoff, Lin Xia retorted, "Why should I be afraid? You know what I desire." Xiao Ye snorted in disdain, fully aware of her cunning. "Indeed, you are clever, but also quite loathsome. If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability." Observing Lin Xia's unflinching demeanor, Xiao Ye realized she had discovered his secret. This astute woman had unearthed his vulnerability, that I should have eliminated you earlier, ending both you and your brother. Xiao Ye felt no fear, his spirit reminiscent of the formidable demon he once was. He believed he understood Lin Xia better than anyone else, aware of her ruthless nature. Yet, her heart was a treacherous enigma. Once she turned cold-blooded, the terror she inspired was unimaginable. Lin Xia waved her hand dismissively. "No, that's not entirely accurate. I do intend to kill you. But first, there's something else I must ascertain. Where did your newfound strength originate? I suspect you have acquired a treasure. Hand it over." Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed into slits, resembling a venomous serpent as he scrutinized Lin Xia. She smirked, dismissing him. "Strength belongs to the powerful. You will forever remain a waste. True waste does not deserve power. You understand? Power should belong to me. Therefore, I command you to surrender what you possess without reservation. Perhaps then, you might retain your life." Chapter 24. The wretched one retain a life? Whose life? Mine or yours? You presume to dictate my fate. Xiao Ye responded with apparent ease, though Lin Xia saw otherwise. It dawned on him that a woman's heart could be far more callous than he had imagined. He had severed Lin Jun's head, yet she feigned ignorance. He had struck down Lin Tianyou's father and killed her mother, yet she shed no tears. This woman pursued power with chilling calmness. As if familial loss bore no weight upon her soul, how pitiable it was that she sought strength, even as her kin were slaughtered, remaining unperturbed in her quest for dominance. Xiao Ye pondered what truly mattered to such a woman. In the past, he had treated her with utmost kindness, yet she appeared unconcerned. Could she truly disregard the lives of her own parents? Was power the only thing that mattered? In her eyes, did everything. Even her closest relations hold no significance. He saw Lin Xia for what she was, a cold-blooded monster devoid of warmth. 3 years prior, she had forsaken him for her own preservation. Now, in pursuit of a brighter future and greater power, this wretched woman was willing to abandon her responsibilities as a daughter. Xiao Ye regarded her with pity, but that sentiment shifted the moment he glanced at Xiao Ye. In comparison, Lin Xia evoked no sympathy. She was merely deserving of disdain to that moment. His heart brimmed with hatred and revulsion. Xiao Ye had never harbored such animosity toward anyone, not even during his time on Earth in this world. His memories had never given rise to such loathing for Lin Xia. In contrast, Xiao Ye was an angel, while Lin Xia was a repugnant specter. Xiao Ye yearned to eliminate her, but the circumstances did not permit it. Come on, my brilliant prodigy. Time is of the essence. If your life holds no value to you, then I present you with a choice. Lin Xia moved, her hands sweeping as her sword was drawn. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing the air around her to drop in temperature, and snowflakes began to fall. The onlookers felt the sudden chill and instinctively wrapped their garments tighter. What is this? The legendary ice heaven technique? The crowd was astounded by the spectacle, marveling at Lin Xia's formidable prowess. At just 16, she had achieved such mastery, earning her the title of the greatest prodigy in Qingsang City. As spectators gathered, their curiosity drew them closer, eager to witness whether the snowflakes were genuine and to behold Lin Xia, the unrivaled beauty and genius of Qingsang City. Once, Xiao Ye had been the pride of Qingsang City. Breaking through the 9th level of body refinement at a tender age of 16, causing a stir upon achieving the gathering Yuan realm. At that time, Lin Xia's abilities were overlooked, her beauty overshadowing any recognition of her skill. Yet, all of that was now a distant memory, since Xiao Ye's veins had been crippled 3 years prior. Qingsang City had witnessed no prodigies. Whispers suggested that Lin Xia would succeed him. But no one took those words seriously. Now, witnessing her current level of cultivation, it was undeniable. She had reached the gathering Yuan realm, a stark contrast to the current state of Xiao Ye. How do you feel now? After belittling my ice heaven technique, look at me now, my brilliant prodigy. Lin Xia refrained from advancing or attacking. She wished to savor this moment. Once, upon discovering her unique cold constitution, she believed herself to be the most powerful being in the world. Until she encountered Xiao Ye. Upon encountering this seemingly invincible youth, despite his considerable prowess, his brilliance remained unnoticed by others. Now, at long last, he has brought Xiao Ye to his knees. Xiao Ye, do you see the vast chasm that lies between us? Power belongs to the strong. Hasten to surrender what you possess, or else today, not only will you perish, but others shall accompany you to the grave. Lin Xia declared, her gaze fixated on the slumbering Xiao Ye. Accompanying to the grave? Humph. Xiao Ye scoffed repeatedly. Your Lin family, aside from you, has already served as my sacrificial offerings. This is more than sufficient. However, regrettably, you cannot kill me. My patience is finite. You have but one chance. If you do not yield, I will be left with no choice but to eliminate you. In that moment, Lin Xia paid no heed to the gazes of others, exhibiting none of the innocence expected of a 16-year-old girl. Her eyes were filled with an icy demeanor. Then, raising her hands, she brandished the ice heaven sword, which gathered an immense chill, its power escalating in the blink of an eye. The sword became encrusted with terrifying ice shards, their movement striking fear into onlookers. Lin Xia pointed her sword at Xiao Ye. Very well. Since you have chosen, I shall demonstrate whether I can indeed take your life. Can I take your life? Kill. The single word reverberated, echoing through the alleyway. 3 years prior, Xiao Ye had risked his life to save Lin Xia, only to have his veins severed by a single strike, leading to his fall from grace. Xiao Ye harbored no grievances. Throughout these 3 years, Lin Xia had shown no concern for him, even engaging with gifted youths as though she had never known him. Now, not only did she fail to show gratitude, but she also tacitly allowed her family to torment him and now sought his life. Such a woman was chillingly ruthless, selfishly infuriating. Xiao Ye vowed to avenge himself upon this wretched being. He would kill her. He must. Chapter 25. The extraordinary instantaneous movement. Xiao Ye remained steadfastly fixated on Lin Xia, silent. As Lin Xia grew impatient, she swung her sword downwards. Xiao Ye continued to stare, giving no indication of evasion. The strike unleashed an absolute coldness, causing the temperature to plummet, chilling all to the bone. At this moment, Lu, the guard, stood beside Xiao Ye, his eyes betraying concern and palpable fear. Brother Ye. Xiao Ye awoke to find a sword poised above Xiao Ye. She quickly turned her gaze to the sword's tip, only to discover that it was Lin Xia wielding it. The sword was about to descend, while Xiao Ye prepared to execute his instantaneous movement technique. Suddenly, a frail figure positioned itself before him. Xiao Ye rose, braving the cold, determined to seize the sword. Though trembling from the frigid air and still weak from her recent awakening, she stood tall before Xiao Ye. Brother Ye, to die by your side, to die for you, is the most honorable death I could wish for. Turning to Lin Xia, she implored, Sister Lin, My brother once saved your life. Now, he has avenged me by slaying many from your family. Let this grudge be mine to bear, spare him. Lin Xia appeared deaf to her words, her sword unwavering in its descent. As it approached, frost began to coat the surroundings, freezing the very air, encasing moisture in in that instant. Xiao Ye fainted from the cold. Xiao Ye caught her, holding her close to share his warmth. As the sword drew nearer, Xiao Ye seized Lu, and, in a flash, Lin Xia's sword struck down. Bystanders closed their eyes, believing Xiao Ye's demise was inevitable. The thought of witnessing such a death was too harrowing. Moments later, they opened their eyes. Where was he? Had he been cleaved into ice? Reduced to nothing? No, there was not a drop of blood on the ground. He had escaped. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Ye had vanished. How could this be? Lin Xia could hardly believe her eyes. He had been under her very nose, facing certain death. How could he have vanished? This was a narrow alley, devoid of escape routes, an assured death sentence. How could this happen? Yet, the reality was undeniable. Xiao Ye was gone. Along with Xiao Yu and the guard, Lin Xia pushed through the crowd. Make way, all of you. The bystanders quickly parted, unwilling to provoke her wrath. Had someone rescued him? Lin Xia glanced at the Qingsang Chamber of Commerce nearby. The lord of Qingsang City? Impossible. He was too enigmatic, indifferent to worldly matters. How could he possibly come to Xiao Ye's aid? But who, then, could have spirited him away without a trace under such dire circumstances? The crowd murmured in disbelief. It was akin to a miraculous vanishing act, 3 individuals disappearing in an instant. Wait, they're over there, someone shouted from the crowd. Miss Lin, look, at the end of Wugu Street. Cries urged Lin Xia to pursue. Hurry, Miss Lin, do not let him escape. Regardless of the situation, there were always those fawning sycophants. Lin Xia followed the direction indicated, spotting the guard sprinting with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ye in tow. Fleeing towards the outskirts of the city, overreaching, she thought, as she dashed forward in pursuit. In a moment of peril, Xiao Yu had desperately unleashed his instantaneous movement technique, disregarding physical constraints, transporting himself along with Xiao Yu and Lu beyond the crowd. Enduring physical discomfort, he activated the technique once more, and again, until they reached the end of Wugu Street. Lu, it's your turn now. Head for the grass hut outside the city. Rest assured, young master. I will risk my life to ensure your escape, Lu declared, bearing both Xiao Ye and Xiao Yu on his back as he sprinted onward. With Lin Xia in hot pursuit, he dared not slacken his pace, hoping only to evade her grasp. However, their respite was short-lived. Upon reaching the grass hut, Lin Xia appeared behind them. Rather than strike immediately, she observed the location, a place where Xiao Ye had once saved her. He had disregarded his own safety to rescue her from a mysterious assailant, and afterward, he had never sought her out, harboring no grievances. Had it not been for her family's actions against Xiao Yu, Xiao Ye would not have resurfaced. Yet, none of this constituted a justification for his survival. As more people gathered, drawn by the commotion, the crowd hushed. Upon seeing Lin Xia approach, Xiao Ye spoke. Do you remember this place? His gaze was frigid. Lin Xia sheathed her sword, responding, You cannot expect me to spare your life out of gratitude for old favors. That of course, but you must surrender the treasures you possess. Xiao Ye disregarded her offer, questioning, Why did you betray me back then? Was it solely because I had been rendered a cripple? Do not forget, had I not been in peril, you would not have been reduced to this state. The once raucous crowd fell silent. No one dared speak. They had not anticipated this revelation. Xiao Ye's downfall had been for Lin Xia's sake, yet she had since chosen another. Is this affection or mere opportunism? They pondered. When Xiao Yu had flourished, he had loved Lin Xia, but she had abandoned him when he needed her most, opting for the more gifted Wang Qing, the prodigy, should a more exceptional genius arise. Would Lin Xia choose him too? Wang Qing, the formidable talent from Yuzhou, one of the 7 states of the Nanyun Kingdom. Qingsang City is merely a remote township of Yuzhou. In comparison to Wolf Cheng, Xiao Ye is insignificant. At present, Xiao Ye is regarded as a worthless individual in the eyes of many, and when juxtaposed with Yuzhou's foremost prodigy, he pales even further. The title of Yuzhou's #1 carries weight across the entire continent, particularly within the realm of Nanyun. Such a distinguished figure should never be associated with a mere girl from Qingsang City. Yet, paradoxically, these two have found themselves together. The populace harbors an increasing dread towards Lin Xia. She is no longer a woman to be measured by ordinary standards, but rather a formidable schemer. It is essential to note that the man behind Lin Xia is none other than Yuzhou's greatest youth, Wolf Cheng. The 4 characters Yuzhou's #1 can almost dictate everything. Xiao Ye calmly contemplates. Do you favor him for his character, his cultivation, or perhaps his lineage? Lin Xia seems to have forgotten her purpose for being there, to slay Xiao Ye. Instead, she argues, what I am attracted to is none of your concern. You only need to know that I have never found you appealing. Xiao Ye retorts, in my past folly, I treated you with kindness. But now, I can only feel disdain for you. You are nothing but a wretch. I killed your parents. Yet instead of seeking revenge, you come to me for something. Rest assured, I will provide it for you. You cannot kill me. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ye bursts into laughter. Enraged, Lin Xia exclaims, Xiao Ye, you seek death. She raises her sword, poised to strike him down. Suddenly, a tempest arises, and a shadow rushes towards them with unimaginable power. Lin Xia furrows her brow and inquires, who goes there? As she speaks, she does not hesitate to bring her sword down upon Xiao Ye. Meanwhile, after rescuing Lu from the Xiao family, Xiao Ye hastily proceeds to the Lin family to save Xiao Yu. Upon his departure, the Xiao family hurriedly seeks the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, Xiao Fantian, is currently in seclusion, having expressly instructed that even urgent matters should not disturb him. As the Xiao family waits anxiously at the gate. Laughter erupts from within the stone door. Ha ha ha. I have finally achieved the 9th level of gathering essence, and my dominance over Qingsang is imminent, Xiao Fantian exclaims as he emerges from the stone door. He meticulously prepared for this seclusion, seeking herbs to greatly enhance his spiritual power and gathering spirit stones to stabilize his energy. By exhausting his potential, he has forcibly elevated his cultivation to the 9th level of gathering essence, a pinnacle that makes him a formidable force in Qingsang City. Before entering seclusion, Xiao Fantian had devised a comprehensive plan, instructing his brother to eliminate Xiao Ye while he advanced his cultivation to seamlessly assume the position of family head. Initially, he anticipated that after dispatching Xiao Ye, he would emerge from seclusion days later, whereupon the heir would be deceased, and the old patriarch would have vanished as the Grand Elder and the most powerful figure at the 9th level of gathering essence. He would naturally claim the head of the family. After all, Xiao Yan had only reached this level as well. Thus, he envisioned a smooth path to becoming the patriarch, followed by a challenge against the Lord of Qingsang City to achieve renown. The Lord of Qingsang, the city's foremost expert, wields immense influence, and he is known for his appreciation of talent. Any practitioner who has reached the gathering essence level can challenge the city lord, and many who undertake such challenges gain fame. Those who achieve recognition in Qingsang City command respect and power, while those who do not still benefit from the city lord's evaluation, once labeled as a skilled fighter. They can navigate the city with ease, much like Huang Yang, who once challenged the city lord with a spear. Although he was defeated, he earned the title of Qingsang City's finest spear, subsequently establishing his own sect and thriving within the city. Xiao Fantian envisaged following this route. Having cultivated to the 9th level of gathering essence, although his power comes at a great cost, he realizes that he may never progress beyond this point. Moreover, his level differs greatly from those who genuinely break through to the 9th level. Nevertheless, this elevation in rank allows him to believe that his cunning and guile are sufficient to rival the city lord. Even if victory is unattainable, Xiao Fantian meticulously prepared for every eventuality, yet he unexpectedly emerged from seclusion earlier than anticipated. Overjoyed, he stepped outside to find the Xiao family in chaos, everyone scrambling to gather their belongings and flee. A group anxiously awaited him outside his stone chamber, and he summoned a guard to inquire about the turmoil. What has transpired? Why is our home in such disarray? The guard, on the verge of tears, replied, Grand Elder, the 9th Elder is dead, as is the 4th Elder. Other elders have also perished, all at the hands of Xiao Ye. He has killed many of us. Come, let us see. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fantian delivered a swift slap. Incredulous, how can this be? Are you jesting? Following the guard to the front courtyard, he was met with a scene of carnage. Blood flowed like rivers, and all the elders above the gathering essence level lay slain. The enforcers and protectors utterly annihilated. Xiao Fantian felt darkness envelop him as he struggled to remain upright. This was a catastrophic loss for the Xiao family, a blow to their foundation as one of the 4 great families. Who could have done this? How could Xiao Ye, a mere waste, have defeated these formidable warriors? The sword formations they had composed were formidable, capable of overwhelming even Xiao Yan, even with his newfound strength at the 9th level. Breaking those formations would be a laborious task. How could he have slain them? With a piercing gaze, Xiao Fantian gripped the guard tightly, almost crushing his skull. Speak. What transpired? The guard trembled. Grand Elder, it truly was Xiao Ye. I do not understand how it happened. He was captured by the 9th Elder and was to be executed, yet somehow he unleashed a force that overwhelmed the elders of the 2nd and 3rd levels of gathering essence in a single strike. The formations were shattered in an instant, and all fell before him in one blow. The ninth elder attempted to flee but was slain, and the fourth elder sought vengeance, only to meet the same fate. Look, the guard pointed tremblingly to a location, and Xiao Fantian approached, his heart sinking as he recognized the lifeless body of his third brother, Petit 70 years of age. He had endured decades of hardship within the Xiao family, finally deceiving Xiao Ye and orchestrating Xiao Ye's downfall, only to sit atop the patriarchal throne. Although his cultivation at the 9th level could extend his life beyond 100 years, in the end, the family legacy would revert to his brothers. Should the position of patriarch pass to his son, he would still need their support. With his brothers now dead, what significance does the patriarchal title hold for him? Most crucially, he had no further potential for advancement. His stagnation in cultivation meant a stagnation in life itself. Enraged, Xiao Fantian demanded, "Where is Xiao Ye?" The guard fell to his knees, trembling. "Xiao Ye has escaped. We could not detain him after he killed the fourth elder." Xiao Fantian's vision blurred with fury as he forced himself to stand. "Where lies the fourth elder?" A few guards approached, carrying what remained of a body, more akin to dismembered flesh than a corpse. "Grand Elder, behold, this was the fourth elder." The fourth elder had been obliterated by Xiao Ye's spear. Within the remnants lay the token of the South Sky Order. Xiao Fantian sank to his knees, lamenting, "My brother was inept, my brother was inept." Rising, he surveyed the crater left behind, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. But he seized the guard again, demanding, "What else can you discern about Xiao Ye? Was there anything unusual?" The guard quivered, aware that the Grand Elder was consumed by wrath, and a careless word could spell disaster for him. "Grand Elder, there was something amiss." Xiao Ye's eyes were terrifyingly red, and his temperament had transformed completely. He was unrecognizable, and he possessed an extraordinary strength that shattered the ground beneath him. He could pierce the earth with a single strike. His power was immense, yet just last night, he was but a waste. After one night, he has transformed. Something must have gone awry. Xiao Fantian pondered, recalling that last night, the plan he had concocted with his third brother involved using Xiao Yan's concubine to frame Xiao Ye. Ultimately leading to his execution, he seized Xiao Yan's concubine and inquired, "Tell me, did Xiao Ye exhibit any peculiar behavior yesterday?" The woman, already rendered senseless by the overwhelming terror instilled by Xiao Ye, babbled frantically, "He is not Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye is not this formidable." From his gaze, it's clear he is not Xiao Ye, but someone else entirely that I cannot discern who. But he is certainly not Xiao Ye. Her deranged laughter echoed as she fled. Xiao Fantian contemplated the anomaly of Xiao Ye's behavior. A seemingly crippled waste could unleash such power. If he possessed such strength, why had he not sought to eliminate him? There must be some underlying mystery at play. Had he stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure? I must find him and ascertain the truth. He questioned a guard. "Where has Xiao Ye gone?" The guard pointed in a direction, which Xiao Fantian recognized as leading to the Lin family estate. He began to theorize. Xiao Ye's sister, Xiao Yu, had been ensnared by their schemes and sold into a brothel, later to be taken by the Lin family's young master, Lin Jun, who facilitated her marriage. Today was their day of celebration. Had he not been sequestered in meditation, he would have attended the festivities. It seemed Xiao Ye had gone to rescue his sister. Such folly. The Lin family was rife with experts who would surely capture him. He resolved to investigate. If Xiao Ye had indeed acquired a treasure, he would bring him back to the Xiao family and claim it as his own. If a mere waste could transform into an unparalleled powerhouse with such a treasure, then for him, who was at the 9th level of the Gathering Essence realm, it could spell dominance over Qingsang city. As he approached the Lin estate, a horrific scene unfolded before him. The carnage rivaled that of the Xiao family. Blood flowed like rivers from the entrance to the courtyard, the great hall to the inner sanctum. Bodies lay dismembered, some with gaping wounds, others reduced to mere pulp. The Lin family's stronghold had been decimated, and he beheld Lin Jun, garbed in wedding attire, his head severed, yet eyes wide open, betraying no pain. Lin Jun's father was nowhere to be found, while his mother lay cleaved in two, her expression devoid of suffering. Xiao Fantian seized a survivor, demanding, "What transpired here? Speak." The captive, grinning foolishly, exclaimed, "Xiao Ye has exterminated the Lin family. None remain. Not a single soul." The man, seemingly mad, pushed past Xiao Fantian and fled, crying out in terror. Xiao Fantian scanned the area, noting the absence of Lin Xia, Xiao Ye's former partner, who had left him after his downfall. Where could she be? He inquired of another guard. "Do you know where Xiao Ye is gone?" This guard, more coherent than the last, replied, "Xiao Ye has fled. My lady is in pursuit. In which direction? Towards the outskirts of the city." Following the guard's indication, Xiao Fantian made his way to the Qingsang Chamber of Commerce, then to the nearby grass hut, where a crowd had gathered. He sensed a foreboding aura, indicative of a recent battle. Grabbing a bystander, he asked, "What happened here? Did Xiao Ye come by?" The passerby, recognizing Xiao Fantian, responded respectfully. Xiao Ye fought with the Lin family's young lady, though it was less a battle and more a beating. Xiao Ye appeared to be incapacitated, yet Lin Xia claimed he possessed a treasure and demanded he surrender it. Eventually, Xiao Ye escaped by some means, and now he is at the grass hut. I was just going to witness the commotion myself. Before the man could finish, Xiao Fantian dismissed him and strode away, convinced that Xiao Ye had encountered a fortuitous event, with the Lin family annihilated. The Xiao family had lost a rival, paving the way for him to ascend as the family patriarch. Lin Tianyu, despite his considerable prowess, had vanished at Xiao Ye's hands. Although Lin Xia was formidable, she could not surpass her father, and if she could compel Xiao Ye to flee, it indicated he had indeed acquired something extraordinary. Yet perhaps it had come with complications that stripped him of his might. Xiao Fantian boldly speculated that if Xiao Ye truly possessed a treasure, it must be seized for the Xiao family. Despite being a waste, Xiao Ye remained a member of the Xiao clan, and any treasure he found rightfully belonged to them. In Xiao Fantian's eyes, Xiao Ye had slain 2 of his brothers, thus he must perish. Furthermore, given that he was Xiao Yan's son and the sole heir of the Xiao family, his death was imperative. However, it must be a death of value. Arriving at the grass hut, he was met with a throng, feeling an ominous energy emanating from within. It was Lin Xia, intent on killing Xiao Ye. No, he thought, Xiao Ye must not die, yet he needed to abduct him and take him to a secluded place to extract the treasure, or if none existed, to eliminate him outright. Xiao Fantian had confidence in his abilities as a 9th-level gathering essence expert, easily capable of dealing with a waste whose meridians were severed. Even if Xiao Ye had obtained a treasure, he was likely still weakened. With but a thread of evidence, Xiao Fantian had surmised the broader narrative. As he witnessed Lin Xia's sword poised to strike Xiao Ye was preparing to seize Lu Huwei and Xiao Yu, planning to escape via the system's reward teleportation portal, though he was uncertain of its destination. The portal was powerful, capable of transporting him vast distances, perhaps to a deserted land or the capital of the South Yun Kingdom. In any case, it would allow him to vanish from Qingsang City, evading pursuit forever. Once safe, he would recuperate and inevitably return for vengeance. However, just as he prepared to act, another figure loomed. Could this person be his savior? From afar, he couldn't discern their identity, but upon closer inspection, it was none other than his greatest rival, Xiao Fantian. A tumult of frustration surged within Xiao Ye. With Lin Xia present, escape was already precarious, and now Xiao Fantian had arrived. Xiao Ye felt a chill. The portal required time to activate, and timing was crucial. He could only escape when the moment was ripe. He had intended to flee when Lin Xia was wholly focused on her sword. Only then would her attention be at its weakest. But now, with Xiao Fantian standing before him, blocking Lin Xia's strike, the situation had shifted dramatically. Xiao Fantian effortlessly halted Lin Xia's powerful sword with a single palm. "Miss Lin, what is your intention?" he inquired, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Lin Xia recognized him as the elder of the Xiao family and questioned his motives. Was he here to kill Xiao Ye or pursue something else? "Elder Xiao, how can I refrain from slaying him when he has annihilated my family?" she retorted, her sword still drawn. Xiao Fantian waved dismissively. "Xiao Ye is a mere waste. How could he have destroyed your family?" Lin Xia, scrutinizing Xiao Fantian's duplicitous expression, felt a surge of displeasure. "Whether he is a waste is known only to him, not to you or me." Xiao Fantian, having gleaned much but still seeking confirmation, pressed further. "If he could indeed obliterate your family, how could you hope to subdue him? Why does he allow you to strike him without resistance? Thus, I do not believe you. Depart at once, or I shall not hesitate to take action against you." Xiao Fantian feared no one, for the Lin family had already fallen, their ranks decimated. Lin Xia, though talented and once the equal of Xiao Ye, was now merely a girl in his eyes. In reality, she posed little threat to a seasoned warrior like him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xia sensed Xiao Fantian's hostile intent. He had been the one to abandon Xiao Ye when he was incapacitated, luring Xiao Ye's father away. The ambition to claim the position of family head was well known. Many were aware of Xiao Fantian's machinations, his ambitions as transparent as daylight. However, this is ultimately a matter of the Xiao family. Although Elder Xiao is merely an elder of the Xiao clan, he possesses a remarkable level of power, unlike other elders, especially after Xiao Yan's departure from the Xiao family. Elder Xiao's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. With both of his brothers still within the Xiao clan and being of the same bloodline, his standing in the entire Qingsang city is indeed quite esteemed. Lin Xia, perceiving the underlying intricacies of the situation, found herself alone, as the Lin family had been decimated by the detestable Xiao Ye, leaving them scattered and weakened. The Lin family's overall combat strength was minimal, and the elder from the Xiao family appeared to have grown significantly stronger. Lin Xia realized she could no longer discern Elder Zhao's realm. Even with her ability to see through the second level of gathering yuan, she was unable to gauge him. It seemed that the elder's power had reached the 8th or 9th level of gathering yuan, a level that was quite rare in Qingsang City. Xiao Ye, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered if Xiao Fantian had taken a turn for the bizarre, or if he too had been possessed by another time traveler like himself. Such occurrences seemed improbable in this era. Yet, he could not fathom why Xiao Fantian had not killed him. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Meanwhile, Xiao Fantian continued to argue with Lin Xia. Miss Lin, I advise you to leave swiftly. Lin Xia, possessing an astute intellect, immediately discerned the glint of desire and madness in Elder Zhao's eyes, akin to the gaze of the Lin family elders when they beheld the power within Xiao Ye. It was a look filled with longing. Lin Xia smiled. Oh, Elder Xiao, I had thought you were finally seeing the light and recognizing that Xiao Ye is your family head, with an air of confidence. Lin Xia seemed to have seen through Xiao Fantian in the past. Even though Xiao Ye severed my meridians, the Xiao family, being so influential, should have been able to mend them, yet you chose to remain silent. Even informing Xiao Yan about some trivial herbs, what was your true intention? Who is unaware of it? But today, you come to tell me you wish to save Xiao Ye. Can I trust you? Surely, you have also seen something unusual about him and are coveting the treasures he possesses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fantian was taken aback by the young lady's sharp intellect. He had not anticipated that she would recognize the allure of the treasures on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, observing the exchange, finally understood that Elder Xiao sought to partake in the spoils. It appeared that Elder Xiao and Lin Xia were of the same ilk, if Elder Xiao were a few decades younger. He and Lin Xia would indeed have been partners in crime, sharing a mutual admiration for their nefarious ways. Both were individuals hardened by their pasts. Xiao Ye realized that Xiao Fantian must have witnessed the corpses of his two brothers, harboring deep-seated grievances yet refraining from eliminating him. Similarly, Lin Xia had nearly obliterated her entire family, with her mother having been cleaved in two by her own hand. Such profound enmity should have led her to strike him down. Yet she approached him with a proposition that if he presented the treasures, he might secure his life, revealing a character that Xiao Ye thought was unique, only to discover another in Xiao Fantian. Xiao Ye chuckled coldly. How amusing, the two most despicable individuals have come together. In this world, who could rival your level of depravity? Xiao Fantian, are you aware that your brothers, Xiao Nantian and Xiao Nitian, have both perished at my hands? One was shot through the head, and the other was blown to pieces, leaving no remains. Did you witness that? Xiao Fantian laughed heartily. They were simply outmatched. How can that be considered enmity? Had they been more formidable, you would have already met your demise at their hands. Thus, it matters not. The deceased are gone, and the living must carry on. Xiao Ye, do not dwell on such matters. Xiao Fantian remained unfazed, as if the deceased held no relevance to him. Now, I perceive you are incapable of self-defense. Here is my offer. I shall kill this Lin Xia, thus avenging your grievances. After all, you suffered greatly due to her betrayal. Should I eliminate her, you will hand over the treasures you possess. If I am in a good mood, I might even let you go, allowing you the chance to pursue your romance with Xiao Yu. What say you? Otherwise, today shall be your end, a rather fair transaction. Don't you think? Lin Xia's face paled at his words. Xiao Fantian, you have quite the audacity. She instinctively took a step back. Do you not realize that although my Lin family has been slaughtered, if you dare lay a finger on me, the Wolf family, one of the 4 prominent families of Yuzhou, will seek vengeance for me. Even if you acquire the treasures, can you withstand the wrath of the Wolf family? Xiao Fantian dismissed her concerns. I am aware of Wolf Cheng, one of the top talents of Yuzhou. I believe he could match me in a fair fight, but I doubt the entire Wolf family would hold a grudge against me for the sake of a mere girl like you. In Qingsang City, Xiao Yan has vanished, and your father has been beaten to the point of disappearance. Even if he is alive, he is no longer a threat, and you, Lin Xia, are far from a threat. Your family is gone, and what claim do you have to marry Wolf Cheng? I, Xiao, currently at the 9th level of gathering yuan, should I acquire the treasures, even the Wolf family would find it challenging to contend with me. For the past 70 years, Xiao Fantian had relied on his ruthless cunning and intelligence. Now, he was confident that should he obtain the treasures from Xiao Ye, everything would fall into place, even the conquest of the world. Xiao Ye observed the calculated exchange between the two, finding it quite entertaining. Given the circumstances, he decided to leverage their covetous gazes towards his treasures to facilitate his escape. Xiao Fantian, can you keep your word? Xiao Fantian waved his sleeve and stroked his beard. We are all family here. Why would we betray one another? Feigning helplessness, Xiao Ye replied, Today is my moment of peril. Let us forge a pact. If you kill this wretched girl and bring me her head, I shall surrender the treasures in my possession. Chapter 30. The escape. Seeing that Xiao Fantian was genuinely tempted, Xiao Ye continued to entice him. To speak frankly, this treasure is formidable, capable of granting boundless power. However, it must be wielded by one of greater cultivation to unlock its full potential. Due to my severed meridians and insufficient energy, I am unable to utilize it for long, which is why I find myself in this predicament. Yet for someone of your caliber, it should be easy to handle. That I had initially planned to escape to another place and return for revenge after a few months. But it seems fortune is against me. If you are willing, eliminate Lin Xia first to demonstrate your sincerity. Xiao Ye acted convincingly, and Xiao Fantian laughed. Humph, considering your current state, you are unable to flee. But just to be safe, Xiao Fantian's gaze flickered, and he attempted to seize Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye quickly interjected, Let me clarify. The treasure is intrinsically linked to my being. Should I perish, the treasure shall vanish with me. Unless I willingly part with it, it will disappear from this world. If you dare harm a hair on my sister, I will perish right here, and you shall never lay hands on the treasure. Upon meeting Xiao Ye's resolute gaze, Xiao Fantian abandoned his intent to capture Xiao Ye as leverage. Fine, I will trust you this once. You should be aware of the terror that comes with the 9th level of gathering yuan. At this moment, even if your treasure could be utilized, I am confident I can kill Xiao Ye in one strike, leaving you to regret it for eternity. Xiao Fantian was certain of his advantage. Having observed that Xiao Ye seemed utterly drained of strength to TO him, it appeared that Xiao Ye's hand had been severely mangled, rendering it nearly useless. The closer inspection revealed that Xiao Ye's cultivation seemed to have reached the 4th level of body refinement. Slightly stronger than usual, but the gap between the 6th level of body refinement and the 9th level of gathering yuan was insurmountable. Xiao Fantian was unaware of the true nature of the treasure. But he was certain that in Xiao Ye's current state, he could not wield it. If he could, Lin Xia would not be so brazen. Pointing his sword directly at Lin Xia, he declared, My dear girl, I must apologize today. I shall take your head in exchange for the treasure. Rest assured, should I conquer the world, I will erect a tombstone for you, honoring you as my benefactor. With a swift motion, he prepared to strike, but Lin Xia did not back down. Xiao Fantian, do not fall prey to Xiao Ye's scheme. If he escapes, you will find yourself in dire straits. At that moment, Lin Xia was merely putting on a brave front. She understood that with Xiao Fantian's strength, it would take but a single strike to end her life. Touching the talisman in her hand, given to her by Wolf Chung, she remembered his words. If ever in danger, she should activate it to ensure her survival. Originally, she had intended to save it for the upcoming martial arts competition in Yuzhou, but now she had no choice but to use it. The talisman, though precious, could be replaced, and her life was paramount. With that thought, Lin Xia steeled her resolve. She knew that should she escape this time, she would certainly hold Xiao Fantian accountable for this audacity. Xiao Fantian's eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, Little girl, even if you possess some magical artifact, it is unlikely to withstand my strike. All attention from Xiao Fantian and Lin Xia was focused on each other, while the surrounding onlookers were equally captivated by the clash of these two formidable figures. Xiao Fantian, a concealed elder of the Xiao clan, and Lin Xia, the most celebrated talent of the Lin family. Although the outcome seemed predetermined, the crowd was eager to witness the battle unfold. In comparison, the incapacitated Xiao Ye garnered little interest. Xiao Ye had already fainted, and the bodyguard Lu was barely holding on. Xiao Ye gradually moved to the center, embracing Xiao Ye and allowing Lu to support him. To the spectators, it appeared as though Xiao Ye was merely leaning against the bodyguard to steady himself. Xiao Ye's gaze was filled with desolation, resembling one on the verge of death, unnoticed by all. Just as Xiao Fantian prepared to strike Lin Xia, she remained focused, contemplating that fleeing was not an option. Only by confronting him could she find a glimmer of hope. In the blink of an eye, they were about to engage in battle, while Xiao Ye observed the scene, aware that both their energies were locked onto one another. Leaving him in a position of neglect, Xiao Ye addressed the system, activate the portal. The system responded, Do you wish to use the portal? It can transport you to an unknown location. Shall we proceed? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ye reasoned that he could not simply end up in hell. Anywhere but hell would suffice. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Yes." Instantly, the three vanished. Xiao Ye had anticipated that the portal would require some time. Yet it was instantaneous. The onlookers, blinking in disbelief, wondered where Xiao Ye had gone. "What? Xiao Ye has vanished," Xiao Fantian exclaimed, searching frantically for him. Lin Xiao remarked, "I told you so. However, it matters little. It is merely a teleportation technique. A minor trick. With his stamina, how many times can he use it?" Lin Xia hastily retreated, realizing that killing her was not the immediate concern. She needed to find Xiao Ye first. Whoever located him first would determine their fate. "If I find him, Xiao Fantian, prepare for your demise," she thought, seizing the opportunity as Xiao Fantian's energy momentarily waned. Xiao Fantian, preoccupied with tracking Xiao Ye's whereabouts, scanned the vast plain around him, devoid of any hiding spots. The expansive area stretched for hundreds of miles, completely barren. Lin Xia was equally baffled, noting the stark difference from before. The crowd began to murmur their confusion. Xiao Fantian, anxious, realized he had lost both his men and his opportunity. However, he was not threatened by Lin Xia. He believed the Wolf clan would not oppose the Xiao clan for a mere girl, as even a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Although Lang Chung was a prodigy of the Wolf clan, he had yet to enter the inner circle of power and remained merely a young master. Furthermore, while Lin Xia was indeed beautiful, in terms of talent and martial prowess, she could hardly compare to the distinguished daughters and sons of Yuzhou. Xiao Fantian, adopting the perspective of an elder, reflected on these matters, concluding that even if Lang Chung were genuinely fond of Lin Xia, the Lin family's current plight made their union improbable. Even if it were to happen, it would not garner the Wolf clan leader's attention, rendering it inconsequential. Chapter 31. A bloodbath. As Xiao Fantian contemplated the grim fates of both the Xiao and Lin families, and remembered that Xiao Ye possessed a treasure. Now having fled, fear gripped him. What if Xiao Ye returned one day and was able to wield that treasure once more? Although he did not know what the artifact was or its potential, he questioned whether he could withstand another encounter. Ultimately, he decided that securing the position of family head was paramount. Upon returning home, he ordered his servants to tidy the courtyard and prepare for the headship ceremony. Thus, Xiao Fantian ascended to the throne of the Xiao family. Presently, the Xiao clan was devoid of combat prowess. The true core strength, those above the 7th level of body refinement, had perished, leaving only apprentices at the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 6th levels. Yet, Xiao Fantian remained self-satisfied, feeling no pressure. He mused that with his current 9th level gathering of essence, recruiting skilled fighters would be a breeze. Moreover, the Lin family was in disarray, and he could seize their treasures without opposition. After acquiring their wealth, the Xiao family would thrive anew, and he would have no trouble attracting skilled fighters. Xiao Fantian conducted a rather simplistic coronation ceremony, and, upon assuming leadership, set off for the Lin family. His first order of business was not to mourn his brother, but to accumulate wealth. He aimed to eliminate all Lin family members present at the time, as they were aware of the secret regarding Xiao Ye's treasure. Xiao Fantian was determined to keep this information from spreading. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, he found it deserted, the grounds meticulously cleaned. Astonished, he wondered, who could have done this? Could it be Xiao Ye? He quickly dismissed the thought that if Xiao Ye's treasure had become operational again, he would have returned to seek vengeance, not left the Lin family in such a pristine state. The only plausible explanation was that the remaining Lin family members had realized the situation and hastily absconded, taking everything with them and cleaning up to eliminate any evidence. However, this reasoning left him perplexed. If one fled, why tidy up? Next, Xiao Fantian proceeded to the grass hut, where onlookers were still discussing the earlier events, oblivious to the calamity their curiosity would soon invite. Xiao Ye had vanished, leaving Xiao Fantian and Lin Xiao bewildered. Indeed, two prominent figures, particularly Xiao Fantian, whose realm was likely comparable to that of the city lord of Qingsang, had been outmaneuvered by a seemingly worthless individual. It was utterly laughable. Among the crowd, some mocked Xiao Fantian's incompetence, while others speculated on the nature of Xiao Ye's treasure. What use is a high realm if he was so easily outwitted? Someone exclaimed, indeed, it was Xiao Ye's treasure that endowed him with such prowess, and then he simply vanished into thin air. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Xiao Fantian, expressionless, listened to their jeers. In the next moment, his hand shot forth. He intended to deal with them ruthlessly, for they too knew the secret of Xiao Ye's treasure. Silently gathering his strength, he unleashed a devastating strike, plunging the area into chaos as the ordinary citizens, lacking any significant power, perished en masse. Having completed his grim task, Xiao Fantian began to recall who else had been present, methodically seeking out and eliminating anyone discussing Xiao Ye in Qingsang City. As death spread through the streets, Xiao Fantian moved frantically, listening for any mention of Xiao Ye or the treasure, promptly silencing those who dared to speak. Meanwhile, in the Xiao residence, Lin Xia raised a sword. Poised to strike down a Xiao bodyguard, in her wake, a new river of blood flowed, as she shared Xiao Fantian's intentions, believing that the Xiao family members were also privy to the secret of Xiao Ye's treasure. She resolved that this information must not spread further. After fleeing, she returned to the Lin family, exterminated everyone, and secured the critical wealth and martial arts texts before heading to the Xiao residence. Departing the Lin family, she had taken the wedding invitation list and methodically hunted down each family, killing anyone discussing the matter along the way. Upon reaching the Xiao family, she slaughtered them all with ease. As their highest realm fighters were merely at the 7th level of body refinement, Tio Lin Xia, they were as easy to cut down as vegetables. Afterward, she departed with her spoils, heading towards Yizhou City in search of Langchang. Upon returning, Xiao Fantian surveyed the devastation of the Xiao family, devoid of life. Now he stood as a solitary commander, howling at the sky. Lin Xia, Xiao Ye, I swear I will have your bodies torn asunder. 3 days later, the Lin family had completely fallen, leaving no survivors. Tio the uninformed. It seemed the Lin family had mysteriously vanished. The only known fact was that Lin Xia had departed Qingsang City for Yizhou. Yet, the day Xiao Ye had slaughtered the Lin family was seemingly forgotten. The events surrounding Xiao Ye, Lin Xia, and Xiao Fantian at the grass hut remained unknown to all, as the Lin family had entirely evaporated from existence. The Xiao family began to rise, continuously recruiting soldiers and expanding their influence. Xiao Fantian brazenly seized treasures from the Lin family and monopolized their businesses and lands. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the gathering Yuan realm, no one in the entire Qingsang City dared to voice any dissent. Soon, tranquility returned to Qingsang City, and Lin Tianyu, who once stood atop the walls, mysteriously disappeared. Whether he was alive, fled, or perished and was buried remains unknown. No one could ascertain the fate of Lin Tianyu, nor could they determine the whereabouts of Xiao Ye. Chapter 32. The Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range is the largest mountain range in the entire Nanyun Kingdom, a realm where demonic beasts roam freely. Demonic beasts and humans have always been at odds. The beasts possess exceptional gifts, though they do not take human form. However, those that reach a certain level of cultivation become highly intelligent and exceedingly terrifying. For humans, demonic beasts are treasures in their own right. The blood of these beasts can serve as medicinal ingredients, while their claws, if well developed, can be fashioned into weapons. The inner cores of demonic beasts are incredibly beneficial for martial practitioners. Moreover, demonic beasts particularly relish the flesh and blood of humans, especially those of cultivators, as it serves as a substantial nourishment for them. This has fostered a long-standing conflict, with humans wanting to slay the beasts and vice versa, leading to the emergence of two formidable factions that constantly vie against each other. Humans are strong, but demonic beasts are equally formidable. Incidents of beasts attacking humans occur frequently, prompting people to congregate within fortified cities. Outside the city walls, vast lands and desolate mountains belong to the beasts, with both humans and beasts possessing their respective strongholds. The primary stronghold of the demonic beasts within the Nanyun Kingdom is the Beast Mountain Range. To the untrained eye, the Beast Mountain Range appears no different from any ordinary mountain range, with similar vegetation and seemingly serene landscapes. Yet, beneath the surface, it harbors many terrifying secrets, with eerie screams echoing through the air, marking the presence of demonic beasts. These creatures, fearsome in appearance and even more terrifying in power, frequently emerge from the shadows. Within a seemingly ordinary cave in the Beast Mountain Range, 3 individuals lay in disarray, 2 men and 1 woman. All in a pitiful state. One of the men bore a face marred by severe burns, rendering him grotesque and formidable. These 3 were none other than Xiao Ye, Xiao Yu, and Lu the Guardian. The day prior, in a moment of dire urgency, Xiao Ye had activated a teleportation portal through the system. However, the portal lacked direction, and during the chaotic transition, they found themselves plummeting into the Beast Mountain Range. Upon arrival, they did not land smoothly, but rather fell from the sky, resulting in their unconsciousness due to the impact. 3 days had passed without any of them regaining consciousness. Dew began to fall from the cave's ceiling. It landed on Xiao Yu's face, stirring her from her slumber. Turning to her side, she saw Xiao Ye lying there, utterly exhausted in deep sleep. Her heart ached with a mix of tenderness, sorrow, gratitude, and guilt as she gazed upon him. She had once contemplated sacrificing her own life for Xiao Ye's second chance at life, considering it the last thing she could do for him. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would descend like a heavenly deity to rescue her. Slaughtering the entire Lin family in the process, even at the risk of his own life, it all felt like a dream. Brother Ye, I am sorry, and no matter what happens in the future, I will never leave your side again. Leaning against Xiao Ye, she embraced him tightly. This man fought fiercely for her, willing to sacrifice everything to save her. Henceforth, regardless of their fate, she vowed to protect him with her life and dedicate everything to him. Xiao Yu's tender gesture soon roused Xiao Ye from his slumber. Xiao Yu, the first sight that met his eyes upon waking was her embrace, filling him with warmth and eliciting a blissful smile. Brother Ye, you are awake. Xiao Yu's face beamed with happiness upon seeing him conscious. Yes, I am awake. Where are we now? Xiao Ye inquired as he rose to his feet, surveying their surroundings. That I do not know. I woke up here, Xiao Yu replied, shaking her head. Brother Ye, I have a question that you must answer seriously. What is it? Xiao Ye asked, intrigued. Xiao Yu's tone shifted to one of gravity. Brother Ye, please tell me honestly, what is the source of your newfound power? Did you exchange something precious for this strength? Did you make some dreadful deal with someone? Did you trade your life or something else? Brother Ye, you must be truthful with me. Do not hide anything that I promised the master to take good care of you, and I do not wish for you to come to harm. From the very beginning, Xiao Yu had found it peculiar that the ultimate poison pill had no antidote, hence its name. She had consumed this lethal pill in hopes of being saved from the Lin family's impending doom and their torment. Yet Xiao Ye had miraculously rescued her. If not for some kind of transaction, how could her brother, once a broken man, suddenly transform into someone so exceptional, invincible, and commanding? There is no such thing as a free lunch. For every gain, there must be a cost. She pondered the price Xiao Ye had paid to save her and unleash such power. Others, unconnected by blood, often focus solely on a person's achievements, oblivious to the sacrifices made along the way. Only those closest to us truly recognize the toll taken to attain success. Xiao Ye gently ruffled Xiao Yu's hair and smiled. Silly girl, do not worry. Brother Ye is no fool. I would not gamble my life for a mere exchange of power. I did acquire something valuable, indeed, but it is beyond mere words to describe. Just know that Brother Ye will be fine. Trust in me. Things will only get better from here. Xiao Ye had no intention of revealing the truth about the system to Xiao Yu. It would be too difficult for her to comprehend. And how could he explain that he was not the same Xiao Ye she once knew, but rather a young streamer from an unknown realm? Brother Ye, as long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Whatever you do in the future, I will accompany you. In the face of danger, I will stand by your side. If you descend into hell, I will follow you there. Wherever you go, I will be with you. Xiao Yu cared little for the treasures. Her sole concern was Xiao Ye's safety. As long as he was unharmed, she would be content. And thus, she refrained from pressing further. Xiao Ye nodded and replied, All right, but I shall not venture into hell or face perilous mountains. I will only take you to enjoy the beauty of the world and savor happiness. He tenderly brushed Xiao Yu's disheveled hair and softly said, However, before that, you may indeed have to endure some hardships alongside me. Are you willing? As long as I can be with Brother Ye, I am ready for anything. Xiao Yu's face lit up with a blissful smile. At last, she could share life and death with her beloved brother. Chapter 33. System tasks. Not long after Xiao Ye awoke, Lu the Guardian also regained consciousness. Lu had sustained severe injuries, having been wounded by Xiao Naiqian, burned by fire, and later injured by Lin X. As a result, he was left with little mobility, confined to the cave. After settling Lu in, Xiao Ye began to explore the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for escaping with your life. You have earned a reward, a scroll for the primordial divine art. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Ye felt a rush of excitement. What is the significance of this primordial divine art in this world? The system replied, This technique is one of the highest forms of cultivation in this realm. It can activate primordial energy, significantly enhancing strength, speed, stamina, and endurance. Furthermore, when utilizing primordial energy to attack, it can bypass the target's surface defenses and directly impact their internal structure. Wow, that sounds incredible. Is this akin to true damage? Xiao Ye was thrilled. How can I extend the duration of this invincible power or reduce its cooldown? While the primordial divine art was remarkable, it could not compare to the invincible power. Once activated, Xiao Ye would be genuinely untouchable. A force that no top-tier expert in the world could harm, and no matter how formidable the technique, it would pale in comparison to invincibility. if he could extend the duration of this power or decrease its cooldown. It would be a tremendous boon, the system responded. To the host, the duration of the invincible power can be extended, and the number of uses can be increased, but this requires the host to complete randomly assigned tasks from the system. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. Tasks? What kind of tasks? The system continued. The system will designate a specific forbidden zone in this world as the trial ground. The host must enter this area and undergo trials. To extend the invincible power's duration, the host must successfully complete hell-level trials, with rewards based on performance, including reduced cooldowns or extended usage. Xiao Ye realized this would not be simple, that there no other way. The system replied, there is, but any randomly triggered tasks must also be at least hell level to potentially yield rewards for extending the invincible power's duration or increasing the number of uses. Xiao Ye pondered, hell level. Does this system categorize tasks like in a dungeon? What is a purgatory level task? Although Xiao Ye had an inkling of its meaning, he still inquired to ensure his comprehension. The system responded in its usual emotionless tone. Main quests are categorized into several levels: ordinary, civilian, general, difficult, hell, purgatory, and supreme purgatory. Task triggers also fall within these classifications. For instance, challenging the super beasts of the world within forbidden zones constitutes a purgatory level challenge. Engaging more than 10 super beasts or confronting powers beyond this realm elevates the task to the supreme purgatory level. Previously, when the host escaped from 2 experts above his current level, it was deemed a difficult task. Rescuing his sister was classified as a difficult task, while alchemy was considered an ordinary task. The utilization of external aids does not alter the difficulty of the tasks. Having been a professional game streamer in his past life, Xiao Ye found it quite easy to grasp these concepts. Given his current strength, he certainly could not engage in Forbidden Zone trials. The system was not foolish enough to assign tasks that could be resolved during periods of invincibility if that were the case. Such tasks would hold no significance. Thus, Xiao Ye understood that his primary objective now was to enhance his strength, while extending the duration of external aids and reducing cooldown times could be pondered later. Returning to the present, Xiao Ye noticed the injuries on his face and inquired of the system, "How can I heal my face?" The system replied, devoid of emotion, "A 100 flowers pill is required." Upon hearing the system's prompt, a list of materials needed to concoct the 100 flowers pill appeared in Xiao Ye's mind. Although these materials could be directly exchanged in the system's shop, such exchanges necessitated a substantial amount of gold coins, which Xiao Ye currently lacked. Fortunately, the required materials were parts from first-level demon beasts, such as the fur of the greedy wolf beast, the tail of the white jade python, and the eyes of the white-eyed wolf. These first-level demon beasts were equivalent to human martial artists at the body refinement stage. Even without external aids, Xiao Ye possessed the strength to contend with these beasts. Well then, it was the perfect opportunity to test the prowess of the primordial divine art. Gazing at the continuous mountain ranges within the valley, excitement filled Xiao Ye's eyes, the more challenging the endeavor. The more it ignited his inner thrill. Xiao Yu, Lu the Guardian, given the current dangers surrounding us, it would be wiser to remain in the fierce beast mountain range for a period of training. What? Upon hearing Xiao Ye's declaration, both Xiao Yu and Lu the Guardian trembled. It was known that even cultivators at the gathering essence stage dared not linger in the fierce beast mountain range. Yet Xiao Ye spoke of training there with such confidence. "Brother, are you all right? It's all my fault that I caused you to be like this," Xiao Yu lamented, believing that their bond was to blame for the current predicament. If Xiao Ye indulged her, how could she have repeatedly put herself in harm's way? "Do not speak such words." Gently ruffling Xiao Yu's hair, a glimmer of tenderness sparkled in Xiao Ye's eyes as he remarked, "They are merely demon beasts. Human hearts are more inscrutable than that. Lu the Guardian, you are tasked with setting up camp here. You must ensure Xiao Yu's safety until my return." With that, Xiao Ye turned to Lu the Guardian. Before either Xiao Yu or Lu the Guardian could dissuade him, Xiao Ye dashed away like a gust of wind. Observing Xiao Ye's retreating figure, Lu the Guardian could only gasp in astonishment, pondering just how terrifying is his strength. Despite suffering such grievous wounds, he moves with such agility. If it were me, I would have long been on the brink of death. Lu the Guardian not only marveled at Xiao Ye's mysterious power, but also felt a sense of inferiority in comparison to Xiao Ye's unwavering confidence. Having been besieged by numerous powerful foes and relentlessly pursued, Xiao Ye had become a topic of conversation among the common folk in Qingsang City. Younger cultivators spoke of him with a mixture of awe and longing in their eyes. Shortly after Xiao Ye exited the cave, he sensed a formidable aura that he swiftly found a thicket, concealed himself beneath a tree, and perfectly masked his presence, then gazed towards the source of the aura. Before him lay a 3-meter-wide, 50-meter-long white python, flicking its crimson tongue as it coiled around its nest. Beside the white python were several smaller pythons and dozens of python eggs. Chapter 34. The White Jade Giant Python. These white pythons, known as white jade pythons, inhabit the periphery of the outer second layer of the fierce beast mountain range, serving as the apex predators within the ecological food chain of that region. Their strength is classified by skin color. For instance, the one before Xiao Ye did not exceed the gathering essence third stage. However, those surpassing this threshold possess skin as smooth and luminous as warm jade, even emitting a faint glow at night. The mere possession of white jade python skin could send shockwaves throughout Qingsang city. Yet, their attack patterns are peculiarly vicious, with both large and small pythons emerging in unison to encircle their prey. Older white pythons can even employ specialized demon techniques. Such ferocious creatures would deter even those at the body refinement 9th stage from engaging. Typical body refinement cultivators would have long fled. Yet at this moment, a confident smile graced Xiao Ye's lips, for he perceived this group of white pythons as the perfect remedy for Lu the Guardian's face. The resources of the fierce beast mountain range are abundant. If I train here for a few months, the demon beast bones and blood I collect could render me immensely wealthy. Roar! The white python suddenly detected Xiao Ye, letting out a furious roar as it lunged toward him. Xiao Ye immediately sprang into action, raising his right hand in a knife-like stance and silently reciting the mental formula of the primordial divine art. The primordial divine art, without beginning or end. This art was crafted by a top-tier expert who comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, achieving a profound understanding of the essence of the world. As Xiao Ye practiced the primordial divine art, he felt the energy in his dantian begin to swirl, flowing towards the direction he sought to control. Under the operation of the primordial divine art, the speed at which he condensed energy surged tenfold. Within a mere moment, a faint layer of white energy emerged from his palm, which he then struck against the white python. Had there been an observer, they would have been astounded, for Xiao Ye had sent the white python flying over 10 meters with just this one strike. It was important to note that this creature was a 50-meter-long giant. Hiss, hiss. After the attack, the white python coiled around a sturdy tree trunk, menacingly flicking its tongue at Xiao Ye. Meanwhile, the smaller pythons that had been resting in the nest rushed toward Xiao Ye, surrounding him in an instant. If it had been any other body refinement 6th-stage martial artist under such an onslaught, retreat would have been virtually impossible. Yet Xiao Ye felt no need to withdraw. He grasped the air with both hands, instantly capturing 2 10-meter-long smaller pythons. With a squeeze, accompanied by the surge of primal force, the 2 white pythons were effortlessly crushed. Ding! The host has slain a first-level demon beast, earning 30 cultivation points and 30 gold coins. Gazing at the 2 smaller white pythons he had just crushed, Xiao Ye couldn't help but marvel at this technique. This was merely his initial attempt at utilizing the primordial divine art. One could only imagine the enhancements to his combat prowess once he mastered it. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Xiao Ye continued to channel his primal force, swiftly eliminating another 7 or 8 smaller pythons. Ding, ding, ding. The system's notification sound echoed continuously in Xiao Ye's mind. Upon witnessing his offspring's demise, the large white python erupted in fury, releasing a blood-red mist from its mouth. As the mist dispersed, Xiao Ye could directly sense the large white python's aura. It was indeed over 100 years old and at the body refinement 8th stage. Not to mention body refinement 6th stage martial artists. Even 2 body refinement 8th stage cultivators would hesitate to claim they could defeat it. To be gone. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the ominous mist. The white python hesitated momentarily, then charged at Xiao Ye as if facing a formidable adversary. Clearly, it had not anticipated that this seemingly diminutive being could wield such power. Observing the sudden acceleration of the white python, Xiao Ye understood that it was prepared to risk everything in a desperate assault. But what of desperation? If one can prevail, they shall prevail. If one cannot, even without primal force, they must still yield. Utilizing an escape technique, Xiao Ye applied it to his movements in space, rendering his form ethereal, causing the white python to lunge at nothing but air. Seeing its attack miss, the white python thrashed its lengthy body through the thicket, wreaking havoc, and even smashed its own eggs in a fit of rage. It was clearly deranged. Xiao Ye's gaze remained fixed on the head of the white python. From the moment he began to observe it, he had noted its head was particularly vulnerable. Its body was well protected by its skin, and even blows from primal force failed to deliver lethal damage. However, a direct hit to its head, bang, with a light push on the white python's body, After a few leaps, Xiao Ye struck down upon the white python's head, not employing primal force, but rather utilizing the unique methods of the primordial divine art. Xiao Ye's palm produced a fierce gust of wind as it met its target. A loud crash resonated, and the white python collapsed with a thunderous sound, startling nearby demon beasts. The system's voice reverberated in Xiao Ye's mind. The host has slain an 8th-tier beast, earning 80 points of cultivation and 80 gold coins. A commendable reward. After vanquishing the white jade python, Xiao Ye proceeded to eliminate the nearby smaller snakes before continuing his hunt for surrounding beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the greedy wolf beast, earning 70 points of cultivation and 70 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for slaying the white-eyed wolf, earning 70 points of cultivation and 70 gold coins. In the brief span of half a day, over a dozen beasts fell to Xiao Ye's prowess. His mastery of the primordial divine art increased, rendering him more adept at its utilization. If I can fully master this divine technique, upon reaching the first level of gathering essence, I shall attain Lin Xia's peak prowess, thus enabling me to contend with her. What does this signify? The prodigy Lin Xia, who previously could silence Xiao Ye with her might, now finds him armed with methods to counter her, but it appears these so-called geniuses are not as formidable as they seem. Xiao Ye mused. He currently lacks an invincible advantage, yet dares to venture into the Beast Mountain range for training. However, who among those true geniuses would dare to linger here for even an entire day at his current level? No one. Upon returning to the campsite as dusk fell, Xiao Ye refined the materials collected from his hunts into pills for Lu the Protector. Once Lu ingested the pills Xiao Ye prepared, his visage was instantly restored, leaving no trace of scars. Night soon enveloped the land, and the trio kept vigil until the moon hung high in the sky, realizing that their adversaries would not recklessly enter the perilous Beast Mountain range. The night rendered the area even more treacherous. Sparse records regarding the Beast Mountain range indicated that the dangers at night are 5 to 10 times greater than during the day. After nightfall, ancient beasts could emerge to hunt. Thus, despite their considerable strength, the gathering essence experts would not dare to venture into the Beast Mountain range after dark. After a brief conversation, Xiao Ye embraced Xiao Yu and rested upon the grand bed crafted from the white jade python's skin. Xiao Yu's fair complexion flushed as she noticed Xiao Ye steadfastly refusing to part from her, his arms tightly encircling her waist. Soon, she acclimated to the tense embrace, resting her head upon Xiao Ye's chest and drifting into slumber. Gazing down at Xiao Yu's rosy face, Xiao Ye felt a wave of dizziness. That Yu is simply enchanting. Thankfully, my mind remains clear, for how could I resist with such a beauty in my arms? As night deepened, the Beast Mountain range echoed with the howls of various beasts, yet the trio quickly grew accustomed to the sounds. The next morning, Xiao Ye arose early, resuming his training in the Beast Mountain range with a fervor for hunting nearby beasts. 3 days later, congratulations to the host for reaching a cultivation level of 6,400, elevating to the 7th tier of body refinement. 7 days later, congratulations to the host for reaching a cultivation level of 12,800. Advancing to the 8th tier of body refinement, Xiao Ye glanced at the experience bar. To ascend to the next level, the 9th tier of body refinement, a staggering 25,600 points of cultivation were required. At this pace, it would take at least half a month to achieve the 9th tier. The breakthrough to gathering essence was an even greater challenge, realizing the imprudence of slaying first-tier beasts for swift advancement. Xiao Ye resolved to venture into the heart of the Beast Mountain range, seeking fortuitous encounters. The deeper one traverses into the range, the more treasures of heaven and earth one may uncover. In comparison to these treasures, even the carcasses of beasts become trivial. Should fortune smile upon him, he might obtain century or even millennium-old spiritual herbs to concoct potent elixirs, significantly enhancing his vitality. A modest increase could propel him 2 realms, while a substantial one might solidify his foundation, effortlessly crossing vast divides in power. To expedite his growth, Xiao Ye must delve into the depths of the Beast Mountain range in pursuit of opportunities. The range is categorized into 3 inner layers and 3 outer layers based on danger levels. Each layer is defined by varying densities of vital energy, with the prime regions being the layers of millennium beasts. However, even within the outer 3 layers, the beasts possess strength equivalent to human gathering essence experts. Some gathering essence practitioners, careless in their dealings with these beasts, have met their demise. After bidding farewell to Shaolin, Xiao Yu, and Lu the Protector, Xiao Ye ventured alone into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Upon entering deeper into the range, Xiao Ye sensed an extraordinary aura, unmistakably emanating from a legendary millennium spiritual herb. Although he had never encountered a millennium herb firsthand, He had perused ancient texts detailing their attributes. Such herbs are exceedingly rare even in the resource-rich Beast Mountain range, and any Millennium herb would be fiercely guarded by a Millennium beast. These creatures regard the herbs as their own, nurturing them to facilitate breakthroughs in their realms. The herbs emit rich celestial energy upon blooming, and the aura Xiao Ye perceived likely indicated one that was on the verge of blossoming. Without hesitation, he moved toward the source of the celestial energy. During his journey, Xiao Ye dispatched a dozen beasts, becoming drenched in their blood. The mingling scents of various beasts dissuaded others from approaching, as they recognized him as a formidable hunter. After traversing approximately 10 miles, he arrived at the base of a mountain, with the source of that rich celestial aura located behind it. Additionally, two immensely powerful presences clashed fiercely on the mountain's backside, suggesting a battle between two formidable entities. Were they contending for the spiritual herb, or had someone sought to claim it, inciting conflict with the guarding Millennium beast? Xiao Ye discerned that one presence was likely a beast, possibly of Millennium caliber, while the other was human, with cultivation at least above the true martial realm. He was astonished to encounter a true martial expert in such a desolate location, both evidently pursuing the same goal of acquiring the herb. With swift steps, he ascended to the mountaintop, peering down to find the ground below shrouded in a crimson mist of beastly essence. The humanoid silhouette appeared several dozen meters away, uprooting a massive tree to shield against the assault of another colossal shadow. The impact reverberated like thunder, and the massive figure emitted a roar akin to a dragon, sending winds howling and uprooting surrounding trees. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Ye caught a glimpse of the true form of the humanoid shadow. She was breathtaking. Fiery red hair framed her exquisite visage, her figure adorned in a flowing purple robe, revealing her fair legs. Her features exuded a regal essence, imbued with an air of aloofness that stirred a profound desire for conquest within those who beheld her. With a commanding shout, the red-haired woman unleashed a radiant sword that erupted in violet light. The swirling violet energy coalesced into a vortex, through which a beam of sword light pierced forth, aimed at the colossal creature. Yet, she bit her lip, revealing signs of internal injury. Undoubtedly, she was a transcendent figure beyond the gathering essence realm. Xiao Ye assessed her strength to be at least at the second tier of true martial, making her the most formidable practitioner he had encountered in this world. Before her loomed the true form of the colossal shadow, a black beast resembling a dragon that bore tattered wings, and its eyes glowed with a fierce red light. Unmistakably a beast of monstrous might, rivaling the red-haired woman. This marked Xiao Ye's first encounter with a Millennium beast, and the magnificent black dragon evoked a sense of being enveloped in a mythological narrative. With another fierce cry, the red-haired woman thrust her sword towards the black dragon. The dragon responded with a mighty roar, charging toward her. The clash of these two powerful entities reverberated through the earth, reminiscent of a grand Hollywood spectacle. Though the spectacle of their battle was captivating, Xiao Ye chose not to linger. Instead, he sought the direction of the spiritual herb, for that was the purpose of his arrival. Following the intoxicating aura, he soon discovered a cave nearby, from which the scent of the herb emanated. Seizing the opportunity while the red-haired woman battled the black dragon, Xiao Ye stealthily entered the cave. Upon entering, he was greeted by a low growl, unmistakably that of a young black dragon. A chill ran down his spine as he realized he had stumbled into the black dragon's lair. Should he be discovered, no amount of lies would suffice to atone for the transgression. Yet, as the old adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Without risk, how could one seize the spiritual herb? Resolute, Xiao Ye pressed onward into the depths of the cave. Two pairs of crimson eyes opened in the cave's innermost recesses, staring intently at Xiao Ye, as the air grew thick with the unmistakable aura of the dragon. Although this opponent possesses formidable strength, Xiao Ye, relying on the primal force of the Wushu divine art, unleashes true damage that ignores defenses, enabling him to contend with it. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ye immediately activates the Wushu divine art, channeling his formidable primal force and launching an assault towards the young dragon lurking in the darkness. The juvenile dragon, in turn, emanates a powerful aura, enveloping itself in a layer of demonic energy, akin to an impenetrable shield. However, the primal force of the Wushu divine art transcends all superficial defenses, rendering the shield utterly meaningless against its assault. The potent primal force pierces through the demonic energy shield, striking the young dragon with unbridled ferocity, penetrating its skin and invading its innards. The young dragon lets out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Ye is once again astounded by the might of the Wushu divine art. Completely unprepared for such overwhelming power, he had anticipated a struggle against an opponent at the 9th level of body refinement. Yet he finds this encounter deceptively effortless. It is truly an effortless annihilation. True damage is indeed insurmountable. As Xiao Ye approaches the fallen young dragon, he notices a blue herb flourishing in the mire behind it. Evidently the celestial herb he had been seeking. Could this be the legendary copper muscle iron bone herb? Xiao Ye recalls reading in ancient texts about a blue celestial herb known as the copper muscle iron bone herb, which aids warriors in refining their essence and marrow, allowing them to reconstruct their meridians and bones to attain extraordinary defensive capabilities. This celestial herb is a priceless treasure, one that cannot be purchased even in the entirety of the Qingsang city or the kingdom, regardless of wealth. If this truly is the copper muscle iron bone herb, then he has struck a remarkable fortune. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye plucks the herb and swiftly exits the cave. Upon emerging, Xiao Ye is taken aback by the sight before him. In the distance, the black dragon opens its massive jaws, releasing an eerie orb of light that fuses red, black, and purple hues. This orb shoots forth with blinding speed, striking the red-haired woman and penetrating her body. She immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood yet, with immense fortitude, continues her assault against the black dragon, launching a sword strike. The black dragon's neck is severed, blood gushing from the wound, as its colossal form collapses like a mountain. The red-haired woman falls from the sky like a fallen celestial being. Appearing gravely weakened, coughing incessantly, she glances around and, to her astonishment, notices a striking male cultivator nearby, who seems unscathed despite not having reached the gathering Yuan realm. How is he able to remain unharmed in this place? With a furrowed brow, she extends her arm to shield her exposed form, her face flushing with embarrassment. In the distance, the black dragon continues to breathe heavily, black blood splattering from its wounds. Help me. Young man, it has lost its fighting power. All you need to do is deliver a fatal blow, and you will claim its life, realizing the dragon is not yet dead. The red-haired woman turns anxiously to Xiao Ye. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Ye, filled with joy, points to himself that he had merely intended to observe the conflict between the Millennium Demon beasts, yet he unexpectedly finds himself in an advantageous position. Without hesitation, he strides forward, seizing the red-haired woman's sword and advancing towards the dragon. It is essential to note that this is a Millennium Demon beast at the 2nd level of true martial realm. If not dealt with promptly, due to the demon beast's recovery abilities, both he and the red-haired woman could find themselves devoured before she can reclaim her sword. Approaching the black dragon, staring into its enormous eyes, Xiao Ye feels his heartbeat echoing in his ears. This is a Millennium Demon beast at the 2nd level of true martial realm. Despite being below the gathering Yuan realm, this ancient beast is destined to perish at his hands. What an honor. Die. With precision, Xiao Ye channels a surge of primal force from his dantian into the sword, plunging it into the dragon's crown. In an instant, malevolent energy erupts from the wound he inflicted, under the onslaught of the primal force. The dragon's vital signs vanish, its beautiful black and purple scales transforming to white as its form diminishes by dozens of times. Ding! Host has slain a level 3 demon beast, gaining 5,000 points of cultivation and 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations! Host has acquired a low-grade earth-tier treasure, Dragon Sword, requiring a warrior's realm to wield. Xiao Ye's body jolts with astonishment. This low-grade earth-tier artifact is rare throughout the kingdom. Merely delivering a finishing blow has yielded such a divine reward. This is indeed a windfall. Furthermore, the slain dragon's body is a veritable treasure trove. Its whiskers can be fashioned into bowstrings, its hide into armor or clothing, its meridians into weapons, its bones and blood edible, preserving freshness while enhancing the circulation of one's vital energy. Moreover, he had also obtained a celestial herb earlier. This venture is undeniably a bountiful success, all thanks to the red-haired woman who battled the dragon. Without her, Xiao Ye would never have acquired these treasures. As Xiao Ye revels in his good fortune, he notices the red-haired woman coughing up dark blood in the distance. Coming back to his senses, he turns to her with concern. Are you all right? The red-haired woman shakes her head, her complexion ashen as she replies, I have been afflicted by the dragon's curse. If I do not purge it within 3 days, I will surely perish. Was it that tricolored light? Xiao Ye recalls the earlier battle, where the black-winged dragon emitted a similar light that entered the woman's body, undoubtedly the curse she speaks of. The red-haired woman nods weakly, saying, I fear there is little hope for me now. Before I meet my end, may I ask you for a favor? As soon as she finishes speaking, the system's prompt echoes in Xiao Ye's mind. Ding! System has triggered side quest Save a Life. Will you accept? The quest promises substantial rewards, and without hesitation, Xiao Ye responds in his mind. Yes, successfully accepted quest Save a Life. Quest description: help the red-haired woman purge the dragon's curse. Quest rewards: 10,000 points of cultivation, 10,000 gold coins. Please, help me extract the heart of the black-winged dragon and deliver it to the outer sect of the Sword of Heaven, where my 6th senior brother can refine it into a pill for my 10th junior brother, who has been in a coma for 10 years. The red-haired woman gestures weakly towards the black-winged dragon. Xiao Ye realizes that her true purpose in this perilous encounter was not to acquire a celestial herb, but to obtain the heart of the black-winged dragon. It seems that the 10th junior brother is someone she holds dear. Otherwise, she would not risk her life fighting the dragon. I'm sorry, but that request must be fulfilled by you alone. Xiao Ye replies after a brief pause. There is no one else here, and given my imminent demise, I implore you to assist me. I promise to meet any conditions you may have. The red-haired woman pleads urgently. If you help me, I will agree to any terms. Xiao Ye shakes his head, reassuring her. Rest assured, with me here, you will not perish. What did you say? The red-haired woman gazes at Xiao Ye. Taken aback, I have a method to help you extract the curse, Xiao Ye asserts confidently, for he had already inquired with the system and learned the means to do so. The red-haired woman shakes her head, disbelieving. Impossible. Even I cannot accomplish such a feat. How could a body refinement cultivator like you before she can finish? She falls silent as Xiao Ye places a hand on her shoulder, his palm emanating a powerful suction that begins to guide the curse within her. Under this powerful force, the curse shifts slightly towards Xiao Ye's palm. Though the movement is subtle, she can distinctly feel it, leaving her in awe, for it is something she could not achieve herself. How are you doing this? She asks incredulously. Don't ask me. I need to concentrate, Xiao Ye replies, focusing intently on the task at hand. Without a doubt, this ability to guide the curse stems from the primal force released by the Wuxia divine art, capable of penetrating defenses and effectively suppressing the curse. Seeing that Xiao Ye truly possesses a solution, the red-haired woman closes her eyes, surrendering herself to him. However, after a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ye finds himself unsuccessful. What have you cultivated that can diminish my primal force? Guiding the curse from your shoulder is futile. Xiao Ye gasps, exhausted. The red-haired woman pondered for a moment before speaking. The supreme heart technique I cultivate can diminish all forms of power. Even if I do not actively employ my technique, its effects persist. Thus, it is entirely normal for your strength to be weakened. This poses quite a challenge. My primal energy has been diminished, significantly increasing the difficulty of extracting the dragon parasite. To successfully draw it out, I must work from a closer proximity. After finishing his sentence, Xiao Ye's gaze landed on the woman's chest. She quickly noticed his attention and understood his implication. The dragon parasite had been infused into her chest, making it the closest point for extraction. However, the chest is a woman's most private area. How could she allow a man, especially a stranger, to touch her there? Yet, if the dragon parasite remained, she would have no chance of returning alive. For besides this young man before her, no one else could save her. Thus, she found herself with two choices: to die with dignity or to have physical contact with this unfamiliar youth. After a prolonged internal struggle, the red-haired woman finally resolved herself and said, I will permit you to touch me, but you must promise not to speak of this to anyone. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. I assure you, I will keep this confidential. Very well, let us begin, she replied, closing her eyes and feigning indifference. Yet, internally, she was a tempest of emotions, her heart racing at the thought of imminent contact with her most private area, causing her cheeks to flush. After I save you, you won't eliminate me to keep this a secret, will you? Xiao Ye asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Rest assured, I am not the type to burn bridges and forget favors, she assured him. All right, I shall proceed. With a reassuring nod, Xiao Ye settled before her. The proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of her alluring fragrance, stirring a wave of unsettling desire within him. However, he quickly suppressed it, mindful of her formidable nature. Nonetheless, his heart raced, pounding erratically within his chest, as this was his first intimate encounter with such a beautiful woman. After swallowing hard, he cautiously placed his palm on her chest. At that moment, it felt as though he had grasped the entirety of the world. An irresistible softness surged over him like a tidal wave, leaving him feeling disoriented. The red-haired woman trembled upon contact, instinctively letting out a soft gasp, her expression turning to one of acute embarrassment. That moment, she felt electrified, her body tingling, particularly with an overwhelming sensation emanating from her chest, a mix of discomfort and inexplicable pleasure. 15 minutes later, the delicate figure of the red-haired woman lay exhausted on the ground, her cheeks still flushed, her body glistening with perspiration as if she had just experienced an intimate encounter. Reveling in the afterglow of bliss. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye sat cross-legged, hands together, drenched in sweat. A notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task Save a Life. You have gained 10,000 cultivation points and 10,000 gold coins. His cultivation surged upward. Yet, this was not the end. The dragon parasite that had just been extracted was now gathering within Xiao Ye, being refined by his primal energy. Host is refining the dragon parasite, gaining 100 cultivation points. This continued, and within 2 minutes, his cultivation had risen by 12,000 points, filling his capacity to 25,600 points. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached 25,600, and your level has ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement. In just 2 minutes, Xiao Ye had advanced from the 8th to the 9th layer of body refinement. However, there was still more to refine, as he had only processed a fraction of the dragon parasite. After sitting for another 8 minutes, he gained an additional 48,000 cultivation points. The dragon parasite still had remnants yet to be refined. Upon completing the refinement, Xiao Ye felt an unprecedented surge, his entire being transforming drastically. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached 51,200, and your level has ascended to the 1st layer of gathering essence. Chapter 38. Return to Qingsang City. A short while later, the red-haired woman, her injuries healed and her countenance restored to its former icy beauty, addressed Xiao Ye with a frigid tone. I hope you can keep what happened today a secret. Rest assured, I will remain silent. It would serve no benefit for me to speak of it. Xiao Ye replied earnestly. That is good to hear. She nodded in satisfaction before inquiring. What is your name? Xiao Ye. He responded truthfully. I am Li Ruiyao. She introduced herself. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance today. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. You have already aided me, so there is no need for formality, Xiao Ye replied, contemplating the desire to eliminate Lin Xia and Xiao Fantian himself. Thus, he found no need for any further assistance from her. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Li Ruiyao refrained from pressing further, handing him a token. This is the token of the Sword of Heaven sect. Should you require help in the future, come to the Sword of Heaven sect to find me. Very well. Xiao Ye accepted the token, not wanting to appear ungrateful. Farewell, until we meet again. After he received the token, Li Ruiyao turned and soared into the air, disappearing like a celestial being into the horizon. Xiao Ye watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly, not allowing the incident to weigh on his mind. Having reached the 1st layer of gathering essence, he did not rush back to Qingsang City. Instead, he continued to hunt ferocious beasts. However, the cultivation required to progress from the 1st to the 2nd layer of gathering essence was daunting. Exceeding 100,000 points. A month passed, and he still had not reached the 2nd layer. Perhaps it is time to return to Qingsang City, he decided. His invincible system had cooled down, and he resolved to exact revenge on Xiao Fantian and Lin Xia. After a brief organization, Xiao Ye and Guard Lu, laden with a hefty bag of spoils from a month of hunting, returned to the city. Qingsang remained unchanged. The significant upheaval involving the Xiao and Lin families seemed to have faded from public memory. Now, Xiao Fantian had become the head of the Xiao family, having broken through to the 9th layer of gathering essence, challenging the city lord and achieving fame in a single battle, with Xiao Fantian at the helm. The Xiao family remained one of the 4 great families of Qingsang City. Lin Tianyu, the head of the Lin family, returned shortly after Xiao Ye's disappearance, revitalizing the Lin family, although they no longer possessed their former glory. With Lin Tianyu's leadership and Lin Xia as a talented heir, their position among the 4 great families remained unshaken. Brother Xiao, it seems Qingsang City is livelier than before, remarked Xiao Yu, observing the bustling streets filled with unfamiliar faces whose potent auras suggested they were not mere residents of the city. Xiao Ye nodded, equally perplexed. Young master, I just remembered, Guard Lu exclaimed. Considering the time, it must be nearing the martial arts selection tournament. The martial arts selection tournament. Xiao Ye was taken aback, nearly forgetting about this event. The tournament was an annual grand occasion in Qingsang City, where major martial arts academies from Yuzhou sought to recruit disciples. Fortunately, I made it in time. Xiao Ye recognized that Qingsang City was too small for his ambitions. He intended to seize the opportunity presented by the tournament to venture forth. Xiao Fantian and Lin Xia, you may linger for a few days longer. Once the tournament concludes, I shall claim your lives. Guard Lu hesitated before inquiring, Young master, where shall we go now? Back to the Xiao family. Xiao Ye shook his head. Glancing at the heavy burden on guard Lu's shoulder, the Qingsang Association. Let us first dispose of this batch of trophies. The Qingsang Association was the largest trading organization in Qingsang City, with interests spanning various industries across Yuzhou, including alchemy, medicine, artifact forging, and even intelligence gathering. It represented the most formidable power in Qingsang City, capable of rivaling the combined strength of the four great families. Upon arriving at the Qingsang Association headquarters, Xiao Ye found the trading hall relatively empty. Approaching an idle attendant, he took the burden from guard Lu's shoulder and slammed it onto the counter, declaring, "I wish to sell materials." Startled, the attendant nearly retorted but quickly changed demeanor upon seeing the ferocious beast materials within the package, acknowledging the prowess required to hunt so many formidable beasts. He donned a welcoming smile. "Please hold on. I will assist you shortly." The attendant began meticulously sorting through the materials. "What is this?" he asked, lifting a folded wing-like item, exclaiming, "Is this the wing of the black-winged dragon?" His astonishment grew as he continued to sift through the materials, seemingly searching for something else. "This is the claw of the black-winged dragon, and this is the horn." The young attendant discovered a dragon claw and a pair of dragon horns, his excitement escalating as he meticulously searched once more. Anxiously, he turned to Xiao Ye and inquired, "My lord, you must have slain a black-winged dragon. Do you happen to possess any dragon crystals?" "Indeed," Xiao Ye nodded, pondering why the attendant was so fervent. The dragon crystal was the source of the dragon's energy, which Xiao Ye carefully stored away after retrieving it. Upon seeing the dragon crystal in Xiao Ye's hand, the attendant trembled with exhilaration, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself before respectfully addressing Xiao Ye. "May I ask how to address you?" "Xiao Ye," he replied openly, for his reputation in Qingsang City was well known and could hardly be concealed. Xiao Ye. The one from the Xiao family. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar, before he finally reacted, saying, "Please wait a moment." He directed a nearby guard, "Go inform the president. We have found the dragon crystal." The guard nodded and made his way to the back of the trading hall. Before long, a figure clad in azure emerged from behind, her melodious voice slightly trembling as she asked, "Where is the dragon crystal?" Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned, feeling a fragrant breeze brush past him, and soon the dragon crystal was in the hands of the young woman in blue. "It truly is a dragon crystal." The woman appeared even more exhilarated than the attendant. "President, the guest is still present," the attendant reminded in a low voice. "President?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, scrutinizing the azure-clad woman before him, who wore a refined long robe, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her beauty so striking that even Lin Xia would pale in comparison. The president of the Qing Chamber of Commerce was the cousin of the city lord, a figure shrouded in mystery. Xiao Ye never anticipated that she would be such a young and beautiful woman. The woman eventually realized, looking at the dazed Xiao Ye, playfully sticking out her tongue. She introduced herself. "I am Qing Qi, the president of the Qing Chamber of Commerce." Xiao Ye regarded the charming and playful woman before him with an air of skepticism. She appeared more like a naive girl than a shrewd merchant. The attendant, noticing Xiao Ye's silence, whispered, "President, this is Xiao Ye." "Xiao Ye, the wasteful young master of the Xiao family?" Qing Qi exclaimed in surprise. Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Ye felt a strange inability to be offended by her remark. Qing Qi circled around Xiao Ye with curiosity, noticing Xiao Ye beside him, also taken aback by her beauty. Seemingly satisfied, she nodded and remarked, "It seems you are not as deplorable as the rumors suggest. Do you desire this dragon crystal? Name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall purchase it." Xiao Ye felt a sense of discomfort under Qing Qi's gaze. She seemed to embody the essence of an innocent maiden. "Did you not see the bounty notice?" Qing Qi pointed to a reward board displayed in the merchant hall. Only then did Xiao Ye notice that the foremost bounty task was the acquisition of dragon crystals, with the reward being the title of an honorary elder of the Qing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ye was taken aback. He understood that although the Qing Chamber of Commerce was merely the largest merchant guild in Qingsang City, its influence extended throughout the land of Yuzhou. The position of an honorary elder was indeed prestigious. Qing Qi looked at Xiao Ye and inquired, "Do you not wish to become an honorary elder of our Qing Chamber of Commerce?" Naturally, he wanted to, Xiao Ye declared without hesitation. Such an opportunity was too tempting to let slip away. Chapter 39. Guidance in Alchemy. Qing Qi smiled faintly, instructing the attendant beside her, "Liang, go find the Grand Elder and request an honorary elder's token." "Yes." The attendant named Liang cast an envious glance at Xiao Ye. Being made an honorary elder of the Qing Chamber of Commerce was a title even more formidable than that of a genius disciple of the Xiao family. Liang hurried off and soon returned with an exquisite jade token, handing it to Xiao Ye. Upon receiving the token, Xiao Ye felt its coolness in his hand. The words honorary elder were engraved upon it, signifying his new status. By the way, may I utilize your chamber's alchemy room? Xiao Ye inquired, recalling the copper sinew iron bone grass he had acquired, which he could refine into a copper sinew iron bone pill in the chamber's alchemy room. You can refine medicine? Qingqi's eyes lit up momentarily before she shook her head, her expression dimming. The level of an alchemist was often related to their age, and since Xiao Ye was younger than her, she presumed he was merely an alchemy apprentice. Cautiously, Qingqi secured the dragon crystal, neglecting to attend to Xiao Ye, and gestured, "The alchemy room is over there. You may use it freely upon presenting the elder's token." All right. Xiao Ye nodded and made his way toward the alchemy chamber. Ignoring Xiao Ye, Qingqi turned to Liang, saying, "Liang, quickly summon Master Su. No, I should go myself to express sincerity." Liang frowned, saying, "President, Elder Xiao intends to use the alchemy room. Do you think he could possibly concoct a transformation pill?" Thud. Qingqi playfully tapped Liang on the forehead, exclaiming, "Do you think everyone can become an alchemist? The Grand Elder has devoted years to alchemy, yet remains only an apprentice. Xiao Ye likely isn't even on that level. That does seem plausible." Liang rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and continued, "However, President, you should not go. After all, he is merely a guest of the Lin family. Why should you personally attend? Let me handle it." Liang recalled Master Su's arrogant demeanor previously, feeling a surge of irritation at the thought of the president being mistreated. After a moment's hesitation, Qingqi acquiesced. "Very well, but be mindful of your demeanor. Be sincere, as we are the ones asking for assistance. As long as the requests are not excessive, they can be accommodated." Liang nodded and departed. "Big Brother Xiao, I did not expect the president of the Qing Chamber of Commerce to be such a beautiful sister." Xiao Ye trailed closely behind Xiao Ye, unable to contain her admiration. Xiao Ye casually nodded, replying, "Yes, I did not anticipate that either. Young master, do not underestimate this woman." Guard Lu cautioned Xiao Ye, who seemed to regard Qingqi lightly. "I have heard the master mention that the Qing Chamber of Commerce's standing is not sustained by schemes and plots, but rather by the president's strength. Qingqi's power is said to surpass even that of the city lord of Qingsang." "Surpass the city lord of Qingsang?" Xiao Ye exclaimed in astonishment. "The city lord, Qing Han, is a practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Does that imply this woman has surpassed the Gathering Yuan realm?" Xiao Ye found this hard to believe. Guard Lu held a blind trust in Xiao Ye's father, recalling the latter's previous speculations. Xiao Ye displayed the elder's token, gaining access to the alchemy room without hindrance. The chamber was somewhat dim, with 2 rows of alchemy furnaces dominating nearly half the space. At that moment, only an elderly man in gray robes was present, anxiously watching the bubbling alchemy furnace before him. Observing the old man's crude alchemy techniques, Xiao Ye could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Noticing Xiao Ye's expression, the elderly man felt a surge of anger, akin to a senior confronting a wayward junior. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The old man, distracted and unable to control the flames, caused the furnace to explode. Fortunately, being a skilled practitioner, he swiftly channeled his true energy to protect his vital areas. Nevertheless, he emerged from the explosion covered in soot and in a disheveled state. "Alas," Xiao Ye sighed, glancing at the old man, unable to refrain from commenting, "At your age, you should have mastered tranquility. You've wasted an entire batch of medicinal herbs." "Who are you referring to, young man?" The old man glared, his anger flaring. If it weren't for Xiao Ye, he wouldn't have caused the explosion, yet the youth dared to admonish him. Xiao Ye shook his head once more, continuing, "Not only is your mindset unstable, but you also possess a volatile temper. With such a disposition, you will remain an alchemy apprentice for your entire life." The old man's face shifted between shades of green and white. These words had been spoken by a former master alchemist, yet hearing them from a mere junior felt particularly harsh. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and coldly retorted, "This is the alchemy room of the Qing Chamber of Commerce, not open to outsiders. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. That I apologize, but I am your chamber's honorary elder, not an outsider," Xiao Ye declared, proudly displaying the elder's token. The old man was taken aback, then quickly comprehended. Liang took the elder's token from me. It was meant for you." Qingqi has truly become increasingly reckless, allowing a mere child to assume the position of honorary elder. It was clear that this elder was the Grand Elder of the Qing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ye paid no mind to the old man and approached an alchemy furnace, retrieving the prepared herbs along with the copper sinew iron bone grass. He did not rush into action, instead closing his eyes to mentally organize the alchemy method provided by the system, committing it to memory before confidently opening his eyes, ready to commence the alchemy process. As he picked up a herb, he paused once more. While he had memorized the techniques, the simplest aspect of flame control remained elusive due to his insufficient cultivation level. You intend to refine medicine? Suddenly, the Grand Elder approached, eyeing Xiao Ye with suspicion. Startled, Xiao Ye was about to express his indignation when he recalled the old man's crude techniques, yet his fundamentals were sound enough to control the flames effectively. Xiao Ye regarded the elderly man before him as a potential free laborer. What do you want? The Grand Elder felt a chill at Xiao Ye's gaze and instinctively took a step back. Haha, Xiao Ye smiled slightly, saying, Old man, while your alchemical techniques may be lacking, your fundamentals are quite solid. That it seems our meeting is fated. Why not allow me to guide you a bit? You wish to guide me? The Grand Elder stared incredulously at Xiao Ye's audacity. Just as he was about to express his anger, he suddenly noticed a herb beside him and froze. Is this the copper sinew iron bone grass? The Grand Elder gazed at Xiao Ye in astonishment and exclaimed, Are you truly attempting to concoct the copper muscle iron bone pill? Xiao Ye nodded affirmatively. The Grand Elder swallowed hard, incredulous, and asked again, Can you truly refine the copper muscle iron bone pill? Once more, Xiao Ye nodded. The Grand Elder tightly clutched the copper muscle iron bone herb and continued, Are you aware that should the refinement fail, this herb will be lost? Chapter 40. Apprenticeship. Xiao Ye, growing impatient, snatched the herb from the Grand Elder's grasp and retorted, Old man, will you do it or not? The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye, realizing he was not jesting, and inquired, The copper muscle iron bone herb is a second-tier medicinal material. May I ask if you are a second-tier alchemist? Second-tier alchemists, also known as novice alchemists, boast a minimum success rate of 50% when refining second-tier pills, granting them considerable status in Qingsang City and throughout the Yuzhou continent. Xiao Ye shook his head, replying, No rank, no rank. The Grand Elder nearly spat blood, staring at Xiao Ye. The copper muscle iron bone herb was incredibly precious. Once refined into the copper muscle iron bone pill, it would render the user impervious to blades and bullets, their body as unyielding as steel. Could this young man be a scion of a prominent family, thus so indifferent to the value of a single herb? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, increasingly convinced that he recognized Xiao Ye from somewhere. Seeing the Grand Elder lost in thought, Xiao Ye impatiently remarked, Old man, are you capable or not? If not, I shall seek another. Very well. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and said, I will assist you in controlling the flame. Let us see how you refine this copper muscle iron bone pill. He approached the alchemical furnace, pointing a finger to summon a green flame that rose beneath it. Xiao Ye glanced at the flame and stated, The temperature is too low. Stabilize it at 400 degrees. The Grand Elder shot Xiao Ye a glare but complied, adjusting the flame to the specified temperature. Satisfied, Xiao Ye approached the furnace, effortlessly crushed a herb in his hands with practiced ease, as fluid as flowing water, and tossed the powdered herbs into the furnace. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Such skill was something he had only witnessed in his own master during his early years, a master who was a fourth-tier, high-ranking alchemist. The temperature is rising, Xiao Ye admonished the dazed Grand Elder. The Grand Elder snapped to attention, diligently regulating the flame, realizing that this young man might indeed possess the ability to refine the copper muscle iron bone pill. The essence of alchemy lies in understanding the attributes of each herb. As he continued the refinement, Xiao Ye elaborated, The interaction of attributes is subtle. Even herbs of opposing properties can amalgamate if one identifies their points of synergy. For instance, the sunny sun herb and the frost fruit are oppositional. Yet by incorporating the bright jade grass, the two can harmonize perfectly to create a foundation establishment pill. The Grand Elder listened intently to Xiao Ye's explanations. Increasingly astonished, the concepts Xiao Ye articulated were straightforward, yet highlighted the missteps he had encountered throughout his years of alchemical practice. Even his master, a fourth-tier alchemist, had failed to perceive these truths. Yet this young man had elucidated them with ease. Could this youth's alchemical prowess surpass that of his master, reaching the esteemed level of a fifth-tier alchemist? With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ye cast in the final herb, glanced at the Grand Elder's solemn expression, and instructed, Maintain the flame. Switch to a gentle fire after 10 breaths, and in a quarter of an hour, the pill shall be complete. The Grand Elder nodded, excitement coursing through him. Though under Xiao Ye's guidance, a second-tier pill crafted by his own hands would significantly enhance his future alchemical endeavors. Master Deity. That moment, a simple-minded man entered the room, casting a curious glance at Xiao Ye, and respectfully addressed the Grand Elder. The chairperson requests your presence. She wishes to use the alchemical room. Refining pills? The Grand Elder queried, somewhat perplexed, as he regarded the simple man. What pill is the chairperson attempting to refine? It seems she has summoned that second-tier alchemist, Subai, to concoct the transformation dragon pill. Subai? The Grand Elder clenched his teeth in anger. Of course, having procured the dragon crystal, the chairperson is eager to refine the transformation dragon pill. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds erupted from the furnace. Xiao Ye quickly cautioned, "Steady your mind and control the flame." The Grand Elder, startled, promptly stabilized the flame and glanced at the simple man, saying calmly, "Qingsang, inform the chairperson that I am at a critical juncture in the refinement and cannot be disturbed. Kindly ask her to wait a moment longer." Understood. The simple man named Qingsang nodded and exited. Closing the door behind him, chairperson, Qingsang slightly bowed. "My master is currently in the midst of a crucial refinement and cannot be disturbed. I kindly ask you to wait a bit longer." Qingqi nodded, casting an apologetic smile at the haughty elder beside her. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Subai. The Grand Elder will emerge shortly." "Humph." The alchemist Subai scoffed disdainfully. "That old fool Sun Yi. I know his capabilities all too well. For decades, he has failed to progress beyond a mere apprentice. Hurry him out. Do not waste my time." As Subai spoke, he stepped forward, intending to force open the door. "Stop." Qingshan, filled with indignation, positioned himself before the door, glaring at Subai. "My master has instructed that he must not be disturbed. You would do well to wait patiently." "What?" Subai's face flushed with rage. And he turned to Qingqi, pointing at Qingshan. "Chairperson Qing, is this how you request me to refine pills? If that's the case, I shall take my leave," Subai declared, preparing to depart. Alchemist Su. "Hold!" Qingqi exclaimed, startled, and quickly donned a smile. "Alchemist Su, he is merely ignorant of the rules. I implore you, be magnanimous and wait a moment longer." "Chairperson Qing, I only came here out of respect for you." "Success, indeed. It has been accomplished." Suddenly, a jubilant cry from the alchemical room interrupted Subai, followed by a delightful fragrance wafting forth. Subai paused, astonished. Is that the aroma of a high-quality second-tier pill? Could it be that old fool Sun Yi actually succeeded? Doubtful. Subai forcefully pushed aside Qingshan and flung open the door to the alchemical room. Upon entering, he was taken aback, not because Sun Yi had refined a second-tier pill, but because Sun Yi was kneeling reverently before a young man. "Master, I beseech you to take me as your disciple." The Grand Elder suddenly knelt before Xiao Ye, showing utmost respect. "What are you doing, old man?" Xiao Ye exclaimed in shock, quickly stepping back. Did this elder wish to hasten his demise? Suddenly, a piercing laughter erupted as a haughty elder appeared at the door, looking down at Sun Yi with disdain. "Sun Yi, it seems you have truly become ambitious, bowing to a callow child as your master." "What audacity!" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, observing the sudden arrival. How audacious to speak so to the Grand Elder of the Qing Merchant Guild. The Grand Elder recognized the newcomer, rising to his feet with a cold smile. "Humph, I did not expect to see the timid turtle, Subai, showing such boldness today." Chapter 41. Refining the Transformation Dragon Pill. Sun Yi, Subai seethed, turning to Qingqi. "Chairperson Qing, there is someone here whom I do not wish to see. If you want my assistance in refining pills, you must expel this Sun Yi from the Qing Merchant Guild." "You?" Qingqi frowned. Sun Yi held a respected position as the Grand Elder of the Qing Merchant Guild. How could he simply be dismissed? Though Subai's insistence was infuriating, Qingqi was determined to continue the refinement of the Transformation Dragon Pill, just as she was about to offer words of conciliation. The Grand Elder scoffed dismissively. "Subai, do not presume that you alone possess the ability to refine pills. The Transformation Dragon Pill is well within my master's reach." "Your master?" Subai paused, then noticed the young man beside Sun Yi. Subai erupted into raucous laughter, gazing at Sun Yi as though he were a fool. "Sun Yi, if this callow child can indeed refine the Transformation Dragon Pill, Subai, shall crawl out of here." Subai was acutely aware that the Transformation Dragon Pill was a third-tier pill, and even he had but a mere 10% chance of success in its refinement. "Humph, is this not the natural state of a timid turtle?" Sun Yi chuckled coldly, refusing to yield. Subai ignored the furious retort and turned to Xiao Ye. "Master, you can refine the Transformation Dragon Pill, correct?" "Me?" Xiao Ye was momentarily speechless. All he desired was a place to consume the copper muscle iron bone pill and prepare for the impending martial arts tournament. Ding! System task triggered. Refine the Transformation Dragon Pill. Would you like to accept? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. He hesitated for a moment. Given his distaste for Subai, he decided to proceed. Accept. Task acceptance successful. Task description. Refine a third-tier pill, the Transformation Dragon Pill. Task reward: 10,000 cultivation points and 500 gold coins. Xiao Ye felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed this task was not particularly challenging, and the rewards offered by the system were rather meager, lacking skill scrolls or item rewards. However, he dismissed such concerns. Having accepted the task, he was determined to fulfill it earnestly. Xiao Ye mentally organized the refinement methods, feeling confident. Meanwhile, Su Bai, observing Xiao Ye's dazed demeanor, assumed he was intimidated and sneered. "Sun Yi, it appears your apprentice is frightened." "Humph." Xiao Ye returned the icy smile, fixing his gaze on Su Bai. "Did I ever indicate my reluctance? Instead, you should remember your wager." "Humph, such arrogance." Su Million glared at Xiao Ye, unperturbed in his view. Xiao Ye's success in refining the copper muscle iron bone pill was merely a stroke of luck, and the pill itself was not particularly difficult to concoct. Its rarity stemmed solely from the scarcity of the copper muscle iron bone grass. He regarded Xiao Ye coldly and said, "Boy, if you fail, not only will I make you crawl out of here, but you will also be banished from the Qing Merchant Association forever." Su Million assumed that Xiao Ye was also a disciple of the association. "Fine." Sun Yi agreed without hesitation. "Grand Elder." Qing Qi frowned. Recognizing this as a clear trap set by Su Million, she doubted the Grand Elder was oblivious to it. More importantly, there was only one dragon crystal, and if they failed, it was uncertain when they might find another. "Rest assured, I have confidence," Sun Yi replied, sensing Qing Qi's concerns. Sighing, Qing Qi could only pray for Xiao Ye's success in alchemy. She prepared the medicinal ingredients and observed Xiao Ye, who wore an expression of calmness, feeling uncertain. Over the years, she had never heard of Xiao Ye being an alchemist. "Grand Elder," Xiao Ye addressed Sun Yi, "I will need your assistance in controlling the heat." "Of course," Sun Yi replied with utmost respect. Approaching the alchemical furnace with a serious demeanor, igniting the flames, Xiao Ye checked the medicinal herbs, ensuring everything was in order, and cautioned Sun Yi, "The dragon transformation pill requires precise temperature control. We cannot afford any carelessness this time." "Understood, Master." Sun Yi nodded gravely, not daring to be negligent. "Humph, I shall see what tricks you can conjure," Su Million observed coldly, waiting for the two to falter. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye approached the furnace. Acutely sensing its temperature, suddenly he sprang into action. His movements were swift, tossing one herb after another into the furnace with a fluidity akin to crafting a masterpiece. "What speed!" Su Million marveled at Xiao Ye's dexterity, wondering if this young man was indeed a master alchemist. Could he have misjudged him? However, Su Million quickly shook his head. With Xiao Ye's mere gathering essence cultivation, he was at most an alchemical apprentice who had likely learned an unusual technique. Jealousy surged within Su Million. If he could acquire this alchemical method, his skills would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level, potentially even achieving the status of a mid-level alchemist. Xiao Ye slowed his pace. He warned Sun Yi, "The temperature has dropped. Intensify the flames." "Yes." Sun Yi gritted his teeth and increased the fire's intensity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly straining under the pressure. Xiao Ye focused intently on the herbs in the furnace, knowing he had to add 7 herbs at the precise moment they were fully refined, or the efficacy of the dragon transformation pill would diminish significantly. Stabilize the flames. As the last herb was refined, Xiao Ye reminded the Grand Elder, swiftly grabbing several herbs and adding them to the furnace in rapid succession. A sharp pain pierced Xiao Ye's finger as he quickly added the Zijing grass, its thorns breaking the skin. A drop of blood fell into the furnace. "Humph, how could you make such a rookie mistake?" Su Million smirked, seeing Xiao Ye's injury and instantly feeling relieved. The addition of blood would likely lead to failure. Xiao Ye, realizing the implications, could not attend to his wound and anxiously focused on the furnace. Fortunately, the reactions within the furnace appeared normal. The herbs gradually transformed into liquid under the intense heat. Xiao Ye took the crucial dragon crystal and added it to the furnace. "The temperature has dropped," Xiao Ye cautioned the Grand Elder. The current heat was insufficient to refine the dragon crystal. The Grand Elder remained silent, gritting his teeth as his body trembled. He had reached his limit and could not raise the temperature further. Xiao Ye sensed this urgency, feeling frantic, wanting to assist Sun Yi. But his own cultivation was insufficient. "That I will help you." Qing Qi suddenly reacted, positioning herself beside the Grand Elder. With a flick of her finger, a mystical azure flame erupted beneath the furnace, raising the temperature throughout the alchemical chamber. Chapter 42. The Immortal Pills. Tribulation. Qing Lotus Demon Fire. Su Million was taken aback, astonished by Qing Qi's ability to summon such formidable flames at her young age. She had evidently mastered the Qing Lotus technique to an extraordinary degree, likely surpassing even the city lord of Qingsang. Xiao Ye was equally startled by the intense heat, relieved to see the dragon crystal gradually melting within the furnace. He glanced at the Grand Elder and Qing Chi, reminding them, "We must maintain the temperature." "Yes." The Grand Elder nodded seriously. Su Million's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief as he coldly stated, "I refuse to believe you can truly refine the dragon transformation pill. This is merely the beginning. The critical part is yet to come, and you are far from success." Su Million mocked them. Sun Yi remained unusually calm, ignoring the taunts. Time passed. Every ingredient melted and fused. Yet Xiao Ye remained tense, his brow furrowing deeper. The elixir showed no signs of solidifying. If it did not congeal, it would still be deemed a failure. Logically, it should be nearing completion. Did he make an error in the process? Reflecting on the steps, Xiao Ye found no mistakes. He had followed the system's instructions precisely. The only lapse was when he had pricked his finger while adding the Zijing grass. Could that drop of blood affect the outcome? Desperate for a remedy, Xiao Ye scanned for solutions, but the system offered no guidance. "Let us give it our all," he declared to the Grand Elder and Qing Chi. "Increase the heat. Raising the temperature could eliminate impurities in the liquid, perhaps even evaporating the blood within the furnace." The flames surged once more, with only Qing Chi managing to sustain the effort, while the Grand Elder was exhausted, barely controlling the fire. Gurgling sounds emanated from the furnace as the liquid began to coalesce. It solidifying. Xiao Ye breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, the noises from within the furnace intensified, a surge of volatile energy coursing through, signaling an impending explosion. "Not good. It's going to blow." Su Million's expression shifted, and he immediately sought to escape that a third-grade pill explosion would unleash enough energy to raise the place to the ground. "Don't move," Xiao Ye shouted, his face grave, urging Qing Chi. "Slowly reduce the flames. Do not rush." Qing Chi's face paled slightly. Glancing at Xiao Ye, she gritted her teeth and persevered, gradually diminishing the furnace's flames. The tumultuous sounds within the furnace began to subside. Stabilizing. Could it truly be a success? Su Million glared at Xiao Ye, determined to prevent him from refining the dragon transformation pill at all costs. Suddenly, Su Million's eyes flickered with malice as he yelled, "Watch out, it's going to explode." "What?" Qing Chi gasped, losing control of the flames. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the room, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. Xiao Ye, startled by the sudden chaos, instinctively shielded Xiao Ye, protecting her in his embrace. The blast tore the roof asunder. Fortunately, everyone present was skilled, and Xiao Ye was shielded by Xiao Ye, leaving them shaken but unharmed. Su Million, the Grand Elder, covered in debris, rose furiously from the wreckage, glaring at Su Million. "You scoundrel! How dare you resort to trickery?" "Ah, what have I done?" Su Million laughed triumphantly, devoid of shame. "Have we failed?" Qing Chi slumped to the ground, her complexion ashen. "Not yet." Xiao Ye stood up, gently adjusting Xiao Yu's attire before turning to Su Million, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached the shattered furnace. "That I hope you keep your word." Su Million raised his head arrogantly, eager to see what Xiao Ye would conjure next. With a slight wave of his hand, Xiao Ye summoned a dark pill from the ashes, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping everyone in a refreshing aura, banishing their fatigue. This is a spiritual pill." The Grand Elder stammered, disbelief etched across his face as he fixated on the pill swirling with energy. Could this truly be their creation? Impossible. Su Million, equally incredulous, stared at the pill. How could it have been refined after the explosion? Furthermore, it had reached the level of a spiritual pill. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the sunlight, casting a heavy sense of foreboding over them. What is happening? Qing Chi looked up at the swirling clouds above. A flicker of fear in her eyes. This a thunder tribulation. Has someone in Qingsang City broken through to the true martial realm? Qing Chi could hardly believe it. Qingsang City was merely a small town, unfit for the emergence of a true martial expert. Wait, the Grand Elder exclaimed, realizing something. This isn't a martial tribulation. It's a pill tribulation. What? The others were taken aback, finally noticing the roiling clouds gathering overhead. While the dragon transformation pill hovered in midair, trembling as if in excitement or fear, heavenly thunder refines pills. If they could withstand 3 strikes of the thunder tribulation, they could elevate the pill from spiritual to immortal status. Master, we have actually refined an immortal pill. The Grand Elder gazed at Xiao Ye with fervent admiration. However, it would be premature to celebrate. Successfully enduring the heavenly thunder tribulation was the true essence of the elixir. Xiao Ye, equally anxious, watched the tempestuous storm clouds above, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread that was beyond human resistance. Could this elixir withstand such forces? Suddenly, the dense clouds parted as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, descended with devastating force towards the transformational elixir below. A deafening crash echoed, leaving the onlookers' heads buzzing, their eyes fixated on the trembling elixir in the air. Remarkably, it withstood the first strike of the thunderous tribulation. Without respite, the second bolt crashed down with a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying energy that ravaged all in its path. For the first time, Xiao Ye felt the insignificance of martial artists beneath such formidable lightning. Akin to mere ants, the transformational elixir quaked violently under the assault, its spirit energy on the verge of collapse, clearly reaching its limit and unable to endure the final strike. Would they face failure? Qingqi stared with despair at the roiling clouds above, likening them to a malevolent dragon stirring the winds, poised to devour everything below. The final bolt of lightning coalesced, ready to strike. That it cannot fail. Xiao Ye suddenly roared, recklessly charging toward the impending thunderbolt. Chapter 43. Reward for a perfect taskmaster. No Sun Yi and Qingqi were taken aback, witnessing Xiao Ye's reckless charge toward the heavens. They realized it was too late to intervene. Given Xiao Ye's strength, how could he possibly withstand the heavenly thunder? It was akin to a moth flying into a flame. Xiao Ye felt the terrifying pressure of the storm. In the face of such formidable thunder, he found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Was this the true horror of the thunder tribulation? Activating the ancient divine shield, Xiao Ye understood he could not resist the monstrous force of the lightning. In a moment of desperation, he spent nearly all his coins to acquire a talisman from the system, one capable of withstanding a single strike of the tribulation. Simultaneously, the thunder struck him, and for an instant, time seemed to stand still, enveloped in an eerie silence. The horrific energy surged forth, obliterating everything in its wake. Yet, amidst the storm, Xiao Ye stood resolute, radiating a brilliant golden light that made him appear as a celestial being, defiantly welcoming the baptism of thunder. What is this? Qingqi gazed in astonishment at Xiao Ye, whose figure, though not imposing, resembled a golden-armored warrior, forever etched in her memory. As the gentle breeze stirred, the ominous clouds above gradually dispersed, and Xiao Ye descended to the ground, his demeanor tranquil. Brother Xiao? Xiao Ye finally reacted, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed into his embrace, sobbing softly. Master, are you all right? Sun Yi stood dumbfounded, astonished and elated to see Xiao Ye unharmed. Previously, he would never have believed that a martial artist at the gathering essence level could withstand such a tribulation. I am fine, Xiao Ye reassured, gently patting Xiao Yu's back with a faint smile. He accepted the transformational elixir, which now glimmered faintly with a green hue, its surface marred by incomplete golden patterns. Observing Xiao Yu clinging to Xiao Ye, Qingqi felt an inexplicable pang of envy. Chairman, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. The commotion from the elixir's tribulation is bound to be known throughout the city, especially with the martial artist selection event approaching. Numerous experts are present to avoid unnecessary complications. We must keep this matter under wraps. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Creating an elixir of this caliber would certainly stir a tempest in Yuzhou, and he preferred to remain under the radar for now. Rest assured, I will handle it. Qingqi interjected. While the Qing Merchant Association is not a major power, I still hold sway in Qingsang City. I will have someone seal off the news immediately. No need for that, Xiao Yu replied with a mysterious smile, turning to the stunned Su Baiwan. Isn't there a scapegoat right here? Huh. Su Baiwan gulped nervously, regarding Xiao Yu with trepidation. What are you planning? I'm a registered second-tier alchemist in the Alchemist Guild. Relax, Xiao Ye said with a cold smile. I merely want you to fulfill your wager. Besides, producing an elixir of this caliber will surely make your name renowned across the lands. Su Baiwan felt a jolt of fear. Fame was desirable, but one needed corresponding strength to back it. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. All right, now Su Baiwan, do you dare to leave? Xiao Ye said with a knowing smile. You wouldn't. Su Baiwan could hardly believe that Xiao Ye had truly managed to create the transformational elixir. The thought of being forced out of this place was unbearable, especially after the uproar caused by the tribulation. Surely, a crowd had gathered outside. Is alchemist Su having second thoughts? Qingqi smiled, her gaze fixed on Su Baiwan. She had endured much to assist him in alchemy, and now, she could finally hold her head high. Since that's the case, let me assist you. Qingqi raised her hand and pointed towards Su Baiwan's knee from a distance. Su Baiwan cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Panic-stricken, what have you done to me? Why can I not feel my legs? Do not worry. Alchemist suit, I have merely temporarily numbed your nerves. You will recover naturally in a day. Now, I kindly ask you to leave. Qingqi said nonchalantly. Please, Alchemist Su. The Grand Elder's apprentice, Qingsang, approached with a whip in hand, eyeing Su Baiwan maliciously. Very well. Su Baiwan's face turned ashen. He knew this was his just desserts, gritting his teeth. He crawled toward the exit, the entrance of the Qing Merchant Association. A crowd had gathered due to the earlier Thunder Tribulation, yet the guards prevented anyone from entering. Was that really the Thunder Tribulation? Could someone in the Qing Merchant Association have broken through to the true martial realm? Impossible. Another person refuted. Qingsang City is not a large metropolis. Even the city lord is only at the 9th level of gathering essence. There cannot suddenly be a master of the martial king realm that I believe that the bolt of lightning just now was not a martial artist's tribulation, but rather an alchemical one. An alchemical tribulation. Are you saying someone has successfully refined an elixir? I recall that today, someone from the Qing Merchant Association invited Alchemist Su to refine an elixir. Could it be that Alchemist Su has produced a divine elixir? Highly probable. The group nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the doors of the Qing Merchant Association swung open, and a figure was seen sprawled on the ground, being forcibly expelled. Isn't that Alchemist Su? One person exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Alchemist Su crawled out? Another speculated. Was he unable to stand due to the exhaustion from refining a divine elixir? But I can't shake the feeling that he was ejected. Whispers of speculation filled the air as Su Baiwan wished he could vanish into the ground. To his further dismay, his legs were incapacitated, leaving him to crawl away from the crowd. Alchemist Su. What has happened to you? A portly middle-aged man approached, commanding his servants to carry Su Baiwan away. The Qing Merchant Association members emerged to clarify the situation, stating that Alchemist Su had indeed refined a divine elixir, which had summoned the Thunder Tribulation and dispersed the gathering crowd. However, most remained skeptical of the Qing Merchant Association's claims. Bound by their influence, they refrained from contesting it and opted for discreet investigations. Yet found nothing to one believed that it was Xiao Ye who had successfully refined the divine elixir. Ding! Shortly after Su Baiwan's departure, the system notification chimed. Host has successfully refined a pseudo-divine elixir, perfectly completing the task and triggering hidden rewards. Hidden rewards? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of balance restored within him. He hoped this hidden reward would compensate for the coins he had expended. Acquired incomplete technique. Divine Dragon Transformation. Incomplete technique. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Ye's joy dissipated. He opened his system inventory to find a thin, incomplete manual inscribed with the words, Divine Dragon Transformation. Chapter 44. Compulsory task. Xiao Ye felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he examined the detailed description of the technique. Divine Dragon Transformation. Incomplete. A medium-tier heavenly technique. Mastery allows one to transform into a divine dragon and soar through the heavens. Would you like to learn? A medium-tier heavenly technique? Xiao Ye could scarcely believe it. If this was but a fragment, how powerful would the complete version be? Could it mean that this divine dragon transformation was at least a superior heavenly technique? His eyes ignited with ambition as he decisively chose to learn it. Ding! Learning successful. Comprehended the first level of divine dragon transformation. Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens. It is an incomplete technique. The required experience for advancement is doubled, requiring 0,000 experience. Dragon's Roar of the Nine Heavens. The first level of the divine dragon transformation technique mimics the roar of a dragon, resonating through the heavens. It can briefly control the minds of the weak-willed, rendering them unable to powerful. Xiao Ye was left speechless. This was an astonishing control skilled in a duel between masters. Every second mattered. One tiny misstep could cost a life. However, the experience required for advancement was staggering. Xiao Ye had only needed 100,000 experience to progress from the first to the second level of gathering essence. Yet this technique required an astronomical amount for each upgrade. Mr. Xiao, Qingqi said, observing Xiao Ye in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Is it possible for me to have the transformational elixir? I am willing to pay any price. Huh? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Realizing her earnestness, he smiled gently at the anxious Qingqi, responding, this was originally crafted for you. Xiao Ye felt no reluctance as he handed the dragon transformation pill to Qingqi. Though the pill was indeed precious, it was unsuitable for human consumption. It was a medicine for beasts, particularly those of dragon lineage, which could potentially awaken their inherent dragon blood and enable them to soar to great heights. Xiao Ye glanced at the scar on his finger, an inkling telling him that the reason he could concoct such a superb dragon transformation pill was due to his own blood being infused into it. Very well, I truly require this dragon transformation pill. Qingqi did not hesitate to accept it. She then retrieved a light blue square jade pendant from her waist and presented it to Xiao Ye, saying, Mr. Xiao, this is my personal token. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, you may present this token at the mysterious peak, and assistance will surely find you. Please continue to call me Xiao Ye. He replied, accepting the pendant without placing much significance on it. President, exclaimed Sun Yi, who was nearby, that is your family's token of affection. Token of affection? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback and quickly returned the jade pendant. This pendant is of great importance. I cannot accept it. Qingqi shot a fierce glare at the Grand Elder, her eyes flashing with a hint of resentment. Consider it a temporary safeguard. When I find my ideal partner, I shall reclaim it. Her voice trailed off as she lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Ye's gaze. Very well. Although Xiao Ye had been a gaming live streamer in his past life, he was still somewhat of a recluse and did not understand the thoughts of a girl. Seeing Qingqi's demeanor, he did not ponder further and stowed the pendant away. President, at that moment, a Liang entered, respectfully stating, the city lord has sent word inquiring about the recent thunder tribulation. You require assistance? My brother? Qingqi was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Xiao Ye, and then turned to a Liang, saying, there is nothing to worry about. Please inform my brother not to be concerned. Understood. Liang nodded, casting a curious glance at Xiao Ye before exiting. Qingqi's expression returned to normal as she looked at Xiao Ye and said, Xiao Ye, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xiao Ye had already deduced that Qingqi's urgency in refining the dragon transformation pill stemmed from her battle pet being on the brink of a breakthrough, where failure to assist with the pill could result in life-threatening danger. He intended to find a quiet place to refine the copper muscle iron bone pill and did not linger. Departing from the Qing Merchants Association, this time, Xiao Ye successfully concocted 7 copper muscle iron bone pills. With the martial arts tournament's official selection period approaching the following day, he aimed to refine his physique beforehand. System, Xiao Ye curiously called out in his mind. Is there no task for this martial artist selection tournament? There is. The system's cold voice responded. A task has been assigned, and it is mandatory. In this martial arts tournament, you must secure first place to randomly obtain a volume of mysterious tier cultivation technique. Failure will result in the complete reset of your cultivation. What? There are penalties for failure. Xiao Ye could not help but exclaim. Indeed, this task is of great significance to you. Prepare thoroughly, the system concluded, dismissing further conversation. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. The martial artist selection tournament would not only feature talents from Qingsang City, but also from surrounding cities, undoubtedly including prodigies on par with Lin Xia. Xiao Ye was reluctant to rely on the invincible auxiliary system, thus he needed to rely solely on his genuine skills to claim victory. Big brother Xiao, what shall we do next? Xiao Ye inquired, following closely behind him. Tonight may be a bit rough, Xiao Ye contemplated. Let us find a secluded spot outside the city. I intend to consume the copper muscle iron bone pill to prepare for tomorrow's martial arts tournament. Xiao Ye smiled contentedly. As long as I can be with big brother Xiao, I do not mind any hardships. Xiao Ye tenderly brushed Xiao Yu's disheveled hair aside and turned to Guard Lu, saying, Guard Lu, please procure some food. We shall make do outside the city tonight. Yes. Guard Lu nodded, acquiring some provisions before joining Xiao Ye at a dilapidated temple outside the city. The place was in ruins, with broken statues and grotesque heads scattered about, creating a foreboding atmosphere, rarely visited by others. Xiao Ye instructed Guard Lu to protect him as he consumed the copper muscle iron bone pill and began his cultivation. The process went smoothly, and he felt his bones cracking and reforming, as if he were undergoing a rebirth. Initially believing that one pill would suffice to transform his body, he found that he had to consume 6 to reach a plateau. At this moment, Xiao Ye's physique appeared unchanged, yet it had become remarkably resilient, surpassing even the hardness of copper and iron, with his strength seeing terrifying growth. Xiao Ye exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Big brother Xiao, you are awake. Xiao Ye immediately noticed and joyfully ran over. Yes, Xiao Ye nodded, glancing at Guard Lu. There is one more copper muscle iron bone pill. Guard Lu, you should take it. This, Guard Lu was momentarily stunned, staring in astonishment at the pill in Xiao Ye's hand, hesitating to accept it. Guard Lu, if you are to stay by my side, this level of strength is insufficient. Take it, Xiao Ye urged. Thank you. Young master, Guard Lu was deeply moved and knelt before Xiao Ye, vowing to protect him at all costs. Who? Xiao Ye suddenly exclaimed, looking up to see a ragged beggar attempting to steal their food. Thief, how dare you steal our food? Seek death, Guard Lu roared as he rushed forward. The beggar was startled, exclaiming as he grabbed 2 buns and clumsily attempted to flee. Stop! Guard Lu swiftly blocked the beggar's path, delivering a kick that sent the thief flying. Bang! The man crashed into a pillar but, thanks to his tough exterior, rolled back to his feet, clutching his food tightly and trying to escape once more. Seeking death, Guard Lu was taken aback that the man could withstand his kick and launched another fierce strike. Stop! Guard Lu! Xiao Ye suddenly intervened, examining the shabby beggar with surprise. Brother Liangquan, is that you? Huh? The beggar looked up, his round, youthful face displaying astonishment as he recognized Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, what are you doing here? Liangquan. Guard Lu also recognized the chubby figure and immediately halted. Big brother Xiao. Liangquan exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Ye. You're alive. Oh, how wonderful! He suddenly began to cry, rushing towards Xiao Ye in excitement. Get away from me, you fatso! Xiao Ye was startled, kicking the filthy ball of flesh away. Wah! Big brother, you are so cruel. Liangquan sat down on the ground, looking pitifully at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was flooded with memories of Liangquan. He was a side branch member of the Liang family, a subordinate clan of the Xiao family, and the only true friend Xiao Ye had after becoming incapacitated. Liangquan could be considered Xiao Ye's sole confidant. Feeling a touch of remorse, Xiao Ye shot Liangquan a glare and asked, Fatty, how did you end up here in such a sorry state? Sighing, Liangquan replied, Big brother, that scoundrel Xiao Fantian became the family head, claiming you were treasonous, disrespectful to your stepmother, and betraying the family. I couldn't stand idly by, so I spoke up, only to be ousted by that scoundrel. With a self-deprecating smile, Liangquan continued, You know my position in the family. I am merely a side branch with no talent. The family head wasted no time in kicking me out. Xiao Ye felt a surge of emotion. For Liangquan to stand up for him under such circumstances was truly foolish. Brother, in that case, follow me from now on. Xiao Ye extended his hand, helping Liangquan up. Hee. Liangquan grinned sheepishly. As long as you don't see me as a burden, I'm fine with it. What nonsense is that? Xiao Ye playfully punched Liangquan's belly, exclaiming, In this life, we are brothers. There's no such thing as burdens. Brothers for life? Liangquan echoed, his eyes glistening with moisture. Xiao Ye continued, I plan to participate in the martial arts tournament to strive for admission to Yuzhou Academy. What are your plans? Liangquan looked at Xiao Ye oddly. Knowing that Xiao Ye's cultivation was completely wasted and deemed him a cripple, he doubted he could enter the top-tier Cosmic Academy. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and shook his head, saying, Big brother, I can't. I want to even pass the selection. Although I've barely reached the first level of gathering essence, I lack the strength of 1,000 pounds. I am far from that mark. That is indeed a problem. Xiao Ye scrutinized Liangquan and suggested, Hit me with a punch. Let us see. Big brother, are you joking? Liangquan was taken aback, knowing Xiao Ye's cultivation was wasted and he could not withstand his punch. Enough with the chatter. Just do it, Xiao Ye said sternly. Seeing that Xiao Ye was serious, Liangquan nodded. Big brother, please be careful. Liangquan took a step back, clenched his fist, and aimed for Xiao Ye's abdomen. Bang! Liangquan's fist struck Xiao Ye's abdomen solidly, yet Xiao Ye remained unmoved. Liangquan's expression twisted in discomfort. His fist ached, as if he had struck stone. Use all your strength. I can take it. Xiao Ye shouted, knowing Liangquan was holding back. All right. Liangquan gritted his teeth, disregarding the pain in his fist, stepped back again, and roared as he launched another punch at Xiao Ye. Bang! Liangquan's fist collided with Xiao Ye's abdomen once more, causing Xiao Ye to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his balance. Suddenly, Liangquan let out a painful cry, clutching his fist and rolling on the ground. Boss, is your flesh made of iron? Why does it hurt so much? It dawned on Xiao Ye that he had consumed the copper muscle iron bone pill, rendering his skin comparable to that of bronze or iron. Dismissing Liangquan with indifference, Xiao Ye assessed that Liangquan's punch, at most, possessed a force of 700 pounds, still far from the requisite threshold of 1,000 pounds for testing. The notion of breaking through 300 pounds within 10,000 hours seemed nothing short of a fantasy. What if he altered his method of exertion? Xiao Ye recalled a health regimen from his previous life. Tai Chi, the correct technique of force application, could unleash astonishing destructive power from limited strength. Feeling a glimmer of hope, he kicked Liangquan, who was still wailing on the ground, and barked, Get up. I'll teach you a technique to surpass 1,000 pounds in strength. Boss, are you joking? Liangquan, still on the ground, clearly expressed his disbelief. If you had said this before, I might have believed you. But now he hesitated, fearing to discourage Xiao Ye. Can't I teach you now? Xiao Ye kicked Liangquan again, his temper flaring. Hurry up, stand in horse stance, point with both feet, and rotate with your waist as the center to generate power. While at university in his previous life, Xiao Ye had been a member of the Tai Chi Association and had even exchanged insights with several masters. Granting him a profound understanding of Tai Chi, he demonstrated the technique to Liang Quan once more, commanding him to continue practicing. Reluctantly, Liang Quan attempted to follow Xiao Ye's instructions, feeling awkward and questioning. "Boss, will this really increase my strength? Stop talking nonsense. Follow my instructions to the letter." Xiao Ye replied impatiently, kicking Liang Quan once more. Ding! Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. "Congratulations. Host has comprehended a low-grade martial art. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Please name the martial art." Stunned by the series of notifications, Xiao Ye pondered, "Is this even possible? Let us call it Tai Chi." After a moment of hesitation, he murmured in his heart. Naming successful, the system has unlocked a new feature, martial arts teaching. Any martial art comprehended by the host can be taught, excluding system martial arts. Xiao Ye inwardly lamented that he should have studied more martial arts in his previous life. Chapter 46, Strength Testing Boss. "It's not that I don't believe you." Liang Quan interrupted Xiao Ye, reluctant. "If you had said this earlier, it might have been possible. But now," the unspoken implication hung heavily in the air. "What? Now you can't be cured." Xiao Ye glared at Liang Quan, coldly asserting, "Focus on practicing. If you don't improve, you won't eat tonight." Grabbing a bun from the side, Xiao Ye took a hearty bite and beckoned Xiao Yu and Lu Hui to join him for a meal. Liang Quan swallowed hard, patting his stomach, and begrudgingly persisted, adhering to Xiao Ye's training method. As night fell, Liang Quan had barely grasped the essentials of exertion, while Lu Hui, having fully absorbed the effects of the copper muscle iron bone pill, became resilient enough to withstand ordinary blades and spears. The copper muscle iron bone pill had specific requirements for physique. Thus, Xiao Yu and Liang Quan were ill-suited, while Lu Hui could maximize its value. Today marked the Warrior Selection Festival, a day when prestigious academies across Yuzhou recruited new students, and the city buzzed with excitement. The square in Qingsang City was teeming with people, and even some rarely seen masters appeared, including the city lord, Lord Qinghan. A middle-aged man with a square face and a stern expression sat atop a makeshift platform, conversing respectfully with an elder beside him. The elder sipped his tea and remarked, "Little Han, over the years, Qingsang City has produced many warriors. It seems your contributions are significant. Lao, you flatter me. This is merely my duty," Qinghan humbly replied, lowering his head slightly, observing the elder. Qinghan queried, "Li Lao, you have never visited our humble town before. What brings you today?" The elder, known as Li Lao, sighed softly and said, "Didn't Qingsang City produce a genius named Xiao Ye? I heard about him last year. But he was too young at the time. I intended to enroll him in Yuzhou Academy this year, but I did not expect such events to unfold." Furrowing his brow, Qinghan responded, "I have heard about this matter as well. If the Xiao family's claims are true, Xiao Ye's character is indeed questionable." "Indeed," Li Lao nodded. "I hope Qingsang City has other outstanding youths beyond Xiao Ye." "Certainly," Qinghan replied promptly. "The Lin family's daughter, Lin Xiao, possesses talent that rivals Xiao Ye's. I believe Li Lao would be satisfied." "Let us hope so," Li Lao casually responded, surveying the bustling crowd of warriors undergoing testing. Some wore expressions of joy, while others were clearly disheartened. It was evident that many failed to even pass the preliminary selection. In the center of the square stood a strength-testing stone tablet, provided by the Lin family, capable of measuring the punching power of warriors, an exceptionally rare artifact. In a large city like Qingsang, only this one existed. The minimum requirement for selection was to achieve the gathering of energy realm and a punching force of 1,000 pounds. Generally, as long as one trained normally to the third level of the gathering of energy realm, their punching power would suffice. However, for those who forcibly elevated their cultivation with pills, achieving the required strength was exceedingly difficult, thereby filtering out those wealthy disciples who relied on resources for power. To possess 1,000 pounds of strength at the first level of the gathering of energy realm was indicative of either genius or mastery of exceptional physical training techniques. The Lin family's body dominance technique is reputed to be such a method. It was said that Lin Xia possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds even before entering the gathering of energy realm. At this moment, Xiao Ye and his companions had arrived at the square, where the crowd was dense enough that no one noticed them. Observing the long queue ahead, Xiao Ye realized they might have to wait an eternity before their turn came. He felt they had arrived early, yet others had come even earlier. "Let us just wait patiently," Xiao Ye thought, acknowledging the rules of the selection process, resigned to wait. The testing proceeded swiftly. As long as one reached the gathering of energy realm and achieved a punching force of 1,000 pounds, they could register for the afternoon selection. However, This initial threshold would eliminate nearly half the participants. Due to the rarity of the strength-testing stone pillar, most warriors were unaware of their punching power. Many came merely to gauge their strength. Finally, it was Xiao Ye's turn. He watched as a young warrior, somewhat timid, approached the towering square stone pillar, inhaled deeply, and unleashed all his might against it. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as numbers flashed on the stone. 1003. I passed, the youth exclaimed joyfully, leaping in excitement upon seeing the displayed number. A man with a goat beard beside the stone glanced at the numbers and coolly announced, Guaxingwen, 1003 pounds, registration successful. Next, fatty, you go first, Xiao Ye urged Liang Quan, who appeared startled and took a step back in fright. But don't worry, just do as I say, and you'll surely pass, Xiao Ye reassured him confidently. Hey, the goat-bearded man glanced at them impatiently. Which of you is going first? Hurry up, there are many people waiting behind. Swallowing hard, Liang Quan braced himself and stepped forward, deciding to trust Xiao Ye. He had nothing to lose, standing before the strength-testing stone pillar. He recalled Xiao Ye's instructions, inhaled deeply, squatted down, clenched his fist, and assumed a peculiar posture to channel his strength, aiming a fierce strike at the stone. Bang! The numbers flashed on the pillar. 1500, 1500, Liang Quan gaped at the numbers in disbelief. Surely, there must be an issue with the strength-testing pillar. Just days ago, he had measured his strength using a special method and found it only reached 700 pounds, even with the aid of miraculous pills. It was inconceivable for him to suddenly spike to 1500 pounds. Involuntarily, Liang Quan glanced at Xiao Ye, realizing that this remarkable increase was undoubtedly due to the extraordinary technique Xiao Ye had imparted to him. The goat-bearded man stared at the numbers in astonishment, taking a moment to process before scrutinizing Liang Quan with newfound curiosity. Liang Quan, gathering of energy realm, punching force 1,500 pounds, meets the requirements. On the platform. Li Lao, who had been chatting with Qing Han, happened to notice this scene and pointed at Liang Quan, asking Qing Han, Little Han, do you know this disciple? Qing Han examined Liang Quan and shook his head, stating, I don't recognize him. He must be a side branch of some family. Why is Li Lao interested in this chubby fellow? Qing Han was somewhat puzzled. While physique was not a strict requirement for warriors, those who were overweight typically did not excel in martial prowess. Ive discovered a piece of unrefined jade, Li Lao exclaimed excitedly, rising to approach Liang Quan. Chapter 47. A terrifying punch. Qing Han was taken aback, and along with a disciple beside Li Lao, quickly followed. Boss, I actually passed, Liang Quan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as he turned to Xiao Ye, his excitement palpable. Xiao Ye nodded, equally pleased for Liang Quan. At that moment, an elder led two individuals through the crowd towards them. Xiao Ye was momentarily dazed as he recognized one of them. The city lord, Qing Han. What brings the city lord here? Xiao Ye frowned, eyeing the elder, a man with white hair yet youthful features, exuding an air of mystery. This old man was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Xiao Ye's wariness intensified. The city lord, the goat-bearded man, also noticed Qing Han and hurriedly bowed. Qing Han nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze toward Liang Quan, who was brimming with delight after passing the test. Once again, it is confirmed that Liang Quan is not a talented youth from any prominent family. Elderly scrutinized Liang Quan, his brow furrowed. With a sharp gaze, he discerned that Liang Quan's foundation was unsteady. Having just entered the gathering Yuan realm, such strength could only muster around 700 to 800 pounds at most. However, Liang Quan had just demonstrated a force of 1,500 pounds, which could only be attributed to his unique method of exerting power. Young man, what is your name? Elderly inquired, directing his attention to Liang Quan. Caught up in his excitement, Liang Quan was momentarily displeased at being interrupted. Seeing that the questioner was an old man, he scoffed and retorted, Why should I tell you? A few people were taken aback, and Xiao Ye's expression darkened. How could Liang Quan be so reckless? Failing to notice the evident respect the city lord showed towards elderly, he was practically courting disaster. Elderly merely smiled, unperturbed, and continued, I observe that your strength is only around 700 pounds. How did you suddenly unleash such formidable power? Liang Quan frowned, feeling displeased that his true strength had been exposed. What? Do you wish to learn? Come, be my disciple, and I shall teach you. Impudent, a disciple of elderly could no longer contain himself and pointed at Liang Quan, seething with anger. You dare speak so insolently. Enough? Elderly interrupted, turning his gaze back to Liang Quan. The ability to employ a unique method of exertion to double your strength indicates you possess talent. Thus, you may forego the upcoming competitions and be admitted as a student of the Yuzhou Academy without the usual requirements. Puffed. Liang Quan could not hold back his laughter, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Old man, are you jesting? Is it within your authority to decide who enters the Yuzhou Academy?" Arrogant, the disciple behind Elderly finally lost his composure, retorting, "Elderly is the vice president of the Yuzhou Academy. Do you question his authority?" Vice president? Liang Quan was taken aback, finally noticing the city lord standing behind the old man. If the city lord showed such deference to him, then this elder must possess a significant status. Perhaps not merely the vice president. Liang Quan felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xiao Ye was equally speechless, regretting bringing such a reckless companion into the world of martial arts. Would he ultimately be the cause of his own demise? The elder, however, maintained his composure, smiling at Liang Quan, and continued, "I wonder if my words hold any weight?" "Of course they do." Liang Quan nodded vigorously, then recalled that this technique was taught to him by Xiao Ye, that if he could be admitted into the Yuzhou Academy, then surely Xiao Ye would have an even greater chance. Liang Quan turned to Xiao Ye, about to speak, but Xiao Ye gently shook his head. Xiao Ye not only aimed to enter the Yuzhou Academy, but aspired to seize first place in this martial arts tournament. To have the vice president of the Yuzhou Academy make an exception for him was extraordinary fortune indeed. The surrounding martial artists looked at Liang Quan with envy and jealousy. Everyone knew that there were only 2 spots for each city in the Yuzhou Academy. Liang Quan had effortlessly secured one without any competition. Inciting their resentment, "Sigh, it seems we can only vie for the last spot," a reasonably strong man lamented. "Humph, you might as well give up. Don't forget, your most formidable opponent this time is Lin Xia. Can you defeat Lin Xia and claim victory?" Someone scoffed. The man fell silent, realizing that the Yuzhou Academy was likely beyond their reach. "Enough." The city lord Qingsang interrupted the ongoing discussions. "Let us continue with the testing." "Yes." The man with the goatee nodded, looking towards Xiao Ye. "Proceed." Xiao Ye nodded and stepped forward. "Xiao Ye, is that you?" Qingsang finally noticed Xiao Ye and exclaimed in surprise. "City lord." Xiao Ye acknowledged with a nod. Elderly was about to leave when he heard Qingsang's call and paused. Scrutinizing Xiao Ye, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you the talented disciple from the Xiao family, Xiao Ye?" "I once was," Xiao Ye replied, maintaining his composure in front of Elderly. Alas, Elderly sighed softly, sensing that Xiao Ye had just broken through to the gathering Yuan realm. Such strength made him stand out among his peers. Yet he was still far from being a genius. Let the testing commence. Elderly chose not to leave immediately, but rather to observe Xiao Ye's assessment. "I recognize him. Isn't he the traitor expelled from the Xiao family?" "Xiao Ye," someone exclaimed, causing a ripple of recognition among the crowd. Xiao Ye smiled indifferently, ignoring the pointed remarks, and slowly approached the power testing stone pillar. "I hear this is a treasured item of the Lin family. Worth a fortune. If it were to be destroyed, I wonder how Lin Tianyu would react." Xiao Ye mused as he arrived at the stone pillar, which was the lowest grade of power testing pillar, capable of withstanding up to 100,000 pounds of force. Exceeding this limit would result in its destruction. Though Xiao Ye had just broken through the gathering Yuan realm, the copper muscle iron bone herb had already enhanced his punching power beyond 10,000 pounds. Insufficient to destroy the pillar. Thus he had to employ an alternate method. Taking a step back, Xiao Ye suddenly moved, his motion a blend of speed and subtlety, leaving a series of afterimages as he struck the pillar softly. Buzz! Suddenly, the pillar trembled, emitting a series of piercing vibrations that caused those nearest to clasp their ears in pain. 0. Qingsang and others stared in shock at the reading on the pillar, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even an ordinary person could not strike with 0 force, let alone Xiao Ye, a master of the gathering Yuan realm. In no way. Elderly seemed to have realized something, exclaiming, "This indicates the force exceeds the stone pillar's capacity." Crack! Before Elderly could finish, the stone pillar emitted a sharp sound, and the seemingly indestructible structure developed a crack, shattering to pieces. Chapter 48. Stirring Qingsang City. How is this possible? Onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at the shattered pillar. Though it was of the lowest grade, it could withstand a force of 100,000 pounds. To have been destroyed by Xiao Ye's punch implied his strength surpassed that threshold. Only upon entering the true martial realm could one hope to achieve such power. Had Xiao Ye already reached that level? What was happening? Elderly looked at Xiao Ye, equally incredulous that a single punch could yield such immense force. Could the measuring pillar be defective? Xiao Ye maintained a composed demeanor, feigning innocence as he regarded the shattered remnants of the measuring pillar. With his strength in the gathering Yuan realm, even after enhancing his physique with the copper muscle iron bone herb, it was impossible for him to reach 100,000 pounds of force. Instead, Xiao Ye had employed the techniques of Tai Chi, particularly the stacking wave slash, which allowed him to deliver multiple strikes in rapid succession to the same spot, thereby exceeding the threshold. Unlike Liang Quan, Xiao Ye was proficient in Tai Chi, and elderly failed to notice this. Furthermore, Xiao Ye could instantly amplify his power fivefold, combining it with the stacking wave slash to unleash 3 consecutive strikes, resulting in a force of 150,000 pounds, thus breaching the stone pillar's limits and causing its destruction. Youth, elderly regarded Xiao Ye with growing astonishment. This young man was certainly not a mere waste fallen from grace. This single feat was enough to elevate him above his peers. Elderly expressed his approval, stating, "Young man, you too may be admitted as a disciple of the Yuzhou Academy, without the usual requirements." Could there be some hidden agenda? Others murmured, displeased. How can 2 spots in the Yuzhou Academy be filled before the competition even begins? Many in the crowd felt discontented. They had come with aspirations of entering the Yuzhou Academy. Yet now, without even starting the competition, 2 spots had already vanished. Xiao Ye remained unfazed, turning to Elder Li and stating, "I must decline." "What?" Elder Li was taken aback, incredulity etched across his face. The Yuzhou Academy was the most prestigious institution in the entire Yuzhou continent. It was the first time he had encountered someone refusing admission. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned, gazing at Xiao Ye with expressions of pity, thinking he must surely be a fool. "You refuse to join the Yuzhou Academy?" Elder Li asked in astonishment. "Not at all." Xiao Ye stood proudly atop the remnants of the shattered measuring pillar, surveying the young talents around him, and declared slowly, "I certainly wish to join the Yuzhou Academy, but not as an exception. I aim to become the champion of this martial arts tournament." "Now that's ambition." Elder Li nodded in satisfaction, recognizing this as the attitude a true martial artist should possess, confident and unyielding. Rumors had circulated that Xiao Ye had become a waste, but this clearly was not the case. "Xiao Ye, it really is you." Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that descended upon them. An enraged elder charged forward, followed by several other experts, all directing their ire toward Xiao Ye. Aside from City Lord Qinghan and Elder Li, the atmosphere turned tense. Yet, Xiao Ye remained unfazed, regarding the incoming figures with a slight cold smile. Unperturbed, it was the current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Fantian. Someone recognized the approaching figure and exclaimed in alarm. The commotion caused by Xiao Ye shattering the measuring pillar had already alerted the prominent families. And the first to arrive were naturally the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Fantian, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Tianyu. The previous wedding in the Lin family, Lin Tianyu, had nearly met his end at Xiao Ye's hand. Fortunately, he had survived, and now, having just recovered, he could hardly suppress his fury upon encountering his nemesis again. Both Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu harbored deep-seated enmity towards Xiao Ye, despite the grievances between them. They united in their enmity against Xiao Ye. "Today, I shall eradicate you, this unfilial son, and rid the family of its scourge," declared Xiao Fantian with righteous fervor. "And I as well." Lin Tianyu stepped forward, his voice icy. "Xiao Ye, the pain of family annihilation and the loss of a wife and child is an unending vendetta. Today, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions." With a thunderous roar, Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu joined forces, advancing to strike at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye regarded the two with a frigid gaze. Unperturbed, if necessary, he could activate his invincible system once more and plunge them into chaos. After all, both were already on his list of enemies. "You dare!" Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted. As a woman in a light blue gown positioned herself before Xiao Ye, her cold gaze fixed upon Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu. Upon recognizing her, the pair furrowed their brows and halted their advance. "President Qing, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Tianyu questioned, his expression flickering between uncertainty and anger. The woman was none other than Qing Qi, the president of the Qing Chamber of Commerce. "Humph, Xiao Ye is a respected elder of our Qing Chamber, and moreover, he is my benefactor. To target him is to oppose our chamber," Qing Qi stated emphatically. "What?" Xiao Fantian was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. "President Qing, are you mistaken? This brat is an elder of your chamber? I have never heard of such a thing. Should our chamber report every matter to you?" Qing Qi retorted coldly, her gaze piercing through Xiao Fantian. "Then, even if he is an elder of your chamber, he is still a traitor to the Xiao family. It is not unjust for us to eliminate traitors." Xiao Fantian spat. "Indeed," Lin Tianyu echoed. "Xiao Ye nearly wiped out my entire family. The blood feud is insurmountable. Do you wish to involve the Qing chamber in this? Humph, these are merely your one-sided claims." Today, we stand by Xiao Ye. Qi declared resolutely, refusing to yield an inch. Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening that if that is the case, we shall test the prowess of President Qing. Wait, Qing Han interjected hastily, furrowing his brow as he approached Qi. Sister, you cannot be serious. Of course I am. Qi shot him an exasperated glance. This matter is not for you to meddle in. I can handle it myself. Qing Han felt at a loss that he was not concerned for Qi's safety. Even if the four great families joined forces, they would likely not be her match. Cough, cough. Qing Han cleared his throat, addressing Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu. Gentlemen, I understand your grievances with Xiao Ye, but we are currently holding a martial arts selection event with esteemed guests present. Could you not postpone your conflict until the event concludes? That is out of the question. Xiao Fantian objected that if this brat becomes a student of the Yuzhou Academy, how will we contend with their protection of him? The Xiao family is no match for the Yuzhou Academy. Rest assured, elderly interjected, though the Yuzhou Academy supports its students, it does not interfere in their personal grievances that if you seek revenge, feel free. Should any of our students fall, it is merely a matter of insufficient strength. The Academy will not intervene, but if you slander our institution, you will face dire consequences. Elderly's words were measured and authoritative, neither diminishing the Academy's reputation nor failing to warn the aggressors that the students of Yuzhou Academy were not to be trifled with. Very well. Then let Xiao Ye survive a few more days, Xiao Fantian conceded, recognizing that elderly had afforded him some face. He knew pressing further could provoke a backlash, seeing Xiao Fantian relent. Lin Tianyu hesitated, unwilling to let Xiao Ye off so easily. His gaze fell upon the shattered strength-testing stone, and with a pang of anger, he declared, Fine, we may set aside this matter for now. But Xiao Ye must compensate for the destruction of my family's strength-testing stone. Huh, Xiao Ye scoffed, looking at Lin Tianyu with disdain. You have the audacity to demand compensation. You created a fake stone to deceive people. And when I shattered it, you dare to blame me? You slanderer, Lin Tianyu retorted angrily. Slander? Tell me, Lin Tianyu, can your sixth-tier cultivation possibly break that strength-testing stone? Xiao Ye countered, his voice laced with scorn. Lin Tianyu faltered, unable to formulate a retort. Xiao Ye continued, if the head of the Lin family cannot break that stone, yet I, having just broken through to the gathering Yuan realm, can do so, does that not mean I am superior to you? Of course you're stronger. Lin Tianyu recalled the moment Xiao Ye had sent him flying with a single punch, his expression a tumult of emotions, unsure how to defend himself without admitting defeat. Xiao Ye surveyed Lin Tianyu's troubled countenance, a cold smile gracing his lips. You fabricated a false strength-testing stone to deceive us, and now that it is broken, you wish to lay the blame at my feet? How shameless. You lie. That strength-testing stone is undeniably authentic. Lin Tianyu protested, noticing the growing disbelief among the bystanders. Clearly, the Lin family cheated. Indeed, how could I possibly have failed the test? I previously tested with a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. We demand a retest. As the crowd murmured in discontent, Qing Han and elderly exchanged glances. Recognizing the situation was spiraling out of control, they were aware of the integrity of the strength-testing stone. And revealing that now would likely gain them no credibility, their priority was to calm the crowd. Elderly glared at Xiao Ye, commanding attention. Everyone, quiet down. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. And silence descended. Elderly continued, this strength-testing stone indeed has its flaws. It was our oversight. Elderly. Lin Tianyu stared at him in shock, at a loss for words. Elderly smiled slightly, addressing him, head of the Lin family. Everyone knows that your family is the only one in the entire Qingsang city with a strength-testing stone. There is no need to hide it. Lin Tianyu was left speechless, staring at the shattered remnants scattered about. This was their family's strength-testing stone, now in ruins. Where could he procure a replacement? If you cannot provide another, then it would be troublesome for you. Head Lin, you must take your turn in testing. What? Lin Tianyu was aghast. His plan to humiliate Xiao Ye had backfired, leading to his own downfall. I agree. Xiao Ye was the first to respond from the crowd. The head of the Lin family is a sixth-tier expert. He is more than capable of this task. Indeed, the crowd murmured their agreement. Very well, then it is settled, elderly announced, cutting Lin Tianyu off. Lin Tianyu found himself reduced to a mere target for testing strength during the martial arts selection event. Bearing the brunt of the humiliation, this incident stirred quite a commotion, yet it was merely a minor interlude. The testing continued, albeit with Lin Tianyu now as the focal point. By midday, the test concluded. And it was said that Lin Tianyu, utterly exhausted, collapsed and had to be carried away in the afternoon. All those who passed the test were divided into 8 groups for a free-for-all battle, ultimately determining the final survivors and selecting the top 8 contestants. Xiao Ye found himself in the 3rd group, where he faced no formidable opponents, easily advancing to the top 8. He glanced at the other 7 groups, noting that most comprised the talented offspring of the 4 great families, including Lin Xiao Ye from the Lin family. It appeared an inevitable confrontation awaited him, but a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Ye's eyes. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to eliminate Lin Xiao Ye on the arena. As dusk approached, the crowd remained gathered in the square. For many, the Yuzhou Academy seemed a distant dream, and they were left with no choice but to settle for lesser academies, which struggled to fill their quotas. Thus, any student who passed the test would find a place in those institutions. Xiao Ye's ambition was set on the Yuzhou Academy, and Liang Quan was likely to be preemptively admitted as well, leading him to disregard the olive branches extended by other academies and depart the square early. The Lin family estate. In Lin Tianyou's study, Xiao Fantian and Lin Xiaoye conspired quietly. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyou, visibly distressed, slumped in his chair, spitting blood as he seethed. That scoundrel Xiao Ye is utterly detestable. I will ensure he suffers unimaginably. Lin Xiaoye cast a glance at her father, her expression inscrutable. That it may not be so simple. Xiao Ye's audacity to appear here openly suggests he possesses some form of support. Have you forgotten the chaos he caused between our 2 families? Lin Tianyou furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he recalled Xiao Ye's terror. He was indeed wary of him. Previously, Xiao Ye had nearly annihilated the Lin family, and without the support of the Wolf family, they would have been eradicated from Qingsang city. Humph, Xiao Fantian sneered confidently. No matter how strong Xiao Ye is, he is but a mere human. Every human has their weaknesses. Oh, Lin Tianyou turned to Xiao Fantian, curiosity piqued. Have you discovered Xiao Ye's weakness? I am eager to hear more. Xiao Fantian let out a cold smile and remarked, Xiao Ye, we are helpless. But what about the people around him? Are you referring to Xiao Yu? Xiao Fantian paused, realizing that Xiao Ye's madness was triggered by Xiao Yu. That Liang Quan is also a concern. Lin Xia glanced at Xiao Fantian and said, his admission to Yuzhou Academy is clearly unusual. That won't do. Xiao Fantian shook his head. Liang Quan is insignificant. Xiao Yu would not regard him highly. Xiao Yu remains our safest bet. Xiao Fantian understood the malice within Lin Xia and stated, tomorrow, I foresee a confrontation between Miss Lin and Xiao Ye. Do your utmost to delay him, and we shall see Xiao Yu as long as Xiao Yu is in our grasp. Xiao Yu will undoubtedly comply with us. Understood. Lin Xia nodded. Though I may not defeat Xiao Ye, I certainly can entangle him. A cruel glint flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Xiao Ye, the outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 50. The competition commences unbeknownst to Xiao Ye. A conspiracy against him had already begun. Early the next morning, Xiao Ye and his companions arrived at the square, which was even more crowded than the day before. Everyone was aware that the champion would be determined today, hence their early arrival to witness the martial artist selection tournament. 4 platforms had been erected, marking the true highlight of the martial artist challenges. The city lord Qing Han and Elderly appeared at the judging table, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. All right, Elderly stepped forward, gesturing for silence before continuing. I am eagerly anticipating this martial artist selection tournament, and thus, I shall reveal the rewards for this year's champion. The champion's rewards? The crowd murmured in confusion. Wasn't the champion always admitted as a student of Yuzhou Academy? Would this year be different? Indeed. Elderly noticed their puzzlement and smiled, explaining, this year's champion will not only gain admission to Yuzhou Academy, but I shall also reward them with an additional scroll of low-tier Earth-level martial arts, the cloud-soaring technique. What? The martial artists below exclaimed in astonishment. The cloud-soaring technique was a lightness skill that enabled practitioners to become as light as a swallow. And upon reaching the true martial realm, one could fly. Typically, martial artists needed to survive 3 minor thunder tribulations to achieve the martial king realm before they could fly. The crowd was envious, regretting not having performed better to enter the top 8 on the judging platform. Qing Han and the others wore expressions of envy, wishing they could compete for the championship themselves. Qing Han instinctively glanced at Xiao Ye in the crowd, feeling that Elderly was intentionally trying to win him over, especially after witnessing Xiao Ye's impressive display yesterday that shattered the strength testing stone pillar. All right, Elderly was pleased with the crowd's reaction and continued. Now, let us invite the 8 qualified contestants to draw lots for their matchups. Big brother, go for it. The championship is definitely yours. Liang Quan cheered for Xiao Yu from below, having already secured his position as a designated disciple of Yuzhou Academy. Thus feeling no pressure, rest assured, Xiao Yu nodded with a calm demeanor, Exuding confidence as he approached the judging table at that moment, a woman floated over. Accompanying Xiao Ye, he cast a cold glance at her. Showing no reaction, Xiao Ye, must you be so heartless? The woman, Lin Xia, smiled slightly upon seeing Xiao Ye's indifference. After all, we were once quite close. You are unworthy, Xiao Ye interrupted Lin Xia coldly. Lin Xia responded with a chilling smile. Unfazed, Xiao Ye, pray that we do not meet in the first round, or I shall make you suffer greatly. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Xiao Ye shot her a glance, disregarding her further as he strode toward the platform. Xiao Ye surveyed the other contestants, most of whom were from the 4 prominent families of Qingsang City. The draw revealed that Xiao Ye's opponent would be Feng Mian, the heir of the Feng family. Upon realizing he would face Xiao Ye, Feng Mian visibly relaxed, clearly perceiving Xiao Ye as the weakest contender. Now, I announced the results of the draw. A designated official stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, on the first platform, Xiao Ye versus Feng Mian. On the second platform, Lin Xia versus Wang Yong. On the third platform, Nangxing versus Wang Hao. On the fourth platform, please prepare and let the competition begin. With the referee's call, the 4 elimination matches commenced simultaneously. Xiao Ye observed the excited Feng Mian before him, slightly bemused. Did they truly consider him the easiest target? Feng Mian casually cupped his fists toward Xiao Ye, confidently stating, Xiao Ye, forgive me. As Feng Mian moved, he began forming intricate seals with his hands, 5 streams of azure energy swirling around him. Although he looked down upon Xiao Ye, he showed no signs of underestimating his opponent. Launching with his strongest technique, the Feng family's secret art, the 5-spirit art, this would be Xiao Ye's end, facing the genius of the Feng family, Feng Mian. As expected, this so-called waste must have employed some trickery to reach the top 8. He would undoubtedly fall within 3 exchanges against Feng Mian. The onlookers scoffed, none believing in Xiao Ye's chances. Xiao Ye regarded the imposing Feng Mian with a tranquil smile, unexpectedly evading Feng Mian's onslaught. Feng Mian was momentarily taken aback but quickly redirected his attacks with greater ferocity. Boom! Explosions ensued as Xiao Ye, with bare hands, blocked Feng Mian's 5-spirit art. Another deafening blast reverberated, sending Feng Mian staggering backward while Xiao Ye remained steadfast. Unyielding. How is this possible? Feng Mian steadied himself, suppressing the tumultuous energy within. Astonished by Xiao Ye's resilience. It seems you are not as talentless as the rumors suggest. Xiao Ye snorted dismissively. You are far beneath what the rumors portray. You seek death. Feng Mian was incensed by being belittled by a so-called waste. The 5-spirit art surged with ferocity as Feng Mian's attire billowed despite the absence of wind, his countenance taking on the guise of a true expert. 5 spirits constriction, Feng Mian shouted, as 5 spectral forms coiled around him, merging into a ferocious serpent that lunged toward Xiao Ye. Shatter. Xiao Ye unleashed a straightforward punch, infused with tremendous force, colliding with the monstrous serpent. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, a tempest swirling as the formidable serpent disintegrated under Xiao Ye's strike. Heavens! This was the Feng family's renowned technique. Reduced to mere fragments, the audience gazed in disbelief at Xiao Ye, who appeared unscathed. Could it be that the claims of Xiao Ye's decline were mere fabrications? Why did it seem that Feng Mian was not even on the same level as Xiao Ye? Feng Mian, too, overheard the murmurs from below, his expression darkening. If he could not even best a waste, did that not render him lesser than one? Xiao Ye, today you shall surely lose. Feng Mian nearly lost his composure, roaring as he charged at Xiao Ye once more. Xiao Ye regarded the frenzied Feng Mian with a serene gaze, standing unperturbed, showing no intention of striking back. What is Xiao Ye doing? Has he been rendered foolish by fear? Surely, he is merely feigning profundity. His demise will be spectacular. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, as Feng Mian reached him, Xiao Ye moved. Whoosh! A sound of air being sliced through rang out, and the spectators scarcely perceived how Xiao Ye had struck. All they saw was a figure hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 51. The duel against Liang Sheng. What has transpired? The crowd stood agape, unable to process the event. On the first platform, Xiao Ye emerged victorious. The referee, equally stunned, took a moment before announcing the outcome. Xiao Ye maintained his calm demeanor as he surveyed the other platforms, noting that only 2 were still engaged in battle. While Lin Xia had concluded her match, he observed Lin Xia's opponent lying bloodied on the ground, receiving medical attention, evidence that this malevolent woman showed no mercy. Impressive, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Ye's ear. Lin Xia had appeared behind him without his notice, stating coolly, compared to a month ago, your strength has indeed progressed. Xiao Ye smiled nonchalantly. I hope you have improved as well. Otherwise, your defeat will be quite humiliating. Hee hee. Lin Xia chuckled coldly. Though she remained outwardly calm, she inwardly harbored trepidation toward Xiao Ye, especially considering the terror he had unleashed a month prior. The memory lingered, knowing that while such techniques could not be sustained indefinitely, if Xiao Ye were to unleash them in the arena again, she could not guarantee her victory over him. Let me share some good news, Lin Xia continued. In the next match, we will not face each other. Which should please you. The rules of the elimination rounds dictated that the first victor would challenge the competitor who finished fourth, while the second would face the third. As fate would have it, Xiao Ye and Lin Xia's matches neatly circumvented one another. Humph, we shall meet in the finals. Xiao Ye dismissed Lin Xia, turning to descend from the platform. Big brother, Xiao Ye hurriedly approached, gently wiping the non-existent sweat from Xiao Ye's forehead. Boss. Liang Quan rushed over, panting. Your next opponent is that scoundrel Liang Xing. Liang Xing? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Liang Xing was the eldest son of the Liang family, known for his ruthless and cruel demeanor. Liang Quan, his younger brother, had previously suffered greatly at the hands of this elder sibling. Nodding slightly, Liang Quan urged, Boss, you must be cautious. Liang Sheng possesses formidable strength, having reached the second level of the Gathering Yuan realm 6 months ago. The family's training resources have always been prioritized for him, and I cannot ascertain how powerful he has become now. Do not worry. Nothing will happen, Xiao Ye replied, his expression remaining calm. Tom. Liang Xing was merely an inconsequential opponent. The second match soon commenced, featuring Xiao Ye against Liang Sheng. While Lin Xia faced another unknown disciple. As Xiao Ye ascended the stage, he beheld his opponent, Liang Sheng, with dark skin, a faint scar by his eye, a sinister smile, and clad in black gauntlets. It was evident that Liang Sheng was over 22 years of age. I have heard that the eldest son of the Liang family is already a master of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm. Xiao Ye stands no chance. Indeed, I would wager that Liang Sheng will send Xiao Ye flying within a single round. Surely not. Just yesterday, Xiao Ye shattered the force testing stone pillar. That was a ruse orchestrated by the Lin family. If Xiao Ye manages to defeat Liang Sheng, I will eat my words publicly. Xiao Ye, do not embarrass yourself. Concede while you still can. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Liang Sheng let out a cold laugh. Gazing at the still composed Xiao Ye, he stated, Xiao Ye, you have surprised me. A waste like you has made it to the top fourth. However, you shall advance no further. Xiao Ye cast a glance at Liang Sheng and retorted, Liang Sheng, your family has been a vassal to the Xiao family for years, committing countless misdeeds, especially you. Today, I shall rid the world of your disgrace. Huh? Liang Sheng suddenly threw his head back in laughter. Xiao Ye, have you lost your mind? Rid of me? Do you possess such strength? You have been expelled from the family and are no longer the young master of the Xiao clan. It is I who shall cleanse the Xiao family today. With that, Liang Sheng roared and clenched his fists, launching an attack toward Xiao Ye. Renowned for their martial prowess, the Liang family was arguably the strongest among the 4 major families, with a fierce wind accompanying his strike. Liang Sheng's fist crashed down upon Xiao Ye's head. Xiao Ye smirked slightly, raising his own fist to meet Liang Sheng's. Humph, overestimating your abilities, Liang Sheng thought, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he aimed to incapacitate Xiao Ye in one blow. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, and they both stumbled back 3 steps. My goodness, Xiao Ye actually withstood Liang Sheng's punch. What is happening? Liang Sheng is a master of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm, a whole realm above Xiao Ye, yet he was pushed back. At this moment, Liang Xing's expression soured as he gazed at Xiao Ye, whose demeanor remained unfazed. The pain in his fist felt as if it were shattering. You mean to say you are unscathed? Liang Sheng stared in disbelief. No one has ever bested the Liang family's martial arts, Liang Sheng bellowed, disregarding the agony in his arm, and charged at Xiao Ye once more. Humph, today, I shall ensure your utter defeat. Unfazed, Xiao Ye tightened his fists, ready to counter Liang Sheng's relentless onslaught by employing Tai Chi techniques. Their movements were a harmonious blend of soft and hard. Although Xiao Ye's punches appeared feeble, they effectively neutralized Liang Sheng's attacks. How infuriating, Liang Sheng thought, increasingly alarmed as he found himself cornered repeatedly by Xiao Ye's skill. With a sudden shift, Liang Sheng pivoted to Xiao Ye's side and struck at his abdomen. Boom! Liang Sheng's blow landed, a smirk creeping upon his face as he swiftly retreated to create distance. Xiao Ye felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked down to find 3 holes punctured through his shirt. An ambush! Haha! Xiao Ye, are you injured? Liang Sheng taunted, reveling in his apparent advantage. You are mistaken. Xiao Ye stepped forward, stretching his body without exhibiting any signs of injury. What? Liang Sheng's smile faltered. there was no blood on Xiao Ye's abdomen, indicating he had not been harmed. How can this be? Liang Sheng's eyes widened. His hidden blade had clearly pierced Xiao Ye's body, yet the latter remained unscathed. Xiao Ye calmly regarded Liang Sheng. Having consumed a herb that fortified his physique to an iron-like resilience, Liang Sheng's hidden weapons were utterly ineffective against him. Realizing the peculiar strength of Xiao Ye, Liang Sheng took a step back. Unwilling to underestimate him further, in that case, I shall crush you with absolute power. With a furious roar, a terrifying aura erupted from Liang Sheng. Boom! The might of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm was laid bare. Its overwhelming force far beyond what a first-level practitioner could withstand. Each advancement in the Gathering Yuan realm was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm, leading to a qualitative leap in power. Xiao Ye, today I shall demonstrate the true extent of our disparity. Liang Sheng shouted, conjuring energy swords that surged toward Xiao Ye, intent on obliterating him with sheer realm superiority. Chapter 52. The final showdown. Feeling the overwhelming intent to kill, Xiao Ye flicked his wrist, summoning a sword into his hand. It was his first time wielding a weapon in battle. Although the energy swords lacked the capacity to injure him, Xiao Ye preferred to avoid appearing too disheveled. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing echoed as Xiao Ye effortlessly deflected the energy swords. Realizing his attacks were futile, Liang Sheng altered his tactics, leaping into the air, channeling immense power through his palms, and striking down toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye felt the immense pressure and his expression grew serious. Was this the power of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm? Gripping his sword, his veins bulged as the cold blade shimmered ominously. Xiao Ye raised his gaze to the airborne Liang Sheng and swung his sword decisively, shouting, spinning slash. With a violent surge of energy, a crescent-shaped blade of energy hurtled toward Liang Sheng. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the energy blade collided with Liang Sheng's energy palm, unleashing a tempest of raw power that swept through the arena, tossing spectators aside in disarray. What terrifying energy combat! The onlookers were left in shock, unable to fathom how a first-level practitioner could contend with a second-level master. As the tumult subsided, the crowd beheld the aftermath. The arena was in ruins, while Xiao Ye stood with poise, his clothing billowing in the wind, radiating an aura of unyielding pride that inspired a sense of reverence among the spectators. In stark contrast, Liang Sheng lay unconscious, having been thrown from the stage, his fate uncertain at that moment. The referee finally reacted, announcing, on the second stage, Xiao Ye is the victor. The crowd below was left in stunned silence. Not a single soul cheered for Xiao Ye. How could it be that Xiao Ye had triumphed over Liang Sheng? Those who had previously boasted about eating their words now stared at Xiao Ye in disbelief, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Had Xiao Ye been pretending all these years? The crowd struggled to accept this outcome. In the back of the throng, Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu, accompanied by several loyal subordinates, had been observing Xiao Ye's fierce battle. This Xiao Ye has become even stronger. Xiao Fantian gritted his teeth, his voice cold. Humph, what kind of family head are you? After all these years, have you not realized that Xiao Ye has merely been feigning weakness? Lin Tianyu scoffed disdainfully. Regret washed over Lin Tianyu. Had he known Xiao Ye was this formidable, he would have never allowed his son to marry Xiao Ye's sister. Nor would he have permitted Lin Xia to sever ties with Xiao Ye. How could I have known that Xiao Ye was concealing such strength? Xiao Fantian seethed in frustration, believing he had been shrewd within the Xiao family for years, only to find himself a mere fool compared to Xiao Ye. Gazing at the victorious Xiao Ye, Lin Tianyu proposed, perhaps we should act now. If we can capture that wretched Xiao Ye will be at our mercy. Absolutely not, Xiao Fantian quickly countered. Have you forgotten how terrifying Xiao Ye is? If we fail, we will all perish. We should wait until your daughter ensnares him before taking action. Lin Tianyu furrowed his brow, but refrained from further argument. Meanwhile, Lin Xia's battle concluded swiftly. With no surprises, she emerged victorious with ease. After a brief respite, the final battle was set to commence. This decisive duel garnered immense attention, featuring a once celebrated prodigy who had fallen from grace. Now rising to prominence once more, and a talented young woman, Lin Xia, whose reputation rivaled that of Xiao Ye, revered as a goddess among the youth of Qingsang City and widely regarded as the champion. The martial artist challenge, the championship bout, was about to begin. The two contestants, Xiao Ye and Lin Xia, were called to the stage. At this moment, the other three stages had been dismantled, leaving only the central arena as Xiao Ye and Lin Xia approached. Before the battle commenced, the palpable tension and murderous intent between them suggested a deep-seated enmity. Goddess Lin Xia, do not hold back. Teach that scoundrel Xiao Ye a lesson. Go, goddess Lin Xia. The championship is yours. Xiao Ye, do not indulge in foolish dreams of grandeur. Begone at once. The crowd murmured incessantly, yet the two on the stage remained oblivious. Lin Xia slowly drew her sword from her waist, and an immediate chill enveloped every heart present. This was the Shuehan sword, a weapon of the lowly Xian rank, renowned for its ability to kill without shedding blood. Its icy aura could instantaneously freeze wounds, inflicting an excruciating chill that gnawed at the bones. Lin Xia wore a faint smile, a stark contrast to the coldness surrounding her. She gazed at Xiao Ye and remarked, Xiao Ye, years ago, I toyed with you at my whim, and now, it appears I shall do so once more. Suddenly, Xiao Ye threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing through the skies. Unperturbed by Lin Xia's arrogance, he glanced at the onlookers and declared, before we commence the final match today, I have an announcement to make. The crowd turned their attention to Xiao Ye, uncertain of his intentions. Lin Xia furrowed her brow, but did not interrupt. Xiao Ye continued, I believe everyone is aware of my betrothal to Lin Xia. Today, I, Xiao Ye, solemnly annul our engagement. You, a wayward woman, are unworthy of me. He pointed an accusing finger at Lin Xia. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. She had always regarded their engagement as a source of humiliation. And now Xiao Ye dared to proclaim his intention to annul it in front of everyone. Xiao Ye, she seethed, you are the one unworthy of me. I shall be the one to end our engagement. Moreover, today, I shall shatter you into pieces. With a furious roar, she brandished her sword, unleashing a wave of frosty intent that surged towards Xiao Ye's throat. Lin Xia, possessing extraordinary talent, had already reached the third level of the Gathering Yuan realm at a young age. While to the spectators, Xiao Ye, at the first level of the Gathering Yuan realm, seemed no match for her. The arena erupted with the sounds of explosive clashes as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. Heavens, this Xiao Ye can withstand the attacks of a third-level opponent with his first-level prowess, who said one cannot fight beyond their rank. Today, I shall dismantle the facade of my instructor. The crowd, engrossed in the intense battle, failed to notice Xiao Fan Tian and Lin Tian Yu stealthily approaching Xiao Yu from behind, attacking Lu Hu Wei and Liang Quan, and abducting Xiao Yu. The fierce combat between Xiao Ye and Lin Xia showed no signs of abating, with both sides employing lethal techniques without mercy. What treasure have you obtained, Xiao Ye, that allows you to challenge me across two ranks? Lin Xia pondered, increasingly alarmed yet intensely focused on the treasure she believed Xiao Ye possessed. Chapter 53. The Great Battle with Lin Xia. Lin Xia, you are far too self-assured. Xiao Ye distanced himself. Calmly regarding the woman he once cherished, his gaze was indifferent as he stated, do you believe you truly know me? Your understanding is merely a fabrication of your own desires. As he spoke, an immense pressure began to coalesce around him, challenging Lin Xia directly. A palpable force emanated from Xiao Ye, engulfing Lin Xia, and astonishingly, they appeared evenly matched. The onlookers below were left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Surely, Xiao Ye must be feigning strength. He cannot possibly be a match for Lin Xia. Lin Xia, perturbed by Xiao Ye's indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Since their acquaintance, Xiao Ye had always held her in high regard. He had never looked at her with such apathy. Xiao Ye, I once toyed with you at will, and now I shall do so again. Lin Xia shouted, effortlessly shattering the pressure Xiao Ye exerted. The air crackled with explosive sounds as Xiao Ye's attempts at intimidation crumbled before her. A chilling aura swept through the arena, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Ye, feeling the icy tendrils closing in, gritted his teeth in defiance. Suddenly, a snowflake landed on his face, melting as he looked up to see snowflakes falling from the clear sky. The temperature plummeting, the crowd watched, enraptured, as Lin Xia danced amidst the falling snow. Her Shuehan sword seemingly incited to self-dash ignition. It was terrifying. Even if Xiao Ye had not been previously incapacitated, he would not have been able to withstand such prowess. It appeared that Xiao Ye's chances in this battle were dwindling. Yet, Lin Xia showed no mercy, as years of sentiment evaporated in her relentless pursuit of victory. The spectators buzzed with speculation, but the combatants remained unfazed. Suddenly, Lin Xia's swordplay grew increasingly fierce, a tempest of wind and snow swirling violently towards Xiao Ye. He appeared momentarily frozen, struggling to raise his weapon against her onslaught. The clash echoed, and Lin Xia retreated from her strike, the flurry of snow dissipating around her as she stood calmly, gazing at the now frosted Xiao Ye, encased like a statue. It over. The audience, shivering in anticipation, finally realized the gravity of the situation. It was far too effortless. Xiao Ye, the so-called waste, was clearly no match for Lin Xia. The goddess, There was no surprise at the outcome of this battle. Lin Xia, regarding the frozen figure of Xiao Ye, smirked coldly and addressed the stunned judge, announced the result. As Lin Xia turned to leave, the judge finally regained his composure, glancing at the ice sculpture of Xiao Ye, and began, "I hereby declare the champion of this martial arts tournament to be." Suddenly, a faint crackling sound interrupted him. Both Lin Xia and the judge halted, staring in disbelief at the ice-encased Xiao Ye. Crack. The ice sculpture shattered, and a figure emerged, stretching its limbs as it stepped free. "No, this cannot be." Lin Xia gasped as the seemingly unharmed Xiao Ye stood before her. That he knew all too well the ferocity of the Shui Han sword, especially its freezing sword energy. No one, not even a master of the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, could emerge unscathed. The audience below stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. In truth, Xiao Ye was not as unfazed as he appeared. Behind him lay a spent paper talisman, an ice-breaking charm he had exchanged for in the system's marketplace. Xiao Ye realized he had underestimated Lin Xia. Discarding his sword, he turned to her and said coldly, "Lin Xia, you shall perish today." With power concentrated in his left foot, he lunged forward. The ground trembled as Lin Xia, caught off guard, found herself momentarily disoriented. In an instant, Xiao Ye was upon her, fists flying mercilessly towards her abdomen. With a muffled grunt, Lin Xia staggered back, blood trickling from her lips as she retreated 3 paces. A sharp blade of energy surged forth, and before she knew it, Xiao Ye's sword reappeared in his grip, slicing through the air with deadly intent. In that moment, Lin Xia found herself on the defensive, unable to retaliate against Xiao Ye's relentless assault. The spectators were left in shock, eyes wide, unable to comprehend how the goddess Lin Xia had been reduced to such a state by Xiao Ye. A resounding crash echoed as Lin Xia was propelled backward by Xiao Ye's forceful strike. He showed no signs of mercy, his form closing in as shadows of his fists loomed over her. "Xiao Ye," Lin Xia gasped, fear flickering in her eyes. You think that by killing me, you will win this match? You will lose the most precious thing." "Humph, Lin Xia, you will die today." Xiao Ye remained undeterred, his onslaught unceasing. Lin Xia, in a genuine panic, shouted, "If you kill me, that wretched Xiao Ye will not survive either." Xiao Ye faltered, his fist halting before Lin Xia. He turned to scan the crowd, noticing that Xiao Ye and Liang Quan were nowhere to be found. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia retreated swiftly, increasing the distance between them. With fury igniting in his eyes, Xiao Ye confronted Lin Xia, his voice cold as ice. "If you dare lay a finger on Xiao Ye, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." "Huh, Xiao Ye, you are not worthy to threaten me." Lin Xia laughed defiantly, casting her Shui Han sword high into the air. "I will claim the championship this time. Prepare to meet your end. Ice shall descend." Chapter 54. Terrifying confrontation. With a thunderous roar, Lin Xia summoned the chilling winds, and the once clear sky darkened ominously, enveloping everyone in a palpable sense of dread. The crowd instinctively looked up to see an enormous ice sword, forged from energy, materializing in the heavens, its icy aura suffocating the very air around them. Fear flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they beheld the colossal ice sword. At that moment, Xiao Ye, realizing the imminent danger, sought to evade the impending strike, but it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, the massive ice sword descended, unleashing a series of explosive blasts as it carved through the sky with an overwhelming force aimed directly at him. Boom! The terrifying ice sword detonated around Xiao Ye, causing the entire arena to plunge into chaos, engulfed by the shattered ice fragments. Gasping amidst the ruins, Lin Xia's complexion turned ashen as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The icefall, the pinnacle technique of the snow-cold sword art, was beyond her current capabilities to wield freely. She had resorted to sacrificing her vitality to unleash this devastating move. The cost was steep, but in her mind, it was worth it if it meant slaying Xiao Ye. Was this not somewhat despicable? One onlooker gazed at the arena, now resembling a colossal ice tomb, entombing Xiao Ye within its frigid grasp. Lin Xia had even resorted to threatening those close to him. Her earlier words, nearly a thunderous shout, had not gone unnoticed by the surrounding spectators, who instantly re-evaluated their impression of Lin Xia. For someone as heartless as Xiao Ye, I believe Lin Xia's actions were entirely justified. One of Lin Xia's ardent supporters stepped forward to defend her. Neither the audience nor the formidable judges anticipated the match would conclude in such a manner. They were momentarily stunned, unable to process the turn of events. Suddenly, a heavy breathing echoed through the arena, causing the judges to tense up and rise from their seats, sensing an impending threat as they gazed at the towering ice pillar. Unbeknownst to them, a colossal shadow emerged from above the ice pillar, a fearsome dragon silhouette, its menacing head lowered, crimson eyes coldly surveying the crowd. Weaker martial artists trembled under the oppressive aura, collapsing to their knees. What on earth is this? The spectators, their nerves frayed, trembled as they gazed at the immense dragon figure hovering in the air, biting their lips in a futile attempt to resist the overwhelming fear. Lin Xiao's expression darkened further as she instinctively turned her gaze towards the towering ice pillar. The terrifying dragon shadow was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Ye. Could it be that he had survived this? Crack! Suddenly, the sound of cracking porcelain echoed as the enormous ice pillar began to fracture. Boom! With a resounding explosion, shards of ice flew in all directions as a figure slowly emerged from within the debris. Could it be that Xiao Ye still lived? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight. Lin Xia. A furious roar resonated, seemingly accompanied by the reverberations of dragon roars, causing the spectators' ears to ring. If a single hair on Xiao Ye is harmed, I shall bring ruin upon your entire Lin family. Xiao Ye emerged from the ice, his clothes tattered, his bloodied skin exposed, despite having consumed the copper muscle iron bone grass, which fortified his body to that of copper and iron. Lin Xia's strike had still managed to injure him, highlighting the terrifying potency of her attack. Humph, have you not killed enough of my Lin family members? A glint of malice flickered in Lin Xia's eyes as she gazed at the colossal dragon shadow above Xiao Ye, suppressing her own fear. Was this the secret behind Xiao Ye's strength? Regardless, she resolved to obtain Guanjuan and enter the Yuzhou Academy at all costs. With a fierce determination, she spat another mouthful of blood onto her snow-cold sword, her complexion growing even paler as she hurled it back into the air. The winds howled, the skies churned, and the temperature plummeted once more as a massive energy ice sword reformed in the air. The fearsome dragon silhouette behind Xiao Ye raised its head, its blood-red eyes calmly fixated on the energy sword above. Unflinching in its presence. Icefall, Lin Xia bellowed, again spitting blood as the enormous energy ice sword howled down towards Xiao Ye with ferocious intent. Roar. Xiao Ye stood defiantly, undaunted, as he unleashed a series of dragon roars that echoed through the heavens. The massive dragon shadow behind him intensified, twisting and stirring the very elements as it charged towards the descending energy sword. Boomed, a terrifying explosion erupted, unleashing a colossal energy storm that ravaged everything in its path. The overwhelming force of energy swept through the surrounding crowd, mercilessly tearing apart those with weaker cultivation levels before they could react. Quick, stabilize the battlefield. Elder Li and the city lord, Qingsang, reacted swiftly, soaring into the air to conjure a massive energy barrier, shielding the onlookers from the chaos. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions, and the fierce energy continued to clash as the colossal ice shards danced through the sky. Yet the battle between Xiao Ye and Lin Xia remained unabated. Xiao Ye, fixated on Xiao Yu's safety, unleashed his full power without restraint, emitting a low, resonant dragon roar, the first form of the legendary technique. Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, known as Dragon Roar 9 Heavens. Buzz. Lin Xia was momentarily stunned by the terrifying dragon roar, as if she had witnessed something profoundly horrifying, her body trembling slightly. Lin Xia, today, you shall pay for all your actions. Xiao Ye roared, clenching his iron fist as his internal energy surged with unstoppable momentum, striking down towards Lin Xia's head. No, Lin Xia, witnessing the ever-approaching fist, finally reacted, letting out a reluctant cry as she attempted to evade. But it was too late. Bang! With a deafening crash, Lin Xia was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several houses, her form swallowed by the debris. Panting heavily, Xiao Ye watched as the massive dragon shadow behind him began to fade. The terrifying energy dissipating gradually, leaving the arena in ruins, the once formidable platform reduced to rubble. The stunned crowd could only gaze at the lone figure within the wreckage, Xiao Ye, who seemed reborn from the ashes, finally shedding the title of waste after years of desolation. Xiao Ye. At that moment, Xiao Ye cared little for the championship title. His only concern was Xiao Yu's safety. Ignoring the astonished crowd, he swiftly made his way towards the Lin family, knowing that the abduction of Xiao Ye was undoubtedly tied to them. Chapter 55. 7-star Demon Suppression Formation. The champion of this martial arts tournament is Xiao Ye. The judges finally regained their composure, watching Xiao Ye depart without hindrance. Understanding that he was rushing to rescue the kidnapped Xiao Yu. It was actually Xiao Ye who emerged victorious. The crowd remained in shock, still reeling from the earlier battle. Unable to fathom that the so-called waste had claimed the championship, the intensity of the fight had been utterly breathtaking, leaving even the judges astonished. This young man winning the championship was both expected and surprising. Elderly nodded in satisfaction as he observed Xiao Ye's retreating figure. Indeed, Qingsang concurred, adding, I never imagined that this Xiao Ye, having lain dormant for so long, was merely biding his time. Elderly remained contemplative, gazing at the ravaged arena as he murmured, Lin Xia is indeed skilled, though lacking in character. Otherwise, I would have considered admitting her into the Yuzhou Academy. From the distant ruins, a disheveled figure crawled from the rubble. Bloodied and battered, a shattered jade talisman lying beside them. Fortunately, I had the life-saving jade talisman from Wolf Chung. Otherwise, I would have surely perished from that blow. This individual was none other than Lin Xia, who had been defeated by Xiao Ye. Raising her head slightly, she glanced towards the arena, realizing that her plan had failed. The enraged Xiao Ye was not someone they could confront. Casting one last look in the direction of the Lin family as a farewell, she resolutely turned and departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye raced towards the Lin family. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind, belatedly announcing, Mission accomplished. You have won the martial arts tournament and entered the Yuzhou Academy. Reward, superior grade Xian level martial art, ghostly underworld spear technique. Will you learn it? Learn. Xiao Ye responded without hesitation. Learning successful. The ghostly underworld spear technique, a superior Xian level art created by Yang Zhan, comprises 3 forms: twin dragons playing with pearls, 9 stars returning to 1, and spear movement of the underworld. Mastering it to the utmost will cause the underworld to tremble, and even gods and demons will struggle to contend with it. As Xiao Ye reviewed the ghostly underworld spear technique, he had already arrived at the Lin family estate. Casually retrieving a long spear, he stood with his hands behind his back and coldly declared, Lin Tianyu, come out and face your demise. Who dares intrude upon the Lin family? A furious voice boomed as the gates swung open, and a dozen guards charged out, surrounding Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye regarded them with indifference, a cold smile gracing his lips. That so, there are indeed those who are unafraid of death. You are Xiao Ye, the guard captain gasped in shock, dropping his long blade in fear, clearly recognizing Xiao Ye from the previous incident at the Lin family. Thud. The captain dropped to his knees, pleading, Lord Xiao Ye, I am but a humble guard, knowing nothing. Lin Tianyu is in the study. Shall I lead you to him? The other guards stood in stunned silence, watching their formerly arrogant captain transform into a subservient figure. Unsure whether to stop Xiao Ye or not, I shall seek him out myself. With indifference towards the few individuals present, Xiao Ye brandished his spear, unleashing a fierce streak of spear light that pierced directly into the Lin family's plaque. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the Lin family's grand entrance, along with the plaque, shattered into countless fragments. Xiao Ye. A furious roar erupted as Lin Tianyu finally burst forth, closely followed by Xiao Fantian, who was holding Xiao Yu hostage to Eerie. Upon seeing Xiao Yu unharmed, Xiao Ye finally exhaled in relief. Brother Xiao, Xiao Yu gasped. Looking at Xiao Ye, biting her lip to stifle her tears, Xiao Ye turned his gaze towards the 2 men and coldly declared, Lin Tianyu, Xiao Fantian, release Xiao Yu, and I shall grant you both a swift end. Haha, such bold words, Xiao Fantian sneered, his pride evident as he coldly replied, Xiao Ye, I have plotted for so long, believing you to be worthless. Little did I expect you to conceal your true strength so deeply. However, you still cannot thwart my plans. Enough with the idle chatter. Lin Tianyu shot a glance at Xiao Ye and coldly commanded, Xiao Ye, do you not wish to save this young lady? Then come forth. Do not. Brother Xiao, there are ambushes in the courtyard. Xiao Ye warned in haste, fearing Xiao Ye would impulsively charge in. Fear not. You are, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. I will rescue you. Xiao Ye bellowed, charging towards the Lin residence without a moment's hesitation. Lin Tianyu and Xiao Fantian exchanged glances, swiftly retreating. Haha, Xiao Ye, you have fallen into my trap, Lin Tianyu exclaimed as he waved his hand. And 7 figures suddenly surged from the courtyard, surrounding Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. These 7 were all experts at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Xiao Ye, do not presume this to be simple. Lin Tianyu coldly warned, producing 7 flags in his hands and waving them to position them around the courtyard. 7 stars conquering demon formation, activate. With a furious shout, Lin Tianyu commanded, and the world seemed to spin. It felt as though the very earth was rotating, a mist rising as the surroundings became increasingly blurred, concealing a chilling intent to kill. Humph, Lin Tianyu, you have truly spared no expense to deal with me. Xiao Ye maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Haha, Xiao Ye, today you shall perish. To counter you, I have nearly exhausted the Lin family's resources to procure this 7 stars conquering demon formation. You should feel honored. Lin Tianyu's voice echoed ominously. Humph, to kill me. You think too simply, Xiao Ye retorted with a cold snort as his invincible external system activated, enveloping him in a layer of golden light. As if shielded by divine protection, with a powerful stomp of his left foot, the ground trembled as the war tread activated. Buzz. The mist ahead surged violently as a smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Ye's mouth. And his spear lunged forth. Ugh! A muffled groan echoed, leaving traces of blood on the ground before vanishing. This boy is exceedingly strange. Do not underestimate him. Xiao Fantian warned gravely. Quickly finish him. Activate the formation for a decisive kill. Lin Tianyu commanded, and the winds howled as blades of energy suddenly shot forth from the mist, slicing towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. He sensed the terrifying power of these energy blades, which were undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a fourth-level Gathering Yuan realm warrior, indicative of the formation's might. Dragon roar in the nine heavens. Without hesitation, a fearsome dragon shadow emerged behind him, followed by a deep, resonant dragon's roar that sent ripples through the mist, causing the entire formation to tremble under the oppressive force. What is this? Lin Tianyu and Xiao Fantian outside the formation gasped in shock, unable to contain their astonishment at the massive dragon shadow looming above. Spinning slash. Xiao Ye roared again, swinging his spear downward with immense force. A furious cry rang out, and blood sprayed as one person sustained grave injuries. Chapter 56. Breaking the formation. Buzz. The formation trembled violently, and within the mist, Xiao Ye stood resolute, emanating a faint golden light as he braved the relentless energy storm that clashed against him, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds, yet he remained unscathed. This is bad. The formation is about to collapse. Quick, kill him. Xiao Fantian exclaimed in terror, observing Xiao Ye at the center of the formation. Lin Tianyu's expression darkened as he gestured wildly, commanding the formation's operation while ordering, scorching sun flames, incinerate. Boom! At Lin Tianyu's command, the dense mist transformed into a raging inferno. The searing heat and endless flames instantly engulfed Xiao Ye. Humph! Xiao Ye scoffed, gazing at the relentless flames with an unyielding demeanor. His spear suddenly moving. With a whoosh, a single thrust accompanied by resonant dragon roars stirred the winds, the flames swirling around him without advancing an inch. Two dragons playing with a pearl, Xiao Ye bellowed. And two dragon shadows erupted from his spear, plunging into the flames. Boom, boom. The air filled with the sound of violent collisions as the formation shook violently. Puffed. Lin Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face pale. The seven stars conquering demon formation was intimately tied to his life force, and he had never anticipated that Xiao Ye could be so powerful, capable of injuring him while within the formation. Conquering demons. Lin Tianyu's face twisted in fury as he spat out another mouthful of blood, roaring madly. Rumbling. Within the formation, Xiao Ye observed as the scenery shifted once more. The mist dissipated, the flames extinguished. And in the dim sky, a colossal hand loomed, casting a shadow over all, descending towards Xiao Ye with an overwhelming pressure. Umph! Mere firefly light. Xiao Ye raised his head slightly, disdainfully scoffing at the massive hand above. Slowly raising his spear to point skyward. Buzz. The spear trembled gently, manifesting 9 illusory spear shadows, ethereal and elusive. Standing with his spear, Xiao Ye faced the enormous black hand, appearing as a mere ant, yet exuding an aura capable of shaking the heavens. Rumbling. The colossal hand descended lower, causing the earth to tremble beneath its terrifying weight. 9 stars reunite, filled with battle intent. Xiao Ye shook his spear, and the 9 illusory spear shadows converged into one, launching a fierce spear light that pierced towards the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the enormous black hand was pierced by the terrifying spear light. Puffed. Outside the formation, Lin Tianyu coughed up another mouthful of blood, his spirit waning as he collapsed to the ground. No, it cannot be. Fear flickered in Lin Tianyu's eyes as he beheld Xiao Ye emerging from the formation, his garments billowing, radiating a faint golden light. Unscathed, the 7 experts at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, unable to comprehend that they had perished at the hands of a mere 1st-level Gathering Yuan boy. Brother Xiao Yu, witnessing Xiao Ye's safety, felt her heart finally ease, tears welling in her eyes. Xiao Ye raised his gaze towards Lin Tianyu and Xiao Fantian, coldly declaring, I offer you one last chance. Release Xiao Ye, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Xiao Fantian, realizing the gravity of the situation, tightened his grip on Xiao Ye, knowing she was their last lifeline. Hee. Xiao Fantian smirked cruelly, his expression twisted with malice as he warily observed Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, you are indeed stronger than I expected, but today, it is either you or this young lady who dies. Make your choice. Xiao Fantian tightened his hold on Xiao Ye's throat, threateningly staring at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, He was confident in his ability to eliminate Xiao Fantian instantly, yet he would not gamble with Xiao Yu's life. "What do you want?" he asked coldly, refusing to rush into action. "Very simple," Xiao Fantian replied with a smug grin. "Hand over all your treasures." "Very well. I have no objections." Xiao Ye nodded without hesitation. Both Xiao Fantian and Lin Tianyu were taken aback, not expecting Xiao Ye to comply so readily. "It seems this young lady holds significant importance in your heart." Lin Tianyu wiped the blood from his mouth, his demeanor softening as he slowly rose from the ground. Xiao Ye regarded Lin Tianyu with a cold smile, remarking, "I have come to realize how colluded you two are. Instead of caring for your daughter's safety, you conspire to rob me of my treasures. Enough chatter, if you wish for Xiao Ye to live. Quickly surrender your treasures," Lin Tianyu commanded coldly. Interrupting Xiao Ye, "As you wish." Xiao Ye nodded, retrieving a long sword that resembled a soaring dragon, glimmering with a chilling light, its powerful aura sending shivers through the air. He tossed the long sword to Lin Tianyu carelessly. Lin Tianyu was taken aback, hastily catching the sword, feeling the immense power contained within it, his eyes widening in shock. This is a low-grade Earth-tier artifact." Xiao Fantian gulped greedily, his gaze fixated on Xiao Ye as he coldly demanded, "Boy, what other treasures do you have? Hand them over." "Of course, I also possess a heaven-tier cultivation technique." Catch. A cold smile crept across Xiao Ye's lips as his figure suddenly vanished. Xiao Fantian was taken aback, feeling an emptiness in his arms, realizing Xiao Yu had disappeared and reappeared behind Xiao Ye. "Cunning, you tricked me," Xiao Fantian roared in fury as he realized the deceit. "Cunning? I would not dare to claim such a title," Xiao Yu replied disdainfully, his voice icy. "Xiao Fantian, Lin Tianyu, dare to provoke me, and you must be prepared to face certain death." With a furious roar, Xiao Yu surged towards the two men. "Run." Lin Tianyu hesitated not for a moment, gripping the dragon sword tightly, unhesitatingly abandoning Xiao Fantian to make his escape. "Lin Tianyu, you scoundrel." Xiao Fantian discerned Lin Tianyu's intentions, infuriated and unleashing a torrent of invective. "Humph, none of you shall escape today." With a chilling snort, Lin Tianyu, trembling in terror, raised his gaze, only to find Xiao Ye materializing above him. Xiao Ye raised his palm and struck down fiercely upon Lin Tianyu's head. "No." Lin Tianyu widened his eyes in defiance, clutching the Jiao long sword tightly. Bang! Instantly, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, his gaze becoming vacant as he slowly collapsed. Xiao Ye had actually slain Lin Tianyu? How did I not notice that Xiao Ye was even more formidable than during our earlier contest? Had he been concealing his true strength? This Xiao Ye is truly terrifying, having dispatched a 5th-stage master of the Gathering Yuan realm while merely at the 1st stage. The commotion had long since alarmed the residents of the city. Upon witnessing Xiao Ye's lethal blow to Lin Tianyu, they were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 57. A defiance against fate. Xiao Ye glanced at Lin Tianyu's lifeless body and retrieved the Jiao longsword. Although the sword was a low-grade Earth-tier artifact, Xiao Ye lacked the cultivation to wield it effectively. "Xiao Fantian, it is your turn now." Xiao Ye turned his gaze coldly towards Xiao Fantian. Beads of cold sweat formed on Xiao Fantian's forehead as he staggered back in fear. Trembling as he spoke, "Xiao Ye, we are still disciples of the Xiao family." "Humph, how dare you still claim to be a disciple of the Xiao family? You betrayed the family and plotted against my father and me. Today, I shall end your life." In an instant, Xiao Ye appeared before Xiao Fantian. "Prepare to die." Xiao Fantian, realizing there was no escape, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination, gathering his strength in both palms and striking fiercely at Xiao Ye. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth, showcasing the full force of a 9th-stage master of the Gathering Yuan realm. But a figure was sent hurtling backward. What? The crowd was astounded to recognize that the figure flung away was none other than Xiao Fantian. While Xiao Ye remained standing, calm and unscathed, Xiao Fantian, a master of the Gathering Yuan realm, had been effortlessly repelled by Xiao Ye's single strike, suggesting that Xiao Ye's strength rivaled that of a true martial realm expert. The onlookers were compelled to reassess Xiao Ye's cultivation. "Xiao Fantian, today I shall cleanse the Xiao family of traitors," Xiao Ye bellowed, gathering his power in his left foot and taking a decisive step forward. The ground trembled with a resounding crash as Xiao Fantian was thrown to the ground. "You have gone too far," Xiao Fantian roared, launching himself into the As a 9th-stage master of the Gathering Yuan realm. It was a disgrace to be so easily overwhelmed by a mere 1st-stage Xiao Ye. Clang! Xiao Fantian unsheathed his longsword, its crimson blade resembling flames, showcasing his renowned technique, the Qingsang sword technique. "Xiao Ye, I should never have shown you mercy before, leading to this very moment." Prepare to die, Xiao Fantian shouted, transforming his sword into a fiery serpent that surged violently toward Xiao Ye. Humph, overestimating yourself. Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully, raising his spear like a staff and striking downward at the fiery serpent. Bang! With a thunderous noise, the ferocious fire serpent shattered into countless fragments, scattering embers across the sky. Spear of the Nether, Xiao Ye's spear danced once more, summoning a howling wind. As a terrifying force emanated from the weapon, instilling dread in the onlookers, they gazed at Xiao Ye, who appeared as a demonic figure from the depths of hell. Retreating in fear, the echoes of his battle with Lin Xia still resonated in their minds, and they braced themselves for the impending chaos. Boom! With a fierce thrust, Xiao Ye lunged at Xiao Fantian. The terrifying spear shadow seemingly rending the sky as it unleashed a barrage of explosive sounds, obliterating everything in its path as it advanced mercilessly toward Xiao Fantian. Xiao Ye, even if I perish, I shall ensure you live in regret for eternity. Xiao Fantian, staring at the approaching spear shadow, recognized his inevitable doom, his expression contorted in rage as he shouted at Xiao Ye. Suddenly, a violent wind surged, and the clear sky darkened ominously, thick clouds swirling overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder that grew ever lower, their oppressive presence nearly suffocating. Chapter 58. The terrifying heavenly tribulation. What is happening? The spectators in the distance trembled in fear at the sight of the roiling clouds above Xiao Ye. It's a tribulation cloud. Another one has appeared in the city. Qingsang City was not a large metropolis. Yet within just a few days, 2 tribulation clouds had emerged, alarming all its martial artists. This does not resemble the tribulation for a martial king, an elder martial artist remarked, observing the dense clouds above with a grave expression. I have witnessed the martial king tribulation. The clouds were not this thick. What could it be? Perhaps a martial sovereign tribulation. How could such a small place as Qingsang City witness the emergence of a martial sovereign-level expert? The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the city lord and elderly. Stand back, City Lord Qing Han commanded as he pushed through the crowd with elderly and others in tow. What is happening? Is someone in Qingsang City undergoing tribulation once more? Qing Han inquired, glancing at Qing Chi beside him. Qing Chi, looking at her brother, replied, Why are you looking at me? I came here with you. This is not a pill tribulation, the Grand Elder observed, frowning at the clouds. President, Master, that figure beneath the tribulation clouds resembles our master. Qing Shan pointed towards a silhouette amidst the ruins, cradling a woman in his arms. Master, the Grand Elder was taken aback, realizing, indeed, it is Master. Xiao Ye, Qing Chi gasped, staring at the figure standing amidst the debris, enveloped in a faint golden glow, as though every time he appeared, he stirred up significant commotion. Elderly, who had remained silent, gazed at the menacing clouds with a heavy heart, the overwhelming pressure inducing a sense of dread within him. Wait, this is not a martial artist's tribulation. It is a defiance against fate. Elderly exclaimed, Defiance against fate? The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned, casting puzzled glances at Elderly, as they had never heard of such a heavenly tribulation. Oldly gazed at Xiao Ye beneath the ominous clouds, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes as he elucidated. The heavenly tribulation consists of 10 bolts of lightning, the most terrifying among all tribulations. It signifies a struggle against the heavens for one's very life. Hence it is called the reversal heavenly tribulation. 10. Does that not imply one more than the martial god tribulation? Qing Chi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What does it mean to wrest life from the heavens? It refers to the forceful retention of a deceased individual's soul, Oldly replied, his gaze shifting to the woman in Xiao Ye's arms. However, such a defiance can only be executed by a strong practitioner of the martial god realm. How could Xiao Ye accomplish this? The crowd was dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a method to wrest life from the heavens, and the existence of martial god realm practitioners was merely a legend to them. Oldly silently hoped Xiao Ye could withstand this impending tribulation as he observed the raging storm clouds above. He sighed softly. Xiao Ye, in his estimation, had no chance of enduring the reversal heavenly tribulation. Xiao Ye stood unwavering beneath the dreadful clouds, an embodiment of calmness as he brandished his spear with defiance. Boom! Dark clouds churned violently, lightning snaked through the sky, and a bolt as thick as a finger struck down upon Xiao Ye. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave rippled through the crowd, leaving them stunned. Yet, Xiao Ye remained unyielding, his garments fluttering with the wind, utterly unscathed. How is this possible? Old Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Ye, who had effortlessly withstood the lightning strike. Even he could not have so easily endured such a tribulation. How had Xiao Ye managed it? Boom! Another terrifying bolt of lightning descended. Xiao Ye slightly lifted his head. bathing in the electric light, remaining motionless as he gazed at the storm clouds above, his eyes filled with defiance and pride. Boom! Multiple bolts of lightning rained down, enveloping Xiao Ye in a dance of purple electricity. The invincible state granted by the system was nearing its end. Only one final tribulation remains, boldly observed Xiao Ye, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his heart. Perhaps this young man could truly transcend the reversal heavenly tribulation. A fervent gleam crossed old Li's gaze. Such a prodigy even stirred his own desires. Yet, he quickly quelled this terrifying thought. The ability to invoke such a lethal method indicated that Xiao Ye must have a formidable figure backing him, someone no one, not even the entire academy, could afford to offend. The storm clouds continued to swirl ominously. Xiao Ye had already endured 9 bolts of lightning. The time for his invincible state was nearly over. Without it, he would struggle to withstand even one more strike. Here goes. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the spear. Gradually directing it towards the tumultuous clouds above. Dragons roar across the heavens. With a thunderous shout, a terrifying dragon apparition materialized behind him, emitting a deafening roar as it faced the storm clouds. Spear of the netherworld, Xiao Ye shouted once more, the spear in his hand gleaming with a deadly radiance. Stirring the winds as he aimed skyward, like a moth drawn to a flame, he thrust the spear directly towards the gathering storm clouds. Has this boy lost his mind? Old Li exclaimed in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder erupted from within the storm clouds, and a fearsome bolt of purple lightning surged forth. Breaking free from the clouds, a cataclysmic force aimed squarely at Xiao Ye. The bolt, measuring 5 meters in diameter, transcended mere lightning. It was a colossal pillar of destructive energy. Is this truly lightning? The crowd stared, paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they longed to flee yet found themselves rooted in place. Boom! Xiao Ye's figure was instantly enveloped in the blinding light of the lightning. Xiao Ye, Qingqi gasped, her eyes wide with terror as she silently prayed that a gentle breeze stirred, and the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, lifting the heavy gloom that had settled over the crowd, eliciting collective sighs of relief. Thud! Individuals began collapsing to the ground, as if their strength had been sapped, their trousers thoroughly soaked. How terrifying! It felt as if we walked through the gates of hell. What has become of Xiao Ye? How could anyone survive such a fearsome tribulation? The voice trailed off, eyes widening in horror as they beheld a figure amidst the ruins, as if gazing upon a monster. Someone had truly emerged alive from such a terrifying ordeal. Moreover, it was a young man at the initial stage of gathering essence. Amidst the debris, a bloodied figure slowly rose, staggering towards the unconscious woman beside him. This bloodied figure was none other than Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye gazed at the serene face of the still unconscious Xiao Ye, his heart filled with concern. System, why has you not awakened yet? Chapter 59, the first S-Class mission. Ding. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. Hidden S-Class mission triggered. Awaken the slumbering Xiao Ye. Upon completion, the duration of the invincible system will be extended by 1 minute. S-Class mission. Xiao Ye was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. Will you accept? The system inquired once more. I accept. Xiao Ye responded without hesitation. Even without the system's reward, he was determined to awaken Xiao Ye. Mission accepted. Conditions: locate phoenix wood, spirit spring, and soul-gathering grass to concoct a resurrection pill, thus awakening Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Phoenix wood was a divine tree once inhabited by ancient beasts, while the spirit spring was a sacred treasure of the mysterious elven race. These items existed only in legends, and he had never heard of anyone ever finding them. As for the soul-gathering grass, he had never even heard of it. Ding! The system's voice chimed again. Host's body has been tempered by the lightning tribulation. Your physique has evolved from a bronze and iron body to an indestructible body. Indestructible? Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned and quickly opened the system's description. Indestructible. A 1% chance exists during the tribulation to evolve into this state that it renders one impervious to blades and fire. Immune to all toxins. Additionally, it grants a mid-tier martial technique, Indestructible, which, once activated, enhances one's strength twofold, enveloping the body in golden light, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 10 days. Xiao Ye couldn't help but marvel. While this indestructible technique might not rival the system's invincibility, a twofold increase in combat power was undoubtedly formidable, especially with its lengthy duration and short cooldown. Gazing tenderly at the unconscious Xiao Ye, he gently brushed the stray strands of hair from her face. Perhaps this calamity had brought unexpected fortune. System, what should I do about Xiao Ye? Must I carry her with me? Xiao Ye frowned, uncertain of what trials lay ahead. Carrying an unconscious Xiao Ye with him did not seem safe. Leave it to me. I possess a Shumi space abundant in spiritual energy, which will greatly aid in nurturing her soul. Xiao Ye will be safest here. As the system spoke, a faint purple light enveloped Xiao Ye, and her body vanished into thin air. Xiao Ye examined the system, discovering the Shumi space, a realm filled with melodious birds, fragrant blossoms, verdant mountains, and abundant spiritual energy nurturing all life, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Seeing Xiao Ye exhibit no signs of distress, he finally felt at ease and stepped back at that moment. Old Li and Qingsang approached. "Xiao Ye, are you all right?" Qingqi asked, her concern evident as she looked at him. Xiao Ye offered a slight smile and shook his head that I'm fine. Qingsang turned, casting a curious glance at his cousin. He knew well of Qingqi's proud nature. She had never shown such concern for anyone before. Noticing Qingsang's gaze, Qingqi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes. "Xiao Ye," Old Li regarded him solemnly. "Did you summon that lightning tribulation earlier?" Xiao Ye nodded, casting a wary glance at Old Li before realizing he harbored no ill intent, allowing him to relax. Old Li's cultivation was inscrutable to Xiao Ye, and with the invincible system now in a month-long cooldown, he feared Old Li might covet his treasures. Old Li furrowed his brow, continuing, "The method to wrest life from the heavens is a technique of the martial god realm." "Could it be that you, martial god?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. The martial god realm was a legendary state 700 years ago. The master Tang Feng ascended to the divine realm after breaking through to the martial god from the martial emperor. Since then, no one had achieved this feat on the entire U-state continent. Xiao Ye never expected that the power just invoked by the system was a technique of the martial god realm. It was too terrifying. With a contemplative gaze, he turned to Old Li and sighed gently that it seems this matter cannot remain concealed from you. Old L. Be frank. It was my master who intervened just now. Your master? The crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Ye with curiosity. Old Li could not help but inquire, "What is your master's name?" "I am unsure," Xiao Ye replied, shaking his head. "When my meridians were crippled and I was disheartened, I encountered an elderly man whom I initially mistook for a beggar. Little did I know, he possessed extraordinary cultivation. All my abilities were imparted by him. And where is your master now?" Old Li believed Xiao Ye's words, convinced that this old man must be a formidable figure wandering the world. Xiao Ye shook his head, replying, "I have not seen my master for over a year. The technique invoked earlier was an imprint he left on me. Whenever I face an insurmountable challenge, he will come to my aid." Remote invocation of magic. This is undoubtedly a technique of the martial god realm, Old Li exclaimed, convinced that Xiao Ye had an immensely powerful martial god master behind him. Old Li gazed at Xiao Ye with fervent intensity, resolutely determined to keep him at Yuzhou Academy. With Xiao Ye's presence, it was akin to having a formidable ally backing the institution. Qingsang, glancing at Xiao Ye, inquired with perplexity, "Aren't the masters of the martial god realm supposed to ascend to the divine realm? Is there truly a martial god expert remaining in our world?" Old Li shook his head gravely and replied, "I cannot elaborate on this matter. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will come to understand." Turning back to Xiao Ye, Old Li continued, "Having observed your recent battle, I can tell that your strength transcends the mere gathering Yuan realm. Have you employed some special method to forcibly enhance your power?" Xiao Ye nodded. Old Li cautioned, "Xiao Ye, while there are certain methods that allow for a forced increase in strength, the consequences can be dire. I advise you to refrain from using such methods in the future. Rest assured, Old Li, I am well aware of my own limits," Xiao Ye assured, grateful for Old Li's concern. "Ah, by the way," Old Li suddenly recalled, producing a thin volume of a manual and handing it to Xiao Ye. "This is the reward for the champion, the cloud riding technique." "Thank you." Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. Recognizing Old Li's good intentions and accepting the manual without hesitation, the cloud riding technique was renowned as a low-grade earth-level skill, its most remarkable feature being that once one reached the true martial realm, they could soar through the skies. Otherwise, one would have to transcend the martial king Tribulation to gain the ability to fly the way. "Where are my guards?" and Liang Quan. Xiao Ye remembered Liang Quan and Lu Hui. Recalling that they had merely captured Xiao Ye without harming them, "Do not worry," the city lord Qingsang interjected. "They were only knocked unconscious and have been brought to the city lord's mansion. They should have regained consciousness by now." Old Li turned to Xiao Ye once more, stating, "I have received notice that we must depart tonight. If you have any matters to attend to, handle them immediately. We shall gather at the city lord's mansion this evening." Chapter 60. Task Trial. Yet, Xiao Ye still had affairs to resolve. With the Lin family annihilated, their estate lay in ruins, and the name of the Lin family would likely vanish from the four great families of Qingsang City. Xiao Ye returned directly to the Xiao family, eradicating the remnants of Xiao Fantian and taking complete control of the Xiao household. Young master, Lu Hui knelt respectfully, declaring, "All remnants of Xiao Fantian have been eliminated." I implore the young master to assume the role of the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Ye shook his head. My stage is no longer here. Lu Huwei, you have shown unwavering loyalty to my father over the years, safeguarding the Xiao family. Henceforth, the position of head of the Xiao family shall be yours. What? Lu Huwei was taken aback, quickly retorting, young master, that is not possible. I possess no blood ties to the Xiao family. Merely a guard adopted by the family head. Xiao Ye insisted. That is of no concern. Lu Huwei, today I bestow upon you the Xiao surname. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xiao Li and assume the position of head of the Xiao family. Very well. Lu Huwei hesitated momentarily. Bowing his head in respect, Xiao Li will dutifully follow the young master's arrangements and strive to elevate the Xiao family. Xiao Ye nodded, retrieving a manual from within his robes. This is an upper-grade profound-level technique, the Demonic King Codex. Master it diligently, and it will suffice for you to fulfill the responsibilities of family head. Yes, Xiao Li gratefully bowed 3 more times, accepting the manual. Silently vowing to uplift the Xiao family to become the largest family in Qingsang City. I hope we shall meet again. Xiao Ye felt little reluctance as he bid farewell to Xiao Li and made his way to the city lord's mansion. Big brother, Liang Quan rushed over upon seeing Xiao Ye. Old Li nodded in acknowledgement, stating, if all is ready, let us depart. Old Li placed his hand to his lips and blew a melodious whistle. Suddenly, the air was filled with the cry of an eagle. Xiao Ye looked up in astonishment as a massive eagle descended from the sky, stirring up fierce winds as it approached the city lord's mansion. The 9 Heavens Eagle. Xiao Ye recognized the majestic creature as a beast of the martial king realm. The 9 Heavens Eagle .it was said to possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Confronting. Capable of soaring through the skies at incredible speeds, the 9 Heavens Eagle folded its wings, landing gracefully before Old Li, excitedly squawking. Old Li affectionately patted the eagle's head, reassuring everyone, do not be afraid. This is my battle companion. Come, let us depart. Xiao Ye quickly grasped the pale-faced Liang Quan beside him, leaping onto the back of the 9 Heavens Eagle. Hold on tight. Old Li cautioned, and the eagle emitted a long cry before soaring skyward. Ascending towards the heavens. Liang Quan shouted in fright, exclaiming, Old man, take it easy. I have a fear of heights. Humph. A disciple beside Old Li scoffed, glaring at Liang Quan, admonishing, watch your words, brat. Old Li is the vice president of the academy. Even if you do not address him as president, you must at least call him teacher. Liang Quan shot a glare at the young man, but remained silent on the back of the colossal eagle. Xiao Ye had learned that this young man was named Feng Yuan, a disciple of Old Li, already at the 5th stage of the gathering Yuan realm, and was participating in this outing for training. The wind roared around them as Xiao Ye observed the rapidly receding landscape. Qingsang City grew smaller in the distance, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him, for it had once been the place of his growth. Today, as he departed, he found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Old Li, have you ever heard of gathering soulgrass? Xiao Ye recalled the unconscious and thought that Old Li, with his extensive knowledge, might be aware of its whereabouts. Gathering soulgrass? Old Li paused, looking at Xiao Ye with curiosity, asking, why do you inquire about this? Seeing Old Li's reaction, Xiao Ye felt a surge of hope. Continuing, I have heard that this herb can awaken dormant souls. Do you know where it can be found? I advise you to abandon that thought. Old Li said gravely that I do not know where you learned about the efficacy of gathering soulgrass. But it only grows in the demonic realm, a place where vengeful souls gather. That realm is exceedingly perilous. Even I would not dare to tread there, let alone seek out gathering soulgrass. The demonic realm? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Any place referred to as a demonic realm was likely an ancient ruin, fraught with dangers, a true hell where those who entered would undoubtedly perish. Xiao Ye had not anticipated that gathering these 3 materials would prove so difficult, yet regardless of the peril, he was determined to awaken the slumbering Xiao Ye. After flying for an indeterminate distance, the sky gradually darkened, and twinkling lights appeared below, indicating a town. Old Li patted the 9 Heavens Eagle, which promptly dove down towards the town. Old Li, shall we rest in the city? Liang Quan inquired curiously. Not yet. We are here to collect a few others. As the 9 Heavens Eagle landed, Xiao Ye noticed 2 middle-aged men approaching, accompanied by 4 young individuals. Deanly, the 2 middle-aged men bowed in deference, their formidable presence indicating they were surely teachers at the academy. Indeed, Old Li nodded, glancing at the 4 young people, 3 men and 1 woman, all at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the gathering Yuan realm. It appeared this year's new recruits were of commendable quality. Old Li addressed the 4, come forward, I have a task for you. Yes, they stepped forward to stand before Old Li. Xiao Ye and Liang Quan exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of the nature of the task, Old Li surveyed them and continued, do not think that joining Yuzhou Academy means you can rest easy. This is merely the beginning. After a month of classes, the outer disciples will face a test. Those who fail will be expelled, but I can assure you, with your current abilities, you will undoubtedly fail. Is it that serious? Liang Quan gasped, unable to suppress his disbelief. The others also wore grim expressions, clearly unaware of the Academy's additional trials. You need not worry. There are still 2 weeks until classes begin. At the north of Biyun City lies the monster forest. You will train there for half a month, and each of you must hunt down a 5th stage gathering yuan beast. You may cooperate, but infighting is strictly prohibited. Those who fail or engage in conflict will be expelled from the Academy. What? A 5th stage gathering yuan beast? The group exchanged anxious glances, fully aware that monsters of the same realm were far more formidable than human warriors. Defeating a 5th stage beast, even if they joined forces, would likely be a death sentence. All right. Oldly handed each of them a device resembling a signal flare, continuing, this is a distress signal. If anyone finds themselves in danger, they may use it to call for help, though it will signify mission failure. Now, let us set off. Chapter 61. The wolf pack. The group exchanged glances, forming pairs from the same city as they headed towards the monster forest, showing no intent to ally with one another. Dean, the cold-faced middle-aged man, observed their retreating figures with concern. Isn't this approach too risky? The monster forest is notoriously perilous. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Oldly replied. Our academy has not secured first place in the outer disciple competitions for several years. It is time to rigorously train them. Another person nodded in agreement and remarked, Director, I find that the 2 young individuals you brought are merely at the 1st level of the gathering yuan realm. Are they not too weak? They are not simple, Li Lao replied with a slight smile. That chubby fellow, Liang Quan, possesses a peculiar way of exerting force, enabling him to double his strength, something I cannot achieve. To comprehend such a method of exertion demonstrates remarkable talent. His future development will undoubtedly be formidable. As for Xiao Ye, he effortlessly dispatched a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the gathering yuan realm. What? The 2 individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. The notion of someone at the 1st level of the gathering yuan realm defeating a 9th level powerhouse was utterly beyond comprehension. It transcended the mere challenge of levels. Had it not come from Li Lao's mouth, they would have never believed it. Li Lao, aware of the shock he had induced, continued, he must have employed some secret method to temporarily enhance his capabilities. However, Xiao Ye's background is certainly not simple. A method for enhancing abilities? The cold-faced middle-aged man paused, questioning. Such methods should inflict severe damage on the body. Does this young man not value his life? Li Lao, too, was perplexed. Initially, I shared your concerns, but after observing him over the past few days, I have noted that his body and cultivation show no signs of damage. Perhaps he has concealed it through some means. The 3 men furrowed their brows, each lost in thought. This moment, Xiao Ye and his companions had reached the edge of the monster beast forest. The sky was dark, and the forest lay in eerie silence, as if a bottomless abyss awaited the unsuspecting travelers. Miss Kuya, Zhang Hong from Xianyu City smiled slightly and spoke. Would you care to join us? Zhang Hong and Du Cheng, both at the 3rd level of the gathering yuan realm, held the highest strength among them. Certainly. The young woman named Kuya was about to respond when the man beside her, Zhou Wan, hastily agreed. Du Cheng shot him a glare and coldly stated, We are inviting Miss Kuya, not you. Zhou Wan awkwardly furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. No. Thank you. Kuya smiled gently, aware that the 2 harbored ulterior motives. My strength is too weak. I do not wish to hold you 2 back. Du Cheng attempted to interject, but Zhang Hong interrupted, saying, In that case, Miss Kuya, please take care that we shall take our leave. Without hesitation, Zhang Hong and Du Cheng stepped into the monster beast forest. Xiao Yu scrutinized the young woman Kuya. She was indeed quite lovely. May I join you too? Kuya suddenly addressed Xiao Yu and Liang Quan, her voice hopeful. Before Xiao Yu and Liang Quan could respond, Zhou Wan disdainfully retorted, What do you want to invite them for? Their 1st level in the gathering yuan realm will only hinder us. Let us go. Saying this, Zhou Wan pulled Kuya into the forest. She glanced apologetically at the 2 men, offering a sheepish smile. How arrogant. Just because you're at the 2nd level of the gathering yuan realm, you dare act so haughty in front of us. Liang Quan glared at Zhou Wan's retreating figure, feeling quite displeased. All right, let us also depart, Xiao Yi said nonchalantly. Liang Quan shivered slightly and hurriedly followed behind Xiao Yi. Boss, why don't we wait until daylight to enter? This forest is quite ominous. We don't know what might suddenly appear. What are you afraid of? We are here to undergo training. Xiao Yi shot Liang Quan a glare and stepped boldly into the forest. Reluctantly, Liang Quan followed closely behind. The forest was engulfed in darkness, the dim moonlight failing to penetrate the dense foliage. Aside from the rustling of their footsteps, all was eerily silent. Suddenly, Xiao Ye halted, alertly scanning his surroundings. What's wrong? Liang Quan nearly collided with Xiao Ye's back, trembling as he asked. There's a murderous aura, Xiao Ye stated, swiftly drawing his sword and slashing forward. A piercing hiss echoed as a serpent, as thick as an arm, was cleaved in two, writhing in agony on the ground. Green leaf python. Liang Quan gasped in shock at the sight of the slain serpent, which was a highly venomous creature. A bite from it would be fatal without an antidote. Suddenly, a chorus of howls pierced the stillness of the forest, and the ground trembled slightly. Both Xiao Ye and Liang Quan's expressions changed simultaneously. It's the howling moonwolves, the wolf pack, among the most perilous beasts on the outskirts of the monster beast forest, primarily consisted of first-level gathering Yuan realm creatures. However, wolves are pack animals. Upon detecting prey, they would attack regardless of individual strength. Not good. Boss, the wolf pack is charging at us, Liang Quan exclaimed, already glimpsing two figures sprinting towards the forest's edge. It was Kuya and Zhouwen. Xiao Ye recognized the two being pursued by the wolves. Zhouwen, noticing Xiao Ye, impulsively dashed towards them. Quickly, run, it's the Howling Moon wolf pack, Kuya urged, having spotted Xiao Ye and Liang Quan. Boss, we must flee. Liang Quan cried in panic. It's too late. Xiao Ye's expression grew grave. The Howling Moon wolves had clearly discerned their intentions and had surrounded their escape route. With a chilling howl, a massive Howling Moon wolf emerged from behind the pack. Its icy gaze fixed upon Xiao Ye and his companions, a mocking smile curling its lips, clearly intending to toy with them. What shall we do, boss? Liang Quan gripped his sword tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. Climb the trees. Wolves cannot climb. At dawn, they will retreat. No sooner had Xiao Ye spoken than Zhouwen hastily stowed his weapon and began to ascend the nearest tree. A howl erupted as the towering Howling Moon wolf realized their intention. Roaring furiously as the pack surged forward, lunging at Xiao Ye and his companions. Damn it. Hurry up, Xiao Ye growled, shoving the sluggish Liang Quan and standing protectively behind him, sword drawn. The pack of wolves bared their sharp fangs. Jaws agape, lunging for Xiao Ye's throat. With a serious expression, Xiao Ye stepped forward firmly. Warriors tread. With a thunderous stomp, Xiao Ye's left foot struck the ground, unleashing a shockwave that toppled several Howling Moon wolves in an instant. Revolving slash, Xiao Ye swung his sword fiercely, a crescent arc of blade energy radiating from him, scattering the wolves around him. Blood splattered as anguished howls filled the air. Numerous Howling Moon wolves fell before Xiao Ye's blade. Impressive. Kuya gasped in astonishment, witnessing Xiao Ye's prowess in dispatching several Howling Moon wolves with a single strike. It was worth noting that the weakest among the wolves was at the first level of the gathering Yuan realm, while Xiao Ye's strength was only at the same level. The lead Howling Moon wolf, evidently taken aback by Xiao Ye's strength, roared in fury, inciting the pack to become even more ferocious, now attacking in pairs with coordinated ferocity. Boss, be careful. Liang Quan, witnessing the wolves' heightened aggression, grew increasingly worried for Xiao Ye's safety. Seeing Liang Quan safely atop a tree, Xiao Ye lightly stepped and executed the cloud leaping technique, agile as a swallow. Reaching the treetops, that was close. Kuya sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Ye unharmed. The wolf pack fixated on Xiao Ye and his companions, emitting low growls, leaping and clawing at the tree, yet failing to reach them. With a powerful roar, the lead Howling Moon wolf commanded the pack to cease their leaps and instead gather at the base of the tree, frantically gnawing at the trunk. Oh no, they aimed to bring the tree down. Kuya's expression shifted in alarm as she clung tightly to the trunk, unsure of what to do. Help, Zhouwen trembled, calling out for assistance. He had climbed the thinnest tree, which was now half gnawed through and could collapse at any moment. Jump over here, Xiao Ye called out, glancing at Zhouwen. What? Zhouwen was taken aback. The nearest tree stood several meters away, and lacking Xiao Ye's agility, he felt he could not make the leap. Hurry, I can catch you, Xiao Ye urged from the treetop, watching as Zhouwen swayed precariously. With a pale face, Zhouwen gritted his teeth and leaped toward the tree where Xiao Ye stood. Xiao Ye swiftly descended, bending the trunk, then propelled himself upward to grasp Zhouwen as he fell. With another furious roar, the lead Howling Moon wolf charged again, and this time, the wolves cooperated, leaping off one another to spring towards Xiao Ye and his companions. Boss, Liang Quan gasped in shock, unable to warn Xiao Ye in time. Xiao Ye, recognizing the wolf strategy, quickly tossed Zhouwen aside and commanded, Liang Quan, draw the wolves' attention. Understood. Liang Quan replied without hesitation, leaping from the tree and disregarding the wolves' attempts to bite, shouting as he punched and kicked. I'll help you. Kuya hesitated briefly, then, sword in hand, jumped down from the tree as well. With Liang Quan and Kuya diverting the wolves, the pressure on Xiao Ye significantly lessened. He swiftly drew a spear and with a powerful sweep, sent a dozen Howling Moon wolves tumbling away. Landing on the ground, Xiao Ye propelled himself forward, charging at the lead Howling Moon wolf. The massive wolf, noticing Xiao Ye's intent, narrowed its eyes and let out another deep growl, inciting the surrounding pack to become even more frenzied as they charged at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's spear quivered in his grasp. Resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, with every flourish of the weapon, blood splattered, and yet another howling moon wolf succumbed beneath its lethal tip. Such prowess, concealed among the trees, Zhou gazed, astonished, at Xiao Ye amidst the pack of wolves. A trail of crimson marked his path, strewn with the lifeless bodies of howling moonwolves, none able to withstand his onslaught. Was this truly the strength of a mere first-level practitioner? With a swift motion, Xiao Ye's spear danced once more, sending a wolf hurtling away. Now, he stood before the enormous howling moonwolf, its cold, furious gaze fixed on him, fangs bared, claws embedded deep into the ground. Xiao Ye's expression turned grave as he thrust the spear forward. A thunderous roar erupted from the howling moonwolf as it charged at him. The clash resounded as its claws intercepted the spear, and it opened its gaping maw to bite at Xiao Ye's neck. With agility, Xiao Ye twisted, the spear twisting with him, aiming once more at the wolf. A resounding impact followed, the wolf recoiling, a deep gash appearing on its forelimb. Licking its wound, the wolf's crimson eyes blazed with wrath as it roared and lunged again at Xiao Ye. In that moment, the spear in Xiao Ye's hand transformed, manifesting 9 phantasmal images, dreamlike and ethereal. That a piercing sound filled the air as the 9 spear shadows coalesced into one, surging forward with indomitable momentum towards the colossal howling moon wolf. 9 stars returned to 1. The wolf's eyes widened in terror as it beheld the ever-approaching spear tip, desperately twisting to evade, but it was too late. Blood sprayed forth as the spear pierced through the wolf's body, eliciting a wretched cry as it succumbed. Who is he? Zhou, still perched in the tree, stood frozen, murmuring, a first-level practitioner slaying a second-level beast. With the lead wolf slain, the pack was incensed, launching a ferocious assault on Liang Quan and Kuya, who found themselves in dire straits. Xiao Ye hurled the lead wolf's carcass into the fray, his voice thunderous. If you wish to live, retreat. The wolves halted their attack, encircling the corpse, emitting mournful howls, their icy eyes fixated on Xiao Ye. Unwilling to relent, unfazed by the pack, Xiao Ye was nonetheless concerned for Liang Quan and Kuya. Should the howling moon wolves unleash their fury upon them, he would be unable to intervene. Suddenly, a deep, resonant dragon's roar emanated from Xiao Ye, reverberating through the dense forest. Behind him, a terrifying dragon silhouette gradually materialized, its crimson eyes coldly observing the wolves below. The pack trembled in fear, their instincts screaming as they quivered. Gripped by a primal sense of dread, what is this? Kuya and Zhou gazed in horror at the colossal dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye, swallowing hard. The wolves emitted whimpering sounds, retreating slowly, vanishing into the inky darkness of the forest. Xiao Ye exhaled a sigh of relief as the dragon's silhouette dissipated. Chapter 63. Waterfall. Liang Quan collapsed onto the ground, his clothes tattered, bloodied. Kuya remained rooted in place, staring at Xiao Ye, still in shock. Are you all right? Xiao Ye asked, relieved to see that their injuries were not life-threatening. I'm fine, Liang Quan replied, shaking his head in disbelief. They were from well-off families and had never faced such perilous situations. At that moment, Zhou descended from the tree. Glancing at Xiao Ye, he hesitated before saying, thank you. Humph. Weren't you looking down on us? We can't afford your gratitude. Liang Quan scoffed, mocking him. Zhou stood awkwardly, regretting his earlier disdain. No one had anticipated that a first-level practitioner would possess such terrifying strength. All right, Xiao Ye surveyed the surroundings. This battle has surely attracted formidable beasts. We cannot linger here. Clean up the battlefield and leave immediately. The others nodded, clearly acknowledging Xiao Ye as their leader. Liang Quan rushed to the massive howling moon wolf's carcass, skinning it for valuable materials like its hide, claws, and fangs, sought after for crafting. The forest remained shrouded in darkness, the distant growls of beasts echoing ominously as the group traversed the dense undergrowth. Vigilance heightened. Stop, Xiao Ye suddenly halted, brow furrowed. What's wrong, boss? Liang Quan whispered. I smell blood. Xiao Ye unsheathed his spear, signaling the others to follow quietly as they advanced cautiously. Ahead, the trees became sparse, the pale moonlight illuminating the ground, revealing the stench of blood. Scattered about lay a dozen slain warriors. Ugh, Kuya stifled a gag, covering her mouth. Zhou stood frozen, pale and horrified. They were warriors, but had never taken a life, let alone witnessed death. Ignoring their reactions, Xiao Ye inspected the bodies. Boss, their belongings are missing. Doesn't he look like the work of beasts? Liang Quan remarked quietly. Xiao Ye nodded. These individuals had clearly been slain by humans. Many warriors ventured into the beast forest to hunt for survival or to gather rare materials for trade, but sometimes the greatest danger was not the beasts, But other humans to eye in this realm of freedom. Actions deemed legal often led to murder and pillaging. The ground bore remnants of a smoldering campfire, and as Xiao Ye crouched to examine the corpses, he felt a lingering warmth. Evidence they had died recently. He turned to Kuya and Zhou, saying, "We must leave this place." Without hesitation, they nodded, following Xiao Ye away from the hellish scene. Gurgling, their stomachs protested. Having gone without food since the afternoon, and the tension of the forest left them famished, Xiao Ye, Zhou finally spoke. "Shall we rest and find something to eat?" The darkness still enveloped them. But Xiao Ye discerned the surroundings and replied, "Not far ahead is a fruit tree that can satiate our hunger. We'll wait until dawn to make a fire." They soon arrived at the tree. Its branches adorned with apple-like fruits, slightly sour but sufficient to stave off hunger. Xiao Ye inspected the area, dispatching a few hidden poisonous snakes before allowing the group to rest against the tree for a moment. As dawn broke, the cheerful sounds of birdsong filled the air, mingling with the fragrance of morning grass, lifting the oppressive weight of the night. "You all start a fire. I'll venture into the woods to hunt," Xiao Ye declared, leaping down and disappearing into the thickets. Soon, he returned with 2 wild rabbits in hand. With deft skill, he prepared the meal, and they feasted heartily. Iya, patting her now full belly, expressed her gratitude. "Thank goodness we encountered you. Otherwise, we might not have survived the night." Hee. Nyang Quan grinned at Kuya, teasingly saying, "If you truly wish to thank us, why not show your gratitude in action? Perhaps you could offer yourself." Kuya's cheeks flushed, glancing shyly at Xiao Ye. "Don't set your sights on our boss," Liang Quan interjected. "He already has someone special, though I am still single. I'm not attracted to the plump." Kuya shot back at Liang Quan. "I prefer the plump." Zhou chimed in suddenly. Laughter erupted among them. Liang Quan, incensed, kicked Zhou in the backside, exclaiming, "Get lost. I meant women. Where did your mind wander?" Zhou protested, rubbing his sore rear, hurriedly explaining. "Enough." Xiao Ye interrupted the banter. "Let us continue deeper into the forest. There is no chance of encountering a 5th-level beast at the periphery." The group nodded and followed Xiao Ye as they ventured into the depths of the beast forest. Having spent a month in this perilous realm, Xiao Ye was well acquainted with the beast's movements, guiding them to avoid the more treacherous creatures. However, as they pressed onward, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, gradually slowing his pace. "What's wrong, boss? Is there danger?" Liang Quan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Ye shook his head and asked, "Do you hear water?" "Water?" The group fell silent, straining to listen. "No, I don't hear anything." Liang Quan replied that I can hear it. Kuya frowned. "It sounds like a waterfall?" Xiao Ye nodded, continuing, "Stay alert. Areas with water sources often harbor powerful beasts." Cautiously, they advanced, the sound of rushing water growing louder. Suddenly, the trees ahead parted, revealing a wide river, shimmering like a silver ribbon in their sight. "What is this?" Several individuals arrived at the riverbank, where before them loomed a majestic cliff. The tranquil river suddenly cascaded downward, accompanied by a tremendous roar. As mist billowed up, forming a colossal waterfall, Xiao Ye observed the cliff before him. It was a canyon, several dozens of feet wide and deep, stretching straight into the distance, seemingly not a product of nature, but rather as if it had been cleaved by human hands. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Ye, startling him. What kind of power could rend the earth apart? Perhaps only a master of divine martial arts could achieve such a feat. "Boss, there seems to be a magical beast beneath the waterfall," Liang Quan exclaimed. Below the waterfall, the mist obscured the true nature of the scene. The group cautiously approached along the edge of the cliff, avoiding the spray, revealing the breathtaking landscape within the canyon. Peering over the edge, they beheld an astonishing sight. "What?" Xiao Ye gazed incredulously at the canyon below, where a vast pool had formed beneath the waterfall. Surrounded by an array of magical beasts, sky-winged tigers, black-spotted leopards, earth-shattering bears, and howling moon wolves, these creatures of differing species, typically at odds, were inexplicably gathered in harmony, peacefully resting by the water's edge, drinking from the lake. "Boss, why is that howling moon wolf by the lake so enormous?" Liang Quan pointed out. Xiao Ye noticed the solitary howling moon wolf was indeed larger than the one he had previously slain, which was of the second realm of gathering essence. Not only the howling moon wolf, but the other beasts by the lake were significantly larger than their kin, exuding a formidable presence that surpassed the norm. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the beasts at the lake's edge, as if something dreadful had occurred, prompting them to flee in panicked. In an instant, the once placid surface of the lake surged as if boiling, rising into a faint crimson mist that enveloped the surrounding beasts. Howls of despair echoed as the massive howling moon wolf was caught unawares, enveloped by the blood mist, its body stiffening as if turned to stone before collapsing to the ground. The blood mist extended only about 10 feet from the lake's edge, freezing the terrified expressions of a dozen magical beasts, leaving them frozen in place. With another surge, the lake boiled once more, and skeletal forms of the magical beasts emerged from the depths, dragging the petrified bodies into the depths of the lake. The blood mist gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the water, as if nothing had ever transpired. The beasts that had narrowly escaped the catastrophe visibly relaxed, gazing at the now calm surface of the lake, cautious yet drawn closer, as if the water held an irresistible allure, more vital than their very lives. Was the lake consuming the magical beasts? Zhou swallowed hard, his thoughts haunted by the skeletal forms that had emerged from the lake. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. Host has triggered a hidden A-level mission. Prevent the resurrection of the ancient beast tyrant. Mission rewards include 10,000 cultivation points, a low-tier heavenly technique, and the ancient seal of magic. Will you accept? Xiao Ye paused, staring at the lake below, realizing this mission was undoubtedly linked to the water beneath. Accepted, he declared without hesitation, choosing to accept the task. Liangquan suddenly screamed, leaping up from the ground, clutching his swollen finger in anger. Boss, something ambushed me. Xiao Ye glanced at Liangquan's swollen finger and quickly commanded. Everyone, get up. It's the devouring spirit ants. Kuya and Zhou gasped, scrambling to their feet, drenched in cold sweat, surrounded by 1,000 pitch-black devouring spirit ants, each no larger than a fingernail. Humph. Xiao Ye snorted coldly, his left foot stepping forward, executing a thunderous stomp. Boom, the ground trembled, knocking the surrounding devouring spirit ants unconscious. Xiao Ye swiftly grabbed a handful of green grass, crushing it and applying it to Liangquan's bitten finger. The devouring spirit ants possessed low cultivation, not even reaching the first realm of gathering essence. Yet their sheer numbers were staggering, ubiquitous in the forest. Their bites were venomous, causing paralysis and dizziness in their prey. Even beasts of the fifth realm of gathering essence dared not confront a swarm of these ants. Fortunately, Xiao Ye knew how to counteract their venom. Liangquan's finger quickly returned to normal. Seizing his sword and violently attacking the unconscious devouring spirit ants beneath him, cursing, "You dare bite me. Today, I shall make minced meat of you." Liangquan roared as he ruthlessly slaughtered the creatures beneath his feet. Boom! Just as Xiao Ye was about to intervene, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them, and they fell into a cavern. Kuya shrieked in terror, leaping into Xiao Ye's embrace. The cave was cramped, darkened by swarming devouring spirit ants, sending shivers down their spines. That rascal Liangquan had unwittingly stumbled into the nest of the devouring spirit ants. Quick, make a fire, Xiao Ye commanded as the ants surged toward them. With urgency, Liangquan and Zhou retrieved their prepared torches and ignited them. Whoosh! The flames illuminated the cave, causing the once advancing devouring spirit ants to retreat in a panic, screaming as they fled deeper into the cavern. Qiu sighed in relief, only then realizing she had been hiding in Xiao Ye's embrace, her face flushing red as she quickly distanced herself, avoiding his gaze. How do we get back up? Zhou surveyed the walls, noting the smooth, ant-carved surfaces, revealing they were still several feet from the ceiling and unable to leap back. Xiao Ye remained unfazed. With his cloud-leaping technique, he could easily traverse the distance. Boss, Liangquan grinned mischievously. I've heard that the Queen Ant's lair is essential for crafting spatial rings. Just what I was thinking, Xiao Ye replied with a slight smile, realizing they shared the same intent. Wait, you're not serious, are you? Zhou exclaimed, startled. The devouring spirit ants fear fire, but if you go after their queen, they fight to the death. Fortune favors the bold. If you're scared, stay here. Liangquan quipped as he and Xiao Ye ventured deeper into the cave. Though both were from wealthy families, they were accustomed to being bullied and had faced many perilous situations, having grown used to such adventures. Kuya and Zhou hesitated briefly before hastily following them. This was the beast forest, and no one could predict the dangers that lurked ahead. It was safer to stick together with Xiao Ye. The cave was damp, with some areas so narrow they had to duck to pass through. A low, ominous hum echoed as the devouring spirit ants began to gather, blocking their path and issuing warning sounds. Chapter 65. The Monster in the Coffin Clang. A violent metallic clash resounded as a long spear struck the skeleton creature, leaving it unscathed. The skeleton swiftly regained its composure, unleashing a series of howls as it charged at Xiao Ye once more. Damn it! Xiao Ye frowned. Taken aback by the resilience of these skeletons, he rolled backward to evade the attack of 3 skeletons. Then with a swift motion, he unleashed 9 spear shadows that converged into one. Buzz! The spear quivered, emitting a powerful aura as it lunged toward one of the skeletons. 9 stars converge, Xiao Ye roared, the spear piercing through the skeleton with a ferocious might. Bang! The skeleton was sent flying. Crashing against the wall, roar! A furious howl erupted, leaving Xiao Ye no chance to catch his breath as 2 more skeletons charged at him. Phantom spear movement. Xiao Ye remained calm, raising his spear like a colossal pillar. He embodied an invincible war god, wielding the spear with devastating force against the approaching skeletons. Bang! The hall trembled under Xiao Ye's relentless assault, as the three skeletons were obliterated by the sheer impact. Xiao Ye surveyed the scattered bones, sheathing his spear as he coldly addressed the coffin on the altar. "What else do you have up your sleeve?" A chilling laughter emanated from within the coffin. "You underestimate me. Boy, the skeletons I've refined are immortal." Creak, creak. Suddenly, the ground trembled again, and Xiao Ye was astonished to see the shattered skeletons reassembling themselves, moving freely, completely unharmed. Infuriating, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, coldly declaring, "Then I shall shatter you to pieces and see how you reassemble." With a furious roar, he charged forward, spear in hand. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as Xiao Ye made no attempt to defend, allowing the skeleton's claws to rake against him, tearing his clothes but not leaving a single scratch. "Die!" Xiao Ye bellowed, sweeping away one skeleton's head, then swirling the spear to reduce its cranium to dust. "Bastard!" The mysterious figure within the coffin seethed with rage at Xiao Ye's actions. The bones of the skeletal monster were ground to dust by Xiao Ye, rendering them irreparable. The surge of pride coursed through him as his attacks became increasingly frenzied. The three-headed skeletal creature emitted anguished howls, desperately trying to escape, utterly powerless to retaliate. With a resounding crack, Xiao Ye shattered the last fragment of the skeletal beast's bone, satisfied as he clapped his hands. "You despicable human! How dare you destroy my minion? I shall drain you of all your vitality." An enraged roar emerged from within the coffin, followed by several thick tubes that lunged towards Xiao Ye's body. Recognizing these as the same tubes that had just siphoned the blood and flesh of the earth-shattering bear, Xiao Ye had no time to dodge as numerous tubes pierced his flesh and entered his body. To his astonishment, despite his body being impervious to blades and flames, these tubes encountered no resistance as they penetrated him. "Ha ha! Perish, human!" The voice from the coffin sneered, as a tremendous sucking force emanated from the tubes, ravenously consuming the energy within Xiao Ye. He widened his eyes in terror, attempting to resist, but a wave of paralysis swept over him, as if he were bound by some unseen force. "Wait, how can a mere first-level gathered essence practitioner possess such terrifying power?" The creature within the coffin exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ye remained silent, feeling his strength drain away at an alarming rate. If this continued, he would soon be completely depleted of his essence. With a powerful roar, Xiao Ye unleashed a melodious dragon cry that resonated throughout the grand hall. Suddenly, a fearsome dragon apparition appeared behind him, more vivid than before, lowering its head slightly, its crimson eyes coldly fixated on the coffin atop the altar, its mouth twitching as if suppressing immense rage. "What? A divine dragon!" The voice from the coffin trembled with fear. "Who are you, truly?" Once again, a dragon's roar echoed, but this time it was not from Xiao Ye, but from the dragon apparition hovering behind him. A surge of potent energy rushed through the tubes into Xiao Ye, who began to absorb the creature's power from the coffin. "What?" The creature within the coffin realized what was happening, letting out a terrified scream as it forcefully severed the tubes embedded in Xiao Ye. Instantly, he regained his freedom and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Do not anger me further, or you shall wish for death. Leave at once." The voice from the coffin threatened, now trembling with rage, realizing Xiao Ye had absorbed a fraction of its power, rendering its efforts of the past month futile. Xiao Ye grinned at the massive dragon figure behind him, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Why do I feel that you cannot kill me? Fool! I am the ancient demon lord that instills fear in all beings, and I shall have no trouble dispatching a lowly human like you." The voice from the coffin barked angrily. "Is that so?" Xiao Ye smirked, thrusting his spear towards the coffin. "I shall see your true form." No. The coffin erupted with a furious roar, shattering into countless fragments, revealing a severed arm that floated ominously above the altar. Xiao Ye stared in astonishment at the colossal severed arm, roughly the length of a person, covered in intricate black scales, with 3 razor-sharp claws and bulging muscles brimming with power. "Were you the one speaking? A mere severed arm?" A heavy silence settled as the arm floated, seemingly bound by some force that prevented it from moving. Examining the terrifying limb closely, Xiao Ye's system displayed a message: "Severed arm of the ancient beast. Tyrant, sealed here post-mortem to prevent its resurrection. Can be absorbed." So it was the tyrant. Xiao Ye was taken aback by the sheer terror of a single severed limb. If it could be so formidable in this state, how terrifying would it be if fully revived? He felt no surprise, only curiosity about what absorbable entailed. In a state of confusion, Xiao Ye inquired further, but the system remained silent. Frowning, he approached the blood-stained altar, reaching out towards the monstrous arm. With a hum, his hand seemed to penetrate an invisible barrier as it made contact. Ding! Absorb 100 experience points, convertible into cultivation points or experience points for the dragon transformation technique. Xiao Ye was taken aback. The energy within the arm could be transformed into experience points for his martial technique. After all this time, he had only grasped the dragon howl technique, and his martial experience points had remained at 0. This was an unexpected opportunity for advancement. Convert to experience points for the dragon transformation technique. Without hesitation, he declared, "Ding! Absorption successful. The dragon transformation technique gains 100 experience points. Ding! Absorption successful. The dragon transformation technique gains 100 experience points." The system's notifications flooded his ears. What have you done to me? How can a human absorb my power? The arm suddenly voiced its terror, struggling futilely against the invisible restraint of the altar. Unable to escape Xiao Ye's control. Indeed, it was you who spoke. Xiao Ye marveled, observing the arm with curiosity, puzzled by its lingering vitality. Ignoring its struggles, he continued to absorb its energy, watching as the limb shrank visibly. "Please, I was wrong. Spare me," the arm pleaded in desperation, its struggles growing weaker. "Heh, now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late." Xiao Ye laughed triumphantly, fully aware that the entity was a terrifying ancient beast, and allowing it to revive would spell doom for countless lives that he had no intention of relenting, instead accelerating his absorption. "Boy, you will regret this." The arm, realizing Xiao Ye's determination, coldly stated, "I am but a fragment of a greater being. Even if you destroy me, you cannot prevent my resurrection. When that day comes, I shall tear you to shreds and make you suffer. Let us discuss that when the time comes," Xiao Ye replied. Watching as the arm diminished rapidly until it was completely absorbed. Ding! The dragon transformation technique gains 100 experience points, meeting the conditions for an upgrade. The dragon transformation technique has broken through to the second level. Gaining the skill Dance of the Demons, a fearsome dragon language magic, allowing the divine dragon to soar through the skies, commanding the power of divine thunder. This technique can unleash indiscriminate destructive attacks with the power of the 9 heavens. Usage conditions: Martial King realm that if forced to use, there will be a period of exhaustion. However, the invincible external system remains unaffected. Xiao Ye felt a rush of excitement, but upon reading the skill description, he was left exasperated. Although the Dance of the Demons was powerful, it was of little use to him at this moment as he was still only at the first level of gathered essence. A far cry from the Martial King realm. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, startling Xiao Ye as the altar before him disintegrated into dust. The grand hall trembled violently, debris falling from above. "This place is collapsing," Xiao Ye realized, glancing at the rushing waters flooding in. He bolted towards the exit. "Who dares?" An enraged roar reverberated through the hall, sending chills down Xiao Ye's spine. An eerie, terrifying presence locked onto him instantly. Suppressing his fear, he turned to face the shattered altar, where a monstrous figure emerged, its eyes glowing like lanterns, burning with fury as it fixed its gaze on him. "You are the tyrant," Xiao Ye stammered, his voice quavering as he beheld the monstrous apparition, a gigantic lizard standing on 2 legs, its body covered in tightly packed black scales, reminiscent of the Tyrannosaurus Rex from Earth's Jurassic period. "Lowly human, you have destroyed a fragment of my being. I will rend you limb from limb," the tyrant roared, opening its massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye attempted to flee, but his body refused to obey. In horror, he watched as the tyrant approached, despair overtaking him as he shut his eyes. The wind howled violently, and a boulder crashed down upon him, yet the chilling sensation vanished as if nothing had transpired. Was it merely an illusion? Xiao Ye wondered, swallowing hard. He was certain it had not been a figment of his imagination. What had appeared was undoubtedly the tyrant's true form. As the tumultuous waters surged into the hall, Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, abandoning his thoughts and swimming frantically towards the shore. Though impervious to blades and flames, he still required air. With a splutter, he broke through the surface, but before he could catch his breath, furious roars echoed around him. Gazing towards the shore, Xiao Ye was taken aback to see numerous powerful beasts engaged in a savage battle. The altar he had destroyed had disrupted the tyrant's plans, causing the magical energies within the lake to dissipate, leading to chaos among the surrounding beasts. Xiao Ye once again found himself submerged in the lake, hesitant to make any sudden movements. The magical beasts surrounding him boasted strengths no less than the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. With 2 of them already having reached the 5th level, Xiao Ye dove deeper into the water, distancing himself from the shore, and glanced upwards towards the canyon, where he spotted Liang Quan and the others. Their faces etched with concern for him. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. He sensed a disturbance in the water beneath him. Holding his breath, he sank further, his eyes widening in shock as a piranha, the size of a calf, opened its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunging at him. Startled, Xiao Ye quickly drew his spear and thrust it forward. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the piranha's mouth, and it writhed in agony, blood gushing forth. A sinking feeling gripped Xiao Ye as he noticed a horde of piranhas, attracted by the scent of blood, surging towards him. The once solitary piranha was swiftly reduced to nothing but bones, and now the ravenous school of fish turned their attention to him, creating tumultuous waves as they charged. Chapter 67. Slaying the 5th-level beast of the Gathering Yuan Realm, Curse It. Xiao Ye muttered under his breath. The piranhas were merely 1st-level beasts of the Gathering Yuan Realm, posing no real threat to him. However, fearing the possibility of being dragged under by the swarm, he knew that even if they couldn't harm him, he could suffocate. After a moment of hesitation, he thrust his spear into the fray, injuring another piranha, which was then viciously torn apart by its kin. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself towards the shore. As soon as he reached the bank, he caught the attention of the battling magical beasts, who turned their furious gazes upon him. Seriously? You're all engaged in a fierce battle. Why do you care about me? I'm just a feeble human, he exclaimed in disbelief. To his surprise, the beasts seemed to comprehend his words and let out a simultaneous roar before charging at him. Do they really think I'm an easy target? Angered, Xiao Ye bellowed in response, and his spear transformed into countless phantoms, striking at the beasts before him. The sound of violent clashes echoed as he was quickly engulfed by the magical creatures. Boss, Liang Quan, watching from the canyon above, was startled and dashed down the cliff without a second thought. Wait, Zhou, witnessing Liang Quan's reckless descent, realized it was too late to stop him. He and Kuya hesitated momentarily but ultimately followed Liang Quan down. A thunderous roar echoed as several beasts were sent flying by Xiao Ye's spear. Incredible. Kuya and Zhou stood frozen in awe, watching Xiao Ye engage in a fierce struggle against a dozen magical beasts without showing any signs of retreat, despite 2 of them being 5th-level beasts of the Gathering Yuan Realm. Was Xiao Ye even human? Zhou turned to Liang Quan, who was equally dazed, and asked, should we go help? Liang Quan snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously that we shouldn't go up there and complicate things for the boss. Boom! The sound of violent explosions rumbled as Xiao Ye fought desperately, yet he remained unscathed, while the beasts around him cried out in pain, covered in wounds. A few weaker beasts, realizing they could not subdue him, began to retreat into the woods, disappearing from view. Trying to escape, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement as he watched the beasts flee. They may leave, but you too shall not, he declared coldly, brandishing his spear to block a massive blue rhinoceros and a giant black centipede, both 5th-level beasts and his intended targets. Giant horned rhinoceros, iron-armored centipede. Liang Quan and the others wiped the sweat from their foreheads as they observed Xiao Ye confronting the 2 formidable beasts. Both were exceptionally difficult adversaries. Typically, one would run at the sight of them, yet Xiao Ye dared to provoke them. The giant rhinoceros roared furiously, its massive eyes fixated on Xiao Ye, while the centipede hissed ominously, brandishing its enormous pincers. The ground trembled as both beasts charged at him. Xiao Ye remained unfazed, swiftly retreating to evade the rhinoceros' assault while thrusting his spear at the centipede. Sparks flew as the spear collided with the centipede's armored shell, barely leaving a mark. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded behind him as the rhinoceros smashed into a boulder, shattering it into pieces. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. The sheer destructive power was terrifying, even for him. An ethereal dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Ye, resonating through the skies, summoning an oppressive wind that darkened the atmosphere. A chilling sense of dread enveloped everyone present. Xiao Ye paused, sensing something unusual about his dragon roar this time. Instinctively, he turned to glance behind him, startled by the imposing dragon figure that loomed, its features sharp and distinct, shimmering with golden scales, soaring majestically with crimson eyes that coldly surveyed the scene below. With soft thuds, Liang Quan and his companions collapsed in shock, trembling in fear as they beheld this formidable apparition. Why do I feel that dragon is real? Zhou swallowed hard, having witnessed Xiao Ye unleash this technique before. But this time, the aura felt all the more tangible, as if the dragon were on the verge of manifesting, while the giant rhinoceros and the iron centipede trembled in terror, cowering before the dragon image above Xiao Ye, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. Impressed, Xiao Ye tightened his grip on the spear, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Following the upgrade of his dragon transformation technique, the might of his dragon roar had reached an extraordinary level. 2 wretched creatures, perish. With a newfound clarity, Xiao Ye shook his spear, conjuring 9 terrifying spear phantoms that coalesced into one, charging fiercely towards the iron centipede. With a resounding crack, the centipede's shell shattered, the spear piercing through its body. The centipede writhed in agony, desperately attempting to bite Xiao Ye in a final act of defiance. Enough? Xiao Ye scoffed, stirring his spear, reducing the centipede's body to a bloody pulp, extinguishing all remnants of life. The giant rhinoceros, witnessing the demise of its companion, finally overcame its fear, rising from the ground despite the oppressive weight of the dragon image above, and fled into the woods in sheer panic. Trying to escape, Xiao Ye withdrew his spear, leaving behind a phantom as he appeared before the rhinoceros, blocking its path. With a furious roar, the rhinoceros charged at him with all its might. Xiao Ye's expression grew serious as he slowly raised his spear. With a resonant hum, the spear transformed into a colossal pillar of power, sweeping horizontally towards the giant rhinoceros. A deafening crash echoed as the rhinoceros's massive form was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground. Lifeblood spilling from its 7 orifices, meeting its end. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Xiao Ye watched as the terrifying dragon image slowly dissipated, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were drained of energy. Chapter 68. Cultivation. Meanwhile, Liang Quan and the others stood there in stunned silence, taking a while to regain their composure. Zhou Wen stared at the 2 corpses of 5th-level magical beasts, swallowing hard in trepidation. This is terrifying. These are 5th-level beasts of the Gathering Yuan realm. Qia glanced at Liang Quan, who was equally dumbfounded, and asked, "Is Xiao Ye hiding his true power?" Liang Quan found himself at a loss for words, wishing that Xiao Ye were merely concealing his strength. After all, how could a 1st-level practitioner so effortlessly slay 2 5th-level beasts? This was either a dream or a sign of madness. At that moment, Xiao Ye had regained his senses and, noticing the dazed expressions of his companions, urged, "What are you standing around for? Quickly deal with these 2 magical beasts." The 5th-level beasts of the Gathering Yuan realm could condense inner cores, which was the standard for this trial. Obtaining 1 inner core would suffice to pass the assessment. The others snapped back to reality and hurried over. Zhou Wen scrutinized Xiao Ye from head to toe, unable to contain his curiosity. "Boss, are you truly just a 1st-level practitioner of the Gathering Yuan realm?" Xiao Ye cast a glance at Zhou Wen and replied nonchalantly, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Zhou Wen was left speechless, simply giving Xiao Ye a thumbs up before scurrying off to handle the beast corpses. Compared to Xiao Ye, he realized that his years of effort had been wasted. Ye stood by, watching Xiao Ye, lost in thought. "Boss." Soon, Liang Quan returned after processing the 2 magical beast bodies, holding 2 dull inner cores. "These are the inner cores from the 2 beasts." Xiao Ye nodded, stating, "You keep them for now, but we still need 2 more inner cores. I can't do all the work alone. You all need to train as well." Liang Quan and the others nodded slightly, their faces reflecting a bitter expression. It seemed that even their combined efforts would be insufficient to contend with a 5th-tier monster of the Gathering Yuan realm. Xiao Ye glanced at them and continued, "In the coming days, I shall guide your training." "Really?" Liang Quan's eyes brightened instantly. He vividly recalled how Xiao Ye had previously imparted just a few techniques to him, resulting in a doubling of his strength overnight. During this time, Xiao Ye had thoroughly organized the Tai Chi fist technique, mastering it completely, and thus was well equipped to teach Liang Quan without any hindrance. As for Zhou Wen and Kuya, Xiao Ye had little to instruct them on. He merely exchanged 2 introductory manuals from the system's shop, one on swordplay and the other on knife techniques. Xiao Ye noted that this world overly emphasized cultivation levels while neglecting the application of skills. Although these manuals were merely introductory, mastering them could significantly enhance their abilities. Additionally, the waters surrounding Tan, who had once been the territory of 5th-tier monsters, deterring other beasts from encroaching. Xiao Ye imparted the foundational manuals to Zhou Wen and Kuya, then proceeded to teach Liang Quan the refined Tai Chi fist, after which he paid them no further attention. "Little White." Xiao Ye roused the sleeping Little White and inquired, "Do you know of any other peculiar lakes in the monster forest?" Xiao Ye had destroyed the altar at the lake's bottom but had not received a notification of task completion. He surmised that there must be more such altars in the monster forest, and only by destroying them all could he consider the task a success. "I don't know," Little White yawned. "However, I can command my subordinates to search for them. As long as they are not within the confines of the monster forest, I can locate them." "Good. Inform me once you find them," Xiao Ye instructed. Stepping out of the Shumi space, he found Liang Quan and the others diligently practicing by the lake and chose not to disturb them. Moving instead to the base of the waterfall, the immense water column crashed against the rocks below with a thunderous roar, creating a cloud of mist. As Xiao Ye gazed at the towering waterfall, he took a deep breath and leaped down onto the rocks beneath it. Bang! The colossal water column, falling from a great height, struck Xiao Ye with tremendous force. He felt an overwhelming power surge through him, compelling him to kneel, the terrifying impact nearly toppling him into the lake. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and stood resolutely against the powerful water column. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. his body feeling as though it had been struck hard. Yet he did not retreat. Drawing a long sword from his possession, he struggled to lift his arm and slowly swung it toward the waterfall. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the long sword could not withstand the onslaught of the water and broke under the pressure. Xiao Ye was speechless, while his body could endure the impact. The sword could not. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Within his system pack lay a low-grade Earth-tier artifact, the Flood Dragon Sword, which required a martial king realm to wield but was suitable for training. Summoning the Flood Dragon Sword to his hand, Xiao Ye gripped the hilt tightly and swung it fiercely toward the waterfall. Boom! A series of thunderous echoes erupted as Xiao Ye's arms tingled with pain. The Flood Dragon Sword humming with what seemed like excitement. Indeed, it could withstand the waterfall's force. Ignoring the pain, he relentlessly struck the massive waves with the sword. Before he realized it, 3 days had slipped by. Xiao Ye continued his assault on the waves beneath the waterfall, honing his body. Meanwhile, Liang Quan and the others remained dedicated to their training. Zhou Wen and Kuya had already mastered the introductory manuals Xiao Ye had provided, significantly improving their strength. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Wen glanced at Liang Quan, who was practicing nearby. He nearly burst into laughter, for to him, Liang Quan appeared less like a diligent practitioner and more like a clumsy elder, awkwardly wielding a sword as if he were chopping at a watermelon, an utterly ridiculous sight. Heh! Zhou Wen chuckled, tightening his grip on the long knife as he approached Liang Quan. Chubby, stop playing around. Let's spar. Deep in concentration, Liang Quan glared at Zhou Wen, annoyed at being interrupted. You dare call me chubby? Let's talk. Feel the blade. Zhou Wen roared, swinging the knife's back toward Liang Quan. After 3 days of training, Zhou Wen had significantly improved and was eager to teach this arrogant chubby a lesson. Humph! Liang Quan scoffed at Zhou Wen's advance, unperturbed, as he continued his slow movements, casually brushing off the air as if to dust it away. Clang! A light sound echoed as Zhou Wen's knife seemed to slip from his control, veering past Liang Quan, who swiftly extended his right leg to trip Zhou Wen, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Zhou Wen yelped, landing in a heap. Liang Quan smirked. Who do you look down on? You think you can attack me with the back of your knife? You. Zhou Wen scrambled to his feet, glaring at Liang Quan. Just now, I was holding back. Now, you'll experience my full strength. No longer underestimating Liang Quan, Zhou Wen shouted as he unleashed a furious flurry of strikes with his long knife. Liang Quan remained calm, retreating while blocking Zhou Wen's attacks, even yawning, as if he were in a leisurely stroll. Frustrated, Zhou Wen's temper flared, and his strikes became even more ferocious. Yet Liang Quan seemed to bounce away from each blow, as if he were a mere ball, rock-splitting slash. Zhou Wen was truly enraged now, leaping into the air with his long knife poised to deliver a devastating blow, his most powerful attack, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Bring it on. Liang Quan smiled nonchalantly, firmly grounding himself with no intention of dodging. Zhou Wen was taken aback. He knew the power of this strike and wanted to warn Liang Quan. But it was too late. With his feet steady as Mount Tian, Liang Quan twisted his waist slightly, grasping Zhou Wen's wrist and shouting, for ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Huh. Liang Quan was stunned, his eyes widening as his formidable strike seemed to vanish without a trace, as if it had sunk into the ocean without a ripple. Immediately, a tremendous force surged back, sending Zhou Wen flying. Bang! Zhou Wen screamed as he crashed to the ground, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Damn it, you fatso, are you trying to kill me? He yelled in pain. Fatso is also what you call me. Liang Quan flipped over and sat atop Zhou Wen. Ouch, you're crushing me, Zhou Wen cried, desperately pleading. Brother, chubby brother, I was wrong. That's more like it. Liang Quan nodded in satisfaction. Ke, observing the antics of the two, shook her head in disbelief and remarked, you two stop fooling around. Where has Xiao Ye gone? We haven't seen him in 3 days. Boss, Liang Quan said as he rose from Zhou Wen's back. The past few days, the boss has been meditating beneath the waterfall. Meditating? Kuya replied incredulously. Let's go check on him. In these days, Kuya and Zhou Wen had fully integrated the manuals Xiao Ye had taught them, and further practice wouldn't yield significant improvements. Therefore, they wished to leave and continue hunting monsters. As they approached the waterfall, the immense sound of rushing water reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xiao Ye stood silently beneath the waterfall, eyes closed, holding the long sword, seemingly lost in thought. Boss, Liang Quan shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. Yet his voice was instantly drowned out by the roar of the waves. Xiao Ye remained motionless beneath the waterfall. Perhaps he has fallen asleep, Zhou Wen suggested to Liang Quan. Why don't you jump over and call him? All right. Liang Quan nodded, taking several steps back before launching himself into the air, his hefty form soaring toward Xiao Ye. Bang! Liang Quan landed beneath the waterfall but had yet to steady himself when he was immediately swept away by the torrent. Chubby, Xiao Ye exclaimed in shock, rushing downstream with great effort to rescue Liang Quan, who had been knocked unconscious. Coughing up lake water, Liang Quan's face turned pale as he stared in horror at Xiao Ye, still standing beneath the waterfall. He was shaken, realizing how terrifying the force of the water had been. Had he not reacted quickly to leap into the lake, he would have surely been crushed. Xiao Ye, relieved to see Liang Quan awake, teased, "Chubby, you really are useless." Liang Quan glared at Xiao Ye, retorting, "If you think you're so brave, you go call the boss." "Huh, let me show you my prowess," Xiao Ye declared triumphantly, preparing to leap over to call Xiao Ye. "Wait," Qiu quickly interjected, stopping Xiao Ye. "Are you looking to get yourself killed? The water falls from dozens of meters. The impact must be tremendous. Otherwise, how else could Liang Quan have been swept away?" "That makes sense," Xiao Ye realized, breaking into a cold sweat as he remained on the shore. Liang Quan glared at Qiu, annoyed that his scheme had been thwarted. The boss wouldn't he have been standing under the waterfall for 3 days, would he? Xiao Ye mused, observing Xiao Ye's unmoving figure beneath the waterfall. Shivering at the thought that such monstrous behavior was beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, "Someone's coming," Liang Quan exclaimed, sitting upright as he noticed a team of adventurers, about a dozen in number, approaching from the direction where they had been training. "Let us go." Xiao Ye helped Liang Quan to his feet, hurrying forward. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression, frowning as he surveyed the corpses of the giant horned rhinoceros and armored centipede by the lake's edge. "Brother, we arrived a moment too late," spoke a burly man wielding a steel knife, gazing at the smoldering campfire on the ground. At that moment, Liang Quan and Xiao Ye had rushed over, cautiously surveying the group of adventurers before them. The aura emanating from them was formidable, especially that of the middle-aged man leading the group, whose cultivation had reached the 5th level of the gathering Yuan realm. His subordinates, too, were no weaklings, possessing cultivation levels of the 2nd and 3rd levels, each carrying 2 or 3 jars of wine on their backs. Liang Quan stepped forward, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect, and asked, "Gentlemen, do you require something?" The shadowy man scrutinized them, pointing to the corpses of the giant horned rhinoceros and the iron-armored centipede on the ground, inquiring, "Did you slay these 2 magical beasts?" Liang Quan cast a wary glance at the man, nodded, and replied, "It was our leader who killed them." "Oh," the shadowy man continued, "may I ask who you are?" Xiao Ye stepped forward, stating, "We are new students from Yuzhou Academy, here for our trials." Upon hearing Yuzhou Academy, a flicker of apprehension crossed the shadowy man's eyes. "So, you are students," he muttered. The burly man beside him scoffed disdainfully and asked, "Where is your teacher?" "Our teacher did not come," Xiao Ye began, but Liang Quan quickly interrupted, glancing at the burly man and asserting, "Our teacher is cultivating beneath the waterfall." "Ha," the burly man sneered. "Who do you think you're fooling? A bunch of wet behind the ears kids. If you don't want to die, hand over the inner cores of these 2 magical beasts and the materials on their bodies." His eyes then fell upon Qiu behind Liang Quan, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. "And hand over this little girl as well." "Not a chance." Liang Quan stepped forward, casting a glance at Xiao Ye, who lay beneath the waterfall, silently praying for her to awaken. The 3 of them were no match for these men. "Heh." The burly man chuckled coldly, brandishing his steel knife. "I have no desire to kill. You would do well to comply." Liang Quan's expression shifted, and he spoke resolutely. "Have you thought this through? We are disciples of Yuzhou Academy. Killing us would mean incurring the wrath of the Academy. This is the Beast Forest. Who can prove it was us who killed them?" The burly man replied smugly, "Besides, there are plenty of disciples from Yuzhou Academy. Losing 1 or 2 at the 1st or 2nd levels wouldn't be worth investigating." "You." Liang Quan was at a loss for words, sweat pooling in his palms. The man's words rang true. If they perished here, no one would know. "Send a distress signal." Xiao Ye approached Liang Quan, preparing to signal for help, confident that if Elder Li and the others arrived, these men would surely back down. "No." Liang Quan immediately rejected the idea. "If we use the distress signal, we will fail the trial. Liang Quan would rather perish here than return to Qingsang City." "Have you made up your minds?" The burly man grew impatient, eyeing them. "Humph," Liang Quan scoffed, stepping forward defiantly. "If you desire our possessions, let us see if you possess the strength to take them. You've got guts." The burly man gave Liang Quan a thumbs up, turning to a younger man beside him. "Shanzi, teach this chubby boy a lesson." "Yes." The young man named Shanzi advanced, gripping his large knife and sneering at Liang Quan. "Boy, don't cry when you meet Yama." Boom. Shanzi unleashed a powerful aura, revealing himself to be a 2nd-level gathering Yuan realm expert. "Watch out." Xiao Ye and Qiu warned in concern. "Humph," Liang Quan scoffed, refusing to retreat, clenching his fists as he ignored Shanzi's long knife, moving in slow motion towards Shanzi. "Heh." Do you think you can hit me with that speed? Xiao was filled with confidence, shifting his body slightly as he thrust the long knife towards Liang Quan's abdomen. Bang! Huh! Xiao's long knife halted mid-air, his face contorting in pain as he clutched his abdomen and staggered backwards. Xiao, what are you doing? The burly man yelled in anger, believing the two had never even made contact. This kid is trouble. The shadowy man's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Liang Quan, sensing that Liang Quan's punch had indeed struck Xiao. Damn it! Xiao gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms, swinging his long knife at Liang Quan from a tricky angle. Liang Quan smiled slightly, advancing rather than retreating, crashing into Xiao's embrace, seizing his wrist with his left hand while his right fist struck Xiao's abdomen with force. Bang! Xiao flew backwards. What? The others stared in disbelief at Liang Quan, astonished that he had sent Xiao flying with a single punch at such close range, displaying incredible explosive power that I will kill you. Xiao, humiliated, charged at Liang Quan recklessly, his long knife aimed at Liang Quan's head. Liang Quan took a slight step back, his expression serious, eyes fixed on Xiao's movements. That now's my chance, Liang Quan shouted, making a sudden move, his hands darting towards Xiao's long knife. Xiao suddenly felt empty-handed as the long knife appeared in Liang Quan's grasp. Before he could comprehend, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Huh? Xiao's eyes widened in terror. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Impossible. Xiao, the burly man roared, realizing what had transpired, gripping his steel knife and ferociously charging at Liang Quan. Bang! Liang Quan raised the long knife in haste, a terrifying force crashing down, sending him sprawling. Damn it! I will tear you apart. The burly man, enraged at Xiao's fate, lunged at Liang Quan with reckless abandon. Liang Quan's complexion changed, having already killed Xiao, a second-level expert. He knew he was no match for this burly man, who was at the 4th level, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, perilously close to defeat. Chubby, I'm coming to help, Xiao Wen, shaken from his shock, drew his long knife and rushed forward. That I'm with you. Kuya, equally resolute, followed Xiao Wen into battle. Humph, a few mere ants. The burly man scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly knocking Xiao Wen and Kuya aside with 2 swift strikes, intent on annihilating Liang Quan. Bang bang! Liang Quan felt his arms grow numb, his body retreating under the relentless onslaught. Die! The burly man seized the opportunity as Liang Quan faltered, swinging his steel knife downward. Clang! Liang Quan's long knife was knocked aside, and he barely managed to evade the attack by collapsing to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, Liang Quan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the burly man kicked him away, crashing heavily to the ground. Liang Quan struggled to rise, but the burly man pressed down on his back, coldly declaring, Kid, Xiao was my nephew. Today, I will make you wish you were never born. The burly man roared, lifting his long knife to strike at Liang Quan's shoulder. Buzz! Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air, causing the burly man to instinctively halt his movement, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. He turned to the shadowy man beside him, asking, Brother, do you feel something is off? The sound of flowing water has ceased, the shadowy man exclaimed, suddenly looking towards the waterfall ahead. The massive waterfall, cascading like a curtain of water, abruptly split as a young man emerged beneath, slowly sheathing his long sword. Boomed at a tremendous roar echoed as a terrifying torrent of water cascaded down, creating massive waves that obscured the figure of the young man. What just happened? The onlookers were dumbfounded, the scene appearing surreal. Cutting through water with a blade, the shadowy man was filled with dread, recalling the earlier moment. The waterfall, dozens of feet high, had been severed by a single strike. Could the chubby boy have been telling the truth? Suddenly, the shadowy man recalled the chubby boy's words about their academy's teacher cultivating beneath the waterfall, and he turned to the dazed, burly man, shouting, Dabiao, we must leave. There is a master beneath the waterfall. Huh? The burly man named Dabiao paused. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he glanced at Liang Quan beneath him, snarling, Wait until I kill this person, fool. The shadowy man erupted in fury, clearly understanding that the master beneath the waterfall was allied with them. How could they escape after killing one of their own? Are you going to kill my brother? A cold voice suddenly rang out, quiet yet overpowering the roar of the waterfall, causing everyone to tense instinctively and look up. Chapter 71. A forceful execution. A young man, drenched and wielding a long sword, approached slowly. Boss. Liang Quan recognized the newcomer and sighed in relief. Xiao Wen and Kuya rushed to Xiao Ye's side, briefly recounting the events that had transpired. Xiao Ye nodded, his gaze turning cold as it fell upon the burly man standing on Liang Quan's back. If I were you, I would immediately get off my brother. Huh? The burly man felt a twinge of uncertainty, noticing that although Xiao Ye appeared to be merely at the 1st level of the Gathering Yuan realm, He emanated an unsettling aura. The shadowy man was equally puzzled. Stepping forward cautiously to scrutinize Xiao Ye, asking, "May I inquire if it was you who was cultivating beneath the waterfall?" Indeed. The shadowy man swallowed hard, pressing further. "And these 2 5th-level magical beasts, did you slay them as well?" "Correct," Xiao Ye affirmed, nodding again. Continuing his declaration, the shadowy man furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Disregarding him, Xiao Ye turned to the imposing figure of De Biao, who still stood over Liang Quan, and spoke coolly, "I shan't repeat myself. Humph, who would believe your nonsense? What strength can a mere first-tier gathering essence realm brat possess?" De Biao scoffed at Xiao Ye. "Is that so?" Xiao Ye replied with a faint smile. Seizing the long knife from Zhou Wen's hand and suddenly striking at De Biao, a humming sound reverberated through the air, and a flash of cold light flickered, causing everyone to feel a chill. The sound was all too familiar, reminiscent of the waterfall's abrupt cessation moments ago. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the long knife in Xiao Ye's hand shattered under the intensity of his power. The crowd, filled with terror, checked themselves for injuries and released a collective sigh of relief. "Huh." De Biao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled back 2 steps, a line of blood appearing at his waist. Swiftly expanding. Bang! De Biao collapsed to the ground, his body cleaved in 2, blood instantly staining the earth crimson. By heavens! Liang Quan gasped, startled at the sight of De Biao's corpse, scrambling to his feet and retreating rapidly. Kuya's expression shifted, and she quickly turned away, unable to suppress her nausea. De Biao, the shadowy man's face paled as he stared at Xiao Ye, realizing that even he could not easily slay a 4th-tier gathering essence realm expert. At that moment, he fully believed Xiao Ye's words. My lord. The shadowy man hastily lowered his head, trembling, and implored, "We did not mean to offend you. Please, show mercy and spare us." "Spare you?" Xiao Ye replied coldly. Disdain evident in his tone. "When you sought to kill us to eliminate witnesses, you certainly did not intend to spare us." Cold sweat dripped down the shadowy man's forehead as he subtly signaled to those around him. Xiao Ye slowly drew out a spear. In the Beastmaster Forest, only the strong survived, and these individuals were undoubtedly guilty of numerous heinous acts. Realizing Xiao Ye's intent not to forgive, the shadowy man produced 2 daggers. Their blades a striking shade of green, clearly laced with venom. With a swift motion, he charged at Xiao Ye. Clang! The sound of violent clashes erupted as the shadowy man's attacks were cunning and relentless, forcing Xiao Ye to retreat step by step. "Humph, I expected more from you. Turns out, you are merely mediocre." The shadowy man narrowed his eyes, fixating on Xiao Ye as he lunged forward once more. Xiao Ye's lips curled into a smirk, and with a slight tremor of his spear, a resonating hum echoed as dozens of spear shadows surged towards the shadowy man. Wave slash. Huh! A cold shiver ran down the shadowy man's spine. The aura of death enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his daggers to defend himself. Clang! The relentless barrage of impacts continued as Xiao Ye thrust forth, his spears seemingly endless. The daggers in the shadowy man's grasp were violently knocked away. His body hurled by the terrifying force. Wave slash, a skill Xiao Ye had comprehended while training beneath the waterfall, unleashed an unceasing torrent of attacks. The shadowy man quickly regained his balance and commanded his subordinates. Charge! His followers understood and promptly hurled several wine jars towards Xiao Ye. Huh! Xiao Ye paused, puzzled as to what the adversaries were attempting with the wine jars. His thought a sound of igniting fire emerged, and Liang Quan's expression shifted as he urgently warned, "Boss, it's gunpowder." Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground, and fierce flames instantaneously engulfed Xiao Ye. Ha! The shadowy man cackled as he beheld Xiao Ye consumed by the flames. "What does your strength matter? Can you surpass the power of gunpowder?" Liang Quan and the others also grew anxious, watching the fire engulf Xiao Ye. "Have you rejoiced too soon?" A calm voice emerged as Xiao Ye slowly stepped forth from the flames. His attire disheveled, but his body unscathed. "No, it cannot be." The shadowy man gaped in disbelief. He was well aware of gunpowder's might, and the simultaneous detonation of dozens of jars would obliterate even a true martial realm expert. Buzz! Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air as the shadowy man snapped back to reality, staring in terror at the spear that loomed ever closer. Thud! Xiao Ye pierced the shadowy man's throat in an instant, his lifeless body collapsing. Boss Point, one of the shadowy man's subordinates, face ashen with fear, discarded the gunpowder without hesitation and fled into the woods. Xiao Ye slowly retracted his spear, ignoring the retreating lackeys. Phew! Liang Quan finally exhaled, collapsing onto the ground. "Boss, thank heavens you arrived in time. Otherwise, you would never have seen me again." Xiao Ye kicked Liang Quan sharply, scolding, "Who told you not to train properly? You can't even handle a few minor characters." Liang Quan protested, "Boss, I just took down a second-tier Gathering Essence Realm expert." Xiao Ye scoffed, "Is a second-tier Gathering Essence Realm expert truly so impressive?" Zhou and Kuya exchanged glances, speechless at the absurdity of it all. Enough. Xiao Ye surveyed the group, continuing, "You've all trained sufficiently. Gather the gunpowder, and let us depart." Little Bai's subordinates had already sent word that they found two similar strange locations on the outskirts of the Beastmaster Forest, one on a plain and another in a mountain range. These areas were peculiar. The soul-devouring ants could not penetrate them, rendering their internal conditions undetectable. Xiao Ye stored the remaining jars of gunpowder in a system pack, knowing they might come in handy later. Chapter 72. The Eerie Prairie Roar. The dense forest echoed with the roars of beasts. Xiao Ye and his companions navigated cautiously through the thicket, deliberately avoiding several formidable magical beasts. They were nearing the heart of the Beastmaster Forest. Having already encountered a formidable 8th-tier gathering essence realm giant elephant being pursued by a pack of wolves. As Xiao Ye followed Little Bai's subordinates, the trees began to thin, revealing an expansive plain before them. "Boss." Liang Quan caught up to Xiao Ye, scanning the surroundings warily. "Why has it suddenly grown so quiet?" Xiao Ye noticed the anomaly as well. Moments ago, the roars of beasts echoed all around, but now even the chirping of birds had vanished, leaving only the sound of their footsteps in the eerie silence. "Be cautious," Xiao Ye advised. Recognizing they were nearing their destination. As they traversed the woods, they emerged into a vast, boundless plain. "Master, this is it." Little Bai's voice echoed from the void. "This prairie is peculiar. Magical beasts that wander and never return." I dispatched my subordinates to investigate, but they found nothing. Xiao Ye nodded, glancing at Liang Quan and the others. "This prairie is indeed strange. Do not stray too far." The three nodded nervously, closely following Xiao Ye. Rustle. The sound of their footsteps was the only noise, yet the grass beneath their feet was lush and verdant, giving an impression not of vitality, but of lifelessness. The entire expanse seemed devoid of any essence of life. As they reached the center of the prairie, the trees were far behind them. Liang Quan shuddered, moving closer to Xiao Ye. "Boss, let us hurry away from here. I have an ominous feeling." Rustle. Before Xiao Ye could respond, a sudden rustling sound echoed around them. Someone. Xiao Ye's instincts kicked in as he scanned the surroundings. But the vast openness revealed nothing, while the rustling grew increasingly near. "Below us," Xiao Ye suddenly realized, tightening his ankle as something ensnared him. "Ah!" Kuya shrieked, abruptly falling to the ground, dragged by some unseen force toward the center of the prairie. "Help!" The group was taken aback, unable to react before they too were pulled down into the earth's grasp. Whoosh! Suddenly, they plummeted into a deep pit within the prairie. Xiao Ye felt the bindings on his feet vanish and quickly activated his cloud-treading technique, seizing Liang Quan and the others as they descended rapidly toward the bottom of the pit. Bang! They landed heavily at the pit's base, relieved that, as martial artists, they emerged unscathed from the fall. "Is everyone all right?" Xiao Ye inquired, surveying his companions. "All good." Cracked at a sharp sound pierced the air as Kuya stepped on something, emitting a frightened scream as she lunged into Xiao Ye's embrace. "Fear not. It's merely a bone." Xiao Ye, aided by the dim light filtering from above, observed the pit's interior, which resembled the grand hall beneath the lake, littered with countless skeletal remains. "Wait, humans!" A voice of astonishment echoed from the depths of the pit. "Who?" Liang Quan nearly jumped in fright, scanning the area warily. "Heh, pathetic humans daring to intrude upon my domain, seeking death." A raspy voice reverberated in their ears. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, releasing Kuya and drawing forth his spear. "Why, Demon Lord, have you forgotten your old friend so quickly?" "Huh?" The voice faltered, then exclaimed in terror. "It's you, scoundrel!" The roar resonated in their ears. "I was pondering how to lure you here, and you have walked right into my trap." Amidst the tumultuous echoes, the skeletal remains of the mountain were abruptly thrust aside, revealing a thick black vine, adorned with barbed spikes, that surged forth like a venomous serpent, sweeping menacingly towards Xiao Ye and his companions. With a cold snort, Xiao Ye exhibited no fear. He brandished his spear, thrusting it repeatedly at the vine. The metallic clangs resonated as the vine proved to be astonishingly resilient, resisting the spear's attempts to sever it. "Boss, that spike is poisonous." Liang Quan quickly warned upon discerning the vine's nature. "Fall back." Xiao Ye nodded, urging his companions to retreat behind him without hesitation. A mocking laugh erupted from a mysterious voice. "Pathetic humans. With such meager strength, how did you manage to obliterate one of my avatars? I am most curious about your method." Xiao Ye paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It seems your avatar failed to inform you. No wonder you are so arrogant. How audacious." With a disdainful snort, the black vine lunged ferociously at Xiao Ye once more. He stepped back slightly, gripping his spear tightly, as a resonant hum filled the air, transforming his spear into a shadowy apparition that pierced towards the vine. With a soft thud, The spear penetrated the vine. A terrifying hiss erupted as dark blood splattered, and the vine recoiled violently. Attempting to escape, sensing the vine's intent to flee, Xiao Ye swiftly exchanged for a novice knife from the system's shop. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air as he brandished the knife, its edge gleaming ominously. Plunging it into the vine, a mournful howl echoed as the robust black vine was effortlessly severed, blood spraying as it writhed in agony on the ground. Damn it, the mysterious figure had not anticipated Xiao Ye's formidable prowess. Roaring in fury as the remaining segment of the vine burrowed into the ground, seeking escape. Thinking of fleeing, Xiao Ye swiftly retrieved a barrel of gunpowder from his pack and hurled it toward the retreating vine. An explosive roar ensued, shaking the entire pit violently, shattering the skeletal remains of the beast and revealing a subterranean cavity in the center. Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and the others, instructing, "Stay here. I shall return shortly." Without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. The pit was shallow and dimly lit, resembling the grand hall beneath the lake, complete with a blood-red altar upon which rested an even larger coffin. Approaching the coffin with his spear drawn, Xiao Ye mused, "Tyrant, I wonder what part of you is sealed within this chamber. Human, what do you intend?" A terrified voice emanated from the coffin, surprising Xiao Ye with its ominous tone. "You are far more dreadful than I anticipated." Xiao Ye offered no reply, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he thrust his spear with ferocity towards the massive coffin. A thunderous crash ensued as the coffin shattered into fragments. Chapter 73. Dragon Domain. Upon seeing the contents of the coffin, Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. Inside lay a monstrous severed leg, as thick and towering as a colossal pillar, covered in fine black scales, resting silently upon the altar. Frowning, he contemplated the enormity of this single limb, rendering it unfathomable to imagine the size of the demon when alive. Observing the immobile limb, he smirked coldly, "Enough of this charade. I know you are still alive." Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as numerous thick vines erupted from the ground, wildly wrapping around Xiao Ye. He was caught off guard. Quickly ensnared by the vines, which began to insert sharp, straw-like appendages into his body, voraciously siphoning his energy, with a cold grunt, Xiao Ye remained unfazed. Unleashing a mighty dragon roar, a terrifying dragon apparition materialized behind him, its sinuous body shimmering with reflective scales and its crimson eyes alive with ferocity. "Dragon God!" The severed limb in the coffin shrieked in terror. "Impossible! The Dragon God cannot be alive. Are you a descendant of the Dragon God? I am here to end you." Xiao Ye disregarded the limb's lament. Seizing the entwining vines and absorbing their power, an agonizing scream erupted as the limb thrashed, snarling, "You accursed Dragon God! You have dismembered me and sealed me for millennia. And now you seek my destruction? I shall perish with you." The severed limb roared, unleashing a torrent of energy toward Xiao Ye. Startled, Xiao Ye felt the overwhelming force surge within him, far more formidable than the previous severed arm. As if he were being torn apart from within. Perish. The limb cackled, its energy flooding toward Xiao Ye. With a violent force, his body expanded, overwhelmed by the influx of energy, threatening to burst him apart. Desperate to sever the connection, Xiao Ye found himself powerless against the limb's dominance. "Master, I can assist you." Suddenly, the small white entity from the Shumi space communicated with Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Hastily inquiring, "Can you absorb this power?" The entity explained, "My strength is insufficient, but I can guide the Shumi space to absorb and expand this energy." "Very well." Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Xiao Ye urged the small white entity to commence the absorption. In an instant, it felt as though a bottomless pit opened within Xiao Ye, and the frenzied energy was swiftly consumed. What is happening? The severed limb was taken aback as Xiao Ye, previously overburdened, returned to normal while continuously drawing upon its power. "Impossible!" It screeched in panic, attempting to sever the bond, but Xiao Ye would not permit it. Gripping the vines tightly as he felt the Shumi space refining the energy, Xiao Ye remained focused, transmuting the energy into cultivation experience for the dragon transformation. "While human, whether or not you are a descendant of the Dragon God, I shall not allow you to escape." The voice of the severed limb weakened, fading away. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ye successfully refined the last remnants of energy, albeit most had been absorbed by the Shumi space, leaving insufficient experience for the dragon transformation's upgrade. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. The dragon transformation and Shumi space have merged. Congratulations to the host for mastering a special skill, Dragon Domain. Master the dragon language. A resounding hum filled Xiao Ye's mind as unfamiliar, intricate languages and symbols emerged. He promptly accessed the skill description within the system panel. Dragon Domain, a special skill derived from the fusion of dragon transformation and Shumi space. Enables the user to unleash a dragon's roar that commands the space, Only an attack tenfold your strength can break the dragon domain. Dragon language, the language of dragons, facilitating communication with dragonkind and comprehension of their script. Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. Although the dragon language seemed trivial, the dragon domain was extraordinarily formidable, permitting him to command a spatial domain. With his current strength, only those at the true martial realm could pose a threat, rendering him invincible against opponents below that level. Boss, are you all right? Yang Quan and the others, unable to hear the commotion, expressed their concern. I'm fine, Xiao Ye assured, utilizing his cloud treading technique to deftly ascend back to the upper cave. Upon his return, Yang Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, what of that beast? He asked, glancing nervously at the pit behind Xiao Ye. It's dead. Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly. Dead. Yang Quan and Zhou Wen exchanged incredulous glances. Taken aback by Xiao Ye's calm demeanor, recalling the terror of the creature they had just encountered, it appeared that when faced with a monster, a greater monstrosity prevailed. Let us ascend, Xiao Ye urged, dismissing their concerns as he grasped them, effortlessly returning to the surface. As they emerged into the open sky, a sense of relief washed over them, as if awakening from a long dream. Yang Quan curiously surveyed their surroundings. Boss, this prairie appears to have returned to normal, brimming with vitality. Indeed, Xiao Ye nodded, unsurprised, recognizing that with the demise of the creature buried here, the land would naturally rejuvenate. Xiao Ye contacted the small white entity within the Shumi space, inquiring, what of the other peculiar mountain range you mentioned? The Shumi space fell silent for a moment before Xiao Bai responded. Master, that strange mountain range has suddenly returned to normal. Perhaps it has departed? Frowning, Xiao Ye replied, impossible. Based on these seals, the demon's limbs cannot move freely. Its sudden disappearance indicates fear, a desire to hide. With determination, he commanded, Xiao Bai, guide us to that mountain range. Understood, Xiao Bai affirmed without hesitation, directing a subordinate to fly beside Xiao Ye and lead the way. Xiao Ye glanced at Liang Quan and the others, saying, let us proceed. We are now in the depths of the beast forest, where formidable beasts may appear at any moment. Chapter 74. The Giant Beast. The group nodded and closely followed behind Xiao Ye. They successfully traversed the grassland, the surrounding trees gradually becoming more luxuriant. Yet the silence was eerie, devoid of even the roars of beasts or the songs of birds. Boss, are we not entering the grassland again? Liang Quan gripped his weapon tightly, staying close to Xiao Ye. No. Xiao Ye suddenly halted. Fear etched on his face as he gazed ahead. The towering trees that should have reached the heavens lay toppled, as if a colossal beast had trampled through. What is happening? Kuya also noticed the scene ahead, her voice trembling with dread. Look, there is a footprint ahead. Zhou Wen pointed to a deep indentation not far away, an enormous footprint, unmistakably human. Could it be that giants truly exist? Liang Quan ran over to examine the massive print, which was as large as an adult's foot, leaving him to ponder the sheer size of the human who left it. Kuya speculated, perhaps it was left by a simian beast. Regardless, it was evident that a terrifying beast lurked nearby. Zhou Wen turned to Xiao Ye, inquiring, should we continue forward? Xiao Ye nodded. He was reluctant to proceed, but the direction indicated by the spirit-eating ant clearly led toward the giant footprint. Let us move on. Xiao Ye took the lead, yet the scenery ahead grew increasingly alarming. Trees lay uprooted, stones were scattered, and even the remains of beasts were crushed into pulp. This destruction could not have been wrought by a single giant beast. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, recalling Little Bai in the Shumi space. Little Bai, have we not yet reached that mountain range you mentioned? It is right before us. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback, looking up in astonishment. Before him lay nothing but a chaotic mound of earth. That a sudden thought struck him, and he exclaimed, could it be that the mountain range has been reduced to hills by the giant beasts? Little Bai, have you seen these giants? No. Little Bai shook his head. They must have just passed through. None of my subordinates encountered them. I sent someone to follow the footprints, but they vanished upon reaching the mist marsh. Mist marsh? Xiao Ye was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. Little Bai explained, the mist marsh is one of the most mysterious and perilous regions of the beast forest. A forbidden zone for beasts, no beast that has ventured in has ever returned. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. He felt that this mist marsh was also a seal for the tyrant. Suddenly, a roar echoed in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle. There are people. Xiao Ye and the others instinctively moved toward the commotion. They beheld a blood-soaked fifth-tier beast, the Flame Lion, engaged in a brutal struggle with two men ahead. Is that them? Zhou Wen recognized the two figures, frowning in concern. They were Zhang Hong and Du Qing, who had participated in the trial alongside them from Xianyu City. The Flame Lion, noticing the newcomers, let out a furious roar, driving Zhang Hong and Du Qing back before it turned and fled into the forest without hesitation. Beast, trying to escape. Zhang Hong coldly shouted, wielding a long whip. He lashed out, ensnaring the flame lion's hind leg, yanking it down to the ground. Ducheng followed suit, brandishing a spear and delivering a swift thrust toward the lion's throat, with a splatter of blood. The already grievously wounded flame lion was easily slain by Zhang Hong and Du Cheng. "Oh, I thought it was someone notable, but it turns out to be old acquaintances," Du Cheng remarked, having recognized Xiao Ye and the others, as he retrieved the flame lion's core, speaking nonchalantly. Zhang Hong approached, casting a glance at Kuya before addressing Xiao Ye and the others. "You lot are still alive, quite surprising. You bastard, who are you calling a waste?" Liang Quan started to retort but was stopped by Xiao Ye. "Let us go." Xiao Ye was disinclined to engage with the two, turning to leave. "Hold on," Du Cheng interjected, pointing his spear to block Xiao Ye's path, coldly asserting, "Ahead is our territory. If you wish to hunt beasts, go elsewhere." "Oh." Xiao Ye frowned, realization dawning upon him. The earlier unknown giants had clearly injured many formidable beasts, and Zhang Hong and Du Cheng were attempting to take advantage of the situation, unwilling to allow Xiao Ye to partake in the spoils. Zhou Wen stepped forward, coolly declaring, "Du Cheng, we are not afraid of you. Do not overstep." Zhou Wen still harbored resentment over Du Cheng's previous humiliation. "So, you intend to rob me of my prey?" Du Cheng sneered coldly, his spear flickering like a venomous snake, appearing before Zhou Wen in an instant. "How swift!" Zhou Wen gasped, caught off guard by the spear's speed, unable to evade. Clang! With a sharp sound, Du Cheng's spear halted just an inch from Zhou Wen's shoulder, firmly gripped by Xiao Ye's fingers. Du Cheng's expression shifted slightly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not advance the spear. "Damn, I underestimated you before." Du Cheng glared at Xiao Ye, who held his spear firmly. Xiao Ye flicked his fingers, sending Du Cheng stumbling back, calmly stating, "We are all from the same faction. There is no need for conflict here." Du Cheng's brows knitted together as he regarded Xiao Ye, his expression fluctuating. Zhang Hong approached, patting Du Cheng on the shoulder, prompting Du Cheng to lower his spear. Zhou Wen exhaled in relief, casting a wary glance at Du Cheng. He had always believed himself powerful. Yet in a sudden confrontation, he found he could not even withstand Du Cheng's spear, let alone contend with Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, is it?" Zhang Hong smiled slightly, addressing Xiao Ye. "I shall be forthright. Ahead lies a group of injured beasts. Why not join forces with us and share the spoils?" "No need." Before Xiao Ye could respond, Liang Quan stepped forward, coldly retorting. Xiao Ye nodded, smiling. "Thank you, but we truly do not require your cooperation." Zhang Hong maintained his smile, continuing, "Very well. Let me warn you then. There is a 6th-tier beast, the flowing cloud leopard, within. Though injured, it is still formidable." "Thank you." Xiao Ye clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to leave. Du Cheng eyed Xiao Ye's retreating figure, his brow furrowed, speaking to Zhang Hong. "Brother Zhang, that fellow seems strange. Why did we inform him about the flowing cloud leopard?" Zhang Hong's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Regardless of its injuries, the flowing cloud leopard is still a 6th-tier beast. Not something we can contend with. Let them fight it out." Chapter 75. The Mound. Du Cheng gave a thumbs up. "Brother Zhang, your foresight is remarkable." Xiao Ye, unaware of Zhang Hong's intentions, was focused not on hunting beasts but rather on locating the ancient beast, the tyrant seal. Liang Quan surveyed the desolate surroundings, sensing an impending danger, and hastily caught up with Xiao Ye, expressing his concern. "Boss, are you not worried they might have some trick up their sleeves?" "It matters not," Xiao Ye replied, observing his surroundings with calm indifference. "There is nothing here that poses a threat to me." Liang Quan fell silent, contemplating Xiao Ye's formidable strength, ultimately choosing to remain quiet. Roars erupted suddenly from ahead, prompting Xiao Ye and the others to quicken their pace to eye in the distance. A dozen beasts were locked in combat, 3 of which were 5th-tier beasts. Xiao Ye frowned. Zhang Hong's observations held true. These beasts were wounded, likely driven from their territory by the mysterious giants, leading to their current clash. Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and the others, stating, "There are several 5th-tier beasts here. It is an excellent opportunity for us to test our skills." Liang Quan was taken aback, fear evident in his voice. "Boss, are you suggesting that the 3 of us face this group of beasts?" Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a glare, replying coolly, "Do you expect me to assist you?" Well, Liang Quan had indeed considered that, but dared not voice it after Xiao Ye's rebuke. Zhou Wen and Kuya also appeared apprehensive. Though their skills were decent, they felt powerless against beasts. Had it not been for Xiao Ye during their last encounter with the wolf pack, they might have perished. Xiao Ye scrutinized the group before continuing. "Do not worry. These beasts are injured and weakened. If you cooperate well, you will surely be able to defeat them." The group nodded, steeling themselves as they approached. Roar! The beasts noticed Liang Quan and the others, unleashing a chorus of furious roars. abandoning their previous skirmish to focus their ire on the newcomers. They hold such a grudge? Zhou Wen wondered aloud. Swallowing nervously, just moments ago, the beasts had been locked in a life-and-death struggle, yet upon spotting them, their animosity shifted entirely. Liang Quan gripped the long knife he had picked up previously, turning to Zhou Wen. You better not hold me back. Please, who is holding whom back? Zhou Wen shot Liang Quan an incredulous glare before bellowing and charging at the beasts. Roar! The dozen beasts responded defiantly, encircling Liang Quan and the others. Fortunately, they were all exceptional among their peers, and thanks to Xiao Ye's guidance, their strength had significantly improved. Though facing these beasts was challenging, they were not in imminent danger. Xiao Ye stood aside, effortlessly dispatching 2 oblivious beasts. While attentively observing Liang Quan and the others, concerned for their safety, the trio struggled in their battle, yet through their cooperation, they managed to slay the dozen or so beasts. Phew! Liang Quan exhaled deeply as he collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would slay a 5th-tier beast in the gathering element realm. Look at your lack of ambition. Zhou Wen shot Liang Quan a glare. Then added, but I too share your surprise. Ke disregarded their bickering, casting a grateful smile at Xiao Ye, saying, thank you. Without your help, I would have truly failed this trial. There's no need for such pleasantries. We help each other. Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly. Ke furrowed her brow, responding earnestly, yet, it seems you have been the one assisting us all along. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, about to speak when suddenly his expression changed, and he urgently warned Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. There is still another beast. Roar. Just as Xiao Ye finished speaking, a shadow darted out from the nearby forest, lunging towards the prone Liang Quan with lightning speed. What the? Liang Quan gasped, hastily rolling away to evade the beast's attack. Xiao Ye discerned that the attacking beast was a black leopard, a 6th-tier creature known as the Flowing Cloud Leopard, renowned for its peculiar speed and ambush tactics. Liang Quan scrambled to his feet, seeking refuge beside Xiao Ye, alertly stating, Boss, this beast doesn't appear to be injured. Xiao Ye nodded, explaining, the Flowing Cloud Leopard possesses unusual speed. The larger beasts wouldn't have been able to trample it. Roar! The Flowing Cloud Leopard let out a furious roar and recklessly charged at Xiao Ye. Seeking death, Xiao Ye's gaze turned icy as he seized the long knife from Liang Quan's hands and swung it forward with ferocity. Buzz! The air resonated with a humming sound as a sharp blade of light flickered. And the Flowing Cloud Leopard was cleaved in 2 mid-air, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Boss, was that really a 6th-tier beast? Liang Quan stared at the leopard's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Zhou Wen and Ku Ye exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, now seriously questioning whether Xiao Ye had been concealing his true strength. He was certainly not merely a 1st-tier practitioner in the gathering element realm. Master, Xiao Bai's voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. On the hill to the left ahead, I sense a presence similar to what we encountered before. Really? Xiao Ye quickly looked up towards the left, spotting a large, slightly elevated hill, likely formed by the stampede of the massive beasts. He hurried to the hilltop, surveying the surroundings. The ground was solid, revealing no entrance. Wait, the gunpowder. Xiao Ye recalled the gunpowder he had taken from several adventurers earlier, which would come in handy now that he retrieved the gunpowder. Meticulously arranging it around the hill. What are you doing, boss? Liang Quan, having finished with the beast carcasses, watched Xiao Ye's actions in confusion. Once Xiao Ye completed his arrangement, he declared, there is something beneath. You all should stand back. Got it, Liang Quan and the others responded, promptly distancing themselves. Xiao Ye then produced a torch, ignited the gunpowder, and swiftly retreated. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the ground, sending flames soaring and causing tremors that echoed through the distance. Provoking fearsome roars from the beasts, smoke quickly enveloped Xiao Ye and the others. Where did they get the gunpowder? Du Qing and his group rushed over, startled by the sudden explosion, gazing curiously at the billowing smoke. Coughing a few times to clear the air, Xiao Ye approached the earthen mound, now entirely flattened, revealing a narrow entrance just large enough for a single person. Thud, thud. Suddenly, a series of terrifying, drum-like thuds resonated from within the tunnel, sending shivers down Xiao Ye's spine. Boss, what is that? Liang Quan and the others gathered around, anxiously peering into the tunnel. Xiao Ye shook his head. He had a suspicion but refrained from voicing it. He instructed Liang Quan and the others, you stay up here. I'll go take a look. Be careful. The trio nodded, understanding that following Xiao Ye would only hinder him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye leaped into the darkness. Not far away, Zhang Hong and Du Qing, hidden behind a tree, had witnessed everything and exchanged glances before rushing over. Flowing Cloud Leopard. Du Qing recognized the leopard's carcass on the ground, astonished. I thought it was something else. Liang Quan recognized the newcomers and coldly smirked, blocking the entrance to the tunnel, warily watching them. That we discovered this. You'd better not cause trouble. Nonsense. We found it first, if you don't want to die. Get out of the way. Du Cheng leveled his spear threateningly at Liang Quan. What? Looking for a fight? Liang Quan frowned, gripping his long knife tightly, showing no signs of backing down. Fatty, Zhou Wen subtly signaled Liang Quan. Then addressed Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, stating calmly, if you're not afraid of death, go ahead and enter. With that, Zhou Wen and Liang Quan stepped back, revealing the dark tunnel behind them. Thud, thud, the rhythmic pounding emanating from the tunnel instilled a sense of dread. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain of what to do. Damn it, I don't believe a first-tier gathering element practitioner dares to go down there. We have nothing to fear. Du Cheng gritted his teeth, suddenly jumping into the tunnel. Zhang Hong glanced at Liang Quan and the others, hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. What should we do? Kuya expressed her concern for Xiao Ye's safety. I'll go check, Liang Quan asserted, gripping his long knife tightly as he jumped down. Wait for me. Zhou Wen and Kuya followed closely behind, leaping into the darkness. Thud, thud, the cavern was engulfed in darkness. Save for the thunderous echoes of the pounding, stirring their blood, Liang Quan and the others felt their legs tremble slightly as they huddled together, cautiously advancing into the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had reached the depths of the tunnel. Where the resounding thuds grew clearer, he forced himself to suppress the surging blood within him and continued forward. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow as flickers of light appeared ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. Thud, thud. As he emerged from the tunnel, the sight before him unfolded into a vast cavern, illuminated by starlight filtering from above, with the pounding sounds growing increasingly pronounced. Cough. Xiao Ye couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he beheld a blood-red altar in the cave center, upon which rested a coffin the size of a person. The thunderous pounding emanated from within the coffin. Glaring at the altar, Xiao Ye's brow furrowed as he brandished his long spear, thrusting it forcefully into the coffin. Bang! The coffin shattered into pieces, followed by a surge of crimson light as a massive, terrifying heart floated ominously above the altar, pulsating rhythmically. Indeed, it was a heart. Xiao Ye was not surprised. However, the aura radiating from this heart filled him with trepidation. Xiao Bai, Xiao Ye hastily awakened the slumbering Xiao Bai within the Shumi space, inquiring, can the Shumi space absorb the power of this heart? Xiao Bai, blinking awake, peered out from the Shumi space, upon seeing the floating heart. It gasped in shock, nodding vigorously, yes, master. The energy contained within this heart is extraordinarily formidable. If we can absorb it entirely, the Shumi space could expand at least by double. That's excellent. Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement as he approached the altar, preparing to absorb the heart's energy. Someone else here. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. Besides the deafening thuds of the heart, faint footsteps reverberated through the cavern. Whipping around, he spotted Zhang Hong and Du Cheng at the entrance. What are you two doing here? Xiao Ye coldly demanded. Zhang Hong and Du Cheng ignored Xiao Ye, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at the heart hovering above the altar. What is that? Why is it so terrifying? Xiao Ye was disinclined to engage with them, coldly warning, if you don't want to die, leave here immediately. Heh, what a bold declaration. I'm determined to uncover what this truly is today. Zhang Hong dismissed Xiao Ye's warning, snapping his whip towards the heart on the altar. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, and a colossal dragon phantom charged from the heart, lunging at Zhang Hong. Bang! A deafening crash resonated as an invisible barrier seemed to surround the altar, halting the massive phantom and sending shockwaves through the entire altar. What on earth is that? Zhang Hong recoiled in terror, his heart racing. Xiao Ye paid no mind to the two, his gaze fixed on the heart above the altar, coldly proclaiming, Tyrant, let us see if your heart can be destroyed and still allow you to resurrect. Human, I shall tear your body to shreds. The heart above the altar emitted a heart-wrenching roar. And then it surged violently, crashing towards the altar. Boom! The altar trembled violently, as if on the verge of destruction. Damn it! Xiao Ye, uninterested in Zhang Hong and his companion, unleashed a dragon's roar, a terrifying, grotesque dragon shadow slowly materializing behind him, its crimson eyes surveying everything below. What is this? Zhang Hong and Du Cheng gazed in terror at the enormous dragon shadow that suddenly appeared behind Xiao Ye. Retreating in fright, rendered speechless, the roar erupted from the heart, followed by colossal figures flying out, fiercely crashing into the altar. The altar shook violently. Xiao Ye, wary of the situation, approached the terrifying heart and cautiously reached out his hand. Blood sprayed forth as the heart trembled violently. Seemingly filled with dread at Xiao Ye's presence, with a thunderous crash, the blood-red altar suddenly collapsed, and the massive heart broke free from its restraints. Ha ha, humans, await the day of my tyrant's resurrection. For it shall spell the annihilation of your entire race. The heart emitted a menacing roar before surging toward the cave's ceiling. Trying to escape, Xiao Ye swiftly activated his cloud leaping technique. Darting like lightning towards the heart, a thunderous impact resounded as debris fell. The enormous heart smashed through the cave's roof and fled without hesitation. Chapter 77. The Misty Marsh. How infuriating, Xiao Ye cursed angrily. Glaring at Zhang Hong and Du Cheng, if it weren't for their sudden intrusion, the tyrant's heart would not have escaped. Boss. At that moment, Liang Quan and the others arrived, glancing at Zhang Hong and Du Cheng before turning to Xiao Ye, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xiao Ye replied, shaking his head as he contacted Bai, who was in the Shumi space. "Bai, where did the tyrant's heart go?" "Master, it has fled to the Misty Marsh." Bai's voice trembled slightly. The heart dashed into the Misty Marsh, and the mist has dissipated, revealing a domain of demons. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Any place deemed a demon domain was often an ancient battlefield from a bygone era, filled with countless vengeful souls and suffused with demonic energy. Creatures venturing within faced certain death. It was a genuine realm of demise. The T.O. think such a terrifying place existed within the Beastmaster Forest. Bai, where is the Misty Marsh located? Xiao Ye pressed urgently. Bai, startled, asked, "Master, you're not thinking of going in, are you? The Misty Marsh is a realm of death, unapproachable." "Enough nonsense. Tell me quickly." Xiao Ye interrupted, and no matter how terrifying this demon domain might be, even if it truly resembled hell, he was determined to enter. The soul-gathering grass, which could awaken Xiao Ye, could only be found in a place thick with vengeful spirits. Bai, unable to defy Xiao Ye's command, reluctantly divulged the location. Having learned the precise position of the Misty Marsh, Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and the others, saying, "Your trial task is complete. You should leave this place at once." "Boss, what about you?" Liang Quan, noticing Xiao Ye's intention to remain, asked with concern. "That I have matters to attend to and cannot leave just yet." "Then I won't leave either. I'll stay with you," Liang Quan insisted. "Yes," Zhou nodded in agreement, adding, "Brother Xiao, you've helped us so much. We don't know how to repay you." "Enough," Xiao Ye interrupted. "What I am about to do is exceedingly perilous, and even I cannot guarantee my safety. If you accompany me, you will only become a burden. Return for now. I will meet you before the school opens." "Well?" Liang Quan hesitated, then looked at Xiao Ye, saying, "Then we will wait for you outside the forest." Xiao Ye nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Hong and Du Cheng, still shaken by the immense heart and the terrifying dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye, decided against any reckless actions and chose to leave with Liang Quan and the others. Once outside the cave, Liang Quan and the others immediately activated the distress signal given to them by Elderly. With a whoosh, a firework shot into the sky, exploding into a massive display visible for miles. Before long, a melodious eagle cry echoed through the air as a gigantic nine heavens eagle descended slowly, carrying Elder Li and two other instructors on its back. "Greetings, teachers," Liang Quan and the others said respectfully. Elder Li jumped down from the eagle's back, glanced at the group, and asked, "Have you completed your tasks?" "Yes," they replied quickly, presenting the inner cores of the magical beasts they had hunted. "Excellent," Elder Li nodded in satisfaction. "Why is there only one person here?" one of the instructors questioned, noticing the absence of Xiao Ye. Elder Li furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where is Xiao Ye?" "Elder Li, the boss said he had some matters to handle and would leave afterward." Liang Quan explained. "Not good," Elder Li exclaimed, suddenly realizing something. "That kid must have gone to the demon domain." "Demon domain?" The group was taken aback, looking at Elder Li in confusion. Elder Li elaborated. "I just received news that the Misty Marsh within the Beastmaster Forest is indeed a demon domain. People have already been dispatched to investigate." The group was alarmed. They were fortunate not to have stumbled into the demon domain, or they would have met their end. "Elder Li, even if Xiao Yu has matters to attend to, he wouldn't dare enter the demon domain, would he?" one of the instructors suggested. "I hope so," Elder Li replied, recalling Xiao Ye's inquiry about the whereabouts of the soul-gathering grass, which could only be found in the demon domain. He turned to the two instructors beside him, saying, "You take these individuals back on the Nine Heavens Eagle. I will see if I can find Xiao Ye." "Understood," the two nodded, leading everyone away from the Beastmaster Forest. Elder Li oriented himself and made his way toward the Misty Marsh. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had reached the outskirts of the Misty Marsh but did not rush in. Before him lay an endless expanse of desolate swamp, filled with a nauseating stench. The surrounding area was eerily silent, the sky overcast, creating a stifling atmosphere that deterred any approach into this realm of death. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye resolutely stepped into the marsh. The ground beneath him sank slightly as the murky water reflected the dim sky. The vast emptiness surrounded him, with only Xiao Ye wandering alone. Each step was taken with utmost caution. The stench emanated from the marsh, where the corpses of terrifying magical beasts lay submerged, long dead, yet showing no signs of decay. Their pale eyes seemed to watch Xiao Ye, as if ready to drag him into the depths. Shaking his head, Xiao Ye averted his gaze from the horrifying corpses and carefully advanced toward the marsh's center. Suddenly, a faint sound of splashing water caught his attention. He whipped around to see ripples forming in the lake behind him, then dissipating. Drawing his spear, he scanned his surroundings warily, certain that something had just entered the water. A whistling sound pierced the air. Instinctively, he ducked as a massive, serpent-like magical beast soared over his head and plunged into the marsh. With a furious roar, Xiao Ye caught sight of the creature, a jet-black, cylindrical body with a gaping circular maw lined with sharp barbs. Magic worm. A chill ran down Xiao Ye's spine. This beast was exceedingly rare, the only one capable of surviving in the marsh, feeding on corpses. The enormous magic worm roared again, lunging ferociously at Xiao Ye. Humph! Xiao Ye snorted coldly, thrusting his spear forward with the force of a dragon emerging from the sea, instantly piercing through the magic worm's body. With a pained howl, the massive worm writhed violently, black blood oozing from its wound, releasing a putrid stench. Disgusting. Xiao Ye felt nausea rising as he shook his spear, sending the magic worm's carcass flying away, suppressing the urge to vomit. Chapter 78. The Giant Clan. What is this dreadful place? Xiao Ye could hardly bear it any longer. He activated his cloud leaping technique, stepping lightly on the water's surface as he moved swiftly toward the center. The area was desolate. Apart from the corpses in the marsh, there was nothing else. Xiao Ye contacted his companion in the Shumi space, asking, "Is there anything special about this place?" "I don't know," Bai replied, shaking his head in frustration. My subordinates cannot operate in this environment, making it impossible to scout. Very well. Xiao Ye had anticipated this outcome. Standing atop a patch of grass, he gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed. Something seemed amiss ahead. Once again activating his cloud leaping technique, he deftly skimmed across the water's surface, moving quickly forward. Soon, he discerned the situation ahead. His stomach churned violently as the mud flew, revealing the corpses in the marsh, rotting and exuding a foul odor. Not far away, he spotted a massive footprint, those of the giant beast from earlier. Covering his nose, Xiao Ye followed the chaotic trail of footprints, moving swiftly. The ground here became increasingly solid, indicating he had left the marsh area, yet the sky remained ominously dark, accompanied by the howling winds that sent shivers down his spine. A sharp crack echoed as Xiao Ye looked down to find a fragment of a skeletal remains. Human bones. Startled, he glanced around. Everywhere lay the remains of humans and shattered weapons, none intact, indicating that these individuals had perished many years ago. Struggling to free an eroded longsword from the soil, he noted its ancient design, with peculiar carvings that were not of this era. Suddenly, a mechanical sound echoed as the earth before him was disturbed. And terrifying, massive skeletons crawled out, evidently once powerful magical beasts in life. A guttural roar pierced the air as a horde of skeletal creatures brandished their razor-sharp claws, ferociously lunging at Xiao Ye. With a grave expression, he took a step back, brandishing his spear with a swift motion that swept across his front. The clash of metal rang out violently, forcing Xiao Ye to retreat repeatedly. These skeletal monsters were far more terrifying than those he had encountered at the lake's bottom. Observing their pristine bones, he noted not only their formidable strength, but also the iron-like hardness of their skeletal structure. The earth around him churned as these horrific skeletons emerged endlessly from the ground. Infuriated, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, sheathed his spear, and drew a long knife, striking fiercely at the nearest skeletal creature. A resonating hum filled the air as the blade transformed into a terrifying streak of cold light, swiftly piercing through the creature's body. With a series of cracking sounds, the skeletal monsters were cleaved in two. Collapsing one after another, Xiao Ye surged forward, aware that more skeletons were continuing to rise from the earth behind him. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted ahead. Startled, Xiao Ye saw a mountainous terrain where several colossal figures battled against serpentine beasts. The scene evoked a primordial era, and he halted to witness the fierce struggle between giants and monstrous creatures. Behind him, the enraged skeletons seemed to hesitate, ceasing their advance as they angrily clawed at the ground, yet dared not approach. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ye ignored the skeletal creatures, taking refuge behind the rubble as he observed the cataclysmic battle unfolding ahead. The ground trembled as explosions rumbled on, sending debris flying. The monstrous serpents were clearly no match for the giants, who forced them to retreat. A chilling sound echoed as one serpent was brutally torn apart by a giant, its black blood splattering as the giant bit off its head. A scene drenched in bloodshed. Soon, the remaining serpents were slaughtered, and the giants remained alert, wary of their surroundings. The magical entities here were growing increasingly powerful, indicating that the seal was indeed weakening. Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from one of the giants, who spoke in an unknown tongue that Xiao Ye surprisingly comprehended. Was this the language of dragons? Stunned, Xiao Ye observed as the leading giant nodded gravely, urging his companions to move swiftly lest the tyrant be released from its seal. The giants crushed the boulders beneath their feet as they advanced towards the center, realizing that their objectives aligned. To prevent the tyrant's resurrection, Xiao Ye hesitated briefly before following. The earth quaked violently as he traversed the mountainous terrain alongside the giants. Arriving at an expansive plain enveloped in an eerie silence, thick with an oppressive aura of death, the giants halted, vigilant, before unleashing a furious roar that echoed through the land. From afar, a series of faint explosions erupted as shadowy figures cloaked in voluminous black robes emerged. Exuding an air of ancient evil, a chill ran through Xiao Ye. These were soul eaters, and he sensed a primal fear. The leading giant bellowed a warning, charging at the dark figures. The ensuing explosions were relentless. But the soul eaters proved too agile for the giants to catch. Each time they floated near, they siphoned energy from the giants, draining their very souls. Xiao Ye felt a shiver of dread. These entities were disturbingly uncanny. Just as he contemplated evading the plane, a blood-red light suddenly pierced through, dispersing the surrounding dark energy. Xiao Ye stepped out from his hiding spot, incredulous at the sight before him, a delicate, lavender-hued plant, its leaves dancing gently while blooming crimson flowers in a bizarre display. His heart raced as he recognized it. Soul-gathering grass. Observing the ongoing battle between the giants and the soul eaters, he seized the opportunity to snatch the grass. However, as he dashed toward it, a cluster of soul eaters materialized around the plant, fiercely guarding it. Their banshee-like wails filled the air as they surged toward him. Enraged, Xiao Ye retaliated with his spear, piercing one of the attackers with ease, yet it showed no signs of injury, continuing its advance with a ghastly, pallid visage. As he caught sight of the soul eater's face, pale as parchment, with hollow eyes and only a gaping mouth, it exuded a terrifying force that sapped his energy. Xiao Ye gasped in pain, feeling weak and disoriented, nearly collapsing. Summoning his will, he bit his tongue to regain focus and retreated urgently. The soul eaters, undeterred, resumed their vigil around the soul-gathering grass, refusing to abandon their post. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, startling Xiao Ye. The giants, engaged in combat with the soul eaters, began to falter. One giant succumbed to the relentless assault and fell. Noticing a soul eater drift away from the fray, Xiao Ye clenched his spear, determined to strike first. The spear hummed ominously as it transformed into 9 phantasmal strikes, shooting toward the soul eater. Yet, as the spear pierced its form, the creature remained unscathed, gliding toward Xiao Ye with its mouth agape, drawing in his energy. In a moment of desperation, he roared defiantly, breaking free from its grasp and retreating swiftly. The soul eater, unhurried, resumed its approach. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind, Little White's voice, revealing that the soul eaters were manifestations of vengeful spirits, energy entities impervious to ordinary attacks. Energy entities? Realization dawned upon him. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Ye's throat, a terrifying aura radiating from him as a colossal dragon shadow loomed behind him. The giants, momentarily stunned, fell to their knees in awe. Dragon God, is that truly you? They murmured excitedly. The soul eaters, drawn to the formidable energy, howled in terror and charged at Xiao Ye. Surrounded by the soul eaters, Xiao Ye felt their energy siphoning away. Yet he let out another dragon's roar, unleashing a wave of power that swept over them. The soul eaters shrieked in horror as their own energy was forcibly drawn back into Xiao Ye. Elation surged within him. These creatures, much like the sealed remnants of the tyrant, could be transformed into experience points for his dragon god transformation. In moments, the energy of the soul eaters was entirely consumed. Vanishing from sight, observing the experience gauge for his dragon god transformation, he noted that he had only reached halfway, still far from the next level. The giants finally realized that the colossal dragon was merely an illusion conjured by a diminutive human exuding dragon-like energy. How could a mere human possess the essence of a dragon god? Ignoring the giants, Xiao Ye advanced toward the soul-gathering grass. The enraged soul eaters lunged at him, but with a fierce determination. He summoned the dragon's shadow, raising a hand to strike down upon them, unleashing his true power. Creaking. A series of spine-chilling sounds echoed as the soul devourer let out piercing screams, its body rapidly shrinking until it vanished into nothingness. How formidable! The giants, witnessing the diminutive figure of Xiao Ye, were left in astonishment. The soul devourer, which they deemed invincible, had been effortlessly vanquished by him. Xiao Ye fervently refined the energy within him, transforming it entirely into experience points for the divine dragon's 9 transformations. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye felt invigorated, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he approached the soul-gathering grass before him. The grass still radiated a blood-red glow, its flowers at full bloom, while the purple leaves began to wither, indicating ripeness. You will awaken soon, Xiao Ye exclaimed with excitement, slowly extending his hand. Rodents, how dare you? Suddenly, an enraged roar pierced the air, sending a wave of terrifying energy crashing towards Xiao Ye. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was violently hurled away by an overwhelming force. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a colossal beast blocked the path to the soul-gathering grass. What? Xiao Ye's eyes widened in terror. The monstrous creature before him bore 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 3 steel forks, with 3 snake heads resting on its shoulders, an abominable sight. What manner of beast is this? Xiao Ye's brow furrowed, a chill running down his spine. The hellish 3-headed Yasha, a giant behind him, exclaimed in shock. Yasha. Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had only heard of such creatures in mythological tales, never expecting to encounter one in this world. Human, you are the one who destroyed the body of the tyrant. Today, I shall rend you into pieces, the 3-headed monster bellowed, brandishing its steel forks menacingly towards Xiao Ye, aware of the creature's terrifying prowess. Xiao Ye dared not underestimate it. He unleashed a fierce dragon roar, channeling the might of the dragon's cry to its zenith, and his long spear resonated, instantly manifesting 9 spear shadows that converged into one. Thrusting towards the 3-headed Yasha, Chapter 80, the 3-headed Yasha, 9 stars converge. With a roar, Xiao Ye's 9 spear shadows merged into one, surging forth with a fierce momentum aimed at the 3-headed beast. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as energy surged violently, whipping up tempests, yet the terrifying creature stood its ground, while Xiao Ye was sent sprawling, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. How powerful! Xiao Ye felt his arms throb painfully as he rose. Astonished by the sheer might of the 3-headed monster, after 2 physical enhancements, it was the first time he felt overpowered. This creature was truly fearsome. Human, you are the one who desecrated the body of the tyrant. Today, I will make you suffer. The 3-headed beast roared, its head snarling as it charged at Xiao Ye with its steel forks raised. Clang! The sounds of fierce clashes erupted as Xiao Ye found himself outmatched, forced to retreat repeatedly. Die! The 3-headed beast roared, one of its forks piercing through Xiao Ye's defenses, aiming straight for his chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, Xiao Ye was sent flying. What? The 3-headed beast paused, astonished at the sight of Xiao Ye, whose shirt had been pierced, revealing a shallow wound, barely enough to be fatal. Impossible! A human's body cannot be so resilient. The beast was momentarily dazed, but quickly resumed its assault, swinging its forks again at Xiao Ye. Damn it! Xiao Ye cursed, realizing he was no match for the creature's strength. Taking a slight step back, he unleashed a resonant roar, a colossal dragon shadow coalescing behind him. The giants beside him clearly witnessed the dragon's apparition emerging from Xiao Ye, their astonishment palpable. But what is his connection to the dragon god? How can he summon such a divine illusion? Another giant questioned in confusion. Whoosh! The air crackled as 3 steel forks whistled towards Xiao Ye. The 3-headed beast sneered. Ha, little one. Though I do not know how you wield the power of the dragon god, your strength is too feeble to challenge me. Boom! Another tremendous sound erupted as Xiao Ye was again sent hurtling by a wave of terrifying energy. Despite his formidable physique, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of such overwhelming force. Seeing Xiao Ye hurled again, the nearby giants exchanged glances at the massive dragon shadow behind him. Regardless of this human's connection to the dragon god, we must save him. Forward! The leading giant bellowed, causing the earth to tremble as several giants charged towards the 3-headed beast, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xiao Ye. Human. One giant looked down at Xiao Ye. Now speaking in the language of the human race. I do not know your intentions, but you cannot allow the tyrant to obtain the soul-gathering grass. Otherwise, none will be able to prevent his resurrection. Understood, Xiao Ye replied as he rose to his feet, gazing at the giant. You hold the 3-headed beast at bay while I seize the soul-gathering grass. Not a chance. The 3-headed beast roared, deflecting a giant's attack, then slipping past the giant's grasp to charge at Xiao Ye. The dragon god's aura emanating from Xiao Ye was too peculiar. It sensed that he posed the greatest threat to the tyrant's revival. Boom! A massive stone pillar, akin to a mountain, suddenly obstructed the 3-headed beast's path, an arm of a giant. Humph! Minion of the tyrant, you have lingered for millennia. Today, we shall eradicate you. The giants roared in unison, launching a furious assault on the 3-headed beast. Dream on! The 3-headed beast, pushed back, hurriedly defended against the giant strikes. Observing the creature entangled with the giants, Xiao Ye exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly approached the soul-gathering grass. At this moment, the blood-red glow began to fade, the flower's vigor waning, indicating that the soul-gathering grass was fully mature. Xiao Ye vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked, then took a deep breath and gently uprooted the soul-gathering grass. Buzz! A resonating hum filled the air as the grass struggled slightly upon being freed from the ground, its leaves beginning to wither. Startled, Xiao Ye quickly placed the grass into the shumi space, entrusting it to Xiaobai for careful cultivation. The purpose of the soul-gathering grass was to condense souls, which only proved effective while alive. Despicable human, hand over the soul-gathering grass. The 3-headed beast Having spotted Xiao Ye seizing the grass, roared furiously, disregarding the giant's attacks as it lunged at Xiao Ye with its steel forks. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as a giant's fist struck the three-headed beast, leaving a massive dent in the ground. Coughing up blood, the three-headed beast struggled to rise from the crater, glaring at the dozen giants before it, its fury igniting. You are but slaves raised by the dragon god. How dare you injure me? I shall see you all perish. With a deafening roar, the three-headed beast's heads twisted grotesquely, unleashing a torrent of black, malevolent gas that engulfed the giants. Not good. It's demonic energy. The lead giant warned, hastily dodging aside. Ha! Die. The three-headed beast cackled, its three heads spewing forth a seemingly endless stream of malevolent gas, completely surrounding the giants. The giants recoiled in fear, their bodies hissing as they came into contact with the toxic gas. Xiao Ye observed the giants, powerless against the malevolent energy, his brow furrowed as he clenched his spear tightly, directing it at the three-headed beast. Three-headed monster, do not forget, your opponent is still here. Humph, you, merely an ant. The three-headed beast scoffed, dismissing Xiao Ye entirely, intent on annihilating the giants first. Underestimating me, Xiao Ye hesitated, then raised his spear high, his aura shifting dramatically as a colossal spear shadow loomed over the three-headed beast. The three-headed beast paused, turning to regard Xiao Ye. Spear of the underworld. Xiao Ye thundered, swinging his spear, wielding the immense shadow to strike down with ferocity upon the three-headed beast. Kid, you have some skill. The three-headed beast was momentarily taken aback, swiftly raising its three steel forks to block Xiao Ye's attack. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently. The three-headed beast's feet sank slightly into the earth. Its expression contorted, yet it managed to withstand Xiao Ye's onslaught. This is not over. Xiao Ye, sensing the creature had blocked his attack without surprise, immediately exchanged for a long knife from the system store, transforming it into a gleaming blade that swiftly slashed towards the three-headed beast. Chapter 81. The Tyrant. Drawing the knife to cut water, with a furious roar, Xiao Ye unleashed a hum that reverberated through the air, disorienting both the three-headed beast and the giants. In an instant, a flash of cold light pierced through the three-headed beast's body. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Xiao Ye elevated his knife technique to its pinnacle. The long knife shattered under the strain, splitting into two. What? The three-headed beast's three heads suddenly oozed a trickle of black blood from their mouths, its aura diminishing slightly. Kid, I cannot underestimate you. The three-headed beast wiped the blood from its mouth, glaring menacingly at Xiao Ye, its aura flickering ominously, clearly injured. The steel forks in its hands pointed at Xiao Ye as it coldly declared, I will kill you now. Avenging the tyrant, Xiao Ye stood his ground, showing no inclination to evade or defend, a slight smile gracing his lips. Watch your back. The three-headed beast momentarily froze, then swiftly reacted, turning around just in time to see the giant race breaking through the miasma it had conjured. Though bloodied and battered, their combat prowess remained largely unaffected as they swung their mountainous fists fiercely towards the three-headed beast. Infuriating, the three-headed beast was startled, having already been wounded by Xiao Ye's attack. It could hardly withstand the onslaught of the giants and hastily moved to evade, trying to escape. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Ye's mouth as he concentrated his power into his left foot and lunged forward. War's tread. The ground trembled violently, sending the three-headed beast into a daze, but it quickly regained its senses. Yet, the immense fist, akin to a mountain, loomed before it. No, the three-headed beast emitted a reluctant roar. With a thunderous crash, the earth shook, fissures tearing through the ground, and the three-headed beast was obliterated into mere pulp by the giant's blow. Phew. The giants finally exhaled, crashing to the ground and curiously eyeing Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. The absence of a system notification indicated that the mission was unfulfilled. The tyrant was still alive. Human, what is your connection to the dragon god? The leader of the giants inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Me, the dragon god? Xiao Ye was perplexed. He truly had no idea what his relationship with that enigmatic dragon god entailed. He glanced at the fading dragon silhouette behind him. Could this creature possibly be the dragon god? Head, do you think this lad could be the young master? Another giant scrutinized Xiao Ye, speaking in the dragon tongue. The young master? Surely not. One giant retorted in dragon language, though he carries the aura of the dragon god. He appears to be merely human. The dragon god has commanded us to heed the young master's orders and protect him. Head, is there any way to confirm this? Another giant queried. Xiao Ye's eyes widened. These giants conversed in the dragon tongue, yet it posed no hindrance to him. To obey the young master's commands. If I were to possess such a retinue, I could command the very winds and waves. A surge of excitement coursed through Xiao Ye as he composed his thoughts and, in broken dragon tongue, replied, My identity must remain concealed. The dragon god has instructed me to blend into the human world under the guise of a human for training. Ah! Who is speaking? The giants exclaimed, lowering their heads in astonishment. trembling as they asked, You truly are a descendant of the dragon god? Indeed. Xiao Ye nodded with an air of authority. With a resounding thud, a dozen giants sprang to their feet and, with a mighty crash, knelt before Xiao Ye, exclaiming in excitement, Young master, we have finally found you. Xiao Ye was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such gullibility among the giants. Yet, it made sense. A mere human could hardly speak the dragon tongue, and given the divine aura surrounding Xiao Ye, it was only natural for them to be misled. Please rise. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Ye urged. My identity must remain confidential. I cannot draw attention. Yes. The leading giant nodded vigorously, affirming, humans are treacherous. If they discover the young master's identity, they will surely harbor ill intentions. Hee. Xiao Ye chuckled awkwardly, having thought the relationship between humans and dragons was harmonious. Yet, in the eyes of these giants, humans seemed so contemptible. Suddenly, a series of thudding sounds akin to drums reverberated around them, striking fear into Xiao Ye's heart. He bolted upright, scanning the surroundings warily. He was all too familiar with such sounds. Tyrant, I know you are still alive. Show yourself. Xiao Ye spoke coldly. The giants, perplexed by Xiao Ye's alarm, rose from the ground, casting bewildered glances around. An ear-splitting laughter erupted, as dark, malevolent energy seeped from the cracks in the earth. And the sky darkened, an invisible pressure weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Human, at last, we meet. With a resonating rumble, the ground quaked slightly, and from the black mist emerged a colossal figure, towering like a giant. Standing upright with a grotesque head and crimson eyes, its body covered in dense black scales that glimmered like metal. Yet, this monstrous being was reduced to a single leg and an arm. Its form decayed, with only ribs remaining to reveal a massive heart pulsating within. Xiao Ye felt his scalp tingle. How terrifying was this creature, whose heart had been extracted yet still lived? Tyrant, you have broken free of your seal. The leader of the giants exclaimed, fear flickering in his eyes. Humph. The tyrant scoffed, his icy gaze sweeping over the giants disdainfully. A mere seal cannot bind me. Today, I shall take your blood to resurrect my form. With a furious roar, the tyrant charged at the giants. The leader of the giants, regaining his composure, shouted, The tyrant has yet to consume the soul-gathering herb. His soul is weak that we must strategize to slay him. Dream on. Even in this weakened state, I can easily crush you. The tyrant leaped before the giants, opening his gaping maw to bite down on the head of one giant. The giant instinctively raised his arm to defend against the attack. Crack. A sickening sound rang out as blood splattered. The tyrant effortlessly severed the giant's arm. Roar. The giant howled in agony, disregarding his pain, and launched a frenzied assault against the tyrant. Boom. Explosions erupted continuously as the terrifying energy clashed. Xiao Ye watched the fierce battle unfold, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 82. The battle against the tyrant. With a deafening crash, one giant succumbed to the tyrant's strikes, collapsing to the ground, blood spraying from his wounds. Xiao Ye gripped his spear tightly, his brow furrowed. The tyrant's strength was terrifying, and these giants were no match for him. Bang! Another giant was flung away by the tyrant, struggling to rise from the ground as he implored the leader. Head, what should we do? We are no match for the tyrant. The leader's brow furrowed as he glared at the rampaging tyrant, declaring resolutely, even if it leads to our demise, we must prevent the tyrant's resurrection. Yes, the other giants responded with determination, their teeth gritted. Xiao Ye felt a surge of emotion. These giants were clearly outmatched by the tyrant, yet they were willing to charge into danger to thwart his resurrection. Damn it! I can't let these powerful subordinates perish so easily. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, shaking his spear, unleashing a massive spear shadow that lunged towards the tyrant as he roared. Tyrant, let me witness the extent of your terrifying power. Overestimating yourself, the tyrant glanced dismissively at the incoming spear, abruptly turning, his tail whipping like a long whip, conjuring a gale in its wake as it swept towards Xiao Ye. Young master, be careful, the giants gasped. Hastily warning him. Bang! Xiao Ye felt an overwhelming force strike him, spitting blood as he was sent flying by the tyrant's tail. Young master? The tyrant paused momentarily, ignoring the injured Xiao Ye, instead fixing his gaze on the giants. Sneering derisively, aren't you giants supposed to be the servants of the gods? When did you stoop to acknowledging a mere human as your master? Surely, you don't actually believe this lad is a descendant of the dragon race. Tyrant, we don't require your judgment, the giants roared back, charging recklessly. In that case, all of you shall perish. The tyrant clearly had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. With a furious bellow, he unleashed a torrent of searing black magma from his mouth, engulfing the giants in a devastating wave. Watch out, it's demonic flames. Everyone, be careful, the lead giant shouted in alarm, quickly dodging aside. Sizzle, the black magma splattered onto the ground, instantly scorching a massive hole. Die. The tyrant bellowed, his tail transforming into a phantom that crashed through three giants with a thunderous boom. Boom, the three giants fell to the ground, their chests torn open, clearly grievously wounded. At that moment, Xiao Ye regained his composure and scrambled up from the low hill. Anxiously observing the beleaguered giants, he wanted to assist them, but the tyrant was far too powerful, and Xiao Ye was no match for him. His invincible auxiliary system was still on cooldown, rendering him helpless. At this point, Xiao Ye's only means of survival was the system's random teleportation, but it was impossible to transport all the giants, and fleeing would result in mission failure. Form ranks, giants, charge. The lead giant spat blood. Commanding urgently, the dozen giants immediately arranged themselves in a V formation, like a sharpened sword, charging recklessly at the tyrant. Humph, giants, today I shall ensure you are erased from the annals of history, the tyrant roared. Crouching slightly before launching himself like an arrow, colliding with the giants, with a resounding crash, the dozen giants were sent flying by the tyrant's charge. Ugh, blood trickled from the tyrant's lips, his aura diminished, indicating his body had not fully recovered. Yet, despite this, the giants remained no match for the tyrant, toppling and writhing in pain on the ground. Boom, the tyrant leapt before the leading giant, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You are merely the lapdogs of the dragon clan, believing yourselves to be powerful, pathetic. With a furious roar, the tyrant lunged towards the giant's head. The leading giant managed a bitter smile, closing his eyes in despair. Just then, a fierce shout rang out. Guns of the netherworld. Suddenly, Xiao Ye cried out, and the spear in his hand transformed into a massive pillar, cutting through the air with a sharp shadow, hurtling towards the tyrant. The tyrant frowned, pausing for an instant before pivoting and charging at Xiao Ye. Young master, quickly evade, the giant exclaimed, startled. Xiao Ye hesitated, realizing the tyrant's intention too late. He could only channel his energy to the utmost. Wildly sweeping the spear. Boom, the spear clashed against the tyrant, yet he remained unmoved. A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground as Xiao Ye found himself pinned beneath the tyrant's foot. Young master, the giant gasped in horror. Glaring at the tyrant, how dare you harm our young master? We shall slay you. A dozen giants charged at the tyrant, fearless. Humph, a swarm of ants. The tyrant scoffed, unleashing a torrent of demonic flames that engulfed everything. The sound of corrosion echoed as the giants, disregarding their pain, surged towards the tyrant, fists raised in defiance. The tyrant, sensing the assault, swiftly turned, his tail whipping up a fierce wind that sent several giants flying. Useless, he disdainfully sneered, opening his massive jaws to bite at a nearby giant. Suddenly, he froze, turning slowly to gaze at a deep pit behind him, where a bloodied figure was struggling to emerge. You that are still alive? The tyrant stared in disbelief at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye spat blood, grinning wickedly as he looked up at the tyrant. You wish to kill me? Dream on. With a mighty roar, Xiao Ye unleashed a resounding dragon's cry that reverberated through the heavens. A colossal black dragon shadow materializing behind him, its blood-red eyes coldly fixating on the tyrant. Ha! The tyrant met the dragon's shadow with unwavering resolve, calmly stating, Is this the extent of my downfall at your hands? Hardly impressive. Clearly, the might of the dragon's roar no longer intimidated him. Young master, leave this demon to me. You must escape. The giant, noticing Xiao Ye's weakened aura, anxiously positioned himself in front of him. Humph, none of you shall leave. The tyrant bellowed, smashing through a giant as his enormous tail swept towards Xiao Ye. Chapter 83. Dragon Domain. Xiao Ye's expression grew grave as he fixated on the rapidly descending tail. Showing no intent to evade, Dragon Domain. Just as the tyrant's tail was about to strike, Xiao Ye suddenly shouted. Buzz. The air rippled violently, enveloping the tyrant. Xiao Ye's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding a force that seemed capable of annihilating the world with every movement. He lifted his head slightly and grasped the tyrant's tail with fervor. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as energy surged, yet the terrifying force could not harm Xiao Ye in the slightest. The tyrant, taken aback, gazed at Xiao Ye with a flicker of fear in his eyes, inquiring, What have you done, human? A slight smile crossed Xiao Ye's face as he tightened his grip on the tyrant's tail, exerting tremendous force, causing the tyrant's colossal form to lift off the ground. Boom! The tyrant's massive body slammed down heavily, sending dust swirling. Xiao Ye maintained his grip, relentlessly slamming the tyrant down once more. Boom! 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 The ground trembled as the giants watched in astonishment at Xiao Ye's merciless treatment of the tyrant. Although the tyrant had just awakened, they were all too aware of his terrifying strength. Yet, here he was, being ruthlessly toyed with by Xiao Ye. How powerful! One giant swallowed hard in disbelief. No, this is not the power of a domain, the leading giant exclaimed, astonished. It's the Dragon Clan's Dragon Domain. Dragon Domain. How can this be? Exclaimed another, incredulous. The dragon domain can only be comprehended by a select few exceptionally powerful dragon prodigies after centuries of cultivation. How could the young master grasp it at such a young age? What is impossible? The young master is a descendant of the dragon god. Another countered. Boom! Another loud noise erupted as Xiao Ye's fierce assault on the tyrant only resulted in minor injuries. Damn human. I will tear you limb from limb. The tyrant roared in fury, thrashing about as he broke free from Xiao Ye's grasp. Bang! The tyrant crashed to the ground, his aura flickering ominously, breathing heavily as he fixed his blazing gaze on Xiao Ye. Human, you dare insult me thus? I shall make you wish you were never born. With a sudden stomp, the tyrant transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging at Xiao Ye. Bring it on. At this moment, Xiao Ye felt no fear. Within the dragon domain, he was the master of this realm. Boom, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce explosions as Xiao Ye's seemingly fragile figure clashed against the tyrant. Evenly matched, Xiao Ye suddenly took a step back, producing a long spear that cut through the wind, its shadow flashing as he thrust it towards the tyrant's heart. Puffed. Blood sprayed as the spear pierced the tyrant's heart. Roar! The tyrant let out a painful howl, swinging his arm to violently hurl Xiao Ye away. Stumbling, he nearly fell, his aura noticeably weakened. Human, I underestimated you. The tyrant licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Watching as his heart visibly healed at an alarming rate, I will show you the true horror of the demon clan. A sinister smile crept across the tyrant's face as a terrifying wave of demonic energy erupted around him. His injuries slowly mending, his aura growing stronger. This is absurd. Xiao Ye frowned. Unwilling to allow the tyrant to recover, he tightened his grip on the spear and charged at the tyrant once more. Clang! A loud clash resonated as Xiao Ye's spear struck the tyrant's scales, sparks flying. Die! The tyrant's claws, sharp as blades, slashed towards Xiao Ye's head. Startled, Xiao Ye quickly raised his spear to shield himself. Bang! The spear shattered in his grasp, sending Xiao Ye reeling back in shock as the tyrant's claws narrowly missed him. Whoosh! Just then, a rush of air swept in. It was the tyrant's tail, swiftly sending Xiao Ye flying. Xiao Ye could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Astonished by the tyrant's newfound strength fueled by the eerie demonic energy, human, hand over the soul-gathering herb, and I may grant you a swift end. The tyrant, not rushing to attack, fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Ye. Dream on. Xiao Ye wiped the blood from his lips, clenching his fists, slamming them together with resolve. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as an astonishing aura erupted from Xiao Ye. Indestructible, Xiao Ye roared, his body radiating a metallic sheen, as if clad in armor. Impressive. As Xiao Ye felt the terrifying power coursing through him, he was overwhelmed by an unreal sensation. His strength had undeniably multiplied. Huh? The tyrant paused, intrigued. Let me see what other tricks you possess. Demon transformation technique. The tyrant roared, enveloping his massive form once more in demonic energy as he charged at Xiao Ye with ferocity. With a slight smile, Xiao Ye fearlessly charged towards the tyrant. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the demonic energy surged, propelling the tyrant's massive form away. Gasping heavily, the tyrant's aura became unstable as he slowly lifted his head to gaze at Xiao Ye. His eyes filled with confidence. I recognize this as the power of a domain. To think you have grasped the spirit domain at such a young age. I must eliminate you before you continue to grow, for you will undoubtedly become an obstacle to my demon clan's resurgence. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, perplexed by the tyrant's intentions. Demonic flames. The tyrant roared, opening his enormous jaws to unleash a torrent of black flames that coalesced into a fierce black fire dragon. Crashing down towards the earth, Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned before realizing the tyrant intended to shatter the confines of the dragon domain. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground as a scorching, corrosive wave surged forth, instantly sweeping everything away. Crack! A faint, crisp sound rang out as Xiao Ye could not suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. The dragon domain had been shattered by the tyrant. Damn it! Xiao Ye wiped the blood from his lips. With his current strength, the dragon domain should have been able to withstand attacks at the martial king level. This meant the tyrant's recent strike had already surpassed the martial king level. Not good. The tyrant has broken the dragon domain. The leading giant, witnessing Xiao Ye's injury, felt a wave of concern. After all, the tyrant was a demon lord who had lived for over 10,000 years, far beyond Xiao Ye's capabilities. Haha, human, let us see what other tricks you have. The tyrant roared, charging ferociously towards Xiao Ye. Chapter 84. A Dance of Demons. Xiao Ye gazed at the oncoming tyrant, momentarily taken aback as the overwhelming sense of control dissipated, leaving his reactions dulled. With a thunderous crash, he was flung backward, the terrifying impact forcing him to spit a mouthful of blood. Cursed, wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao Ye disregarded the pain coursing through his body and struggled to rise from the ground. The earth trembled slightly as the tyrant leapt before him, cruelly fixating his gaze on Xiao Ye, coldly declaring, "Without your domain, what means do you have to stop me?" As the tyrant spoke, he slowly raised his massive head, letting out a fearsome howl that a fierce wind swept through the air as the demonic energy lingering in the world surged forth. Seemingly responding to his call, rushing madly towards the tyrant, the waters of the surrounding swamp began to bubble violently, dark tendrils of demonic energy rising from the depths, excitedly converging upon the tyrant. "This is bad. He is absorbing the surrounding demonic energy." The giant's expression shifted in alarm. The leading giant, disregarding his injuries, scrambled to his feet and roared in defiance, charging at the tyrant. The tyrant was already terrifying enough. If he were to absorb enough demonic energy, they would be utterly helpless. Ha! Die! The tyrant bellowed, not even glancing at the charging giant, as his tail swept forward with a fierce force, with a resounding crash. The leading giant was sent flying at an even greater speed. The wind howled, and the demonic energy swirled as the tyrant gradually ceased his movements, seemingly having absorbed to his limit. Despite this, the injuries from his previous battle with Xiao Ye began to heal, the decayed flesh on his body starting to regenerate. Xiao Ye looked at the horrifying tyrant, swallowing hard. Without the invincible external system, he was no match for the tyrant. Ha! Human, I will make you wish you were never born, the tyrant roared, unleashing a torrent of demonic flames toward Xiao Ye. Boom! Xiao Ye's form was instantly engulfed by the flames. Young master, the giants gasped in shock, struggling to rise from the ground, charging recklessly toward the tyrant. Consumed by the demonic flames, Xiao Ye could not help but emit cries of agony. Though he possessed an indestructible body, impervious to blades and fire, the tyrant's flames were no ordinary fire. His current strength was utterly insufficient to withstand them. The areas scorched by the black flames felt as if they were being pierced. Excruciatingly painful. Bam! Bam! The sound of violent impacts echoed as giants were sent flying by the tyrant, yet they continued to charge fearlessly. Young master, you must flee. We will buy you time. Having narrowly escaped the flames, Xiao Ye witnessed the giants, battered and bloodied, placing themselves before him, determined to shield him. Clenching his fists, he felt a pang of shame. He was no true young master, yet these giants had risked their lives simply because they believed in his words. Cursed, Xiao Ye's gaze hardened as he glared at the tyrant, fury igniting within him. "Since you call me young master, I cannot abandon you. Step back. I shall deal with the tyrant." The giants were momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Ye in astonishment, their hearts swelling with emotion, yet they remained steadfast before him. "Fear not," Xiao Ye continued. "Since you acknowledge me as a descendant of the dragon god, I possess the means to confront the tyrant." The giants exchanged uncertain glances, yet their faith in the dragon god's power swelled, and after a moment's hesitation, they began to withdraw. Ha! Foolish boy, do you truly believe that just because these worthless beings call you young master, you have become a descendant of the dragon god? The tyrant laughed derisively at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye met the tyrant's gaze, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. "Tyrant, even if I am not a descendant of the dragon god, I can still defeat you." With a fierce roar, Xiao Ye unleashed a dragon's cry that reverberated through the heavens, and the terrifying dragon shadow reappeared behind him. The tyrant furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye, and remarked, "I am curious. A mere human cannot possess the aura of a dragon unless you bear a treasure of the dragon god, correct?" Xiao Ye remained silent, lifting his head with a fierce expression, his arms spreading wide as the energy within him roiled, as if it would tear him apart from within. A powerful wind howled as the sky darkened ominously, thick clouds rolling in as if concealing a colossal dragon stirring the elements. The tyrant stared at the ominous clouds, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as his heart raced, sensing a threat to his life. How terrifying! The giants trembled, instinctively retreating further from the encroaching clouds. Crack! Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed as purple lightning slithered through the heavy clouds, dancing ominously. Interrupt him. The tyrant's heart raced as he charged fiercely at Xiao Ye, seeking to disrupt his incantation. Boom! The ground shook violently as Xiao Ye remained calm, his eyes shimmering with an eerie purple hue, the serpentine lightning swirling around him. Xiao Ye suddenly began to chant a complex and arcane incantation, the clouds overhead descending lower and roiling more violently, as if a colossal hand loomed over everyone's hearts. Yes, it is the dragon language magic. The giants watched in astonishment, trembling. Divine thunder from the heavens, heed my call. Purge the filth of this world, annihilate all before me. Let the demons dance. With a fierce shout, Xiao Ye pointed towards the charging tyrant. Crack! A terrifying bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing down in an instant. Boom! The purple lightning, akin to frenzied serpents, leapt and danced, obliterating everything in its path. engulfing the tyrant in an immense surge of energy. No, the tyrant's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the descending lightning, unleashing a furious roar of defiance. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the earth quaked, the ground beneath Xiao Ye's feet tearing apart as the crackling lightning continued for a full half-minute before gradually subsiding. The purple lightning finally faded, the heavy clouds dispersing as sunlight streamed down once more, revealing a scene of utter devastation, while the tyrant's form had vanished without a trace. Puff! Xiao Ye collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, staring at the ruined landscape before him. Astonished. Is this the power of dragon language magic? It's even more terrifying than a heavenly tribulation. Chapter 85. Mission accomplished. Ding. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in late. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to prevent the tyrant's revival. Reward: 10,000 experience points and a low-grade heavenly tier skill, the ancient demon sealing spell. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Xiao Ye weakly thought to himself. Ding. Learning successful. Congratulations, host, for leveling up. You are now at the second level of the Gathering Yuan realm. A surge of power coursed through Xiao Ye's body, and he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. Second level. Xiao Ye was taken aback, followed by a wave of joy after such a long time. He had finally broken through to the second level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Yet, why do I feel weaker than I did at the first level? Xiao Ye muttered to himself, puzzled as he inspected his status panel. Xiao Ye, Gathering Yuan realm, second level, weakened state. Forcibly using Dance of Demons has reduced cultivation to the body refinement realm for 1 week. Xiao Ye was at a loss for words, suddenly recalling that his current cultivation was insufficient. And forcibly using Dance of Demons would incur a penalty. He hadn't anticipated the punishment to be so severe, reducing his cultivation for a week. Thankfully, he was no longer in danger. Xiao Ye examined the skill he had just learned. Ancient Demon Sealing Spell, created by the ancient Emperor Xianyuan, seals the cultivation of demonic beasts, excluding humans, with a chance of failure. When cultivated to perfection, it can thoroughly bind demonic beasts. Xiao Ye frowned. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the skill, sealing demonic beasts seemed more suited for a beast tamer. Young master, are you all right? The giants, emerging from their shock, approached Xiao Ye with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Ye shook his head. Standing up, although his cultivation was weakened, it did not impede his normal movements. Having been away for so long, it was time for Xiao Ye to return. Otherwise, Liang Quan and the others would surely worry. Surveying his surroundings, Xiao Ye noticed that a heavy mist had risen in the swamp, obscuring all sense of direction. Why did the fog suddenly appear? Xiao Ye turned to the leading giant. Puzzled, the giant explained. Young master, this area is a swamp, which has always been shrouded in mist. The recent disappearance of the mist was due to the tyrant's machinations. He sought to attract more demonic beasts to absorb their souls. With the tyrant gone, the demonic energy will naturally return. I see. Xiao Ye nodded, then inquired, do you know the way out? Yes. The leading giant nodded, stating, the mist does not affect us. Young master, we shall escort you out. The giant extended his hand, carefully lifting Xiao Ye onto his shoulder, turning to walk into the mist behind them. Not long after Xiao Ye departed, 2 figures gradually emerged from the mist, one clad in black robes, leading a woman with a cold demeanor. How could the tyrant's presence suddenly vanish? It cannot be. The figure cloaked in black surveyed the desolate surroundings, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. He swiftly gestured with his hands and commanded, memory replay. A hum resonated through the air, and a horrific scene gradually materialized before him. A fearsome, one-legged, one-armed behemoth engaged in battle with a throng of giants, the tyrant and the giant clan. The giants were no match for the tyrant, yet amidst the chaos, a diminutive human emerged, unleashing terrifying magic that ultimately vanquished the tyrant. It was him. The cold woman behind the cloaked figure recognized the man and, with a sudden eruption of murderous intent, she was set ablaze with fury. Had Xiao Ye still been present, he would have immediately identified this woman as his former fiancée, the malevolent Lin Xia. The cloaked man paused, glancing at Lin Xia. Do you know him? Lin Xia nodded curtly, her voice icy. Master, he is the one who has destroyed everything for me. That one. The cloaked man scrutinized the image of Xiao Ye with grave concern. Lin Xia, this individual is far more terrifying than you realized. If you seek revenge, it will demand a greater price, perhaps even your life. Have you truly considered this? With a faint smile, Lin Xia replied. Unwavering, Xiao Ye has ruined my future. Without entering the Yuzhou Academy, I can never surpass him. I might as well join the Dark Gate. Sacrificing my life is a small price to pay. Excellent. The cloaked man nodded in approval. Your talent is exceptional. If you train diligently, I shall ensure you have the chance to slay your nemesis. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye had successfully exited the misty marsh. With the giants clearing the path, he encountered no dangers. Young master, the lead giant lowered himself to place Xiao Ye down and handed him a map. We reside within the demon god forest, marked here. Follow this route, and you shall not encounter formidable beasts. Xiao Ye accepted the map, puzzled, as it indicated a location deep within the beast forest. The giant continued, Young master, when you break through to the true martial realm, you must return here to enter the Hulong pool. Otherwise, you shall never transform into a true dragon. Xiao Ye nodded, stowing the map away, indifferent to the notion as he was not a scion of dragonkind. Will you not accompany me? He asked the lead giant. Contemplating how their presence could deter any who might dare to challenge him, the giant shook his head. Young master, we have orders not to leave the beast forest, and we are tasked with guarding certain items here. Very well. Xiao Ye sighed, exhilarated yet frustrated. Having such capable subordinates yet being unable to take them with him was a futile endeavor. The giant reiterated, Young master, you must remember to return before breaking through to the true martial realm. I understand. Xiao Ye waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. The outskirts of the demon god forest posed no significant threats, and with his current cultivation at the body refining stage, he could manage. Xiao Ye, is that you? As he tread cautiously through the woods, a powerful aura suddenly approached from the skies, and elders swiftly descended. Oldly, Xiao Ye recognized the figure and exclaimed, How did you get here? Seeing Xiao Ye unharmed, Oldly breathed a sigh of relief. Though he glared at Xiao Ye with frustration, I guess it not because of you. Surely you have not entered the demon realm? Me? Xiao Ye paused, then recalled his earlier inquiry about the soul-gathering grass, realizing Oldly's concern had driven him here. Touched, Xiao Ye hesitated. The events in the Misty Marsh were too shocking to divulge. He shook his head. No, I merely reached the edge, but the mist rose again, forcing me to retreat, and fortuitously, I encountered you. Is that so? Oldly scrutinized Xiao Ye, clearly skeptical of his explanation, having arrived at the Misty Marsh earlier but hesitant to enter. Oldly had decided to turn back when the mist reappeared, only to run into Xiao Ye. What happened to your cultivation? Why have you only reached the body refining stage? Oldly noticed the decline in Xiao Yu's strength. Xiao Ye chuckled awkwardly and explained, I encountered some danger and had to use a forbidden technique, which temporarily lowered my cultivation. It will recover in a week. That is good to hear. Oldly relaxed, acknowledging that the upcoming assessment for new students at Yuzhou Academy would be challenging for someone at the body refining stage, but fortunately, a week remained. All right, everyone has passed the trial. You are the last. Let us hurry to rejoin the others. Xiao Ye nodded, and together with Oldly, they departed the beast forest, returning to the city. Boss, you're finally back, Liang Quan exclaimed, rushing forward in excitement upon seeing Xiao Ye's safe return. Xiao Gu, Kuya and Zhou when approached with smiles. Humph. Du Cheng, noticing Xiao Ye's cultivation, scoffed disdainfully that a waste is still a waste. While others improve, some continue to regress. Liang Quan frowned, confused by Du Cheng's words, but soon noticed Xiao Ye's diminished strength and exclaimed, Boss, what happened? Why are you only at the body refining stage? Xiao Ye smiled lightly. It's nothing, just temporary. As he spoke, he turned to face Du Cheng and Zhang Hong. His tone icy. I have no desire to quarrel with you, but be cautious with your words in the future, or I shall teach you a lesson, even with my current strength. What a bold claim. Du Cheng raised his spear provocatively, glaring at Xiao Ye. Bang. Xiao Ye concentrated his strength in his left foot and took a decisive step forward. Du Cheng stumbled, the ground quaking beneath him, causing him to fall face first. Haha. Liang Quan laughed heartily. Little Cheng, this isn't a festival. You need not bow so deeply. You scoundrel, seeking death? Du Cheng's face turned a mix of green and white with rage, springing up and lunging at Xiao Ye and Liang Quan with his spear. Stop! Oldly's furious shout reverberated, sending Du Cheng reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. Oldly glared at both Du Cheng and Xiao Ye, warning them, disciple must not engage in private battles. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. It was evident to all that Oldly was favoring Xiao Ye. Du Cheng shot a venomous glare at Xiao Ye, gritting his teeth before reluctantly conceding. Understood. Oldly addressed the group. All right, gather your belongings quickly. We shall depart tonight, and strive to reach Yuzhou City by dawn. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms to pack as martial artists. They had little baggage aside from weapons and a few changes of clothes. And soon they were ready to board Oldly's majestic Nine Heavens Eagle, setting off for Yuzhou City. Yuzhou City, home to the Yuzhou Academy, is at the heart of the Yuzhou continent, boasting superior geographical advantages and a continuous flow of merchants and warriors. It also serves as the capital of the Nanyun Kingdom, the mightiest kingdom in the central region of the Yuzhou continent, largely due to the presence of Yuzhou Academy. Almost every year, The academy produces exceptional graduates who join the ranks of Nanyun Kingdom. The Nine Heavens Eagle, renowned for its speed, soared through the night, covering vast distances. As dawn broke, a sprawling city emerged into view. The air was filled with the sounds of birds, other flying beasts descending gracefully at the city gates. Flying is not permitted within the city. Let us descend, Oldly instructed, patting the Nine Heavens Eagle as it landed smoothly. How tall? Liang Quan and the others gazed up at the towering city walls. Awestruck, from the sky, the walls seemed less imposing, but now they appeared to scrape the heavens. Xiao Ye observed the walls closely, noting the numerous battle scars, most seemingly inflicted not by humans, but by magical beasts. The passers-by glanced at Xiao Ye and his companions with mild interest, a common reaction among newcomers to Yuzhou City. Oldly, the patrolling soldiers at the gate greeted Oldly respectfully as he approached. Indeed, Oldly nodded, leading Xiao Ye and the others into Yuzhou City. Xiao Ye curiously scrutinized the soldiers. Their weakest member was at the third tier of the Gathering Yuan realm. Such power would make them elite in Qingsang City. Yet here they were merely gatekeepers, illustrating the formidable nature of Yuzhou City. Passing through the massive gates, they entered a bustling world filled with adventurers. The broad streets could accommodate 5 carriages side by side, lined with small stalls selling magical beast materials and weapons. Oldly halted, turning to the group. Familiarize yourselves with the surroundings, explore Yuzhou City, and report to the academy on time tomorrow. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Understood, the group replied, and Oldly departed. Shall we go? Zhang Hong glanced at Xiao Ye and the others before he and Du Cheng turned to leave, showing no intention of joining them. Xiao Ge. Where to now? Kuya inquired. Before Xiao Ye could respond, Liang Quan interjected, Boss, let us grab something to eat. I saw a tavern nearby when we entered the city. Zhouwen rubbed his stomach, adding, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. Then let us feast first. Xiao Ye did not refuse and arrived at a tavern by the street, the Tianxiang Tavern. He and his companions quickly found a window-side table to sit at. Liang Quan, unable to contain his excitement, called out, Waiter, bring us your signature dishes. The waiter, a young lad with a face full of freckles, had just finished serving another table, annoyed by Liang Quan's loud shouts. He approached, sizing up Xiao Ye and his friends with a lack of enthusiasm, and coldly remarked, This is a high-end tavern with steep prices. Do you have the money? Or do you look down on us? Liang Quan slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, We are new students from the Cosmic Academy. Can we not afford a meal? The waiter scoffed, Don't blame us for not serving you. A meal here costs at least 10 gold coins. Show me 10 gold coins, and I'll arrange for your dishes. 10 gold coins? Zhouwen couldn't help but interject, Why don't you just rob someone? 10 gold coins could cover a normal family's expenses for an entire year. In the Yuzhou continent, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin could be traded for 100 copper coins. Thus, 10 gold coins were a significant amount in the eyes of ordinary people. Xiao Ye glanced at the merchant guild's insignia at the tavern's entrance, pulled out a token, and calmly said, I believe we can afford it. Bring out the dishes. What is that? The waiter looked at the token in Xiao Ye's hand with disdain, saying, Don't think just because you have some influence in a small place, you can come here and act like a big shot. Xiao Ye frowned, suppressing his anger, just as he was about to explain. A burly man from the next table stood up and said, Waiter, here's the bill. You can keep the change. He tossed 2 silver coins onto the table. All right, thank you. Please come again. The waiter's face broke into a smile as he quickly pocketed the 2 silver coins. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Liang Quan pointed at the waiter angrily. This person only gave you 2 silver coins, and you claim a meal costs 10 gold coins. Even if we pooled our resources, we wouldn't even spend a silver coin. The freckled waiter remained arrogant, dismissively saying, Even with 2 silver coins, you country bumpkins can't afford a meal here. You. Xiao Ye stopped Liang Quan from losing his temper and coldly asked the waiter, Where's your manager? Get him out here. What? The waiter was taken aback, glaring at Xiao Ye. The manager is very busy. Do you think every Tom, Dick, and Harry can see him? How dare you speak that way? Kuya, usually calm, could no longer tolerate it. Liang Quan and Xiao Ye exchanged glances, and Xiao Ye commanded, Break it. Yes, Liang Quan was already fed up. He violently overturned the table and swung a chair at the nearby vases and porcelain. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the tavern. The surrounding patrons were startled and quickly moved away, pointing and whispering about Xiao Ye and his friends. How dare they cause trouble in Tianxiang Tavern? Don't they know who the owner is? I think they are just a group of new students, relying on their little bit of strength, acting recklessly. Ha! This will be interesting. The crowd murmured. After all, the Tianxiang Tavern was backed by the Merchant Guild. which, while not a powerful force, was not something ordinary people could provoke. Xiao Ye and his companions were akin to moths drawn to a flame. How bold of you. The waiter snapped back to reality and shouted, "Security! Someone is causing trouble. Get them out." Thud, thud. A flurry of footsteps approached as a dozen burly men wielding iron rods surrounded Xiao Ye and his friends. These men were all at the peak of the body refinement stage, with the leader being at the first level of the gathering essence stage. Who dares to cause trouble here? Beat them up, the leader bellowed, attacking Xiao Ye without hesitation. Damn it, I've been itching for a fight. Liang Quan spat and stepped forward, throwing a punch at the leader. Bang! With a tremendous sound, the leader was sent flying, crashing through 4 or 5 tables and instantly losing consciousness. Damn, did I see that right? How can this fat guy have such strength? The surrounding patrons gasped in shock. Liang Quan's punch must have had at least 2,000 pounds of force. Hey, save some for me. Zhou Wan, not to be outdone, jumped in and began brawling with the dozen men. They were no match for Liang Quan and Zhou Wan, who soon had them on the ground, writhing in pain. Who dares to make trouble here? Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted as a middle-aged man slowly descended from the second floor. "Boss," the waiter exclaimed upon seeing him, rushing over with tears and snot, lamenting, "Boss, they can't afford a meal and are causing trouble." Oh, the middle-aged man frowned and coldly looked at Xiao Ye and his companions. What do you mean by this? The man's cultivation level was surprisingly at the 8th level of the gathering essence stage. Startling Xiao Ye. Could this person be a subordinate of Qing Chi, the president of the merchant guild? This is bad. Even manager's son has been alerted. These people are doomed, the crowd murmured, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Ye and his friends. Xiao Ye remained silent, casually tossing the token he held. Manager's son took the token with confusion, and upon realizing its significance, his expression transformed into a wide grin. He rushed over to Xiao Ye, smiling. "Ah, Elder Xiao, what a misunderstanding. My subordinate doesn't understand the rules and has offended you. What is happening?" The crowd stood in stunned silence. They had expected Xiao Ye to be thrown out, but never imagined this turn of events. "You, hurry and apologize," manager's son pointed at the still-dazed waiter, commanding him. The waiter was taken aback, instinctively slapping himself across the face in pain, realizing this was not a dream. No need. Xiao Ye glanced at manager's son, saying coolly, "Can I afford a meal here?" "Of course. It is our honor," manager's son immediately instructed. "Quickly, have the kitchen prepare a feast for our esteemed guests." "Wait." Xiao Ye stopped manager's son and looked at the previously arrogant but now cowed waiter, saying, "Let us stick with what he said. 10 gold coins for a meal." What? Manager's son was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, kicking the waiter to the ground in anger. When did our tavern start charging 10 gold coins for a meal? The tavern's daily profit is only about 1 gold coin. To claim a meal is worth 10 gold coins is simply outrageous. The waiter, sitting on the ground, looked at manager's son with a wronged expression. "Boss, I thought they looked ordinary and was afraid they couldn't afford it. So I just blurted it out. Damn it." Manager's son kicked him again, this time truly enraged. "I pay you to serve customers, not to scare them away. Someone, drag him to the back. Don't let him out until he cleans a plate worth a gold coin." The waiter was startled, pleading in fear. "Boss, I was wrong, esteemed guests. I was blind. Please spare me." As the waiter was dragged away, manager's son took a few deep breaths, turning to Xiao Ye with politeness. "Elder, please come to the private room on the 2nd floor. I will have the food prepared for you immediately. My apologies for the trouble." Xiao Ye nodded and headed towards the private room upstairs, while behind him, manager's son's furious shouts echoed. The onlookers on the 1st floor were left agape, filled with curiosity about Xiao Ye's identity. Who was this young man that could command such respect from manager's son? Did you hear manager's son call him elder? An elder of the merchant guild? Yet he is so young. It seems impossible. That waiter truly had it coming. He got what he deserved. Upon reaching the private room on the 2nd floor, Zhou could not hold back, saying, "Brother Xiao, I didn't expect you to be an elder of the merchant guild." Xiao Ye smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. "Boss, you even kept this from me?" Liang Quan said with displeasure. "No wonder President Qing helped you back in Qingsang City. I've heard that President Qing is quite the beauty," Kuya added, her tone slightly uneasy. Xiao Ye felt exasperated and clarified. "It was merely a matter of coincidence that I assisted the merchant guild. I am just Elder Kuqing, that I'm not as significant as you think." "Really?" The others clearly did not believe Xiao Ye's words. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and manager's son personally led in staff carrying an extravagant spread of food and drink. "Elder, these are our best dishes. Enjoy." Manager's son beamed, clearly trying to curry favor with Xiao Ye. Also, manager's son pulled out 6 gold coins from his pocket, saying, "Elder, Our best dishes cost 4 gold coins, and here are the remaining 6 for you. Liang Quan and the others were dumbfounded. Was Manager Sun going a bit overboard in his attempts to please? Not only was he offering food, but now he was giving away money too. You can leave now. Xiao Ye nodded, not reaching out to take the coins. Yes, sir. Manager Sun respectfully responded, placing the gold coins on the table before slowly retreating. As soon as Manager Sun exited, Xiao Ye swiftly snatched the 6 gold coins from the table, realizing the truth of the saying that without money, one cannot move an inch. Hey, boss, let us split it 50-50. Liang Quan, seeing Xiao Ye's composed demeanor, thought he didn't value the coins. He stretched his hand just halfway, only to find the coins had vanished. Get lost. Xiao Ye let out an angry curse. While he possessed numerous valuable items, he lacked cash. The kind-hearted shopkeeper's son offered to lend him money, which he could not refuse. Zhou Wen and Kuya exchanged glances, speechless, as they focused on devouring the delectable dishes before them. Soon, the 4 of them finished the meal in a whirlwind, satisfied as they patted their bellies and left the tavern at Sun's warm insistence. Boss, where are we headed next? Liang Quan inquired, kicking at a stray toothpick. Xiao Ye observed the passers-by, many of whom were curious young individuals, likely new students of this academic year. Let us visit the academy and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. The others had no objections. And after confirming the route, they proceeded towards Yuzhou Academy. The imposing nature of Yuzhou City was evident. They encountered horse-drawn carriages along the way. However, desiring to acclimate to the environment, Xiao Ye and his companions chose to walk. Taking a full 2 hours to reach the academy. This is situated at the foot of a mountain, Zhou Wen exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the towering peaks before him. Yuzhou City was fortified by walls on 3 sides, while the rear was protected by a massive mountain range, serving as a natural barrier. With the academy nestled here, it was unlikely that enemies would dare to invade. Are you new students? Suddenly, a man with a distinctive mustache darted in front of Xiao Ye and his companions. Holding a booklet and sizing them up, Xiao Ye was taken aback. This individual shared his cultivation level, both being in the body refinement realm, and he did not appear to be a student of the academy. Liang Quan glanced at him and asked curiously, do you need something? Haha. The man chuckled lightly, shaking the booklet in his hand. Upon seeing your extraordinary demeanor, I knew you were not ordinary individuals. This is the new student handbook, an essential item for newcomers. With it, you'll receive protection from others. Would you like one? Is it truly so marvelous? Let me take a look, Zhou Wen said skeptically, reaching out for it. Wait a moment. The man dodged Zhou Wen's grasp and continued. It costs 10 silver coins per copy, and I assure you, it is a fair price. 10 silver coins. Liang Quan exclaimed in disbelief, his anger rising. Why don't you go rob someone? We don't need it. Dear fellows, I am simply trying to assist you, the mustached man insisted. The contents within are confidential and cover a wide range of topics. 10 silver coins is undoubtedly worth it. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and said, all right, we shall take one to having recently obtained 6 gold coins. He could afford 10 silver coins. Not so fast. The man rejected firmly. If you wish to purchase, each person must buy their own copy. Otherwise, no sale. Why? Aren't the contents the same? Zhou Wen retorted impatiently. No means no. The man shot back, glancing at the group. To be frank, this handbook serves as a marker. Without it, you'll find yourselves bullied. What do you mean? Xiao Ye asked, perplexed. Buy it, and I'll explain. 4 copies will cost you 40 silver coins. The mustache man seemed to have made up his mind about them. Xiao Ye smirked coldly. It was clear this man was attempting to force a sale. Just then, another voice interrupted. Oh, are you fellows looking to buy the new student handbook? Purchase mine, and I'll sell it to you for 8 silver coins each. A young man with a ponytail approached leisurely. Fang Zheng, are you trying to steal my business? The mustached man glared at the newcomer. Haha. Fang Zheng smiled slightly, responding nonchalantly. It's the newcomer's choice to buy. How could I possibly steal? You. The mustached man shot him a hostile look before turning back to Xiao Ye and his group. Fine, I'll also sell it for 8 silver coins per copy. Deal? Sorry, we don't need it, Xiao Ye declared, turning to leave. Stop right there. The mustached man and Fang Zheng blocked their path, their expressions cold. Are you mocking us? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, assessing the two. Do you wish to resort to violence? Very well. Fang Zheng clapped his hands, scrutinizing Xiao Ye and his friends. I'll remember you, whether you believe it or not. When you report to the academy tomorrow, you won't even be able to enter through the gates. Are you threatening us? Xiao Ye stepped forward, meeting Fang Zheng's gaze. I truly have no fear. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ye maneuvered around the two and walked away. Big brother, they seem to be veterans of the academy. Is it wise for us to make enemies so soon? Zhou Wen caught up to Xiao Ye, a hint of concern in his voice. What's inappropriate about it? Liang Quan replied dismissively. Didn't you see how they were clearly trying to bully the newcomers? Charging 10 silver coins for such a trivial item. What else could it be but extortion? Xiao Ye nodded in agreement that don't worry. If it comes to it, we'll fight. Zhou Wen and Kuya exchanged glances. Speechless, Xiao Ye and Liang Quan were audacious beyond measure, but they certainly had the strength to back it up. Moreover, Xiao Ye had a unique relationship with Dean Li, so if necessary, he could seek assistance from him. Chapter 89. The challenge. After leaving the academy, Xiao Ye and his companions wandered aimlessly. Hey there. A somewhat frail boy approached, greeting them. Hello. I'm also a new student at the academy, Zheng Hongxian. Xiao Ye nodded. Briefly introducing his companions, Zheng Hongxian continued, I witnessed what happened earlier, and I advise you to tread carefully. Join a club quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer their bullying. A club? Liang Quan paused, puzzled. What kind of club? The major organizations within the academy. I happen to have some information on them. You can take a look. Zheng Hongxian handed Xiao Ye a similar booklet to the one earlier. He elaborated. Those buying the handbooks are members of various organizations. Each handbook bears the insignia of its respective group, and only by purchasing their handbook can one join. Zhou Wen frowned, exclaiming, Isn't that bullying the newcomers? Doesn't the academy do anything about it? Zheng Hongxian chuckled wryly. Oh, you know the strength of these organization leaders? Zhou Wen shook his head. Martial kings. Zheng Hongxian exaggerated. What? Kuya was incredulous. Are they more powerful than the academy's teachers? Why do they remain here if they could have graduated long ago? Zheng Hongxian explained. Some are individuals the academy cannot control, while others simply choose not to leave. They are the academy's face, so the institution turns a blind eye to their actions. Moreover, some teachers are also part of these organizations, making oversight impossible. Xiao Ye quickly skimmed through the information in his hands. It was comprehensive, detailing not only the teachers' backgrounds and achievements, but also profiles of outstanding students, and even a ranking of the top 10 beauties in the academy. He noted with interest the three major factions, the Elite Society, the Martial Arts Club, and the Green Snake Gang. The leaders of these factions were all martial kings, and the academy also boasted 4 heavenly kings, which included 1 lone wolf. Most students were affiliated with one of these 3 factions, and even the distribution of training resources was allocated according to these groups. Xiao Ye frowned. The individuals attempting to sell them the handbooks were clearly members of the Elite Society and the Martial Arts Club, and they had inadvertently offended these 2 factions upon their arrival. After finishing, he returned the information to Zheng Hongxian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, boss. Liang Quan spoke up after reading through the material. Since we've already angered these 2 factions, why not join the Green Snake Gang? That won't work. Zheng Hongxian shook his head. The Green Snake Gang only accepts females and does not recruit males. Then what are we to do? Zhou Wen felt disheartened, having left his hometown with grand aspirations, only to find himself at odds with 2 significant factions before even starting at the academy. Not to worry, Zheng Hongxian reassured. You may just have to spend a bit more money. Both factions will definitely want you. Liang Quan frowned, reluctant, and turned to Xiao Ye for guidance. We want to join any faction. Xiao Ye stated calmly. We came to the academy to cultivate. They better not provoke me. Zheng Hongxian gave Xiao Ye a thumbs up. I'm only looking out for you. Indeed, there are some who remain unaffiliated with these factions. They're all loose cultivators and the academy's least successful students. Thank you. We will consider it. Xiao Ye nodded before turning to leave. Liang Quan hurried after him, asking, Boss, are we really not joining any faction? There's no need. Xiao Ye replied coolly. If you're afraid, you can choose any faction you like. Boss, I will definitely follow you. As long as you don't join, I won't either, Liang Quan quickly assured. Me too, Kuya chimed in, following suit. Hey, we could form our own faction. With such a powerful big brother Xiao, we could surely gather a following, Zhou Wen exclaimed, looking at Xiao Ye with excitement. Not interested. Xiao Ye promptly declined. I'm here to cultivate, not to get involved in such matters. Zhou Wen acknowledged quietly and fell silent. That moment, the group arrived at a bustling street adjacent to the academy, lined with vendors selling weapons, precious materials, martial techniques, and even battle pets. Xiao Ye merely glanced through the offerings. They were exorbitantly priced and of inferior quality compared to items from the system's shop, rendering them worthless in his eyes. Are you Xiao Ye? Suddenly, 2 formidable-looking men blocked Xiao Ye's path, scrutinizing him coldly. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and asked, Who are you? We have come to issue a challenge on behalf of our young master. A burly man produced a black challenge letter from his bosom and declared, 3 days hence, at the Academy's arena, a life-and-death duel. Do you dare to accept, young man? Who are you to speak so boldly? Liang Quan could not contain his anger. The 2 men ignored him, their gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glanced at the challenge letter, the words life and death embossed upon it, and felt a pang of confusion. He had only just arrived in Yuzhou City and believed he had not offended anyone who could harbor such a profound enmity towards him that they would seek a duel to the death. Xiao Ye inquired, Who is your young master? One of the men lifted his head proudly and proclaimed, the foremost genius of Yuzhou City, Wolf Qing. Wolf Qing? Xiao Ye was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this was the man linked to the insipid Lin Xia. A serene smile graced his lips as he replied, since Wolf Qing wishes to defend Lin Xia's honor, I shall grant him that opportunity. He accepted the challenge letter from the man and said, return and inform Wolf Qing to cherish this final moment. Such arrogant words. The two men, upon seeing Xiao Ye accept the letter, wasted no time in turning to leave. Zhou Wan, witnessing their departure, glanced at the challenge letter in Xiao Ye's hand and exclaimed, Brother Xiao, Wolf Qing is no ordinary opponent. How can you so rashly accept? Xiao Ye regarded the excited Zhou Wan and asked, do you know him? Zhou Wan nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. He is my idol. I have heard he is also a new student this year, but he has directly become an inner disciple. Then we are enemies. Liang Quan glared at Zhou Wan, his voice filled with ire. Xiao Ye understood Liang Quan's sentiments all too well. For Lin Xia, he had sacrificed so much. His fall from grace from a genius to one who endured ridicule and bullying was profound. Wolf Qing, the man Lin Xia had entangled herself with, was surely cut from the same cloth. But didn't you just arrive in Yuzhou City? What grievance could you possibly have with Wolf Qing? Zhou Wan asked, bewildered. Let us discuss this later, Xiao Ye replied, unwilling to elaborate as he tucked the challenge letter away and wandered aimlessly. Chapter 90. The enigmatic little snake Zhou Wan's curiosity piqued. Yet he refrained from pressing Xiao Ye for more information. Boss, Liang Quan approached, his tone laced with concern. I have heard that Wolf Qing is a formidable expert at the 8th tier of the Gathering Yuan realm. Are you not being too reckless? Liang Quan doubted Xiao Ye could contend with Wolf Qing, especially considering Xiao Ye's current cultivation was still at the body refining stage, rendering him no match for an 8th tier expert. Xiao Ye met Liang Quan's gaze and replied, the challenge has been laid before me. How could I not accept? In 3 days, Xiao Ye would have restored his strength, yet he remained uncertain if he could truly defeat a master of the 8th tier. Although reluctant to engage in the challenge, the moment the challenge letter was presented, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! System task triggered. Defeat Wolf Qing. Reward: 10,000 experience points. For the sake of those experience points, Xiao Ye resolutely accepted Wolf Qing's challenge. Passing by, don't miss out. A powerful battle companion just caught from the ancient Ridge Mountains. An indispensable partner for any warrior. Come and take a look. A vendor shouted nearby, yet the pedestrians paid him no mind, scoffing as they walked past. Battle companions. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Capturing such creatures was no easy feat. He looked over and quickly understood. The vendor had set up a stall with several cages, all containing adorable creatures like rabbits and birds, none of which were magical beasts. They were merely pets, not battle companions. So cute. Kuya was immediately captivated by a snow-white rabbit, exclaiming in delight, Miss, you truly have an eye for beauty. The vendor, noticing Kuya and her companions were new students, eagerly explained, this is the rare snow rabbit from the ancient Ridge Mountains, possessing a spiritual nature, truly the best companion for any warrior. The ancient Ridge Mountains lay behind the Yuzhou Academy, a perilous area akin to the monster forest, where students underwent trials. Iya felt a surge of desire, rummaging through her pocket, and asked, how much? The vendor smiled enthusiastically. I can see you are knowledgeable, so I'll let you have it for a bargain. 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins? Kuya was taken aback, feeling her few silver coins were insufficient, and felt a pang of disappointment. Iya, Zhou Wan quickly interjected, don't be fooled. That is just an ordinary white rabbit, lacking any combat abilities. Hey, little brother, don't speak carelessly if you're not buying. The vendor shot Zhou Wan a displeased glance. Humph, foolish human. Suddenly, a disdainful voice interjected from the side. Xiao Ye was startled, turning to see the source of the voice, while Liang Quan and the others seemed oblivious, not having heard it. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon a small black snake coiled within a cage, glancing disdainfully at Kuya and her companions. Dragon language. Xiao Ye was taken aback, certain that it was indeed the little snake that had just spoken, and it had done so in the dragon tongue. Otherwise, Liang Quan and the others would have heard it. Boss, how much for that little black snake? Xiao Ye pointed to the snake and asked hurriedly. The vendor glanced at Xiao Ye and enthusiastically explained, little brother, that is a highly venomous black-striped snake. Though it is not yet tamed, if it were tamed, it would be tremendously useful, if you want it. It has 10 gold coins. Enough. Xiao Ye interrupted the vendor, stating, do not think we're ignorant. Only beast tamers can tame battle companions, and aside from its venom, this black-striped snake has no combat abilities. I only need its gallbladder for alchemy. The black snake slightly raised its head, casting a glance at Xiao Ye, muttering, ignorant human, you wish to use this Lord's gallbladder for your alchemy? Be careful, or I might just swallow you whole. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows and glared at the black snake. The little snake was startled. It could sense that Xiao Ye understood its words. The black snake shook its head slightly, dismissing it as a mere illusion, and ignored Xiao Ye and the others, settling down for a nap. Xiao Ye turned back to the vendor and continued, "We are not uninformed new students. 10 silver coins for the purchase. And we'll take it." "What? 10 silver coins?" the vendor exclaimed dramatically, shaking his head repeatedly. "Little brother, you truly jest out if you want it. It's 1 gold coin." Xiao Ye smiled and turned to leave. "Hey, little brother. If you think it's too expensive, I can lower the price. How about 50 silver coins?" The vendor hastily called out as Xiao Ye began to walk away. Without looking back, Xiao Ye raised a finger. "Fine." The vendor gritted his teeth and called out to Xiao Ye, 10 silver coins it is. "I'll consider myself unlucky." He reluctantly handed over the black-striped snake. Xiao Ye took the black-striped snake and said, "What about that snow rabbit?" "What do you mean?" The vendor looked at Xiao Ye, puzzled. 10 silver coins for the black-striped snake and that snow rabbit. "What?" The vendor instantly objected, furious. "Brother, are you out of your mind? That snow rabbit is worth 5 gold coins." "Enough," Xiao Ye said impatiently. "The black-striped snake's value lies in its gallbladder, which is worth only 2 silver coins. As for that snow rabbit, it is merely a pet. At most worth 5 silver coins that if you are unwilling to sell, then so be it." As Xiao Ye spoke, he placed the black-striped snake down, ready to leave. "Wait, I'll concede." The vendor called out to Xiao Ye and handed over the snow rabbit. Xiao Ye, without further ado, tossed him 10 silver coins. "If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me." The vendor smiled as he accepted the silver coins, realizing, as Xiao Ye had said, that even at 10 silver coins, he would still profit. Xiao Ye nodded, uninterested in further conversation, accepting the black-striped snake and passing the snow rabbit to Kuya. "For me?" Kuya was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she hastily accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. This lord is not even worth 10 silver coins." "How infuriating," the black-striped snake grumbled indignantly. Xiao Ye ignored it and was about to turn away when he suddenly recalled the ancient sealing spell he had just learned and thought it would be perfect for experimenting with these small creatures. Seizing the opportunity while the vendor was distracted, Xiao Ye quietly cast the sealing spell on a nearby chattering little bird. Buzz. A peculiar symbol flew from Xiao Ye's palm and imprinted itself onto the bird. Thud. The little bird suddenly stiffened, collapsing in its cage, remaining motionless, though its eyes darted about in terror. "It truly works." Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement and quickly departed from the scene. He approached Kuya and observed the snow rabbit in her cage, saying casually, "All right, enough of the charade. Reveal your true form." Chapter 91. The peculiar black-striped snake. "Boss, who are you talking to?" Liang Quan and the others asked Xiao Ye, puzzled. The little black snake Xiao Ye held also raised its head, staring at him in astonishment. Xiao Ye pointed at the snow rabbit in Kuya's hands and said, "This creature is not a mere snow rabbit, but rather a snow spirit fox skilled in disguise." "A snow spirit fox?" Kuya gasped in surprise, scrutinizing the snow rabbit in her hands, noticing indeed something different. Its ears were slightly lowered, and its tail was considerably shorter. Hiss. The snow spirit fox, realizing its disguise had been uncovered, glared at Xiao Ye, emitting furious hissing sounds. It then transformed, stretching its form to become a small fox, entirely snow white. "Wow, how adorable!" Kuya could not help but exclaim, affectionately rubbing its face. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen were utterly astounded, never anticipating that this snow rabbit was actually a disguised snow spirit fox. Although the snow spirit fox lacks combat prowess, it is exceedingly rare and exceptionally intelligent, certainly worth more than 5 gold coins. Kuya quickly realized this and promptly presented the snow spirit fox to Xiao Ye, saying, "Brother Xiao, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it." Xiao Ye shook his head, replying, "This creature serves no significant purpose. And besides, it seems quite fond of you. It possesses a certain sentience and will only linger around those it likes." The snow spirit fox appeared to comprehend Xiao Yu's words, baring its teeth at him before nodding towards Kuya and affectionately nudging her palm with its head. Kuya, filled with joy, gazed gratefully at Xiao Ye and refrained from further protest. The black-lined serpent in the cage lifted its head to glance at Xiao Ye, muttering to itself, "This human has some discernment. He can actually recognize the disguised snow spirit fox." Xiao Ye turned to the black-lined serpent and smiled faintly. The serpent, startled, felt as though Xiao Ye could understand its words, causing it to lie down obediently, afraid to utter another sound. Liang Quan, curious, leaned closer to the snow spirit fox and queried, "I have heard this creature is exceedingly vigilant. How was it captured?" "That is a question for it to answer." Just then, the snow spirit fox was eyeing a nearby candied hawthorn, drooling incessantly. Upon overhearing Xiao Ye and Liang Quan discussing it, It lifted its head with an air of pride. Ye smiled gently and pointed to the candied hawthorn, teasingly asking, "Do you want this?" The snow spirit fox eagerly nodded. Ye purchased a candied hawthorn for it, and the creature joyfully bounced around, clutching the treat and licking it happily. "All right," Xiao Ye said. Glancing at the group, "It is getting late. Let us find a place to rest." They all nodded in agreement. Given that it was the beginning of the new semester, they had difficulty securing 4 rooms at an inn near the academy. "I have matters to attend to. Do not wait for me for dinner," Xiao Ye informed the group before heading directly to his room. Liang Quan and the others assumed Xiao Ye was preparing for the challenge against the wolf pack in 3 days and chose not to press further. Once inside his room, Xiao Ye closed the door and placed the cage on the table. Observing the resting black-lined serpent in the dragon language, he commanded, "Awaken, cease your pretense." "Huh?" The black-lined serpent jolted, lifting its head cautiously and scanning the surroundings before fixing its gaze on Xiao Ye, wide-eyed in disbelief. Xiao Ye glanced at the serpent, stating calmly, "Indeed, it is I who is speaking to you." The serpent, taken aback, stepped back, realizing Xiao Ye must have already discerned its true identity, which is why he had purchased it. With a glare, the black-lined serpent asked, "Human, how is it that you speak the dragon language?" "Heh." Xiao Ye grinned proudly, "Because I am the young master of your dragon clan." The black-lined serpent could not contain its laughter, turning to Xiao Ye with disdain. "You, the young master of the dragon clan? You lack even the slightest trace of draconic aura. Who are you trying to fool? Do you doubt?" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and waved his hand, transporting the black-lined serpent into the shumi space. "What is this place?" the black-lined serpent exclaimed in shock, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings. "Is this an alternate dimension, master?" Xiao Bai exclaimed, bounding towards Xiao Ye upon his arrival. "Yes," Xiao Ye nodded, then looked at Xiao Ye, who lay quietly amidst the flowers, beside a delicate purplish herb, the soul-gathering grass he had previously discovered in the misty marsh. "How is you are doing?" he asked, his heart aching at the sight of Xiao Ye, who remained unconscious. "Rest assured, master, the mistress is as serene as ever. However, her soul has grown significantly stronger," Xiao Bai explained at that moment. The black-lined serpent approached Xiao Ye, scrutinizing Xiao Ye with curiosity. "How dare a small serpent intrude upon my territory?" Xiao Bai roared upon noticing the black-lined serpent, plopping down atop it. "Hey, who dares to tread upon me?" The black-lined serpent growled in fury, its vision obscured as it shouted indignantly. "Enough," Xiao Ye interjected, calming Xiao Bai, "This one is an ally. It is my newly acquired subordinate. Oh, I see," Xiao Bai replied, climbing off the black-lined serpent and examining it with intrigue. "Master, this creature seems rather weak. Merely at the first level of the gathering yuan realm." The black-lined serpent glared at Xiao Bai in anger. "I am not your subordinate. You despicable human. Do not dream." It spat, glaring at Xiao Ye. "Ah, such a low cultivation level, yet such a fierce temper," Xiao Bai remarked, towering over the black-lined serpent. "Master, allow me to teach this creature a lesson. If it does not recognize its own worth, it deserves to be shown." As Xiao Bai spoke, it rolled its rotund body over the black-lined serpent repeatedly. "Get away, you fat fool," the black-lined serpent yelled, but was no match for Xiao Bai's superior strength. Xiao Ye, puzzled, wondered why this creature, clearly of dragon lineage, possessed such low cultivation. He furrowed his brow and noticed strange runes on the black-lined serpent's abdomen, resembling a seal that had suppressed its power, transforming it into a mere serpent. "You dare to humiliate me? I will not let this go unpunished," the black-lined serpent roared in fury. "Enough," Xiao Ye interrupted Xiao Bai again. "Xiao Bai, show this creature some respect. It is a dragon." Xiao Bai hesitated, glancing at the black-lined serpent and then back at Xiao Ye, incredulous. "Master, what did you just say?" "Humph." The black-lined serpent glared at Xiao Bai, coldly declaring, "You are doomed. Dare to offend me, and you shall pay." "Haha." Xiao Bai's face lit up with delight as it approached the black-lined serpent, gently caressing its body. "My lord, I am well aware of your status. Please, for the sake of my master, let me off." Mentioning Xiao Ye only served to infuriate the black-lined serpent further. It flicked its tail, glaring at Xiao Ye, and growled, "What do you want, human? If you think you can make me submit, you are sorely mistaken." Xiao Ye smiled faintly, understanding the pride of the dragon clan. Persuading a dragon to become a battle companion would indeed be a challenge. Do not reject so swiftly as a dragon clan member. You would certainly refuse to become a human's battle pet, but what if it were the young master of your clan? "Huh?" The black-lined serpent scoffed. "Human, do not try to deceive me. If you were truly the young master of the dragon clan, then I would be a dragon god." With that, Xiao Ye unleashed a powerful dragon roar, causing a massive, terrifying dragon silhouette to emerge behind him. "What?" the black-lined serpent gasped, springing to its feet in panic. Staring in awe at the dragon figure behind Xiao Ye. Dragon King? What is your connection to that old creature, Dragon King? Xiao Ye was taken aback, puzzled by the term. Wasn't he supposed to be dragon god? He furrowed his brow and continued his ruse. So, do you now believe my identity? The black-lined serpent scrutinized the dragon figure behind Xiao Ye, then shifted its gaze back to Xiao Ye. Uncertainty etched in its eyes, remaining silent. How about this? Xiao Ye proposed. If I can help you break the seal on you, will you become my battle companion? You can break my seal. The black-lined serpent blinked in surprise. Glancing at the dragon figure once more, its belief in Xiao Ye's words growing stronger. Hesitating, it finally said, if you can help me break my seal, I will serve you as your battle companion for 3 years. 3 years? Xiao Ye shook his head. That will not suffice. I demand 100 years. Impossible. Can you even live for 100 years? 10 years at most. The black-lined serpent countered, negotiating, knowing that 10 years was merely a fleeting moment in a dragon's long life. 50 years, Xiao Ye stated firmly. Not a single moment less. Fine. The black-lined serpent gritted its teeth and replied, but only if you can help me break my seal. Agreed. Xiao Ye nodded, turning his attention back to the seal on the black-lined serpent. This time, he utilized the power of his system. The Dragon King seal was a powerful binding placed by the Dragon King's own hand, capable of being undone only by the Dragon King himself or 10 Dragon Masters working in unison. Xiao Ye stared in disbelief. Where could he possibly find 10 Dragon Masters? Today was the first time he had even heard of the Dragon King. He glanced at the magnificent dragon figure behind him, then inquired of the black-lined serpent, Little Black, who is this Dragon King you mentioned? What is his relationship with the dragon god? Rolling its eyes, the black-lined serpent expressed its disdain for the name. Explaining, the Dragon King and the dragon god are both powerful beings of our clan. Their strengths are comparable. However, the dragon god has been absent for many years, leaving the affairs of our clan to the Dragon King. Who is currently the strongest among us? Xiao Ye nodded, still puzzled, and asked, if I am not mistaken, the seal on you was placed by the Dragon King himself. You cannot be a malevolent dragon. Can you? Nonsense. The black-lined serpent retorted angrily, I am a prodigy of the dragon clan, a hero of salvation. How could I possibly be a malevolent dragon? Then why did the Dragon King seal you? Xiao Ye pressed on. Well, the black-lined serpent frowned, looking somewhat awkward. Is it possible for me not to say? Certainly not. Xiao Ye shook his head solemnly and said, this is crucial for me to help you break the seal. Xiao He glared at Xiao Ye before speaking. The Dragon King has a daughter, the most beautiful in our dragon clan, named Xiao Long. Having never seen her, I was curious about her beauty. So I sneaked into the royal palace's dragon pool to spy on her while she bathed. Xiao Ye and Xiao Bai were rendered speechless. Xiao He truly had no regard for the rules, daring to spy on the Dragon King's daughter. After a moment, Xiao He continued, to my misfortune, I entered the wrong dragon pool, the one belonging to Xiao Long New's mother. By the time I realized this and tried to escape, it was too late. That scoundrel of a Dragon King discovered me, sealed my powers, and kicked me out of the dragon clan. Xiao Ye and Xiao Bai burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Xiao He, frustrated, glared at Xiao Ye and demanded, I've explained the reason for the seal. How do we break it? Xiao Ye finally stifled his laughter, gave Xiao He a thumbs up, and remarked, you had the audacity to spy on the Dragon King's wife. It's fortunate you weren't killed. Humph. Xiao He snorted, falling silent. Xiao Ye reassured him, rest assured, I will help you break the seal. After saying this, Xiao Ye exited the Shumi space, feeling uncertain about breaking Xiao He's seal. Neither the Dragon King nor the 10 formidable Dragon Clan masters would be easily found. With no leads on how to break the seal, he decided to set it aside for now. The most pressing matter was the challenge with Lang Qing in 3 days. Rarely did Xiao Ye choose to cultivate. Early the next morning, Xiao Ye rose early, quickly tidied up with Liang Quan and the others, and set off for Yuzhou Academy. Today marked the registration day for new students. With classes starting the following day, the streets bustled with people, mostly new students and their accompanying servants or elders. Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many new students, Liang Quan exclaimed, taking in the sight of the youthful crowd, most around 20 years old, all with at least initial cultivation in the gathering essence realm. Such talent was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet here, they seemed as common as fish in a river. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Although Yuzhou Academy only admitted 2 colleges per city, with over 10,000 cities in Yuzhou, nearly 10,000 new students enrolled each year. Before long, they arrived at the academy entrance, where several upperclassmen were checking new student handbooks. Anyone possessing a handbook received a badge and directions to the registration area, while those without were ignored entirely. Zhou Wen frowned, visibly irritated. These people are so arrogant. Doesn't the academy do anything about it? Liang Quan glanced at the upperclassmen and said, I heard yesterday that these powerful factions seem to be connected to the academy's higher-ups. With the old principal absent, it appears no one can control them. Where is the old principal? Xiao Ye asked, puzzled. Liang Quan shook his head, explaining, I heard the old principal went on a mission 10 years ago and hasn't returned since. His fate is unknown. Now, the academy is run by 2 vice principals and 3 elders. Xiao Ye thought of elderly. Liang Quan continued, among them, elderly has always supported the old principal, while vice principal Zhang has coveted the principal's position and colludes with the elders. The elite faction seems to be his influence. What about the AI Wu Society and the Qingsang, who supports these 2 factions? Zhou Wen inquired. Liang Quan furrowed his brow, saying, it seems an elder backs the AI Wu Society. But I'm not sure about the Qingsang. All right, let's go register, Xiao Ye interrupted, moving toward the academy entrance to tea that moment. The upperclassman noticed Xiao Ye and his companions. One frowned and nudged a burly man beside him, saying, Dexiong, it's them. The man named Dexiong pushed aside a new student without a handbook and curiously scrutinized Xiao Ye and his friends. Xiao Ye merely cast a casual glance at the group and ignored them. Stepping forward toward the academy, stop, Dexiong raised his hand to block Xiao Ye's path, a smirk on his lips as he coldly demanded, where's your new student handbook? We don't have one. Liang Quan stepped forward, glaring at Dexiong. Humph, if you don't have it, then get lost, Dexiong said, pushing Liang Quan back forcefully. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, stopping Liang Quan from charging forward, and coldly asked the group, what is the meaning of this? Nothing much, a dark-faced man beside Dexiong stepped forward, looking at Xiao Ye and casually stating, just letting you know, the academy doesn't welcome you. Please leave. This academy isn't your family. Why should we listen to you? Zhou Wen retorted angrily. Humph. Dexiong snorted dismissively and clenched his fist, saying, it's all about strength. If you offend the AI Wu Society, don't even think about entering the academy. Oh, I see. Oh, you're just a lackey of the AI Wu Society. Xiao Ye replied indifferently. You brat. What did you say? The frail man suddenly drew his sword, pointing it menacingly at Xiao Ye. The commotion at the entrance quickly attracted a crowd of newly registered students and bored upperclassmen. These people are utterly lawless, coming here to bully new students. An older man murmured sympathetically after glancing at Xiao Ye and his friends. Who can blame them? The academy doesn't do anything about it. How can they? They have the support of the academy's higher-ups. With the old principal absent, who can control them? It's just unfortunate for these new students that they crossed paths with the AI Wu Society. The crowd looked at Xiao Ye and his companions with pity, having long been accustomed to such scenes and feeling anger without the ability to voice it. Xiao Ye ignored the murmurs around him and slightly raised his chin, looking at the frail man wielding the sword, and said with a faint smile, is it true that whoever's fist is harder has the say here? The frail man regarded Xiao Ye with disdain and replied, naturally. Good, Xiao Ye said, a mysterious smile spreading across his face as he clenched his left fist and waved it in front of him, saying, I wonder if my fist is hard enough. Watch out. Monkey Dexiong exclaimed, noticing Xiao Ye's movement. But it was too late. Xiao Ye's right hand brought his middle and index fingers together and flicked them against the sword. Clang! The frail man's sword vibrated violently. And in the next moment, a fist loomed larger before him, crashing into his face with a resounding thud. The frail man screamed, his body flying backward, blood gushing from his nose as he clutched his face in agony and rolled on the ground. The sword falling from his grip, which Xiao Ye's flick had shattered into 3 pieces. The onlookers stared in shock, glancing between the writhing frail man and the calm Xiao Ye, instinctively swallowing hard. What just happened? A new student just knocked out an upperclassman. I must be dreaming. Look at his cultivation. One person pointed at Xiao Ye in astonishment. Body refinement realm? How is that possible? A body refinement realm warrior just sent a gathering essence realm expert flying. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, staring at Xiao Ye. He nonchalantly dusted off his hands, ignoring the moaning frail man on the ground, and turned to Dexiong, saying calmly, I wonder if I now have the right to speak? Kid, you're asking for death? Before Dexiong could respond, the dark-faced man behind him shouted angrily and lunged at Xiao Ye with a clenched fist. Leave this guy to me. Liang Quan eagerly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and preparing to face the dark-faced man head-on. Bang! A light sound echoed as their fists collided. Liang Quan's brows furrowed as he stumbled backward, grimacing in pain. Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a glare and reprimanded. Who told you to meet force with force? Tai Chi is about using softness to overcome hardness. After training for so long, haven't you grasped the essence? Feeling ashamed, Liang Quan nodded quickly and replied respectfully. I understand now, boss. As Liang Quan stepped back to create distance, he crouched into a horse stance, moving slowly with an odd posture while intently watching the dark-faced man. "Ha! After that exchange, I can see your true strength. I'm puzzled how you even got into the academy. With such trash, I could take you down with one hand." The dark-faced man, realizing Liang Quan's capabilities, sneered, even placing one hand behind his back, with a fierce yell. He swung his fist, sending a gust of wind toward Liang Quan. Unfazed, Liang Quan mirrored him, placing one hand behind his back as well, spreading his feet wide and squatting low. With swiftness, he maneuvered his other hand toward the dark-faced man's fist, expertly redirecting the force. The dark-faced man was taken aback, realizing that all his power had been neutralized. Suddenly, a more formidable force surged toward him, and with a startled cry, he was thrown backward. "Da!" The dark-faced man stumbled, falling comically, scrambling to his feet with an ugly expression as he glared at Liang Quan in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! Your strength is far inferior to mine. How could you throw me away?" "Humph! Ignorance." Liang Quan stood there, slightly tilting his head, resembling a towering figure. Yet only he was aware of the formidable strength of the man with the dark face. His arm throbbed painfully, clearly having reached its limit. Chapter 94. The Bullying of the Senior. The dark-faced man glared at Liang Quan, his expression fluctuating between anger and anxiety, utterly intimidated by Liang Quan's recent display of power, oblivious to the fact that Liang Quan had already reached his breaking point and could not withstand another assault. Daxiang approached Liang Quan cautiously, whispering, "This hefty fellow possesses strange techniques. I am no match for him." The dark-faced man genuinely felt fear, recalling how Xiao Ye, at the body refining level, had mercilessly defeated the monkey with a single punch. What horrors might the plump man at the first level of gathering essence unleash? The dark-faced man dreaded that a moment of recklessness might lead to a fate as pitiable as that of the monkey. Meanwhile, the onlookers were already astonished, relishing the sight of the defeated Daxiang, realizing that the Love Martial Society had encountered a formidable opponent today. Murmurs filled the air. Curiosity piqued about the true identities of Xiao Ye and his companions. Daxiang's complexion darkened as he overheard the discussions. He had initially perceived Xiao Ye, a freshman, as an insignificant figure and had readily accepted the task, never anticipating such resistance. Fuming with rage, Daxiang fixed a cold stare on Xiao Ye and declared, "No one has ever dared to bully a member of the Love Martial Society. Today, I shall make you regret it." He stepped forward, slowly drawing the long knife from his waist, pointing it at Xiao Ye, coldly stating, "To pass through this gate, you must defeat me." With a playful glint in his eyes, Xiao Ye regarded Daxiang and inquired, "Are you certain?" Daxiang involuntarily stepped back, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Despite his cultivation at the 4th level of gathering essence, he found himself intimidated by Xiao Ye's body-refining prowess. The crowd murmured in anticipation, aware that while Daxiang was merely a common figure in the Love Martial Society, his cultivation was indeed formidable. Surely he wouldn't personally intervene. That would be too much of an overreach, one voiced. "Indeed, the Love Martial Society has a reputation for bullying others," another remarked. Yet, one observer noted, "Does it not seem that Daxiang is somewhat afraid of this newcomer? Word has it that Daxiang's flame blade technique is already quite advanced. He should easily handle a freshman." Daxiang, shaken from his fear, realized he had been cowed by a mere body-refining novice. And in a fit of anger, he bellowed and charged at Xiao Ye. "Die, brat!" he roared, as the long knife in his hand ignited with crimson flames, slicing toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye frowned slightly, retreating a step to evade the blade, while simultaneously gathering strength in his left foot, launching himself forward. The ground trembled beneath him, startling Daxiang into a stumble, causing him to crash to the ground. Enraged, Daxiang sprang back to his feet with a dolphin-like motion, twirling his long knife into a frenzy, unleashing a tempestuous assault toward Xiao Ye. Unfazed by Daxiang's onslaught, Xiao Ye moved with the grace of a leaf caught in a whirlwind, elegantly sidestepping the attacks. Such remarkable agility. The spectators gasped in admiration. "This reminds me of President Li's cloud riding technique," an insightful senior exclaimed. "Could it be that Xiao Ye is somehow related to President Li? Look, Daxiang is furious." Someone pointed out, excitement palpable in their voice. Suddenly, Daxiang bit his tongue, spitting blood onto his long knife. With a thunderous roar, the weapon became engulfed in a fiery blaze, raising the ambient temperature drastically. "I can't believe Daxiang's flame blade technique has reached such terrifying heights," one onlooker exclaimed, feeling the heat intensify. "This freshman stands no chance. Daxiang appears utterly relentless. Will he resort to lethal force?" Another pondered, anxiety evident in their tone. "Who can say? The Love Martial Society operates without regard for consequences. If they inadvertently kill a freshman, the Academy may not intervene." A fierce wind howled as a menacing fire serpent erupted from Daxiang's long knife, hurtling directly toward Xiao Ye. sensing the infernal heat radiating from the serpent, which seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path. Xiao Ye's expression turned grave. He swiftly drew his own long knife, focusing intently on the approaching fire serpent, and with a decisive movement, he slashed at it. A resonating hum filled the air as a terrifying cold gleam shot forth, like a flash of lightning, piercing straight into the heart of the fire serpent. Suddenly, a violent explosion shattered the silence, scattering the serpent into a myriad of flames. Xiong coughed up blood once more, staring incredulously at Xiao Ye. How is this possible? The onlookers were equally stunned, fully aware of the fire serpent's ferocity, yet finding it astonishing that Xiao Ye had so effortlessly neutralized it. You scoundrel! I will see you dead! Xiong roared again, disregarding his injuries as he lunged at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's gaze was filled with disdain. He scoffed and thrust his long knife toward Xiong. Perish! Xiong, however, let out a fierce yell, feigning an attack, only to pivot and target Koya behind Xiao Ye. Koya gasped, taken aback by Xiong's sudden shift. As a mere second-level gathering essence practitioner, she could not evade his attack. Damn it! Xiao Ye was startled, activating his cloud riding technique to its fullest, transforming into a blur as he raced toward Koya. Even if I cannot kill you, I shall make you regret this for a lifetime. Xiong's expression twisted in malice, his eyes icy as he launched an unrelenting strike. Suddenly, a metallic clash echoed as Xiong's long knife shattered, leaving him bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ye had appeared in front of Koya, his knife piercing Xiong's weapon and snapping it in two. Despicable! Xiao Ye shouted in anger, delivering a powerful blow that sent Xiong sprawling. In the same motion, he hurled his long knife, aiming it at Xiong midair. The latter, witnessing the incoming blade, felt despair wash over him. Suspended in the air, he had no means to evade. He could hardly fathom that he might perish at the hands of a newcomer. Suddenly, a piercing sound broke through the air. A long spear collided with the knife, saving Xiong. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed as he turned to the wide street. Clop, clop, clop. A man rode toward them on a massive blue horned beast. Calmly observing Xiao Ye, little brother, mercy should be shown where it is due. Why take this too far? Xiao Ye's heart raced as he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the young man. And he regarded him warily, coldly asking, Who are you? Chapter 95. Situ Qingsang. The young man, clad in armor with short hair and a stern visage, sat atop the blue bull, silently watching Xiao Ye. Offering no reply, the rapid sequence of events had left the surrounding crowd stunned, now bemusedly gazing at the fallen Xiong, expressing disdain. Xiong is truly contemptible. Unable to defeat his opponent, he resorts to underhanded tactics. Such disgrace. Indeed, the Love Martial Society seems to be full of such scum. Be careful. If those from the Love Martial Society hear you, you may be in trouble. One warned hastily. At that moment, Xiong, feeling his unscathed body, was overwhelmed with joy. He sprang to his feet and immediately recognized the approaching figure on the blue bull. Lord Situ, Xiong exclaimed, rushing over and kneeling, tears streaming down his face. You must help me. These freshmen disregard our Love Martial Society entirely. Enough? Situ interrupted, his voice booming with authority. Are you not embarrassed enough already? Get lost. Xiong trembled with fear, realizing the man's temperament, and swallowed his words, hastily scrambling away. Lord Situ, one onlooker speculated, gazing at the man atop the blue bull. Could he be Situ Qingsang, one of the top 10 experts of the Love Martial Society? Quite possibly. Another noted, eyeing the spear embedded in the ground. I've heard that Situ Qingsang is a master with the spear. Who would have thought Situ Qingsang would be so handsome? A starry-eyed girl mused, captivated by his presence, ignoring the surrounding chatter. Situ Qingsang turned his attention to Xiao Ye and asked, What do you go by, little brother? Xiao Ye, he replied without hesitation. Situ Qingsang. The man returned the introduction with a slight bow. Wow, it really is Situ Qingsang. He is among the few elite in our academy. The crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the revelation. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Situ Qingsang atop the blue bull. Recognizing the man's notable status within the academy, Situ Qingsang regarded Xiao Ye with an apologetic expression. But I extend my apologies on behalf of the Love Martial Society for the earlier offense. Would you be interested in joining us? Good heavens, Lord Situ is apologizing to a freshman? I must be hearing things. Hasn't he just offended the Love Martial Society? Why would Lord Situ personally extend an invitation? The crowd gaped in astonishment, their envy palpable as they watched Xiao Ye at this moment. Zhouwen approached Xiao Ye's side and whispered, Brother Xiao, this Situ Qingsang is not to be underestimated. With his personal invitation, our standing in the Love Martial Society will significantly improve. Xiao Ye nodded slightly, casting a glance at Situ Qingsang, and replied, I appreciate the kind intentions, but I am not ready to join the society just yet. Ah, the surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment, staring at Xiao Ye in disbelief. Who would dare to refuse an invitation from Sidu Changkong? Surely, he must be out of his mind. Zhou Wan, standing beside Xiao Ye, was nearly speechless, looking at him in utter disbelief. Fine. Sidu Changkong appeared somewhat disheartened as he looked at Xiao Ye and continued, if you ever change your mind, feel free to seek me out. With that, he waved his hand, retrieving the long spear from the ground, and turned to leave. We should be on our way as well. Xiao Ye, unfazed by the delay, was eager to check in. Brother Xiao, what am I to say about you? Zhou Wan sighed in resignation while looking at Xiao Ye. Liang Quan glanced at the dejected Zhou Wan and scoffed. Come on, it's just the Love Martial Society. Our leader doesn't even care about it. Xiao Ye dismissed the squabbling between the two and entered the academy gates, immediately spotting the area where new students congregated. It was clearly the registration point for newcomers. Xiao Ye, why does that name sound so familiar? As Xiao Ye and the others departed, the crowd that had gathered at the academy's entrance began to disperse. The man, observing Xiao Ye's retreating figure, frowned, feeling as though he had heard that name somewhere before. That's right. I've remembered, he exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that the name of the new student who challenged the academy genius, Wolf Qing? At this moment, a man approached Xiao Ye and his companions with a smile. It was Zheng Hongxian, whom they had met the previous day. Xiao Ye held a favorable impression of Zheng Hongxian and glanced at the wooden token in his hand, inquiring, is this the token representing our status as new students? Zheng Hongxian nodded and pulled Xiao Ye and the others aside, saying, I have heard about your experience at the academy entrance just now. I want to warn you that the elite society has yet to make their move. Oh, Xiao Ye was taken aback, recalling how his companions had offended the two major factions the day before, and both had sworn to drive them out of the academy. He glanced at the registration area and asked, could the elite society be planning to ambush us during registration? Zheng Hongxian nodded, pointing to an elderly man with a goatee who was in charge of registration. He said, this is one of the teachers responsible for guiding new students, and he's affiliated with the elite society. I have heard that they have instructed him to make things difficult for you. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, while Liang Quan looked at Zheng Hongxian in confusion. How do you know so much? He asked. Zheng Hongxian gave an awkward smile and replied, I have no choice. My influence is limited, so I joined the elite society and happened to overhear some information yesterday. He then looked at Xiao Ye and continued, I know you all possess great strength, but please be cautious in dealing with the academy's teachers. This goateed old man is quite avaricious. Xiao Ye nodded gratefully, saying, thank you. Zheng Hongxian clasped his fists in acknowledgement and then turned to leave. Soon, Xiao Ye and his companions found themselves in line for registration, and they quickly reached the front. Xiao Ye produced the academy's acceptance letter and said, Teacher, we are here to register. The goateed old man lifted his head slightly, glancing at Xiao Ye's acceptance letter without much interest, and disdainfully remarked, Humph, what do you think you are? A mere body-refining realm waste dares to claim to be a new student of the academy. Does the academy accept just any riffraff? Xiao Ye frowned. It seemed Zheng Hongxuan's warning was indeed accurate. However, he did not take offense and continued, Teacher, I have the academy's acceptance letter. I am indeed a new student. Get lost. Even with the acceptance letter, without proper registration at the academy, you are not a new student. The goateed old man dismissed Xiao Ye's acceptance letter, tossing it aside. Old man. Liang Quan shouted angrily, ready to argue, but Xiao Ye stopped him. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, remaining unperturbed. He picked up the letter from the ground and reiterated, Teacher, perhaps you did not examine it carefully? Chapter 96. The enrollment turmoil. As Xiao Ye spoke, he once more presented the acceptance letter to the goateed old man, subtly revealing 4 gold coins from his hand that he whispered, Teacher, 4 gold coins will ensure that you accept these 4 new students. Right? The old man's eyes brightened at the sight of the coins, yet he solemnly replied, It seems I was indeed careless. You are truly a new student of the academy. As he spoke, the goateed old man reached out to take the gold coins from Xiao Ye's hand. Xiao Ye's lips curled into a cold smirk as he suddenly shook his hand, causing the 4 coins to drop to the ground, exclaiming, Teacher, why are you trying to take my money? Ah, the old man was taken aback. Anxious as he said, That's mine. He immediately bent down to pick up the coins, but Xiao Ye seized his hand and shouted, Teacher, those coins clearly fell from me. Return them. The old man's face shifted between shades of green and white as he glared at Xiao Ye, realizing that this was intentional. You. Liang Quan stepped forward, coldly stating, I saw it too. Teacher, how could you take money from a student? The other new students began to murmur among themselves, although they had not seen the incident clearly. It was hard to imagine a newcomer daring to take money from a teacher, and they began to look at the goateed old man with suspicion. You are speaking nonsense. The goateed old man grew agitated. Gripping the coins tightly as he retorted, you claim these coins are yours. What proof do you have? Xiao Ye gazed at the old man with a slight smile, feigning innocence as he said. These few coins were earned through grueling labor at the tavern. They are covered in grease, and the back bears the inscription of the Qingsang tavern. If anyone doubts me, feel free to inspect them. Curious new students gathered closer, while the goateed old man looked down at the coins in his hand, noticing the grease stains and the faint inscription on the back. It's true, several new students remarked. Their gazes towards the goateed old man shifting significantly. Earning for gold coins from working at the Qingsang tavern must have taken considerable time and effort. How could a teacher stoop to robbing such money? What a scoundrel, one new student murmured from the back. You did this on purpose. The goateed old man finally realized what was happening and pointed at Xiao Ye, hastily explaining, Everyone, listen to me. This boy intentionally gave me the money. It is not as you think. While the goateed old man was backed by the elite society, he was merely an ordinary teacher responsible for guiding new students. Faced with the mounting scrutiny from the new students, he felt overwhelmed. His attempts at clarification only deepened their suspicions. One curious student asked, Why would they give you money? The goateed old man was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. It was this teacher who demanded for gold coins from us. Otherwise, he would not allow us to register and would have us thrown out. Before Xiao Ye could speak, Liang Quan jumped in, angrily pointing at the old man and expressing their grievance. What? The crowd of new students was taken aback, glaring at the goateed old man. How could a teacher of the academy behave this way? No wonder the previous new students left so reluctantly. I don't even possess a single gold coin. This is unacceptable. I must go to the academy's higher-ups for an explanation, one student shouted, and many echoed their agreement. The goateed old man's expression darkened as he glared viciously at Xiao Ye and his companions, uncertain of how to justify his actions. Xiao Ye smiled slightly and once again presented the registration documents to the goateed old man, saying calmly, If you assist us with our enrollment, nothing untoward will occur. Otherwise, I would not recommend escalating this situation further. The old man glared at Xiao Ye, his fists clenched tightly, radiating a furious aura as he retorted. I am a teacher of the academy. Do you dare threaten me? Xiao Ye remained indifferent, shrugging casually as he replied, You can certainly try. The goateed old man gritted his teeth. Finally relenting, he accepted the registration documents from Xiao Ye and his companions, retrieving 4 identity tokens from the side and tossing them to them with a cold remark. These contain the addresses of your accommodations. Now be gone. Thank you. Xiao Ye, unperturbed, accepted the wooden tokens and called out to the new students behind him. Everyone need not worry. This teacher has acknowledged his mistake and will no longer demand money from you. With that, Xiao Ye snatched the 4 gold coins from the old man's hand and walked away. The new students expressed their gratitude to Xiao Ye, while the old man watched his retreating figure, his face alternating between shades of green and white, muttering through gritted teeth, You better pray you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, you will regret it. Xiao Ye and his companions, holding their wooden tokens, arrived at the foot of a mountain where a row of somewhat run-down dormitories stood, designated for new students and outer disciples. A few martial artists at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Gathering Essence realm stood at the entrance of the mountain path. Upon spotting Xiao Ye and his companions, a burly bald man approached and gruffly asked, Are you all new students? Xiao Ye nodded and produced the identity token. The bald man took a glance, pointed to a few wooden buckets nearby, and coldly instructed, Go fill those buckets with water. Except for the females. As he spoke, the bald man looked at Kuya, a lewd smile creeping across his face, causing her to immediately hide behind Xiao Ye in fright. Xiao Ye and his companions followed the direction indicated by the bald man, where several wooden barrels, as thick as a person and half a person tall, were arranged alongside a dozen large water tanks. Liang Quan pointed out that there were as many as 18 tanks. Zhou Wen, evidently displeased, inquired, Why must we fetch water? The bald man shot Zhou Wen a glare and retorted angrily, This is the rule. Today, it happens to be your turn as new students to fetch water. If you wish to stay here, you must act swiftly. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and glanced at the bald man before striding toward the water tanks. Zhou Wen, the reluctant, followed suit as Xiao Ye remained silent. Observing the several massive water tanks resembling artificial hills, Xiao Ye noted that 7 were completely empty and 2 contained only half a tank of water. Given the size of these tanks, filling them today seemed a daunting task. The bald man cast a glance at Xiao Ye and his friends, urging, Hurry up, if you don't know the way, just follow behind them. He pointed towards the mountain base, where 2 men were laboriously hopping with large water buckets, splashing water everywhere as they struggled uphill. Meanwhile, the bald man had already led Kuya back to their quarters, where female students were scarce, and the senior students appeared to be quite considerate towards them. Phew, I'm exhausted, one of the men exclaimed as he finally reached the top, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Only half a bucket of water remaining. Chapter 97. Fetching water. Xiao Ye scrutinized the two men. Noticing their bruised faces, indicating they had been beaten, Liangquan stepped forward, puzzled, and asked, "Brothers, what happened to you?" The two men, around the same age as Xiao Ye and his companions, looked delicate and genteel upon seeing Xiao Ye. They quickly scrambled to their feet. The somewhat frail-looking one introduced himself as Song Ming, while the more composed one was named Wang Peng. They were all new students. It bridged the gap between them. Liangquan pointed at the scars on their faces and asked, "What happened to you?" Sighing softly, Song Ming replied, "As new students, it is inevitable to be bullied, but let's not dwell on it. Please, join us, and try to endure. Do not provoke them." Xiao Ye and his companions guessed the situation and, without further questions, joined them in fetching water. On their way, they encountered a few more students also carrying water, all bearing similarly bruised faces, indicating they too were new students, from Song Ming and Wang Peng. Xiao Ye learned that the new students here had the worst living conditions. Those who had not purchased the new student handbook or joined any faction were often bullied. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, where several dormitories were nestled in a picturesque environment. That a modest river flowed through the dormitory area, serving as the water source. Liangquan remarked, "This river must be quite long. Why must we fetch water from here?" "You don't know?" Wang Peng explained. "Only here is the terrain flat. Elsewhere, most areas remain undeveloped and are often plagued by magical beasts." Xiao Ye nodded, having sensed the ancient and formidable aura of the mountains behind the academy, where occasional beast roars echoed, hinting at perils comparable to those in the beast forest. As they approached the riverbank with their buckets, a few men approached them. More newcomers fetching water. One of them remarked with a mocking tone. Xiao Ye remained silent, observing the newcomers, who were also new students, two of whom he recognized from the registration day. Song Ming and Wang Ping quickly put on smiles, stating, "We understand the rules here. It's 1 copper coin for a bucket of water." As Song Ming produced a copper coin and handed it to the leading man, the latter abruptly tossed it back on the ground, dismissively stating, "You still owe 3 silver coins. What do you mean?" Song Ming was taken aback. While he could manage a copper coin, 3 silver coins were a considerable sum. The leader pointed at Xiao Ye and his companions, stating, "For new students fetching water, 1 silver coin secures passage here, so you won't have to pay again in the future, but if you can't afford it, you'll end up like these two. You are going too far." Wang Peng could no longer contain himself, drawing his spear and glaring at the group. "What? Do you want to fight?" The others brandished their weapons, challenging Wang Peng. Xiao Ye held Wang Peng back and turned to the leader, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Liangquan and Zhou Wen exchanged sympathetic glances with the leader, sensing trouble was brewing for him. The leader, slightly raising his chin, arrogantly regarded Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye calmly replied, "We neither wish to pay nor be beaten by you. So, what do you propose we do?" The leader was momentarily stunned before realizing, "You're looking for trouble." He clenched his fists, unleashing a fierce strike towards Xiao Ye. "Watch out." Song Ming and Wang Peng gasped in shock, knowing Xiao Ye was merely at the body refinement stage while the leader was at the second level of gathering essence. Bang! A light sound followed by a scream echoed as a figure was sent flying. Crash! The leader fell to the ground, his face swelling immediately, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, staring at the unscathed Xiao Ye in disbelief. "What just happened?" one of them asked, bewildered. "Boss." Finally, someone snapped back to reality, rushing to help the leader to his feet. "Ouch." The leader clutched his swollen cheek, wincing in pain, then pointed angrily at Xiao Ye, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Take this kid down." The others sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and charging at Xiao Ye. "Humph." Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully, gathering strength in his left foot before stepping forward with force. Boom, the ground trembled, causing those charging at him to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. In a flash, Xiao Ye surged forward like a streak of lightning. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps echoed as the faces of the 7 men instantly swelled, covering their cheeks in terror as they stared at Xiao Ye. "Who are you?" the leader stammered, almost in tears, realizing he had also been hit and now sported swollen cheeks. Song Ming and Wang Ping were equally stunned. Was Xiao Ye truly a new student? He seemed far more formidable than the outer disciples. Liangquan and Zhou Wen, however, displayed calm expressions, feeling pity for the leader who had chosen to provoke Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye approached the leader, crouching down to inquire, "Do you still want money?" "And no, I don't." The leader shook his head vigorously. "Then do you still want to beat me?" Xiao Ye continued to press. The leader's heart sank. Though he would like to, he knew he could not defeat Xiao Ye. And no, I dare not. He shook his head again, his face a picture of fear as he gazed at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction, I knew there were other ways to resolve this. However, while your issue is settled, mine remains unresolved. Huh. The leader was nearly in tears, looking at Xiao Ye, cautiously asking, what do you want? Xiao Ye continued, I see you have collected quite a bit of our money. Let us not bother with refunds. Consider it your remuneration for assisting us. Remuneration? The leader was utterly baffled. What remuneration? To help us fetch water. Xiao Ye gestured, and Liang Quan and the others promptly brought over the water buckets, dropping them in front of the men. The leader's eyebrows twitched as he discreetly signaled to one of his companions behind him, who understood and quietly darted back towards the dormitory. Chapter 98. The Elite Association takes action. Xiao Ye smirked slightly and stomped the ground. With a thunderous crash, the departing man fell flat. It seems you are not cooperating. Xiao Ye chuckled, seizing the leader and, amid his cries, tossing him into the river. Help, I can't swim. Panic ensued as the leader flailed in the water. Xiao Ye grabbed his hair, forcing his head under the water. Bubbles rose as the leader struggled fiercely. After a moment, Xiao Ye lifted him back up, gasping for air. Before Xiao Ye could speak, the leader hurriedly exclaimed, I'll fetch the water. I'll fetch it. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip. The leader, startled, was about to shout but then realized the water was only waist deep. All right, get to work. Xiao Ye instructed Song Ming and Wang Peng to fetch their buckets. Song Ming and Wang Peng were dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Ye with admiration. However, concern lingered in their hearts. Though these men were also new students, they were affiliated with the Elite Association, and angering them could lead to dire consequences. Song Ming contemplated advising Xiao Ye against this course of action, but witnessing the leader obediently retrieving water made him feel unexpectedly vindicated, so he swallowed his words. Let us go. Xiao Ye picked up a branch from the side of the road and, noticing the leader's slow movements, struck him lightly. Wang Ping, he called. Someone has gone to report. Xiao Ye glanced at the person running toward the dormitory, calmly responding, It's fine. They will find out sooner or later. Xiao Ye's disturbance was quite audacious. He seemed unafraid of escalating the situation that he paid no heed to the elite society or the martial arts club and their bullying of others. However, should they dare to target him, he would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. The leading man, burdened with a water bucket, stumbled along, spilling water along the way, while Xiao Ye followed behind him like a fierce deity, brandishing a branch menacingly, igniting a fiery atmosphere that a few new students passing by stared in astonishment. Weren't these the very individuals who had just bullied them? How could they now be seen assisting them in fetching water? Eventually, they arrived at Xiao Ye's residence, startling the senior students living there. Big brother, a robust man rushed into the bald-headed dormitory, excitement evident in his voice. There's a tough newcomer among the fresh batch. He even dared to challenge the newcomers brought by the elite society and force them to fetch water for us. What? The bald-headed man sprang to his feet, his expression filled with concern rather than excitement. You mean they struck the elite society's members? Have they lost their minds? But they were just a few newcomers from the elite society. Surely, nothing serious will happen. The robust man hesitated. Do you think so? The bald-headed man shot him a glare, fuming. Get those people here at once. The robust man shook his head. They went down the mountain to fetch water again. Damn it. The bald-headed man nearly leaped in frustration. They truly have no fear of death. Quickly, gather the brothers. We're heading to the elite society. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the robust man wasted no time and hurried off to rally others. Although they were all unaffiliated individuals, they often faced bullying and thus banded together. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the trouble they had stirred, marching down the mountain once more to fetch water. As they approached the river, a large group suddenly surged forth, encircling Xiao Ye and his friends. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. The lowest among them was at the third level of the Gathering Essence realm. Clearly seasoned seniors. Senior, the leader of the group, who had been reduced to a state of disarray by Xiao Ye, threw his water bucket to the ground and, falling to his knees before a cold-looking man, pleaded, Senior, you must stand up for me. These newcomers don't take the elite society seriously and even resorted to violence. The cold man frowned and kicked him aside, barking, Get lost, you disgraceful fool. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, eyeing the man cautiously. The aura emanating from him was chilling, and his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, with Xiao Ye's current cultivation reduced to the Body Refinement realm. Even facing someone of the 2nd level of the Gathering Essence realm would pose a challenge. The cold man turned to Xiao Ye, his voice dripping with disdain. You, the one who assaulted our members? Indeed. Xiao Ye replied without hesitation, his demeanor calm. Quite the bravado, the cold man scoffed, unleashing a powerful aura that made Liang Quan and the others instinctively take a step back, while Xiao Ye remained standing firm. Unfazed. Interesting that you've got some skill, the cold man remarked, narrowing his eyes. That I'll give you a chance. Bow your head and admit your mistake. Sever your own arms, and I will consider this incident as if it never happened. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, drawing a spear from his possession and gazing at the cold man with calm resolve. And if I refuse, then you shall meet your demise, the cold man roared, drawing a sword from his waist and lunging fiercely at Xiao Ye. Stop! A furious shout rang out as a bald man swiftly intervened, blocking the cold man's sword with a resounding clash that sent him staggering back. Xiao Ye recognized this bald man as Meng Yang, a senior from their dormitory, and was taken aback to realize that Meng Yang's cultivation was also at the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm. Meng Yang, the cold man glared at him. Seething, this matter does not concern you. Best stay out of it. Meng Yang shot a glare at Xiao Ye before turning to the cold man. How does it not concern me? This person is a newcomer in our dormitory. Oh, the cold man replied coolly, so you intend to stand up for him. As he spoke, the cold man leveled his sword, unleashing a murderous intent that bore down upon both Meng Yang and Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glanced at Meng Yang. Speaking up, Senior, this matter is mine to resolve. Meng Yang turned to Xiao Ye, fiercely reprimanding him. With your meager strength, how can you resolve anything? Ignoring Xiao Ye's protests, Meng Yang addressed the cold man. Su Hua, I do not wish to escalate this further. You owe me a favor from the vice president. I will use that to protect this kid. Su Hua paused, taken aback by Meng Yang's audacity. You wish to use our vice president's favor to shield this newcomer? Meng Yang nodded firmly. Is that a problem? Of course not. Su Hua chuckled, finding the situation amusing. This fool would waste a favor just to protect a rookie. How laughable. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, realizing he could handle the situation himself, but it would undoubtedly escalate, leading to future troubles. Grateful for Meng Yang's intervention, he shot him a thankful glance. Very well, I shall grant you this courtesy. Su Hua conceded, glaring at Xiao Ye before waving his hand, leading his group away. With a sigh of relief, Song Ming and Wang Peng, who had been standing beside Xiao Ye, expressed their gratitude, fearing a confrontation with the elite society would leave them at a disadvantage. Humph. Meng Yang snorted angrily, glaring at the new students. Stop dawdling. Hurry and fetch water. Avoid the vicinity of Su Hua's dormitory. Find another place. The new students nodded in understanding and hurried off. Xiao Ye, sensing the change in atmosphere, picked up a water bucket and turned to leave. Stay. Meng Yang quickly stopped Xiao Ye. You return to the dormitory. No need to fetch water. Understanding Xiao Ye's propensity for trouble, Meng Yang used his favor from the vice president to shield him. Any further incidents would leave him unable to assist. Xiao Ye, taken aback, looked at Meng Yang in confusion. When he received no further explanation, he turned away, feeling relieved as he handed the water bucket to someone else and returned to his quarters. Once back in the dormitory, Xiao Ye swiftly organized his belongings, ensuring he would not be disturbed, and sat cross-legged on his bed, reaching out to the system. System, how can I win the competition tomorrow? Xiao Ye's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming challenge against Lang Cheng, though his strength would return to the 2nd level of the Gathering Essence realm by then. He had no confidence facing Lang Cheng, who was at the 8th level. The system's voice echoed coolly in his mind. Your strength is sufficient to challenge above your level, but against a genius like Lang Cheng at the 8th level of the Gathering Essence realm, you stand no chance. Then why give me the task? Xiao Ye retorted, frustration mounting. I'm merely assigning a task. It is not compulsory for you to accept, the system replied with its usual indifference. Xiao Ye found himself momentarily speechless. The system's point was valid. He had chosen to accept the task. Feeling discontent, he frowned and inquired again, are there penalties for failure? No, the system replied, providing Xiao Ye with a slight sense of relief. Then it added, the system does not issue impossible tasks. Are you so quick to give up? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Didn't you just say I have no hope against Lang Cheng at the 8th level? Do you not understand the Academy's regulations? The system explained, somewhat exasperated. Lang Cheng's challenge is an ordinary one, not a life-or-death duel. Thus, during the match, your cultivation must be suppressed to the same level. Otherwise, it counts as a loss. I see. Xiao Ye pondered, realizing he had not grasped these nuances upon entering the academy. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen were similarly unaware. Feeling reassured, he recognized that while he had no confidence against Lang Cheng at the 8th level, if their cultivations were equal, he would have a solid chance of victory. Very well. This is no longer your concern, the system concluded, leaving Xiao Ye to immerse himself in training. The news of Xiao Ye's challenge to Lang Cheng had not circulated among the new students, but it had certainly reached the ears of the senior students and faculty. Deep within Yuzhou Academy, in a secluded forest, a humble thatched cottage stood. An elderly man with graying hair and a hawk-like nose sat quietly, gazing at a stern-looking young man before him. Lang Cheng, are you prepared for tomorrow's battle? The stern young man, with his hair standing on end, was none other than the genius from Yuzhou City, Lang Qing, who was set to challenge Xiao Ye. Lang Qing nodded slightly, respectfully stating, "Master, if you wish for me to kill him, why not allow me to issue a life-or-death challenge?" The old man's expression turned grave. "You are a genius of the academy. How can you stoop to squabble with a newcomer? Would that not make you seem petty? If you accidentally kill him while suppressing your strength, it would merely be a result of his weakness." Lang Qing frowned, harboring resentment toward Xiao Ye, yet he was reluctant to resort to such underhanded tactics to eliminate him. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Master, why is it imperative to kill this individual?" After a moment of silence, the old man's voice turned icy. He is a pawn of Li Tian. The wolf, having come to a realization, nodded slightly and chose to remain silent. "Wolf Qing, I have something for you," the elder said, waving his hand as a beam of light enveloped a silver needle, which then flew into Wolf Qing's hands. The elder explained, "This is the soul-piercing needle. Any warrior below the martial king realm who falls victim to this will undoubtedly meet their demise." After a moment's hesitation, Wolf Qing accepted the soul-piercing needle. "Very well. You may leave now." The elder gestured, gently closing his eyes. Wolf Qing cast a final glance at the elder before exiting the room. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Ye was roused by Liang Quan's voice. "Boss, today is the day to choose an academy. Which one do you plan to select?" At Yuzhou Academy, not only must one's strength reach the true martial realm to graduate, but they must also possess a basic proficiency in a supplementary profession, which includes alchemy, weapon forging, herbalism, or beast taming. Xiao Ye held little interest in these fields, with the existence of the miraculous system. He could easily master all but beast taming that I haven't decided yet. What about you? Xiao Ye inquired, glancing curiously at Liang Quan and the others. "I want to learn weapon forging." Liang Quan pointed to Zhou Wen and Kuya beside him, saying, "Zhou Wen wishes to study alchemy, while Kuya wants to pursue beast taming." Beast taming? Xiao Ye looked at Kuya, puzzled. He had heard that beast taming was distinct from the other three supplementary professions, requiring innate talent, something not everyone could achieve. Kuya nodded, petting the snow spirit fox on her shoulder, and remarked, "I want to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I can always switch to another profession." Xiao Ye refrained from commenting, knowing that while there were no restrictions on choosing supplementary professions, the breadth of one's experiences was finite. Mastering more than two would be exceedingly challenging. "Kid," a voice interrupted. As a bald man approached, it was Meng Yang. He scrutinized Xiao Ye and frowned, asking, "Kid, I heard you have a challenge with Wolf Qing today. In Yuzhou Academy, one must refer to those of a higher martial realm as senior brothers or sisters." Xiao Ye nodded. Meng Yang regarded Xiao Ye once more. At that moment, Xiao Ye had returned to the second level of the Gathering Essence realm. Nevertheless, no one believed that Xiao Ye could match Wolf Qing's prowess. "Good lad, daring to accept Wolf Qing's challenge." Meng Yang gave a thumbs up, saying, "Although we don't have high hopes for you, we'll still cheer you on." With that, Meng Yang turned and left. Liang Quan, realizing the gravity of the situation, looked worried and said, "Boss, don't forget about your challenge. Wolf Qing is a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Gathering Essence realm. Should we consult elderly?" Xiao Ye shook his head. "Don't worry. Wolf Qing must suppress his cultivation to match mine." Zhou Wen, seeing Xiao Yu's calm demeanor, cautioned, "Xiao Gu, even if Wolf Qing suppresses his cultivation to your level, his comprehension of martial arts cannot be suppressed. You should be careful." Zhou Wen did not believe Xiao Yu could stand against Wolf Qing. Xiao Yu merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As the sun ascended, the arena in the academy square was bustling with spectators. Wolf Qing had arrived early, holding a massive blade, standing quietly at the center of the stage. Curious passers-by paused to watch as news spread that a talented student was challenging a newcomer. Good heavens, is Wolf Qing really challenging a rookie? Has he lost his mind? What did this newcomer do to provoke him? That courting death. Wolf Qing's reputation loomed large in the eyes of the onlookers, and no one condemned him for bullying a newcomer. Instead, they felt sympathy for Xiao Ye. By midday, with the sun high above, the referee arrived, and the stands were filled with academy leaders and teachers, including a hawk-nosed elder. Although elderly was absent, the hawk-nosed elder frowned as he glanced at the sun overhead, muttering, "This Xiao Ye wouldn't be too scared to challenge, would he?" Director Zhang, a teacher beside the hawk-nosed elder, remarked with a smile. "What brings you here? This challenge seems to pose no threat." The hawk-nosed elder was indeed another vice principal. Director Zhang smiled slightly, saying, "I've heard that Xiao Ye is a genius among the newcomers, his reputation rivaling that of Wolf Qing in his prime. Wolf Qing's challenge is more of a learning experience." The teacher hastily added, glancing at the clock. "However, I fear Xiao Ye may not show up." Director Zhang's brow furrowed in concern, genuinely apprehensive that Xiao Ye might not appear. The crowd murmured among themselves, branding Xiao Ye a coward for accepting a challenge, yet failing to show up. Meanwhile, Wolf Cheng remained undisturbed, calmly awaiting his opponent with closed eyes. As the referee glanced at the time, he prepared to announce the results if Xiao Ye did not arrive soon. "Excuse me, make way." A few individuals struggled to push through the crowd from the back. "What are you shoving for? You're late. Just watch from behind." The crowd grew indignant at the attempted line cutting. Just then, the referee stepped onto the stage and announced, "Time is up. I declare that Wolf Cheng." "Wait," Xiao Ye interrupted, having squeezed through the throng. "I'm here." Without concern for others, he executed the cloud ascending technique, leaping onto the heads of several individuals and landing on the stage. Sheepishly smiling at the referee, "There were too many people down there. I couldn't get through." The referee was at a loss for words, astonished that Xiao Ye could maintain a light-hearted demeanor in such a serious challenge. Upon Xiao Ye's arrival, both Wolf Cheng and Director Zhang let out a sigh of relief. The referee checked both Xiao Ye and Wolf Cheng's cultivation levels, confirming they were both at the second level of the Gathering Essence realm. Before stepping back to announce, "The challenge begins," Xiao Ye and Wolf Cheng locked eyes, neither making the first move. Wolf Cheng coldly regarded Xiao Ye, stating, "Kid, what did you do to Lin Xia?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. Perplexed, he had intended to eliminate Lin Xia, but merely incapacitated her. "What do you mean?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "Humph." Wolf Cheng tightened his grip on the massive blade, fuming. "Lin Xia has gone missing. This must be your doing." "Missing?" Xiao Ye shook his head, replying, "I know nothing of this matter, but I did defeat Lin Xia. If you seek revenge, come at me." "Arrogant," Wolf Cheng shouted, hurling his blade with the speed of lightning, closing the distance to Xiao Ye in an instant. So fast, Xiao Ye gasped, activating the cloud ascending technique to its utmost, evading Wolf Cheng's strike by a hair's breadth. "Such crude movement, and you dare to flaunt it before me," Wolf Cheng sneered, shadowing Xiao Ye as he attacked once more. Xiao Ye, now serious, drew a spear to defend himself. Clang, the sound of their weapons clashing echoed, causing Xiao Ye's palm to tingle with the force of the blow, sending him staggering backward, nearly toppling off the stage. The onlookers murmured as they witnessed Xiao Ye being completely overpowered by Wolf Cheng, a chorus of jeers erupting. "Kid, stop embarrassing yourself up there. Just get down." "Exactly. I fear you'll lose even more spectacularly." Challenging senior brother Wolf Cheng. "Have you any idea of your own capabilities?" Amidst the derision, Xiao Ye remained unfazed, his mind tranquil. Zhou Wen's warning echoed in his thoughts, although Wolf Cheng's cultivation was suppressed to match his. The depth of his martial understanding was beyond Xiao Ye's imagination. Wolf Cheng gritted his teeth, shaking the spear in his hand, as his aura suddenly shifted, emanating a fierce presence that was formidable. "What is this?" The crowd below gasped, astonished at the change in Xiao Ye's aura. That spear intent. One exclaimed, "I've only felt this from Sidu Chong Kong. How is this possible?" Nyang Quan and his companion stared wide-eyed at Xiao Ye, who had grasped an understanding of spear techniques far beyond what they could fathom. On the stage, Wolf Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then coldly remarked, "Kid, it seems you're not just a name." "This is even better," Wolf Cheng roared, his own aura surging forth, matching Xiao Ye's intensity. Slash! Wolf Cheng bellowed, his blade descending like a comet, aimed directly at Xiao Ye. Unwilling to be outdone, Xiao Ye twirled his spear, conjuring two spear shadows that lunged at Wolf Cheng from either side. "Double dragons play with pearl," Xiao Ye shouted, and the spear shadows collided with the blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as Xiao Ye was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Teetering on the edge of the stage. "Oh no." Xiao Ye realized the precariousness of his situation. Gritting his teeth, he thrust the spear downward. Thud! The weapon struck the ground, halting his descent and allowing him to regain his footing on the stage. Wolf Cheng watched Xiao Ye silently, coldly declaring, "Today, you shall surely perish." As he spoke, Lang Cheng let out a furious roar, his large blade transforming into a wolf's head, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged fiercely toward Xiao Ye. "It's the greedy wolf blade technique," someone below exclaimed. "The greedy wolf blade technique is fearsome beyond belief. Xiao Ye is doomed." This technique is a family secret of Lang Cheng's lineage, and its attacks are exceptionally terrifying. Lang Cheng's ability to manifest a wolf's head with his strike indicates he has mastered it to a minor degree. There's no escaping. Xiao Ye thought, his expression grave as he faced Lang Cheng's assault. Gathering strength in his left foot, he suddenly stomped the ground. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground beneath Lang Cheng trembled, causing him to stagger and momentarily halt his attack. 9 stars returned to 1. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye roared, his spear instantly splitting into 9 phantoms. In an instant, the phantoms coalesced into one, a cold gleam slicing through the air, aimed straight at Lang Cheng. Clang! A violent clash reverberated as Xiao Ye disrupted Lang Cheng's attack, forcing him back. How is this possible? The onlookers were stunned. Ghostly gun motion. Without pausing, Xiao Ye unleashed another powerful shout, his spear growing colossal, casting a shadow over Lang Cheng as it came crashing down. Damn it! Lang Cheng showed no intent to evade, howling as he swung his long knife with ferocity, the massive blade's light seeming to rip the sky apart as it collided with the horrifying spear shadow. Boom! The sound was deafening, shaking the earth and sending the crowd at the edge of the arena flying. Those behind gasped in shock, retreating in fear of being caught in the fray. On the platform, a few instructors stood dumbfounded. Could such destructive power truly be unleashed by a second-level practitioner of the Gathering Yuan realm? Suddenly, Lang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze towards Xiao Ye twisted with malice. Kid, I underestimated you. I must admit, you were invincible among your peers, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. Standing tall, Lang Cheng's body seemed to be engulfed in flames, his aura sharpened dramatically. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as his muscles bulged, his form growing even more formidable. Die! Lang Cheng roared, stomping the ground with such force that a clear footprint was left on the stone arena. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant. Boom! Another violent impact sounded as Xiao Ye was sent flying. Whoosh! Soon after, a rush of air announced Lang Cheng's appearance above Xiao Ye, his long knife descending with lethal intent. Roar! Startled, Xiao Ye unleashed a resonant dragon-esque roar. Shaking the heavens, the terrifying dragon silhouette materialized behind him, strikingly lifelike. What is this? The crowd gaped in horror at the dragon image hovering behind Xiao Ye, and several warriors' battle pets cowered on the ground. Trembling. Boom! Another tremendous clash echoed as Xiao Ye and Lang Cheng reappeared on the arena, glaring fiercely at each other, neither willing to back down. On the platform, Qingsang grew anxious, glaring at Lang Cheng and transmitting a message. Enough games. This kid is peculiar. Use the soul-piercing needle and eliminate him. Lang Cheng instinctively glanced at Qingsang, reluctant in his heart. He wished to defeat Xiao Ye through sheer strength. Damn it. Lang Cheng gritted his teeth, eyeing the terrifying dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye, feeling a hint of trepidation, as he realized he lacked absolute confidence in defeating Xiao Ye. A silver needle appeared in Lang Cheng's hand, and he coldly stated, Kid, your death will be on your own head. Xiao Ye was taken aback, confused by Lang Cheng's words. Suddenly, Lang Cheng moved, his long knife swinging ferociously, conjuring fierce winds as he charged at Xiao Ye. Unfazed, Xiao Ye brandished his spear, engaging in combat with Lang Cheng. Clang, clang. The sound of intense collisions filled the air as the two exchanged blows numerous times. Die! Lang Cheng howled, retreating momentarily before launching the soul-piercing needle at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye hesitated, a chill running down his spine as he sensed a looming danger. Indestructible, instinctively, Xiao Ye shouted, and the crowd gasped as his skin transformed into an impenetrable steel-like surface. Ding! A light sound rang out as a silver needle struck Xiao Ye's throat, falling harmlessly to the ground. A hidden weapon. Xiao Ye glared coldly at Lang Cheng. Lang Cheng was equally shocked, not expecting the soul-piercing needle to be ineffective against Xiao Ye. Despicable! Xiao Ye shouted angrily, retracting his spear and swiftly appearing before Lang Cheng. Boom! Boom! The sound of impact resonated again as the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned by the unfolding scene. Heavens, Xiao Ye is utterly dominating Lang Cheng? Am I dreaming? Isn't that Lang Cheng, the top genius of Yuzhou City? Boom! With a colossal crash, Lang Cheng fell to the arena floor, battered and bruised, his body trembling as he glared viciously at Xiao Ye. Bastard, I will kill you! Lang Cheng roared, his eyes blazing with rage as he disregarded his injuries and leapt back to his feet. Oh! Lang Cheng emitted a series of wolf howls, his aura fluctuating wildly. Unstable and volatile. Moon howl divine skill. On the platform, Qingsang abruptly stood up, anxiously watching Lang Cheng. This technique is terrifying. It is the ancestral secret of the Lang family, only executable in the true martial realm. Yet, Lang Cheng attempted to wield it in the Gathering Yuan realm, risking severe harm to his body. Look, a blood-red moon is rising in the sky, someone pointed out, astonished. The crowd instinctively looked up, shocked to see a blood-red moon hovering above Lang Cheng's head. Xiao Ye was startled, his gaze fixated on Lang Cheng. Roar! Bathed in the moonlight, Lang Cheng's body sprouted long black fur, and his head morphed into a fearsome wolf's visage. Wolfman! Xiao Ye instinctively stepped back, exclaiming in alarm. Chapter 102. Little Black takes action. The crowd below gasped, terrified at Lang Cheng's transformation. What kind of technique is this? I heard that the ancestors of the Lang family in Yuzhou were werewolves. Is that true? Whoa! With a wolf's howl, Lang Cheng's presence grew feral and brutal, his blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye felt a shiver run through him, muttering under his breath, "What kind of monster is this?" Whoosh! A gust of wind signaled Lang Cheng's rapid approach, his figure a blur as he lunged toward Xiao Ye. Reacting instinctively, Xiao Ye tilted his head aside. Screech! The sound of metal scraping filled the air. And Xiao Ye felt a sharp pain in his neck, instinctively reaching to find a trace of blood on his hand. What terrifying power! Xiao Ye gasped, realizing that despite his indestructible body, Lang Cheng had managed to draw blood, highlighting the latter's overwhelming strength. Oh well, Lang Cheng, seeing Xiao Ye unscathed, grew even more enraged, emitting a series of howls. Under the light of the blood moon, Lang Cheng's gray fur gradually darkened to black, his malice intensifying. Damn it! Xiao Ye cursed quietly, feeling uneasy as he twirled his spear, preparing to attack first. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lang Cheng vanished, becoming a mere shadow in Xiao Ye's vision. Acting instinctively, Xiao Ye raised his spear to block. Clang! The sound of a collision rang out as Xiao Ye's spear shattered into two pieces. What the heck? That was my only spear. Xiao Ye cursed angrily, swiftly dodging Lang Cheng's next assault. Whoosh! Lang Cheng gasped for breath. Drooling slightly, his crimson eyes devoid of any human emotion, Xiao Ye discarded his broken spear, inhaling deeply as his aura surged, the dragon silhouette behind him growing more vivid, its red eyes gazing down at Lang Cheng. Their presences were nearly equal. What terror! The spectators shrank back from the arena, watching in fear as Xiao Ye and Lang Cheng faced off, one resembling a divine dragon and the other a savage giant wolf. Was this Xiao Ye truly just a newcomer? Doubt surged in the hearts of many. Boom, boom. The sound of fierce clashes echoed as Xiao Ye and Lang Cheng engaged once more, their powers wreaking havoc. The academy's instructors stood frozen, astonished by the ferocity of the battle below. Dean Zhang clenched his fists, silently vowing, "Xiao Ye is too formidable. He must not be allowed to grow any stronger, or it will ruin my plans." Bang! The two fighters separated, Xiao Ye pale and with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while the massive dragon silhouette behind him dimmed slightly. Lang Cheng was also in poor condition. Slightly hunched over, gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds, yet his injuries visibly healed at a remarkable rate. "What incredible recovery!" Xiao Ye exclaimed, astonished. Oh, the wolf once again emitted a long howl, and the battle blade in his hand gradually transformed into a blood-red hue. A terrifying aura erupted as his scarlet eyes coldly fixed on Xiao Ye. With a sudden push off the ground, he transformed into a streak of lightning and charged swiftly towards Xiao Ye. Damn it! Xiao Ye sensed the horror of the wolf's attack and knew he could not take it head-on. Ordinary weapons were utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocity. With that thought, he hastily waved his hand and retrieved the dragon sword from his system pack. The dragon sword, a low-grade artifact of the earth tier, was beyond his current cultivation level, yet it could still serve as a shield. Suddenly, Xiao Ye felt an icy smoothness in his hand, which did not resemble the dragon sword at all. Without time to investigate further, he quickly raised it in defense. Clang! A light sound echoed as sparks flew, followed by an enraged shout. "Damn you, despicable human! You dare use my body as a shield!" Xiao Ye was taken aback and looked down to discover that he had not drawn the dragon sword, but rather the small black snake. A mistake, indeed. Embarrassment washed over him as he glanced at the snake's smooth body, secretly amazed. Despite its boastful demeanor and lackluster strength, its defensive capabilities were astonishing, remaining unscathed against the wolf's assault. The small black snake emitted a series of hisses, angrily cursing in the dragon tongue. Just then, a sound sliced through the air, and a crimson blade of light appeared before Xiao Ye. Startled, he instinctively lifted the small black snake. Bang! Another intense clash resounded. Ah! The small black snake screamed in the dragon tongue, continuously flicking its forked tongue, cursing, "Xiao Ye, you bastard! This isn't over! Let me go!" Xiao Ye remained unfazed, witnessing the snake's formidable defenses, and he swung it once more while commanding, "If you want to live, help me deal with this madman." Just as the small black snake was about to unleash another tirade, another sound of slicing air approached, causing it to curl up in fright. Yet Xiao Ye was even more resolute, directly throwing the small black snake towards the wolf's long knife. Damn! The small black snake cursed Xiao Ye in its heart, yet its movements were remarkably agile. Instantly coiling around the long knife and attempting to bite the wolf's wrist. The wolf suddenly let out a cry of anguish, his aura fluctuating as he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. The spectators below were dumbfounded, staring at the small snake in astonishment. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye. The wolf had unexpectedly fainted, leaving the crowd bewildered. Is that the black-line snake? One person gradually regained their composure, gazing at the small black snake curled in Xiao Ye's palm, flicking its tongue in astonishment. When did the black-line snake become so terrifying? Another remarked incredulously. Xiao Ye felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Before the small black snake could erupt in wrath, he promptly returned it to the Shumi's space, pondering the secret behind its ability to incapacitate the opponent with a mere bite. Turning to the stunned referee, Xiao Ye inquired, "Referee, using battle pets isn't against the rules, is it?" The referee, finally snapping back to reality, shook his head repeatedly before announcing, "Xiao Ye wins." The crowd erupted in excitement, buzzing with discussions. Am I dreaming? A freshman challenging a genius at the 8th layer of Gathering Yuan, and he won. This Xiao Ye is certainly no ordinary person. I heard that Xiao Ye attracted the attention of both the elite society and the martial arts society upon arriving at the academy. It appears these two factions will have a headache now. Chapter 103. A visit from a beauty. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Xiao Ye had undoubtedly made a name for himself. Along with his battle pet, the black line snake, many began to speculate if the black line snake was a newly discovered battle pet. On the high platform, Dean Zhang's face darkened as he leaped onto the stage. Casting a cold glance at Xiao Ye before turning to leave, carrying the unconscious wolf, Xiao Ye was left puzzled, as he did not recognize this elder. He shook his head, not dwelling on it, and seized the opportunity to depart while the crowd remained in shock. Boss Yang Quan and the others hurried to catch up. Zhou Wen even gave Xiao Ye a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. "Brother Xiao, from now on, you are my idol." Xiao Ye merely smiled faintly, not saying much. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of challenging Wolf Chung and earned 10,000 experience points." Xiao Ye sighed softly, glancing at his lengthy experience bar. His cultivation growth was painfully slow, and he needed to find a way to expedite it. Ding! The system's voice chimed again. "A new task for freshmen has been issued. Raise your cultivation to the 3rd layer of Gathering Yuan and win the freshman competition. Rewards: 100,000 experience points, 1 random item, and an upgrade for the system store." Xiao Ye was taken aback, nearly forgetting about the freshman competition scheduled for a month later. More importantly, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Gathering Yuan within this time frame, or he would be expelled from the academy. Xiao Ye pondered, "System, do you have any methods for rapidly gaining experience points, completing system tasks, defeating high-level monsters or warriors? And upgrading the system store will allow for the purchase of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, as well as other special opportunities," the system replied coldly. Xiao Ye felt speechless. Aside from slaying high-level monsters and warriors, none of these conditions were feasible at the moment. Never mind, he thought, as he had nothing pressing to do these days. He might as well attend classes at the academy. Xiao Ye and his companions sought out a lesser-known freshman teacher to attend a lecture. However, after a morning of listening, Xiao Ye found no benefit whatsoever. His method of cultivating differed from others, and his growth was sluggish in meditation. Furthermore, the instructor primarily covered foundational theories, which Xiao Ye had already grasped deeply, rendering the lesson unhelpful, while Yang Quan and the others seemed engrossed. In the afternoon, Xiao Ye bid farewell to Yang Quan and the others. Returning to his dormitory, he decided to explore the ancient Ling mountain range behind the academy. He had to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Gathering Yuan within a month. Knock, knock. Shortly after Xiao Ye returned to his dormitory, a series of knocks echoed at the door, followed by a voice calling out, "Xiao Ye, are you there? Someone is looking for you." Xiao Ye was startled. Yang Quan and the others were in class. Who could be here for him? He opened the door in confusion to find a fellow outer disciple, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in a red robe. The disciple wore a flattering smile as he addressed the woman. "Sister, this is Xiao Ye." The woman cast a glance at Xiao Ye, smiled, and nodded, saying to the disciple, "I have something to discuss with Xiao Ye. You can leave for now." "All right." The disciple cast an envious glance at Xiao Ye and added, "Sister, if you need anything, feel free to call me." With that, he left, and Xiao Ye scrutinized the woman, who wore a friendly smile and had bright, curious eyes fixed on him. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" she inquired with a smile. Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, nodded, and stepped aside as she entered. Curiously, he asked, "Who are you?" The woman casually chose a spot to sit and replied, "Yang Yi Qiao. You can call me Sister Qiao." "Yang Yi Qiao?" Xiao Ye was slightly taken aback. The name sounded familiar. "Are you the vice president of the Green Snake Gang?" he exclaimed, recalling the name from the freshman handbook. The vice president, at the 9th layer of Gathering Yuan, was a core disciple of the academy. Regaining his composure, Xiao Ye looked at Yang Yi Qiao and curiously asked, "Is there something you need from me?" "Sister, indeed," Yang Yi Qiao said, glancing at Xiao Ye. "I saw your posted bounty task in the Green Business Association regarding the search for phoenix wood and elven spring water." Xiao Ye nodded, excitement bubbling within him as he hurriedly asked, "Do you have any leads?" Yang Yi Qiao shook her head, observing Xiao Ye's momentary disappointment before continuing, "But I do know the whereabouts of phoenix wood." "Really? Where is it?" Hope ignited in Xiao Ye's eyes as he eagerly inquired. He already possessed soul-gathering grass, and if he could locate both the phoenix wood and elven spring water, he could awaken the slumbering Xiao Ye. It is in the ancient Ling mountain range. Yang Yiqiao said, studying Xiao Ye. I can take you there, but there are conditions. All right, I agree, Xiao Ye replied without hesitation, determined to awaken Xiao Ye. He would agree to anything as long as it did not betray his principles. Yang Yiqiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a sigh. You don't even ask what the conditions are. It seems that girl is indeed very important to you. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows. Watching Yang Yiqiao with caution. This was their first meeting, yet she appeared to know him quite well. Yang Yiqiao noticed Xiao Ye's unease and explained, you need not be alarmed. I am friends with Qingqi. And I have heard all of this from her. Qingqi? Xiao Ye was startled. It seemed this Qing president was no ordinary person, being friends with a core disciple from the Cosmic Academy. Yang Yiqiao continued, I have also heard about your alchemy skills. I can take you to retrieve the phoenix wood, but you need to help me concoct a spirit awakening pill. Spirit awakening pill? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. The spirit awakening pill and the dragon transformation pill were both elixirs meant for spirit beasts. The spirit awakening pill was designed to awaken the latent power of a spirit beast bloodline. Classified as a 4th-tier elixir, one that even intermediate alchemists struggled to concoct. Filled with uncertainty, Xiao Ye replied, I cannot guarantee success. That's perfectly fine. Yang Yiqiao promptly reassured him. As long as you give it your all. I have faith in you. Xiao Ye was at a loss for words. He himself had little confidence, yet this woman he had just met expressed belief in him. Yang Yiqiao continued, the sooner we undertake this task, the better. When can you set off? Will you be back in a month? Xiao Ye considered the importance of obtaining the phoenix wood, but hoped that it would not delay the upcoming grand competition in a month. Is it feasible to return within a month? He inquired. Yang Yiqiao pondered for a moment before nodding. It is possible. Relieved, Xiao Ye stated, I can depart at any time. Upon hearing his agreement, Yang Yiqiao sighed with relief. I will make some preparations, and we shall set off early tomorrow. With that, she turned and left. Xiao Ye secured the door to his room, ensuring that no one would disturb him, with a swift movement. He entered the Shumi space. Despicable human. I shall kill you, exclaimed Xiao He, who was enjoying a massage from Xiao Bai. Startled by Xiao Ye's sudden arrival, he leapt up and lunged at him. Xiao Ye was taken aback and swiftly swatted him to the ground. Noticing that Xiao He's aura had significantly weakened, feeling a twinge of guilt, he chuckled awkwardly. It was just a couple of cuts. Is it really that serious? Xiao He lay on the ground, his belly heaving as he glared fiercely at Xiao Ye. Embarrassed, Xiao Ye attempted to lighten the mood. You're quite impressive, managing to subdue even wolves. Humph, that was the result of decades of my cultivation, all wasted by you. You owe me. Xiao He shot back, maintaining his position on the ground, refusing to rise as if to say he would not budge until Xiao Ye compensated him. How could I possibly repay you? Xiao Ye responded incredulously. Hee. Xiao He flicked his forked tongue, revealing his sharp fangs. That I just overheard that girl say you could concoct the dragon transformation pill. Xiao Ye glared at Xiao He in disbelief. You dared to eavesdrop on our conversation? Xiao He sneered. Would I stoop to such a petty act? You were simply speaking too loudly. I couldn't help but overhear. Ask Xiao Bai if you don't believe me. Xiao Bai, who had been quietly lying there, looked perplexed. What does this have to do with me? He thought, shaking his head. However, upon catching a threatening glance from Xiao He, he quickly shook his head in denial. Xiao Ye sighed, observing Xiao He, who appeared to be quite the unscrupulous character. Does the dragon transformation pill have any effect on you? He queried. Xiao Ye was puzzled. The dragon transformation pill was meant to facilitate the evolution of beasts with dragon bloodlines, and Xiao He already belonged to the dragon lineage, making the pill seemingly ineffective for him. To his surprise, Xiao He nodded earnestly. If I have enough dragon transformation pills, I can unseal my own powers. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Really? How many do you require? Although difficult to produce, acquiring the dragon transformation pill seemed far simpler than finding 10 dragon masters or locating the dragon king. Hee. At least 100 or 80. Xiao He grinned mischievously. Smack. Xiao Ye slapped him again, exclaiming, do you think the dragon transformation pill is as common as sweet potatoes? Why don't you go and steal some instead? I think you should just stay as a little snake. Wait. Xiao He quickly interjected. I was just joking. 10 dragon transformation pills would be sufficient for me to break the seal. Xiao Ye regarded him skeptically. Are you certain? Xiao He nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. 10 dragon transformation pills was not a trivial amount. The crucial factor was that producing the dragon transformation pill required dragon crystals, which could only be cultivated from beasts with at least true martial realm dragon bloodlines. Nevertheless, this was certainly more manageable than the other two conditions. I will do my best to give it a try, Xiao Ye agreed. Having no other matters to attend to, he spent some time with the still sleeping Xiao Ye before leaving the Shumi space. In a quiet pastoral setting deep within the academy, an ordinary thatched cottage housed a startled Qingsang, who suddenly opened his eyes, after assessing his condition and finding his injuries were not severe. He sighed in relief. "You are awake," remarked an elderly man with a hawk-like nose beside him. "Master," Qingsang exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet and bowing respectfully. "I'm sorry, master. I lost." He felt ashamed as he recalled his battle with Xiao Ye. Qingsang shook his head calmly. "Stand up. You have already done your best. I underestimated that Xiao Ye." Qingsang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart for losing to a freshman. "Master, I wish to issue a deathmatch challenge," he declared coldly. "Unacceptable." Qingsang gently shook his head. "There is something strange about Xiao Ye. Oh, you remember how you lost?" Qingsang furrowed his brow, recalling the final moments when he seemed to have been bitten by a black-lined snake. His aura dissipating in an instant, leading to his unconsciousness. Initially believing he had been poisoned, it now appeared that was not the case. Seeing Qingsang silent, Qingsang pressed further. "Are you confident in dealing with the black-lined snake that accompanies Xiao Ye?" Qingsang shook his head slightly. Even now, he could not comprehend how a mere black-lined snake had injured him. Qingsang continued, "This matter is rather peculiar. Focus on your cultivation during this period. I shall handle it." With that, he turned and left. The following morning, Yang Yiqiao arrived punctually to find Xiao Ye, ready to embark towards the ancient Ridge Mountain range. After bidding farewell to Liang Quan and the others, Xiao Ye departed with Yang Yiqiao, guiding him deeper into the academy rather than out. Yang Yiqiao walked with purpose. Xiao Ye, puzzled, caught up and asked, "Sister, are we the only two?" "No." Yang Yiqiao smiled mysteriously. "There is another expert. You will see shortly." Curiosity piqued, Xiao Ye chose not to press further and kept pace with Yang Yiqiao. Soon, they encountered a tall wooden fence, startling Xiao Ye. The fence loomed over 3 meters high. Its pointed top angled outward, smeared with dried blood and remnants of flesh. Astonished, Xiao Ye asked, "Is this meant to deter magical beasts?" Yang Yiqiao nodded gravely. The ancient Ridge Mountain range occasionally experiences beast tides that attack the academy and even Yuzhou City. Though such events occur only once every few years, there is no need for concern. Junior brother. Xiao Ye remained silent, gazing at the imposing fence and the bloodstains, feeling a deep sense of shock as they exited the barrier and arrived at the foot of the ancient Dragon Mountain range. It was only then that he grasped the vastness of the ancient Ridge Mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, densely forested, with the distant echoes of beastly roars suggesting dangers that rivaled those of the beast forest. "Let us proceed." Yang Yiqiao led the way into the mountain range. Occasionally, they encountered groups of academy students who greeted Yang Yiqiao while casting curious glances at Xiao Ye. Yang Yiqiao responded with a smile as they gradually ventured deeper into the mountains, where other students became increasingly scarce, replaced instead by formidable magical beasts. Xiao Ye remained vigilant, though he found that Yang Yiqiao effortlessly handled any threats that arose along the journey. As they delved deeper into the ancient Ridge Mountain range, the path grew increasingly treacherous, and powerful beasts lurked nearby. Yang Yiqiao's demeanor shifted from casual to serious as she occasionally evaded formidable foes. Xiao Ye surveyed his surroundings. The area was devoid of academy students, indicating they had entered the core of the ancient Ridge Mountain range. Curious, he inquired, "Sister, where is that expert you mentioned?" Yang Yiqiao glanced ahead. "That we are nearly there. There are some dangers ahead, so stay close to me." Xiao Ye nodded, sensing an unusual atmosphere. The trees in the ancient Ridge Mountain range appeared sparse, and the ground was littered with jagged rocks. Yet as they advanced, a chilling aura enveloped them. Xiao Ye cast his gaze toward the sun, which shone brightly overhead, then glanced around. Feeling an instinctive sense of danger lurking in the shadows, he connected with Xiao Bai in the Shumi space, commanding, "Xiao Bai, send your subordinates to scout the surroundings. I have a feeling there's danger here." Xiao Bai promptly replied, "Master, this is the territory of the Crimson Spirit Snake. Be cautious. The dark crevices in the rocks conceal them." "What?" Xiao Ye was startled. The Crimson Spirit Snake, akin to wolf packs, was a social creature, yet it rarely strayed from its territory. Comparatively, it posed less danger than wolf packs. However, once the Crimson Spirit Snakes detected intruders, they would not relent. Xiao Ye glanced at Yang Yiqiao, gripping his sword tightly as he quickened his pace, scattering something from his hands, snake-repelling powder. Clearly, Yang Yiqiao was aware of the dangers and wished to expedite their exit. However, the Crimson Spirit Snakes here were not so easily deterred by mere snake-repelling powder. Xiao Ye frowned, remaining silent as he sensed the Crimson Spirit Snakes stirring in the dark crevices around them. Suddenly, he moved swiftly, grabbing Yang Yiqiao as a flat, black figure zipped past her neck. "Ah!" Yang Yiqiao let out a shriek, instinctively swinging her sword at the threat. Xiao Ye attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a swift swoosh, blood sprayed forth as the Crimson Spirit Snake was cleaved in two by Yang Yiqiao's strike. its body tumbling to the ground and writhing in its death throes. Hiss. The incessant hissing sounds echoed around as the crimson spirit snakes emerged from the dark crevices of the stones, surrounding Xiao Ye and Yang Yiqiao tightly. Generally, the crimson spirit snakes possessed a cultivation level around the third stage of the gathering Yuan realm, which was not particularly terrifying. However, they lived in groups, and few magical beasts dared to encroach upon their territory. Today, 2 humans had intruded, and even more infuriatingly, they had slain members of their kind. It was easy to imagine the fury of the crimson spirit snakes. How vile! Yang Yiqiao exclaimed in anger, her face pale as she watched the snakes closing in. Her hand trembled slightly around her sword. Noticing Yang Yiqiao's distress, Xiao Ye gently pulled her behind him, saying, "Allow me." With that, he drew a long spear from his inventory, a novice weapon he had just purchased from the system shop. Though it felt awkward in his hands, he had no choice but to use it in this emergency. Yang Yiqiao cast a doubtful glance at him, but nodded slightly, taking refuge behind him. Suddenly, several piercing sounds sliced through the air as the crimson spirit snakes lunged at Xiao Ye, aiming for his throat. The fangs of the crimson spirit snakes contained a paralyzing venom. If one were to be poisoned without an antidote, they would quickly succumb to paralysis, leaving them vulnerable to being devoured. Clang! With a swift motion, Xiao Ye wielded his spear, sweeping away a dozen of the surrounding crimson spirit snakes, as if they were mere autumn leaves. However, the crimson spirit snakes seemed endless, relentlessly charging toward Xiao Ye and his companion, determined to eliminate the intruders. Yang Yiqiao's face turned grim, yet she still managed to strike down some of the attacking snakes with her sword. Xiao Ye frowned at the seemingly infinite number of crimson spirit snakes and remarked, "This is not a sustainable strategy." Yang Yiqiao nodded, glancing at the perimeter. "We must leave this place quickly. I have a way to deal with them." Xiao Ye looked at her, puzzled. Observing her pale complexion and trembling body, he refrained from asking further and crouched down, saying, "Climb on. I will carry you out." "What?" Yang Yiqiao gasped, her cheeks flushing red with hesitation. Xiao Ye frowned and urged, "If we don't hurry, at our current pace, we will surely fall to the assault of the crimson spirit snakes." "All right." Yang Yiqiao bit her lip, sheathed her sword, and climbed onto Xiao Ye's back. As he felt her weight settle, a faint fragrance wafted over, accompanied by a softness that made Xiao Ye's heart flutter. Whoosh! Suddenly, piercing sounds rushed at them, and Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, gathering strength in his left foot and forcefully stomping the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, and the approaching crimson spirit snakes were knocked down. Xiao Ye, not daring to be careless, activated his cloud scaling technique to its utmost, transforming into a streak of lightning as he dashed towards the exit. "How fast?" Yang Yiqiao instinctively exclaimed, clutching Xiao Ye's neck tightly, fearful of falling off. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and Xiao Ye escaped the territory of the crimson spirit snakes, carrying Yang Yiqiao on his back. Cough, cough. Xiao Ye came to a halt, coughing painfully, his face flushed. "Are you trying to strangle me?" "What?" Yang Yiqiao opened her eyes in realization, quickly jumping off Xiao Ye's back, her cheeks burning. "I'm sorry." Xiao Ye was taken aback, not expecting this poised woman to exhibit such a girlish demeanor. Hiss. The hissing returned, and glancing back, Xiao Ye saw that the crimson spirit snakes had not given up. They pursued them relentlessly. "What should we do now?" Xiao Ye asked Yang Yiqiao. Her expression returned to normal as she smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "Just watch me." With that, she scattered the last of her snake-repellent powder. Xiao Ye noticed that while he had been carrying her, she had continuously sprinkled the powder, but it seemed ineffective. Just as he was about to inquire, Yang Yiqiao produced a fire starter, revealing her small fangs like a mischievous imp, and declared, "Die." She tossed the fire starter into the powder on the ground. Boom! Suddenly, flames erupted, rapidly spreading through the snake-repellent powder towards the horde of crimson spirit snakes. The air filled with crackling sounds and the anguished hisses of the snakes, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Xiao Ye watched in astonishment, realizing that the snake-repellent powder contained gunpowder. This woman was truly ruthless. Yang Yiqiao clapped her hands, glancing at Xiao Ye with pride. "It's done. Let us go." Xiao Ye nodded, about to follow her when a frantic voice echoed in his mind. "Master, there's a crimson spirit king snake," Xiao Bai exclaimed. "Huh?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, turning abruptly to look at the fiery inferno behind them. Amidst the flames, a massive figure was rolling and charging out. "Get down!" Xiao Ye shouted, abruptly pushing Yang Yiqiao to the ground. Whoosh! A foul wind rushed past as a terrifyingly large crimson spirit snake burst forth from the flames. "The crimson spirit king snake!" Yang Yiqiao exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the creature. Hiss! The crimson spirit king snake coldly fixated on Xiao Ye and Yang Yiqiao, not rushing to attack. It flicked its forked tongue, opening its gaping maw, from which smaller crimson spirit snakes began to crawl out. Xiao Ye felt a chill run down his spine. To think it could do that? He marveled, momentarily stunned. He had assumed all the snakes were incinerated. But this behemoth had swallowed them to escape the flames. Yang Yiqiao, witnessing the scene, instinctively swallowed hard and said, Xiao Ye, this crimson spirit king snake has already broken through to the true martial realm. I cannot contend with it. You must follow this mountain path to find a man and seek his help. I will buy you time. Xiao Ye glanced at Yang Yiqiao and replied, I cannot abandon a beauty. Yang Yiqiao frowned, scolding, this is not the time for your sweet words. Our lives are at stake. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, standing protectively in front of Yang Yiqiao. No need. I can handle this. He needed a dragon crystal. And here was a true martial realm crimson spirit king snake before him, likely possessing dragon blood and potentially harboring a dragon crystal. Yang Yiqiao was taken aback and quickly cautioned, this is not the time for bravado. This creature has reached the true martial realm, and I am not its match. Xiao Ye chuckled, positioning his spear before Yang Yiqiao. Truthfully, he was uncertain about facing a beast of the martial king realm. But he had Xiao Ye, whose power was sealed but still bore the bloodline of a dragon. If a mere wolf could contend with it, this crimson spirit king snake should be manageable as well. Hiss. The hissing intensified as Xiao Ye and Yang Yiqiao found themselves surrounded by the crimson spirit snakes, leaving no room for retreat. Xiao Ye brandished his spear before Yang Yiqiao, declaring, leave the crimson spirit king snake to me. You deal with the other snakes. Yang Yiqiao shot him a disapproving glare, torn between deeming him ignorant or arrogant. Hiss. The crimson spirit king snake seemed to comprehend Xiao Ye's words, letting out a furious roar as it surged towards him with incredible speed. Xiao Ye's expression turned grave as he channeled all his energy, wielding his spear in a fluid motion, creating two powerful spear shadows that aimed directly at the approaching beast. Clang! A violent collision resonated as Xiao Ye felt his spear strike against something as hard as stone, the force sending him reeling backward. How terrifying! Xiao Ye quickly regained his composure, staring at the disdainful gaze of the crimson spirit king snake, realizing his attack had failed to penetrate its scales. Whoosh! The crimson spirit king snake lunged again, moving like lightning toward Xiao Ye. War tread. Xiao Ye bellowed, stomping the ground with force, creating a thunderous roar that shook the earth. The crimson spirit king snake faltered slightly, its speed diminishing but otherwise unaffected. 9 stars converge. Xiao Ye shouted again, causing his spear to manifest 9 shadows that rapidly merged into one, surging forward with indomitable momentum toward the crimson spirit snake. Clang! Another resounding impact echoed as Xiao Ye saw the scales atop the snake's head shatter, yet his spear could not withstand the pressure and broke apart. Hiss! The crimson spirit king snake roared in fury, twisting its massive body and swinging its thick tail violently towards Xiao Ye. Bang! A deafening crash followed, sending Xiao Ye crashing into a thicket of stones. Xiao Ye! Yang Yiqiao gasped, her heart racing as she watched him fly away. But she was encircled by the crimson spirit snakes, unable to assist. With worry in her eyes, she cursed, Xiao Ye, you idiot! If I die here, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, a melodious dragon roar echoed through the air, causing Yang Yiqiao's heart to tremble. A colossal, terrifying aura emanated from the rocky terrain, followed by a massive shadow rising into the sky. It was the image of a giant dragon, its fierce head and crimson eyes staring down with indifference, as if gazing upon mere ants. What is that? Yang Yiqiao had witnessed Xiao Ye battle the wolf, knowing he possessed such a power, but seeing it up close made her acutely aware of the dragon's terrifying presence. Her very soul trembling under the scrutiny of its blood-red gaze. The surrounding crimson spirit snakes reacted even more intensely, trembling as they lay on the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Only the crimson spirit king snake could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure, raising its massive head to gaze fearfully at the colossal dragon shadow. At that moment, beneath the dragon shadow, a small yet formidable figure approached slowly. Xiao Ye. He cast a glance at Yang Yiqiao and said nonchalantly, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and take action. Yang Yiqiao snapped back to reality, astonished by Xiao Ye's presence, and subsequently noticed that the surrounding crimson spirit snakes were all prostrate on the ground. Having forgotten to resist, with a decisive flourish of her sword, she struck without hesitation. Hiss! The crimson spirit king snake emitted a series of sharp hisses, awakening the terrified crimson spirit snakes. Its eyes glowed a fierce red as it suppressed its fear, daring not to look at the terrifying shadow behind Xiao Ye, but fixed its gaze intently on him. The crimson spirit king snake suddenly opened its gaping maw and lunged at Xiao Ye. Just what I wanted, Xiao Ye exclaimed coldly, showing no inclination to evade. A powerful aura erupted from his body, gradually transforming him into a shade of black, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Observing Xiao Ye's unwavering stance, the Crimson Spirit King snake felt a flicker of pride in its eyes, baring its venomous fangs and preparing to bite down on Xiao Ye's head. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the venomous fangs shattered. And the snake let out a pained cry, writhing on the ground in agony, blood spilling from its mouth. Not that of Xiao Ye, but its own. Smack! The Crimson Spirit King snake, in a fit of terror, swung its tail and sent Xiao Ye flying, its cold gaze shifting towards Yang Yiqiao, who was relentlessly slaying the Crimson Spirit snakes. Be careful, Xiao Ye suddenly realized, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning. Appearing before the Crimson Spirit King snake in an instant, he clenched his fists, aiming for the snake's injured maw. Bang! Bang! The resounding impacts reverberated as Xiao Ye's fist pummeled the snake's mouth, reducing it to a bloody mess. The creature emitted anguished hisses, its eyes filled with pain and hatred as it glared at Xiao Ye that moment. Under the intimidation of Xiao Ye's dragon roar, Yang Yiqiao had finished slaughtering all the Crimson Spirit snakes. She looked at Xiao Ye, engaged in battle with the Crimson Spirit King snake, gripped her sword tighter, and rushed forward, saying, "I will help you." Xiao Ye was startled and quickly shouted, "Don't come over." Currently, Xiao Ye's body was as tough as steel, reinforced with unbreakable steel, and the Crimson Spirit King snake posed no threat to him. However, Yang Yiqiao was different. Hiss! The Crimson Spirit King snake rolled its body, evading Xiao Ye's assault, and turned its venomous gaze towards the approaching Yang Yiqiao. Filled with immense resentment, it suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a small black shadow, the size of a thumb, shot towards Yang Yiqiao. It was a young Crimson Spirit King snake. Huh! Yang Yiqiao was taken aback, wanting to dodge but too late. The young snake bit down on her neck. Yang Yiqiao cried out in alarm, swinging her sword to sever the small snake, but immediately felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. "Senior sister," Xiao Ye was shocked. Just then, a sound of slicing air came as the Crimson Spirit King snake lunged at Xiao Ye with its gaping mouth. Damn it! Xiao Ye caught a whiff of a foul stench, exclaiming in alarm as he tried to evade, only to feel a tightening around his waist, a nauseating muscle writhing and squeezing him deeper inside. Xiao Ye suddenly realized he was being swallowed by the snake. "Damn it, I'm not Sun Wukong. Why are you eating me?" he cursed, overwhelmed by the suffocating stench. Then he felt a searing sensation ahead, snake gastric acid filled with corrosive properties. Startled, Xiao Ye held his breath and summoned Xiao He from the Shumi space. Damn it! Xiao He was startled, having been asleep, and upon feeling the sudden pressure and the foul odor, he exclaimed, "Xiao Ye, you idiot! What is this place?" Xiao Ye sheepishly replied, "Inside the belly of the Crimson Spirit King snake." "Do you have any way to get us out?" "What?" Xiao He was incredulous, angrily retorting, "Xiao Ye, you're a fool for getting swallowed by a snake and expecting me to save you. Dream on." Xiao Ye shot back, "If you won't help, stay in there." With a swift motion, Xiao Ye entered the Shumi space, ignoring Xiao He's protests. "Hey, you jerk, stop!" Xiao He yelled in frustration, realizing the space had suddenly widened, indicating Xiao Ye had entered the Shumi space. Furious, he cursed, but he knew he needed Xiao Ye's permission to enter. Meanwhile, the Crimson Spirit King snake lay contentedly basking in the sun when it suddenly felt a void in its belly. Puzzled, it raised its massive head, wondering if the human had already been digested. Yet, why did it still feel an insatiable hunger? Normally, consuming such a large beast would satiate its hunger for days. Perplexed, the Crimson Spirit King snake dismissed the thought, attributing it to Xiao Ye being too thinned. It lay lazily, glancing at the unconscious Yang Yiqiao beside it, planning to savor this human later. Serpents possess a strong territorial instinct and do not hunt actively. They merely wait for prey to come to them. Whoosh! At that moment, Xiao Ye found himself in the Shumi space, feeling considerably relieved as he took a deep breath and addressed Xiao He. "If you can't break open the belly of the Crimson Spirit King snake, you might as well stay in there forever." "Ah, you bastard, Xiao Ye," Xiao He cursed furiously. "I'm currently powerless, and this snake's skin is incredibly tough. How can I break out? Get me out of here, or I'll have it out with you." Xiao Ye was too lazy to respond, lying on the grass and yawning. "You better hurry, or you'll be digested by this guy." Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Xiao Ye was far from relaxed. Yang Yiqiao had been bitten by the snake, and he didn't know her condition. If she didn't receive timely treatment, she would be in grave danger. "Master." At that moment, Xiao Bai approached, saying, "I have a solution." Xiao Ye sat up abruptly, astonished. "Really?" Xiao Bai nodded. "I have accumulated many worker ants. While they may not be skilled in combat or reconnaissance, they excel at building nests. And the formic acid they release can corrode the belly of the Crimson Spirit King snake." Xiao Ye knew Xiao Bai was far more reliable than Xiao He, since Xiao Bai said so. "It must be feasible. Let us go." With that, Xiao Ye moved swiftly, taking Xiao Bai with him as they exited the Shumi space. Boom! The spacious area that Xiao Ye had enjoyed moments ago became cramped again. And he yelled, "Xiao Ye, get me into the Shumi space. I truly have no way out." Realizing Xiao Ye was not lying, Xiao Ye waved his hand and pulled him into the Shumi space. Then turned to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai writhed his corpulent body, struggling to turn around, and soon a swarm of fist-sized devouring ants emerged from his body, brandishing their fearsome pincers and getting to work. Outside, the basking crimson spirit king snake was startled, watching its suddenly bulging belly with confusion. Had it been dreaming? Why did it feel as though its stomach had grown larger? Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through its belly. And the crimson spirit king snake came to its senses, writhing in agony as something inside seemed to be gnawing at its organs and flesh. Hiss! The crimson spirit king snake, in excruciating pain, crashed against a boulder, but the agony only intensified. It began to thrash wildly through the stone forest, seemingly driven mad. Inside the snake's belly, Xiao Ye and Xiao Bai felt as if the world was spinning. They glanced at the industrious worker ants, then swiftly entered the Shumi space. Outside, the crimson spirit king snake was momentarily stunned as its belly shrank again, but the pain became even more pronounced. Realizing that the human it had just swallowed was causing the chaos within, the crimson spirit king snake gritted its teeth against the agony and plunged into the river, gulping down water in an attempt to drown Xiao Ye. Chapter 108. Detoxification. However, the devouring ants, sensing the rushing water, became even more frenzied, relentlessly tearing at the flesh of the crimson spirit king snake, secreting corrosive formic acid. Hiss! The crimson spirit king snake flicked its tongue, rolling on the ground in pain, its belly writhing as it tried to expel the intruders, but instead, it vomited forth a torrent of blood. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the scales on the snake's abdomen shattered, and a swarm of fist-sized devouring ants emerged, brandishing their enormous pincers. "Master," Xiao Bai from the Shumi space spoke up. "It's open." Xiao Ye nodded, swiftly exiting the Shumi space, only to be greeted by a wave of putrid odor. He forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit as he crawled out from the belly of the Crimson Spirit King snake. At that moment, the Crimson Spirit King snake lay weakly on the ground. Barely alive, Xiao Ye jumped into the river to wash off the filth and summoned Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was immediately displeased, shouting angrily, "Human, what do you want? Do you believe I want to swallow you whole?" Xiao Ye shot him a dark look, kicking angrily. "Do you still want to lift the seal?" Xiao Ye's bravado faltered, and he glared at Xiao Ye, too intimidated to speak. Xiao Ye continued, "This red spirit king snake has evidently transcended into the true martial realm, and it is highly likely that it has nurtured a dragon crystal within. Retrieve it." Little Black's eyes gleamed with excitement. Before Xiao Ye could finish, he swiftly burrowed into the mouth of the red spirit king snake. Shortly thereafter, a spine-chilling scream echoed, signaling the snake's demise. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, his heart heavy with concern for Yang Yiqiao's safety. Ignoring Little Black, he hurried to the site of their earlier battle. And there, he spotted Yang Yiqiao lying on the ground. Rushing over, he noticed her lips had darkened, her eyes tightly shut, and a bite mark marred her neck. She had clearly been poisoned by the snake. "Senior sister, are you all right?" Xiao Ye felt utterly helpless. He had not prepared any antidotes and had no choice but to appeal to the system. In his mind, he called out, "System, how do I cure this snake venom?" The system responded in its mechanical voice, "There is an antidote pill available in the shop, priced at 10,000 experience points each." "What the hell? Are you robbing me?" Xiao Ye could not help but curse, realizing that defeating the wolf only rewarded him with a mere 10,000 experience points, while one antidote pill cost the same. The system replied earnestly, "This is the venom of the red spirit king snake. It is not something an ordinary antidote pill can resolve. 10,000 experience points is already a generous discount." Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, glancing at the trembling Yang Yiqiao in his arms, her body cold and clearly in excruciating pain. He mentally cursed the system once again before reluctantly saying, "Fine, you win, I'll buy it." Ding! System notification. Obtain one antidote pill, 10,000 experience points deducted. Xiao Ye felt a pang in his heart as he retrieved the pill, ready to administer it to Yang Yiqiao. Just then, the system's voice interrupted him again, to completely eliminate the snake venom. "You must first cleanse the wound." Xiao Ye was puzzled and asked, "How do I do that?" "Quite simple," the system replied calmly. "You need to suck out the snake venom with your mouth, then crush 1/3 of the antidote pill and apply it to her wound, while the remaining portion should be ingested by her." "What?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, staring at Yang Yiqiao, who was unconscious, her brow furrowed in pain. To be honest, Yang Yiqiao was stunningly beautiful, and he felt a twinge of guilt. His gaze shifted downward to her slender, fair neck, and he swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. No matter, saving her is paramount. With that, Xiao Ye leaned down and began to suck the venom from her wound. Yang Yiqiao instinctively let out a soft moan, her brows knitting tighter, seemingly in more agony. Xiao Ye quickly spat out the dark, venomous blood, which fell to the ground, causing the lush green grass to wither instantly. At last, he had successfully drawn out the venom from Yang Yiqiao's wound, but he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He too was experiencing some effects of the poison. Determined, he pressed on. Following the system's instructions to crush 1/3 of the antidote pill and apply it to her wound before administering the rest to her, he watched in relief as Yang Yiqiao's lips began to regain their normal hue. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ye focused on expelling the lingering venom from his own body. Fortunately, his constitution had become resilient to toxins. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dispel the poison so easily. At that moment, Little Black crawled over, looking dejected. Xiao Ye glanced at him and, without needing to ask, understood that the Red Spirit King snake had not produced a dragon crystal. Little Black glared at Xiao Ye. Fuming, "You made me work for nothing." Thinking there would be something to gain, Xiao Ye ignored the creature, beckoning it into the space of the exilite as twilight descended. He looked at the still unconscious Yang Yiqiao. Unfamiliar with the path ahead and not in a hurry to leave, he decided to start a fire and prepare some food. Fortunately, they were in the domain of the Red Spirit Snake, devoid of formidable beasts, allowing Xiao Ye to easily find a slender Red Spirit King snake on the ground. He simply processed it, skewered it on a branch, and set it over the fire to grill. Suddenly, a soft groan echoed, and Yang Yiqiao weakly opened her eyes. Hearing the sound, Xiao Ye rushed over, relieved to see her awake. "You're awake. Eat something," he said. Yang Yiqiao nodded gently, still somewhat weak, and touched the wound on her neck. Suddenly realizing something, her face flushed slightly as she looked at Xiao Ye and whispered, "Thank you." Xiao Ye awkwardly smiled, not knowing how to respond. He had no idea how Yang Yiqiao would react if she learned of the method he used to extract the poison. They shared a modest meal, and the night passed in silence. The following day, Yang Yiqiao seemed to have regained her strength. After orienting herself, she said, "We've lingered here long enough. Let us go." Xiao Ye nodded and followed closely behind Yang Yiqiao as they continued to navigate the ancient Spirit Mountain range. This time, he instructed Little White to release the spirit-eating ants to scout the surroundings. Given the possibility of encountering terrifying beasts like the Red Spirit King snake again, Xiao Ye felt uncertain about evading danger. Suddenly, a crack of thunder filled the air. Xiao Ye looked up to see a mountain peak shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing ominously above. Yang Yiqiao glanced at Xiao Ye and explained, "This is the goddess punishment peak. No matter the weather, it remains enveloped in lightning, earning its name. The person we seek is located atop this peak." Xiao Ye was taken aback, staring at the mountain before him. The sky was clear all around. Yet the summit was hidden beneath dense clouds, with lightning flashing, a truly eerie sight. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiao Ye noticed it was barren, devoid of vegetation, and littered with strange black stones. Curiosity piqued, he followed Yang Yiqiao as she started her ascent, frowning slightly at the desolate terrain. Rumbling. The sound of thunder echoed continuously. Xiao Ye felt a growing sense of oppression beneath the electrifying sky. As if even his steps had grown heavier, "Master," Little White's voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. "This mountain possesses a magnetic field that attracts the clouds of lightning from above, and there is a peculiar gravitational force. My subordinates cannot climb it." Gravitational force? Xiao Ye was taken aback, quickly realizing that it was not his own weight that had increased, but rather the mountain's influence. He glanced at Yang Yiqiao, who was visibly struggling, her expression serious. Yang Yiqiao noticed his gaze and explained, "The gravitational force of this peak differs from the outside world. It intensifies as one ascends. At the halfway point, the gravity is approximately 30 times that of the outside. I have not heard of anyone reaching the summit." Xiao Ye was astonished by this peculiar phenomenon and inquired, "So the person we seek is at the summit?" "No." Yang Yiqiao shook her head. Slightly out of breath, "He is cultivating at the halfway point." Yang Yiqiao glanced at Xiao Ye, who appeared unfazed, and remarked in surprise, "Does the gravity here not affect you?" Xiao Ye smiled faintly and replied, "Not really. My physique is somewhat unique, allowing me to withstand this gravity. Thanks to the transformation from the copper muscle iron bone pill, combined with the lightning punishment body refinement, Xiao Ye's physique had reached an extraordinary level. Now, the gravity felt like only 3 times that of the outside world, a feat that would leave ordinary individuals struggling, yet it remained within Xiao Ye's limits." Yang Yiqiao secretly marveled, gazing at Xiao Ye with envy. For martial artists, enhancing one's physique is the most arduous challenge. Only upon reaching the martial king realm and enduring the heavenly thunder body refinement does one's constitution improve. This is also why magical beasts of the same level often surpass human martial artists. As they pressed on, the gravity intensified to 5 times that of the outside world. Yang Yiqiao found herself bending over to catch her breath, clearly reaching her limit. In contrast, Xiao Ye merely breathed heavily, occasionally pausing to assist her. Yang Yiqiao looked at him as if he were a monster and exclaimed, "If I didn't know your cultivation level, I would surely think you were a true martial realm master." Xiao Ye chuckled but said nothing, instead gazing up at the cloud-shrouded summit and asking, "Senior sister, where exactly is that person?" Curious, Xiao Ye noted that despite the five-fold gravity being somewhat taxing for him, he had yet to catch sight of the individual, which suggested that the person was still higher up. Yang Yiqiao plopped down on a rock, taking a few breaths before saying, "It won't be long now." "I'll send a signal." Xiao Ye was puzzled until realization dawned on him. Yang Yiqiao pulled out a bamboo tube, a signal flare, and aimed it at the stormy sky. Whoosh! A bright flare shot up, illuminating the heavens, visible even 10 miles away. Yang Yiqiao, still breathing heavily, glanced at Xiao Ye and said, "Let us wait a moment. My senior brother will be here shortly." Xiao Ye was intrigued about the identity of the senior brother she mentioned, but refrained from asking further. Finding a spot, he sat down cross-legged. He soon discovered that the gravity not only affected his body, but also considerably slowed the flow of his internal energy, struggling to circulate his energy. He felt as if he were wading through mud, an arduous task that left him drenched in sweat. Yet he did not give up. To his astonishment, he felt a slight increase in his cultivation after a long period of stagnation. Overjoyed, Xiao Ye realized that unlike others, since acquiring the system, his cultivation had solely relied on points from the system for enhancement. Yet now, as he circulated his internal energy, his cultivation was genuinely improving. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, immersing himself in concentration as he persevered in his training. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled from the peak, and the heavy clouds roiled violently, revealing flashes of purple lightning dancing within, an ominous sight. Not good. Exhausted and seated upon the ground, Yang Yiqiao suddenly sprang to her feet, her gaze filled with terror as she stared at the sky. She roused Xiao Ye, saying, "We must leave this place swiftly. A thunderstorm is imminent." Xiao Ye opened his eyes to the ominously darkened heavens, feeling a sense of foreboding, yet he did not take it to heart. He looked at Yang Yiqiao in confusion, wondering if a mere thunderstorm could truly be so terrifying. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted, followed by a multitude of lightning strikes cascading from the sky. Xiao Ye was jolted into realization. This was no ordinary storm, but rather a tempest of concentrated lightning. The crackling sounds intensified as countless purple bolts enveloped the entire mountain peak. Yang Yiqiao glared at the still-dazed Xiao Ye, exclaiming in anger, "What are you waiting for? Move." With that, she seized Xiao Ye's arm and, evading the relentless strikes, sprinted down the mountain. A faint azure protective shield materialized around Yang Yiqiao's form as the cascading lightning struck like raindrops upon a surface of water, causing ripples to form. Suddenly, Yang Yiqiao coughed up blood, her complexion paling as the shield shattered, and a bolt of lightning descended upon her. Xiao Ye remained vigilant, observing the approaching lightning without hesitation, and leaped into action to shield Yang Yiqiao with his own body. "Be careful," Yang Yiqiao gasped, startled as she attempted to grasp Xiao Ye, but it was too late. The lightning struck him, causing him to wince, his body tingling with residual energy, which he instinctively absorbed. Yang Yiqiao rushed to his side, relieved to see he was unscathed, but chastised him. "Have you lost your mind?" That was lightning. While scolding him, her eyes widened in curiosity. She could not fathom how Xiao Ye had withstood the lightning's assault. In her view, no warrior below the martial king realm could endure such an attack with mere flesh. Perhaps he possessed some kind of treasure, she pondered, but chose not to inquire further. Having reached the base of the mountain, they observed that the wild, chaotic lightning seemed to be contained within the mountain's confines, relentlessly assaulting its heights. Xiao Ye understood why the mountain bore no trace of life. Such a terrifying barrage of lightning would surely obliterate any creature within its grasp. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's brow furrowed as he spotted a figure soaring through the sky, wielding a steel blade, relentlessly cleaving at the descending lightning. How formidable! Xiao Ye marveled at the figure, who was unafraid of the lightning's onslaught, not due to sheer physicality, but rather through a mastery of profound cultivation that shattered the bolts above. Xiao Ye doubted he could achieve such a feat himself. Yang Yiqiao also noticed the figure, pointing and exclaiming, "Look, that is the helper I summoned." That person. Xiao Ye was taken aback, realizing the powerful silhouette on the mountain was far beyond Yang Yiqiao's prowess. He had assumed her ally would be of similar strength, yet it became clear that this figure was immensely stronger. Could he be a teacher from the academy? Xiao Ye speculated. Crack. The figure reached the mountain's foot, delivering a powerful strike with his steel blade that severed a bolt of lightning that he soared gracefully, his garments billowing in the wind. Xiao Ye recognized the man's features, a squared jaw, a resolute expression, and long purple hair that stood upright. He swung his blade once more at a descending bolt of lightning. Crack! In an instant, the man was enveloped by lightning, followed by a cry of alarm as he was struck down, smoke billowing from his head as he fell to the ground. Xiao Ye and Yang Yiqiao exchanged bewildered glances. Both speechless, Yang Yiqiao quickly rushed over, exclaiming, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Cough, cough. The man awkwardly cleared his throat and scrambled to his feet, offering a sheepish smile. "I'm fine. I just slipped and fell." Yang Yiqiao stared in disbelief before introducing Xiao Ye, saying, "Senior brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiao Ye, a new student at the academy who is assisting me in the search for the phoenix tree." The man regarded Xiao Ye, giving a slight nod. He discerned Xiao Ye's cultivation level as merely the second layer of the gathering element realm and thought little of it. Perhaps he was brought along due to his connection with Yang Yiqiao. Yang Yiqiao gestured towards the man, explaining, "Xiao Ye, this is my helper, Lei Ling." Xiao Ye nodded at Lei Ling, a feeling of familiarity washing over him at the name. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "You are one of the 4 kings of the academy." Lei Ling, within the academy, 4 students had reached the martial king realm, and Lei Ling was one of them. The other 3 were associated with the academy's 3 major factions. Lei Ling smiled modestly, replying, "The 4 kings? I merely arrived a few years earlier than you." Disregarding Xiao Ye, Lei Ling turned to Yang Yiqiao, stating, "I was concerned you might not find the mark I left and inadvertently trespass into the territory of the spirit-eating serpent. Now that I see you are safe, I am relieved." "Mark?" Yang Yiqiao responded, puzzled. "What mark?" Lei Ling blinked, replying, "A true martial realm red spirit king serpent has appeared in the territory of the spirit-eating serpent. I intended to slay it, but it escaped. Were you not supposed to circumvent that area?" With a wry smile, Yang Yiqiao glanced at Xiao Ye, saying, "I did not see any mark left by you." "And you?" Lei Ling asked, bewildered at their presence. The spirit-eating serpent's territory was highly perceptive. Any human presence would not go unnoticed, and Yang Yiqiao's cultivation level certainly could not contend with the red spirit king serpent. Understanding Lei Ling's thoughts, Yang Yiqiao continued, "We came from the territory of the spirit-eating serpent, and Xiao Ye killed the red spirit king serpent." She pointed at Xiao Ye, her own confusion evident, for she had succumbed to the serpent's poison and lost consciousness. Unaware of how Xiao Ye had dealt with the creature, "You?" Lei Ling gazed at Xiao Ye in disbelief. "Just luck," Xiao Ye replied with a faint smile. Noticing their attention, he quickly shifted the topic, asking, "Senior brother, were you cultivating on this mountain?" Seeing Xiao Ye's reluctance to elaborate, Lei Ling did not press further, merely nodding in affirmation. "Yes, the gravity here is several times stronger than the outside world, making cultivation here extraordinarily effective." Xiao Ye nodded in understanding, but a question lingered in his mind. Surely many are aware of this mountain. Why aren't there others cultivating here? He recognized this place as a treasure for cultivation. Yet aside from Lei Ling, it seemed devoid of others. Clearly, it was not a secret. Otherwise, Yang Yiqiao would not have brought him here. "I'll explain," Yang Yiqiao interjected, gesturing towards the peak. "Xiao Ye, these thunderstorms can occur 2 or 3 times a day. Aside from Lei Ling's 9 heavens purple thunder technique, which can resist the lightning, no one else, no matter how strong, could withstand such storms." I see. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. For others, this place was a deadly trap. Yet for him, the lightning posed no threat. "Let us proceed and retrieve the phoenix tree." Lei Ling chimed in, "I have already scouted the area. The phoenix is absent for the next few days, making it the perfect opportunity." Xiao Ye nodded, mentally noting the location, and followed Lei Ling and Yang Yiqiao as they navigated the ancient Ling mountain range. Along the way, Lei Ling released his martial king aura, deterring nearly all beasts from approaching. Only a reckless wild boar of the true martial realm attempted to attack them, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lei Ling with a single strike. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding foliage thickened and the temperature rose. Lei Ling became vigilant, suppressing his aura intentionally to avoid attracting powerful beasts. They traversed the woods and arrived at a valley where the trees became sparse, revealing an odd crimson-soiled eye. In mere moments, sweat drenched their garments. Lei Ling halted and said, "Wait here for a moment. I will go in and take a look." Yang Yiqiao nodded, cautioning, "Be careful, senior brother." With the swiftness of lightning, Lei Ling vanished into the valley. Xiao Ye chose a spot to sit, having already sent Xiao Bai to scout, confirming that this was indeed the phoenix's domain, and that the creature was absent. He chose not to disclose this, preferring to keep the existence of Xiao Bai and Xiao He a secret. Before long, Lei Ling reappeared at the valley's entrance, signaling for Xiao Ye and Yang Yiqiao to approach. Yang Yiqiao sighed in relief as they entered the valley together. Upon stepping inside, Xiao Ye felt the temperature surge once more, a dry heat enveloping him as if they were near a volcano. He swallowed hard, surveying the barren valley and wondering how any phoenix tree could possibly exist here. Lei Ling led the way with familiarity. This was the phoenix's territory, and no other beasts dared to venture here, allowing them to progress rapidly and without concern. Soon, they emerged from the valley, and the scenery transformed dramatically, resembling an oasis amidst a desert. The temperature normalized, and vibrant greenery flourished around them. Yang Yiqiao glanced at the astonished Xiao Ye, explaining, "This is the Phoenix Valley, where a pair of adult phoenixes reside." Xiao Ye nodded, taking in the sights, but his curiosity persisted. "Is there a phoenix tree here? I don't see a single tree." Xiao Ye was engulfed in confusion as he gazed upon the lush valley, teeming with vibrant green grass yet devoid of any trees, let alone the famed phoenix tree. Lei Ling smiled faintly and pointed to a sapling, approximately half a meter tall, not far ahead, saying, "Isn't that the phoenix tree?" "That?" Xiao Ye was taken aback and hurried over to inspect. The sapling stood at half a meter, its branches adorned with a few palm-shaped leaves, glistening with a rich emerald hue, while its trunk displayed a striking red, reminiscent of flickering flames. "This is the phoenix tree." Xiao Ye found it hard to believe, for the phoenix was a divine beast. How could such a diminutive sapling possibly harbor one? Lei Ling observed Xiao Ye and clarified, "Do not be deceived by its size. It has existed for over 300 years. 300 years. Xiao Ye was startled upon noticing a cluster of weeds at the base of the phoenix tree. He cleared them away to reveal a fist-sized, fiery red egg. Indeed, a phoenix egg. Oh, not touch it. Lei Ling quickly grasped Xiao Ye's hand, warning, "This is a phoenix egg. An adult phoenix will leave its mark on it. If anyone disturbs it, the phoenix will know." Xiao Ye nodded. Yang Yiqiao approached, casting a cautious glance at the phoenix egg. She carefully snapped off a twig the size of a finger from the phoenix tree and said to Xiao Ye, "This should suffice for our needs. We must leave quickly before the phoenix notices." The phoenix, being a divine beast, would possess formidable power at maturity, far beyond what Xiao Ye and his companions could contend with. Just as Xiao Ye prepared to depart with Yang Yiqiao, a voice from Little Black echoed, "Human, are you truly this cowardly? The phoenix tree is a treasure. Placing it in your space will be immensely beneficial." Xiao Ye hesitated to believe Little Black's words and turned to inquire of Xiao Bai, "Is what Little Black said true?" "Indeed, Master," Xiao Bai affirmed. "The phoenix tree is a divine tree that stabilizes space and emanates spiritual energy. It is undoubtedly a precious asset." Encouraged by Xiao Bai's words, Xiao Ye felt tempted, yet he knew that Lei Ling and Yang Yiqiao would undoubtedly prevent him from taking action, seizing the moment when they were distracted. Xiao Ye kicked the phoenix egg lightly. Suddenly, a melodious cry resonated, followed by flames erupting at the end of the valley, engulfing everything in sight. At the center of the inferno were two colossal crimson birds flapping their wings, fast as lightning, charging toward Xiao Ye and the others. "Not good. The two phoenixes are returning." Lei Ling's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the terrifying heat surrounding them. Although the two phoenixes were also at the martial king realm, they were not something mere humans could withstand. Caught off guard by the phoenix's swift reaction, Xiao Ye quickly shouted, "Split up!" Lei Ling and Yang Yiqiao nodded in unison, without a moment's hesitation, and dashed in opposite directions through the valley. Feeling the overwhelming heat behind him and noticing the distance between them, Xiao Ye swiftly entered the Shumi space. The relentless flames instantly enveloped Xiao Ye, and Yang Yiqiao instinctively turned back, exclaiming, "Xiao Ye, he hasn't come out yet." Lei Ling glanced at the valley now transformed into a sea of fire and frowned. "Forget about him, or we will perish here too." But Yang Yiqiao wished to protest, but Lei Ling pulled her away without further delay. A resonant cry echoed as the two phoenixes, relieved that their offspring was unharmed, directed their wrathful gaze toward Lei Ling and Yang Yiqiao, screeching in fury before resuming their pursuit. Once the phoenixes had departed, Xiao Yu exhaled in relief and materialized back in the valley. As he emerged, an intense wave of heat struck him, causing Xiao Yu to gasp. The once vibrant valley lay in ruins, the only remnant being the phoenix tree, which remained lush and verdant, seemingly absorbing the flames. "Truly, it is the phoenix tree," Xiao Yu murmured, carefully relocating it to the Shumi space. Gazing at the nearby phoenix egg, an idea struck him, and he released Little Black. Little Black, sensing the searing heat, glared at Xiao Ye, furiously exclaiming, "Xiao Ye, do you wish to roast me alive?" With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yu acted before Little Black could react, tossing him onto the phoenix egg. Thud. Little Black felt the egg beneath him and immediately retaliated. "You little brat, are you trying to steal the phoenix egg?" From a distance, an indignant bird call rang out, as the phoenixes, sensing something amiss with their egg, turned back in a flash. "Correct." Xiao Ye glanced at Little Black, swiftly retrieving the phoenix egg into the Shumi space before entering himself. "You madman." Little Black glared at Xiao Ye, realizing he was being set up as a scapegoat. "Are you certain?" Xiao Ye grinned, reveling in the power he held over the Shumi space, unbothered by the potential wrath of the phoenixes. Little Black was left speechless, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Ye before retreating to a corner, muttering, "I'll draw a circle and curse you." Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, startling Xiao Ye as the Shumi space became increasingly unstable. "Not good," Xiao Bai exclaimed, "It's the Phoenix Divine Fire. This space cannot withstand the searing heat." The two phoenixes, realizing Little Black was gone, unleashed their boundless fury upon the valley. Although the Shumi space was independent, it was still somewhat connected to the outside world. The divine fire of the phoenixes was terrifying, scorching the entire valley and even encroaching upon Xiao Yu's Shumi space. "Quick, plant the phoenix tree," Little Black urged. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality and promptly planted the phoenix tree, placing the phoenix egg beneath it. As the space stabilized slightly, the phoenix tree began absorbing the terrifying flames. However, many flames still seeped into the Shumi space. Feeling the oppressive heat, Little Black urged, "We must leave quickly. This space cannot endure the divine fire of the phoenix." Worried by the mounting pressure, Xiao Ye did not dare to linger any longer. He focused his mind and exited the Shumi space, reappearing in the valley. The valley was a far cry from its previous state, engulfed in a sea of flames, the unbearable heat scorching everything in its vicinity. How hot! Xiao Ye's face turned red as his clothes turned to ash in an instant. Although his physique had become resistant to fire and water, this divine fire still posed a threat. Fortunately, he did not see the two phoenixes nearby. The phoenixes, realizing the phoenix egg had vanished and only the suspicious human figures remained, resumed their pursuit of Lei Ling and Yang Yiqiao. Xiao Yu secretly sighed in relief, activating his cloud summoning technique to its utmost, swiftly escaping the fiery valley. Upon leaving, he ensured there were no dangers around before hastily donning a new set of clothes. He had no desire for public nudity. Xiao Ye managed to discern the direction and summoned the spirit-eating ants to lead the way back to the academy. As he traversed this scorched path, he was left in awe at the charred remnants surrounding him. Signs of the wrathful phoenixes. A sense of foreboding settled within him as he continued, noting the desolation in the forest ahead, which was clearly not caused by the two phoenixes. It felt as if a horde of magical beasts had passed through. Could it be that these two phoenixes incited a magical beast riot? Xiao Yu pondered aloud. If that were the case, he might have stumbled upon a grave situation, hoping that the Yuzhou Academy could withstand the impending beast onslaught. As Xiao Ye beheld the imposing divine punishment peak in the distance, he noted a path carved through the forest, leading straight to the Yuzhou Academy. Someone. Xiao Ye swiftly concealed his presence and stealthily approached the nearby grove. In a clearing within the woods, several individuals sat in disarray. The leader, a young man appearing to be of similar age to Xiao Ye, was bandaging a wound on his shoulder while casting a cold glare at an elderly man with a goat-like beard beside him. "Old Tan, did you not claim this route was safe? How could there be a magical beast riot?" Xiao Ye recognized the goat-bearded elder and frowned. This was the very teacher who had made things difficult for them during their enrollment, the one and only Tan Yulin. Tan Yulin clutched a grotesque wound on his chest, a remnant of an encounter with a mighty earth-breaking bear. Forcing a smile, he replied, "Young master, this was unforeseen. I too am baffled as to why those two phoenixes in Phoenix Valley would suddenly go mad, triggering a magical beast riot." The chilly young man let out a cold snort and said, "Old Tan, I would never jest with the lives of soldiers. If the army comes again, what should we do about incidents like what happened with Qiao Yu? Damn it, I missed my enrollment because of this road." Tan Yulin forced a smile and tried to placate him. "Fear not, young master. The monster riots follow a pattern. The next upheaval won't occur for at least another decade. As for your enrollment, given your status, the Cosmic Academy would dare not show you any disrespect." Hearing Tan Yulin's flattery, the young man's expression softened somewhat. He continued, "I have allowed you to infiltrate the academy for so many years, yet you remain merely an outer instructor." Tan Yulin awkwardly replied, "Young master, it isn't my fault. That scoundrel Zhang Xiaofeng knows my identity and deliberately suppresses me. He has no intention of cooperating with us." Zhang Xiaofeng. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Zhang Xiaofeng was another vice president of Yuzhou Academy, renowned alongside Elder Li and also the mentor of the Wolf Pack. What connection did they have with Zhang Xiaofeng? The chilly young man furrowed his brow and inquired, "What about the Love Martial Society?" Tan Yulin nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a one-armed man beside him stood up, glaring at the bushes where Xiao Yu was hiding, and coldly shouted, "Who is there?" Startled, Xiao Yu turned to flee, but suddenly two figures appeared on either side, blocking his escape. Frowning, Xiao Yu realized he could not escape and slowly emerged from his hiding place. "It's you." Tan Yulin recognized Xiao Ye at once, exclaiming in surprise as he hurried to whisper something in the ear of the chilly young man. The young man scrutinized Xiao Yu from head to toe, his frown deepening, then nodded slightly, clasping his fist and introducing himself. "I am Chu Mo. It is an honor to meet you, Brother Xiao." With a scoff, Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Perceiving Chu Mo's insincerity, he scrutinized the man named Chu Mo and asked, Chu Mo, are you of the royal family of the great Chu kingdom? Xiao Ye, no longer the naive newcomer to this world, understood that the surname Chu was rare on this continent, predominantly belonging to the royal family. Moreover, the guards accompanying Chu Mo possessed formidable strength, with their leader reaching the true martial realm, undoubtedly indicating royal lineage. Indeed, Chu Mo replied with a faint smile, Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. I am the crown prince of the great Chu kingdom. I see your extraordinary prowess and wonder if you would consider serving our kingdom. Xiao Ye frowned. Chu Mo's familiarity was surprising, yet Xiao Ye was not easily swayed. With a slight smile, he replied, I am accustomed to freedom and doubt I can be of service to His Highness. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. As he spoke, he glanced at the others nearby. Noticing they did not seem inclined to act against him, and slowly retreated, Tan Yulin looked at Xiao Ye leaving, his expression anxious. Young master, this Xiao Ye is someone under directorly. We cannot let him go. Chu Mo smiled confidently. Rest assured, I am certain. Xiao Ye is merely favored by elderly. With such talent, it would be best if he could be of use to us. Otherwise, he may meet his end. Chu Mo's gaze turned somber as he watched Xiao Ye disappear, and with a wave of his hand, his companions swiftly departed. Xiao Ye, however, did not return to the academy immediately, hearing the furious roars of beasts echoing through the forest. It was evident that the rampaging monsters were assaulting the academy. If he returned now and was recognized by those two phoenixes, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. After pondering briefly, Xiao Ye headed directly toward the Divine Punishment Peak. Chapter 113, Cultivation at the Divine Punishment Mountain. Boom. Thunder rumbled as Xiao Ye gazed at the towering peak shrouded in dark clouds, an indescribable pressure weighing upon him. With only 20 days left until the freshman competition, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the third level of Gathering Yuan realm during this time. The Divine Punishment Peak was an ideal place for training and would also allow him to avoid the rampaging monsters. Speaking to himself, Xiao Ye took a step forward toward the peak. The gravity of the Divine Punishment Peak was an excellent training ground, yet for ordinary individuals, the thunderstorms here could be catastrophic. Only those practicing the thundercloud technique could barely withstand it. However, Xiao Ye was different. His physique had been transformed through the copper muscle iron bone grass, and with the thunder refinement technique, these bolts of lightning were the perfect energy for his physical training. As he stepped onto the Divine Punishment Mountain, he immediately felt a force pressing down on him. Looking up at the towering, ominous peak, he was curious about what lay above that attracted such thunderous wrath. With each step, he quickly encountered tenfold gravity. His clothes became drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast as he forced himself to continue. Even the Lightning King of the Martial King realm could only endure tenfold gravity. And it was clear that Xiao Ye had not yet reached his limits. Roar! A melodious dragon's roar escaped Xiao Ye's lips as he activated the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. A terrifying shadow of a dragon appearing behind him. Instantly, the pressure lessened, and he began to ascend the mountain slowly. With a sudden crack, a stone beneath his feet shattered under his weight. The gravity here was already 15 times that of the outside world. And Xiao Ye's legs trembled as he struggled to maintain his footing. Damn it! Indestructible! Xiao Ye roared, his body suddenly cloaked in a black sheen, radiating a metallic luster as his momentum surged again. Steadily climbing the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunder echoed, and from the roiling dark clouds, purple lightning spiraled down. With a crash, the mountain rock shattered. The storm had arrived. Feeling the terrifying force of the lightning, Xiao Ye did not dare to be careless. He quickly sat cross-legged, allowing the electric energy to engulf him while circulating his inner true energy. With the gravity at 15 times that of the outside world, circulating his true energy became immensely challenging. Each step forward felt as if his veins were tearing apart in excruciating agony. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the pain, slowly channeling his true energy. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Xiao Ye, sending a shock of paralysis through him. Dulling the pain slightly, he focused on absorbing the residual energy within him while diligently circulating his true energy. Xiao Ye sat there in meditation, losing track of time. As the thunderstorm subsided, the exposed skin on his body shimmered with arcs of purple lightning, and his physique seemed to have strengthened further. As the sun rose and set, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The surroundings were pitch black, illuminated only by the flickers of purple lightning swirling above. Suddenly, 2 columns of purple light shot up from the dark mountain, piercing the sky before gradually fading, transforming into a pair of radiant eyes. Glowing softly in the nighttime gloom, it was Xiao Ye awakening. Exhaling a long breath, Xiao Ye felt rejuvenated. He had not focused on his training in a long time, Upon awakening, he sensed a refreshing flow of true energy within him, as if he had entered an entirely new realm of energy manipulation. Through this training, Xiao Ye had reached the pinnacle of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm, mere steps away from breaking into the third level. Rising to his feet, he realized that the 15-fold gravity was no longer a limit for him. Looking up at the massive shadow looming in the dark night, he slowly ascended. This time, Xiao Ye ventured into an area with 18-fold gravity, causing blood to seep from his orifices. This was the utmost limit of his physical capacity. Ignoring his discomfort, he quickly sat down cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation. Whenever a storm struck, he would pause his training to absorb the lightning's power, refining his body. This cycle continued for half a month, and Xiao Ye's physique could now withstand 30-fold pressure. Yet, no matter how he trained, his body seemed to have hit a bottleneck, and his cultivation remained stagnant at the pinnacle of the second level of Gathering Yuan realm. Sighing, Xiao Ye felt the tumultuous energy surging through his veins, vast and overwhelming. Such formidable energy should align with the true martial realm, yet he was unable to break through to the third level of Gathering Yuan realm. Xiao Ye suspected that this was related to the system, but the system denied it, claiming his understanding was insufficient and that his opportunities were lacking. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Ye realized that both his physical and cultivation limits had reached an impasse. Continuing to train would be futile. It would be better to return to the academy and see if there were any solutions. With that thought, Xiao Ye turned to leave, but just then, a storm descended once more. Uninterested in training, he sat quietly on a rock, admiring the fearsome thunderstorm. Crack! Bolts of lightning struck the divine punishment mountain, producing sharp sounds as rocks shattered, yet none of it posed any threat to Xiao Ye. Boom! Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, resonating deep within Xiao Ye's heart. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in confusion. This voice was certainly not thunder, but rather a melodious chime. Surprised, he looked up at the divine punishment peak. Now shrouded in darkness, its outline blurred and indistinct. Boom! Another chime resounded, grand and echoing, as if it had traversed through the ages from a distant past. What could this be? Rising to his feet, Xiao Ye gazed up at the summit, convinced that this was no illusion. The sound of the chime was indeed emanating from the peak, accompanying the thunderstorm. Perhaps during the previous storms, when he had immersed himself in cultivation, he had overlooked the rhythmic chimes. Previously, Yang Yiqiao had mentioned that a senior from the academy had withstood 30-fold gravity and reached the mountainside. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the towering peaks that pierced the heavens. Under the weight of 30 times gravity, he had barely ascended to the halfway mark of the mountain. Suddenly, a resonant chime echoed through the air, causing Xiao Ye's body to tremble slightly. His astonishment. He felt the vital energy within him quiver, as if on the verge of breaking through his current cultivation at the pinnacle of the second level of the Gathering Yuan realm. This bell toll could aid in his advancement. Startled, Xiao Ye quickly settled into a meditative posture, focusing intently and listening to the melodious chime emanating from the mountaintop. Chapter 114. Return to the academy. The profound and nostalgic tolling of the bell reverberated in Xiao Ye's heart, his internal energy surging chaotically, yet brimming with potential. A sound akin to shattering resonated, followed by a thunderous crash as the errant energies of the world rushed toward him. Xiao Ye felt as if a floodgate within him had swung open, voraciously absorbing the surrounding power, propelling his cultivation to the third level of the Gathering Yuan realm. But a revelation washed over him as he slowly opened his eyes, and, instinctively, he perceived an ancient temple atop the mountain, where an aged bronze bell hung at the entrance. In the midst of a storm, a figure clad in white wielded a heavy hammer, striking the colossal bell with deliberate force. As dark clouds swirled ominously, the scene before him was shrouded in a dreamlike haze. Confusion gripped Xiao Ye. He could not ascertain the reality of what he had just witnessed, but he was certain that the summit of the divine penalty mountain held secrets. Resolute, he attempted to ascend further, yet the 30-fold gravity had reached the limits of his endurance. Although he could enhance his cultivation here, his physical form remained stagnant, as gravity primarily affected the body, exerting little influence on cultivation itself. With the upcoming freshman competition on his mind, he reluctantly cast a glance at the mist-enshrouded peak and retreated from the divine penalty summit. Upon returning to the base, the landscape appeared unchanged, as if the recent beastly upheaval had subsided. He found himself on the periphery of the ancient Ridge Mountain range, where the occasional sighting of academy students indicated life returning to normalcy. However, as Xiao Ye exited the ancient Ling Mountain range and approached the academy, he was taken aback by the devastation surrounding him. The area lay in ruins, bearing the scars of fire, and even the grand mechanisms that had been erected had been toppled. It was evident that this beastly uprising had inflicted significant losses upon the academy. Xiao Ye silently clicked his tongue, resolving that the cause of this turmoil must remain undisclosed, lest he face expulsion from the academy. He made his way to the dormitory area, which felt desolate. Only a few upperclassmen were gathered, casually chatting, while the newcomers were presumably immersed in diligent training for the upcoming competition, with nothing to occupy his time. Xiao Ye, whose training methods differed from his peers, realized that no matter how rigorously he practiced, significant improvement would be elusive. Instead, he decided to visit the library in search of physical cultivation techniques. As he turned to leave, a figure rushed towards him, nearly colliding with him. "My apologies," the individual exclaimed, hastily apologizing before looking up to reveal a familiar face. "Xiao Ye, it's you. How wonderful, you've finally returned." Xiao Ye was bewildered, recognizing the person as a fellow newcomer, though they were not well acquainted. "What's the hurry? What's going on?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. The individual replied breathlessly, "You were just in time. Liang Quan and some upperclassmen are fighting." "What?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. Although Liang Quan was carefree, he was certainly not a troublemaker. "Quickly, lead me there," he urged. The individual nodded and guided Xiao Ye out of the academy to the academy's entrance. Two factions were locked in confrontation, and Xiao Ye immediately recognized Liang Quan among them. "You shameless wretch. If you don't present 100 gold coins as an apology today, I'll see to it that you're sold into a brothel." As Xiao Ye approached, he heard a scruffy man berating Liang Quan and the others, pointing an accusatory finger at a distressed girl named Kuya, whose eyes were red with indignation yet dared not retaliate. The snow spirit fox she cradled growled menacingly at the scruffy man. Liang Quan stepped forward, his anger palpable, positioning himself protectively in front of Kuya. "Sunja, don't go too far. It was your blind sister who deliberately bumped into Kuya and tore the painting. Are you not afraid of us bringing this matter before the teachers?" Only then did Xiao Ye notice the stout woman beside the scruffy man, clutching the shredded painting with contempt directed at Kuya. "Bring it before the teachers. You're too naive," the scruffy man scoffed. "The academy forbids students from fighting, but this is outside the academy. Even if I were to kill you, no teacher would come to your aid." With that, several burly men beside him tightened their grips on their weapons, stepping forward, unleashing a wave of oppressive force that made Liang Quan and the others instinctively retreat a step. "Enough?" Kuya could no longer contain herself. Addressing the scruffy man, "That I have already apologized. I have no money on me, but I will compensate you for the painting in due time." "Humph." Before the scruffy man could respond, the stout woman snorted dismissively. "Do you really think you can afford it? And if you run away, how will I find you to claim payment?" Kuya stifled a sob, feeling utterly wronged. "I'm a student here. Where could I possibly run to?" "Enough," the scruffy man interrupted, growing impatient as more onlookers gathered. "You either pay up now or forfeit your life. If that doesn't work," he leered at Kuya, his expression lecherous, "you can spend the night with me, and we'll call it even." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a figure dashed past, interrupting him. The scruffy man staggered, nearly falling to the ground, his cheek ablaze with pain. "Who dares?" he bellowed, spitting blood and fury as he glared at Liang Quan and the others. "It was I," a calm voice declared. Xiao Ye stepped forward, dusting off his hands as he approached. "Boss, Xiao Ge." Liang Quan and Kuya's faces lit up with relief upon seeing him, their earlier tension dissipating. After all, Xiao Ye had bested even Wolf Chung at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. This arrogant scion was of no consequence to him. The scruffy man gritted his teeth, pointing at Xiao Ye and barking, "Dare to strike me? Take him down." However, his men hesitated, one whispering in his ear, "Young master, that's the Xiao Ye who defeated Wolf Qing." "Xiao Ye," the scruffy man faltered, sizing Xiao Ye up. Then, he slapped the ear of the one who had spoken, fuming. "What are you afraid of? No matter how formidable he is still just a newcomer. Wolf Qing only lost because he suppressed his cultivation. Go after him." With a furious roar, the scruffy man urged his men forward. Liang Quan and Kuya exchanged worried glances. Although Xiao Ye was strong, these three were seasoned fighters at the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Xiao Ye observed the advancing trio with a faint smile. Having just broken through to the 3rd level, he was eager to test his newfound power against them as the tempestuous energy surged. The three, despite their prowess, faced Xiao Ye as though they were in dire peril, launching their strongest attacks. The sounds of violent collisions filled the air as Xiao Ye absorbed their blows, merely stepping back slightly. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of fear crossing their faces. Their strikes had felt as if they were hitting an iron wall, leaving their arms numb. Truly weak, Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully. In the next moment, he sprang into action. With a flash of violet lightning, he closed the distance to the three men. Boom! The impact echoed as the three giants were flung backward without any means of resistance. Unconscious before they hit the ground. Sunja's eyes flickered as he clutched his still stinging cheek, staring at Xiao Ye with a mixture of dread and uncertainty. Feeling like newcomers are easy prey? Xiao Ye asked with a calm smile, addressing Sunja. Sun swallowed hard, finally recognizing the true strength of Xiao Ye. It was clear now that Wolf Cheng's defeat was not merely due to suppressed cultivation. Xiao Ye was genuinely formidable. Casting a glance at the stout woman beside him, he retorted, "Xiao Ye, it was you who ruined my sister's painting first. Don't think you can act with impunity just because you possess some skills. Others may fear you, but I certainly do not." The stout woman nodded in agreement, adding, "I don't wish to make things difficult for you, but you must provide 100 gold coins, and we'll consider the matter settled." Act with impunity? Xiao Ye chuckled derisively, swiftly appearing before Sunja. "What are you doing?" Sunja exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Ye seized Sunja's hand and slid it across his own garment, tearing a rip in his clothing. "You have ruined my attire. This garment cost me 200 gold coins." Sunja nearly spat blood in disbelief, while the stout woman stared at Xiao Ye, flabbergasted. "That garment is worth less than what my servants wear. 200 gold coins? You might as well rob someone." Xiao Ye paid no heed to the corpulent woman, turning instead to Sunja with a frosty demeanor. "Your painting is worth 100 gold coins. While my attire costs 200 after offsetting, you still owe me 100 gold coins. Pay up." Sunja glared fiercely at Xiao Ye, his anger flaring. He had never been bullied in his life. And he retorted coldly, "What if I refuse?" A faint smile curved Xiao Ye's lips as he coolly regarded Sunja. "If you don't pay, I wouldn't hesitate to cripple you. Even if you report me to the teacher, I remain unafraid. How dare you threaten me?" Sunja gritted his teeth, realizing that his own words had come back to haunt him, having just threatened Liang Quan and the others. Xiao Ye slowly clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. "Hand over the money, or I won't mind adjusting your bones." "You got enough." Sunja was about to retort when his sister, Sun Ying, interrupted. She scrutinized Xiao Ye up and down, then produced 100 gold coins from her pocket. Waving them before him disdainfully, "Here is 100 gold coins. Boy, do you dare take it?" "Ha! What is there to fear?" Xiao Ye replied coldly, extending his hand. Sun Ying's expression darkened as she glanced at the guards Xiao Ye had incapacitated. She tossed the coins to him and declared, "Boy, in this Yuzhou city, no one dares to provoke the Sun family. Remember that we're leaving." With that, Sun Ying turned and left, her hefty figure swaying as she did. Sunja shot one last venomous glare at Xiao Ye before following, ignoring the incapacitated guards. Xiao Ye smiled nonchalantly, pocketing the coins. He had no fear of the Sun family, who would refuse free money. "Boss." Liang Quan approached, worry etched on his face. "Isn't this a bit excessive? The Sun family is a prominent clan in Yuzhou City." Xiao Ye shook his head, a glint of coldness in his gaze. "As long as they don't provoke me, all is well. Otherwise, they will certainly regret it." He turned to Liang Quan and the others, curiosity piqued. "How did you offend the Sun family?" "It was that Sunja who took a liking to Kuya," Zhouwen said through clenched teeth. By chance, he encountered her on the street, became infatuated, and upon being rejected, he couldn't handle it. So he schemed against Liang Quan and the rest. Xiao Ye nodded, affirming that Sunja was indeed no good. Just as he was about to say something, he was taken aback, staring at Liang Quan and the others in astonishment. "Why have your cultivation levels not progressed beyond the second stage of gathering essence?" Zhouwen and Kuya had both reached the second stage of gathering essence long ago, and it had been nearly a month since they entered the academy. It was improbable they hadn't advanced to the third stage. As for Liang Quan, Xiao Ye was aware of his talent. While it was challenging to break through to the third stage within a month, it was certainly not impossible. Upon mentioning this, anger ignited in the three of them. Liang Quan clenched his fists, fuming. "It's that scoundrel Du Cheng and Zhang Hong who gave us the sealing breath powder." Xiao Ye was taken aback. The sealing breath powder was not a poison. Rather, it was a precious item that could seal a cultivator's progress for a month. During this time, no matter how hard one tried, their cultivation would not advance a single bit. It was essential for those unprepared to break through to the Thunder Tribulation stage. What exactly happened? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, like them, hailed from a small place. They could not possibly possess such a miraculous drug. Zhouwen glanced at Xiao Ye, hesitating before saying, "It was Su Hua from the Elite Association who bribed them to secretly harm us." Su Hua. The name sounded familiar to Xiao Ye, and then he recalled that he had inadvertently drawn Su Hua's attention when he forced the new students of the Elite Association to fetch water. With Meng Yang intervening to assist him, Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. Su Hua was retaliating against him by targeting Liang Quan and the others. The frown deepened on Xiao Ye's face, since the sealing breath powder was not a poison and there were no recorded solutions to it. He reluctantly turned to the system for assistance. "System, is there any way to dissolve the sealing breath powder?" The system remained silent, and just as Xiao Ye was about to give up, it finally responded. "The sealing breath powder merely temporarily seals one's cultivation. To break through, adequate energy is required. The heavenly spirit pill can resolve this." The heavenly spirit pill? Xiao Ye was taken aback, questioning the system. I've only heard of the earth spirit pill. What is the heavenly spirit pill? The system replied, the earth spirit pill, once it surpasses the thunder tribulation and reaches the level of a celestial pill, transforms into the heavenly spirit pill. What? Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Astonished, the earth spirit pill was merely a second-tier pill that even beginner alchemists could concoct, yet a celestial-grade earth spirit pill would likely be beyond even a master alchemist's abilities. Boss, what's wrong? Liang Quan queried, puzzled by Xiao Yu's reaction. Nothing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Since Liang Quan and the others had been targeted because of him, and with only a week left until the freshman competition, if they did not break through to the third stage of gathering essence by then, they would surely be expelled. Regardless, Xiao Ye was determined to help them achieve that breakthrough before the competition. With that thought, Xiao Ye again consulted the system in his mind, asking, System, when I previously concocted the dragon transformation pill, did the addition of my blood play a role in nearly achieving a celestial pill? Xiao Ye had this suspicion but was uncertain, so he sought clarification from the system. Unknown, the system replied coldly, leaving Xiao Ye somewhat speechless. While other systems were omniscient and omnipotent, his seemed rather lackluster. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Ye decided that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He would give it a try regardless. He turned to Liang Quan and asked, Has Yang Yiqiao returned? Liang Quan and the others were aware of Xiao Ye's expedition to the ancient Ridge Mountains. Xiao Ye had separated from Yang Yiqiao to steal the phoenix egg and was uncertain whether she had returned to the academy. Liang Quan nodded, casting Xiao Ye a curious glance. Boss, there was quite a commotion when you stole the phoenix wood. Even Old Li was stirred. Old Li? Xiao Ye inquired, puzzled. What does this have to do with Old Li? Liang Quan rolled his eyes. The phoenix egg was stolen, causing the two phoenixes to go berserk, threatening to obliterate the Universe Academy. It was only after Old Li and several elders stepped in and returned the phoenix wood, assuring that no students from the academy were responsible for the theft, that the phoenixes finally calmed down. Xiao Ye was taken aback. He hadn't realized the incident had escalated to such proportions. He was now even more resolved that this matter must remain secret. Liang Quan leaned closer to Xiao Ye, a mischievous glint in his eye. Boss, was this your doing? Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a glare, asserting, How could it be? I would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior. Liang Quan shrugged, his gaze filled with skepticism, as if to say that no one else would have done such a thing. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he continued, Boss, you arrived just in time that we've discussed it, and we should deal with Zhang Hong and Du Cheng to vent our frustrations, since those scoundrels 1T let us pass the assessment. We 1T allow them to have it easy either. Xiao Ye shook his head. Let us hold off on that for now. First, we need to find Yang Yiqiao. Xiao Ye had inquired and learned that Yang Yiqiao was quite renowned in the Alchemy Academy as a mid-level alchemist capable of concocting the heavenly spirit pill. She might be able to assist him. Liang Quan and the others were puzzled by Xiao Ye's sudden interest in Yang Yiqiao, but did not press further, following closely behind him as they headed toward the Alchemy Academy. Xiao Ye had thoroughly memorized the method for concocting the Earth Spirit Pill and opened the System S store, recalling that a refining manual had once been available for purchase. At that time, he hadn't paid it much mind. In the store, there were a few scattered beginner weapons and basic martial arts techniques that Xiao Ye found unnecessary. Eventually, he discovered a manual tucked away in a corner titled Fire Tree and Silver Flower. Fire Tree and Silver Flower, a high-tier alchemical technique that combines fire and technique into one, is the most comprehensive set of alchemical methods, priced at 30,000 experience points. Seeing the price, Xiao Ye felt a pang in his heart but gritted his teeth and purchased it. Depleting the experience points he had painstakingly accumulated over time, he retrieved the manual from the system store and unhesitatingly chose to study it. A surge of mysterious energy flowed into his body as the manual vanished from his hands. Bang! Ouch! Xiao Ye heard an exclamation and rubbed his forehead. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of alchemy that he hadn't noticed he had bumped into someone. Excuse me. Xiao Ye instinctively looked up, his words trailing off as he found himself face to face with a striking young man clad in a green long robe, holding a folding fan, who was now frowning and rubbing his sore forehead while glaring at Xiao Ye. This person's chest felt like iron. How could it be so hard? Hey! A woman's voice rang out from behind the young man, one of his attendants, as she scolded Xiao Ye angrily. What's the matter with you? You bumped into our young master. Can't you even offer an apology? Oh, I'm sorry. Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, disregarding the sharp-tongued attendant and quickly addressing the young master before him. The young man lowered his hand, smiled slightly, and Kuya couldn't help but cover her mouth, exclaiming, So handsome. It's fine. The young master nodded and, with his attendant, pushed open a nearby door, and entered. Only then did Xiao Ye realize they had arrived at the Alchemy Academy. Zhou Wen gazed at the figure of the young gentleman, unable to suppress his thoughts. This man is even more handsome than I am. Kuya, coming to her senses, cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Wen, clearly indicating that he had no qualities to compare with that nobleman. Liang Quan furrowed his brow, consumed by jealousy, and remarked, "A man with skin whiter than a woman's. He must be a kept pretty boy." Xiao Ye shot a glare at the three of them and helplessly explained, "That person is actually a woman in disguise. Can't you tell?" Xiao Ye found it absurd that they could not see such an obvious truth. Either their eyesight or intelligence was lacking. "A woman?" the trio exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Wen and Liang Quan were surprised, while Kuya was filled with disappointment. Xiao Ye, uninterested in their reactions, walked directly into the alchemy courtyard, where she found Yang Yiqiao lost in thought. "Xiao Ye," Yang Yiqiao exclaimed upon seeing her, rushing over to inspect her with joy. "So you're not dead?" Hee. Xiao Ye awkwardly chuckled, feeling as though the words were a curse. Yang Yiqiao recalled the furious phoenixes and felt a shiver of fear, prompting her to ask, "Xiao Ye, how did you escape from those two phoenixes?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yang Yiqiao to ask such a question, and she knew she could not reveal the truth about the Shumi space. Thinking quickly, Xiao Ye replied, "I was unaware of the situation at that moment. I merely stumbled into a pit, and thus avoided disaster." Chapter 117. Alchemy Room Huff. Yang Yiqiao snorted in anger. It seems there was indeed someone hiding there. Someone who stole the phoenix wood and phoenix egg. We have been schemed against. Xiao Ye was speechless, surprised that Yang Yiqiao would think this way, but she nodded in agreement. Yang Yiqiao instinctively clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "If I find out who that person is, I shall peel their skin off." Xiao Ye shivered at the thought and chose to divert her gaze, observing her surroundings. This was the training area for inner disciples. A secluded straw hut. Xiao Ye noticed a desk nearby, where a lifeless azure bird lay, its spirit seemingly extinguished, as if nearing its end. Xiao Ye frowned. She sensed that this azure bird was not an ordinary magical beast, but seemed to be a spirit beast. Seeing Xiao Ye's attention on the creature, Yang Yiqiao sighed. "This is my battle pet, a spirit beast known as the Qingwan." The Qingwan? Xiao Ye gasped in surprise, exclaiming that it was a descendant of the divine phoenix, and exceedingly rare. She couldn't believe one was here. Observing the lethargic Qingwan, and recalling Yang Yiqiao's request for her assistance in concocting a spirit awakening pill and obtaining phoenix wood, Xiao Ye surmised that it was to awaken the phoenix blood within this creature. Given its condition, if the blood could not be awakened, it might not survive more than 3 months. Realizing this, Xiao Ye spoke. "Senior sister, I heard you retrieve the phoenix wood only to have it taken back." Alas, Yang Yiqiao sighed helplessly, glancing at the Qingwan with a pained expression, clearly reluctant to see such a spirit beast perish. Xiao Ye, recalling her small black companion in the Shumi space, decided to have him break off a piece of phoenix wood. With a flick of her hand, she produced a fragment of phoenix wood and handed it to Yang Yiqiao. "Senior sister, fortunately, I also managed to obtain a piece of phoenix wood, which should come in handy." "What?" Yang Yiqiao looked at the suddenly produced fiery red wood in Xiao Ye's hand, snatching it with excitement, but then hesitated, saying, "Xiao Ye, I remember you need phoenix wood more than I do. Why are you giving it to me?" "Rest assured," Xiao Ye interrupted, "I have another piece. This one is a gift. Thank you." Yang Yiqiao bit her lip, her gaze towards Xiao Ye filled with gratitude. Liang Quan and the others, feeling excluded, gathered around the Qingwan, pointing and discussing. Liang Quan occasionally reached out to tease the Qingwan, commenting, "This little bird is quite unattractive, yet it is still a descendant of the phoenix." Yang Yiqiao shot Liang Quan a fierce glare, causing him to retract his fingers hastily. Ignoring Liang Quan and the others, Yang Yiqiao turned to Xiao Ye and continued, "Xiao Ye, there's something else I need your help with." Xiao Ye nodded, understanding it was about the spirit awakening pill. "Senior sister, the spirit awakening pill is of a high grade and requires a mid-level alchemist to produce. You could find one, and I will assist you." "No worries. I am a mid-level alchemist, and with your guidance, I believe I can successfully create the spirit awakening pill," Yang Yiqiao replied promptly. "What?" Xiao Ye looked at Yang Yiqiao in disbelief. She was not much older than him, yet she had already become a mid-level alchemist, indicating her extraordinary talent. Xiao Ye then thought of something else, and said, "I also need your help, senior sister. I wish to concoct an earth spirit pill. But I lack the materials. Don't worry," Yang Yiqiao quickly assured. "The earth spirit pill is merely a beginner-level potion. I have all the herbs needed. Let us head to the alchemy room. Their cauldrons are the best." Yang Yiqiao led Xiao Ye and the others to the center of the alchemy courtyard. Upon opening the door, a wave of heat washed over them. It was a grand hall filled with alchemy furnaces on either side. where several students were diligently concocting potions, each surrounded by a barrier to prevent explosions. Yang Yiqiao scanned the furnaces before settling her gaze on a massive azure furnace in the middle, where a man was refining potions. Unlike the others, he had a carefree demeanor, yet his technique was remarkably skilled, revealing him to be a master alchemist. Xiao Ye also noticed him, specifically that he was concocting an earth spirit pill. Yang Yiqiao turned to Xiao Ye and said, "This azure furnace is the best one here. Let us wait a moment." Xiao Ye nodded, feeling curious. She sensed Yang Yiqiao harbored some apprehension towards the alchemist and inquired, "Senior sister, who is this person?" Upon mentioning him, Yang Yiqiao frowned in irritation. "His name is Han Hao, a mid-level alchemist known for his arrogance, disregard for others, and lecherous nature. He is a hypocrite who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Keep your distance from him." Xiao Ye merely smiled, recognizing that Yang Yiqiao's strong feelings towards the man indicated he had wronged her in some way. "President Yang, you are also here," a voice suddenly called out. And a young gentleman in green, followed by a maid, approached. It was none other than the young man who had disguised himself as a man earlier. Humph! The maid recognized Xiao Ye and the others. Glaring at them, Yang Yiqiao hesitated, then quickly changed her wording. "Young Master Qin, what brings you here?" Afterward, she leaned closer to the young man and whispered, "Princess, could you refrain from dressing as a man?" The young Master Qin stepped back playfully, sticking out his tongue. "I recently had some insights into alchemy and wanted to come and test myself, to assess my skills as a beginner alchemist." Yang Yiqiao shook her head, feeling speechless. This young Master Qin clearly had no talent for alchemy, yet was still enthusiastic about it. Finally, the alchemist Han Hao completed his work, opening the furnace to reveal a dozen earth spirit pills rolling out. Barely reaching the mid-grade level, Xiao Ye could not help but sigh. She could tell that Han Hao had used top-tier materials, yet had only managed to refine mid-grade pills, a sheer waste of resources. Hearing Xiao Ye's sigh, Han Hao frowned, sizing her up with disdain. "What's this, little brother? Do you know anything about alchemy?" "I know a thing or two," Xiao Ye replied modestly with a smile, not wishing to engage in a debate, and proceeded to take out the materials Yang Yiqiao had prepared for her. Approaching the furnace, Han Hao glanced at the materials Xiao Ye brought forth. His curiosity piqued. "Oh, you're also going to refine an earth spirit pill? I must learn from you then." Anyone could detect the sarcasm in Han Hao's tone, yet Xiao Ye nodded seriously, nearly driving Han Hao to the brink of fury. Chapter 118. Refining the earth spirit pill. Han Hao took a few deep breaths, suppressing the urge to curse, then turned his gaze to Yang Yiqiao with surprise. "Qiao, you were here too." "Humph." Yang Yiqiao responded with a cold snort, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Han Hao, unfazed, persisted in bothering Yang Yiqiao. "Qiao, this fool isn't someone you brought here, is he?" Yang Yiqiao frowned. Xiao Ye was her invited assistant for alchemy, and being spoken of in such a manner displeased her. She retorted coldly, "Han Hao, you'd better pay attention. This may prove beneficial for you. Also, are we that familiar? Don't call me Trower." "He?" Han Hao ignored Yang Yiqiao's latter remarks, pointing at Xiao Ye, who was clumsily busy at the furnace, sneering. "If this fool produces an earth spirit pill of a higher grade than mine, I'll swallow this furnace whole." "Then don't choke." Yang Yiqiao shot a glare at Han Hao, dismissively retorting. "He." Han Hao remained unconcerned, smiling slightly. "Qiao, what if this person's pill doesn't measure up to mine? Then I'll swallow all the cauldrons here." Liang Quan chimed in, exuding confidence, having learned of Xiao Ye's previous guidance that nearly resulted in a divine pill. "You?" Han Hao scrutinized Liang Quan, resembling a bouncing ball, and sneered, "Where did this fool come from?" "Behold." Young Qiao interrupted the quarrel between the two, directing her gaze towards Xiao Ye, who had commenced the alchemical process. Young Master Qin wore a curious expression. She was well aware of Yang Yiqiao's alchemical prowess. Since this individual had earned Yang Yiqiao's affirmation, it was evident that he was also a master of the craft. Suddenly, a crackling sound accompanied by flames erupted, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Xiao Ye's hands sparkled with sparks, reminiscent of a blazing fire, crackling with energy. This is the fire tree silver flower. How could it be?" Han Hao's voice trembled as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Ye's technique. The fire tree silver flower was renowned as the most exquisite alchemical secret, yet it had long been lost to time. How could this inexperienced youth possess such knowledge? With a thunderous roar, flames surged, engulfing the entire alchemical furnace. While others merely had flames flickering beneath their furnaces, the fire tree silver flower technique enveloped the entire structure, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Unperturbed by the astonished exclamations of those around him, Xiao Ye swiftly processed the materials according to the system's instructions, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he were not engaged in alchemy but rather crafting a work of art. Han Hao swallowed hard, Recognizing that merely by observing Xiao Ye's techniques, he had already surpassed him in skill, making the creation of superior elixirs a distinct possibility. At that moment, Xiao Ye extinguished the flames, clearly having completed the alchemical process. The others were more anxious than Xiao Ye himself, their eyes fixated on the furnace. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye slowly opened the furnace lid. A buzzing sound filled the air, accompanied by a subtle, fragrant aroma that wafted towards them. Instinctively, they swallowed hard as several plump and lustrous elixirs rolled out from the furnace. Spiritual elixirs. Han Hao felt a tightness in his chest as he regarded Xiao Ye with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, observing the glistening elixirs, sighed helplessly and discarded them to the ground, as if they were mere refuse. Han Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. These were spiritual elixirs, priceless treasures, carelessly tossed aside. That a surge of indignation welled up within him. At that moment, Liang Quan approached, offering Han Hao a cup of water, saying nonchalantly, "Here, don't choke." Han Hao was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his earlier assertion that if the other party's elixirs surpassed his own, he would have to consume the furnace. He shot a glare at Liang Quan, whose face bore a smug grin, wishing he could deliver a sound beating to the rotund figure, but he ultimately restrained himself, forcing an awkward smile and saying, "Hee, I was just joking earlier." "Humph." Yang Yiqiao glared at Han Hao, disdain evident in her tone. "You are a man of no integrity." Han Hao was at a loss for words. Reflecting on how he was perceived by Yang Yiqiao, he took a few deep breaths to maintain his composure. "Humph, shameless." Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yiqiao, noticing Han Hao's feigned nonchalance, added another jab. Han Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yearning to escape, yet he saw that Xiao Ye had reignited the flames, intent on continuing his alchemical endeavors. Curiosity piqued. Han Hao wondered if this young man, who so casually dismissed spiritual elixirs, aimed to concoct a celestial elixir. He deemed it absurd. At that moment, Xiao Ye had reached a state of profound focus, his mind entirely immersed in the alchemical process to dispel the breath-stopping powder from Liang Quan and the others. A celestial elixir was required. With Xiao Ye's current understanding of alchemy, producing a spiritual elixir was already his limit. To surpass that, he would need to try infusing his own blood into the mixture. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye grasped a medicinal herb, channeling his vital energy into a sharp blade, discreetly pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall silently into the furnace. The flames roared as his blood merged seamlessly with the concoction, transforming into a medicinal liquid. Deeply absorbed in his task, Xiao Ye meticulously controlled the flames, wary of any mistakes. Time passed, and as the flames gradually subsided, Xiao Ye found his clothes drenched in sweat. Struggling to catch his breath, he realized that his current strength was insufficient. Concocting 2 batches of earthly spiritual elixirs had pushed his body to its limits. It must succeed, he silently prayed, gazing at the tranquil furnace. If he failed this time, he would have to relinquish his efforts. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened the furnace lid. Silence enveloped the room. All eyes fixed on the furnace, yet nothing occurred. Had it failed, reduced to ashes? Han Hao mused aloud. Typically, upon opening the furnace, the elixirs would emerge, but this time, there was nothing, not even the expected fragrance of spiritual elixirs. He exhaled, speculating that Xiao Ye's earlier success in producing a spiritual elixir was merely a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, who remained oblivious to their thoughts, he raised his gaze towards the ceiling, sensing a terrifying pressure above him, as if ominous clouds were gathering. He out of his mind. Han Hao wondered, observing Xiao Ye staring intently at the ceiling. Yang Yiqiao shot Han Hao another glare. Equally puzzled by Xiao Ye's peculiar behavior, suddenly, a rumble of thunder resonated, jolting everyone awake, a palpable pressure settling over them. It's the Tribulation, one exclaimed. Good heavens! Has someone in our academy broken through to the martial king realm? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes drawn to the dense, dark clouds overhead, their souls trembling with unease. Why is this cloud lingering over the alchemical chamber? Has someone here advanced to the martial king realm? Someone pointed out. The gaze of the crowd shifted to Yang Yiqiao and Han Hao, the two with the highest cultivation levels, yet neither had even reached the true martial realm. Impossible. Wait, Han Hao suddenly realized. His expression shifting dramatically. This isn't martial tribulation, it's a pill tribulation. As soon as Han Hao's words left his lips, 4 elixirs shot forth from the furnace, bursting through the roof and hovering in midair. Observing the roiling clouds above, the onlookers finally comprehended the situation, panicking. Quick! We must leave. The tribulation is about to strike. Startled, the crowd retreated hastily, trying to distance themselves from the sight. The gathering clouds had drawn the attention of everyone in the academy. As more and more people converged on the scene, Xiao Ye remained rooted in place, aware that the lightning during the pill tribulation would concentrate its power in a single point. The occasional flashes of lightning could spell disaster for others, but they posed no threat to him. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning sliced through the sky, instantly striking one of the 4 earthly spiritual elixirs. A soft hum resonated as the elixir trembled slightly. Absorbing the power of the tribulation, Xiao Ye's heart raced as he monitored the elixirs, relieved to see them withstand the first strike. Yet, there were still 2 tribulations to come. Boom! The dark clouds above churned ominously. As if a colossal dragon roiled within, gathering energy for the next bolt. Crack! Another thunderous sound reverberated as a bolt even more formidable than the last descended upon the earthly spiritual elixirs. With a deafening explosion, energy erupted, the elixirs visibly weakening. On the brink of dispersing, Xiao Ye's heart plummeted. They had barely withstood the second strike. How could they possibly endure the third? Must he once again shield them with his own strength? He shook his head. Even if he succeeded, the result would only yield a pseudo-celestial elixir, still insufficient to counteract the effects of the breath-stopping powder. Determined, he resolved not to shield the elixirs from the impending strike. The clouds continued to swirl above, and Xiao Ye instinctively clenched his fists, holding his breath, his gaze fixed on the 4 elixirs in the air. Suddenly, one of the elixirs disintegrated, releasing a torrent of formidable energy, which the remaining 3 elixirs eagerly absorbed. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback, sensing that the disintegrating elixir had sacrificed itself to protect the others, striving to ensure their survival through the tribulation. Crack! A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a thunderclap, as the third bolt descended before the 3 elixirs could fully absorb the energy. In an instant, the 3 remaining elixirs were enveloped in the electrifying light, the purple radiance obscuring everything. Buzz! Suddenly, beams of golden light pierced through the purple haze, dazzlingly bright. They had succeeded. Xiao Ye looked up, collapsing onto the ground as the vast alchemical chamber transformed into ruins. Above, 3 golden elixirs radiated brilliant light, gently descending into Xiao Ye's hands. The onlookers gasped, finally coming to their senses. I can't believe I witnessed the birth of a celestial elixir. Which instructor from the alchemy department is this? They are remarkable, managing to produce a celestial elixir. It seems they are not an instructor, but rather a student, a freshman. One student who had witnessed Xiao Ye's alchemical prowess earlier spoke up. Yet, they were met with skeptical glances from those around. A mere student, especially a freshman, they would not believe that he could concoct a celestial elixir even if they were to perish. Stop speculating. Let us go take a look. The crowd hurriedly followed Yang Yiqiao and the others as they approached the ruins. Who is it who has successfully concocted a celestial elixir? At that moment, a voice called out from above as an elder descended rapidly, landing amidst the crowd in the ruins. The elder's face was filled with excitement as he forcefully pushed aside Xiao Ye. Asking once more, who just concocted the celestial elixir? The onlookers stared at the fallen Xiao Ye in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Master. At that moment, Han Hao, gazing at the elder, swallowed hard and pointed at the toppled Xiao Ye, saying, it was he who crafted the celestial elixir tea. The elder looked at Xiao Ye, who, as the dean of the Alchemy Academy, had never encountered this student before. How could a freshman possibly concoct the celestial spirit pill? Han Hao nodded, leaning closer to the elder and whispering, Master, he is the one. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's name rang a bell for the elder, who recalled that elderly had mentioned this young man possessed a talent for alchemy and encouraged him to take him on as a disciple. Initially dismissive, he had thought that no matter how talented a freshman might be, how formidable could they truly be? Yet, the current situation proved him utterly mistaken. Xiao Ye regarded the elder before him. He too experienced a realization. Yang Yiqiao had informed him that Han Hao was the apprentice of the dean of the Alchemy Academy, which meant this elder was none other than Dean Fu Qinghe. Glancing at the ruins around him, Xiao Ye's first instinct was to make a hasty exit, but upon noticing Fu Qinghe's formidable martial prowess, he quickly abandoned that thought. My apologies, young brother. Did you hurt yourself? Fu Qinghe turned to Xiao Ye, his face instantly softening into a warm smile. Brother? The crowd immediately fell silent, stunned that the dean was addressing a freshman as such, questioning their own sanity. Huh? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback by being referred to as brother by an elder. It felt strangely disconcerting, prompting him to quickly respond. Teacher, please call me by my name. I am Xiao Ye. Fu Qinghe nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Ye with palpable yearning. May I see the elixirs you have concocted? Noticing that Fu Qinghe did not mention compensation for the damaged alchemy chamber, Xiao Ye complied and promptly handed over the 3 perfected earth spirit pills. Fu Qinghe swallowed hard, his outstretched hand trembling slightly as he beheld the 3 plump, radiant pills adorned with golden patterns, his excitement evident. Heavens, it is the celestial spirit pill. I have lived a long life, and I am fortunate enough to witness the birth of a celestial elixir. I have no regrets. Xiao Ye observed the elder as somewhat dazed expression, growing wary. Surely, this elder was losing his sanity. Han Hao, equally puzzled, looked at Fu Qinghe and hastily inquired, Master, are you all right? Cough, cough. Fu Qinghe cleared his throat awkwardly, aware that he had momentarily lost composure. Such excitement was understandable, given that he had dedicated his life to alchemy and knew firsthand the challenges of crafting a celestial elixir in his lifetime. He had only witnessed someone succeed in this endeavor twice, so his enthusiasm was entirely justified. Holding the 3 celestial spirit pills, Fu Qinghe contemplated their true value. For martial artists below the king rank, consuming one could effortlessly help them overcome any bottleneck without any side effects. Xiao Ye, Fu Qinghe turned back to him, a slight smile gracing his lips. I would like to purchase one of your celestial spirit pills. Name your price. Xiao Ye was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. He had crafted those celestial spirit pills specifically for Liang Quan and the others. There were exactly 3. Seeing Xiao Ye's refusal, Fu Qinghe quickly suggested, how about I offer you 10,000 gold coins for one? 10,000 gold coins. Before Xiao Ye could respond, gasps erupted from behind him. The notion that a single pill could command such a price was nothing short of astonishing. The crowd looked at Xiao Ye with envy. Xiao Ye was equally shocked, swallowing hard as he glanced at Liang Quan and the others, ultimately shaking his head. 50,000, before Xiao Ye could speak again. Fu Qinghe gritted his teeth and declared, that is the highest offer I can make. While the celestial spirit pill is invaluable, 50,000 is my limit. Moreover, I will overlook the damages caused to the alchemy chamber. The crowd erupted into murmurs, discussing Xiao Ye's predicament. 50,000 gold coins, enough to lavish a lifetime. They couldn't believe Xiao Ye was resisting such an offer. If it were me, I would have accepted immediately. Xiao Ye was not calm. He stood in stunned silence, feeling a pang in his heart. He had never imagined that a celestial elixir could be worth 50,000 gold coins, yet he genuinely could not sell it. Master, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of the decision. I crafted the celestial spirit pill to help others dispel their stagnation. I cannot sell it. Is this person not in his right mind? Turning down 50,000 gold coins, before Fu Qinghe could respond, the crowd erupted in disbelief, some suggesting they should kick Xiao Ye aside and accept the offer themselves. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Yang Quan, Zhou Wan, and Eerie exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as tears glimmered in their eyes. Stagnation? Fu Qinghe paused, then responded, Xiao Ye, while the stagnation powder can indeed seal one's cultivation, it is not poison. It will naturally dissipate after a month. Furthermore, using a celestial spirit pill to break through is an extravagant waste. Exactly, boss, Liang Quan chimed in. You need not worry about us. Xiao Ye shook his head resolutely, with the freshman assessment approaching. If you cannot break through to the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, you will undoubtedly be expelled from the academy. Xiao Ye understood that, while the celestial spirit pill was precious, the consequences of Liang Quan and the others failing the assessment would affect them for a lifetime. Oh, Fu Qinghe looked at Liang Quan and the others with newfound curiosity, noticing that all 3 had suppressed their cultivation at the 2nd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. That he questioned, the stagnation powder is exceedingly rare. How did you come to possess it? Xiao Ye shook his head with a bitter smile, briefly recounting the elite association's schemes against them. Humph, those scoundrels are utterly lawless. Fu Qinghe huffed in frustration. Yet he felt helpless. He knew the elite association's influence all too well. As the dean of the Alchemy Academy, how could he dare to confront the vice president of the entire academy? Fu Qinghe sighed, looking at Liang Quan and the others. The freshman assessment mandates reaching the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. That is the academy's rule, which I cannot alter. It seems the celestial spirit pill is the only way to assist you. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, ignoring the surrounding whispers. He turned to Fu Qinghe and, biting the bullet, said, Teacher, I will take responsibility for the damages to the alchemy chamber. I will repay you whatever it costs. Xiao Ye felt a pang of regret. He currently possessed just over 100 gold coins, far from enough to cover the cost of an alchemy chamber. Dean, Yang Yiqiao interjected quickly, I also bear some responsibility in this matter. Enough? Fu Qinghe interrupted with a resigned sigh. His earlier comments had merely aimed to persuade Xiao Ye to sell him a celestial spirit pill. The damage to the alchemy chamber would be reported to the academy, which would handle it. There was no need for Xiao Ye to compensate. However, it seemed that Xiao Ye and the others were unaware of this. Fu Qinghe's gaze shifted as he recalled Elder Li's words. Turning to Xiao Ye, he proposed, Xiao Ye, the position of vice dean in our alchemy academy is vacant. If you agree to accept the role, I will overlook the damages to the alchemy chamber. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment, glancing between Fu Qinghe and Xiao Ye, bewildered by the audacity of the dean to invite, or rather, coerce a freshman into becoming the vice dean. Xiao Ye stood there, dumbfounded. Fu Qinghe, however, appeared unfazed. Initially, he had intended to take Xiao Ye as an apprentice, but upon realizing that Xiao Ye had successfully concocted a celestial elixir, he considered him more than capable of being a teacher himself. Seeing Xiao Ye hesitating, Fu Qinghe pressed on. Xiao Ye, this alchemy chamber is valued at 100,000 gold coins. Are you certain you wish to pay for it? Or would you prefer to take on the role of Vice Dean of our Alchemy Academy? Xiao Ye felt overwhelmed, awkwardly responding, Dean, please don't just doubt I am merely a freshman. How could I possibly qualify for the position of Vice Dean? I say you can, so you can, Fu Qinghe insisted earnestly, glaring at the bewildered students around them. What are you still doing? Hurry and greet the Vice Dean. Huh, the crowd snapped back to reality, looking at Fu Qinghe and then turning to Xiao Ye, exclaiming in unison, Vice Dean Xiao. Xiao Ye instinctively took a step back. But Fu Qinghe leaned in closer, a cunning smile on his face. Xiao Ye, you need not feel pressured. The Alchemy Academy has little to do. When you have time, you can simply come by to teach the students occasionally. Teach? Xiao Ye felt as though he might lose his mind. He was about to refuse, but upon surveying the wreckage around him and considering the 100,000 gold coins he could not produce in the short term, unless he were to concoct another celestial elixir, he recognized the unnecessary complications that would arise from such attention. With that in mind, Xiao Ye reluctantly shelved the thought of refusal, casting a fierce glare at Fu Qinghe. He decided to temporarily acquiesce to the old fox's scheme, hoping to gather the 100,000 gold coins later and redeem himself. For now, he simply wished to focus on his cultivation, not to become Vice Dean. As the scene unfolded, Yang Yiqiao interjected, Dean, I have also invited Xiao Ye to guide me in concocting the Spirit Awakening Pill. We shall take our leave now. Spirit Awakening Pill? Fu Qinghe paused, then quickly realized. The Academy's alchemy chamber is damaged. You may use the furnace in my study. Follow me. With that, he turned and departed. Xiao Ye presented 3 celestial spirit pills to Liang Quan and the others, advising them, the celestial spirit pills can break the limitations of closed breathing and enhance your cultivation. Find a quiet place to consume them, and make sure to reach the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm before the upcoming freshman competition. Liang Quan and the others nodded repeatedly, deeply moved as they accepted the pills and bid farewell to Xiao Ye. Following this, Xiao Ye accompanied Fu Qinghe as they departed, while Yang Yiqiao and Han Hao hurried to follow. The surrounding students remained in a state of shock, and it was only after a considerable time that they began to disperse, engaged in lively discussions. Fu Qinghe's study was modestly sized, with a prominently placed alchemical furnace standing about half a person's height in the center. The books on his desk were all related to alchemy, and the shelves surrounding the room were filled with various alchemical materials. At this moment, Yang Yiqiao appeared somewhat displeased as she observed Fu Qinghe preparing materials before the furnace. Dean, you are already a high-level alchemist. Refining the summoning spirit pill doesn't hold much significance for you. Let me take the lead instead. Clearing his throat, Fu Qinghe's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded with a serious tone. Yang Yiqiao, I understand your intentions in refining the summoning spirit pill. Allow me to assist you. Wouldn't that ensure a higher probability of success? Yang Yiqiao, looking at Fu Qinghe's shamelessness, was at a loss for words. However, she acknowledged that his point was valid, though she was still reluctant to forfeit this opportunity to learn. But isn't Dean Xiao here to guide me? Disregarding Yang Yiqiao's protests, Fu Qinghe skillfully ignited the furnace. Rest assured, I will handle the refinement this time. You can observe, there will be plenty of opportunities for guidance from Xiao Ye in the future. Ignoring Yang Yiqiao's disgruntled demeanor, Fu Qinghe turned to Xiao Ye and said, Xiao Ye, come over and witness this old man refining the summoning spirit pill. Me. Xiao Ye was taken aback, pointing to himself. He had initially assumed Fu Qinghe would handle the process without him. After glancing at Fu Qinghe, he approached the furnace. On his way, Xiao Ye had already memorized the steps and precautions for refining the summoning spirit pill. Seeing Fu Qinghe's request, he did not hesitate and began to articulate the process as he observed Fu Qinghe's actions. As Fu Qinghe absorbed Xiao Ye's instructions while proceeding with the operation, he occasionally frowned, noticing several discrepancies in Xiao Ye's guidance. Despite his doubts, he continued to follow Xiao Ye's directions. Those few seemingly erroneous steps proposed by Xiao Ye were indeed aimed at maximizing the efficacy of the ingredients. Is this? Fu Qinghe observed the bubbling furnace, and halfway through the process, a delightful fragrance began to waft through the air, something he had never encountered before. Noticing Fu Qinghe's momentary stupor, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and reminded him. Stabilize the furnace's fire. Fu Qinghe quickly snapped back to attention, nodding and dismissing his lingering doubts as he adhered strictly to Xiao Ye's guidance. Soon, the furnace opened, filling the room with a sweet aroma as a fiery red pill, suffused with ethereal energy, gracefully emerged. It was the summoning spirit pill. Spirit pill. Fu Qinghe gazed at the pill before him, feeling the rich spiritual energy it contained. If he had refined it himself, he might have produced a spirit pill. But it would certainly not have been this flawless. This summoning spirit pill had reached the pinnacle of its potential. With even more meticulous operation, it could have transcended to the level of a celestial pill. Fu Qinghe cast another astonished glance at Xiao Ye, secretly pleased with his decision to invite Xiao Ye to be the vice dean of the Alchemy Institute. He handed the summoning spirit pill to Yang Yiqiao and glanced at Xiao Ye, stating, "I must enter seclusion now. You may leave first." With the insights gained from Xiao Ye's guidance, Fu Qinghe felt a newfound understanding of alchemy and was eager to refine his skills in solitude. Xiao Ye and the others did not linger and quickly exited. Yang Yiqiao carefully stored the summoning spirit pill, anxious to administer it to Qing Wan. Turning to Xiao Ye, she expressed, "Dean Xiao, your kindness deserves eternal gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Sister, please just call me Xiao Ye. The title of Dean Xiao feels rather aged." Xiao Ye replied, feeling somewhat helpless, with a light smile. Yang Yiqiao bade farewell and departed. At that moment, Han Hao approached with a broad grin. "Xiao, Dean, since I am also a student of the Alchemy Institute, could you guide me in refining pills?" Xiao Ye shot him a sidelong glance and shook his head in refusal. "Not interested." "Wait." Han Hao, sensing Xiao Ye's dismissal, grew anxious and proposed, "How about this? We can learn from each other. You teach me alchemy, and I can guide you in cultivation. I am at the 8th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. I should be able to assist you." Xiao Ye felt an urge to give this presumptuous fellow a sharp retort. After his training at the Divine Punishment Peak, Xiao Ye's cultivation had risen to the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and his physical prowess had drastically improved, granting him the ability to contend with an 8th level opponent. Noticing Xiao Ye's indifference, Han Hao hesitated before tentatively suggesting, "What if I pay you?" Xiao Ye's eyes brightened at this proposition. Nodding eagerly, "That could work. Han Hao was momentarily stunned. He had only been testing the waters, never expecting Xiao Ye to agree so readily. "Earlier, the dean offered you 50,000 gold coins, and you turned it down. Do you really need the money?" Han Hao was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ye possessed barely 100 coins and was considering compensating Fu Qinghe with 100,000 coins to regain his freedom. Han Hao was on the verge of despair, yet upon hearing Xiao Ye's agreement, he felt relieved. For him, any problem solvable by money was trivial. Seeing Han Hao fall silent, Xiao Ye assumed he was hesitating and quickly added, "I see your family's financial situation is average. For 1 hour, I'll charge you." Xiao Ye raised a finger, and Han Hao immediately agreed. "All right, 1 gold coin it is, and no backing out." Cough, cough. Xiao Ye broke into a fit of coughs. Nearly choking on his own saliva, he had intended to say 1 silver coin, but somehow it had turned into a gold coin in Han Hao's ears. Han Hao, noticing Xiao Ye's coughing, inquired with concern, "Teacher, are you all right?" "Why, yes, I'm fine," Xiao Ye hastily replied. Shaking his head, on the surface, he remained calm, but internally, he was elated. 1 gold coin meant this naive fellow had unwittingly multiplied his fee by 100. As Xiao Ye regarded Han Hao anew, he sensed that this lad hailed from a well-off family. In the future, he would have the opportunity to profit further from him. Chapter 122. Jiangping. Xiao Ye glanced once more, fearing rejection, and spoke, "Feel free to come seek me anytime you have the chance." Han Hao nodded, about to speak when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. "Brother Han." A flamboyant young man rushed over, and Xiao Ye paid him no mind, instead gazing in astonishment at the massive black tiger accompanying him, a spirit beast. The black shot tiger, although still juvenile, it was already at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Once a magical beast attains sentience, it is classified as a spirit beast. Spirit beasts that reach the martial king realm can fly through the void, whereas divine beasts cannot be cultivated. They must possess divine bloodlines and awaken, or they remain ordinary magical beasts. The young man before Xiao Ye was merely at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, yet he boasted a peak 6th level spirit beast by his side. This was enough to capture Xiao Ye's attention. Han Hao furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer, but ultimately nodded. "Jiangping, what brings you here?" Jiangping glanced at Xiao Ye, noting his mere 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. It was evident he was a newcomer. "Brother Han." Jiangping clasped his fist and stated, "I came for the little tiger." He gestured to the black shot tiger beside him, adding, "The little tiger has remained stagnant at the 6th level for quite some time and cannot break through. My father suggested that I seek your assistance in refining a gathering spirit pill." At this, Han Hao frowned, wanting to refuse. However, Jiangping's father, Jiang Yuan, was the vice dean of the Beast Institute and had once saved his life, making it difficult for him to decline. He finally spoke. "Jiangping, the gathering spirit pill is an intermediate grade pill. I cannot guarantee I can successfully refine it. Don't worry," Jiangping replied nonchalantly, stroking the black shot tiger. "I have prepared ample materials. You will surely succeed." A flicker of anger flashed in Han Hao's eyes. Jiang Ping's words implied that Han Hao was merely a servant. While refining pills was a chance for others to advance, Han Hao was indifferent to these opportunities. Jiang Ping remained oblivious to Han Hao's displeasure, lost in admiration for the Blackshot tiger as he mused. Once the little tiger breaks through the 6th level, who could possibly rival me in the freshman competition? I will surely become the freshman king. Han Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment and cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, however, was unconcerned. The freshman king was the title given to the champion of the freshman competition, symbolizing the top newcomer and enjoying unparalleled prestige. Many believed Xiao Ye would claim this title after defeating Lang Cheng, but he merely smiled lightly, unfazed by the speculation, fearing Jiang Ping would continue rambling and potentially offend Xiao Ye. Han Hao hastily interrupted. Jiang Ping, I can recommend someone. With their guidance, you are bound to succeed. Han Hao was not assisting Jiang Ping. Rather, he was worried that Jiang Ping might offend Xiao Ye and drag him down with him. Oh, who? Jiang Ping immediately expressed interest. A talented student of the Alchemy Institute and a direct disciple of Dean Fuqingha. Anyone Han Hao recommended would surely be exceptional. Han Hao glanced at Xiao Ye but did not respond immediately, instead saying, however, getting this person to help is quite troublesome. It will cost at least 100 gold coins. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback but did not hastily depart. Although the Gathering Spirit Pill was a mid-level elixir, its refining procedures were intricate, and even seasoned alchemists had a success rate of less than 30%. Han Hao's unwavering confidence piqued his curiosity about the identity of the individual he referred to. Could it be Dean Fuqingha? It seemed unlikely that Fuqingha would concern himself with a mere 100 gold coins. Jiang Ping nodded nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively, as if the 100 gold coins held no significance in his eyes. He turned to Han Hao and said, Brother Han, do tell me who this person is, and I shall invite him immediately. Seeing Jiang Ping so readily agree, Han Hao realized he had perhaps underestimated the price. However, he hesitated to amend his statement. Glancing at Xiao Ye, he smiled slightly and said, that person is both far away and right before your eyes. Both Xiao Ye and Jiang Ping were momentarily stunned. Him. Jiang Ping pointed incredulously at Xiao Ye. Indeed, Han Hao replied earnestly, though he was not lying. With Xiao Yu's guidance, Han Hao's chances of successfully refining the Gathering Spirit Pill would significantly increase. Han Hao's assertion was also a subtle attempt to curry favor with Xiao Ye, as he perceived that Xiao Ye was in need of funds, and Jiang Ping could provide them. However, Jiang Ping was not convinced and regarded Han Hao with contempt, believing he was merely attempting to extract more benefits for himself. Fine, Jiang Ping said coldly, directing his gaze at Xiao Ye. My money is not easily earned. I have 3 sets of materials here, and if you fail to refine them, I will not spare you. Xiao Ye chuckled coldly and replied indifferently to Jiang Ping. I never said I would agree. Oh, Jiang Ping frowned and looked at Han Hao. Thinking that Xiao Ye and Han Hao were in cahoots, Han Hao felt a bit awkward. If Xiao Ye refused, he truly would have no recourse. If you need assistance, I am not opposed to helping you, Xiao Ye remarked, glancing at Jiang Ping. However, it will cost 500 gold coins. Otherwise, not just Han Hao, but no one in the Alchemy Academy will assist you. 500 gold coins. Jiang Ping frowned. Although his father was the vice dean of the Beast Academy, producing 500 gold coins in one go was still challenging. He looked questioningly at Han Hao, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that Xiao Ye was indeed serious. Very well. Jiang Ping gritted his teeth and said coldly to Xiao Ye, I can provide 500 gold coins, but if you fail to produce a satisfactory Gathering Spirit Pill, I will demand 10 times back. Xiao Ye merely smiled faintly. Unconcerned. He had already reviewed the method for refining the Gathering Spirit Pill from the system and found it straightforward. He was confident that with Han Hao following his instructions, success was inevitable. The group proceeded to Han Hao's residence, relieved that despite the Alchemy Academy's destruction, Han Hao's quarters still contained a furnace. As they passed the ruins of the academy, Jiang Ping expressed his astonishment. What happened here? Han Hao glanced at Xiao Ye and smiled slightly as he explained, the dean just refined a heavenly pill, but it was destroyed by a heavenly tribulation. What? A heavenly pill? Jiang Ping exclaimed, shocked that I didn't expect old Fu to be so formidable. It seems your Alchemy Academy will gain fame this time. Jiang Ping instinctively assumed that Fuqingha had created the heavenly pill. Han Hao observed Xiao Ye shaking his head slightly and chose not to elaborate, reasoning that his words were not entirely untrue. Xiao Ye had indeed become the vice dean of their Alchemy Academy, and it was Jiang Ping who had misinterpreted the situation. Jiang Ping gazed at the ruins and lamented, if only we could invite the dean to refine pills, spending 1,000 gold coins would be worth it. Seeing Jiang Ping's continued lamentation, Xiao Ye chose to remain silent, while Han Hao grew impatient. Enough, let us proceed. I have matters to attend to after we complete the elixir. Ping kept his comments to himself and followed closely. Upon reaching Han Hao's quarters, they wasted no time. Ping produced the materials for refining the gathering spirit pill and handed them to Han Hao, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ye. Listen here, my money is not easily come by. If you fail to create a gathering spirit pill that meets my standards, I won't let you off easily. Xiao Ye regarded the arrogant man with indifference. Turning his attention to Han Hao and saying, let us begin. Very well. Han Hao nodded and hurried to the furnace to ignite the fire. Xiao Ye had already reviewed the steps and precautions for refining the gathering spirit pill from the system and began to guide Han Hao through the process. Han Hao recognized Xiao Ye's expertise and was meticulous in his actions. Though he found some of Xiao Ye's instructions hard to reconcile with his previous understanding, he adhered strictly to Xiao Ye's guidance. Soon, the refining was complete, and Han Hao opened the furnace. How did it turn out? Ping rushed over, eager to mock Xiao Ye, believing that Han Hao had failed to produce the pill. Han Hao sighed lightly and revealed the elixir with disappointment. It is merely a superior-grade pill. What? Ping was about to direct his scorn at Xiao Ye when he heard Han Hao's words and froze in disbelief. Only superior grade. Is the gathering spirit pill that easy to refine? Ping could not help but swallow hard. Although the gathering spirit pill was a mid-tier elixir, even advanced alchemists could not guarantee a 100% success rate. The fact that Han Hao managed to produce even a lower-grade one was commendable. But to produce a superior-grade pill on the first attempt was beyond his wildest dreams. Ping could not believe that Xiao Ye was the reason for this success. He turned to Han Hao for confirmation. Brother Han, are you certain this is a superior-grade gathering spirit pill? Han Hao nodded, unwilling to elaborate further, and handed the pill to Ping, saying coolly, see for yourself. Ping eagerly accepted the elixir. Noticing its rich color and smooth surface, indeed, it was a superior-grade gathering spirit pill. Fantastic, Ping exclaimed with excitement. With this gathering spirit pill, his Black Fiend Tiger could break through to the 7th level of the gathering spirit realm. He had learned that among the new students, the strongest was the personal disciple of the Martial Arts Society president, at the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm, who would stand no chance against a 7th level spirit beast. Ping pulled out 500 gold coins from his pocket and handed them directly to Han Hao, saying, thank you, brother. In Ping's mind, all the credit went to Han Hao, with no acknowledgement of Xiao Ye's contribution. Han Hao accepted the coins without much explanation and respectfully passed them to Xiao Ye, who accepted them without hesitation. Ping frowned slightly, noticing Han Hao's continued deference to Xiao Ye, questioning whether this young man truly possessed some abilities. Ping, curious, looked at Xiao Ye and asked, are you a new student this year? Xiao Ye nodded, revealing, Xiao Ye. Ping was momentarily taken aback before realizing, astonished, you are the one who defeated senior brother Langcheng? Xiao Ye remained silent, while Ping absently patted his imposing Black Fiend Tiger, remarking, I've long wanted to witness your prowess. It seems I will have to wait for the new student competition. At this point, Ping kindly advised Xiao Ye, I hope you have good fortune. Try not to encounter me too early in the new student competition. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the self-important individual. Instead contemplating the Black Fiend Tiger beside him. In the new student competition, weapons and spirit beasts were permitted, and possessing a 7th level spirit beast would indeed be sufficient to dominate the newcomers. Enough, Han Hao interjected, feeling displeased with Ping's condescension towards Xiao Ye. I have matters to attend to. Ping, you may leave now. Ping was unconcerned. His purpose for coming was fulfilled. He had acquired a superior grade gathering spirit pill and was satisfied. He nodded, cast one last glance at Xiao Ye, and turned to leave. Once Ping departed, Han Hao turned back to Xiao Ye, producing a token. Master, this token represents the identity of the Dean of the Alchemy Academy. We currently do not have a Vice Dean's token. Please take this for your use. This. Xiao Ye hesitated momentarily, then accepted the token, saying, thank you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, Master, take care. Han Hao replied, not insisting on Xiao Ye's stay. He had gained much from Xiao Ye's guidance, and intended to seize the opportunity for further reflection. As Xiao Ye exited the Alchemy Academy, he found himself at a loss. Other new students were diligently preparing for the upcoming competition, striving to achieve commendable rankings. However, Xiao Ye felt no urgency. His training was distinct from others, even with effort. He doubted he would make significant progress in the coming days. I shall visit the library, he decided, hoping to find some tomes on body-strengthening techniques. He considered the Divine Punishment Peak, convinced there were secrets to uncover at the summit. Yet his physical training had reached a bottleneck and required new methods for breakthrough. The library of Yuzhou Academy was a towering structure, 9 stories high, and one of the Academy's landmark buildings. Constructed from an unknown black mineral, it was impervious to water and fire, exceptionally sturdy. Years prior, when a magical beast invaded, it had assaulted the library but failed to inflict any damage. Upon arriving at the first floor of the library, Xiao Ye found only a handful of individuals, mostly new students. He did not dwell too long on this, instead scanning the rows of shelves, meticulously searching. Most of the texts were foundational martial arts techniques, some introductory alchemical practices, and knowledge on taming pets, none of which were what Xiao Ye sought. As he ascended to the second floor, he found a similar scene, though the martial techniques were slightly more advanced. He combed through the shelves but still failed to locate any records pertaining to body cultivation methods. Sighing, he continued to search. Xiao Ye let out a helpless sigh. There was only one book here, which pertained to the cultivation of the physical bodied in the entire Yuzhou continent. It was exceedingly difficult for warriors to practice physical cultivation, as it was regarded as an inferior method of training. The focus was predominantly on the cultivation of one's internal prowess. Setting down the last book in his hands, Xiao Ye, with a flicker of hope, lifted his leg and prepared to ascend to the third floor of the library. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Xiao Ye looked up to find, unexpectedly, an elderly man with hair as white as snow standing in his path. This elder exuded an overwhelming aura, so profound that Xiao Ye could not discern his level of cultivation. He was undoubtedly a master. Chapter 124. Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. The elder scrutinized Xiao Ye from head to toe and inquired, "Are you a newcomer?" Xiao Ye nodded. The elder continued, "Newcomers are only permitted to browse the books on the first and second floors of the library. To access the third floor, one must become an outer disciple." Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a regulation existed in the library. Seeing Xiao Ye's disappointment, the elder offered a word of consolation. "Young man, your strength has already reached the third level of gathering essence. In a few days, once the newcomer assessments conclude, you can become an outer disciple and return." Xiao Ye was reluctant to give up so easily and replied, "Master, I am here to conduct research. I wonder if you could make an exception?" "Impossible," the elder replied curtly, adhering strictly to the rules. That a rule is a rule. That be on your way. Just as Xiao Ye was about to leave, a thought struck him. After all, he was the vice president of the Alchemy Academy. Could it be that even a vice president was lesser than an outer disciple? With that in mind, he hastily produced the identity token of the Academy's president, saying, "Master, I possess the token of the Alchemy Academy's president. Might you allow me a concession?" The elder was taken aback, quickly taking the token for a closer examination. Indeed, it was Fu Qinghe's token. Had Fu Qinghe accepted another disciple? The elder scrutinized Xiao Ye again, speculating that this newcomer must possess a talent for alchemy to have been accepted by Fu Qinghe. With that thought, the elder nodded and handed the token back to Xiao Ye, stating, "You hold the president's token, but your cultivation is only at the third level of gathering essence. You may browse the outer disciple area, which includes the third to fifth floors of the library, but you are not permitted to enter the sixth floor." "Understood," Xiao Ye replied, reclaiming the token and proceeding to the third floor of the library. The third floor was noticeably more crowded, filled with inner disciples. This level featured a myriad of book categories: martial arts, techniques, alchemy, medicine crafting, weapon forging, and beast taming, all available. Xiao Ye quickly perused the books on martial arts and techniques, but found nothing pertaining to the cultivation of the physical body. With hope waning, he aimlessly wandered towards the categories of weapon forging and medicine crafting. "Ah, is that you?" A voice of surprise rang out, causing Xiao Ye to pause. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome young man dressed in green. None other than the cross-dressing Qin Gongzi, this time without the clever maid by his side. "Qin Gongzi," Xiao Ye replied, equally astonished to see him, noticing that Qin Gongzi was returning the true scriptures of the Medicine King to the shelf. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, asking, "You are a newcomer as well, right? How did you gain access to the third floor? Did you not enter in the same manner?" Qin Gongzi replied with a slight smile, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Noticing Qin Gongzi's reluctance to explain, Xiao Ye chose not to press the matter, casually browsing the surrounding books. Qin Gongzi glanced over, curiosity piqued. "Are you interested in alchemy as well?" Xiao Ye felt a bit odd conversing with this cross-dressing figure, yet he replied, "Not quite. I'm searching for something." "What are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you," Qin Gongzi offered eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye stated, "I am seeking books related to physical cultivation. Do you know if any are available here?" Qin Gongzi furrowed his brow, nodding in affirmation. "There is indeed one book here. Follow me." With that, Qin Gongzi led Xiao Ye to a secluded corner where a thin, dusty volume rested on a high shelf. Pointing to the book, he said, "I have perused all the books from the third to the fifth floors, and this is the only one concerning physical cultivation. Xiao Ye's curiosity was piqued as he took the thin volume, brushing off the dust to reveal the title in flamboyant calligraphy, Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. Xiao Ye pondered. He understood dragons and elephants, but what was this dragon elephant? Flipping open the book, the first page presented an introduction to physical cultivation. It stated that physical cultivation is the foundation of all practice. The ancients were powerful because they cultivated their physical forms. Currently, few have managed to break through the martial god realm, primarily due to the neglect of physical cultivation. The text outlined 5 major realms of physical cultivation. Acquired body, innate body, celestial body, divine body, and holy body. The acquired body represents the human body's limit, where one becomes nearly impervious to blades and spears. The innate body requires the tempering of heavenly tribulations, rendering one impervious to blades and fire. In ancient times, those who survived the martial king realm's tribulation could break through to the innate body. As for the celestial body, it requires the refining of heavenly thunder and the melting of heavenly fire. To this day, no one has managed to reach this realm. The divine body can withstand the martial god realm's tribulation and is incredibly ethereal. The holy body, however, is a legendary realm, one that lives in harmony with the heavens and is immortal. After reading the introduction, Xiao Ye was astonished. Physical cultivation was indeed the mainstream practice among ancient warriors, but due to slow progress, humanity had shifted focus to internal prowess, which explained why practitioners of the same level often fell short against magical beasts. As the latter retained the essence of physical training, based on the description, Xiao Ye believed he had already attained the innate body, but how to cultivate further? He understood heavenly thunder, but what was heavenly fire? He had never heard of it. Xiao Ye, Qingsang interrupted his contemplation, saying, "This is not a complete treatise on physical cultivation. It is a compilation by a deceased dean of the Medicine Academy. The contents are unverified, and this book cannot be cultivated by anyone." Xiao Ye was taken aback, looking at Qingsang with confusion. "Why do you say that?" Qingsang, evidently well-versed in the book, explained, "To cultivate, one must cover their entire body in dragon blood, absorbing the power within it, or one must possess the bloodline of a divine dragon. Ordinary individuals cannot cultivate this." "What?" Xiao Ye frowned deeply. This condition was indeed stringent. Yet, just because others could not achieve it did not mean he could not either. Though he lacked dragon blood, Little Black was a dragon, and drawing a bit of its blood should pose no problem. "Let me see." With that, Xiao Ye flipped to the subsequent pages, confirming Qingsang's statement. He began to transcribe the content, as the library prohibited the borrowing of books, and any copied material was restricted to personal use only. Qingsang glanced at Xiao Ye, seeing his determination to transcribe, and chose not to comment further, returning to his own reading. Once Xiao Ye finished transcribing, he noticed Qingsang had already departed. Indeed, as he had said, this book was incomplete. Much of its content was speculative, indicating that to cultivate the physical body, one could only use this as a reference while needing to explore through personal experience. Time slipped away, and Xiao Ye exited the library, returning to his residence. With only 5 days remaining until the newcomer competition, he intended to utilize this time wisely for thorough research. Boom, boom. Upon returning, a series of thunderous noises erupted around him, with spiritual energy swirling frantically toward the dormitory area. Xiao Ye was taken aback. It appeared someone was breaking through, causing a shortage of spiritual energy, and judging by the intensity, it seemed not just one person was involved. Chapter 125. Gathering magical beasts. Xiao Ye quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the energy, his heart leaping with joy as he recognized it was Liang Quan and his 2 companions' residence. It seemed they had consumed the heavenly spirit pill, successfully dispelling the effects of the tranquil pill and breaking through their cultivation. The commotion was considerable, drawing the attention of others in the dormitory area, who were puzzled by how breakthroughs had become so effortless, especially with 3 individuals advancing simultaneously, and judging by the noise, it appeared they had surpassed a mere minor realm. Damn it, what are these newcomers up to now? Meng Yang, engrossed in his own cultivation, suddenly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy vanish upon stepping outside. He was taken aback by the sight of 3 substantial whirlpools of visible true qi converging wildly toward Liang Quan and his companions' quarters. Meng Yang sighed in resignation, abandoning his cultivation. He realized that whenever Xiao Ye was involved, astonishing events were bound to unfold. Oh, isn't that Liang Quan and Kuya's place? Could it be they dispelled the tranquil pill? Wang Peng and Song Ming also gathered around, knowing Liang Quan and the others had fallen victim to the tranquil pill's effects. Seeing their successful breakthrough filled them with genuine happiness. "Xiao Ye, you're back," Song Ming exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. Sensing that Liang Quan's rapid breakthrough was undoubtedly connected to Xiao Ye, Xiao Ye smiled and nodded, glancing at the 2, both at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of gathering essence. They would undoubtedly excel in the upcoming newcomer assessments. After a full quarter of an hour, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated. With a creak, the door swung open, and Kuya was the first to emerge from her room. Upon seeing the crowd, she was momentarily startled and felt a bit bashful under the weight of so many gazes. "Congratulations to junior sister on your breakthrough," the onlookers chimed in, offering their congratulations. Kuya was one of the few girls in this area and the most beautiful, making her quite popular. "Thank you," Kuya replied with a smile, quickly spotting Xiao Ye amidst the crowd, and hurried over, joyfully exclaiming, "Big brother Xiao, I broke through." "I already knew," Xiao Ye replied. Xiao Ye felt a sense of joy for Kuya, gently patting her head with a smile. His feelings for her were not romantic. He regarded her as a younger sister. At that moment, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen emerged from their room, and everyone expressed their gratitude before returning to their cultivation. Most of the residents here were newcomers, and witnessing the breakthroughs of Liang Quan and his companions served as a considerable motivation for them. "Boss," Liang Quan exclaimed excitedly, "since we have some free time, let's treat you to a nice meal." "Yes, brother Xiao, please don't be modest. We have a bit of savings," Zhou Wen chimed in eagerly. However, Liang Quan's eyes lit up, and he quickly corrected himself. "It's you who has the savings. All right, you're treating us. You shameless glutton. Can you be any more brazen?" Liang Quan gritted his teeth in frustration, but felt helpless against him. After all, Zhou Wen knew from their previous spar that Xiao Ye was extraordinarily powerful. He never expected that he couldn't even best Liang Quan. "All right," Xiao Ye intervened, cutting off the bickering. "There will be plenty of opportunities to treat each other in the future. You've just broken through in your cultivation. It's essential to stabilize your newfound strength. After the newcomer assessment is over, if you don't wish to treat, I want to insist." "Fine, it's a deal," Liang Quan and the others finally relented. They then sought Xiao Ye's guidance, gaining much from their session, before returning to their respective rooms to cultivate. Xiao Ye also returned to his room, preparing to study the body refinement techniques he had copied from the library that day. When suddenly, a series of beast roars reverberated through the air. Xiao Ye paused. The roars were relentless and emanated from the direction of the Academy's back mountain. Could it be that the magical beasts from the ancient ridge mountains were invading again? With that thought, Xiao Ye quickly jumped out of bed, opened his door, and many outer disciples followed suit. Noticing that Liang Quan and the others were still cultivating, he chose not to disturb them and made his way directly to the back mountain of the Academy. Upon arriving at the Academy's back gate, the commotion had already attracted a considerable crowd. However, it seemed that no one was prepared for battle. They merely craned their necks in curiosity towards the back mountain. "What is going on? Has the Beast Academy gone mad? Have they released the tamed magical beasts? They can't possibly be planning to return them to the wild, can they? Impossible. These magical beasts were captured at great expense by generations of students at the Beast Academy. Could they be trying to prevent an invasion of magical beasts? Surely not. Most of these magical beasts are at the 3rd or 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, comparable to the newcomers. The strongest among them has merely just broken through to the true martial realm. If the ancient Ridge Mountains magical beasts were to riot, these creatures would likely be trampled." Xiao Ye listened intently to the surrounding discussions. Feeling perplexed, was this somehow related to the newcomer assessment? An inexplicable thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Hey, Xiao Ye, what are you doing here?" A melodious voice interrupted his musings. It was Yang Yiqiao, who hurried over upon spotting him. Seeing that Yang Yiqiao was in good spirits, having resolved her issues with her beast companion, Xiao Ye replied, "I heard the beast roars and thought there might be an invasion, so I came to see if I could help." Yang Yiqiao glanced at Xiao Ye, somewhat speechless. There are so many disciples in the academy. Even if there were an invasion, what could you newcomers do to help? Just then, she recalled Xiao Ye's formidable strength and added, "Forget I said anything." Xiao Ye realized that there were no newcomers around. The crowd primarily consisted of senior students, all of whom were at least at the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. It seemed he was indeed somewhat superfluous here. Listening to the ongoing roars, which sounded more like a howl than a roar of anger, he turned to Yang Yiqiao and asked, "Senior sister, do you know why the Beast Academy released these magical beasts?" Yang Yiqiao shot him a look and said, "Don't call me senior sister. You're now the vice dean of our Pill Academy. Just call me by my name." Yang Yiqiao felt helpless about the situation, but she acknowledged Xiao Ye's capabilities. She glanced outside at the magical beast and shook her head in confusion. "I am not sure. I heard it was an order from Dean Li." Dean Li? Xiao Ye was taken aback, as he hadn't seen Dean Li since arriving at the academy. Knowing it was Dean Li's arrangement further convinced him that these magical beasts were indeed related to the newcomer assessment. "All right," Yang Yiqiao said, looking at Xiao Ye. "You don't need to worry about this. Go back and focus on your cultivation." Chapter 126. The assessment begins. Xiao Ye realized he was truly out of place here and nodded in agreement to leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he noticed the newcomers were deeply focused on their cultivation. Reluctantly, Xiao Ye forced himself to calm down and engage in his own practice. Before he knew it, 5 days had slipped away, and the newcomer assessment was about to commence. Xiao Ye emerged from his meditative state just as dawn broke, recalling that the assessment was scheduled for 8 o'clock that morning. Upon opening his door, he found Liang Quan and several newcomers gathered, seemingly engrossed in discussion. "Boss, you're out," Liang Quan exclaimed, rushing over to greet him. Xiao Ye nodded and inquired, "What are you all discussing?" Liang Quan replied, "We heard that this year's newcomer assessment has changed. It seems it's no longer just about breaking through to the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. It appears to be more challenging. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, recalling the magical beasts from the Academy's back mountain. Although he had been immersed in his cultivation, he had still heard the continual roars from the back courtyard. It seemed these magical beasts were indeed connected to the newcomer competition. Liang Quan continued, "We don't know the specifics of the assessment, so let's south head to the square and find out." Xiao Ye nodded, and the group made their way to the Academy Square. By the time they arrived, the square was teeming with newcomers, nearly 10,000 in total. Xiao Ye marveled at the vastness of the Yuzhou continent. If a single city could only recruit 2 students for the academy, it implied there were around 5,000 cities like his hometown. Surrounding newcomers were buzzing with chatter, all having received news of the changes to the newcomer assessment but unaware of the specific details, leading to rampant speculation. Silence. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed, startling everyone into silence. Xiao Ye turned to see Dean Li standing on the stone platform, appearing somewhat weary. Dean Li surveyed the crowd and continued, "I trust you all have heard some rumors regarding this year's newcomer assessment." His voice, though not loud, was clear enough for everyone to hear. "Indeed, this year's newcomer assessment will be more rigorous than ever. Many of you may already know that the Beast Academy has released the magical beasts they had been raising. This is the essence of this assessment." That a murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. "What? This assessment is far too severe. With only 5,000 jade tokens, it means half of us will be eliminated. Moreover, these magical beasts are even more formidable than human warriors of the same level. Some may not even be able to obtain a jade token from them. I'm only at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. How can I possibly stand against these magical beasts?" "Exactly. This assessment is outrageous. I protest." The crowd erupted in protests. Silence. A fierce shout cut through the air. It was Zhang Xiaofeng, another vice dean, standing beside Dean Li. His commanding presence quelled the crowd's uproar. Dean Li shot Zhang Xiaofeng a disapproving glance before addressing the crowd again. "This decision was made by our elder council, and I want to hide the truth from you. The Academy's future will be increasingly perilous. This measure is intended to minimize casualties. If anyone lacks the courage, you may choose to withdraw." The crowd exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't change the situation, and fell silent, turning their attention back to Dean Li. Seeing no one stepping back, Dean Li continued, "Let me outline the rules for this assessment. As long as you obtain a jade token from the magical beasts, you may return to the academy and pass the assessment. You may cooperate with one another, but mutual combat is prohibited. The magical beasts will not actively seek to kill you, and you are strictly forbidden from killing them. The Beast Academy's disciples will patrol the back mountain. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion. What if a magical beast suddenly goes berserk and attacks us?" One person couldn't help but ask loudly. Many others nodded in agreement, recalling the numerous instances where tamed magical beasts had harmed their trainers in history. "Do not worry," Dean Li reassured them, having anticipated this concern, "that if you find yourself in life-threatening danger, break the novice token representing your identity. The nearby patrols will sense it and come to your aid. However, doing so will also mean you have failed the assessment." The crowd's expressions darkened. This assessment was no ordinary challenge. If the magical beasts became uncontrollable and intent on killing, who could possibly stand against them? These newcomers were predominantly at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Gathering Yuan realm, making them no match for the magical beasts. Dean Li scanned the crowd once more before continuing. "This assessment will last 3 days. Anyone who fails to return to the academy after 3 days will also be considered a failure. Now, do not waste any more time. According to the academy's arrangements, proceed to the back mountain. Remember, your designated area of activity is only the academy's back mountain. That if you venture into the ancient ridge mountains and encounter danger, we will be unable to provide assistance. Your lives will be beyond our control." After Elder Li's remarks, the senior students guided everyone to the back mountain of the academy. With such a large group, it was inevitable that they would not enter from a single point. Liang Quan, Zhou Wan, and Kuyan naturally stayed close to Xiao Ye. With Xiao Ye's presence, they felt assured that they could pass the assessment. However, they were taken aback by the severity of the test. Realizing that more than half of the participants might be eliminated, Zhou Wen couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Ye nodded, expressing his greater concern about Elder Li's statement regarding the Academy's precarious situation, which seemed to suggest that it was in even greater danger. Xiao Ye had an inkling that the Academy concealed something far beyond its ordinary faade. Liang Quan and the others exchanged glances with Xiao Ye but dismissed his words. To them, the Academy was merely a place for study and cultivation, incapable of harboring any real threats. Soon, under the guidance of their seniors, Xiao Ye and his companions entered the back mountain, where they immediately dispersed into smaller groups of 2 or 3. Clearly aware of the terrifying presence of the magical beasts and preferring to travel in pairs, avoiding crowded areas, Xiao Ye and his companions made their way directly into the depths of the mountain. Given their current strength, they felt confident in handling any beast they might encounter, so long as it wasn't a true martial beast of the true martial realm. Roars of fury echoed in the distance, indicating that some newcomers had already crossed paths with a magical beast. Xiao Ye glanced toward the source of the roars but chose to ignore it, instead carefully examining the tracks left by the beasts. This way, he instructed, with only 3 days for the assessment, they needed to obtain the jade talismans as swiftly as possible, for the challenges would only grow more formidable as time passed. Boss, there are people ahead. Liang Quan quickly pointed out. Xiao Ye had already noticed them, stating, those 2 are at the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm. They are not newcomers, but members of the Beast Institute's patrol team. Oh, Liang Quan and the others nodded, easing their vigilance as they observed the 2.1 was a burly figure, but his right sleeve hung empty. He was an amputee whose imposing aura was undeniable. The other was also at the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, but stood in the shadow of the one-armed man, his presence less formidable. The 2 patrolmen noticed Xiao Ye and his companions, giving them a cursory glance before recognizing that they were merely at the 4th and 3rd levels of the Gathering Essence realm. The one-armed man approached and warned, you should not proceed any further. Ahead lies a 5th level fire dragon lizard, which is beyond your capabilities. Thank you, senior, Zhou Wen acknowledged, understanding that the 2 meant well that he looked to Xiao Ye, knowing that they did not fear a 5th level magical beast, but awaited Xiao Ye's decision on whether to advance. Let us scout ahead, Xiao Ye replied cautiously. He contemplated releasing the soul-devouring ants for reconnaissance, but reconsidered. The patrol team consisted of Beast Institute disciples, who were likely sensitive to the presence of magical beasts. If they detected the ants, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Xiao Ye's group ignored their advice and continued forward, the one-armed man frowned. Brother, what shall we do? The other man asked, looking to the one-armed figure. The one-armed man, displeased by their disregard for his warning, responded, lives are at stake. Let us stay close. If danger arises, we can assist. After a brief discussion, the 2 men decided to follow Xiao Ye's group. Xiao Ye noticed the 2 trailing behind, but paid them no mind. He took a few steps forward and raised his hand, signaling for his companions to halt. Crouching behind a rock, Xiao Ye peered ahead. In an open area, a massive, fiery red lizard lay basking on a stone. Indeed, the 5th level fire dragon lizard the one-armed man had mentioned. The one-armed man, surprised by Xiao Ye's sudden stop, marveled at his keen perception, which even he had not anticipated. He couldn't help but wonder if any among Xiao Ye's group were disciples of the Beast Institute. Boss, should we engage? Liang Quan was already eager for action. Xiao Ye nodded and cautioned, you and Zhou Wen will handle this. Though the fire dragon lizard is a 5th level beast, it is cumbersome. Just be wary of its flames. All right, Liang Quan exclaimed, excited. Having recently broken through to the 3rd level of the Gathering Essence realm, he felt ready to test his skills against this creature. He called to Zhou Wen, and the 2 charged towards the fire dragon lizard. What are they doing? The one-armed man gasped, startled to see Liang Quan and Zhou Wen charge ahead recklessly. This is madness. He hurried after them, knowing that although they had orders not to harm humans, these newcomers were too weak and could easily be killed by a miscalculation. With a furious roar, the fire dragon lizard, disturbed from its sunbathing, unleashed a torrent of flames toward Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. Liang Quan, taken aback, scrambled to evade the fiery assault, his bulk making him less agile. Watch and learn. You fool. Zhou Wen, leaping aside with grace, dispelled the flames with a swift motion of his sword, lunging again at the lizard. I'm getting burned. Liang Quan cried out, realizing too late that Zhou Wen's actions had inadvertently directed flames toward him. Zhou Wen, you maniac. My apologies, Zhou Wen replied, though his focus remained on the battle. Zhou Wen wore an expression of regret, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Liang Quan shot Zhou Wen a fierce glare, redirecting his fury towards the fire dragon lizard. With a hefty leap, he landed squarely on the creature's back, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at its enormous head. The fire dragon lizard howled in agony, its cumbersome body rolling helplessly on the ground in an attempt to dislodge Liang Quan, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Zhou seized the opportunity to land a couple of sword strikes on the beast. With a thunderous crash, the massive creature collapsed onto the ground, battered and bruised, its body marred by numerous wounds. It lay there, glaring resentfully at Liang Quan, wishing nothing more than to render the hefty figure into shreds. Dare to glare at me? Come at me. Liang Quan, caught up in the thrill, clenched his fists, preparing to strike the lizard once more, sending it into a panic as it frantically shook its head to evade him. That's enough. Xiao Ye intervened, approaching Liang Quan. This is a magical beast raised by the Beast Academy disciples. We must not kill it. Reluctantly, Liang Quan jumped down from the fire dragon lizard's back, his enthusiasm waning. Xiao Ye then approached the creature, whose head was swollen like a pig's, and said, I know you can understand me. If you wish to avoid further torment, hand over the jade talisman. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the fire dragon lizard dared not hesitate. It opened its mouth and, with a convulsive motion of its throat, spat out a palm-sized jade talisman covered in saliva. The creature pointed at the talisman on the ground, signaling to everyone that it was the item they sought, and then, without looking back, it fled in disgrace. How disgusting, Zhou remarked, grimacing at the drool-covered talisman. He glanced at Liang Quan and said, Here, this talisman is yours. Please, you're so finicky. If Kia isn't bothered by it, why are you? Liang Quan shrugged off Zhou's disdain, picking up the talisman and wiping it on his clothes. He then looked at Zhou and said, Just remember, if you lose the talisman later, don't come pleading to me. Pleading? In your dreams. Zhou shot a glance at Xiao Ye, feeling reassured with the presence of this formidable figure. All right, Xiao Ye interrupted the banter between them. Let us continue our search for the talisman. The group followed Xiao Ye, weaving through the dense jungle. Roars of beasts echoed through the forest, yet no magical creatures were in sight. Xiao Ye felt puzzled. It seemed as if all the beasts were hiding. Suddenly, Xiao Ye raised a hand, signaling the others to halt, and made a gesture for silence. He gazed up at a robust, flourishing tree, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Gathering strength in his left foot, he stomped down with force. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled, followed by a startled cry as a shadow tumbled down from the tree. Eek! A gray monkey screamed. Quickly scrambling to its feet, rubbing its sore backside, its eyes wide with fear as it regarded Xiao Ye and the others. Just a monkey, the group mused, noting its low cultivation level, merely at the first stage of gathering essence. Even weaker than a novice. Eek! The monkey screeched again, attempting to escape back up the tree. Stop right there. Xiao Ye's voice rang out with authority as he moved to block the monkey's path. The creature froze in fear, scratching its head in confusion, baring its teeth at Xiao Ye. Boss, Liang Quan approached, curiously examining the monkey. This monkey's cultivation is only at the first stage of gathering essence. It can't possibly be a beast from the Beast Academy. It's just an ordinary magical creature in these woods. Hearing Liang Quan's words, the monkey instinctively nodded, then paused, its expression shifting to one of vigilance as it eyed Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, looking at the monkey and saying, Enough with the charade. I know you can speak. The monkey stared blankly at Xiao Ye, scratching its head, clearly confused by his statement. Qiya and Zhou exchanged puzzled glances, each convinced that the monkey was merely an ordinary magical beast. Seeing the monkey's innocent demeanor, Xiao Ye smirked coldly and turned to Liang Quan. Liang Quan, start a fire. Since this monkey is not a pet of the Beast Academy, it can serve as our dinner. All right, Liang Quan exclaimed excitedly, rushing off to gather dry branches. Don't kill me. Suddenly, a terrified voice rang out, startling the group as they turned to see the monkey covering its mouth. Standing there as if it had committed a grave error. This creature was actually a spirit beast, despite its low cultivation. Xiao Ye grinned smugly. What's this? I thought you couldn't speak. The monkey, realizing it had been exposed, leaped onto a nearby rock, pointing at the group with an air of arrogance. I'll tell you this. My master is formidable. If you dare eat me, I'll inform my master to stew all of you. Liang Quan and the others were taken aback, astonished by the monkey's cunning and audacity. Heh. A mischievous smile crept across Liang Quan's face, causing the monkey to feel a shiver of dread. Since you are a pet of the Beast Academy, we certainly cannot kill you, but we can snatch the jade talisman and give you a little roughhousing. Chapter 129. The Cunning Monkey. The monkey screeched in terror, retreating in haste, its eyes wide with alarm as it glared at Liang Quan, cursing, You fat pig. I'll remember you. If you dare touch me, I'll have my master kill you. You dare insult me? Liang Quan was furious, taking a step forward, but the crafty monkey had already scampered up the tree, taunting Liang Quan with a cheeky face, infuriating him further. Xiao Ye was speechless, yet intrigued by the monkey's audacity. He wondered about this master the monkey spoke of. Liang Quan looked up at the monkey perched on the branch and said, Little fellow, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the jade talisman willingly. Never, the monkey refused without hesitation. Xiao Ye shook his head, Choosing not to say more, he concentrated his energy in his left foot and stomped down once more. With a thunderous boom, the monkey was startled, feeling the tree shake violently as it lost its grip and fell to the ground once again. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Quan rushed forward, capturing the monkey in his grasp. "Got you now, you little rascal." The monkey shrieked in panic. "Let me go, you fat pig." Still so defiant, Liang Quan was enraged. He quickly found a rope and tied the monkey to a tree, gazing at the defiant creature with a calm demeanor. "If you don't produce the jade talisman soon, we'll be having you for dinner tonight. You wouldn't dare." The monkey glared at Liang Quan, its fierce expression betraying its fear that Liang Quan might actually roast it. "Haha." Liang Quan smirked coldly. Ignoring the monkey's protest, he turned to Xiao Ye, saying, "Do you remember the oil-braised monkey brain from our hometown? Fu Man Yuan." Xiao Ye paused, realization dawning, and nodded, swallowing with nostalgia. "It's been ages since I had that. I still remember the taste fondly." Zhou and Kuya exchanged confused looks, with Kuya asking curiously, "What is oil-braised monkey brain?" Liang Quan glanced at the curious monkey and explained, "It's where we secure a monkey on a rack. Pry open its skull and pour in boiling hot oil. The monkey brain is incredibly tender." As Liang Quan spoke, he wiped away drool. "This is too cruel." Kuya felt a wave of nausea, instinctively stepping back as she looked at the bound monkey. "You're not actually going to eat its brain, are you?" Liang Quan nodded, saying, "Of course, the brain of a spirit monkey should be delicious." "Wah, I was wrong." Before Liang Quan could finish, the monkey burst into tears, pleading, "I'll give you the jade talisman." "Humph." Liang Quan beamed with pride, extending his hand. "Hand it over. First, untie me." The monkey shrugged, realizing it was securely bound and unable to retrieve the talisman. "Don't try any tricks." Liang Quan glared at it before finally untying the rope. The monkey sighed in relief and quickly pulled out a jade talisman from its pocket, handing it over to Liang Quan. Liang Quan took the talisman, patting the monkey's head with satisfaction. "Now, that's more like it." The monkey lowered its head, cursing Liang Quan inwardly, yet outwardly appearing obedient. It turned to Xiao Ye and asked, "Can I leave now?" "Not so fast." Xiao Ye replied with a slight smile, pointing to the top of the tree. "You can leave once you show us what you were hiding earlier." "Absolutely not." The monkey panicked, shaking its head vigorously. "Those are my treasures collected over many years. You can't take them." "Treasures?" At the monkey's words, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen's eyes lit up, eagerly surrounding it with greedy grins, preventing its escape. The monkey was on the verge of tears, pointing at Xiao Ye as it shouted, "You're just a bunch of robbers. Why don't you go steal for yourselves?" "Steal?" The group was even more puzzled, and Xiao Ye, intrigued, looked at the monkey. "Could it be pills or some sort of spiritual treasure?" The monkey nodded, pointing at Kuya. "She has it. Me." Kuya, bewildered by the monkey's accusation, was at a loss. If she had any treasures, wouldn't she know about them? Enough of the chatter. Liang Quan seized the monkey by its tail and lifted it up, declaring, "We don't want anything from others. We only desire yours." The monkey, on the verge of tears, protested, "You band of thieves. I shall inform my master." Curious about the treasures the monkey might be hiding, Xiao Ye gathered his strength in his left foot and stomped forward with great force. With a thunderous crash, a large bird's nest, the size of a head, fell from the tree, landing heavily on the ground. However, instead of birds, it contained vibrant pieces of cloth. The monkey glared at Xiao Ye with fury, wishing to tear him apart. "What is this?" Liang Quan asked, bewildered, as he picked up a pale purple cloth and sniffed it, finding it quite fragrant. "You pervert!" Kia exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot and turned away. Xiao Ye and Zhou turned to look at the item in Liang Quan's hand. Xiao Ye scratched his head, his expression one of recognition, while Zhou hesitantly remarked, "It seems to be a woman's bodice." "A bodice?" Liang Quan exclaimed, startled. He hastily tossed it aside and kicked the monkey, which lay on the ground feigning death, angrily asking, "Hey, this can't be the treasure you spoke of, can it?" The monkey, unembarrassed, stood up and glared at Liang Quan, retorting, "I told you, it belongs to that woman. You're trying to steal from us." Kia's face turned crimson upon hearing this, wishing she could slay the lewd monkey with a single strike. "What are you looking at?" she snapped, noticing Liang Quan's gaze fixated on her chest. Infuriated, she approached Liang Quan and kicked him squarely in the rear. Liang Quan cried out in pain, causing Xiao Ye and the others to avert their eyes immediately, clearing their throats in an awkward manner. Liang Quan, unfazed, secretly gave the monkey a thumbs up, thinking to himself that this creature was indeed a paragon of their kind. He leaned closer to the monkey and whispered, "Tell me, these undergarments aren't your master's, are they?" The monkey, while stashing away the discarded bodice, glanced at Liang Quan and nodded. Intrigued, Liang Quan asked, "Is your master renowned in the academy? What is her name?" Of course. My master is a beautiful teacher at the academy. Wherever she goes, you hairless monkeys cannot help but steal glances. I look down upon you, the monkey replied proudly, casting a disdainful glance at Liang Quan. Chapter 130. The Conspiracy of Beasts. A beautiful teacher. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Is your master Jiang Lingxian from the academy?" "Indeed." The monkey beamed with pride. Who else in the academy would dare to claim the title of a beautiful teacher? Liang Quan and Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled as they fixated on the garments in the monkey's grasp. Liang Quan couldn't help but take a deep breath, realizing he had just touched the goddess's intimate apparel. Excitement coursing through him, Xiao Ye shot a disparaging glance at the duo and inquired, "Who is this Jiang Lingxian? Is she really that beautiful?" Liang Quan, exasperated, replied, "Boss, I suspect you've been at the academy for days without a clue. Jiang Lingxian is the ice-cold goddess of our academy, universally recognized as the beautiful teacher." Xiao Ye scoffed. "She must be quite old if she is a teacher. Boss, you couldn't be more mistaken." Liang Quan said with a knowing expression. Jiang Lingxian is barely in her early 20s and already a master of the true martial realm. 20 and already at the true martial realm? Xiao Ye was taken aback, setting aside her looks. Such talent was indeed something to boast about. Zhou Wen nodded in agreement, adding, "I've heard that this teacher hails from a prestigious family. Her status is noble. And her teaching at the academy is merely for personal growth." Xiao Ye finally understood. If she came from a prominent family, it was plausible for such a young prodigy to reach the true martial realm. Liang Quan glanced at the smug monkey and remarked, "You shameless monkey, being a pet of the beautiful teacher and daring to steal her undergarments. I must inform your master. You wouldn't dare." The monkey retorted, its bravado faltering as it realized it had been secretly pilfering from Jiang Lingxian. "Heh, what is there to fear?" Liang Quan said with a sly grin, leaning closer to the monkey and whispering, "Unless you give me 2 of your treasures, me too." Zhou Wen chimed in, casting a threatening look at the monkey. Terrified, the monkey clutched the garments tighter and backed away. Ahem, a voice interrupted, and Liang Quan and Zhou Wen felt an ominous aura behind them. Turning, they found Qia glaring coldly at them. Embarrassed, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen exchanged awkward chuckles and quickly diverted their attention elsewhere, engaging in trivial conversation while secretly monitoring the monkey. Xiao Ye shot a disapproving glance at Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, wishing he could kick both of them for their antics. Feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, the monkey retreated closer to Xiao Ye and asked, "Now that I've given you the jade talisman, can I leave?" "One more thing," Xiao Ye replied, pondering. "I sense that these magical beasts are hiding intentionally. What is going on?" The monkey hesitated but, seeing the predatory glances from Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, was frightened into compliance. That we magical beasts, like humans, often gather in groups to hide. Are all magical beasts gathering? Qia gasped. The new students were already disadvantaged against magical beasts. If they united, it would be even more perilous. Xiao Ye frowned and pressed. "What is your purpose in doing this?" "What purpose could there be?" The monkey shot Xiao Ye a glare. "Simply to drive you away. That we agreed to hide until nightfall. Then we'll strike to drive you out of the back mountain, ensuring you fail the assessment." "How shameless!" Liang Quan exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. "Why aren't you joining them?" The monkey scratched its head sheepishly, admitting, "I'm too weak. I'd only be cannon fodder among them. So I decided to hide." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in a wonder they had encountered no other magical beasts along the way. These creatures had indeed grown cunning after spending so much time around humans. Seeing that Xiao Ye had fallen silent, the monkey cautiously asked, "Now that I've told you everything, can I leave?" Receiving the answer he sought, Xiao Ye waved dismissively at the monkey. The monkey, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, nearly leapt with joy and turned to leave. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen couldn't resist calling out, "Monkey brother, remember to come play with us. I'll treat you to bananas." Startled by their words, the monkey shivered, clutching its garments tightly before sprinting away, quickly vanishing into the thicket. "How shameless!" Qia glared at Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, scolding them. The duo feigned ignorance. Although Qia was beautiful, they knew her heart belonged to Xiao Ye, so they decided to pursue other lovely maidens instead. Was it truly shameless to follow one's nature? Though they thought this, being chastised by a beautiful woman was still somewhat embarrassing. Liang Quan cleared his throat and turned to Xiao Ye, asking, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Xiao Ye surveyed the surroundings and spotted a clear patch of land. "Let us start a fire and cook. We'll wait for the fish to jump into the net." Understanding the beast's intentions eased Xiao Yu's mind. He feared the magical creatures would remain hidden and they would miss the jade talisman. The group quickly prepared their evening meal, and as darkness fell, they lit a bonfire. Most magical beasts were nocturnal, and in such a perilous forest, lighting a fire was highly unadvisable. The flames could be seen from miles away. As soon as they ignited the fire, for magical beasts took notice. Leading them was a peak 6th-layer black fiend tiger, followed by a spotted python, a wild boar, and a hefty bear, though these three were not as formidable as the black fiend tiger. They were all 5th-layer magical beasts. Together, these 4 creatures could dominate the mountains. The beasts exchanged glances, lowering their steps as they stealthily approached the flickering light. At that moment, sitting on a rocky hill and meditating, Xiao Ye slowly opened his eyes, signaling to Liang Quan, who was hiding behind a tree. Liang Quan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, 4 shadowy figures lay concealed in the grass, their eyes fixed on the group by the bonfire. The black fiend tiger's lips curled into a smirk as it crawled forward, glancing at the soft earth ahead disdainfully. It gestured to its companions, and then leapt toward Xiao Ye. With a whoosh, just as the black fiend tiger leaped into the air, it heard a whooshing sound, and a piece of wood hurtled toward it. Chapter 131. Beating the magical beast roar. The black fiend tiger's eyes widened in terror as it attempted to dodge. But being airborne left it with no leverage. With a resounding crash, the beast was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward, and crashing into the wild boar and bear, tumbling into a trap. The massive spotted python, having evaded the trap, felt a sudden tightening around its neck as a rope ensnared it, hoisting it up into the trees. These beasts, having coexisted with humans for an extended period and receiving their meticulous care, had long forgotten the art of evading traps. Had it been in the past, such contrivances would have surely failed to ensnare them. Gotcha. Liang Quan stood atop a tree, a triumphant smile on his face as he glanced at Zhou Wen, perched on another tree, and said, "It's your turn." Zhou Wen's face was alight with excitement, standing at the treetop above the trap, his woven net bag filled with boulders the size of human heads. At Liang Quan's command, he promptly released the net, and the boulders came crashing down. Roar! The 3 beasts, overcome with terror, bellowed in a frantic struggle to escape. However, the pit was too deep, and the space too confined. Chaos ensued as they could only watch helplessly as the boulders plummeted. Fortunately, being magical beasts, their tough hides and resilient flesh shielded them somewhat. Were they mere human warriors, a strike from these stones could spell certain death or grievous injury. Nevertheless, the beasts suffered immensely, their bodies battered and bruised, soon buried in the depths of the pit, leaving only their 3 heads visible as they glared angrily at Xiao Ye and his companions. Xiao Ye recognized the black tiger and found it somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This black tiger belonged to Jiang Ping, the arrogant individual he remembered all too well. Encountering his beast here was quite the surprise. He chuckled to himself, stepping forward to address the trio of snarling beasts. "So, you dare to set your sights on me. How shall I entertain you?" Roar! The 3 beasts bared their teeth, emitting a series of low, menacing growls, their fierce gazes fixed on Xiao Ye, as if longing to shred the human before them to pieces. "What's wrong?" Still not convinced, Xiao Ye said with a calm smile, turning to Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. "Let us teach them a proper lesson." Liang Quan and Zhou Wen exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They cracked their knuckles in anticipation and, under the terrified gaze of the beasts, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at their heads. Quickly swelling them up, "Xiao Gu," Kuya called out, glancing aside. "That python has escaped." Xiao Ye observed the empty ropes, nodding. "No matter. That python won't dare return." The trio of beasts, now resembling battered pigs, soon realized that the ungrateful python had fled, and they cursed it in their hearts for its lack of loyalty. Xiao Ye approached the 3 beasts, observing them with a cool demeanor. "Shall we have a proper discussion now?" The black tiger's fierce gaze gradually softened. Now trapped in Xiao Ye's hands, resistance was futile, and it could only humbly nod in defeat. Xiao Ye continued, "I want to make things difficult for you. Just present your jade talismans." Upon hearing this, the black tiger visibly relaxed, glancing at Xiao Ye as it wriggled its body, indicating that the talismans were trapped beneath it. Xiao Ye warned, "I can release you, but should you attempt any tricks upon your release, my kindness will swiftly disappear." The beasts nodded obediently. Xiao Ye signaled Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, who worked together to remove the stones from the pit. As the 3 beasts emerged, half of their bodies free. The black tiger lowered its head and exchanged glances with its companions, who nodded in understanding. Roar! With an enraged shout, the 3 beasts sprang from the pit, lunging toward Xiao Ye, having discerned that he was the leader among them. They swore to subdue him and thoroughly trample him. Xiao Ye smirked slightly, fully aware that these creatures would not comply without a fight. As they lunged, he swiftly evaded their attack, and before they could regain their bearings, he concentrated his energy into his left foot and stomped down powerfully. Boom! The ground quaked beneath them, sending the beasts tumbling backward uncontrollably. The black tiger's eyes widened in fear as it realized the pit was behind it. It desperately attempted to roll away in midair. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted as Xiao Ye stomped again, dislodging the stones that Liang Quan and Zhou Wen had just piled, which came crashing down once more. Roars of despair echoed as the three beasts were once again engulfed in the pit. Humph! Daring to go back on your word? Teach them a thorough lesson. Without waiting for Xiao Ye to finish, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen leaped into action, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon the beasts' heads, showing no signs of stopping. Only when the trio appeared half-dead did Xiao Ye finally allow the panting duo to pause. Xiao Ye approached the three beasts once more, crouching down. Can we now have a serious discussion? The beast remained silent, with the black tiger glaring at Xiao Ye, its defiance unyielding. So stubborn, Xiao Ye chuckled lightly, preparing to strike again. Suddenly, the wild boar emitted a series of whimpering sounds, nodding repeatedly in a plea for mercy. Xiao Ye smiled softly, deciding not to press the issue. Liang Quan, let this wild boar go. At this, the bear perked up, eager to plead for its own release, but the black tiger shot it a fierce glare, causing it to lower its head in submission. The wild boar scrambled out of the pit, thanking Xiao Ye profusely before dashing away without looking back. Boss, the jade talismans, Liang Quan suddenly exclaimed, recalling something that, no worries, Xiao Ye replied, glancing at the two beasts before him, we still have two more to collect. Having secured 2 jade talismans, Xiao Ye needed just 2 more to pass the assessment. Will you surrender your talismans willingly, or shall we beat them out of you? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the two beasts. The black tiger and the bear exchanged looks, fear evident in their eyes. They opened their mouths and, in submission, relinquished the talismans. Damn, it would have been better to do this sooner. Liang Quan rushed forward to collect the talismans, wiping them on his clothes. Chapter 132. Revenge. The two magical beasts watched as Liang Quan pocketed the talismans, gazing at Xiao Ye with hopeful expressions. Xiao Ye, uninterested in their plight, turned to his companions and said, let us head back to the academy. These two beasts were not ordinary. They wouldn't remain trapped here indefinitely, and Xiao Ye harbored no concerns for them, having acquired the jade talismans and passed the assessment. There was no need to linger in the back mountains. Shortly after they departed, a figure approached, drawn by the flickering flames. Who dares to light a fire at night? The newcomer, a freshman with a proud demeanor and a cultivation level of the 4th stage of gathering essence, was above average among newcomers, bravely traversing the dense forest alone. Upon reaching the campfire, he found it deserted, indicating that the others had already left. If Xiao Ye were present, he would surely recognize this individual as Jiang Ping, the master of the black tiger. Roar! Suddenly, an anxious and agitated roar echoed nearby. Jiang Ping was startled. Although he was from the Beast Academy and understood that magical beasts posed no threat, encountering them at this moment was troublesome. Something felt amiss. That roar sounded eerily familiar. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Ping suddenly realized, wasn't that the cry of his pet black tiger? Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted the two battered beasts, barely recognizable, one with a tiger's head and the other with a bear's. Swiftly, he rushed over, staring at the bedraggled tiger head, which bore a look of indignation and excitement. Is that you, little tiger? Who did this to you? Whimpering, the black tiger expressed its grievances, struggling to illustrate its plight with its claws. Jiang Ping frowned and asked, are you saying it was that newcomer, Xiao Ye, we encountered during alchemy? The black tiger nodded vigorously. Curse that wretch. Jiang Ping ground his teeth in fury. Under normal circumstances, he would scold the black tiger for its mistakes. But being bested by a newcomer was an affront he could not overlook. I'll get you out of here. He quickly freed the black tiger and the bear, then remembered something and turned to the black tiger. Where are your jade talismans? The black tiger gestured helplessly, indicating that they had been seized by Xiao Ye. Damn it, that scoundrel. Jiang Ping seethed, casting a glance at the bear, which shook its head in refusal to comply. Standing up to leave the scene. It was Jiang Ping's pet and owed him no allegiance. Initially, Jiang Ping had believed acquiring the jade talismans would be a simple task, but he was infuriated to find that Xiao Ye had beaten him to it. His hatred for Xiao Ye deepened. He patted the black tiger, comforting it. You need to train hard these days. When you break through to the 7th stage of gathering essence, we'll make sure to settle the score with that brat during the newcomer competition. As darkness enveloped the forest, the roars of magical beasts reverberated through the air, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat from afar. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ye and his companions maneuvered through the thicket, striving to avoid provoking the swarms of magical beasts. However, a few foolish creatures approached, only to be soundly beaten back, retreating in disarray. You two imbeciles, aren't you afraid of being punished by the academy? Suddenly, a voice from deep within the forest erupted in anger, followed by the sounds of intense fighting. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows. He had long sensed something amiss ahead. There were no magical beasts, but rather a conflict among the new students. Boss, should we go take a look? Liang Quan and the others asked with curiosity, craning their necks to peer into the woods, though Xiao Ye was reluctant to intervene. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to speak up. "Let us go see." The group concealed their presence and cautiously advanced forward. Under the faint moonlight, they observed 4 figures engaged in a fierce battle within the thicket. 2 of them on the left had already reached the 4th level of the Gathering Essence realm. One wielded a spear, while the other brandished a whip, relentlessly pushing their adversaries back, creating a perilous situation. Xiao Ye recognized the 2 figures, their silhouettes somewhat familiar, though the dim light obscured their features. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as one figure was swept away by the spear, spraying blood into the air as he was flung backward. "Xiao Ye!" The other cried out in alarm, attempting to rush to his aid, only to find himself ensnared tightly by the whip. Despicable, the man named Xiao Ye struggled to rise from the ground. Gritting his teeth in fury that if you wish to seize the jade talisman, then let us perish together. With that, he produced a token that signified his identity as a new student, preparing to crush it. Humph! A cold snort resonated as a spear light flashed forth, piercing through his arm with a sharp crack, causing the token to drop to the ground. Immediately, a chilling spear tip pressed against his throat. "Hand over the jade talisman, and I shall spare your lives." The speaker's voice was frigid, his murderous intent unmistakable. Du Cheng. Upon hearing the voice, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen clenched their fists, exchanging glances before charging forward without hesitation. Kia gritted her silver teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury, though she was not as impulsive as the others. By the time Xiao Ye realized what was happening and sought to intervene, it was already too late. Liang Quan and his companions had been schemed against by Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, having fallen victim to a drug that induced a state of dormancy. Now, upon seeing their foes again, the hatred was palpable. "Who goes there?" Du Cheng was taken aback, seeing 2 figures rushing towards him, mistakenly believing them to be patrolling seniors from the academy. His expression shifted in alarm as he swung his spear backward in a panic. The impact of their clash echoed loudly, causing Liang Quan and Zhou Wen to stagger back a step. New students? Du Cheng was momentarily stunned, realizing that the 2 were not part of the patrol team. And he silently exhaled a sigh of relief. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. Having committed this act, he could not afford to let these individuals escape, or he would surely be expelled from the academy. "He, Du Cheng, Zhang Hong, it has been a while." Zhou Wen sneered coldly, drawing his sword, his teeth clenched as he glared at the 2. Itsu. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. UVE actually broken through? Instinctively, they began to retreat, realizing that even Liang Quan and Zhou Wen alone might not be their match, let alone Xiao Ye's presence. That Du Cheng and Zhang Hong exchanged knowing looks, their intentions clear as they attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen shouted in unison, rushing towards them. Iya, her silver teeth clenched, drew her sword and joined the fray. Immediately, the trio cornered Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, forcing them into a precarious situation. "You madmen!" Du Cheng could not help but curse as they battled. If discovered by the patrol team, they could very well face expulsion. Their determination to seize the jade talisman had escalated to a lethal resolve. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Du Cheng, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by Liang Quan's attack, spitting blood as he staggered back. Zhang Hong was similarly faring poorly, battered by Zhou Wen and Kuya, his body riddled with wounds. "Bastards, if it comes to this, we'll perish together." Du Cheng gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in rage. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen's expressions shifted. They almost forgot the academy's regulations. At that moment, Du Cheng produced his token, but it was too late to stop him. A sudden dragon's roar resonated, shaking the very soul. As the air around them rippled, Du Cheng and Zhang Hong's eyes widened in terror. Clutching their new student tokens, yet unable to muster any strength, their bodies felt as if they were ensnared, unable to move. This was Xiao Ye communicating with the Shumi space, unleashing the dragon domain in a moment of urgency. Here, he was the sovereign. Unless one possessed true martial prowess, they could not break free from this domain. Xiao Ye moved swiftly, appearing beside Du Cheng and Zhang Hong as if teleporting, snatching the new student tokens from their hands. A cold smile gracing his lips as he dispelled the dragon domain. Both Du Cheng and Zhang Hong exhaled in unison, retreating in fright as they gazed at Xiao Ye with trepidation. "You bastard, what have you done to us? Return our tokens." Du Cheng reacted, glaring at Xiao Ye but refraining from making a rash move. Liang Quan, noticing the tokens in Xiao Ye's grasp, couldn't he help but smile with satisfaction, coldly remarking, "You dare to plot against us. Today, you shall witness the might of this fat lord." As he spoke, he prepared to strike. "Stop!" A sudden roar rang out as 2 figures hastened towards them. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. The auras of these 2 were formidable, not new students. But members of the Academy's patrol team Du Qing and Zhang Hong noticed the newcomers, their expressions lighting up as if they had seen a long-lost relative. Rushing forward in excitement. Seniors, you've arrived just in time. These individuals think they have some skills and are attempting to seize our jade talismans. Despicable. Xiao Ye and his companions were momentarily stunned. Unable to contain their outrage at Du Cheng and Zhang Hong's shamelessness in preemptively accusing others. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, their anxiety eased. It was the duo Nan Gongxing and his companion, whom they had met previously. You speak falsely. The first new student, who had initially been bullied by Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, stepped forward, glaring at them. He turned to Nan Gongxing, bowing respectfully. Seniors. These two attacked us to seize our jade talismans and intended to silence us. Thankfully, these four fellow disciples arrived in time to stop them. Nan Gongxing noticed Xiao Ye's group and paused momentarily. Smiling at Xiao Ye. I didn't expect to encounter you so soon again, younger brother. Upon hearing Nan Gongxing's address, Du Qing and Zhang Hong's expression shifted in disbelief as they stared at Xiao Ye. Having received guidance from Xiao Ye, Nan Gongxing's attitude toward him had shifted dramatically. He was well aware of Xiao Ye's capabilities. Acquiring 4 jade talismans would be a trivial task for him. Thus, why would he risk attempting to seize another seniors? Du Qing stammered in a desperate attempt to defend himself. These individuals have harbored animosity toward us, which is why they are daring enough to seize our jade talismans. You, the new student named Xiao Ye, pointed at Du Qing, trembling with rage. Utterly shameless. You claim we are after your jade talismans? Liang Quan scoffed, brandishing 4 jade talismans in his hand. We have long gathered all the talismans we need. Why would we bother seizing yours? One of them was taken from us. Zhang Hong reacted quickly, insisting that they could not admit to any wrongdoing, as that would surely lead to expulsion. Silence. Nan Gongxing interrupted Zhang Hong, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated coldly. I personally witnessed Xiao Ye and his companions retrieving their jade talismans from the magical beasts. How dare you slander them so shamelessly? Lin Yao, retrieve their new student tokens. Yes. The man in white beside Nan Gongxing responded respectfully, approaching Du Qing and Zhang Hong, gazing at them coldly. You best hand over your tokens willingly. Seniors, their identity tokens are with me. Xiao Ye stepped forward, handing the 2 wooden tokens to Lin Yao. Lin Yao hesitated slightly, glancing at Nan Gongxing before silently accepting the tokens representing Du Cheng and Zhang Hong's identities and passing them to Nan Gongxing. What are you planning to do? Du Cheng and Zhang Hong stared at Nan Gongxing, an ominous premonition settling in their hearts. Your intentions are corrupt and unfit for cultivation within the academy. Return from whence you came, Nan Gongxing declared, energy surging in his hands as he instantly erased their marks. You. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong trembled with rage, yet they understood they were no match for Xiao Ye and his companions. Their simmering resentment now directed at them. Ignoring Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, Nan Gongxing turned to Xiao Ye. Young brother, now that you have completed the assessment, it would be prudent to return to the academy to avoid further troubles. Thank you. Xiao Ye expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, aware that Nan Gongxing was clearly assisting him. The incident concerning the jade talismans had unfolded without his presence, unfazed by the seething glares behind him. Xiao Ye turned and headed straight toward the academy. Upon returning, the sky had just begun to brighten. It had only been a day since the assessment, and students had begun to return with their jade talismans. Teacher, we have completed the assessment and come to report, Xiao Ye announced to a weary old man at the academy gate. The elder glanced at the 4 of them, his tone indifferent. Present your identity tokens and jade talismans. Xiao Ye and his companions retrieved their freshman tokens and jade seals. The elder took the jade seal, examined it briefly, confirmed its integrity, and then tapped their identity tokens, causing a radiant glow to surge forth. The tokens now bore the information of outer disciples of the academy, signifying their successful passage through the freshman assessment. You may return to the academy now, the elder concluded, returning the tokens to Xiao Ye and waving his hand dismissively. Teacher, Liang Quan could not restrain himself from inquiring. How many have passed the assessment? The elder shot a weary glance at Xiao Ye but replied, fewer than 300. Now hurry back. Do not delay my duties. 300? Xiao Ye and his companions were taken aback, astonished that so few had successfully passed the assessment. Liang Quan wished to ask more but, noticing the elder's impatience, ultimately refrained and turned back toward the academy. Brother, the assessment lasts only 3 days. At this rate, it seems only about 1,000 will qualify. Liang Quan murmured, astonished by such a low pass rate. Is the academy truly willing to accept this? Not necessarily. Xiao Ye shook his head. Although the magical beasts possess formidable strength, they are, after all, the academy's pets and would not dare to harm the newcomers as the final day approaches. Those who fail the assessment will surely fight desperately, greatly increasing the pass rate. Very well, let us return and prepare for the freshman tournament in 2 days. Xiao Ye was primarily concerned about the tournament, for he needed to earn the title of freshman king, which was a mission from the system. 2 swift days passed, and the list of those who had passed the assessment was finalized. Merely over 2,000 had succeeded, marking the lowest success rate since the Academy's establishment. Many questioned the Academy and Elderly's decisions, yet Elderly remained unfazed, steadfast in his beliefs. A day after the freshman assessment concluded, the freshman tournament commenced. The 2,000 participants were divided into 8 groups, each containing over 200 individuals, engaging in free combat, with only 4 standing victorious on the stage. Following the first round, the 32 strongest contenders emerged. Xiao Ye found himself in the first group, while Liang Quan and others glanced at their groupings and sighed in relief upon discovering they were not placed with the formidable Xiao Ye. "Fatty, we are in the same group," Zhou Wen exclaimed upon seeing his grouping, unable to contain his frustration, as he and Liang Quan were both placed in the 4th group. "Haha." Liang Quan chuckled proudly, turning to Zhou Wen. "Be careful, I shall show no mercy this time." "Humph, who knows who will win?" Zhou Wen retorted, his teeth clenched in irritation. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Liang Quan, a martial artist of the 4th stage of gathering essence, while he himself was merely at the 3rd stage. The thought of being outmatched by a mere 3rd stage was laughable, yet Zhou Wen, having spent much time with Xiao Ye, gradually came to accept this reality. Not even a 4th or 5th stage martial artist would necessarily be a match for Xiao Ye. As the freshman tournament began, chaos erupted across the 8 stages. Xiao Ye surveyed the 200 opponents before him. Most were around the 4th stage of gathering essence, with some already having reached the 5th stage. While Xiao Ye himself occupied the lowest tier, the consensus among the crowd seemed to be to eliminate the weakest, those at the 3rd stage of gathering essence, before turning their attention to the 4th stage competitors, ultimately deciding the 4 who would remain on the stage among the 5th stage experts. Instantaneously, dozens of gazes fell upon Xiao Ye, akin to predators spotting their prey, and they roared in excitement as they charged toward him. Xiao Ye smirked coldly. It appeared they had misjudged their target. As the throng surged forward, he vanished from sight in an instant. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the entire stage trembled slightly, causing the martial artists who had lunged at Xiao Ye to falter. Losing their balance and tumbling off the stage, Xiao Ye struck swiftly, ensuring he attracted minimal attention. Slipping into the crowd, a few brazen challengers who dared approach were swiftly dealt with. Among them, a 5th stage martial artist underestimated Xiao Ye, believing him an easy target, only to be effortlessly downed and kicked off the stage, leaving the crowd in awe of Xiao Ye's prowess, who then recoiled from him. After a quarter of an hour, fewer than 30 remained on the stage, all of whom were at the 4th or 5th stage of gathering essence. They seemed to have reached a silent agreement, exchanging glances before they all charged at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Was he truly regarded as such a threat merely for being at the 3rd stage? Roaring, he summoned a dragon's roar, which reverberated through the air, conjuring a massive, menacing dragon silhouette behind him. Its crimson eyes gazing indifferently down at the challengers. The crowd felt a jolt of fear. Several of the weaker-willed fell to the ground, paralyzed by terror. Xiao Ye smirked coldly, since they had resolved to target him. He saw no need to hold back. With a sweeping motion, he struck out at the 40 adversaries before him. Cries of alarm filled the air as Xiao Ye advanced through the ranks, dispatching 20 opponents in a single exchange. The remaining fighters quickly realized the 3rd stage contender was a formidable force and wisely chose to keep their distance, focusing instead on securing the remaining 3 spots. Delightedly, Xiao Ye settled cross-legged at the edge of the stage, idly watching the ensuing battles. The remaining 20 were among the finest of the newcomers, their skill levels closely matched, and it took a full hour to determine the final 3 contenders. Xiao Ye successfully advanced among the 32 strongest, and after the referees recorded the results, he left the stage. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted a tense Zhou Wen and an irate Kuya. "Did you finish so quickly?" Xiao Ye inquired, approaching the pair. Zhou Wen glanced at Xiao Ye, quickly recovering to offer congratulations, saying, "Kuya's group has concluded, but mine has yet to finish. I wonder if Fatty can hold his own." Zhou Wen's eyes remained glued to the ongoing battles on stage, his fists clenched in anxiety. Xiao Ye looked up to see that only 5 competitors remained in Liang Quan's stage fight, and it was evident Liang Quan was among them. Liang Quan observed the fight with a mix of surprise and apprehension. 2 were at the 5th stage and 2 at the 4th stage, while he was the only one at the 3rd stage. Yet, he maneuvered with ease amid the 4, skillfully employing the principles of Tai Chi to leverage their strength against them. Ultimately, a 4th stage martial artist attacked Liang Quan. who seized the opportunity and, using his own strength against him, sent the opponent tumbling off the stage, thereby securing his spot among the four. Xiao Ye nodded approvingly and turned to Kuya, curiously asking, "What s with the foul mood?" "Humph," Kuya huffed, turning her head away in silence. Zhou chuckled softly, leaning closer to Kuya drew the short straw, landing in a group with 3 fifth-stage martial artists. While she can handle a 5th stage, there's also a hidden powerhouse in her group. "Someone you know, Brother Xiao? Who is it?" Xiao Ye queried, perplexed. Zhou glanced at the furious Kuya and smiled. "That Prince Charming, young Master Qin." Chapter 135. Silence. Kuya glared at Zhou fiercely, exclaiming, "What Prince Charming? He's just a vixen in disguise." Xiao Ye was at a loss for words. He had finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Kuya's stage was down to 5 competitors, 3 5th-stage experts. Along with Kuya and young Master Qin. It was surprising that young Master Qin had directly targeted her and easily defeated her. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that young Master Qin might be more formidable than he appeared. Although Kuya was a 4th-stage martial artist, under his guidance, even an ordinary 5th-stage expert would struggle. Yet, young Master Qin, also at the 4th stage, had easily bested Kuya, suggesting many were concealing their true capabilities. As all stages concluded, the 32 advancing spots were confirmed. Among Xiao Ye's group, only he and Liangquan advanced. While Zhou and Kuya regrettably fell short, the afternoon brought the matches for the top 16, and the draw was quickly announced. Xiao Ye and Liangquan were fortunate to face opponents all at the 4th stage, who, while respectable among the newcomers, stood no chance against Xiao Ye and Liangquan. In the afternoon matches, Xiao Ye effortlessly defeated his opponent, securing a place in the top 16, just as he was about to return to rest. A fierce roar echoed through the arena. Xiao Ye frowned, glancing at the nearby stage, where Jiang Yuan's black beast, the Black Sha Tiger, had just sent its opponent flying with a powerful swipe, while Jiang Yuan stood in the corner, a cold smile playing on his lips as he observed the chaos. How strong? Is this even fair? Allowing a peak 6th stage beast to participate. Even 6th stage martial artists would struggle against it. Wouldn't they? Not necessarily, came the rebuttal. Beasts are inherently part of a martial artist's strength, especially one from the Beast Academy. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Xiao Ye frowned. Despite the justification, he felt it was somewhat unfair to have a peak 6th stage magical beast competing in the freshman tournament, particularly since the Black Sha Tiger had consumed a gathering pill and could potentially break into the 7th stage at any moment. "This is tacitly approved by the Academy," Liangquan remarked as he approached Xiao Ye after his match. Tacitly approved? Xiao Ye was puzzled, looking at Liangquan with confusion. Liangquan nodded slightly and said, "I have just learned that the Academy intends to favor its own, not wishing for the champion of the new student competition to fall into the hands of outsiders." Xiao Ye felt increasingly perplexed. He had always perceived the Yuzhou Academy as fair, so how could it engage in such actions? Liangquan recognized that Xiao Ye might have misunderstood and continued. "Boss, the outsiders refer to some prominent families whose power rivals that of Yuzhou Academy, as well as sects that are even more formidable than the Academy itself. Among the new students, you are the one most likely to be crowned as the new king." Alongside Jiang Yunpeng, the direct disciple of the president of the Martial Society, who is already a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. It is said that he is backed by a sect even more terrifying than the Academy. Upon hearing about Jiang Yunpeng, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. A disciple from a sect more fearsome than the Academy surely possesses greater training resources. Why would he come to the Academy then? Liangquan shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. Perhaps the resources in the major sects are too fiercely contested, prompting them to come to Yuzhou Academy." Xiao Ye did not concur with Liangquan's viewpoint. He sensed that the Academy harbored secrets. Although Yuzhou Academy lies within the territory of the Nanyun Kingdom, it does not belong to it, suggesting a status of parity between the two. Xiao Ye observed Jiang Yunpeng's match, but the opponent was far too weak, and he could hardly gauge Jiang Yunpeng's true strength. After the top 16 matches concluded, the battle roster for tomorrow was revealed. "Oh no, could I be so unfortunate?" Liangquan exclaimed as he gazed at the announcement board, his face clouded with dismay. His opponent for tomorrow turned out to be Jiang Yuan, a Beast Academy disciple with a 6th level Gathering Yuan realm magical beast. Xiao Ye could only manage a helpless smile, realizing that Liangquan would likely be halted at this stage. "Brother Xiao, I believe in you. You will win tomorrow." Kuya, standing nearby, clenched her fists and declared fiercely. Xiao Ye was taken aback and continued to scan the roster, unable to suppress his astonishment. His opponent for tomorrow was none other than young Master Qin. To be honest, Xiao Ye held a favorable impression of this young Master Qing, especially since he had aided Xiao Ye in locating a body refinement technique, albeit of limited use. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Ye. He was now an outer disciple and, with his identity token, could access the library's 6th to 8th floors to browse books. Perhaps he might uncover some useful body refinement techniques. With ample time on his hands and nothing else to attend to, Xiao Ye bid farewell to Liang Quan and the others and made his way directly to the library. The imposing black tower stood conspicuously at one corner of the academy. For some reason, every time Xiao Ye laid eyes on this tower, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Perhaps it was the library's atmosphere. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he entered the tower. This time, he did not encounter the old man and proceeded straight to the 6th floor without obstruction. The number of students reading here was sparse. Only about 20. Upon entering, Xiao Ye immediately drew their attention, as the lowest cultivation level among them was at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Xiao Ye was merely a 3rd-level practitioner. It was indeed remarkable that he had ventured into this space. However, their surprise was fleeting, and they returned to their studies. Xiao Ye paid them no mind, engrossed in flipping through books in search of body refinement techniques. The selection on the 6th floor was limited, containing only a few rows of shelves. He quickly perused them, but found nothing of interest. Reluctantly, he made his way to the 7th floor. Suddenly, Xiao Ye paused. Noticing a yellowed manual tucked among the bookshelves, which he had previously overlooked, he approached and retrieved the manual, only to discover it was not a book, but rather a folded piece of paper. What is this? Xiao Ye unfolded the paper, revealing cryptic characters that astonished him. This is dragon language. How could such script of the dragon clan appear here? He could not help but scrutinize the manual in his hands, which seemed to depict a map, though its contents were indecipherable to him. Wait, Little Black. The thought of Little Black crossed his mind. The characters he could not understand would surely be comprehensible to Little Black. With that in mind, Xiao Ye summoned Little Black from the Shumi space. Hey, what do you want? Disturbing my peaceful slumber, Little Black exclaimed loudly upon emerging, startling Xiao Ye into covering the creature's mouth. Aware that beasts were not permitted in the Academy's library, if that old man discovered them, it would spell disaster. Chapter 136. Correspondence. Little Black glared at Xiao Ye before finally quieting down. Whispering, "What is it?" Xiao Ye presented the yellowed piece of paper to Little Black and asked, "Can you understand what's written on it?" Little Black suddenly stood upright, eagerly leaning over the paper, trembling with excitement. This is a dragon vein. I have finally found it," Little Black exclaimed, showering the paper with kisses as if in a state of fervor. Xiao Ye felt a wave of nausea and quickly grasped Little Black's tail. Lifting him up, "What exactly is a dragon vein?" Little Black soon regained his composure and, glancing at Xiao Ye, explained, "This is a secret of our dragon clan, but I'll tell you what you need to know. A dragon vein is a place where the dragon clan lived in ancient times, but due to war, we were forced to relocate. With the passage of time, we only remember that the dragon vein lies within the ancient Ridge Mountains. But the exact location eludes us." Little Black glanced at the map in his possession and continued, "This is a map marking the dragon vein. With it, one can successfully locate the dragon vein's whereabouts." Xiao Ye had initially thought it was a treasure map, but was surprised to find it was merely a map of the dragon clan's veins. He tossed it to Little Black, saying, "This is of no use to me. You can keep it." Little Black was touched, quickly accepting it and gazing at Xiao Ye. "Thank you." "What?" Xiao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Little Black, the mischievous creature, who had just expressed gratitude. "Kid, don't overthink it." Before Xiao Ye could finish his moment of reflection, Little Black returned to his haughty demeanor, glaring at Xiao Ye, saying, "I am merely grateful that you helped me find this map. I was kicked here by that old coot, the Dragon King, with the task of locating a map of the dragon vein." Xiao Ye finally understood and looked at Little Black, asking, "Now that you have found the map, doesn't that mean you should leave?" "No rush." Little Black shook his head, aware of Xiao Ye's thoughts. "Don't worry. I keep my word, and even if I return, it will be after my strength is restored." Xiao Ye nodded. Although he wished for Little Black to remain as his beast companion, he would not force him. He waved his hand, saying, "If there is nothing more, you should return to the Shumi space. It wouldn't be good if someone sees you here." As he spoke, Xiao Ye gestured to summon Little Black back. "Wait," Little Black interrupted, raising his little head and warily surveying the surroundings. "Why is there such a heavy aura of Yin energy here?" "Yin energy?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, puzzled by Little Black's words. Little Black swiftly moved to the edge of the library, feeling the black wall. "This is no ordinary wall. It is infused with abundant spiritual energy, forming a complex ceiling array. Xiao Ye's confusion deepened. Before he could inquire further, Little Black asked, "What kind of building is this?" "It's the Academy's library, a black tower," Xiao Ye replied. "Could there be some secrets hidden within this library?" "A tower?" Little Black raised his head to glance above, then shook his head. "No, it's not above, it's below." Little Black swiftly nestled into Xiao Ye's embrace and urged, "We must go down." Xiao Ye was bewildered and did not comprehend what Little Black had discovered, but complied with his request and descended. They continued until they reached the library's first floor, where Little Black instructed Xiao Ye to stop, whispering, "You should walk along the wall and let me sense it." Xiao Ye nodded and began to circle the library's wall. Proceeding slowly to avoid drawing attention, he occasionally picked up a book to flip through it. "Stop," Little Black suddenly commanded, sticking his little head out from Xiao Ye's arms and pointing at a nearby bookshelf. "This shelf has a problem. Look for any mechanisms." As he spoke, Little Black leapt from Xiao Ye's grasp and scurried around the shelf. "Here." Little Black gently tapped a section of the floor beneath him, producing a hollow sound. Xiao Ye hurried over and pried it open, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel that descended straight down. Ensuring no one was watching, he carefully climbed down and replaced the floorboard. Phew! Xiao Ye leaped into the abyss. A chilling wind howling past his ears, and he could not help but shiver, sensing a cold, sinister atmosphere. How deep is this? Xiao Ye's brows knitted together as he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. After falling for what felt like several seconds, he finally sensed the ground. Xiao Ye quickly utilized his cloud treading technique to slow his descent, that a beam of light appeared in his vision. And soon he found himself in a vast space, landing steadily on the ground. Phew! Chills enveloped him as he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, feeling as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. His very soul trembling. What is this? Xiao Ye suddenly raised his head, his heart racing as he beheld a world encased in ice, with a colossal magical beast frozen before him. Xiao Ye instinctively took a step back. Eyeing the beast encased in ice, it resembled a turtle, its shell adorned with massive protruding spikes, and its neck was elongated like a serpent, its menacing head lowered, fixated on Xiao Ye with an intense gaze. Xiao Ye felt an icy chill coursing through him. He had a gut feeling that this creature was still alive. Xiao He leapt from Xiao Ye's embrace, circling the peculiar turtle with a frown and expressing his bewilderment. "This creature bears the bloodline of my dragon clan. So it should not be a malevolent spirit. Why then is it sealed away? It shouldn't be the case. Not malevolent." Xiao Ye shot a glare at Xiao He. The massive turtle before him exuded an unmistakable aura of malice. A glance from Xiao Ye revealed a stone table and stools, also encased in ice, with a letter seemingly disturbed and retrieved from beneath the frost resting upon the table. Curiously, Xiao Ye picked up the letter, only to discover it addressed to Vice Dean Lition. "I have learned that the seal of the Dark Abyss appears to be weakening, that I shall investigate if this letter reaches you by the hands of Xiao Xian. It indicates that I have encountered an unforeseen circumstance. You are to assume the role of acting dean. Immediately disperse the lower grade students and notify the kingdom to seek support from the sect. We must not allow the demon to escape. Additionally, refine the demon suppression tower. It will be of assistance against the demon." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, sensing that significant events were indeed unfolding within the academy. Furthermore, why had this letter not reached Li? What had happened to the messenger, Xiao Xian? Suddenly, a sound resonated within Xiao Ye's mind. Mission triggered. Save the academy. Rescue the old dean. Do you accept? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Does this mean the old dean is still alive? After a moment's hesitation, he promptly responded, "I accept. Acceptance successful. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission reward, Academy's protection. Mission failure consequence, none." "What is Academy's protection?" Xiao Ye inquired with curiosity. "You will know upon completing the mission," the system replied curtly. Not wishing to press further, Xiao Ye turned his attention back to the table. On it lay a small, exquisite tower encased in ice. This must be the demon suppression tower mentioned in the letter. Retrieving the letter, Xiao Ye positioned his palm above the solid ice and struck down with force. With a resounding crash, cracks spiderwebbed across the ice before it shattered, allowing the petite tower to float free into his grasp. That a frown crossed Xiao Ye's face as he noticed that this small tower resembled a miniature version of the library. Who goes there? He suddenly spun around, vigilance etched on his face. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly man had appeared, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Xiao Ye. Recognizing him, Xiao Ye realized it was Mo Yang, the library's keeper. Mo Yang scoffed, meeting Xiao Ye's gaze. "You have discovered this place. Since you have uncovered its secret, you cannot be allowed to leave." With a terrifying aura erupting from Mo Yang, he vanished in an instant. charging straight at Xiao Ye. How terrifying! Xiao Ye trembled. Mo Yang was a master at the martial king level. A dragon's roar escaped Xiao Ye's lips as he struggled against the pressure, decisively activating the dragon's roar technique. Instantly, his body shimmered as if cloaked in a layer of metal, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Mo Yang's attack arrived in an instant. His fist aimed directly at Xiao Ye's chest. It appeared that Mo Yang had not exerted full force. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye felt as if a colossal weight had struck him, sending him hurtling backward. The impact echoed as he crashed against the massive ice sculpture of the turtle, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Yet the turtle remained unchanged. Xiao Ye winced as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a groan as he struggled to rise. The prowess of a martial king was indeed overwhelming. Before such a formidable opponent, he had no means of retaliation unless he invoked the invincible external system. Impossible? Mo Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. That attack, while not my full strength, was still a strike from a martial king. Even a true martial artist would perish under it. Yet this young man has only sustained light injuries. Kid, it seems you possess some talent. Thus, you cannot be allowed to escape. Mo Yang's aura intensified as he lunged at Xiao Ye once more. Xiao He. This time, Xiao Ye dared not underestimate the situation. He summoned Xiao He back into the Shumi space and activated the system's random teleportation feature. Whoosh! The air around him rippled as Xiao Ye's form abruptly vanished. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Mo Yang's full force struck the ice sculpture. Yet Xiao Ye had long since disappeared. What just happened? Mo Yang was momentarily stunned that he refused to believe that the young man had been obliterated by his attack. The only possibility was that he had fled. Could it be the power of space? Mo Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the stone table, suddenly alarmed. Not good. The demon suppression tower and the letter remain in that boy's possession. With a swift motion, Mo Yang exited the chamber, projecting his martial king's consciousness in search of Xiao Ye. The power of space was exceedingly rare, and he believed Xiao Ye possessed some form of spatial artifact that had allowed him to narrowly escape. Such artifacts would have a limited range of teleportation. However, after thoroughly scouring the academy and even Yuzhou City, he still found no trace of Xiao Ye. Impossible. Could that boy possess a treasure that conceals his presence? Mo Yang frowned, then shook his head, muttering to himself. No, I must inform Dinzhong first. That moment, Xiao Ye found himself in an unfamiliar environment, while the system's teleportation portal served as a life-saving secret weapon. The destination was beyond his control, potentially placing him hundreds of miles away. Roars of magical beasts echoed all around, leaving Xiao Ye speechless as he surveyed the strange surroundings. He had likely entered the ancient Spirit Mountain range. Xiao Ye felt a pang of despair. If he could not return to the academy in time, he would miss the upcoming freshman competition, and forfeiting would equate to surrendering. Xiao Ye commanded his companion in the Shumi space. Release the spirit-eating ants to scout the area and find a way back to the academy. Understood, Master, Xiao Bai replied promptly, dispatching its subordinates to survey the surroundings. With nothing else to occupy him, Xiao Ye seated himself cross-legged upon a large stone, flipping his hand to produce the small demon suppression tower. He concentrated a sliver of his will into it. To his astonishment, an extraordinary realm unfolded within. The demon suppression tower was directly connected to the library. Xiao Ye realized that the demon suppression tower resembled his Shumi space, albeit the latter existed independently, while the former required a connection to the outside world for sustenance. Within, he discovered the massive turtle encased in ice, eager to investigate, only to find that he could not exert control over the tower. Within this petite structure resided two distinct wills, one weak and cornered, on the verge of vanishing, and the other powerful and dominant, seemingly intent on devouring the weaker presence. Xiao Ye promptly withdrew his consciousness, aware that he was no match for the stronger will. Discovery would surely lead to his annihilation. Master, Xiao Bai's voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. I have surveyed the area. We are indeed within the ancient Spirit Mountain range. There are no particularly strong magical beasts nearby, but we are somewhat distant from Yuzhou City. That if we travel at full speed, we should arrive by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is acceptable, Xiao Ye nodded. Feeling relieved, he instructed Xiao Bai, let your subordinates lead the way, ensuring we avoid any formidable magical beasts. Yes, Xiao Bai affirmed, commanding its minions to guide Xiao Ye. Not daring to delay, Xiao Ye activated his cloud-treading technique. Closely following the spirit-eating ants, having not returned overnight, Liang Quan and the others noticed his absence but thought little of it, assuming he was sequestered somewhere in meditation. However, when morning arrived with still no sign of Xiao Ye, they began to worry. Have you found him? Liang Quan eagerly inquired upon seeing Kuya and Zhou return from outside. Not yet. Kuya shook her head that I inquired at the Alchemy Institute. But Brother Xiao did not go there. Zhou followed suit, shaking his head. Yesterday, the boss mentioned heading to the library, but I searched all 5 floors and found no trace of him. Liang Quan paced anxiously. Where could the boss have gone at this time? Don't panic, Kuya reassured him. You should head to the square. Don't miss the competition. Zhou and I will continue searching. Fine, Liang Quan conceded, nodding helplessly. The competition was imminent, and he had no choice but to head to the Academy Square. Ye contemplated for a moment before turning to Zhou. You check the Academy's main gate while I search the back mountain. In her view, Xiao Ye was likely outside the Academy. Zhou nodded and promptly departed as Kuya arrived at the back mountain entrance. She spotted a figure rushing toward her. Brother Xiao? Kuya's eyes lit up as she hurried forward. The figure was indeed Xiao Ye, who had used the system's random teleportation to escape to the ancient spirit mountain range. Returning after a night of travel, Xiao Ye recognized Kuya and, puzzled, asked, Kuya, what are you doing here? Kuya shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, What do you mean? Where have you been all night? We were about to go crazy with worry. Xiao Ye offered an awkward smile. It's a long story. Has the competition not started yet? Kuya suddenly recalled the matter at hand and hurriedly said, It has begun, Brother Xiao. You should rush over quickly. There is still time. Zhou is still at the Academy's main entrance. I'll call him over. Xiao Ye nodded, his figure moving swiftly towards the squared AT that moment. The competition had just commenced, with 8 strong contenders vying for supremacy on 8 platforms simultaneously. 7 of the platforms were ablaze with fierce battles, while one remained eerily quiet, with only young Master Qin standing there in solitude. Why hasn't the match started here? Could it be a forfeit? The crowd murmured among themselves that it seemed that way. Yet, that couldn't be right. I've seen the match list, and Xiao Ye was supposed to face Qin Yun, the one who had single-handedly defeated Lang Cheng. How could he possibly forfeit? I'm aware of that. Someone beside added, Lang Cheng's challenge is meant to suppress opponents of the same cultivation level that I've investigated, and Xiao Ye is merely at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Qin Yun has already reached the 4th level and has even defeated martial artists at the 5th level. Xiao Ye must be terrified as the crowd speculated. Qin Yun remained composed, not believing for a moment that Xiao Ye would be too frightened to show up. At this moment, the referee glanced at the time. Nearly an entire incense stick had burned down. If Xiao Ye did not arrive soon, he would have to declare a forfeit. The referee slowly approached the center of the stage, preparing to announce the result when suddenly, a figure rushed in from the distance, calling out, Wait! With several leaps, Xiao Ye arrived at the platform, breathless and slightly disheveled. That he glanced at the referee and Qin Yun. Apologizing, I'm sorry, I was delayed by some matters. Seeing that the incense had not yet burned out, the referee nodded and said, Since you're here, let us begin the match. Surrounding the platform were the spectators, mostly women who had come to see the match featuring the cross-dressing Qin Yun. They were displeased at Xiao Ye's tardiness, muttering, How could he keep the idol waiting so long? Exactly. Why not just surrender and save us all some time? The murmurs of discontent surrounded Xiao Ye even before the match had begun. He shook his head helplessly, pondering how these people would react if they discovered that Qin Yun was actually a woman in disguise. Qin Yun, clearly taken aback by the situation, forced a smile and asked Xiao Ye, You seem unstable. You need to adjust yourself first. No, I'm fine. Xiao Ye quickly shook his head. He was already aware of the crowd's displeasure at his late arrival. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. Although he appeared disheveled, it did not significantly affect his strength. If this had been in the past, after a night of vigorous travel, his true energy would have been depleted. However, after the grueling training at the God Punishment Peak, his true energy felt inexhaustible. Qin Yun furrowed her brow, drawing her sword and provocatively gazing at Xiao Ye. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? I want to go easy on you. Xiao Ye smiled calmly, about to respond when he suddenly sensed a sharp surge of killing intent. He turned to see the source from a high platform. Locking his gaze on the hawkish elder, Vice President Zhang Xiaofeng, who was accompanied by the old librarian, Mo Yang. It appeared these two were in cahoots. Watch the sword. A sudden shout broke the tension as Qin Yun's attack was already upon him. Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, retreating slightly, aligning his fingers, and swiftly flicking his energy towards the incoming sword. Clang! The sound of metal echoed as the sword was deflected. Qin Yun frowned, feeling a slight numbness in her wrist. Astonished by Xiao Ye's formidable strength, not daring to underestimate him, she pivoted, dissipating his force, and unleashed a flurry of strikes that transformed into a rain of blades targeting Xiao Ye. Well played. Xiao Ye remained unfazed, his fingers deftly punctuating the air, launching waves of true energy that forced Qin Yun to retreat repeatedly. This Xiao Ye is surprisingly strong, pushing the idol back without any means of retaliation. The crowd was in disbelief, particularly the enamored women who had idolized Qin Yun. There must be some cheating involved. Ignoring the spectators' outcries, Xiao Ye, after successfully driving Qin Yun back, prepared to pull back himself when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An attack approached silently and swiftly from behind, a nearly transparent silver needle. Xiao Ye felt instinctively that his physical body could not withstand it. As he contemplated evading, he realized that Qin Yun was right in front of him. Dodging would mean risking her safety. Damn it. Xiao Ye cursed inwardly, not daring to hesitate. He swiftly embraced Qin Yun and activated his cloud-stepping technique, spinning them both to narrowly escape the incoming attack. Are you all right? Xiao Ye felt Qin Yun's lightness in his arms, her softness prompting him to grip her a bit tighter. You bastard. Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out as Qin Yun struck Xiao Ye across the face. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Why do I feel like this Qin Yun is a bit too delicate? The crowd stared in shock, while Xiao Ye stood frozen. Finally realizing he had touched where he shouldn't, feeling a stinging pain on his cheek, he looked at Qin Yun, who was now furious, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. Qin Yun's fury escalated. Having never been touched by a man before, her attacks became even more ferocious, her sword striking down like a tempest. The crowd watched in disbelief as Liang Quan, who had previously felt disheartened after losing to Jiang Yuan, now wore an excited expression, exclaiming, I never expected our boss to be so shameless. Knowing she is a woman and taking advantage, Kuya shot them a glare, retorting, Brother Xiao would never act so shamelessly. While she felt confused, she was certain that Xiao Ye was not that kind of person. There must be some hidden circumstances they were unaware of. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye felt trapped, fending off Qin Yun's fierce onslaught, while keeping an eye on Zhang Xiaofeng's movements from the high platform. Was it really necessary to get this angry over a mere touch? He mused internally, but he dared not underestimate Qin Yun. She was indeed a formidable opponent capable of defeating Kuya. Had it not been for his significant progress at God Punishment Peak, he would have been in a far worse predicament. As he evaded another of Qin Yun's strikes, he retreated, only to see her relentless advance. With a resolute step, he gathered strength and launched forward. War stomp. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Yun stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Xiao Ye swiftly produced a spear, thrusting it towards her. You scoundrel. Qin Yun cursed, her figure evading like a swift swallow, narrowly dodging Xiao Ye's attack. In the same motion, she flicked her sword, a gleam of cold light shooting towards Xiao Ye's neck. Prepared for her move, Xiao Ye began to evade when a terrifying aura surged from behind. Even more ferocious than before. Damn it, Xiao Ye cursed inwardly. Despite the ferocity of the incoming attack, he knew he could avoid it, but doing so would surely harm Qin Yun. Gritting his teeth, he chose to grab the incoming sword and charge toward Qin Yun, aiming to bring her to the ground and evade the attack behind them. You! Qin Yun gasped, startled as Xiao Ye lunged toward her. In a flurry, she attempted to evade, only to feel her body weight shift backward, causing her to fall. Fearing for her head, Xiao Ye instinctively braced his hands behind her, utilizing his cloud-stepping technique to mitigate their fall. To his surprise, in her descent, Qin Yun instinctively clung to him tightly, and they both tumbled to the ground. Xiao Ye felt a cool sensation on his lips, accompanied by a faint fragrance. He opened his eyes wide in shock, staring at the furious and bewildered expression on Qin Yun's face. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Ye pushed himself away from her, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Observing Xiao Ye's actions, Qin Yun's anger intensified. To her, it seemed deliberate. I will kill you today. Qin Yun's aura surged, no longer holding back her strength. She tossed her sword aside and drew a long flute from her waist. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback but quickly shifted his focus back to the high platform. He noticed Zhang Xiaofeng rising from his seat, knowing that his life was in imminent danger. Suddenly, a figure dashed onto the stage. The long-absent elderly had finally arrived, standing beside Zhang Xiaofeng, casting a cold gaze upon him. Zhang Xiaofeng clenched his teeth, realizing he could no longer make a move. He glanced at Xiao Ye on the platform before turning back to sit down. Meanwhile, the audience below erupted in chaos. Unaware of the covert threats against Xiao Ye, the scene before them was too shocking to behold. Two men appeared to be locked in an embrace, provoking a wave of revulsion among the crowd, while the infatuated women went wild, hurling insults at Xiao Ye. Fortunately, Xiao Ye had grown accustomed to such mockery and paid no mind, focusing his gaze on Qin Yun, ready to make his move. Suddenly, a melodious sound of the Xiao flute resonated, enchanting all who heard it. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback, his mind filled with a buzzing sensation as vivid memories flashed before him. In the city of Qingsang, during the martial arts selection, Xiao Ye publicly divorced his wife, engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xia, and emerged as the champion of the martial arts competition, gaining entry into the Yuzhou Academy. The Lin family faced tragedy when Xiao Ye was kidnapped, prompting Xiao Ye, consumed by rage, to storm into the Lin residence, clashing with the formidable Lin Tianyu and the super-expert Xiao Fantian. Ultimately, he overcame them with ease, but Xiao Fantian, in a desperate last stand, fatally wounded Xiao Ye in a self-destructive retaliation. To save her, Xiao Ye defied fate itself. Battling against heavenly tribulations. As the memories continued to whirl by, they culminated in the moment when Xiao Ye had just traversed into the body of the previous worthless Xiao Ye. He recognized the necessity of concealing his true identity from those around him. Xiao Ye discerned that the flute's enchanting melody was a ploy to invade his memories. With a sudden roar, a terrifying dragon's cry erupted from Xiao Ye, silencing the captivating flute. A fearsome dragon shadow materialized behind him, its menacing aura and crimson eyes fixed on Qin Yun. Blood trickled from the corner of Qin Yun's mouth, her expression one of agony. She had attempted a soul attack that she was not yet capable of executing, and Xiao Ye's interruption had rebounded upon her. Xiao Ye was taken aback as unfamiliar images flooded his mind, memories belonging to Qin Yun. "Father, do not worry. I will diligently cultivate at the academy, and, with the dean's recognition, seek assistance for the Nanyun kingdom." A spirited young girl, nestled in the embrace of a stern middle-aged man, spoke with a playful tone, yet her gaze radiated unwavering determination. The man, filled with paternal affection, gently patted her head and reassured her. "Little Yun has grown up, understanding the burdens of her father. Fear not, I am still young, and the Nanyun kingdom can endure. Your attendance at the Yuzhou Academy is for your own cultivation. Do not concern yourself with these matters." Suddenly, the vision shattered. Qin Yun coughed violently, disregarding her injuries. As she emerged from her memories, her complexion pale and her gaze directed at Xiao Ye, now brimming with murderous intent. "You are the princess of the Nanyun kingdom." Xiao Ye was astounded, the revelation of her identity striking him with disbelief. Chapter 140. Qin Yun exposed. Qin Yun glared fiercely at Xiao Ye, disregarding her injuries as she raised her sword and charged at him once more. "This woman has lost her mind." Xiao Ye observed her unstable footing, recognizing her struggle to maintain her composure. He resolved to force her down from the stage to end the contest. With a swift motion, he thrust his palm forward, summoning a gust of wind, not as an attack, merely to push Qin Yun back. The sudden gale halted Qin Yun's advance. The relentless fighting had left her in disarray, and the wind tousled her hair. The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld Qin Yun transformed. Her cascading hair and ethereal presence radiated an elegance and purity that rendered her almost otherworldly, evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who dared to gaze upon her. She is a woman? The infatuated onlookers were stunned, as if a perfect dream had shattered before their eyes. The crowd's attention shifted. The once hostile glances directed at Xiao Ye were now replaced with resentment from the numerous male spectators. Incensed that their goddess had been so mistreated, the audience's murmurs intensified. Qin Yun touched her cheek, realizing the change in perception, and with a mix of shame and anger, she turned to the referee and declared, "Referee, I concede." Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, she gracefully exited the stage. The referee, finally regaining his wits, was astonished to find that Qin Yun was such a breathtaking woman. He swallowed hard and, casting a sharp glare at Xiao Ye, announced him the victor. Li Lao. Unperturbed by the audience's chatter, Xiao Ye approached Li Tian as he prepared to leave. "Li Lao, I have something to discuss." Xiao Ye. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaofeng interrupted, accompanied by Mo Yang. Zhang Xiaofeng's cold gaze bore into Xiao Ye, his tone laden with threat. "You are merely a new student. Remember your place. Matters concerning the academy's higher-ups are beyond your purview." Xiao Ye met Zhang Xiaofeng's glare without flinching. Now aware of the vice-dean's treachery, he surmised that Zhang had likely known of Qin Yun's identity all along, showing no regard for her safety during their confrontation if she were to suffer fatal harm. The king of Nanyun would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Zhang. Li Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing the implications of Zhang Xiaofeng's blatant hostility towards Xiao Ye. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Ye and inquired, "What is the matter?" Noticing the bloodshot eyes and weariness etched on Li Lao's face, Xiao Ye hastily produced a letter and handed it to him. Li Lao, I have a letter from the dean. The old dean's? Li Lao was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly accepted. Li Tian. Zhang Xiaofeng, wary of Li Tian's influence, raised his voice in anger. "You would do well to refrain from reading that letter." "Humph." Li Tian coldly scoffed, ignoring Zhang Xiaofeng as he unfolded the letter, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Li Tian, pushing Xiao Ye back several meters. Mo Yang. Li Tian's voice resonated with fury as he glared at Mo Yang, who cowered behind Zhang Xiaofeng. You dare withhold such critical information from me? Mo Yang, visibly terrified, stammered. I didn't mean to hide it. It was 4 months ago. Li Tian, not wishing to dwell on the issue in front of the students, pressed further. What about the demon suppression tower? And Xiao Xian. The tower is in the possession of a new student, Mo Yang admitted, casting a glance at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, feeling the weight of the situation, stepped forward under pressure, producing the demon suppression tower and handing it to Li Lao. This tower contains 2 distinct auras. If I am not mistaken, the dean is still alive, and the giant turtle is sealed within. Is that true? Li Lao took the tower eagerly, examining it closely before shutting his eyes, channeling a powerful aura into it. Suddenly, Mo Yang spat blood, his pallor indicating distress. Li Tian had forcibly erased his imprint from the demon suppression tower. Li Lao noted that many students had gathered, drawn by the commotion. To the elder's courtyard. Xiao Ye, you should accompany us. With that, Li Lao led the way, and Xiao Ye followed closely behind, acutely aware that Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang harbored ill intentions towards him. As they proceeded deeper into the academy, they arrived at a spacious courtyard where 5 elders emerged. Xiao Ye was taken aback to recognize that these individuals were all formidable martial kings, their auras comparable to Li Lao's. Li Dean, Zhang Dean, what has transpired? Why do both of you appear so troubled? A wrinkled elderly woman approached, her gaze flickering to Xiao Ye with curiosity. We will discuss it shortly. Li Lao waved his hand, producing the demon suppression tower. With a surge of intent, an enormous creature materialized in the courtyard, a giant turtle with a serpent-like neck and razor-sharp claws that sent chills down one's spine. The turtle, still covered in shards of ice from its recent emergence, shuddered and turned its furious gaze towards Mo Yang, roaring, Mo Yang, you deceitful wretch, I will end you. With a thunderous roar, the giant turtle lunged at Mo Yang with lightning speed. Zhang Dean, save me! Mo Yang cried out in terror, realizing that he was no match for the creature he had once deceived. Xiao Xian, we will address this matter later. Li Lao intervened, stepping forward to confront the giant turtle. Can you sense the dean's aura? Chapter 141. Li Tian's warning. The giant turtle regarded Mo Yang with contempt before frowning in contemplation. That I cannot sense it, but I am certain the dean still lives. He must be trapped in a mysterious space, isolated from all external contact. Still alive, so the dean remains in the abyss of darkness? Li Tian exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he addressed the others. I shall mobilize our forces to search for the old dean. Have you lost your mind? Before anyone else could respond, Zhang Xiaofeng stepped forward, his voice filled with outrage. The abyss of darkness is a perilous place. Entering it is tantamount to a death sentence. Xiao Ye stood to the side, gazing at the crowd with a sense of bewilderment. From the tone of a few individuals, the dark abyss seemed to be an exceedingly perilous place. However, how could such a dangerous location exist near the academy? A palpable silence enveloped the group, clearly indicative of their dread towards the dark abyss. I concur, we must retrieve the old dean. An elderly woman stepped forward, casting her gaze around the assembly. The old dean has rendered great kindness to each of us. Now that we know he is still alive, we cannot sit idly by. But the dark abyss is a place of certain death. One individual muttered in fear. Enough. Li Tian interjected, sensing the hesitation among the crowd. The dean must be saved. I shall not conceal the truth any longer. The Tian Luo sect has dispatched individuals to our location. They will arrive within 2 weeks at the latest, and their intentions are clear. Without the old dean, we cannot activate the academy's formations and stand no chance against them. The crowd fell silent, their expressions grave. Xiao Ye remained perplexed. The Tian Luo sect appeared to be a sect of cultivators, a lofty presence that even kingdoms revered. Why would they suddenly send people to the academy? At that moment, Mo Yang glanced at Li Tian and remarked, isn't the demon suppression tower the core of the academy's formations? If we erased the dean's aura, we could refine the tower. Roar, before Mo Yang could finish. The colossal turtle bellowed, knocking him to the ground in fury. Erase the dean's aura. Do you dare to speak such blasphemy? I will strike you down first. At this juncture, the aura of the old dean, which lingered in the demon suppression tower, had become exceedingly weak. Li Tian had once controlled the tower and indeed possessed the capability to erase that aura, but doing so would undoubtedly injure the old dean, potentially endangering his life. Li Tian cast a cold glance at Mo Yang, refraining from intervening in the irate turtle's wrath. Xiao Ye understood that these matters were highly confidential within the academy, and as a newcomer, he likely lacked the privilege to know. However, the old dean's whereabouts were intertwined with his system tasks. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly listened. Li Tian. The elderly woman who had first spoken turned to him and inquired, when shall we go to retrieve the dean? Li Tian pondered for a moment and replied, After the newcomer competition, we cannot afford any mistakes during this event. Coughing lightly to draw attention, Xiao Ye spoke. Elderly, may I also participate in the search for the dean? Only then did the others seem to notice Xiao Ye's presence. You? An elderly man with graying hair shot Xiao Ye a disdainful glance. You are merely a newcomer. Even we dare not tread lightly into the dark abyss. Are you seeking death? Xiao Ye felt speechless. His cultivation level was only at the 3rd stage of gathering essence, rendering him as insignificant as an ant among these martial kings. Lition regarded Xiao Ye and realized his identity, stating, "Allow me to introduce this year's newcomer, Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye. The crowd paused in surprise. Are you the one who defeated Wolf Qing? They glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng, knowing well that Wolf Qing was Zhang Xiaofeng's direct disciple. Zhang Xiaofeng, however, remained indifferent to their scrutiny. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Lition observed the group and continued. This matter is settled. Prepare yourselves. Immediately after the newcomer competition, we shall act. Xiao Ye, come with me, he instructed, turning to lead Xiao Ye away. Confused, Xiao Ye glanced back at Zhang Xiaofeng and the now-dazed Mo Yan. Hastily following Li Tian, Xiao Ye, Li Tian began once they were out of earshot. I hope you can defeat Jiang Pengfei in the upcoming competition. Jiang Pengfei. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Jiang Pengfei was the direct disciple of the president of the Martial Society, a 6th-stage gathering essence expert, and the most favored candidate for the title of newcomer king in this competition. Lition nodded, elaborating, the Martial Society is, in fact, a force nurtured by the Tian Luo sect. If they were to secure the championship, it would result in significant losses for the academy, even calamity. What? Xiao Ye was further astonished. The Martial Society was backed by the Tian Luo sect. He found it hard to comprehend why a mere championship could have such profound implications for the academy. Li Tian clarified, the champion of the newcomer competition gains access to the academy's secret realm for cultivation, where the insights of our predecessors are preserved. If recognized, one can inherit their teachings. Xiao Ye nodded. Having heard of the champion's rewards, for ordinary individuals, obtaining the recognition of the predecessors was exceedingly challenging. However, cultivator sects possessed unique methods to seize these insights, effectively obliterating the legacy. 13 years prior, the president of the Martial Society, Yu, had become the champion, entering the secret realm and acquiring the complete inheritance of over 20 predecessors, erasing all traces of their teachings. This knowledge was crucial to the academy's protective formations, and further losses would be catastrophic. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ye asked, if that's the case, can't the rewards for the newcomer championship be modified? Impossible. Li Tian shook his head. The academy has its own rules, which even the old dean cannot alter. Moreover, the teachings left by our predecessors must be preserved, as it is the foundation of the academy's longevity. In fact, Jiang Yuan's possession of a 7th-stage gathering essence beast companion in battle was permitted to counter Jiang Pengfei. But I have my doubts about Jiang Yuan's ability to match him. Xiao Ye could only smile wryly. Lition placed too much faith in him. If Jiang Yuan struggled against Jiang Pengfei, he would likely stand no chance. However, Li Tian believed otherwise. In his eyes, Xiao Ye must have had the guidance of a formidable master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to slay a 9th-stage gathering essence expert and provoke the wrath of the heavens. Chapter 142. Surrender. Li Tian glanced at Xiao Ye and continued, for the upcoming matches, I will arrange for your opponents to be weaker, allowing you to conclude the battle swiftly and observe your competitors. Xiao Ye felt a sense of unease. It seemed like cheating. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. The subsequent matches proceeded as Li Tian had predicted. Xiao Ye's opponents, while not weak, lacked formidable strength and were easily defeated by him. During his spare time, Xiao Ye watched Jiang Pengfei's matches. Although Jiang Pengfei's opponents were strong, they still failed to reveal his true capabilities. Before long, the competition entered the semifinals. As Xiao Ye scanned the list of semifinalists, he realized he recognized all of them. Jiang Pengfei, Jiang Yuan, and a prince from the great Chu kingdom, Chu Mo, with whom he had crossed paths before. Xiao Ye had a lasting impression of Chu Mo. He appeared amiable but exuded an air of darkness, suggesting deep cunning. The great Chu kingdom's power rivaled that of the southern Yun kingdom, and it was evident that a prince would possess formidable strength. Li Tian and the others seemed anxious to retrieve the dean. The competitions had been tightly scheduled. Having just determined the semifinalists, the next matchups were already revealed. Xiao Ye was slated to face none other than Prince Chu Mo of the Great Chu Kingdom. Xiao Ye shook his head with a bitter smile. He had already offended the princess of the Southern Yun Kingdom in the previous matches, and now he was pitted against the prince of the Great Chu Kingdom. It appeared that his future academic life would be anything but peaceful. Boss, Liang Quan approached, glancing at the competition list. What incredible luck have you had these past few days? Your opponents have all been weak. This Chu Mo is someone I've never heard of. He must not be a formidable character. What do you know? Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a glare. He bore the weight of unspoken burdens. While Liang Quan, having been eliminated, was now carefree, merely watching matches and gathering intelligence. Xiao Ye had heard that Liang Quan and Zhou Wen had been frequenting the Beast Institute these past few days, and it was clear what they were up to. The lecherous monkey seemed to have become quite familiar with the two of them, often seen in their company as the match commenced. Xiao Ye put aside such thoughts and stepped onto the stage. He was greeted by Chuemo, who wore a broad smile. With a respectful fist salute, he exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, I never expected to see you again so soon. Indeed, I didn't anticipate encountering you under these circumstances." "Chu Xiao," Xiao Ye replied, feeling somewhat awkward at Chuemo's warmth. "Please, just call me Chuemo." Chuemo insisted, waving his hand with a smile, "that I've heard of your prowess, Brother Xiao, that I cannot guarantee a victory against you." Xiao Ye merely smiled in response, inwardly cursing this cunning fellow for his flattery, making it difficult for him to strike with full force at Kati that moment. The referee approached, glanced at both contestants, and announced, "Time's up, let the match begin." Xiao Ye stepped back slightly, preparing to speak, but before he could utter a word, Chuemo waved his hand and declared, "I concede." "What?" Not only was Xiao Ye taken aback, but the audience below was equally stunned. Although they had not heard of Chuemo before, they had witnessed his previous match, where he had defeated a 6th stage gathering essence expert. How could he suddenly concede against Xiao Ye, whom they perceived as no stronger? Were there hidden circumstances? The crowd cast doubtful glances at Xiao Ye, unaware that Chuemo was the prince of the great Chu kingdom. If they had known, their perceptions would have been drastically different. The referee was taken aback. After hosting numerous freshman competitions, it was the first time he encountered a participant who voluntarily conceded. After a moment of contemplation, he announced, "Xiao Ye wins and advances to the final." The audience erupted in astonishment, while Chuemo maintained a composed expression, turning to Xiao Ye and producing an invitation card from his pocket. He handed it over and said, "A week from now, there will be a martial artist exchange conference. I hope Brother Xiao can attend." Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned as he glanced at the invitation. Unable to refuse, he accepted it and replied, "I will certainly make time to attend." Although he spoke thus, his mind was occupied with thoughts of seeking out the old dean alongside Li Lao after the freshman competition. Uncertain if he would be able to attend this martial artist exchange conference, seeing Xiao Ye's acquiescence, Chuemo laughed heartily, clasped his fists, and leapt off the stage. "Young master," came the voice of Tan Yulin, who had previously made things difficult for Xiao Ye and his companions. He approached Chuemo and, glancing at Xiao Ye, whispered, "Is it worth it to flatter this fellow?" At that moment, the smile on Chuemo's face vanished, replaced by a profound gaze as he replied, "Xiao Ye's ability to defeat Wolf Qing, despite suppressing the same level of cultivation, is something I personally believe I could not achieve. Do you truly consider him an ordinary individual?" Tan Yulin, still unconvinced, retorted, "But even so, is he truly worthy of our attention?" Chuemo shook his head gently, stating, "I have investigated. Xiao Ye possesses no backing. His abilities can only stem from either extraordinary talent or some hidden treasure. He is undoubtedly worth recruiting." Tan Yulin cast a final glance at Xiao Ye, choosing not to argue further, and quickly followed Chuemo away. Xiao Ye observed the invitation in his hand before tucking it away. A sudden roar of fury from a beast jolted him back to reality, reminding him that Jiang Yuan was engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Pengfei. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the arena, where a figure was locked in combat with the Blackshot Tiger. Spotting Liang Quan among the crowd, he rushed over. "Boss, you made it," Liang Quan exclaimed upon seeing Xiao Ye. "Who was that Chuemo? Why did he concede so willingly?" Zhou Wen and Kuya also looked on with puzzled expressions, evidently recognizing the acquaintance between Xiao Ye and Chuemo. Chuemo glanced at the group and revealed, "He is the prince of the Dechu kingdom." "What, the prince of the Dechu kingdom?" Liang Quan gasped in disbelief. How could someone of such stature concede? Zhou Wen couldn't help but give Xiao Ye a thumbs up, believing that Chuemo was intimidated by Xiao Ye, prompting his surrender. Xiao Ye dismissed their chatter, focusing instead on the fierce battle unfolding in the arena. The Blackshot Tiger was locked in a relentless fight with Jiang Pengfei, while Jiang Yuan sat at the edge of the stage, pale and with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, evidently injured. How did Jiang Yuan get hurt? Xiao Ye inquired of his friends. The Blackshot Tiger consumed a spirit-gathering pill and successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Gathering Origin realm. Even without protection, it still suffered injuries from Jiang Pengfei. He's not an ordinary adversary, came the reply. Chapter 143. The finals. The group shook their heads, with Liang Quan stating, "By the time we arrived, Jiang Yuan was already like this." Suddenly, a furious roar echoed as the Blackshot Tiger twisted its body and sent a figure flying. The 7th level Gathering Origin realm beast was immensely powerful, and even warriors of the same level struggled against it, let alone Jiang Pengfei, who was merely at the 6th level. The Blackshaw tiger sent Jiang Pengfei sprawling. Its eyes glinted with ferocity as it leapt into the air, seemingly intent on concluding the match swiftly. "How dare you, beast!" A sudden shout rang out, causing Jiang Pengfei, who had no leverage in midair, to momentarily pause and evade the Blackshaw tiger's attack. In the next instant, he aimed a kick at the beast's head. With a resounding crash, the Blackshaw tiger let out a groan and crashed to the arena floor. What an impressive technique! Xiao Ye frowned. Jiang Pengfei's agility was clearly superior to his own current skills. "Begone!" Jiang Pengfei shouted, thrusting his palm forward, summoning a massive energy-infused black hand that seized the Blackshaw tiger. The Blackshaw tiger roared in fury, struggling to break free from the immense grip. Jiang Pengfei's expression turned grave. His arm trembled with effort, clearly struggling against the might of a 7th-level gathering origin beast. Glancing at the injured Jiang Yuan at the edge of the arena, he unleashed a sudden attack, slamming the black hand down onto the Blackshaw tiger before redirecting it towards Jiang Yuan. "You despicable fiend!" Jiang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. With his injuries leaving him nearly powerless, he knew that if struck, he would be left severely wounded, if not dead. Desperation overtook him, and he rolled away, tumbling off the stage. With a thunderous crash, the stone arena trembled as Jiang Yuan narrowly escaped the calamity, his heart pounding in terror as he gazed at Jiang Pengfei, devoid of any thought of resistance, seeing its master sent flying. The Blackshaw tiger roared defiantly and struggled to rise, preparing to pounce on Jiang Pengfei. "Begone!" Jiang Pengfei shouted once more, summoning the massive hand again to strike down upon the Blackshaw tiger. With no means to resist, the Blackshaw tiger fell to the ground again, and Jiang Pengfei showed no signs of relenting. The massive hand descended, accompanied by a series of terrifying crashes that sent shivers down the spines of those watching. Fortunately, the Blackshaw tiger was a 7th-level beast. Had it been a warrior, they would have surely perished. It seems to be not just energy, but actual condensed true qi. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd as one person exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even a martial king cannot condense true qi into a physical form. How does he achieve this? It must be a martial technique, an exceptionally powerful one." The crowd's eyes gleamed with envy as they regarded the audacious Jiang Pengfei. With such terrifying martial skills, he was likely unmatched beneath the gathering origin realm, and even against warriors of the true martial realm, he would pose a formidable challenge. "Stop. Cease this immediately." At that moment, Jiang Yuan, finally realizing the danger, gazed at the bloody Blackshaw tiger with a heart full of concern. "Stop." The referee rushed forward to intervene, declaring, "Jiang Pengfei is the victor." Xiao Ye observed the triumphant Jiang Pengfei on the stage. His brow furrowed. It was evident that this individual had not revealed his full strength. Glancing at the barely conscious Blackshaw tiger, Xiao Ye pondered just how formidable Jiang Pengfei truly was. Leaving an indelible impression on the crowd, a 7th-level beast was no match for him. He seemed invincible. The referee regarded Jiang Pengfei and inquired, "Do you require a moment to rest?" "No need," Jiang Pengfei replied. Casting a puzzled look at the referee as he shook his head, the referee scanned the audience and announced, "Is Xiao Ye present?" Confused, Xiao Ye wondered why the referee was calling for him. Liang Quan immediately raised his hand, pointing at Xiao Ye, saying, "He's right here." The referee turned to Xiao Ye and asked, "Do you need a moment to rest?" A sense of foreboding crept over Xiao Ye. However, given that Chu Mo had surrendered without a fight and Jiang Pengfei, fresh from battle, required no rest, he felt compelled to decline. "No, I do not." "Very well," the referee declared to the audience. "Both contestants are ready. The final match will commence in 1 hour." "Already? I thought it would be tomorrow." The audience, initially preparing to disperse, perked up at this news. They glanced at Xiao Ye and then at Jiang Pengfei. Shaking their heads in resignation, there was no suspense in a match between a 6th-level gathering origin warrior and a 3rd-level one. Jiang Pengfei, noticing Xiao Ye among the crowd, smirked and disdainfully remarked, "My opponent is merely a 3rd-level gathering origin weakling. Just concede and save us all some time. Just you wait. My boss will wipe the floor with you." Liang Quan was the first to respond. Anger flaring, Xiao Ye frowned but leapt onto the arena, sizing up Jiang Pengfei, who appeared younger than himself, yet was of a stature comparable to his own. Without a hint of condescension, Xiao Ye calmly suggested, "Since you wish to avoid wasting time, shall we begin now? That suits me perfectly." Jiang Pengfei stepped back, casting a challenging gaze at Xiao Ye. Even before their battle began, the air was thick with tension. The referee paused momentarily, seeking confirmation from the elder on the platform. Lition nodded slightly, prompting the referee to announce, "The final match for the title of newcomer king officially begins." With that declaration, the referee stepped down from the arena. The two contenders locked eyes, their auras intensifying, while a gentle breeze swept through, causing the air around them to feel dense and charged. The audience watched with bated breath. Despite the apparent lack of suspense, they remained glued to the scene, eager not to miss any nuances. In an almost simultaneous motion, both fighters sprang into action, their silhouettes blurring as they exchanged positions. Standing back to back, the crowd stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The two combatants moved with such swiftness that their actions were nearly imperceptible. This could only signify one thing. Their powers vastly surpassed those of the onlookers. Chapter 144. The final battle. How formidable. Xiao Ye felt a deep shock within. The recent clash had not involved any martial techniques, but was merely a contest of raw physical strength and speed. Having consumed the copper muscle iron bone pill and undergone body refinement through heavenly thunder, his training at divine punishment peak had rendered his physical prowess comparable to that of a martial king. Although Jiang Pingfei's physical strength did not quite match his, it was nonetheless formidable enough to reach the true martial realm. In contrast to Xiao Ye, Jiang Pingfei was even more astonished. He furrowed his brow, staring incredulously at Xiao Ye, instinctively inquiring, "How have you cultivated such physical strength?" Unlike disciples of martial sects who harness spiritual energy to nurture their bodies, ordinary warriors lacked methods to refine their physiques. How could this individual achieve such terrifying physical prowess? Jiang Pingfei understood that the foundation of cultivation lay in physical strength. Only with a robust body could one easily endure the tribulations of lightning. Ordinary warriors, without knowledge of body refinement techniques, found it exceedingly difficult to survive the tribulation, especially that of the martial king, which was already a formidable challenge. Surviving the tribulation of the martial sovereign was nearly impossible. Xiao Ye remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on Jiang Pingfei. "Humph," Jiang Pingfei scoffed disdainfully. "Even if your body is strong, you are no match for me if you wish to avoid a humiliating defeat. Draw your weapon." "What audacity!" Liang Quan exclaimed furiously from the sidelines. "Boss, take him down." Xiao Ye frowned as he recognized that Jiang Pingfei had reason to be arrogant. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a spear. Buzz! Suddenly, Xiao Ye's aura shifted dramatically. A fierce energy surged forth, piercing towards Jiang Pingfei like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Pingfei smirked, calmly observing the fierce Xiao Ye. He raised his arm slightly, intending to block Xiao Ye's assault with his bare hands. Clang! Jiang Pingfei's fingers tapped repeatedly against Xiao Ye's spear, producing a series of faint clashing sounds. Xiao Ye's offense weakened progressively. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeply. It was as though Jiang Pingfei's fingers possessed some magical quality, dissipating his attack and transmitting powerful impacts directly back to his arms. Xiao Ye hastily retreated, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, nearly losing grip on his spear. "You waste," Jiang Pingfei sneered, showing no mercy as he swiftly charged at Xiao Ye. Startled, Xiao Ye instinctively stepped back, gathering strength in his left foot before launching forward. Warrior's tread. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the arena trembled, the ground beneath Jiang Pingfei rolling violently. Feeling the tremendous force beneath him, Jiang Pingfei hesitated for a moment, but remained unflustered, oddly drifting to the right by a few inches without losing speed, charging again toward Xiao Ye. How is this possible? Xiao Ye's eyes widened. He could not fathom Jiang Pingfei's sudden movement, which seemed impossible unless one were flying. Yet, the opponent was merely at the gathering essence level, incapable of flight. Xiao Ye had no time to ponder further as Jiang Pingfei closed in, fingers poised like a sword, aiming directly for Xiao Ye's chest. Feeling an overwhelming sword intent approaching, Xiao Ye's heart raced. Jiang Pingfei's fingers were undoubtedly more terrifying than a true sword. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, Xiao Ye retreated, sweeping his spear fiercely at Jiang Pingfei in a defensive maneuver. Break! Jiang Pingfei showed no fear, curling his fingers into a fist and striking the spear downward. Bang! A light sound echoed as Xiao Ye felt a surge of enormous force, propelling him backward, nearly toppling off the stage. The spectators gaped, astonished. They recognized Jiang Pingfei's strength, but had never anticipated him to be so overpowering. Heavens, he is forcing Xiao Ye back with just his bare hands. Jiang Pingfei is truly terrifying. Such strength. Even if given me 2 more years, I would likely never catch up to him. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while on the high platform, Elder Li's expression darkened. He had always thought Xiao Ye to be a disciple of a reclusive master, the most promising contender against Jiang Pingfei. Yet, it seemed Xiao Ye was not a match for him at all. Damn it! Xiao Ye suppressed the surging blood within, casting a cold glare at the mocking Jiang Pingfei. His aura intensified once more. Buzz! Xiao Ye shook his spear, creating 2 phantom spear images, and lunged once again at Jiang Pingfei. Twin dragons play with pearl. With a furious shout, the 2 fierce spear images surged forward, resembling dragons emerging from the sea, each aiming at Jiang Pingfei from opposite sides. Jiang Pingfei's brow furrowed as he clenched his fists. striking at the two spear images. Boom, boom. With two resounding crashes, the energy surged, scattering the terrifying spear images, yet Jiang Pengfei emerged unscathed. Xiao Ye's spear trembled again, flickering with icy gleams as 9 spear images materialized. Launching towards Jiang Pengfei, once more. 9 stars converge. The 9 spear images merged into one, becoming more concentrated, their icy radiance flashing as they approached Jiang Pengfei. Without hesitation, Jiang Pengfei swung his fist to counter. Bang! The spear image dissipated, forcing Jiang Pengfei to retreat 2 steps. He actually forced me back. Jiang Pengfei smirked, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Buzz! At that moment, the air trembled as a colossal and terrifying spear image loomed before Xiao Ye. Resembling a towering pillar, his aura intensified further, merging with the spear before him. The crowd collectively gulped, fear evident in their expressions as they beheld the massive spear image that eclipsed the sky, should it strike. It would be catastrophic at this juncture. Jiang Pengfei cast aside his previous dismissiveness, his expression serious as he focused intently on the enormous spear image, Spear of the Abyss. With a chilling command, the gigantic spear image erupted into motion. A tempest howling, shrouding Jiang Pengfei in its shadow. That I appear to have underestimated you, Jiang Pengfei muttered, realizing the spear image was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Whoosh! A surge of energy enveloped Jiang Pengfei, and a massive black hand slowly materialized before him. This was the technique he had used to defeat the Black Fiend Tiger, Cloud Locking Palm. With a fierce shout, Jiang Pengfei's enormous black hand lunged at the colossal spear image in the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the winds howled, and the terrifying energy rampaged, causing the ground beneath to tremble, compelling the onlookers to retreat. In an instant, calmness returned. The gigantic spear image vanished, leaving only a fearsome black hand hovering above the crowd. Chapter 145. The colossal battle. How powerful! The audience stood agape, instinctively swallowing hard, gazing in terror at the enormous black hand in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Ye's complexion paled, his aura wavering, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to his injuries. Slowly raising his head to stare blankly at the massive black hand above, Jiang Pengfei was no better off. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury, wishing nothing more than to shred Xiao Ye to pieces. You bastard! How dare you injure me? Die! Jiang Pengfei roared, the enormous black hand above him clenched into a fist, hurtling toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye gazed at the incoming colossal fist, furrowing his brow, seemingly lost in thought, showing no intention of dodging. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Xiao Ye's form was instantly engulfed by the massive fist, leaving a terrifying imprint on the arena. Boss! Liang Quan gasped, startled, ready to rush forward, only to be restrained by Kuya. Wait, Brother Xiao seems unharmed. Kuya pointed to the enormous fist imprint, where a disheveled figure slowly rose, blood trickling from his mouth. Yet his eyes gleamed with ecstasy. Brother Xiao hasn't been knocked senseless, has he? Zhouwen muttered, observing Xiao Ye's state. You're the one who's lost your mind. Liang Quan and Kuya shot Zhou with incredulous looks, ignoring him as they anxiously watched Xiao Ye on stage. Huh? Jiang Pengfei was equally stunned, staring at the slowly rising Xiao Ye in disbelief. That you're still alive. Jiang Pengfei knew Xiao Ye's physique was formidable. Yet the attack from the Cloud Locking Palm was more fearsome. The fact that Xiao Ye had merely sustained a light injury after taking a direct hit was astounding. Damn it! Jiang Pengfei's fury intensified. With a furious roar, the enormous black hand above clenched tightly once more and smashed down toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye raised his head, gazing at the colossal black hand with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Boom! Another tremendous crash resounded as Xiao Ye was once again enveloped by the shadow of the fist, though this time, the force seemed diminished. The massive fist did not sink into the arena. No, this attack has been blocked. Someone suddenly pointed at the massive fist imprint on the stage, exclaiming in astonishment. Buzz! Suddenly, a golden light flickered beneath the fist imprint, and the gigantic black hand was slowly lifted. It was a colossal golden hand. What is happening? The crowd gaped, utterly bewildered. No, this is impossible. Jiang Pengfei felt as if he might lose his mind, staring in disbelief at the slowly rising golden hand that bore an uncanny resemblance to his Cloud Locking Palm. The Locking Cloud Hand is an intermediate martial skill of the mysterious rank, yet its offensive capabilities rival those of Earth rank skills. Its classification as intermediate stems from its arduous training requirements, which demand an astonishing consumption of internal true energy and a stringent control over the surrounding spiritual power. Under the guidance of his master, Jiang Pengfei consumed a substantial quantity of elixirs designed to enhance true energy and control spiritual power. After 5 arduous years, he finally succeeded in mastering it. But how did this Xiao Ye manage to achieve success? Xiao Ye gently raised his hand, gazing in exhilaration at the enormous golden hand looming above him. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended an Earth-rank martial skill. Please provide a name. Listening to the system's voice, a faint smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips, and a name unexpectedly surfaced in his mind: Buddha's divine palm. After some contemplation, he shook his head, deeming the name too mild, and declared, "It shall be called the Heavenly Demon Palm. Name successfully registered." At that moment, Jiang Pengfei, on the verge of madness, watched Xiao Ye standing there in a daze. Completely disregarding his presence, with an enraged roar, Jiang Pengfei clenched the massive black hand above him into a fist and hurled it towards Xiao Ye with reckless abandon. Xiao Ye, now alert, mirrored the action. Clenching his fist as well, 2 colossal fists, one black and one gold, collided fiercely. The air trembled with the sound of violent impacts, leaving the onlookers in awe, as if 2 giants were battling above. On the platform, Li Tian and his companions also stood, their expressions grave as they observed the fight unfolding on the stage. This battle had transcended the realm of novice disciples. If either combatant lost control, the spectators could be severely injured. With a resounding crash, the 2 enormous fists dissipated almost simultaneously. Both Xiao Ye and Jiang Pengfei bent down, gasping for breath, their internal true energy nearly depleted, unable to sustain the tremendous power of the gigantic hands for any longer. As the massive fists vanished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their chests. Xiao Ye regarded Jiang Pengfei, secretly astonished, having trained under the terrifying gravity of the divine punishment peak and achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. His true energy was indeed profound, but how had Jiang Pengfei managed such a feat? Was the sect for cultivating immortals truly that formidable? Xiao Ye had to concede. I underestimated you. Jiang Pengfei suppressed his injuries and slowly drew a short sword, approximately 1 foot in length. Curiously, this sword had almost no hilt, grasped delicately between his fingers. Xiao Ye stared in bewilderment, having never encountered such an odd sword, which resembled a dagger. The onlookers below shared his confusion, unable to comprehend how such a short weapon could be wielded. It's a flying sword. An elder in the audience exclaimed in astonishment. Li Lao furrowed his brow, silently praying that Xiao Ye was familiar with the techniques of flying swords. Otherwise, he would surely suffer a grave loss. Jiang Pengfei coldly fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Such talent is terrifying. It seems I cannot allow you to live. Planning to kill me? Xiao Ye smiled faintly. Unperturbed, he drew a long blade, locking eyes with Jiang Pengfei, and calmly stated, "Let us see if you possess the capability." Arrogant, Jiang Pengfei roared, his form suddenly moving like lightning. Appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant, the short sword in his hand glimmered with cold light as it lunged directly at Xiao Ye's throat. Xiao Ye remained unfazed, swiftly positioning his long blade before him. With a light clang, he deflected Jiang Pengfei's attack and countered with a slash of his blade. Jiang Pengfei hastily retreated. Xiao Ye was taken aback, noticing Jiang Pengfei's empty hands. Where had the short sword gone? Watch your back, Liang Quan shouted from the sidelines, urgently warning Xiao Ye. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air sent chills down Xiao Ye's spine. Reacting instinctively, he dropped to the ground. The cold gleam of the short sword zipped past his head, causing his heart to race. Before he could catch his breath, the sword executed a sharp turn, nimbly darting back towards him. What is that thing? Xiao Ye exclaimed, startled. The sword's speed was bizarrely swift, and despite his efforts to evade, it relentlessly pursued him. With a swift thrust, the sword grazed his body, leaving a long gash across his chest. Had it penetrated any deeper, it might have struck his heart. What on earth is this? The crowd below was equally stunned, their eyes wide with fear at the sight of the floating sword before Jiang Pengfei. It's a flying sword. A flying sword. Someone suddenly realized, exclaiming, this must be a technique cultivated by a sect. What? Could Jiang Pengfei be a disciple of a sect? That's impossible. Why would a sect disciple come to our academy to train? I've heard that sect disciples nurture their swords with their minds, wielding them to kill from thousands of miles away. Utterly terrifying. The crowd was engulfed in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Suddenly, Xiao Ye let out a fierce dragon roar, and a fearsome dragon apparition slowly emerged behind him. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Jiang Pengfei below. What is that? Why does it emanate a dragon's aura? Jiang Pengfei was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at the colossal dragon figure behind Xiao Ye in disbelief. However, he quickly composed himself and scoffed. Xiao Ye, no matter how strong you are today, you shall die beneath my sword. With a series of intricate hand seals, Jiang Pingfei commanded the flying sword, which circled around him before lunging once more at Xiao Ye. Damn it, it's indestructible. Xiao Ye realized that not only was the flying sword incredibly swift, but it was also extraordinarily agile, rendering evasion impossible. With a roar, he transformed, his body hardening like metal, turning black and exuding an aura of solidity. A shrill sound pierced the air as the flying sword skimmed past Xiao Ye, sparking flames upon contact. How is this possible? Jiang Pingfei stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. The flying sword's attack, far from being comparable to ordinary weapons, failed to injure Xiao Ye in the slightest. How could this be? Xiao Ye frowned, feeling pain coursing through him. While his body remained unscathed, the sensation of burning agony lingered. The chest. Jiang Pingfei's gaze shifted to Xiao Ye's chest, where the flying sword had previously inflicted a wound. This was the sole vulnerability in Xiao Ye's defenses. With a tremor, the flying sword quivered, and Jiang Pingfei directed it straight towards Xiao Ye's chest wound. Despicable! Xiao Ye cursed under his breath, lunging to seize the flying sword in mid-air as the sword landed in Xiao Ye's grasp. It throbbed violently, emitting a series of resonant hums. Ignorant, Jiang Pingfei sneered at Xiao Ye's actions. Once again forming hand seals, Xiao Ye felt the sword in his hand twist violently, breaking free from his grip and lunging towards his chest. Xiao Ye gasped, quickly raising his long blade to block. With a sharp crack, the flying sword struck the blade, shattering it into fragments. Yet its speed remained unrelenting as it aimed for Xiao Ye's chest. Get away! Xiao Ye roared, slapping the flying sword away. But the lethal blade still grazed his wound, exacerbating the injury. Kid. Just as Xiao Ye found himself at a loss, a voice echoed in his mind. This Shumi space is an independent realm that can sever the connection between the flying sword and its master. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up as he grasped the situation. Die! Jiang Pingfei bellowed in rage, directing the flying sword toward Xiao Ye's chest wound with fierce intent. Xiao Ye's expression grew solemn, to draw the sword into the Shumi space. He needed to make contact with it. Otherwise, it would be impossible. The flying sword approached at an uncanny speed, and simultaneously, Xiao Ye reached out again to grasp it. Foolish, Jiang Pingfei scoffed as he recognized Xiao Ye's intent. Preparing to repeat his previous strategy, suddenly, the flying sword vanished without a trace. More strangely, the link between Jiang Pingfei and the sword also dissipated. What is happening? Jiang Pingfei was momentarily dazed, for the flying sword was nurtured by his very essence. Effectively a part of his being. Even if stored away, he could still sense it. Yet now, it had vanished completely. How could this be? Haha, kid, I'm sending you a grand gift. Small Black's voice reverberated once more. Within the Shumi space, Small Black entwined itself around the flying sword, releasing torrents of terrifying dragon flames, attempting to refine the sword. Blood erupted from Jiang Pingfei's mouth as he turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fear glinting in his eyes as he shouted, "What have you done to my flying sword?" A slight smile appeared on Xiao Ye's lips. Seizing the opportunity to strike without mercy, he unleashed another resonant dragon roar. Then, the dragon domain expanded, enveloping Jiang Pingfei within. Within the realm of spiritual energy, Xiao Ye felt as though he commanded everything. Coldly observing Jiang Pingfei, who had sought to end his life during their battle, Xiao Ye would not show him any mercy. Xiao Ye fervently concentrated the dwindling spiritual energy within him, and a colossal golden hand gradually materialized above Jiang Pingfei's head. No, Jiang Pingfei's body trembled slightly as he struggled to retreat repeatedly. Die! Xiao Ye's voice reverberated within the domain, akin to a deity, commanding all. The immense golden hand descended with a fierce roar. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the entire arena shattered under Xiao Ye's terrifying strike. Jiang Pingfei bore the brunt, being directly thrust into the ground. The turbulent energy slowly calmed, revealing a scene of devastation. The stone-paved arena lay in ruins, and Jiang Pingfei was deeply embedded in the ground. Oblivious to his fate. How terrifying! The onlookers stared in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle, unable to believe this battle was merely a contest among newcomers. Surely, even experts of the true martial realm could not compare. The domain. On the high platform, Elder Li and others furrowed their brows, their hearts stirred with tumult. Having witnessed much, they sensed that Xiao Ye had just harnessed the power of the spiritual domain. A mysterious force that even they, having reached the martial king realm, had not comprehended. The shock of witnessing such power in a newcomer was beyond imagination. Chapter 147. The conclusion of the newcomer competition as the swirling energy gradually subsided. The arena appeared desolate, The recent clash was nothing short of astonishing, showcasing giant martial techniques and terrifying flying swords. Most astonishing of all was Xiao Ye's formidable defense. His skin was dark, as if clad in black battle armor, exuding an air of invincibility. Gasping for breath, Xiao Ye gradually returned to his normal state, having expended nearly all his strength in this battle. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound arose. Startling Xiao Ye, he glanced up at Jiang Pengfei, who was deeply embedded in the ground. A shattered jade talisman fell from him as Jiang Pengfei slowly rose, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk, yet his gaze remained dark and fearsome. Coldly locking onto Xiao Ye, an almost imperceptible yet sharp aura began to coalesce before Jiang Pengfei. How is this possible? Xiao Ye took a cautious step back, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. His body had reached its limits, yet Jiang Pengfei seemed to be gathering an even more terrifying attack. Xiao Ye, I have underestimated you. Jiang Pengfei's voice was grim as he glared at Xiao Ye, his hands weaving intricate sword seals before conjuring a blood-red short sword the size of a palm before him. Gush! Jiang Pengfei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously, nearly collapsing to the ground. His pallor deepened, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ye, the flying sword rotating ominously around his fingers. Judge, quickly, stop him! Elderly shouted in alarm from the high platform. The judge, recovering from the earlier shock, promptly called out, Halt! Jiang Pengfei, you have stepped outside the arena's boundaries. The match is over. Is that so? But life and death have yet to be decided. Jiang Pengfei ignored the judge entirely, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Xiao Ye. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips, he thrust the flying sword violently towards Xiao Ye. Roaring die, buzz, the sword shot forth, appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant. Xiao Ye widened his eyes, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to block the petite red sword. Whoosh! The flying sword shattered through Xiao Ye's defenses, aiming directly for his brow. That he furrowed his brow, hesitating over whether to activate the invincible external system. Boom! A resounding explosion occurred as the blood-red sword halted mere inches from Xiao Ye's body, rippling waves of energy, as if something had intervened to block its attack. Huh? Xiao Ye was taken aback to find a phantom great sword abruptly materializing before him, intercepting the blood-red short sword. What is happening? Not only was Xiao Ye stunned, but Elder Li and the others were equally bewildered. They had no time to intervene. Could there be another hidden master present? Clatter! A simple black wooden token fell from Xiao Ye's grasp, causing the phantom's sword to gradually fade. What is this? Xiao Ye was momentarily puzzled. Picking up the token from the ground, this was the token he received from a girl named Li Riyao, whom he had rescued in the monster beast forest. Could the phantom sword's appearance have been due to this token? Xiao Ye examined it closely, finding it still ordinary, without any apparent anomalies. After executing that move, Jiang Pengfei, seeing Xiao Ye unscathed, spat out another mouthful of blood, his complexion growing increasingly pale as he collapsed to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forward, sweeping towards Xiao Ye with ferocity. That a young man with a stern expression and a chiseled face appeared on the arena, coldly staring at Xiao Ye, or more precisely, at the token in Xiao Ye's hand. Where did you acquire that token? The man asked, his voice hoarse and icy, accompanied by waves of dread. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, a serious look crossing his face as he slowly put away the token. Watching the young man warily, this seems unrelated to you. Humph. The young man stepped forward, coldly stating, If you wish to live, hand over that token. A gentle breeze rustled as a figure appeared before Xiao Ye. It was Li Tian. He looked at the young man, slowly speaking, Zhao Kong, you are a senior of the academy. Do you intend to interfere in the newcomer competition? Zhao Kong. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the stern-faced young man before him. Realizing he was one of the academy's 4 great kings, the president of the Martial Arts Society, the onlookers below were equally astonished, their mouths agape. They had heard of the 4 great kings of the academy, but this was their first encounter. Zhao Kong glanced at Xiao Ye behind Elder Li with resentment, gritting his teeth as he ordered his people to carry the severely injured Jiang Pengfei away before turning to leave. Only then did Li Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. With the old dean absent, he feared he would be unable to prevent any potential escalation from the sects. Li Tian scanned the crowd, signaling for silence, and raised Xiao Ye's hand, declaring loudly, I announce that the champion of this newcomer competition is Xiao Ye. The crowd below was momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Newcomer king! Newcomer king! Xiao Ye felt a wave of joy and waved to those around him. However, he was not particularly concerned with the title of champion. His focus lay on the system's tasks, noticing the system had yet to provide any prompts. He urged internally, System, the task is complete. Where is my reward? Why the rush? I'm currently tallying it up, came the system's impatient voice, followed by, ding, newcomer competition task completed. Experience points have been distributed. The system mall is closed for upgrades and will reopen in 1 day. Is that all? Xiao Ye waited for a while, noticing the system had fallen silent again, but he looked at the slightly increased experience points, realizing he was still far from reaching the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. As for the system mall upgrade, he was not particularly interested. Xiao Ye, elderly, turned to the dazed Xiao Ye, saying, the reward for the newcomer competition is a month of training in the Academy's place of inheritance. You should enter now. There's no rush. Xiao Ye shook his head. He was not particularly interested in these inheritances. With the invincible external system, his training methods differed from those of ordinary individuals, and these inheritances would likely offer him little assistance. Elderly nodded and continued, come with me. We will discuss how to rescue the old dean, and you can participate as well. Xiao Ye agreed and found Liang Quan and a few others in the crowd to inform them before following Li Tian away. Xiao Ye accompanied Li Tian to a grand hall in the center of the academy, which was already filled with people, including faculty and students. Hey, Xiao Ye. One person spotted Xiao Ye's entrance and quickly stood up to wave. Senior Lei Ling. Xiao Ye was taken aback. This person was the one who had accompanied him to the ancient ridge mountains to retrieve the phoenix wood. Seeing the unfamiliar faces around him, he recognized only elderly and a few faculty members, feeling it inappropriate to join them, so he directly sat beside Lei Ling. Lei Ling smiled slightly and said, I heard you won the championship in this newcomer competition. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you properly. Just lucky. Xiao Ye replied modestly. Enough with the modesty. That Zhang Pengfei is a disciple of Zhao Kong, and his strength is certainly formidable. Your victory over him suggests others have underestimated you. Lei Ling scrutinized Xiao Ye, attempting to uncover the secrets he harbored. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, shifting the topic as he inquired, Senior Lei Ling, why are all the higher-ups of the academy gathered here? Glancing at the gigantic turtle resting nearby, he had begun to suspect they might be planning something regarding the rescue of the old dean. Lei Ling shook his head in confusion. I'm not sure. Something significant must have occurred for all the higher-ups to gather. Xiao Ye nodded, surveying the crowd. The teachers present were mostly elders and deans of the academy, all at the true martial realm. With several having reached the martial king realm, the students' cultivation levels mostly ranged from the 8th to 9th levels of the Gathering Yuan realm, all core disciples of the academy, with only him being a newcomer at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm. I heard about the 4 great kings of the academy. Why is it only you present? Where are the others? Xiao Ye asked, confused. He recognized Lei Ling and had just met Zhao Kong, yet noticed the latter was absent. Lei Ling gestured for Xiao Ye to lower his voice, whispering, they have their own undisclosed motives for being at the academy. Matters concerning the academy's secrets will definitely prevent them from participating. Lei Ling paused momentarily before continuing. However, the elite society is a secret faction of Director Zhao, and they dare not openly acknowledge it, nor can they invite members of the elite society. Xiao Ye, having spent considerable time at the academy, was aware that the school did not oppose students forming cliques, but forbade teachers from doing so, fearing disputes among them could disrupt unity. Xiao Ye, you have indeed arrived. An exclamation broke the air as an elderly man spotted Xiao Ye, his face alight with joy as he hurried over. Old Fu, Xiao Ye thought, feeling a wave of trepidation upon recognizing the visitor as Fu Qinghe, the dean of the Alchemy department. Dean Fu, Lei Ling also rose to greet him. Fu Qinghe nodded and turned to Xiao Ye, saying, Xiao Ye, considering you are the vice dean of our Alchemy department, come sit at the front. No. Xiao Ye waved his hands repeatedly, feeling that as a mere freshman in the 3rd stage of the Gathering Yuan realm, his presence here was already sufficiently conspicuous. Joining the ranks of the teachers would surely drive him mad. Old Fu, I am quite content here. Vice Dean, Lei Ling exclaimed, his mouth agape as he looked at Xiao Ye. What does this mean? Isn't this fellow a freshman? How did he become the vice dean of the Alchemy department? Very well, then. Fu Qinghe, seeing Xiao Ye's refusal, did not insist further and turned back to his seat. Unable to contain himself, Lei Ling asked in astonishment, Xiao Ye, how did you become the vice dean of the Alchemy department? Xiao Ye shook his head with a wry smile and replied, it's a long story. Let us discuss it later. At that moment, Li Tian gently tapped the table, signaling for silence. He began. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to discuss the whereabouts of the old dean. What? We found the old dean. How is he? Is he back? The crowd was momentarily stunned, and chatter erupted. The old dean had mysteriously disappeared 4 months ago and had not been heard from since. Now, Li Tian frowned, interrupting the murmurs. We have merely obtained a trace of the old dean. He may be in danger. The purpose of this gathering is to rescue him. Where's the old dean? We will go save him. Count me in. The old dean has done us favors, so I am in as well. Humph, Zhao Xiaofeng scoffed, cutting through the enthusiasm, and coldly declared, "The old dean is in the abyss of darkness." The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, suddenly subdued compared to their earlier eagerness. One teacher swallowed hard, looking at Li Tian and asking, "The abyss of darkness is a domain of demons. Director Li, are you certain the old dean is still alive? Even if he is, can we rescue him? If we venture in, it may very well be a death sentence." The enthusiasm in the crowd had vanished. "Humph, a bunch of cowards." An elderly woman stood up, whom Xiao Ye recognized as one of the elders of the academy. She cast an angry glare at the crowd and continued, "Have you forgotten the old dean's kindness? He entered the abyss of darkness for the sake of the academy and all of us. Are we to stand idly by? Yes, we must rescue the old dean. Count me in." Fu Qinghe abruptly stood up, affirming his stance that a few others hesitated for a moment before standing in agreement. "Director Li, are you certain the old dean is still alive?" A student looked towards Li Tian, his voice tinged with a hint of hope. Indeed, Li Tian had yet to respond when the giant turtle approached the crowd and confirmed, "The old dean is alive." Everyone was taken aback. This giant turtle was the old dean's beast companion, and if it said so, then the old dean must indeed be alive. "Very well." Li Tian stood up and addressed the group. "The purpose of gathering everyone is not to send all of you. Those who remain must maintain order at the academy. I will not hide it from you. There may be disciples from various sects arriving, and those who stay will have important tasks." The crowd exchanged glances, not particularly surprised. They felt it safer to remain. Li Tian continued, "Elders will stay behind, and the deans and vice deans of each department should confer. One person must remain to uphold order within the academy, while students can volunteer to join." Li Tian then turned to Fu Qinghe and said, "Old Fu, as the sole dean of the alchemy department, you should remain." "Impossible," Fu Qinghe immediately retorted. "Who says our alchemy department has no vice dean? I have already designated one. I just haven't had the chance to report it to the academy." Xiao Ye felt a pang of anxiety. Just as he had managed to keep a low profile, this old man was pushing him into the limelight. A vice dean. The crowd was momentarily stunned. And even Li Tian looked puzzled, asking, "Don't just appoint someone casually. After all these years, you haven't found anyone suitable, so how suddenly does a vice dean appear? Am I to deceive you?" Fu Qinghe pointed dramatically at Xiao Ye, declaring, "He is our alchemy department's vice dean." Chapter 149. News of the Elven Spring. Xiao Ye instantly became the center of attention, all eyes fixated on him. They widened their eyes in disbelief. This mere boy in the third stage of the Gathering Yuan realm is the vice dean of the alchemy department. Are we mad, or has old Fu lost his mind? Facing the crowd's skepticism, Fu Qinghe remained unfazed, continuing, "Our alchemy department can maintain its vice dean. I will go rescue the old dean." Fu Qinghe, we don't have time to indulge in your nonsense." An elder could no longer remain silent. It was clear that Xiao Ye did not qualify to be the vice dean of the alchemy department. Li Tian was not surprised. He was aware of Xiao Ye's capabilities, having learned during his time in Qingsang City that Xiao Ye had nearly concocted an elixir of celestial grade. Just days ago, news had spread that the dean had successfully refined a celestial elixir, undoubtedly thanks to Xiao Ye's contribution. Xiao Ye, feeling helpless, stood up and said, "Old Fu, please don't joke. With my qualifications, how can I be dean? Moreover, I wish to participate in the rescue of the old dean." "You, a mere child, what do you know of such matters?" Before Fu Qinghe could respond, the elderly woman glared at Xiao Ye and angered. Li Tian furrowed his brows, wishing for Xiao Ye to join them. He sensed that with Xiao Ye present, the chances of rescuing the old dean would greatly increase. Xiao Ye felt speechless, realizing that his cultivation level as a mere third-stage Gathering Yuan realm practitioner rendered him without authority in this discussion. "Very well." Li Tian scanned the crowd before finally deciding, "Fu Qinghe, you should stay. Although Xiao Ye is the vice dean, his experience is too limited. It may be difficult for the students to follow him." How could this be? Fu Qinghe felt helpless, wishing to argue, but Li Tian interrupted him. "This matter is settled. Please compile the list and submit it to me. We depart tonight." Having concluded, Li Tian waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. By evening, the list for the rescue of the old dean was finalized. Li Tian and Zhang Xiaofeng, both vice deans, took the lead, accompanied by Mo Yang and 3 other department deans, all of whom were at the Martial King realm. Only 4 freshmen volunteered, including Xiao Ye and 3 core disciples from the academy. Along with the giant turtle. As Xiao Ye left the academy, a middle-aged man rushed to his residence in a flurry. Manager's son? Liang Quan was taken aback, recognizing the middle-aged man as the owner of the Qingsang Tavern, whom they had encountered when they first arrived in Yuzhou City. Young Master Liang. Manager's son also recognized Liang Quan. His heart filled with joy as he hurried over, saying, "Where is Elder Xiao? I have matters to discuss with him." Elder Xiao is not at the academy. "What's the matter?" Liang Quan frowned, recalling that Xiao Ye had mentioned needing to leave for a while. Just as he left, this fellow arrived at I see. Manager's son appeared somewhat disappointed and inquired, "Did he mention when he would return?" "No. Do you have something urgent?" Liang Quan, noticing manager's son's urgency, asked curiously, "If it's something important, you can tell me as well. It's like this." Manager's son hesitated for a moment before pulling out an invitation card from his pocket. "The elder once asked the Merchant Association to inquire about the Elven Spring. I just received news that in 10 days, the Tianyu auction house will hold an auction, and the Elven Spring will be featured." "What?" Liang Quan gasped, recalling Xiao Yu's quest for the Elven Spring, which seemed crucial for saving Xiao Yu. This matter was of great significance. Liang Quan quickly took the invitation card, noting the auction was scheduled for 10 days hence. Would Xiao Yu be able to make it back in time? Gritting his teeth, Liang Quan asked manager's son, "Do you know the price of the Elven Spring?" Manager's son pondered before replying, "The Elven Spring is priceless. But I recall it was sold for an exorbitant 3 million gold coins at the underground market of the Great Chu Kingdom 8 years ago, 3.3 million. Liang Quan could not help but swallow hard. Earning 3 million in just 10 days was an impossible feat. Even if he were to be killed, he couldn't manage it. It seemed he would have to wait for the Elder's return. In the depths of the ancient Ridge Mountain range, under the pitch-black night, several figures swiftly traversed the forest. The surrounding magical beasts, initially eager for a feast, immediately froze in place upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from these figures. Collapsing to the ground and suppressing their own presence, waiting until the group had passed before daring to move. This group was none other than Xiao Ye and his companions, who were on a mission to find the old dean. Comprised of 10 individuals and a giant turtle, 6 among them had already reached the martial king realm. Such formidable combat power was sufficient to devastate a medium-sized city. Xiao Ye trailed behind. Effortlessly employing the cloud soaring technique, the core disciples of several other students regarded Xiao Ye with disdain, perplexed as to why Li Tian would consent to allow a mere third-tier gathering Yuan realm individual to accompany them. However, Xiao Ye remained indifferent to their glances, maintaining his vigilance towards Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang. Sensing their ulterior motives, a chilling wind swept through. Xiao Ye and his companions had already ventured deep into the ancient spirit mountains. Li Tian slightly slowed his pace, cautioning them, "Everyone, be careful. Beasts of the martial king realm roam these parts." The group was startled, especially the students who trailed closely behind the powerful figures, aware that martial king realm beasts were far beyond their capacity to confront. "Hey," a robust individual beside Xiao Yu inquired curiously, "You seem to be a newcomer. I've never seen you with the old dean before. What brings you here?" Xiao Yu glanced at the man, known as Dashan, who was as formidable as a black bear and had already reached the 9th level of Gathering Yuan realm, making him a core disciple of the academy. With a wry smile, Xiao Yu shook his head. He certainly did not wish to be in such a perilous location, but the task assigned by the system left him with no choice. Dashan, sensing Xiao Ye's silence, speculated, "You didn't offend Deanly, did you? Is that why you're here to court death?" Xiao Yu was at a loss for words. Indeed, being a third-tier Gathering Yuan realm practitioner among these stronger individuals made it seem like he was courting death. Curious, Xiao Ye asked Dashan, "Why are you all so determined to rescue the old dean? Entering the dark abyss seems perilous even for martial king realm experts. Is there any assurance of returning?" The group grew serious at his words. "We owe the old dean our lives," they replied. "To save him, even death would be worthwhile." "Kid," a coldly aloof man remarked, turning towards Xiao Ye, "the techniques we practice counter these sealed demons. That's why Deanly chose us. Do you possess similar abilities?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had wondered why so many powerful individuals had signed up, yet only they were chosen. It seemed there was indeed a reason for this selection. Frowning, he pondered that his own techniques did counter these demons, but perhaps Deanly was unaware. Was he truly brought along merely as cannon fodder? Xiao Ye shook his head. Silence. Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly turned. Hissing at Xiao Ye and the others as the night deepened, a gust of cold wind sent shivers down Xiao Ye's spine. He then sensed an eerie stillness surrounding them, observing the grave expressions of Dean Li and the others. He realized they were on the brink of danger. Hesitating, he immersed his consciousness into the void space to summon Xiao He. "Xiao He, I might face danger soon. Stay close to me." Xiao He blinked in surprise but nodded readily. Xiao Ye felt a shift, and Xiao He appeared in his embrace, peering around and frowning. "The demonic aura is overwhelming." Xiao Ye nodded. "We are heading towards the dark abyss." "The dark abyss?" Xiao He gasped. staring in shock at Xiao Ye. You're courting death. I've heard that place is a realm of demons. Even I wouldn't dare tread there lightly. What brings you here? It's hard to explain, Xiao Ye replied with a wry smile. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I need you out here. Xiao He rolled his eyes at the audacious youth. Ignoring him, suddenly, a cacophony of roars echoed through the air, mingling with the wind. Listen, Li Tian commanded, gesturing for everyone to halt and pointing to the ground, whispering, we have arrived. Xiao Ye widened his eyes, finally noticing a pitch-black abyss before him, seamlessly blending into the night. Eerie roars reverberated from below. Li Tian cautioned, the dark abyss is labyrinthine. Do not stray too far from one another. Should we become separated, we may never reunite. The group nodded solemnly. Li Tian beckoned Xiao Ye to approach, saying, Xiao Ye, stay close to me for safety. Xiao Ye acknowledged, but was interrupted by a mocking voice nearby. With that level of strength, you dare come along. You're merely a burden. Xiao Ye frowned, turning towards the speaker, a pallid middle-aged man whom he recognized as Qingsang, the Beast Academy's dean and a martial king expert. Qingsang, mind your words, Li Tian warned, casting a disapproving glance at him. I'm merely speaking the truth, Qingsang retorted, glancing at Xiao Ye. If danger arises, do not expect me to save him. An elderly figure beside Qingsang scrutinized Xiao Ye with curiosity. I heard from Fu Qinghe that your alchemy skills are commendable. What do you know about medicinal crafting? Xiao Ye forced a smile, responding, I only have a rudimentary understanding of alchemy. As for medicinal crafting, I am entirely ignorant. Enough, let us not waste time here, we must descend, Zhang Xiaofeng declared impatiently, leaping into the abyss below. Imo Yang shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ye before following suit. Li Tian grasped Xiao Ye's arm, warning, it's dangerous inside. Be cautious of the demonic energy. Demonic energy? Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. But before he could react, he felt himself being pulled into the abyss by Li Tian. As the wind howled past him, Li Tian slowed their descent, landing gently on the ground. Xiao Ye calculated that they had only dropped a few dozen zhang. Not very deep. Looking up, he noticed a hazy mist hovering above, and the crescent moon had inexplicably turned a strange shade of pale purple, a purple moon. Xiao Ye swallowed hard. The chilling demonic aura surged around him, seeping into his body, yet upon contact with his internal energy, it disintegrated harmlessly. Li Tian, initially worried, was taken aback to see Xiao Ye so effortlessly warding off the demonic energy's intrusion. Everyone else had to circulate their energy to protect themselves, while Xiao Ye seemed untouched by the malevolent force. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and Xiao Ye looked down to see the ground littered with skeletal remains, predominantly human. The howling winds accompanied the roars of beasts, eroding the will of those present. Those with weak resolve would surely go mad in this place. The demon realm. This was not Xiao Ye's first encounter with a demon realm. He had faced similar pressures in the misty marsh of the beast forest. Yet this place overwhelmed him far more. Dean Wu, we will rely on you moving forward, Li Tian stated, glancing at an elder behind him. The elder nodded, retrieving a small compass from his robes and examining it closely. Xiao Ye recognized the device as a sensing array, a tool crafted only by skilled artificers. The elder was Wu Taishu, the head of the Artificer Academy. Furrowing his brow, Wu Taishu looked up at the abyss and addressed Li Tian. I detect 17 unstable seals, with 2 of them severely compromised and on the verge of collapse. 17? How many? Qingsang exclaimed. Can we pinpoint the dean's location? Wu Taishu shook his head, responding helplessly. The array compass only senses flaws in the formations. It cannot determine the dean's whereabouts. The group's expressions darkened to in the dark abyss, where demonic creatures thrived. Even martial king experts were at risk, with 2 seals about to shatter. If any of the sealed demons escaped, none would likely survive. The group looked to Li Tian and Zhang Xiaofeng for guidance. Li Tian turned to the giant tortoise, asking, Xiao Xian, can you sense the dean's position here? The giant tortoise extended its long neck, closing its eyes to sense the surroundings, then shook its head in resignation, replying, the area is saturated with demonic energy. I cannot sense anything. However, the master is certainly alive, likely in some isolated, mysterious space. Then we must search through these 17 locations one by one. Zhang Xiaofeng concluded. The group nodded in agreement. Li Tian turned to Wu Taishu, inquiring, where is the nearest unstable seal? Wu Taishu consulted his compass, taking a couple of steps forward before looking up at the shadowy canyon, stating, there is one not far ahead. Leading the way, Wu Taishu moved forward, while Xiao Ye and the others followed closely, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of any potential threats. The wind stilled, and in the desolate canyon, silence prevailed, interrupted only by the faint crunch of footsteps upon brittle bones, evoking a sense of lifelessness, as if one had stepped into a realm of death. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, causing Xiao Ye's heart to race as he urgently cautioned, Be careful. Whoosh, a sound of slicing air pierced the stillness, accompanied by a spray of blood. A fellow student who had accompanied Xiao Ye cried out, clutching his bloodied left arm, his face pale with terror as he surveyed the surroundings. Damn it, Li Tian roared, raising his palm and striking forward with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated, energy surging forth, and through the chaos, Xiao Ye glimpsed a skeletal knight being obliterated under the terrifying force, reduced to a heap of shattered bones, merging with the desolation around it. Indeed, as Xiao Ye had surmised, these were puppets of the demonic race. Intruders shall perish. Before the group could exhale a sigh of relief, a fierce shout broke through the air, followed by a barrage of slicing sounds approaching from all directions. Xiao Ye's senses sharpened instantly. These skeletal knights were formidable, each possessing the strength of true martial realm. While such power might not pose a significant threat to Li Tian and his companions, it was beyond the capability of Xiao Ye and his fellow students to withstand. Quickly, gather together and protect the students. Li Tian reacted swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Ye. Clang, clang, the sound of intense collisions erupted as the skeletal knights, seemingly endless, surged forth relentlessly from every direction, intent on burying the group. This is untenable. There are too many of them, Wu Taishu exclaimed, wielding a compass that spun like a grinding wheel, sweeping the skeletal knights away, yet more continued to flood in. We must withdraw, Li Tian declared. Seizing Xiao Ye's shoulder and leaping into the air, retreating toward the canyon's edge, the other directors swiftly gathered the three students and retreated alongside them. Roar! A cacophony of furious howls erupted as the skeletal knights pursued for a few steps, only to halt abruptly upon realizing that Xiao Ye and his companions had withdrawn to safety. Fear flickered in their hollow eye sockets before they collapsed, reverting to lifeless bones. Finally, Xiao Ye and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, especially since one student had nearly lost their life. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at Xiao Ye, a fleeting glint of murderous intent crossing his gaze as he spoke. These students are of no assistance. They should return at once. Li Tian furrowed his brow, taken aback by the situation, realizing that to locate the old director, they would have to traverse this perilous area without Xiao Ye and the others. He regarded Xiao Ye and the others with resolve, stating, even so, someone must escort them back. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, signaling to Mo Yang beside him. Mo Yang immediately stepped forward, saying, Director, allow me to escort them. With my strength, I can ensure their safe passage back from the dark abyss and rejoin you. Li Tian acquiesced with a nod. Xiao Ye frowned. He had a mission to complete and did not wish to leave. Yet he recognized that, given his current strength, he would merely be a burden to Li Tian and the others. More crucially, Xiao Ye sensed that Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang harbored ulterior motives. Sending them back would be prudent. It would spare them a senseless demise, Qingsang remarked, casting a dismissive glance at Xiao Ye and the others. Dashan's expression soured, still reeling from the earlier peril. Seemingly oblivious to Qingsang's taunts. Enough. Li Tian addressed Mo Yang. Mo Yang, you take these students back first. We will leave markers along the way. Rest assured, Mo Yang replied, beckoning to Xiao Ye and the others before leading them back the way they had come. Dashan and the others followed closely behind. Xiao Ye glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng and suddenly spoke. Director Zhang, remember, the heavens are watching. Consider your actions carefully. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression shifted ominously, a wave of murderous intent surging forth as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye. As Xiao Ye turned to leave, Zhang Xiaofeng exhaled softly, brow furrowed. Had this youth discovered his scheme? He resolved that Xiao Ye could not be allowed to leave alive. Li Tian regarded Zhang Xiaofeng with confusion, uncertain of the meaning behind Xiao Ye's words. With a wave of his hand, he led the directors back into the territory of the skeletal knights. Meanwhile, Mo Yang had already reached the edge of the abyss with the students. Glancing at them as he stated coolly, once I lift you up, return to the academy immediately without delay. Understood? Understood. The three responded hastily, still shaken from their recent ordeal. Xiao Ye. Mo Yang turned his attention to Xiao Ye, who appeared unfazed. Frowning slightly, you possess the weakest strength here. I shall take you up first. Xiao Ye regarded Mo Yang with a faint smile and nodded. Very well. Without further ado, Mo Yang grasped Xiao Ye's shoulder and leaped, moving with the grace of a swallow, landing deftly at the top of the canyon. Noticing that Mo Yang had yet to release his grip, Xiao Ye smirked slightly, saying lightly, are you planning to turn on me? Mo Yang's brow furrowed, his unease growing as he observed Xiao Ye's calm demeanor. How could I fear a mere freshman? Mo Yang's expression hardened, and with a derisive snort, he retorted, Xiao Ye, you only have yourself to blame for knowing what you shouldn't. Rest assured, I will not kill you. However, whether you can escape the dark abyss alive is entirely up to your own capabilities. Suddenly, Mo Yang raised his hand and struck fiercely at Xiao Ye's chest. Huh. Xiao Ye was taken aback by Mo Yang's decisiveness, unable to react in time. Pain surged through his chest, and he was propelled backward, plummeting once more into the dark abyss. Humph, overestimating yourself. Mo Yang scoffed disdainfully as he watched Xiao Ye's figure disappear. Then once again leaped into the abyss to retrieve the remaining students. Mo Yang did not attack the other three. To him, they posed no threat, including Xiao Ye. The three students were unconcerned by Xiao Ye's abrupt departure and bid farewell to Mo Yang as they left together. Chapter 152. Tree Spirit. At this moment, in the depths of the dark abyss, a figure plummeted to the other side, landing heavily with a thud that created a deep crater. Cough. Violent coughing ensued as the figure crawled out of the pit. Cursing, damn it, that old bastard. Mo Yang struck with such ferocity. Little Black, are you all right? This person was none other than Xiao Ye. He had been caught off guard by Mo Yang's sudden attack. But thankfully, Little Black had taken refuge in his chest, absorbing most of the blow. Ah, you scoundrel. A furious voice erupted from Xiao Ye's chest as a small black snake emerged, standing upright and glaring at him. You dare use me as a shield? Heh, Xiao Ye chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it because your hide is so thick? You. Little Black was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Had it not been for their equal contract, he would have lunged at Xiao Ye in a fit of rage. Enough, Xiao Ye interrupted, glancing warily around. We are in the dark abyss. We should focus on finding a way out. Little Black shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ye but ceased his complaints. Little White. Xiao Ye reached out to the space of Shumi, saying, Can you send someone to scout the surroundings? Little White shook its head, troubled. I cannot, Master. The demonic energy here is too dense. The spirit-eating ants would not dare enter. Xiao Ye frowned. It seemed they would have to rely on themselves. The skies brightened, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, characteristic of the dark abyss. However, the environment here was markedly different, with lush ancient trees surrounding them, vibrant and teeming with life, creating an eerie yet invigorating atmosphere devoid of skeletons. Little Black perched on Xiao Ye's shoulder, surveying the area with a furrowed brow, asking, Kid, do you not find this place somewhat familiar? Familiar? Xiao Ye shook his head, certain he had never been here before. Could it be that you've been here before? Little Black replied, Impossible. If I had been here, I would certainly remember. Yet, it feels like I have seen something similar. Lost in thought, Little Black's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, The dragon vein. It's the dragon vein. As he spoke, a map materialized before him, the very one he had discovered in the library. Tucked within a book that recorded the dragon veins. Regrettably, the contents were comprehensible only to those of the dragon lineage. Although Xiao Ye understood dragon language, he could not decipher the map's inscriptions. Little Black examined the map against their surroundings, breathing rapidly, his body trembling with excitement. Indeed, this is the dragon vein. Xiao Ye scrutinized Little Black's animated expression, furrowing his brow. Little Black, are you certain? This is the dark abyss. A realm of demons. How could it possibly be a place where your kind once thrived? Absolutely. This is the dragon vein. Little Black affirmed with a nod, though he expressed confusion. How did the dragon vein become a demonic domain? What transpired here? Xiao Ye shared his bewilderment. If Little Black claimed this place was a dragon vein, it was not to be doubted. Xiao Ye abruptly turned, surveying the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The dense thickets of ancient trees appeared unremarkable. Yet he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. How strange. Why do I feel as if someone is observing us? Xiao Ye muttered to himself. Xiao He cast a wary glance at Xiao Ye and remarked, I share this feeling as well. Their eyes met, and the mutual sensation suggested it was no mere illusion. However, the surroundings were devoid of any peculiarities, save for the towering ancient trees, and the ground beneath them was barren, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Xiao He gazed upward at the densely packed foliage and proposed, Could it be hiding in the trees? Perhaps. Xiao Ye nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the trees were indeed the only potential hiding places. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ye produced a firebrand from his bosom and declared, It seems we have no choice but to set these trees ablaze. Suddenly, an instinct stirred within him, prompting him to glance at the large tree to his left. Xiao He sensed something amiss as well and nodded in acknowledgement. The tree, not particularly tall, only about the height of 2 men, had roots that twisted and turned, with half of them exposed above the soil. The stout trunk bore lush branches and leaves. Just moments ago, Xiao Ye noticed a slight tremor in the dense foliage. Despite the stillness of the air, the leaves would not rustle without cause. Let us start with this tree, Xiao Ye decided, approaching it with a mischievous grin, muttering to himself, Will you come out on your own? Or shall I have to coax you with fire? The silence around him was profound. Offering no reply, Then I shall force you out, he asserted, igniting the firebrand and tossing it towards the tree. Oh no, we're killing a tree. a startled voice exclaimed as the massive roots of the tree shifted, and its branches swayed as if it were a sentient being. Xiao Ye and Xiao He stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. By the heavens! The tree has come to life. Xiao He gasped, tugging at Xiao Ye's ear and urging, "Quick, pursue it. Don't let that creature escape." Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, activating his cloud-stepping technique to swiftly chase after the tree spirit. "Halt! Do not flee," he called out, but the tree spirit quickened its pace in response. Nevertheless, it could not match Xiao Ye's agility, and soon he closed the distance. "Foul creature, where do you think you're going?" Xiao Ye bellowed, his foot striking the ground as he delivered a powerful kick, toppling the tree spirit. The tree spirit cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, and, instead of rising, it knelt in supplication, pleading, "My lord, spare my life. I have dependents. Please do not kill me." Xiao Ye, his brow furrowed, glanced at Xiao He perched on his shoulder, feeling a strange sense of indignation. This creature seemed even more shameless than Xiao He. "Less chatter," he retorted, delivering another kick to the spirit. Only then did he notice the creature bore human-like features: eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its legs formed of roots, while slender branches served as arms. "What manner of being are you?" he inquired, voicing his curiosity. The tree spirit hesitated. Sensing Xiao Ye's intent was not lethal, it cautiously responded, "I am but an ordinary ancient tree that accidentally absorbed the life force of this place." Awakening to consciousness, Xiao Ye frowned, perplexed. "Are there others like you in this forest?" The tree spirit shook its head vigorously. No. In this entire forest, only I and one ancient predecessor have awakened to this vitality. The rest are mere trees. "Predecessor?" Xiao Ye queried. "Who is this predecessor you speak of?" The tree spirit quickly replied, "It is another ancient tree like myself, though it has already perished." Xiao Ye exchanged glances with Xiao He, increasingly convinced that this place was steeped in mystery. It was a realm of magic, yet brimming with life force, an impossibility. "Where is this predecessor? Lead us to it," he commanded. No, I cannot," the tree spirit protested, shaking its head nervously, its leaves rustling. "There lurks a monster that will devour me." "A monster?" Xiao Ye pondered, intrigued. What sort of creature could be more fearsome than a sentient tree? "Enough of your excuses. Take us there, or I shall set you alight," he threatened, brandishing the firebrand before the spirit. Fear flashed in the spirit's eyes, and it reluctantly acquiesced, trembling. "Very well, I will lead you to the monster's lair. But you must not force me inside. Stop wasting time. Lead the way," Xiao He insisted, leaping onto the tree spirit's nose. The spirit, fearing for its safety, guided Xiao Ye deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the vitality of the area diminished, and the trees grew sparse. Soon, a thatched cottage came into view. The tree spirit halted, pointing at the cottage. "That is the dwelling of the monster. It is responsible for my predecessor's demise, and it has been eyeing me ever since, though it cannot stray far from its cottage." Xiao Ye and Xiao He exchanged puzzled looks. The tree spirit was adamant about not proceeding further, prompting them to cautiously approach the thatched cottage. "A palpable aura of death," Xiao Ye remarked, his brow furrowed. This place starkly contrasted with the vibrant forest outside, enveloped in a dense miasma of death. Devoid of life. In front of the cottage stood a colossal ancient tree, now lifeless. Oddly, its trunk gaped open, with wide eyes expressing terror. Could this be the predecessor the tree spirit spoke of? Something is amiss here. Xiao He, who had been perched on Xiao Ye's shoulder, stood upright. "I sense an unknown force draining the life energy from the forest, akin to a formation." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. He had not noticed these details. But given that Xiao He belonged to the dragon lineage, he was attuned to the energies around them. "Let us investigate," he decided. Approaching the dead ancient tree, he pushed open the wooden gate to the courtyard, and an overwhelming floral fragrance assaulted his senses. Before him lay a garden teeming with vibrant red blossoms, their brilliance contrasting starkly with the surrounding lifelessness. "Why are there so many blooming flowers here?" he wondered aloud, perplexed. "Corpse flowers," Xiao He exclaimed. "These can only thrive on death energy. Why are they here?" Suddenly, a chillingly hoarse voice echoed in Xiao Ye's ears. "Who dares intrude?" Startled, Xiao Ye stepped back, scanning his surroundings cautiously. "It is rare for a human to enter this place," the voice continued, its timbre indiscernible as male or female. Suppressing his fear, Xiao Ye focused on the only thatched cottage in the courtyard, from whence the voice seemed to emanate. "What is this? I sense the essence of dragons. Is this little serpent of dragon lineage?" The voice cackled. "Surely, the demon ancestor is favoring me. With dragon blood, I shall not perish." Hearing such a terrifying proclamation, Xiao Ye dove into Xiao Ye's embrace, fuming. Hey, who are you to covet my master? The voice continued. TSK, quite the temper you have. Since you've trespassed in my domain, you shall remain here forever. Domain? Xiao Ye gasped. Yet before he could comprehend, the scenery shifted abruptly, and they found themselves in a desolate desert, surrounded by endless yellow sands. In this vast expanse, only Xiao Ye and Xiao He remained alive. This was Xiao Ye's first experience within someone else's domain, yet he remained composed, curiously surveying his surroundings. As the sands beneath him shifted, they slowly formed doorways encircling them. Stay. The voice echoed ominously. Welcome to my domain. The yellow sand death realm. There are 100 doors formed of sand around you, 99 of which are death doors. Only one is a life door. To escape alive, you must find the life door. Otherwise, you shall surely perish. Is that so? Xiao Ye and Xiao He exchanged knowing smiles, their apprehensions alleviated. Though the domain appeared daunting, it paled in comparison to Xiao Ye's own Shumi space, which transcended ordinary realms. Being an independent world, the power of his dragon domain, derived from the Shumi space, was formidable indeed. Seeing Xiao Ye's hesitation, the voice continued. What? Do you wish to prolong this? Let me inform you. This domain is fraught with peril beneath its calm surface. As the voice faded, Xiao Ye felt the sands beneath him surge, and he began to sink into quicksand. Understanding this was but a mirage, he smiled serenely and let forth a melodious dragon roar. A formidable dragon shadow emerging behind him. Dragon domain, Xiao Ye shouted, and the surroundings transformed once more, reverting to the flower-laden courtyard, unchanged. Impossible. How did you escape? A voice gasped in disbelief. Apologies. Xiao Ye replied coolly, I too have comprehended the power of domains, and it appears mine is superior to yours. With that, he stepped forward and kicked open the door of the thatched cottage. In a thatched cottage, a gaunt old man sat in the center. His face a labyrinth of creases, his emaciated hands gripping a gnarled wooden staff. He gazed at the figure of Xiao Ye at the doorway with astonishment. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and spoke. Are you the one causing this mischief? The old man emitted a strange, rasping laugh, slowly raising his staff and directing it at Xiao Ye, croaking, It has been centuries since I encountered a human, and you bring me such unexpected delight. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation when a dense, gray aura surged from the staff, lunging towards him. That a corrosive sound echoed, and Xiao Ye, in terror, realized that the gray gas was gnawing at his skin. This is bad. If it continues to absorb life force, we must flee, Xiao He warned gravely. Xiao Ye, sensing the urgency, swiftly retreated from the cottage and back into the courtyard. Ha! You cannot escape, boy. The hoarse laughter echoed as a thunderous boom erupted, causing the thatched cottage to explode, and the skeletal old man approached, leaning on his staff. Suddenly, the surrounding flowers, the other shore blooms, seemed to come alive. Swaying rhythmically, Xiao He turned to the old man and exclaimed, You are not the sealed demon here. You belong to the demon sect. Indeed, well deduced, for one of the dragon clan. You are quite perceptive. The old man replied, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, appearing grotesque as he regarded Xiao He with curiosity. The demon sect? Xiao Ye questioned, glancing between Xiao He and the menacing old man, uncertain of what this organization entailed. The old man looked at Xiao Ye with disdain, declaring, I am Luchi, the former grand elder of the dark sect. The dark sect? Xiao Ye regarded the old creature with growing confusion. I have never heard of it. Is it formidable? How dare you? Luchi's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Xiao Ye, feeling the sting of being dismissed. Xiao He frowned, whispering to Xiao Ye, the dark sect is one of the 7 demon sects. A terrifying existence akin to the cultivation sections. They commit heinous acts to bolster their power and are despised by the world, relentlessly hunted by the cultivation sects. As for this Luchi, I am unfamiliar with him. Xiao Ye nodded, his expression grave, though he had not heard of the 7 demon sects. He was well aware of the terror associated with the cultivation sections. The fact that they had survived the relentless pursuit of the cultivation sect spoke volumes of their menace. Luchi fixated on Xiao Ye and Xiao He, licking his chapped lips, rasping, I had thought my life was nearing its end, but fate has smiled upon me. You shall willingly offer me your vitality. With a sinister laugh, Luchi waved his hand, and the gray aura swirled around, enveloping the entire courtyard. Do not let this deathly aura touch your skin, Xiao He urgently warned, as a faint, milky white light emanated around him, repelling the gray mist. Xiao Ye nodded, channeling his internal energy to ward off the encroaching deathly aura. As the flowers swayed in the wind, their colors intensified, emanating a rich fragrance. Suddenly, Xiao Ye felt a wave of dizziness as countless memories flooded his mind. both from before his journey and his past life, erupting like a volcano into his consciousness. He cried out, clutching his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Ye exclaimed, startled by Xiao Ye's distress. He too felt the surge of memories but was not tormented as Xiao Ye was. Lucci, momentarily taken aback, realized the flower's scent could enchant the mind, awakening dormant memories, but it lacked aggression. Clearly, Xiao Ye's suffering was genuine. Had he awakened memories from a past life? Ah! Xiao Ye cried out once more, his eyes vacant, seemingly lost in the depths of his recollections. "That I did not expect it to be this easy. Boy, I shall claim your soul," Lucci sneered coldly, gliding towards Xiao Ye, his hand reaching for the top of his head. "How dare you?" Xiao Ye shouted, alarmed, unleashing a torrent of blazing dragon fire that shot towards Lucci like an arrow. "Humph," Lucci scoffed, effortlessly deflecting the fiery projectile with a flick of his sleeve, looking down at Xiao Ye with contempt. "Do not think that your sealed cultivation can deter me. Even an adult dragon would tremble before my might." As he spoke, his hands danced, and the gray mist coiled and eroded Xiao Ye's form. "Break free!" A sudden roar erupted as Xiao Ye opened his eyes wide, perceiving a vast, dark expanse akin to a starry sky. His hand transformed into a blade, slicing through the air before him. "What?" Lucci gasped, quickly raising his staff in defense. A tremendous crash reverberated, shaking the surrounding deathly aura, sending Lucci reeling backward. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Ye. A colossal dragon's silhouette materializing behind him, its fierce visage and blood-red eyes glaring at Lucci. A dragon god. Lucci's expression shifted to horror as he beheld the terrifying dragon projection, but he quickly shook his head. "No, this is merely an illusory projection." Once more, he focused on Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye. "You both are indeed surprising, possessing the aura of a dragon god, but you shall still die here." Suddenly, the scene transformed again. The gray mist dissipated, the floral sea vanished, and the sweet scent evaporated. A fierce wind howled, swirling up clouds of yellow sand, and Xiao Ye found himself once more in a desert, yet this time it felt more tangible. Xiao Ye glanced at his shoulder, finding it empty. Xiao Ye had disappeared. More chillingly, he sensed that his internal energy had been drained. The existence of the Shumi space vanished, and he could not connect with Xiaobai. "What is happening?" Confusion engulfed Xiao Ye, panic flickering in his eyes, fearing he had fallen completely into the opponent's domain. A raspy laugh echoed through the desolate desert. Startled, Xiao Ye looked up, his eyes widening in horror as Lucci loomed before him. Now transformed into a towering giant, his murky eyes fixed on Xiao Ye, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Life or freedom? Xiao Ye trembled, feeling as though his very soul was ensnared. Gazing at the colossal hand above him, he sensed that choosing life would mean sacrificing freedom, while opting for freedom would cost him his life. "I cannot choose." Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear and resisting the urge to speak. "System," he called out within, clinging to a last shred of hope, but received no response. This isolated space even severed his connection to the system, an utterly terrifying scenario. How is this possible? For the first time, Xiao Ye felt genuine terror, the vast figure looming above him akin to a demonic entity, casting a shadow over his heart. "Hey, boy, what is wrong with you?" In the outside world, Xiao Ye sensed Xiao Ye's aura destabilizing. Standing frozen in concern, a sense of dread washing over him as he repeatedly called out. Yet, Xiao Ye, as if entranced, remained unresponsive, his eyes filled with fear. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, hesitating before speaking to the terrified Xiao Ye. "Hang in there." With that, Xiao Ye flicked his tongue, opening his mouth to bite down on Xiao Ye's neck. Xiao Ye cried out in pain, still lost in confusion, but the sharp sting at his neck jolted him back to reality. He looked up at the towering figure, letting out a deep dragon's roar, as the phantom dragon behind him appeared more vivid, its fine black scales gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. "Indestructible," Xiao Ye roared in fury, his exposed skin turning black, becoming as hard as metal. "Ouch!" Xiao Ye suddenly yelped, writhing in pain, nearly losing a tooth. "Damn it, how does this boy still possess such destructive power without being fully conscious?" Xiao Ye, glancing at the still-dazed Xiao Ye, felt a surge of urgency and noticed the old man before them, realizing that this must be the source of the trouble. With newfound determination, Xiao Ye transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Lucci in an instant. Lucci, caught off guard by the sudden shadow before him, paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye lunged, sinking his fangs into Lucci's throat, followed by a torrent of terrifying dragon fire. Lucci howled in agony, grabbing Xiao Ye and tearing him away. "Humph, little creature, since you seek death, I shall first absorb your soul before dealing with that boy." Lucci squeezed Xiao Ye into a ball, as the gray mist surged from his hand, violently penetrating Xiao Ye's body. "What are you doing?" You old bastard. Xiao Ye could not help but draw in a sharp breath, a wave of lifeless energy surging through his body, causing excruciating pain akin to being torn apart. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air, and a terrifying pressure enveloped him from all directions. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned, realizing something as he abruptly lifted his head, only to see Xiao Ye had recovered, gazing at him coldly. Xiao Ye, noticing Xiao Ye was back to normal, felt a surge of joy and immediately called out, "Kid, you're finally awake. Hurry and save me." Xiao Ye shot a fierce glare at Xiao Ye, questioning whether this was the proper attitude for a plea. However, he was too weary to engage with Xiao Ye and raised his hand, slowly striking toward Lu Qi. Boom! A terrifying energy surged, and Lu Qi felt an immense pressure that swept him away like a tidal wave. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye escaped from Lu Qi's grasp and quickly nestled against Xiao Ye's shoulder, finally exhaling in relief. "TSK, TSK, kid, it seems I underestimated you." Lu Qi's lips bled black, his eyes vacant, his face devoid of color, as if he might collapse at any moment. Xiao Ye ignored Lu Qi, his expression grave, fearing the opponent might employ that previous technique again. He offered no respite and slowly directed his palm that a gust of wind surged, and a giant golden hand materialized above Lu Qi. A skill Xiao Ye had comprehended during his battle with Jiang Pingfei, the heavenly demon palm. Lu Qi raised his head, momentarily taken aback by the golden hand above him. "Die!" Xiao Ye shouted angrily, the golden hand descending upon Lu Qi with a fierce howl. Boom! A colossal noise erupted, shaking the ground, and Lu Qi was forcibly slammed into the earth. Is he dead? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in confusion, controlling the heavenly demon palm, sensing no trace of Lu Qi's aura. Suddenly, that piercing, sinister laughter echoed again as Lu Qi, battered and bloodied, emerged from the pit as if he were immortal. How is this possible? Xiao Ye swallowed hard, his brow furrowing deeper, a flicker of fear in his eyes. How could this old man still be alive, devoid of vitality, yet refusing to perish? "Kid, you truly are growing on me. Don't worry, your death will not be in vain. I will remember you forever," Lu Qi said, slowly spreading his arms. Xiao Ye felt an ominous premonition, as if his domain could be breached at any moment by Lu Qi. Waves of death energy surged, and Xiao Ye was horrified to see the familiar surroundings fade away, morphing into a terrifying desert that eroded his domain. Damn it, Xiao Ye's heart raced. Although the dragon domain was formidable, his cultivation was too weak. Even with the power of the Shumi space, he was still no match for this terrifying old man, as the surrounding area gradually transformed into a desert, continuously devouring the dragon domain. Phoenixwood. Suddenly, Xiao Ye recalled that the phoenixwood could stabilize the space. With a flicker of thought, the phoenixwood materialized before him, firmly taking root in the ground. After a while, the phoenixwood had grown to a height of a person, its branches swaying, and the surrounding space became more stable, halting the encroaching desert. Is this the phoenixwood? Lu Qi's eyes widened, a fierce longing igniting within his vacant gaze as he fixated on the phoenix wood before Xiao Ye. Trembling, "Kid, how do you possess a living phoenix wood? Do you also have treasures of space?" Before Xiao Ye could respond, Lu Qi extended his palm, a gray death energy swiftly coiling around the phoenix wood. Rustle. The branches of the phoenix wood trembled violently, as if vehemently rejecting the gray death energy. "Not good," Xiao Ye exclaimed, hastily warning, "Kid, quickly put away the phoenix wood. He is absorbing its life force." Xiao Ye sensed the danger as well. Without waiting for Xiao Ye to finish, he willed the phoenix wood to vanish, transporting it into the Shumi space. Lu Qi was momentarily stunned, his gaze on Xiao Ye burning with intensity. "TSK, TSK, kid, you will die today." Chapter 156. Absorbing Death Energy Flee. At that moment, Xiao Ye dared not hesitate even slightly. He swung his hand, channeling the heavenly demon palm forcefully toward Lu Qi. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lu Qi was sent flying by the golden hand, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet his gaze toward Xiao Ye remained unchanged, still filled with fervor. Xiao Ye repelled Lu Qi, swiftly retreating, employing the cloud-treading technique to its utmost as he dashed toward the courtyard's exit. "Stop!" Lu Qi was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Ye to flee suddenly. As he attempted to intervene, Xiao Ye had already exited the courtyard. "Damn it!" Lu Qi gritted his teeth, his gaze wavering, but ultimately he steeled himself. "It's now or never. If I can capture you, I can regain 10 years of life force." With that thought, Lu Qi ceased to hesitate and followed closely after Xiao Ye, stepping out of the courtyard. As Lu Qi stepped forward, a pained groan escaped his lips, his gaunt skin threatening to split, revealing crimson veins, an alarming sight. "What is happening?" Xiao Ye was startled by the agonized cry and halted. Gazing at the approaching Lu Qi in shock, the old man was covered in red and black veins, his lips parched, his eyes lifeless, the death energy swirling around his palm as he relentlessly pursued Xiao Ye. What the hell? Is that a ghost? Suddenly, a shriek erupted from behind a massive stone. It was the tree spirit who had led Xiao Ye here, terrified to enter but unable to resist peeking. And upon witnessing the horrifying Lu Qi, he was immediately struck with fear. It's you? Lu Qi also noticed the tree spirit and licked his parched lips. TSK, perfect. I'll absorb you first, then deal with that human brat. With that, Lu Qi moved, waves of death energy surging as he appeared before the tree spirit in an instant. The tree spirit gasped in shock, seeing the terrifying visage before him, and turned to flee. But it was too late. The horrific death energy ensnared him, relentlessly devouring his life force. Help! Help! The tree spirit's eyes were wide with terror as he pleaded silently to Xiao Ye, trembling all over. Damn it! Xiao Ye cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth and charging forward, his true energy surging wildly as a massive golden hand appeared above his head. Old man, die! Xiao Ye roared, the golden hand forming a fist and smashing down toward Lu Qi. Lu Qi frowned, showing no inclination to evade, continuing to absorb the tree spirit's life force. Boom! With another tremendous explosion, Lu Qi was sent crashing backward, while Xiao Ye seized the weakened tree spirit, mentally transporting him into the shumi space. Not caring whether Lu Qi had been injured or not, and fled. Bastard, come back here! Lu Qi roared in fury, his staff swirling as boundless gray death energy enveloped the entire forest, the once vibrant ancient trees instantly withering, their life force completely drained. TSK, once you enter my realm of death, you shall not escape alive. Lu Qi's piercing shriek echoed in the air, and Xiao Yu's expression grew grave. If he were to fall into Lu Qi's domain again, he would surely perish. Damn it. I'm going all in. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged on the ground, disregarding everything else, channeling his true energy as he began to wildly absorb the surrounding death energy. Kid, are you crazy? Xiao He, realizing Xiao Ye's intentions, was alarmed and quickly warned, stop. Death energy devours life force. Only those from the demon sect know how to refine it. Do you wish to die? At that moment, Xiao Ye seemed not to hear, his brow furrowed in pain as the gray death energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc within him, consuming his flesh and blood, as if his body were being torn apart. To his horror, Xiao Ye discovered that his true energy was terrified of the death energy, retreating to the corners of his meridians, refusing to emerge. That a sense of foreboding washed over him. Expelling the death energy from his body was now impossible. Ding! The system mall has been upgraded. Just as Xiao Ye felt despair, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. What the hell? Why is there so much death energy? The system's usually calm voice now carried a hint of surprise. Hearing this voice, Xiao Ye felt a surge of joy but cursed inwardly. Damn it! Where have you been? Useless system. Think of a way. I can't hold on much longer. The system paused for a moment before responding. Fool! Activate the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. It mimics the ancient Dragon Clan's techniques and is the nemesis of all evil energies. Xiao Ye was taken aback, finally realizing, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his body, and once more emitted a low dragon roar, beginning to channel the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. Roar! A surge of golden true energy erupted, wildly consuming the death energy within Xiao Ye, and the previously stagnant Divine Dragon 9 transformations was now slowly advancing. This is promising. Xiao Ye felt a wave of excitement, fervently channeling the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, as the death energy swirling around him transformed into terrifying whirlpools, rushing into Xiao Ye's body, being refined by the golden true energy. Xiao He gazed at the terrifying death energy, shocked, but upon seeing Xiao Ye remain unaffected, he finally relaxed. What is happening? Lu Qi also detected the anomaly, staring in disbelief at Xiao Ye at the center of the death energy whirlpool. How can you absorb death energy? As Rookie sensed the frenzied decay surrounding him, a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. He abruptly pointed his staff at Xiao Ye and intoned, the realm of death manifests. A tempest arose, transforming the environment dramatically. Withering trees crumbled to dust, turning into a swirling sea of yellow sand, and Xiao Ye found himself once more enveloped in an eerie desert silence. The sand billowed ominously as Rookie's colossal form reappeared in the sky. His lifeless eyes fixated on Xiao Ye, the air quaking under the weight of a terrifying pressure that ensnared Xiao Ye. Determined to maintain clarity, Xiao Ye slowly closed his eyes, sensing that Rookie's domain of death had weakened. Nevertheless, he could still perceive the external decay, suppressing his fear as he continued to absorb the surrounding deathly energy. An ominous hum resonated above him. The immense dragon shadow seemed on the verge of dissipating. A flash of horror crossing Rookie's countenance as he coldly regarded Xiao Ye, uttering, "Freedom or life." His voice was laced with an insidious charm, penetrating to the depths of one's soul and compelling a choice. Yet, this time, Xiao Ye appeared unaffected, relentlessly drawing in the death energy, while the menacing dragon shadow above him glared down with its crimson eyes, apathetically observing Rookie. Chapter 157. The Dragon's Judgment. What is happening? A tremor of foreboding coursed through Rookie. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted, reverberating across the heavens. This time, it was not emanating from Xiao Ye, but from the colossal dragon shadow above, which now appeared to come alive. Twisting and coiling above Xiao Ye, exhaling chilling breaths as it coldly stared at Rookie. Ding! At that moment, a voice from the system resounded in Xiao Ye's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have transcended the third level of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations. Unlocking the martial skill. The Dragon's Judgment. The Divine Dragon, too, possesses a dark nature. The Dragon's Judgment signifies the awakening of the dragon's demonic essence, striking down adversaries with lethal force. However, beware, the dragon can also awaken the user's inner darkness. The greater the darkness, the mightier the strike, though it may lead to madness. Those with weak wills will find it useless and should refrain from frequent use." Upon reading the system's description, Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. But a surge of joy welled within him. The Divine Dragon's 9 transformations had finally reached the 3rd tier. This technique had proven as challenging to elevate as Xiao Ye's own cultivation. Previously, he had attained the 2nd level and grasped the martial skill, Dance of the Demons, which bore terrifying offensive prowess. He wondered how formidable the Dragon's Judgment would be. How intriguing. Let us see what tricks you will employ next. Rookie thought as he suppressed his fear, swinging his staff to summon an endless tide of gray death energy from all directions, encircling Xiao Ye like a malevolent specter. "Perish, let the death energy devour you." Rookie roared, unleashing a torrent of death energy toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye groaned softly, furrowing his brow as he realized the speed at which the death energy accumulated far exceeded what the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations could absorb and refine. The death energy surged violently into his body, wreaking havoc. Noticing that Little Black was also in distress, Xiao Ye swiftly withdrew him into the Shumi space. That it was the perfect opportunity to test the newly comprehended martial skill. Biting down hard to endure the searing pain tearing through his body, Xiao Ye ceased refining the death energy, gradually rising to his feet and fervently operating the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations. Roars of dragons echoed as a powerful aura emanated from Xiao Ye. Yet this time, rather than being ferocious, it was imbued with a brutal, murderous essence. "Dragon's Judgment," Xiao Ye bellowed, merging with the colossal dragon shadow above him. A resounding dragon roar shook the earth, and the terrifying dragon shadow sprang to life, breaking free from the shackles of death energy and transforming into a streak of light, charging fiercely towards Rookie. "What?" Rookie gazed at the immense and fearsome dragon shadow in the sky, realization dawning upon him. His eyes filled with terror and resentment, but no boom. Rookie let out a hoarse roar, but it was swiftly drowned out by a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very ground, obliterating everything in an instant and leaving behind a massive pit. In the center of the pit stood Xiao Ye. Though his condition was far from normal, his expression twisted in agony, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Exuding an aura of frost, Xiao Ye seemed possessed by a dark force. Xiao Ye could not restrain himself, clutching his head and unleashing a low, anguished roar as images flooded his mind, scenes of professional disappointments in his past life. Betrayal by others, the grotesque faces of his foes, the humiliation of being falsely accused of infidelity by his father's concubine after his reincarnation, and the despair of holding Xiao Ye as she collapsed in his arms. Anger, cruelty, and a violent thirst for blood surged within him, amplifying the negative emotions that eroded his rationality. What is happening? Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his clarity. He sensed that if he did not awaken from this state promptly, his humanity would be entirely extinguished, transforming him into a mere harbinger of death. Was this the dire consequence of the Dragon's Judgment? Why was it so terrifying? Recalling the drawbacks of the Dragon's Judgment, Xiao Ye bit down on his tongue, taking a deep breath as he sat cross-legged, reminiscing about the beautiful moments of his past to suppress the malevolent thoughts rising within him. Time passed, and gradually his mind returned to normalcy, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. The terror he had just experienced was overwhelming. Had his will not been sufficiently resolute, he might have succumbed to darkness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a martial sovereign-level expert, earning 5 million experience points. Your cultivation has risen to the 4th level of gathering yuan. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed within Xiao Ye, as his vital energy and strength underwent a tremendous surge. 4th level? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback, nearly leaping with excitement. This formidable elder was indeed a martial sovereign-level expert, even more fearsome than Li Lao and his peers. Gazing at the experience bar, Xiao Ye noted that he was at 90% of the 4th level, only 200,000 points away from breaking through to the 5th level of gathering yuan. Completing this task would likely expedite his ascension to that pinnacle. Reflecting on the recent battle, Xiao Ye felt a mix of fear and relief. He realized that, at best, he could contend with a true martial expert. His success in defeating a martial sovereign was largely due to Rookie being at his wit's end, significantly diminishing his strength. Otherwise, even 10 Xiao Yes would have been no match for him. By the way, system, didn't you mention an upgrade? What changes have occurred? Xiao Ye inquired, recalling the previous announcement. See for yourself. The system replied, somewhat impatiently, offering no further commentary. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Ye swiftly accessed the system's shop. A dazzling array of items appeared before him. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, and rare treasures that dazzled the eye. Now this is befitting of a system. Xiao Ye exclaimed with excitement, immediately perusing the section for techniques. Ancient Heart Devouring Spell, top-tier heavenly level technique, 100 million experience points. Yellow Springs Bluefall Technique, top-tier heavenly level technique, 100 million experience points. Xiao Ye's eyes shone as he beheld the top-tier techniques. But upon seeing the steep costs, he felt a wave of nausea. Slaying a martial sovereign-level expert yielded only 5 million experience points, yet a single heavenly-level technique demanded a staggering 100 million. It was an astronomical sum. Instantly, he dismissed the thought and continued browsing the shop, his heart racing at the treasures within, though the prices remained beyond his reach. He even discovered the Elven Spring, a palm-sized porcelain vial priced at 10 million experience points. With a resigned sigh, he abandoned the idea of redemption. He would have to seek the Elven Spring on his own. Chapter 158, The Realm of the Undead. With the recent upgrade to the system shop, a new feature had been unlocked, the ability to exchange gold coins for experience points, at a rate of 1 gold coin for 10 experience points. What is this place? Closing the system shop, Xiao Ye suddenly realized he was standing in a terrifying pit. He distinctly remembered this area being a forest, with no such chasm present. When had it formed? Could it have been his doing? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swallowed hard, scrutinizing his surroundings. The rookie's figure had long vanished, but a gnarled wooden staff remained lodged nearby, remnants of shattered trees still discernible in the soil. That it seemed the dragon's judgment had indeed wrought this devastation. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. The destructive power of the dragon's judgment was undeniably on par with the dance of the demons, yet he could wield it now. However, the aftermath of the dragon's judgment was too horrifying. It would be wise to use it sparingly in the future. Shaking off these thoughts, he approached and picked up the gnarled staff. It was Rookie's weapon. This staff, seemingly crafted from ancient wood, had withstood the onslaught of the dragon's judgment unscathed. It was certainly no ordinary weapon. Intrigued, Xiao Ye activated the system's appraisal function. The Elder's Staff, Earth Tier High Grade, crafted from ancient, withered Kunlun wood using dark arts, refined with death energy. It symbolizes the status of the Grand Elder of the Dark Gate, capable of summoning undead creatures, consuming vitality, and possessing the realm of the undead. Earth Tier High Grade. Startled, Xiao Ye realized that this seemingly unremarkable staff surpassed his dragon's sword by 2 tiers. What was the realm of the undead? Full of questions, Xiao Ye hesitated before immersing his consciousness within the staff. Buzz. The surrounding scenery changed abruptly. The atmosphere grew dim and oppressive, suffused with the scent of death. Xiao Ye surveyed his surroundings in astonishment, realizing that this realm of the dead bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Shumi space, both existing as independent worlds. However, while the Shumi space thrived with life, this one was saturated with lifelessness. In the distance, several undead creatures drifted about, displaying no surprise at Xiao Ye's arrival. That a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Did acquiring this realm of the dead mean he could forge a formidable undead legion? Yet, what did the consumption of life force entail? Was it possible that Lu Qi had succumbed to this very drain of vitality, resulting in his current state? A shiver of apprehension coursed through Xiao Ye. He had no desire to become a wraith himself. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the Shumi space, and Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, recalling that the tree spirit was still present there. With a flicker of thought, he departed the realm of the dead and entered the Shumi space. Just as he vanished, a pair of enormous eyes materialized at the entrance of the undead realm. Eyes that belonged to a human, yet radiated a chilling aura of death and slaughter. The entire realm seemed to darken further, and the wandering undead trembled, prostrating themselves before those colossal eyes. What was happening? The immense gaze narrowed slightly, and a voice of terror reverberated through the realm. Where is Lu Qi? How did a human intrude here? The eyes scanned the vicinity in confusion, sensing no anomaly, before gradually closing, restoring tranquility to the undead realm. Upon entering the Shumi space, Xiao Ye beheld the sight of the rotund Little White pinning the tree spirit to the ground, while Little Black perched atop Little White, mercilessly thrashing the tree spirit with its tail. You wouldn't block. How dare you harbor ulterior motives? Watch as I beat you to a pulp, Little Black cursed vehemently. Its tail striking relentlessly, the tree spirit, with its wrinkled bark, bore clear marks of abuse, wailing in despair, yet daring not to retaliate. What on earth was happening? Xiao Ye frowned, while Little Black's behavior was expected. When had Little White become so irascible? Master, Little White exclaimed upon spotting Xiao Ye's arrival. This unknown intruder intends to harm the mistress. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed further as he noticed Xiao Yu lying quietly nearby, unharmed, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his gaze to the beleaguered tree spirit, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wait, let me explain. I mean no harm. The tree spirit struggled, pleading with Xiao Ye as it hurriedly explained. I merely noticed that the girl was cultivating her soul and was curious enough to come closer. Xiao Ye gestured for Little White and Little Black to cease their assault, furrowing his brow as he regarded the tree spirit with suspicion. What did you say? You is cultivating her soul. He was well aware that Xiao Ye was on the brink of death, and he had forcibly retained her soul, plunging her into a coma to awaken her soul. He needed to gather soul-gathering grass, phoenix wood, and the elven spring. How could she possibly be cultivating her soul independently? Indeed, the tree spirit affirmed, nodding vigorously as it glanced at the soul-gathering grass and phoenix wood beside Xiao Yu. My soul has undergone awakening, making me acutely sensitive to the power of souls. This girl's soul has been absorbing the energy from the soul-gathering grass and phoenix wood, but it is not a conscious act. Rather, it is an instinctive behavior of her soul. Xiao Ye's brow knitted tightly. He lacked understanding of soul cultivation, yet he sensed that the tree spirit spoke the truth. That a thought struck him, and he turned to the tree spirit, asking, Do you have a way to awaken your? Well, the tree spirit hesitated, shaking its disheveled branches as it circled around Xiao Yu twice before stating, The soul comprises 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls represent life force, while the 7 spirits symbolize mental power. This girl is cultivating the 3 souls, which is to say, her life force, yet her 7 spirits are exceptionally weak. To awaken her, we must rouse her 7 spirits. Xiao Yu remained somewhat perplexed as the tree spirit continued. I have heard that the elven spring nourishes the 7 spirits. If we can obtain the elven spring, it will surely awaken this girl. Xiao Ye's gaze shifted to the tree spirit, realizing it spoke in alignment with the hints provided by the system. Though the tree spirit seemed lacking in combat prowess, it possessed some knowledge. A sly smile crept across Xiao Ye's face as he regarded the tree spirit, causing it to recoil in fear. Human, what are you planning? I have shared everything I know. Please do not repay kindness with malice. The tree spirit stammered in panic, especially as Little White and Little Black drew closer, intensifying its sense of dread. Xiao Ye declared, Little tree, your home has been destroyed. You are all alone, without support. Why not join me? The tree spirit paused in confusion, questioning, What do you mean? Become my beast companion. Xiao Ye replied matter-of-factly. What? The tree spirit gasped, ready to refuse. But upon seeing Little Black and Little White poised for action, it swallowed hard and restrained itself. After a moment of hesitation, the tree spirit remarked, Becoming your beast companion is not out of the question. However, I have 2 conditions. First, I must be allowed to cultivate within this space, and second, we must sign an equal contract. Upon entering this space, the tree spirit had been captivated. The life force here rivaled that of its previous forest. Complemented by the presence of soul-gathering grass and phoenix wood, both treasures for soul cultivation. If it could merely enter into an equal contract, it would not be bound by this human's constraints, and following him would be acceptable. Xiao Ye frowned as he regarded the tree spirit and replied, The first condition is acceptable, but the second is non-negotiable. You must sign a master-servant contract. Absolutely not. The tree spirit shook its head vigorously, insisting, It must be an equal contract, or I would rather die than comply. Are you certain? Xiao Ye asked with a bemused smile, recalling that he had previously entered into an equal contract with Little Black out of necessity. But dealing with this tree spirit would be a trivial matter. He exchanged a knowing glance with Little Black and Little White, who immediately understood and wore wicked grins as they advanced toward the tree spirit. Wait. The tree spirit glanced fearfully at the two, stammering, "Human, even if we sign an equal contract, I will still obey your commands." Xiao Ye paid no mind to the tree spirit's protests and waved a hand dismissively, stating, "Little Black, Little White, give this fellow a good thrashing until it agrees." "Got it," the two exclaimed enthusiastically, and Little White leaped forth, landing heavily atop the tree spirit, while Little Black leaped onto Little White's head, mercilessly assaulting the tree spirit. "Ouch!" the tree spirit cried out, feeling the pain of each strike, which, while not fatal, caused its bark to split painfully. All right, I surrender. I agree to sign the master-servant contract." Only then did Xiao Ye gesture for them to cease their assault. Satisfied, Little Black, still feeling mischievous, landed one last strike before jumping down. The tree spirit glared at the two creatures, its heart filled with resentment, yet it reluctantly squeezed out a drop of emerald blood from its forehead, which floated before Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye felt a stirring within him, and a drop of his own blood materialized at his brow, rapidly merging with the tree spirit's blood to form a peculiar array that flashed and vanished. With both droplets entering their respective bodies, the master-servant contract was sealed, and Xiao Ye felt a new presence in his mind, an awareness belonging to the tree spirit. At that moment, the tree spirit dared not show any disrespect. Kneeling before Xiao Ye and addressing him with reverence, "Master Xiao Ye nodded, stating, "From now on, I shall call you Little Tree. Rest assured, I will not compel you to undertake anything against your will." "Yes," Little Tree expressed its gratitude, nodding eagerly. By the way, Xiao Ye suddenly recalled something and summoned the withered wooden staff into his hand. "Little White, I possess a realm of the dead. Can you refine it, since merging its space with the Shumi space?" Little White had gained some control over it, though Xiao Ye remained the primary authority. "What realm of the dead? Let me see," Little White said curiously as it leaned in. Xiao Ye grasped Little White's plump form and, with a thought, transported them both into the realm of the dead. What a terrifying aura! Little White gasped as it surveyed the gray sky surrounding them, unable to contain its shock. "Master, what is this place?" "The air is saturated with death," Xiao Ye, unfazed, replied. "This is the realm of the dead I mentioned. Can you refine it?" Little White furrowed its brow, examining the vastness of the space, which was at least on par with the Shumi space. But the overwhelming aura of death made it uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, it said, "Master, refining it is feasible, but the death energy is too dense, and this space is quite stable that I fear that the realm of the dead might take precedence." Xiao Ye nodded. Little White's concerns were valid. This realm of the dead was undoubtedly formidable, akin to the Shumi space, which was precisely why he sought to refine it. He envisioned making the Shumi space even more powerful. "Master," Little White continued, "why not wait until the Phoenix Wood has matured a bit more, ensuring a more stable space before attempting to refine the realm of the dead? The chances of success would be much higher then." "That sounds reasonable," Xiao Ye responded, noting Little White's discomfort with the realm. With a thought, he led Little White back out. As Xiao Ye departed, the terrifying pair of eyes reappeared in the air, letting out a disdainful snort. "A mere soul-devouring mother ant dares to attempt to refine my space. How utterly foolish." Xiao Ye immediately returned to the dark abyss, sensing a hidden conspiracy from Zhang Xiaofeng. He carefully discerned the direction and pursued Li Lao and the others. The dark abyss was dreadfully ominous. But fortunately, Xiao Ye discovered the traces left by Li Lao and his companions. Some formidable monsters had already been dealt with by them. Thus Xiao Ye encountered no significant danger at that moment. Li Tian and the others had examined 2 loosened seals and found no trace of the dean. Their expressions were grim. Should any ferocious beast escape from these seals, they would be compelled to confront it with all their might. Wu Taishu, the dean of the Refining Institute, appeared even more disheveled, his clothing tattered, with a gruesome wound on his abdomen, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Glancing at the compass in his hand, Wu Taishu said gravely, "The next loosened seal is the one that has already developed cracks." The expressions of the group shifted simultaneously, glancing towards Li Tian and Zhang Xiaofeng. The first 2 loosened seals had already brought them considerable peril. The one now exhibiting cracks surely harbored an even more powerful demon or beast, likely beyond their capacity to contend with. Recognizing the fear in their eyes, Li Tian spoke. "This time, our purpose is merely reconnaissance." To ascertain whether the old dean is trapped inside, that we must avoid direct confrontation with the monsters within. The group nodded solemnly, agreeing with his caution. Zhang Xiaofeng and Imo Yang trailed behind, with Zhang casting a glance at Imo Yang and whispering, "How goes it? Have you contacted the Earth Fiend Demon Lord?" Imo Yang nodded slightly, replying in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, Dean, this time, they will have no return. Once Li Tian is dead, the remaining elders will pose no hindrance to us. Caution is advisable." Zhang Xiaofeng observed Li Tian and the others, quietly inquiring, "Are you certain Xiao Ye has been eliminated?" "He is undoubtedly finished," Imo Yang replied with a chilling smile. "I cast him into that terrifying forest. A true realm of death, from which no one has emerged alive." Zhang Xiaofeng frowned. Li Tian placed significant emphasis on this newcomer, and he harbored doubts about Xiao Ye's simplicity. However, since Xiao Ye was merely a freshman at the Gathering Yuan stage, he reasoned he posed no substantial threat. The paramount issue now was to eliminate Li Tian. Once he was gone, no one would obstruct his schemes. That as they approached the seal's location, the oppressive demonic aura intensified, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing through the desolate valley. "We have arrived." Wu Taishu, leading the group, halted, studying the compass with a furrowed brow. The unusual stillness here did not resemble the presence of a sealing formation at all. Ren Zhongheng swallowed nervously, scanning the area vigilantly, and asked, "Old Wu, are you sure this is the right place?" "Absolutely," Wu Taishu affirmed, looking around in confusion, "but I cannot sense the exact position of this seal." The group frowned, hesitant to advance, casting glances at Li Tian and Zhang Xiaofeng. Li Tian cautioned, "Everyone, tread carefully and first ascertain whether the old dean is here." Having thoroughly investigated two loosened arrays, Li Tian felt trepidation. A random escape of a demon from within had nearly cost them lives. With this seal now cracked, they could hardly rule out the possibility of a powerful demon escaping. The group nodded gravely, cautiously observing their surroundings as they moved forward. "Master?" At that moment, the giant turtle lifted its head, gazing towards the dark canyon ahead, exclaiming in excitement, "I sense the master's aura. He is just ahead." With that, the giant turtle hastened towards the fog-shrouded canyon. "Wait!" Li Tian exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath them trembled violently, splitting open, and an overwhelming force of suction dragged them into the abyss. Li Tian felt an ominous premonition. With no time to ponder, he quickly activated his protective energy. Fortunately, the abyss was not too deep, and they soon landed at the bottom. "Everyone is all right?" Li Tian suppressed the turmoil within and anxiously surveyed the others. "We fine," they responded, their faces pained. "But this place is too strange. There seems to be a special energy field that prevents flight. Thankfully, we are all masters of the martial king realm, so the fall from such a height did not cause injury." "What is this place?" Qingsang inquired, his brow furrowed as the black demonic energy swirled around, obscuring the distant view. Buzzing, the compass in Wu Tieshu's hand emitted a faint glow, and his expression shifted as he grimly stated, "We have likely fallen into the seal." "What?" The group was engulfed in panic, save for Zhang Xiaofeng and Imo Yang, who remained unfazed. "Master? Is that you?" Suddenly, the giant turtle raised its head, looking into the dark expanse. Exclaiming in excitement, Li Tian glanced ahead, noticing faint figures in the distance. This time, the giant turtle approached cautiously, and the others followed closely behind. Before them, they saw an old man with disheveled hair bound to a stone pillar by iron chains. "Master!" The giant turtle recognized the old man's identity and called out eagerly, rushing forward, "Old Dean!" The others also felt a surge of excitement. The old man trapped on the stone pillar was none other than Xing Yuan, the dean of Yuzhou Academy. "Who?" The man's aura was weak as he lifted his head, asking in confusion, Master, your eyes?" The giant turtle gasped in surprise, noticing the dried blood streaks flowing from the old man's eyes, indicating he had gone blind. "Xiaoxian." Xingyan furrowed his brow, saying, "How did you end up here?" "Master, it's not just me. Dean Li and the others have come as well. We are here to rescue you." The giant turtle exclaimed, "Li Tian." Xingyuan's expression changed as he turned towards Li Tian's direction. "Old Dean, it's me." Li Tian stepped forward, drawing a long sword and declaring, "Old Dean, hold on. I will rescue you." With that, Li Tian tightened his grip on the sword and struck fiercely at the chains. Clang! A deafening sound echoed as the sword energy surged, yet the chains remained unscathed. Li Tian frowned, feeling discontent, and raised his sword to strike again. "Wait!" Xingyuan stopped Li Tian, saying, These chains are formed from condensed demonic energy. They cannot be severed. Li Tian, how did you end up here? Where is Zhang Xiaofeng? Li Tian glanced back at Zhang Xiaofeng, stating, he is here. What is it, old Dean? Zhang Xiaofeng, you despicable scoundrel. Su Xingyan suddenly erupted in rage, then urgently warned, Li Tian, Xiao Xian, you must flee. This is Zhang Xiaofeng's plot. Huh? The group exchanged puzzled looks, frowning as they turned towards Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang. Hee. Zhang Xiaofeng, realizing there was no need to continue the facade, smiled nonchalantly and approached Su Xin, saying, Old Dean, you truly are resilient. Despite being eroded by such terrifying demonic energy, you still managed to survive, but it's fortunate you are still alive. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to deal with Li Tian and the others. Li Tian's brow furrowed as he replied coldly, Zhang Xiaofeng. What do you mean? The other three deans also frowned, watching Zhang Xiaofeng warily. Zhang Xiaofeng surveyed the group, stating flatly, what I mean is, you all are to die. And I shall become the new dean of Yuzhou Academy. Delusional, the old dean shouted angrily. Zhang Xiaofeng, you have betrayed your trust, colluded with the demon clan, and betrayed humanity. You shall meet a dreadful end. Haha, Zhang Xiaofeng laughed maniacally, dismissing the accusation, colluding with the demon clan. Su Xingyuan, you are too stubborn. With such immense power at your disposal, you fail to utilize it. Inviting covetousness from the cultivation sections, I intend to harness this power to transform Yuzhou Academy into an entity that surpasses the cultivation sections. Even if it means allying with the demon sect, so be it, madman. Wu Taishu scolded angrily. Oh really? Zhang Xiaofeng seemed unfazed, addressing Wu Taishu, Ren Zhongheng, and Qingsang. I offer you a chance, if you are willing to support my ascension as dean. I shall spare your lives. Never, Ren Zhongheng retorted angrily. Even if we die, we will never agree to your becoming dean. Humph, Zhang Xiaofeng sneered coldly. Ignoring Ren Zhongheng and Wu Taishu, he turned to Qingsang, asking, Dean Shun, will you also stand against me? I have always supported your research. Once I become dean, I will ensure your work faces no obstacles. Qingsang furrowed his brow, a flicker of desire flashing in his eyes as he inquired skeptically. Will you truly support me? Of course, Zhang Xiaofeng nodded, casually stating, I have always been intrigued by your research. As long as it benefits the academy, I care not for the ethics involved. Qingsang. Ren Zhongheng glared at him angrily. Are you not afraid of being scorned by the world? Qingsang frowned. To be honest, he did not particularly care about public opinion. Enough, Li Tian interjected, turning to Zhang Xiaofeng impatiently. Zhang Xiaofeng, do you truly believe you and that useless Mo Yang can kill us? You? Mo Yang's face darkened at Li Tian's insult, yet he dared not retort. Hee. Zhang Xiaofeng smiled nonchalantly, filled with confidence. Under normal circumstances, I may not be your match, but do not forget, we are in the dark abyss. As Zhang Xiaofeng lightly clapped his hands, he spoke, Lord Demon Monarch, I implore you to take action. The crowd gasped, suddenly realizing their perilous situation within the fissures of the abyss, where the most fearsome of demons lay sealed. What a spectacle this was! Abruptly, a cold and indifferent voice echoed from behind them. Li Tian and the others swiftly turned around, startled to see a short man with two intersecting scars on his forehead, wearing a smile that was almost mocking as he regarded them. It was the Earth Fiend Demon Monarch. Ren Zhongheng recognized the figure, his complexion paling as he instinctively stepped back. Angrily, he glared at Zhang Xiaofeng, exclaiming, Zhang Xiaofeng, are you still human? The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch has shown no mercy even to women and children. Are you truly unaware of his cruelty? How dare you conspire with him, seeking to repeat history? A faint smile played at the corners of Zhang Xiaofeng's lips as he remained unfazed by Ren Zhongheng's fury. He turned his gaze toward the short man and respectfully stated, Lord Demon Monarch, if you eliminate Su Xingyuan and Li Tian, I can completely liberate you from this abyss. Dream on. Ren Zhongheng and Wu Taishu glared at Zhang Xiaofeng, positioning themselves protectively in front of Li Tian and the old dean. As for Qingsang, he took a cautious step back, choosing to remain neutral. Do not concern yourselves with me, flee quickly. Su Xingyuan urged anxiously. Li Tian furrowed his brow, resolutely asserting, Dean, united we can break through. Indeed, you need not worry, master, we shall certainly save you, the giant tortoise declared, standing firm in front of Su Xingyuan. Fools, the old dean could not restrain his anger, chastising them, this is no time for loyalty. If we perish here, who will stop Zhang Xiaofeng? If you still regard me as your dean, then leave this place at once. Dean, the others attempted to protest, but Su Xingyan suddenly coughed up blood, his expression waning as he weakly declared, Xiao Xian, our contract is now dissolved. You are free now. Go. Absolutely not. The giant tortoise firmly rejected. Master, you have shown me kindness, and I have never regarded you as merely a beast master. Though I am a magical beast, I understand gratitude. I will not abandon you." "How touching," the Earth Fiend Demon Monarch remarked, watching the scene with amusement. "Enough? None of you shall escape." With that, the Demon Monarch snapped his fingers, causing the ground to tremble. Dozens of towering skeletal knights emerged from the earth, encircling Li Tian and the others. Their faces paled. These skeletal knights were all at the level of martial kings. Given their current state, even one would be a formidable challenge, let alone a dozen. The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch grinned cruelly and commanded, "Kill them." Roars erupted as the skeletal knights brandished their shattered weapons. Charging ferociously at Li Tian and his companions, reacting swiftly, they formed a defensive circle, striving to fend off the skeletal onslaught. The clash of combat resounded as they struggled against the relentless assault. The skeletal knights, hardened by prolonged exposure to demonic energy, struck with sheer force. Suddenly, a deafening crash rang out as the already wounded Wu Taishu faltered, struck down by a skeletal knight, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. Li Tian gasped and rushed to shield Wu Taishu from an incoming blade, turning to Qingsang with fury. "Qingsang, how long will you watch this unfold? Regardless of your research, your beast companion cannot survive. Do you not see the truth?" Furrowing his brow, Qingsang glared at Zhang Xiaofeng and the Demon Monarch, clenching his teeth in defiance. "I refuse to sink to the level of collaborating with demons." As he spoke, he turned to Li Tian and Su Xinyuan, declaring, "I have never believed I was in the wrong. Today, let it serve as my repayment to the two deans." "Fight!" Qingsang roared, plunging into the fray. His clenched fist ignited with blazing flames as he struck the ground. A fiery wave surged, instantly toppling several skeletal knights. "Incredible!" Mo Yang marveled, having heard of Qingsang's prowess, now witnessing it firsthand. "Infuriating." Zhang Xiaofeng glared at Qingsang, coldly stating, "I had intended to spare you. Since you insist on defiance, you shall perish." The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch remained impassive, casting a glance at Qingsang without any intention of intervening. The fallen skeletal knights slowly rose again. They charged at Li Tian and his friends, who found themselves in a desperate situation. "Dean, if this continues, we shall all perish here. We must devise a plan," Ren Zhongheng urged, fighting off the skeletal knights. Li Tian could only manage a wry smile, realizing his limits as well. The skeletal knights were already overwhelming, and the terrifying Earth Fiend Demon Monarch had yet to make his move. The possibility of escape seemed utterly futile. Li Tian, Qingsang, the giant tortoise said gravely, "You two possess the greatest strength. We will hold them off while you find a way to escape." "Absolutely not." Li Tian immediately rejected the notion, even if they could escape. Abandoning his companions was out of the question. "Watch out," Ren Zhongheng suddenly shouted, positioning himself in front of Li Tian just as a long sword pierced through him. Ugh! Blood trickled from Ren Zhongheng's lips as he struck back at the skeletal knight. Staggering backward, "Dean Ren," Li Tian exclaimed, quickly supporting him. The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch's patience waned. He glanced at Li Tian and the others and coldly commanded, "No more games. Kill them. I await my exit." Chapter 162. The arrival of Xiao Ye. Roars of fury echoed as the skeletal knights became even more frenzied, driving Li Tian and his companions back into a corner of despair. Suddenly, as they struggled, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. "What the hell is this place, filled with traps?" came the exasperated voice of the newcomer, who staggered to his feet. "Xiao Ye," Li Tian gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How is it possible? You're still alive." Mo Yang, equally astonished, recalled kicking Xiao Ye into the death forest, convinced there was no way he could have escaped. "Humph," Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed disdainfully. "Perfect. I can deal with all of you at once." Li Tian quickly regained his composure, urgently warning, "Xiao Ye, this is not a place for you. Leave at once." Only then did Xiao Ye take in the chaotic surroundings, scratching his head in confusion. He couldn't fly, so how could he escape? The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch regarded Xiao Ye with curiosity, a smile creeping onto his lips. "The mere gathering essence realm child dares to venture here. Should I commend your courage or deem you foolish?" Xiao Ye shot a disdainful glance at the Earth Fiend Demon Monarch. "Child, I believe you're shorter than I am." Seeking death, the Earth Fiend Demon Monarch, infuriated by the insult to his stature, became a blur, instantly appearing before Xiao Ye. "Watch out," Li Tian shouted in alarm. A thunderous crash ensued, and Xiao Ye felt a crushing pain in his chest, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent flying. Coughing up more blood, Xiao Ye clutched his chest, struggling to rise. This diminutive figure was terrifying. Had he not reacted swiftly, utilizing his indestructible technique, he could have perished. The Earth Fiend Demon Monarch frowned upon seeing Xiao Ye rise once more. "It seems you possess some skill." Ignoring the Demon Monarch, Xiao Ye steadied his turbulent energy and turned his attention to the frail old dean bound to a stone pillar. Puzzled. Old dean. Su Xingyuan blinked in surprise but nodded slowly. Li Tian quickly introduced. Dean, this is Xiao Ye, the newcomer king from this year's newcomer competition, here to rescue you. Afterward, Li Tian turned back to Xiao Ye, scolding. Xiao Ye, were you not told to return? Why did you come alone? At that moment, the earth-fiend demon monarch lost interest in attacking. Watching the unfolding drama with amusement, Xiao Ye smiled slightly, declaring, I came to rescue the old dean. With that, Xiao Ye activated his invincible external support system. Spending 1,000 cultivation points to exchange for an ancient bronze knife from the system store. Humph, boasting. Qingsang sneered at Xiao Ye. Unfazed, Xiao Ye raised the ancient bronze knife and struck down at the iron chains binding the old dean. Li Tian sighed. Warning, Xiao Ye, those chains are forged from demonic energy. Ordinary weapons cannot break them. Clang. Li Tian's warning was interrupted by a sharp sound, as the seemingly indestructible chains were effortlessly severed by Xiao Ye's strike. What? The onlookers stared, disbelief etched across their faces. The iron chains that Li Tian had failed to cut through were so easily dismantled by this newcomer. Had this new arrival surpassed Li Tian in strength? Quickly, the giant tortoise reacted first, rushing to support the fallen old dean. How is this possible? At this moment, the earth-shattering demon lord lost his earlier nonchalance, fixing a cold gaze upon Xiao Ye. And furiously commanded, kill them. A series of enraged roars erupted as a dozen skeletal knights became even more frenzied, brandishing their weapons and charging ferociously at Xiao Ye and his companions. Humph! Xiao Ye disdainfully snorted. Sheathing his long knife, and slightly raising his palm, golden true energy surged forth, manifesting as a gigantic golden hand in the heavens, casting a brilliant light that obscured the sun. Heavenly demon palm, Xiao Ye roared. And the colossal golden hand descended with tremendous force. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds reverberated as the once ferocious skeletal knights were effortlessly obliterated before Xiao Ye. How is this possible? Li Tian and the others stared in disbelief. Feeling as though they were in a dream, the might of these skeletal knights was undoubtedly on par with that of a martial king. Yet when did this young man become so formidable? Is he truly at the gathering Yuan realm? Ren Zhongheng swallowed hard, astonished thought he must have employed some forbidden technique to forcibly enhance his power. Qingsang conjectured, but the magnitude of this enhancement is terrifying. Vile human! I shall slay you, the earth-shattering demon lord, witnessing his minions so easily vanquished by Xiao Ye, was consumed by rage. With a roar, he brandished 8 daggers in his hands and hurled them toward Xiao Ye. Be careful, Li Tian promptly warned. The demon lord's flying blades are more fearsome than the flying swords of any cultivation sect. Xiao Ye nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the incoming daggers, and clenched his fists, striking them with great force. Bang! Bang! A series of resounding impacts echoed as Xiao Ye, resembling an invincible war deity, sent all 8 blades flying with his fists. You bastard! The earth-shattering demon lord summoned the blades back into his grasp and lunged directly at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye smiled coldly, the ancient bronze knife materializing in his hand, vibrating slightly as it emanated a powerful intent that deterred direct gazes. Draw the knife and sever the water, with a sharp cry. The long knife buzzed, transforming into a streak of cold light that instantaneously pierced the earth-shattering demon lord's body. Buzz! The demon lord's form was cleaved in two by Xiao Ye's strike. Xiao Ye, do not let your guard down, Li Tian urgently cautioned. The earth-shattering demon lord possesses a terrifying splitting technique, even if his body is torn apart. He cannot be killed. No sooner had Li Tian's warning escaped his lips than the demon lord's form reassembled. Undeterred, and charged at Xiao Ye once more. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and turned to Li Tian and the others, stating, You must leave this place. I have a way to deal with him. As he spoke, Xiao Ye seized Li Tian and the others, hurling them away. This was the sealed land of the dark abyss, where flying was impossible. Damn it. Boy, I will shred you to pieces. The earth-shattering demon lord glared at the few individuals thrown by Xiao Ye, unable to intervene, and redirected all his fury toward Xiao Ye. Humph! Xiao Ye disdainfully snorted, his long knife dancing in the air, a piercing cold light flickering as it plunged into the earth-shattering demon lord's body. The demon lord's form was cleaved into numerous segments, crashing to the ground. Chapter 163. Repairing the seal. Before Xiao Ye could catch his breath, the demon lord's severed arm soared again, gripping his daggers tightly as they lunged toward Xiao Ye. This is infuriating. Xiao Ye frowned. The earth-shattering demon lord truly was terrifying, seemingly immortal, his formidable abilities rivaling those of his invincible system. Suddenly, Xiao Ye recalled the realm of the undead, dodging the incoming daggers. He summoned a withered wooden hand. With a cold smile, he declared, Since I cannot kill you, I shall seal you here forever. With that, the withered hand swung down violently toward the flying arm. Buzz. The severed arm collided with the staff and vanished in an instant. What? What have you done? The earth-shattering demon lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Ye. Where has my arm gone? Hee, you will find out soon enough, Xiao Ye replied coldly. Bringing the withered staff down again, this time enveloping the earth-shattering demon lord entirely. No, this cannot be. The demon lord cried out in despair as his form vanished. Only then did Xiao Ye exhale in relief. Retracting the withered hand and slowly turning to face Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang, the two instinctively took a step back, fear flashing in Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes. If even the demon lord was powerless against Xiao Ye, they were nothing. Who are you? Zhang Xiaofeng managed to suppress his fear, asking coldly. Hee, Xiao Ye chuckled coldly, dismissively responding, rest assured, I have no interest in dealing with you, since you are so fond of the demon race. You might as well remain here forever. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Xiao Ye leaped into the air, his hands rapidly forming complex seals. Ancient demon sealing spell, Xiao Ye roared, pressing his palm downward. Bolstered by the invincible system, the ancient demon sealing spell was not only capable of sealing the prowess of demon beasts but could also repair seals. A realization Xiao Ye had just made. Zhang Xiaofeng and Mo Yang felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them as the massive fissure above them began to slowly close. Xiao Ye intended to seal them within the dark abyss completely. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the fissure vanished entirely, and Xiao Ye landed steadily on the ground. Li Tian and the others rushed forward. Xiao Ye, are you all right? Li Tian inquired with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Ye replied, shaking his head, then turned to Wu Taishu and asked, Director Wu, how many more seals are compromised? I have a way to seal them, but time is of the essence. The invincible system could only sustain its power for 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And half that time had already been wasted on the earth-shattering demon lord. They had to act quickly. Wu Taishu, recovering from his shock, nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I will take you there. Wu Taishu detected a total of 17 weakened seals. And fortunately, they were not too far apart. He led Xiao Ye as they reinforced each of these seals. Only one remains. Wu Taishu remarked, observing Xiao Ye effortlessly restore yet another weakened seal. This last seal has also developed a fissure. It is possible that a powerful demon beast has already escaped. Xiao Ye nodded solemnly, glancing at the time. There was only a minute left, but it should suffice. Director, we must hurry. If we can't make it. Retreat immediately. Wu Taishu nodded and moved toward the last seal's location. The area was still and silent, seemingly normal. With only 13 seconds remaining, Xiao Ye had no time to inspect his surroundings. He began forming complex seals once more. And then his palm descended, enveloping the fissure. Just as the seal was about to fall, a harpoon suddenly emerged from the crack, viciously aiming for the seal. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the seal trembled violently. Xiao Ye nearly fell as the harpoon thrashed, attempting to tear apart his seal. Damn it! Seal! Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, realizing the time for the invincible system was running out. He roared, slamming his palm down with great force. Boom! In the final second granted by the invincible system, the seal descended, completely covering the fissure. Phew! Xiao Ye exhaled, gazing at the sealed fissure. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he vaguely saw a shadow behind the seal. Bearing a massive harpoon, standing with arms crossed, its icy gaze fixed on Xiao Ye. A chill coursed through Xiao Ye, and instinctively, he took a step back. When he looked again, there was nothing, furrowing his brow. He was certain it was not an illusion. That must have been a demon sealed within, undoubtedly more terrifying than the earth-shattering demon lord. Fortunately, the fissure had been repaired at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you all right? Wu Taishu asked, noticing Xiao Ye's pale complexion and weakened state. Xiao Ye slightly shook his head, saying, Director, I need you to take me back. Don't mention it. You have repaired the seals of the dark abyss. You are a benefactor to our entire academy, Wu Taishu assured, relieved that Xiao Ye was merely fatigued and in no danger. He grasped Xiao Ye and swiftly reunited with Li Lao and the others. Xiao Ye, Director Wu, Li Tian and the others sighed in relief upon seeing the two return safely, rushing toward them. The old director Su Xingyan regarded Xiao Ye, clasping his fists in gratitude. Your kindness is beyond words. Young brother, you are a great benefactor of Yuzhou Academy. Should you ever need assistance, the entire academy shall respond to your call. Xiao Ye was taken aback, hastily stepping back and saying, no need for such formality. I am also a member of the academy, and this is what I ought to do. All right, we should leave this place first, Li Tian suggested. Although they had rescued the old director, the academy still faced a significant challenge, the impending visit from disciples of the sect. Necessitating prompt countermeasures, the group nodded in agreement, preparing to depart, when Xiao Ye suddenly frowned and said, Wait, I have something to attend to. The others were taken aback, gazing at Xiao Ye with confusion. Xiao Ye heard the excited voice of the little tree in his mind. Master, I sense the presence of blood spirit fruits nearby. Quickly release me. Xiao Ye hesitated, glancing at Director Li and the others, realizing that the little tree was merely an ordinary tree spirit, likely inconsequential to them. Upon this realization, Xiao Ye's mind stirred, summoning the tree spirit from the Sumeru space. What is this? The crowd gasped at the sudden appearance of the small tree. Chapter 164. Xiao Ye in need of funds. The small tree glared at Ren Zhongheng, exclaiming, "You are the thing." Ren Zhongheng, taken aback, recognized that this was likely Xiao Ye's beast companion and chose not to engage further. Has this tree become sentient? Li Tian observed the small tree with astonishment. Xiao Ye, initially believing his lack of knowledge was the cause of his surprise, now realized that was not the case. The tree of life? Qingsang, who had been calm, suddenly widened his eyes, his breath quickening as he fixated on the small tree. Director Chun, are you all right? Wu Taishu inquired, puzzled. "Do. It's nothing," Qingsang replied, regaining his composure and tightening his fists as he gazed at the small tree. At that moment, the small tree disregarded the astonished onlookers, stretching its nose to survey the surroundings. Finally, it settled on a direction and exclaimed to Xiao Ye, "Master, it's over there." With that, the small tree dashed into the magical mist, with Xiao Ye closely following. The crowd, filled with curiosity, trailed behind. Whoa, such dense energy. Ren Zhongheng furrowed his brow, astonished. The others nodded in agreement. All were martial kings, exceptionally sensitive to energy. Soon, clusters of vibrant green grass appeared before them, alive with vitality. Their emerald blades swaying in the breeze, adorned with translucent crimson fruits overhead. Is that a blood spirit fruit? Wu Taishu gasped, swallowing hard. While the group was surprised, they did not exhibit overt greed. The blood spirit fruit, a rare and precious item, was one of the few spiritual objects capable of aiding in breakthroughs. While the heavenly spirit pill could help one surpass cultivation bottlenecks, the blood spirit fruit was even more valuable. For those below the martial king level, it ensured a smooth breakthrough, though it held no effect for those who had already reached that realm. Thus, despite their astonishment, the group remained composed, merely envying Xiao Ye and the small tree as they harvested the entire patch of blood spirit fruits. Even more audaciously, the duo did not spare the blood spirit grass, uprooting the entire patch. Ahem. Ren Zhongheng cleared his throat awkwardly, addressing Xiao Ye. "Young brother Xiao Ye, might you sell me 2 blood spirit fruits?" Xiao Ye glanced at the bashful Ren Zhongheng, initially thinking it a trivial matter, and casually produced 5 blood spirit fruits, saying, "Director Ren, you are too polite. Consider these a gift." Xiao Ye's generosity stemmed from the fact that he and the small tree had gathered over 130 blood spirit fruits. And since each person could only benefit from one, he was not particularly concerned. "That won't do," Ren Zhongheng insisted, accepting the fruits and producing a banknote of 500,000, stating, "The market price for blood spirit fruits is at least 100,000 each. Let me acquire them from you at that price." Is it really so expensive? Xiao Ye, who had previously been indifferent, eagerly accepted the banknote, greedily eyeing the others and declaring, "Who else wants some? They are 20,000 each." The crowd, momentarily speechless, though they were martial kings and could not utilize the fruits, had family and disciples in need, each purchasing 2 or 3 from Xiao Ye. With the affairs of the Dark Abyss concluded, Xiao Ye and the others returned to the academy that night. Upon his return, Xiao Ye felt as if he had stepped into another world. Ding! A system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of rescuing the old director. Experience points awarded. 10,000. Academy protection granted." Academy protection, a special skill belonging to the director, allowed one to invoke the academy's unique powers in times of distress, including activating protective formations and summoning guardian spirits. After reviewing the system's explanation, Xiao Ye remained perplexed. "Big brother?" Suddenly, an excited voice called out, as Liang Quan rushed over, stating, "You have finally returned." Seeing Liang Quan's urgency, Xiao Ye inquired, "What happened during my absence?" Liang Quan nodded and produced an invitation, saying, "This was sent by Manager's son from Tianxiang Tavern. It's an invitation to the Tianyu auction house. They're auctioning the Elven Spring." "What?" Xiao Ye exclaimed, snatching the invitation and checking the date. Thankfully, there were still 3 days left. He sighed in relief and questioned, "Do you know the starting price for the Elven Spring?" Liang Quan nodded, explaining, "I found out that the last auction for the Elven Spring started at 3 million gold coins. 3 million. Xiao Ye frowned. After purchasing blood spirit fruits for Ren Zhongheng and considering his recent savings, he had around 2 million, but it was still insufficient. To be safe, he needed at least 5 million gold coins. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, "Liang Quan, accompany me to the Alchemy Institute." Liang Quan looked at Xiao Ye curiously but did not question further. The two made their way to the Alchemy Institute, where Xiao Ye quickly found Han Hao, the one eager to learn from him. Director, what brings you here? Han Hao greeted, his expression brightening upon seeing Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye smiled slightly, cutting to the chase. I am in need of funds, and wish to sell you something. As he spoke, Xiao Ye produced 3 blood spirit fruits, stating, these are breakthrough spiritual fruits. Blood spirit fruits, comparable in effect to the heavenly spirit pill. They are 10,000 gold coins each. How many would you like? Han Hao was taken aback, realizing Xiao Ye was serious. He sighed, shaking his head. Director, you overestimate me. I only have enough gold coins for 2, if that won't suffice. Xiao Ye frowned. Realizing that 20,000 was hardly enough, he queried further, do you know anyone who might need blood spirit fruits? Han Hao pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Director, blood spirit fruits are effective for both martial artists and magical beasts. We should go to the Beast Institute. Their disciples are the wealthiest. Really? Xiao Ye recalled Jiang Ping and felt optimistic about this plan. Just as they were about to head to the Beast Institute, someone rushed toward Xiao Ye, calling out, young Master Xiao, I've finally found you. Xiao Ye paused, scrutinizing the newcomer, a student he did not recognize, prompting him to ask, who are you? Oh, the individual quickly responded, I was sent by young Master Chu Imo. Tomorrow is the Martial Artist Exchange Conference, and he requests your presence. Xiao Ye recalled the prince of the Great Chu Kingdom, who had forfeited during the freshman competition and had previously sent him an invitation. Chapter 165. The absorbed blood spirit fruits. Xiao Ye harbored no fondness for Chu Imo. Perceiving him as scheming and with ulterior motives for coming to Yuzhou Academy, he acknowledged the invitation superficially, not genuinely intending to attend. He regarded the man, replying casually, I understand if I have the time tomorrow. I will make an appearance. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, knowing that his schedule was entirely at his discretion. You must come. The man, satisfied with Xiao Ye's response, clasped his fists and departed. Han Hao, observing the man leave, furrowed his brow and asked, Director, are you familiar with that Chu Imo? Xiao Ye shook his head, inquiring, not familiar. Why, do you know him? Han Hao's expression darkened with disdain as he coldly remarked, he is a despicable creature. The prince of the Great Chu Kingdom, who would harm his own sister for power. This martial artist exchange conference he organized is undoubtedly for some ulterior motive, inviting many dignitaries. Many dignitaries invited? Xiao Ye's interest piqued. Could I sell the blood spirit fruits to them? Han Hao hesitated, quickly responding, Director, that would indirectly assist Chu Imo, wouldn't it? Xiao Ye regarded Chu Imo with a hint of distaste. Sensing Han Hao's strong aversion but refraining from pressing further, he nodded. You're right. Let's sell them to the disciples at the Beast Institute instead. It's getting late. Accompany me there tomorrow. Absolutely, Han Hao readily agreed. Also purchasing 2 blood spirit fruits for 20,000. With plans made, Xiao Ye and Liang Quan departed. But what about Kuya and Zhouwen? Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Ye realized he had not seen either of them. Prompting his inquiry, Kuya has been at the library these days, preparing to break through to the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. That quickly, Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had only been gone a few days. Yet Kuya was ready for such a breakthrough. It seemed he too needed to find ways to expedite his training. As for Zhouwen. Humph, Liang Quan scoffed, fuming. That guy is undoubtedly at the Beast Institute right now. The Beast Institute. Xiao Ye regarded Liang Quan quizzically. Just as Liang Quan was about to elaborate, a figure stealthily entered, the unmistakable Zhouwen. Zhouwen. Liang Quan leapt forward, seething, you traitor. Today, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Ah, fatty, this is all a misunderstanding. It was the monkey who squealed. I had nothing to do with it. Huh, big brother Xiao, you're here? Zhouwen exclaimed, startled, then quickly sought refuge behind Xiao Ye. What has transpired with you two? Xiao Ye gazed at the 2 men in confusion, unable to comprehend why they had started another quarrel. Liang Quan awkwardly shook his head, glaring at Zhouwen, who seemed about to speak. Boss, it's getting late. You should return and rest. There are important matters to attend to tomorrow. Noticing Liang Quan's intent to conceal something, Xiao Ye chose not to press further. He retrieved 4 blood spirit fruits from his possession and declared, these blood spirit fruits will aid your cultivation. Each of you shall take 2 blood spirit fruits. What are those? Zhouwen asked, puzzled, as he reached out to take them, only to be met with a sharp slap on the hand from Liang Quan. Feeling disgruntled, Zhouwen shot Liang Quan an irritated glance, though he refrained from expressing his displeasure. Boss, Liang Quan ignored him and continued, you should sell these instead. Liang Quan understood the significance of the blood spirit fruits. The priority now was to sell them for money to bid on the spirit spring. He felt ashamed that he could not assist Xiao Ye, let alone accept the blood spirit fruits meant to be exchanged for cash. Xiao Ye, aware of Liang Quan's thoughts, smiled slightly and reassured him, don't worry. I have nearly 100 more. This is more than enough. With Xiao Ye's words, both Liang Quan and Zhouwen ceased to insist, and eagerly accepted the fruits. Once Qingsang returned, Xiao Ye planned to gift her two as well, which would help her break through. The next morning, Xiao Ye awoke from his cultivation. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he resolved to gather 500 pounds of gold coins that day for the auction of the Spirit Spring. Big Brother Xiao. Qingsang approached Xiao Ye's door, tapping lightly and inquiring, "Have you risen yet? Come in." As he opened the door, Qingsang, Liang Quan, and Zhou Wen entered. Xiao Ye was taken aback, questioning, "What brings you three here so early?" Qingsang produced a blood-red fruit from her bosom and said, "Big Brother Xiao, the blood spirit fruit you gave me seems to lack energy. How could that be?" Xiao Ye took the fruit, and though he had not consumed it, he could sense the spiritual energy within. However, upon channeling a strand of true energy into the fruit, he furrowed his brow as it appeared utterly drained of any spiritual power. How could this happen? Xiao Ye then examined the blood spirit fruits held by Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, discovering they were similarly devoid of energy. Liang Quan glanced at Xiao Ye and asked, "Boss, could these be fake blood spirit fruits?" Xiao Ye shook his head, recalling that he had ensured their potency when harvesting them. How could they have lost their energy overnight? He suddenly had a thought, since the fruits had been stored in the Shumi space. The issue must involve Xiao He and the others. Wait a moment, Xiao Ye instructed before vanishing and reappearing in the Shumi space. Upon entering, fury surged within him as he beheld Xiao Bai. Xiao He and Xiao Shu gathered around, surrounded by a pile of devoured blood spirit fruits. "Master, why are you here?" Xiao Bai wiggled his plump form, looking at Xiao Ye in confusion, containing his urge to strike down these rascals. Xiao Ye coldly demanded, "Who permitted you to secretly absorb the energy of the blood spirit fruits?" Xiao Bai and Xiao Shu, sensing the displeasure in Xiao Ye's tone, simultaneously pointed at the gluttonous Xiao He, exclaiming, "It was all Xiao He's idea." Even Xiao He, usually slow on the uptake, realized he had been betrayed and leaped up, indignantly retorting, "Hey, you two have eaten just as much as I have." Xiao Ye's expression darkened as he glared at Xiao He. "Xiao He, I hear dragons possess many treasures, dragon horns, dragon blood, dragon pearls, and such. I am in need of money. Perhaps you might part with a few items for me to sell?" Startled, Xiao He took a step back, chuckling nervously, and quickly produced 5 blood spirit fruits. "Don't be angry. I saved these 5 for you. Besides, there's a whole patch of blood spirit grass. Within a year, it could yield plenty of blood spirit fruits." Chapter 166. Martial Artists Exchange Conference. Xiao Ye's expression grew increasingly grim, causing Xiao He to quickly silence himself. Xiao Ye sighed in resignation. He could only blame himself for being too careless. The blood spirit fruits could no longer be sold to anyone else. But how could he gather 500,000 gold coins in the shortest time possible? Looking at the drained fruits in his hand, he pondered if he could sell them without anyone noticing their condition. However, he soon shook his head. Even if they went unnoticed initially, it would surely be discovered later, and his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I cannot sell them to others, but I could sell them to Chu Mo." Chu Mo, the prince of the Dechu kingdom, was someone Xiao Ye held no fondness for. Even if the truth came to light later and they fell out, Xiao Ye was unafraid. With this in mind, he tucked away the 5 intact blood spirit fruits and exited the Shumi space. It seemed he would indeed need to attend the upcoming Martial Artists Exchange Conference. Upon Xiao Ye's sudden appearance, Liang Quan and the others were not surprised and quickly gathered around, inquiring, "What happened, Big Brother Xiao?" Xiao Ye shook his head, responding, "These blood spirit fruits are no longer effective. You shouldn't consume them just yet." Liang Quan was taken aback, hastily asking, "Can they still be sold?" Xiao Ye smiled coldly, "They cannot be sold to just anyone, but I can sell them to Chu Mo then." Another thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Liang Quan. "Liang Quan, here are 200,000 gold coins. Please deliver this to Han Hao and inform him about the blood spirit fruits." Understood. Liang Quan accepted the coins and departed. Xiao Ye retrieved the invitation that Chu Mo had given him for the upcoming competition. It appeared he would need to confront these individuals. "Hey," Qingsang noticed the invitation in Xiao Ye's hand and exclaimed, "Big Brother Xiao, are you attending the Martial Artists Exchange Conference? Take me with you." Xiao Ye regarded her, saying, "I will likely offend some people this time. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" With a nonchalant smile, Qingsang responded, "Then I must go to see for myself. The people who can provoke Big Brother Xiao must be extraordinary." Xiao Ye smiled wryly and did not refuse her. Glancing at the invitation, he noted that the venue was at the Tianxiang Tavern. Time was of the essence, so he and Qingsang set off for the tavern. As they approached, it appeared that Chu Mo had reserved the establishment. From a distance, Xiao Ye spotted the individual who had reminded him about the conference standing at the entrance, welcoming guests. Most of those invited by Chu Mo were students from the academy, predominantly promising newcomers with solid strength or influence. Suddenly, a cold scoff pierced through the air. Xiao Ye instinctively raised his head and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of an enchanting woman clad in a blue robe, adorned with a jade flute at her waist. Her elegantly tied hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her stunning visage radiated an aura of unattainable grace, so striking that even Qiu felt a pang of inferiority. The woman's beauty was unparalleled, yet her frosty gaze was fixed upon Xiao Ye, as though harboring deep-seated hatred. As she brushed past him, Xiao Ye frowned, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place it. Noticing Xiao Ye's puzzled expression, Qiu pouted and coldly remarked, "Big brother Xiao, you haven't forgotten about the person you just flirted with, have you?" Flirted? Xiao Ye was taken aback, then widened his eyes in astonishment. She is that cross-dressing young master Qin Yun. Xiao Ye swallowed hard, finally understanding why she seemed familiar. Seeing Qin Yun enter the Tianxiang tavern, it became evident that Chu Mo had also invited this princess from the Nanyan kingdom. Sighing, Xiao Ye lamented that being pursued by such a beauty was certainly no good fortune. "Young Master Xiao, you have arrived." As Xiao Ye approached the entrance, the attendant hurriedly welcomed him, glancing at Kuya behind him before respectfully stating, "Young Master Xiao, Lord Chu is waiting for you in the private room on the second floor. Please follow me." Xiao Ye nodded and entered the tavern, startled by the lively atmosphere inside. The place was bustling with students attending the Martial Artists Exchange Conference. He had not anticipated such a large turnout. Following the attendant to the private room on the second floor, he noted the serene and elegant ambience, where a few individuals were engaged in quiet conversation. Among the crowd, Xiao Ye quickly spotted Qin Yun, who was glaring at him with barely contained fury. "Haha, brother Xiao, you have finally arrived." Chu Mo greeted him with a hearty laugh, quickly approaching to embrace him warmly. Xiao Ye chuckled lightly, offering a polite response. "I had some matters to attend to and arrived late. At that moment, someone whispered something into Chu Mo's ear. Chu Mo's expression shifted slightly, and he waved the person away before turning back to Xiao Ye and Kuya. "Brother Xiao, please take a seat. I have something to attend to." Xiao Ye nodded, and Chu Mo promptly departed. "Big brother Xiao, that is Senior Lei Ling," Kia indicated to Xiao Ye. Following her gaze, Xiao Ye was surprised to see several familiar faces, including the renowned Lang Chung. To his astonishment, Lei Ling was also present, engaged in a quiet conversation with Lang Chung. "Senior Lei Ling," Xiao Ye exclaimed, walking over with Kuya. He knew that Lei Ling was one of the 3 kings of the academy. Chu Mo's connections were indeed impressive, being able to invite someone like Lei Ling. Xiao Ye. Lei Ling was taken aback as well, rising to his feet and expressing admiration. "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be this formidable." "Huh?" Xiao Ye was bewildered, casting a curious glance at Lang Chen beside Lei Ling, wondering if this fellow had said something to Lei Ling about him. "Humph." The wolf cast a glance at Xiao Ye, snorted coldly, clasped his fists towards Lei Ling, and turned to leave. Lei Ling, unfazed, continued, "Stop pretending. I am well aware of the events occurring in the Abyss of Darkness." "The Abyss of Darkness?" Xiao Yu's brow furrowed. Having returned from that place less than a day ago, he knew that aside from a few deans, no one was privy to what transpired there. How did Lei Ling come to know? Sensing Xiao Ye's confusion, Lei Ling elucidated, "I am a direct disciple of Dean Qingsang from the Beast Academy." "What?" Xiao Ye's eyes widened. Both Lei Ling and Qingsang were at the Martial King level, and he was astonished to learn that Qingsang was Lei Ling's master. Although Xiao Ye had not witnessed Qingsang in action, he understood that his influence was formidable, far beyond what he had anticipated. With this revelation, it was no wonder that Lei Ling was informed about the Abyss of Darkness. Xiao Ye merely smiled. Choosing not to delve further into the matter, he shifted the topic. "Senior Lei Ling, as one of the Academy's 3 kings, what brings you to this Martial Artists Exchange Conference?" Lei Ling glanced around and whispered, "There may be undisclosed motives behind this Chu Mo. My master sent me to investigate." Chapter 167. Chu Mo's ambition. Xiao Ye was taken aback. Did Lei Ling and his companions also know of the impending invasion by the Great Chu Kingdom? However, even if war broke out, the Yuzhou Academy would likely remain uninvolved. Located within the territory of the Nanyan Kingdom, the Academy was independent and would only act if its interests were threatened. Pondering, Xiao Ye looked at Lei Ling and inquired, "I've heard that Chu Mo is the prince of the Great Chu Kingdom. He won't pose a threat to the Academy, will he?" "Let us hope so," Lei Ling replied, casting a sidelong glance at a few seated individuals. He added, "If I am not mistaken, Chu Mo intends to seize this opportunity to establish his own faction." Xiao Ye frowned, realizing he had not considered that angle. "Miss Kuya, we meet again," a lecherous voice interrupted, causing Xiao Ye to frown as he turned to see a scruffy man staring at Kuya with an inappropriate gaze. It was Sunja, the one whom Xiao Ye had reprimanded for his advances toward Kuya in the past. Kuya instinctively retreated behind Xiao Ye, eyeing Sunja warily. "Isn't this young master's son?" Xiao Ye greeted with a faint smile. Itsu. Sunja finally noticed Xiao Ye, instinctively touching his cheek. His expression turning frosty. "That I didn't expect to see you here. I've remembered the grudge from that day." Sun Je cast another greedy glance at Kuya, licking his lips, but recalling Xiao Ye's formidable presence. He gritted his teeth and retreated. He approached a bald man nearby, pointing in Xiao Yu's direction and whispering something. The bald man raised his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Ye. A smirk of contempt playing on his lips, Xiao Ye observed the bald man, noting that he did not appear to be a student of the academy, yet he chose not to engage further. At that moment, the door swung open, and the room fell silent as Chu Mo, wearing a broad smile, entered, followed by an elderly man, the academy's teacher and Chu Mo's servant, Tan Yuan. Chu Mo instructed Tan Yuan to greet everyone before striding toward Xiao Ye. "Senior Lei Ling, Brother Xiao," Chu Mo said warmly, clasping his fists. "It is truly an honor for you both to be here." "Too kind, Chu Xiao," Xiao Ye replied politely, while Lei Ling merely nodded, appearing disinterested in Chu Mo. Unperturbed, Chu Mo continued, "Both of you are formidable talents in the academy. I want to beat around the bush. While this martial artists exchange conference is organized for collaboration, my true aim is to establish a faction that unites the new students and protects them from the older students' bullying." Xiao Yu and Lei Ling exchanged glances, surprised by Chu Mo's ambitious aspirations. Everyone knew that the academy had three major factions: the elite society, the martial arts club, and the enigmatic Green Snake Gang. Smaller factions could only survive by aligning with these three. The emergence of a new faction would undoubtedly attract opposition from the established powers. Noticing that Xiao Yu and Lei Ling remained silent, Chu Mo pressed on. "If both of you were to join, I believe we could create an organization that surpasses the three major factions." "Ha!" Lei Ling chuckled slightly, outright rejecting the proposal. "I fear I must disappoint you. Chu Xiao, I am accustomed to freedom and have no desire to join any faction." "Fear not," Chu Mo replied, undeterred. "Senior Lei Ling, you could simply lend your name. No actual involvement is required." Yet, Lei Ling shook his head again, stating, "I am truly uninterested. Chu Xiao should seek others." "Alas," Chu Mo sighed. "Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out. My door is always open." He then turned to Xiao Ye, smiling. "Brother Xiao, you must support me." In Chu Mo's eyes, Lei Ling's status was paramount, being a martial king expert. Although Xiao Ye exhibited immense potential, his future achievements were uncertain. Xiao Ye had already prepared his response, and likewise declined. "Chu Xiao, like Senior Lei Ling, I do not favor constraints. However, I can offer you some support." With that, Xiao Ye produced a porcelain vial and handed it to Chu Mo. "This is a blood spirit fruit. I believe it will be of great use to you." Blood spirit fruit? Chu Mo's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted the jade vial, opening it to release a rich aura. Undoubtedly the blood spirit fruit. And there were 5 of them. Lei Ling glanced at Xiao Ye, frowning, uncertain of Xiao Ye's intentions. Xiao Ye continued, "I am in need of money. Would Chu Xiao be interested?" Chu Mo swallowed hard. Blood spirit fruits were prized items. 5 of them could easily cultivate 5 experts, and he did not believe Xiao Ye would offer them for free. "What is your asking price, Brother Xiao?" he inquired. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ye stated, 15,000 per piece. Chu Mo frowned. The average price for blood spirit fruits hovered around 13,000 IT 15,000. It was already on the higher side, especially since the fruits only benefited those below the martial king level. However, 15,000 gold coins for a true martial expert was undoubtedly worthwhile. After a brief hesitation, Chu Mo countered, 10,000 gold coins. "I will take all 5. Xiao Ye smiled and shook his head. "Chu Xiao, I assure you, many would desire them at 15,000. I am selling them to help you, and I still possess 25 more. What do you say, 15,000 each for all? 25 more?" Chu Mo finally lost his composure. Gritting his teeth and nodding, "Very well, I will concede. 15,000 gold coins each for all 30. Splendid." Xiao Ye was too weary to argue, and he pulled out 5 more prepared jade vials, knowing that the blood spirit fruits within had already been consumed. "Wait." Chu Mo raised his hand. "Brother Xiao, let us finalize the transaction in the hall." Xiao Ye was taken aback, then realized that Chu Mo intended to showcase his purchase publicly, which would undoubtedly attract many experts to him. Chu Mo stood, surveying the individuals in the room. "Everyone is here. Please follow me downstairs." The group nodded and followed Chu Mo out. Lei Ling lingered behind, catching Xiao Ye's arm, whispering, "Xiao Ye, what are you thinking?" Chu Mo undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. By doing this, aren't you merely aiding him? Xiao Ye smiled slightly, assuring, "Rest easy, Senior Lei Ling. I will not assist Chu Mo in any way." "Then why sell him the blood spirit fruits?" 30 of them could create 30 true martial experts. Xiao Ye shook his head, uncertain of how to explain, and chose silence as they proceeded to the hall on the first floor. Chapter 168. The contest of newcomers. At that moment, the hall had been rearranged, tables set around the periphery, leaving the center open, with nearly every table occupied. As the crowd noticed Chu Mo and his companions descending, they fell silent, eagerly greeting Chu Mo. Chu Mo responded with smiles, seating Xiao Ye and the others at the foremost table before addressing the assembly. Thank you all for attending this martial artists exchange conference. The attendees are all outstanding newcomers, and I trust everyone is eager to spar and exchange insights. Who will be the first? The crowd, inspired by Chu Mo's words, buzzed with anticipation. Being the prince of the great Chu kingdom, impressing him could lead to significant opportunities. I shall go first. A robust man stepped forward, brandishing a large ringed blade, surveying the crowd with a challenging gaze. Who wishes to spar with me? I will. A man wielding a massive iron hammer emerged, excitement on his face as he bellowed and charged at the first man. Both displayed sheer brute force, their combat devoid of any technique, merely a clash of raw strength. Boom, with a thunderous sound. The battle concluded. The man with the ringed blade ultimately fell short, being struck down by his opponent's hammer. One by one, several more participants stepped up, all new students at the 4th or 5th level of the gathering element realm, engaging in simple exchanges without any remarkable displays. That I'll take my turn. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed as a young man unsheathed a long sword and walked into the center. Xiao Ye glanced at the newcomer, frowning slightly. This individual possessed modest strength, only at the 6th level of the gathering element realm, yet radiated an aura of unwavering stability. It's Fong Ran. A voice of astonishment broke the silence. Fong Ran? The rookie champion from last year. I have heard tales of his remarkable swordsmanship, so impressive that even the academy's instructors feel overshadowed. The assembly buzzed with speculation, and Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable individual was indeed the previous year's champion, and no wonder he exuded such formidable presence. Fong Ran stepped into the hall's center, disregarding the murmurs around him. He cast a slow, sweeping gaze across the crowd, ultimately fixing his eyes on Xiao Ye. That I've heard you are this year's rookie king, that I was unfortunately absent from the academy during your contest. Might I have the honor of experiencing your skills firsthand? Xiao Ye found himself at a loss for words. Fong Ran's courtesy left little room for refusal. That he rose and clasped his fists in respect, replying, I would be honored to engage in a friendly exchange of techniques. The crowd erupted in excitement at the prospect of a clash between two rookie champions, a rare spectacle indeed. I cannot speak for Fong Ran, but I have witnessed Xiao Ye's terrifying prowess during his battle with Jiang Pingfei. It was nothing short of astonishing. I doubt Fong Ran stands a chance. Impossible. Fong Ran is last year's champion, and after a year of cultivation, his strength must have surged far beyond Xiao Ye's. Ignoring the ongoing discussions, Xiao Ye gestured for Fong Ran to begin. Fong Ran, undeterred, clenched his fists, summoning a gust of wind as he launched himself toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, maintaining his focus on Fong Ran, refraining from immediate action. The latter's movements embodied a grounded solidity, reminiscent of the earth itself. Fong Ran's fist approached with remarkable speed. Xiao Ye deftly tilted his head aside, evading the strike. No longer observing Fong Ran's technique, he tightened his own fists and launched a direct assault. A resounding crash echoed as Fong Ran was unexpectedly sent reeling backward. Could it be? Fong Ran has been defeated in a single move. Is he truly last year's champion? The disparity in their strengths feels astonishingly vast. Though Fong Ran was thrown off balance, he quickly regained his footing, gazing at Xiao Ye with astonishment. Have you trained on the God Punishment Mountain? How did you know? Xiao Ye was taken aback. He had kept his training a secret. How could Fong Ran possibly be aware? Understanding dawned upon Fong Ran as he nodded knowingly, explaining, there are few methods for honing the body. The gravity of the God Punishment Mountain is one such technique, if I am not mistaken. You have also consumed the copper muscle iron bone pill, correct? Xiao Ye frowned, the earlier calmness dissipating. Fong Ran's insight exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Returning to his previous position, Fong Ran grasped his longsword, directing a gaze toward Xiao Ye. Would you mind if I employed a weapon? Xiao Ye nodded in consent. Fong Ran slowly drew his sword, a resonant hum filling the air, as his aura shifted once more. He emanated an imposing presence, as if the sword and the earth had merged, imparting an infinite vastness to those who beheld it. What kind of technique is this? Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. He had never encountered such a sensation before. The sword vibrated, accompanied by a low hum. As it pointed steadily at Xiao Ye, that a jolt of realization struck Xiao Ye. He felt an uncanny inability to evade the sword's trajectory, as though it had locked onto him. This sensation was reminiscent of a prior encounter in the Abyss of Darkness, where he had faced a formidable foe named Lu Qi, who had unleashed a terrifying technique. The essence of life felt akin to the current situations, albeit without the oppressive force Fang Ran wielded. The sword now hovered before Xiao Ye. He could not afford to underestimate the situation. He invoked his domain, instantly dissipating the pressure. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the sword halted, caught between Xiao Ye's two fingers. What on earth is happening? The spectators stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Domain? Fang Ran raised his head, eyes wide with astonishment, even fear. You have grasped the power of the domain. He instinctively took a step back. Xiao Ye regarded him, neither confirming nor denying, and inquired, "What was that technique you just employed? Why did I feel an inability to evade?" Fang Ran swallowed hard, his gaze filled with envy as he explained. That was the power of the laws, a further enhancement of the domain. Laws? Xiao Ye was perplexed. He had never heard of such power before. Fang Ran nodded, revealing, "This was a reward I obtained during the new student competition. A legacy from an elder at the academy, tied to the earth laws. Unfortunately, I have only grasped its practice, not its essence, and I have yet to comprehend the domain." Academy legacy? Xiao Ye looked at Fang Ran in amazement. Initially, he had not thought much of the rewards. Now, it appeared he had underestimated the Academy's power. He resolved to visit the site of this legacy when time permitted. Suddenly, applause erupted as Chu Mo stepped forward, exclaiming, "You two truly embody the spirit of the Academy's rookie kings, leaving us in your dust." The crowd quickly regained their composure, nodding in agreement. "Flattery," Fang Ran replied, seemingly indifferent to Chu Mo's praise. He politely clasped his fists and returned to his seat. Chu Mo, unfazed, gestured for silence and declared, "As you all have noticed, the majority of those I invited to this martial arts exchange are newcomers, with the intention of fostering camaraderie for future support." He paused before continuing, "I believe many of you share a similar experience. Newcomers here often face bullying if they do not join an organization." The crowd nodded in understanding, their thoughts aligning with Chu Mo's words. "Why not band together as newcomers and establish our own force?" One individual suggested, rising to speak. "Indeed, uniting will prevent us from being bullied by seniors," several others echoed, standing in solidarity. Xiao Ye recognized one of the speakers as one of Chu Mo's subordinates, realizing this was orchestrated. "Humph, the academy should be a place for learning, not a battleground for factions," remarked a woman, whom Xiao Ye recognized as Lu Qing, a maid beside Qin Yan. "Lu Qing, you have already joined the Green Snake Gang. You wouldn't care about the plight of bullied newcomers, considering your gang's history of mistreating them." Someone retorted coldly, "That's nonsense." Lu Qing shot back. "The Green Snake Gang only seeks self-preservation. We have never bullied newcomers. The establishment of this force is solely for our defense." The accuser persisted. "You?" Lu Qing fell silent, while Qin Yun cast her a glance, signaling her to refrain from further argument. "If this is merely about newcomers defending themselves, I am willing to join," another individual announced, with several others following suit, expressing their willingness to join the organization. "We cannot have a headless group. We should elect a leader. Yes, I nominate Xiao Ye as this year's rookie king. He is undoubtedly qualified to lead us." "Agreed. We have witnessed Xiao Ye's prowess. Under his leadership, no one would dare to bully us." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Xiao Ye stood in astonishment. He had no intention of joining any faction. Yet now he found himself thrust into the role of a leader. Chu Mo, equally taken aback, wore a grim expression. His carefully chosen subordinates had been drowned out by the clamor for Xiao Ye. Had he known Xiao Ye would garner such support, he would not have invited him. Chu Mo subtly signaled to a man among the crowd, who immediately grasped the cue and spoke up. "Xiao Ye may be powerful, but lacks the charisma to lead. I believe young Master Chu is better suited for this role." "I agree. Young Master Chu is more deserving of our leadership," another prearranged individual chimed in. "Chu Mo is shrewd but lacks the necessary assertiveness to be a leader," someone quickly countered from the crowd. "If Xiao Ye refuses to lead, I will not join this organization." Agreed, seeing the situation spiraling out of his control. Chu Mo glanced desperately at Xiao Ye. Understanding Chu Mo's unspoken plea, Xiao Ye sighed inwardly, cleared his throat, and the crowd fell silent. "Thank you all for your kind sentiments," Xiao Ye began, scanning the audience with an apologetic expression. "However, I am accustomed to freedom. I do not wish to be bound or take on the role of a leader. Please, consider recommending someone else." Chu Mo, desperate to regain control, shot Xiao Ye frantic glances. But he feigned ignorance. "Xiao Ye, you are this year's rookie king. Who else could lead us but you? I refuse to accept anyone else as our leader. Indeed, your strength is evident to all. Only you can fulfill this role." As the crowd erupted in renewed fervor, Chu Mo's face turned an awkward shade that he stepped forward, trying to regain authority. "Since Xiao Ye prefers not to be constrained, let us not force him. though I may lack strength. I assure you, if elected as your leader, I will strive to secure the best interests for all. Shameless, Kaya, standing behind Xiao Ye, frowned and muttered, "We believe in young Master Chu. It is only right for him to lead us." Several enthusiastic voices rang out from the crowd, understood to be Chu Mo's planted supporters. However, Xiao Ye's refusal somewhat mitigated the resistance to Chu Mo's leadership. At this moment, Qin Yun stepped forward, casting a glance at Chu Mo, and coldly remarked, "I recall that young Master Chu holds the title of Crown Prince of the Great Chu Kingdom. I wonder if the power you've gathered belongs to the Great Chu Kingdom or solely to yourself?" Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the crowd hesitated. Many were aware of Chu Mo's identity as the Crown Prince, and some had even supported him as their leader because of it. However, these individuals hailed from the Chu Kingdom, while the students from Yuzhou Academy were scattered across the entire Yuzhou continent, with many hailing from other nations who undoubtedly had no desire to be entangled in political factions. Chu Mo glanced at Qin Yun, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "The current faction is not my organization. It is merely a voluntary alliance among the newcomers. It is neither affiliated with the Great Chu Kingdom nor with myself. Please rest assured about this." Despite Chu Mo's assurances, his identity remained a point of contention, causing some lingering resistance among the crowd. Recognizing this issue, Chu Mo subtly exchanged glances with Xiao Ye and suggested, "Brother Xiao, are you certain you do not wish to join? Newcomers must unite. If you decide to join, I would gladly relinquish the leadership position to you." The crowd's attention swiftly turned to Xiao Ye. While Qin Yun observed him with the hope that he might assume the role of the new leader, Xiao Ye inwardly cursed Chu Mo's cunning. He was well aware that the latter was fully aware of Xiao Ye's disinterest in such a position. If he were to refuse, it would appear as if he were obstructing the unity of the newcomers. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye also grasped Chu Mo's intentions and gently shook his head, stating, "Though I shall not join any faction, I wholeheartedly support the formation of this alliance. I have 30 blood spirit fruits, priced at 150,000 gold coins each, and I shall sell them all to young Master Chu." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Having entered Yuzhou Academy, they were not naive, and many knew that the blood spirit fruit was a rare alchemical ingredient capable of facilitating breakthroughs. Just one could forge a true martial artist. The revelation that Xiao Ye possessed 30 of them was nothing short of astounding. The onlookers gazed greedily at the porcelain vials before Xiao Ye, their eyes glimmering with desire, yet they refrained from attempting to seize them. Well aware of Xiao Ye's prowess. Chapter 170. The cunning Chu Mo. At this juncture, a subtle smile crept upon Chu Mo's lips as he turned to Xiao Ye and proposed, "Since Brother Xiao supports me, I presume you are willing to assist everyone as well. How about this? I shall offer 100,000 for each fruit. After acquiring these blood spirit fruits, I will generously distribute them to the 30 strongest individuals." What? Free distribution? The crowd erupted with excitement, eager to join and support Chu Mo's leadership. Even Fong Ran, who had remained composed, raised her head in envy toward the porcelain vials before Xiao Ye. However, Xiao Ye's expression soured. He had not anticipated Chu Mo's treachery in reneging on their previously agreed price. Yet, it was understandable. 150 million gold coins was indeed a considerable sum for a crown prince. If Xiao Ye were to refuse now, he might incite the wrath of the crowd. Although only 5 of the blood spirit fruits were genuine, Xiao Ye felt a twinge of discontent at being outmaneuvered by Chu Mo. "I will take all of them at 150,000 gold coins each." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Qin Yun stepped forward, addressing Xiao Ye directly. Xiao Ye looked at Qin Yun in surprise. Quickly realizing that she was not coming to his aid as the princess of the southern Yun kingdom, she naturally did not wish for the blood spirit fruits to fall into Chu Mo's hands. Chu Mo's smile faded, his demeanor growing cold as he questioned, "Qin Yun, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing of consequence." Qin Yun replied indifferently, "I simply desire these blood spirit fruits, as well. Is it not a fair competition? Does young Master Chu lack the funds to purchase them, thus forbidding others from buying?" After speaking, she turned her gaze to Xiao Ye and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Ye hesitated. If the blood spirit fruits were indeed genuine, he would certainly prefer to sell them to Qin Yun, especially after her performance on the arena, which made him feel somewhat indebted. Noticing Xiao Ye's hesitation, Chu Mo glared at Qin Yun and hurriedly interjected, "Brother Xiao, since that is the case, I shall also offer 150,000 gold coins each. We had a prior agreement." Xiao Ye felt a sense of disdain within but was interrupted by Qin Yun. "Xiao Ye, I am willing to offer 200,000 gold coins each. You must sell them to me." The crowd gasped. 200,000 gold coins for a single blood spirit fruit represented the highest price imaginable. Xiao Ye was equally taken aback. With a slight smile, he turned to Chu Mo and stated, "Young Master Chu, integrity in business is paramount. However, as a merchant, I must prioritize profit. Therefore, If you are willing to match that price, I shall sell them to you, thereby aiding everyone. Xiao Ye understood that Chu Mo, with his ambitions toward the southern Yun kingdom, would never allow the blood spirit fruits to be handed over to Qin Yun. Chu Mo gritted his teeth, realizing that had he foreseen this turn of events, he would not have been so greedy for the 150 million gold coins. Now, he was compelled to spend an additional 150 million. Very well. Chu Mo glared fiercely at Xiao Ye and Qin Yun, his voice icy as he declared, I will pay 200,000 gold coins each. Xiao Ye, let us finalize this transaction. Splendid. Xiao Ye smiled faintly. It was evident that Chu Mo was attempting to outsmart him, and it would be absurd if he did not seize this opportunity. Xiao Ye, do you truly wish to oppose me? Qin Yun glared at Xiao Ye, vexed, before turning on her heel and departing. Xiao Ye was at a loss. When had he ever opposed Qin Yun? Brother Xiao, Qiyu approached with a teasing smile. It seems that Qin Yun has taken a liking to you. Impossible. Xiao Ye chuckled bitterly. It was a miracle she did not consider him an enemy. Hee, Qiyu giggled. Brother Xiao, I understand women's hearts far better than you do. Ignoring Kuya, Xiao Ye turned to Chu Mo, stating, Young Master Chu, you will not renege this time, will you? 30 blood spirit fruits total 6 million gold coins. Cash on delivery. You. Chu Mo glared at Xiao Ye, his teeth clenched, yet he dared not lash out. He was acutely aware that if he refused or attempted to negotiate further, the hard-earned reputation he had established among the crowd would dissipate entirely. All of this was due to that woman. Chu Mo redirected his anger toward Qin Yun. Had she not intervened, he could have acquired the blood spirit fruits at a price of 100,000 coins each. Forcing a smile, Chu Mo retrieved 6 million gold coins from his robe and handed them to Xiao Ye. Gritting his teeth as he said, Xiao Ye, I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Certainly, Xiao Ye replied with a slight smile, accepting the gold coins and generously handing over the 6 porcelain vials to Chu Mo. Young Master Chu, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chu Mo nodded. Feeling as though Xiao Ye had played him for a fool, Lei Ling also concocted a casual excuse to follow Xiao Ye as they departed. Chu Mo exchanged a few pleasantries but did not attempt to retain them. With 30 blood spirit fruits now in his possession, his immediate priority was to win the hearts of the people. Xiao Ye, Lei Ling caught up to him, furrowing his brow. Do you not think your actions were somewhat reckless? Regardless of the price, selling 30 blood spirit fruits to Chu Mo is undeniably unwise. Xiao Ye hesitated for a moment. Lei Ling, a master of the martial king realm, was fiercely independent and unlikely to ally with Chu Mo. Considering this, Xiao Ye reassured him, Brother Lei Ling, rest assured. The blood spirit fruits I sold to Chu Mo contain only 5 genuine ones. The others are counterfeit and will be of no benefit to him. Counterfeit? Lei Ling gazed at Xiao Ye in astonishment before cautioning, Xiao Ye, remember that he is the crown prince of the great Chu kingdom. By doing this, you are effectively severing ties with him. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, having anticipated this outcome. He had limited interactions with Chu Mo but was well aware of his character. If he could not be of use to Chu Mo, the latter would likely not spare him. Noticing Xiao Ye's calm demeanor, Lei Ling recalled the latter's strength. If even a martial king-level fiend was not a match for him, it was likely that Chu Mo held no fear. By the way, Lei Ling suddenly recalled something and asked, Xiao Ye, I heard that you tamed a tree ant in the dark abyss. May I take a look? The little tree? Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Recalling how Qingsang had fixated on the little tree during their time in the dark abyss, even displaying a hint of greed. Why was Lei Ling also so interested in the little tree? A sense of unease washed over Xiao Ye, as he suspected both men had ulterior motives. Connecting to the Shumi space, he discovered the 3 companions were frolicking, and he turned to Lei Ling with an apologetic expression. That fellow is currently consuming a blood spirit fruit and is in the midst of cultivating. It would be inappropriate to disturb him. I see, Lei Ling replied, somewhat disappointed. Once the Tran has finished cultivating, I would appreciate the opportunity to see it. I find it quite intriguing. Xiao Ye nodded, while Kuya's curiosity piqued. Brother Lei Ling, you are also a disciple of the Beast Institute. Why have I yet to see your battle pet? Xiao Ye turned to Lei Ling, equally curious. Battle pets were an integral part of a martial artist's strength, particularly for disciples of the Beast Institute, who held their battle pets in high regard. Chapter 171. The New Moon Pavilion. A flicker of sadness crossed Lei Ling's eyes as he slightly turned away and said, Actually, I once had a battle pet. No, it was my closest companion. Alas, it is a long story. Shaking his head, Lei Ling clasped his fists in farewell, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiao Ye and Kuya exchanged glances, sensing that Lei Ling harbored some secrets. Let us return as well. With the 6 million gold coins earned from this transaction, coupled with the 2 million he already possessed, Xiao Ye now had a total of 8 million gold coins. more than sufficient to secure the Elven Spring. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, having successfully acquired 30 blood spirit fruits from Xiao Ye, managed to recruit a cadre of formidable individuals and swiftly established a new faction. The New Moon Pavilion. Is the master of the New Moon Pavilion. Until dusk, the crowd gradually dispersed. Although spent 6 million gold coins this time, he felt elated, with the 30 blood spirit fruits in his possession. He attracted a large number of followers, including some formidable experts. Even the previous newcomer king, Feng Ran, joined the New Moon Pavilion. Slightly intoxicated, wore a smile as he indulged in solitary drinks within his chamber. Suddenly, the door was thrust open roughly, and Tan Yulin, pale and anxious, rushed in, nearly losing his balance. Frowned and glared at Tan Yulin, coldly inquiring, "What's the matter with you? So flustered?" "Young master, the blood spirit fruits. They are fake." Tan Yulin stammered, swallowing hard. "What?" exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet and grabbing Tan Yulin by the collar. His inebriation vanished. "Didn't you check them?" "What do you mean?" Tan Yulin trembled as he explained. "Only 5 of the blood spirit fruits are real. The rest have been absorbed." "Damn it!" roared, flinging Tan Yulin away. With a crash, Tan Yulin smashed through 2 tables and collided with the wall, halting only after spewing blood. Kneeling on the ground, too terrified to voice any discontent. "Xiao Ye, you bastard! How could I have trusted you so blindly?" Seethed, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. The prince of a kingdom. It was utterly unforgivable that someone dared to deceive him. Tan Yulin, trembling, cast a glance at and quickly lowered his head, suggesting, "Young master, should we send someone to kill Xiao Ye and reclaim the 6 million gold coins?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, regained his composure and shook his head, coldly replying, "No, this Xiao Ye is not an ordinary person. It's impossible to eliminate him quietly. If this matter escalates, everyone will know the blood spirit fruits in my possession are fake. And the few experts I've painstakingly recruited will surely leave." "You mean we just let it go?" Tan Yulin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Of course not." His expression darkened, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "The priority now is to establish a stronghold. Let the Xiao Ye roam free for a few more days." Turned to Tan Yulin and inquired, "What's the situation with the 4 major families?" Tan Yulin promptly responded, "Currently, the Sun family fully supports us. They are now our people. The Wang family's stance is ambiguous, while the Wu and Lang families refuse to agree to our terms." "Useless!" exclaimed in anger. "The Wu and Lang families hold the greatest power. We must secure their support. Otherwise, my plans cannot unfold." Tan Yulin lowered his head, trembling. "Young master, the Wu and Lang families hold significant positions within the academy. If this escalates, it could be detrimental to us. Forget about the Wu family. What about the Lang family?" Frowned. "Lang Cheng's master, Zhang Xiaofeng, has already been harmed by Xiao Ye. The Lang family must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Ye. No matter what it takes, bring the Lang family over to me." "Understood." Tan Yulin nodded respectfully. Also, paused before continuing, "Our plans targeting the elite society are nearly ready. The old dean will surely not allow such a force to exist among the faculty. As soon as he makes a move, we will act immediately to swallow the elite society." "Yes," Tan Yulin answered, then cautiously added, "Young master, there's one more thing. I've just received news that in 2 days, Tianyu Auction House will hold an auction, and among the items is said to be the Spirit Spring." "Spirit Spring?" was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Spirit Spring is a heavenly treasure. How could it appear here for auction?" "That's something I don't know." Tan Yulin shook his head, looking at and asking, "Young master, should we bid for the Spirit Spring?" Bang! Slammed the table in anger, declaring, "I spent 6 million gold coins on the blood spirit fruits. Where will I find the money to bid for the Spirit Spring?" Now, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Ye. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When Xiao Ye sold him the blood spirit fruits, he mentioned being short on funds. Was he also planning to bid for the Spirit Spring? With this thought, turned to Tan Yulin and commanded, "Keep an eye on Xiao Ye. If he intends to bid for the Spirit Spring, create some trouble for him." "Understood." Tan Yulin nodded. "All right, you may leave now." Rubbed his forehead, feeling fatigued. "Yes." Tan Yulin respectfully turned to depart. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, had quickly discovered the blood spirit fruits were fake, returning to his dormitory. He was preparing for the auction 2 days hence. At this moment, the U Province Academy appeared calm on the surface, yet a storm brewed within. The first action of the old dean upon his return was to eliminate the elite society's influence. While he did not interfere with student organizations, he would not permit faculty members to join any faction that could disrupt their unity. The elite society had evidently crossed the dean's bottom line. In the past 2 days, a significant event shook the entire academy. The president of the elite society, Songjie, was expelled, leading to the subsequent departure of several high-ranking members, causing the elite society to disband in an instant. The AI Society and Qingsang eyed the elite society's power but, wary of potential repercussions from the academy, opted for self-preservation. Meanwhile, a newly emerging force, disregarding the prevailing winds, aggressively absorbed the elite society's influence and grew stronger, replacing the elite society to establish a tripartite balance of power alongside the AI Society and Qingsang. This burgeoning force was none other than the New Moon Pavilion. All high-ranking members of the elite society, save for the president, had joined the New Moon Pavilion. Yang Quan, while sorting through recent information, glanced at Xiao Ye and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, why didn't you join the New Moon Pavilion back then? Otherwise, you would definitely have been the master of the New Moon Pavilion." Chapter 172. Tianyu Auction House. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, dismissing the notion, although the Academy hasn't prohibited the existence of such factions. If this continues, they will certainly take action. The AI Society originated from the cultivation sect Tianluomen. The Academy could not be unaware, especially since experts from Tianluomen had already arrived with ill intentions toward the Academy. Thus, the next step for the Academy would undoubtedly be to eliminate the AI Society. At that point, the Qingsang and New Moon Pavilion would likely share a similar fate. Xiao Ye glanced at Liang Quan and the others, saying, "All right, it's almost time. Let us head to the auction house." Xiao Ye clenched his fists, excitement surging within him. And no matter what, he must secure the spirit spring. With the spirit spring water, Xiao Ye would awaken. The items at Tianyu Auction House included not only the precious spirit spring, but also many rare treasures, creating a sensation throughout Yu Province City. Almost all the prominent officials and nobility of the city were present. Soon, a massive domed structure appeared before Xiao Ye and his companions, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Is this Tianyu Auction House? Zhou Wen exclaimed. It's even more expansive than the city lord's mansion. Who exactly is behind Tianyu Auction House? Xiao Ye, too, was curious. Tianyu Auction House had a presence throughout Yu Province, its wealth rivaling that of a kingdom. The force behind it must be formidable. A steady stream of pedestrians flowed in and out before the auction house, where 2 rows of guards stood solemnly, resembling statues, vigilantly watching the comers and goers. "Stop!" A sharp voice rang out as 2 young men were blocked by a cold guard at the entrance. The guard coldly declared, "No invitation, entry prohibited. Brother, can you make an exception?" One of the men pulled out 2 gold coins from his pocket and discreetly offered them to the guard. Slap! The guard disdainfully swatted the coins from the man's hand, retorting, "Do you think this is some commonplace? Get lost." With a furious shout, an overwhelming aura erupted, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent. The guard was actually a master of the true martial realm. The 2 men were immediately frightened, their faces paling as they took a step back. The other protested, "Isn't this an auction house? We have money. Why can't we enter?" "Humph." The guard sneered coldly, pointing at the sign above. "Look carefully. This is Tianyu Auction House, and it's not just about having money to get in. If you don't leave, I'll have to take action." As the guard spoke, he brandished his weapon, directly forcing the 2 men back. "Boss, it's them." Liang Quan recognized the 2 men, frowning and gritting his teeth. Zhou Wen sneered coldly. "I didn't expect these 2 to still be in Yu Province City." His expression soured as well. The 2 individuals blocked by the guard were none other than Du Cheng and Zhang Hong, who had entered the Yu Province Academy alongside them. Remembering how these 2 had poisoned them previously, almost preventing their participation in the newcomer competition, they felt a lingering resentment despite Xiao Ye's intervention that led to their expulsion. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong also noticed Xiao Ye and company, their fists clenched, eyes burning with fury as they glared at them. "Let us go." Xiao Ye cast a glance at the 2. Indifferent, disinterested in engaging with them. He presented the invitation to the guard and smoothly entered the auction house. "Damn it, Xiao Ye, one day I will make you pay." The 2 glared at Xiao Yu's retreating figure, their teeth grinding audibly. "Heh, you want revenge?" Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in their ears. "Who?" Du Cheng and Zhang Hong jumped, exclaiming in surprise as they turned to find a thin man with a mustache appearing behind them, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Who are you?" Du Cheng instinctively tightened his grip on the long spear behind him, his gaze fixed warily on the man with the handlebar mustache. The man did not respond immediately, instead surveying the 2 with a slow, deliberate gaze. "Indeed, you 2 are promising talents," he remarked, "but having been expelled from the Yuzhou Academy, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to navigate life in Yuzhou City with your cultivation at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm." As he spoke, he shook his head in apparent regret. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong exchanged startled glances, astonished that this man was aware of their identities, clearly having conducted some investigation into them. Zhang Hong, displeased, retorted coldly, "That is none of your concern." With that, both turned on their heels to leave. The man with the mustache merely smiled, making no attempt to stop them. "I can elevate your cultivation to the true martial realm in a short span," he continued. Du Cheng and Zhang Hong paused, turning their heads to regard the mustachioed man with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Is that truly possible? They inquired. Of course, the man replied, his tone shifting. However, there is a price to pay. I will assist you in enhancing your cultivation, but you must pledge your lives to me. What do you mean? Du Qing frowned, unwilling to trade his life for the advancement to the true martial realm. Believing that, with his talent, he would inevitably reach that level in due time. Heh. The man continued, you would be serving me, but I would not infringe upon your freedom. Given your potential, you may never have the chance to seek revenge in your next life. Follow me, and not only the true martial realm, but even the martial king realm will be within your grasp. So, what do you say? Will you consider it? Du Qing and Zhang Hong exchanged glances. Their displeasure evident, yet they acknowledged the truth in the man's words. Zhang Hong, recalling the treachery of Xiao Ye that led to their expulsion from the academy, clenched his teeth and declared, if you can help me kill Xiao Ye, I would not mind pledging my life to you. Du Qing hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Heh, a wise choice. Follow me. The man with the mustache led them away. At that moment, Xiao Ye and his companions had already entered the auction house. The vast venue, capable of accommodating 1,000 people, was already filled to capacity. Esteemed guests, you have a VIP seating area on the second floor. Please follow me. A woman smiled as she guided Xiao Ye and his companions to a private room on the second floor. Thank you, Xiao Ye said, stepping inside. Manager Sun was already present and quickly rose to greet him. Elder Xiao, you have arrived. Please, come in. Xiao Ye nodded, noticing two others in the room, an elderly man sipping tea by the window and a young attendant. The old man turned his gaze toward Xiao Ye and, after assessing him, frowned. You are the guest elder, Xiao Ye. Manager Sun quickly interjected, Elder Xiao, this is Su Kuan, the head of the Qing Merchant Association in Yuzhou City. Xiao Ye sensed a hint of hostility in Su Kuan's tone but politely nodded in acknowledgement. As Su Kuan turned his attention back to his tea, and Xiao Yu, indifferent, took a seat with Liang Quan and the others. They were positioned on the second floor, directly facing the auction stage, providing them with a clear view of the proceedings. Chapter 173, Spring Stream Painting with a series of ringing gongs. The bustling venue fell silent as a portly middle-aged man with a smile approached the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he exclaimed, surveying the crowd. It appears we have many new faces today. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ah Fu, the auctioneer for this event. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in murmurs, urging for the auction to commence promptly. Haha. Ah Fu responded with a smile, undeterred. It seems everyone is eager. I shall not dilly-dally any longer. Let the auction begin. With a clap of his hands, a person wheeled in a cart draped in red cloth. With a flourish, Ah Fu unveiled the item, revealing an ancient long sword. Its blade glimmered with a bronze hue, adorned with archaic patterns. Upon seeing it, Xiao Ye felt an immediate sense of its storied past. What a fine blade, Xiao Ye mused to himself. Although he appreciated the weapon, he did not harbor a strong desire for it. Ah Fu noted the crowd's reaction and began to elaborate. This sword was discovered by a brave adventurer within an ancient ruin. Having survived a harrowing battle and the ravages of time, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it bears a minor flaw, a slight crack on the blade, which may hinder its full potential. Xiao Ye blinked in surprise. Taken aback that an auctioneer would openly disclose the imperfections of an item, this Tianyu auction house is remarkably forthright, he thought. Observing Xiao Ye's confusion, Manager Sun explained, Elder Xiao, this is the hallmark of Tianyu auction house. Fair and honest transactions. Devoid of deception, Xiao Ye nodded, understanding now how Tianyu auction house had achieved its impressive stature. The audience, accustomed to this transparency, listened as Ah Fu continued. Due to this minor flaw, the starting bid is set at 50,000. Each subsequent bid must be at least 10,000 higher. I bid 60,000, shouted someone from the crowd. 70,000, 90,000. The bidding escalated. But due to the sword's flaw, participants were cautious. Ultimately, it sold for 170,000. Following this, a medicinal herb was purchased by an alchemist. Xiao Ye witnessed the astonishing range of items being auctioned at Tianyu auction house, from weapons and ores to antiquities and rare treasures. Among them was a piece of, or that caught Xiao Ye's interest, rumored to be meteorite iron from beyond the heavens, which ultimately fetched 300,000 from a buyer in a second-floor suite. After another item was auctioned off, Ah Fu wiped the sweat from his brow and took a moment to catch his breath. Next, we have an artifact, allowing me a brief respite. Ah Fu, what do you mean by that? Do you find us martial artists to be uncouth and hard to entertain? Ah Fu waved his hands with a smile. That is not my intention. It is merely how you interpreted it. Ha ha. Do not assume that those who appreciate artifacts are refined. They may be even more boorish than us. Xiao Ye glanced at Su Kuan, noticing the elderly man was quite taken with artifacts, stretching his neck with eager anticipation whenever one was mentioned. At that moment, staff members wheeled in a cart once more, prompting the crowd to quiet down. This time, the item was a painting. Ah Fu unfurled it. hanging it prominently on stage. Su Kuan's eyes lit up as he focused intently on the painting, which depicted a scene of spring's revival, titled Spring Stream. Afu announced, as you may know, 2 centuries ago. A master of painting and calligraphy, Lu Wenbai, emerged on the continent, renowned for his landscapes, with each piece fetching an exorbitant price. Unfortunately, a rogue named Xiao Ye later emerged, mimicking the master's work, making it difficult to discern authenticity. This spring stream painting has been assessed by several art connoisseurs, yet we cannot determine whether it is the work of the esteemed Lu Wenbai or the counterfeit by Xiao Ye. Initially, we did not plan to auction it. But due to the seller's request, we are offering it at a low starting price of 100,000, with increments of 10,000. The audience exchanged glances, showing no inclination to bid, given the uncertainty surrounding its authenticity. It was likely a mere imitation by Xiao Ye, lacking any true collectible value. After a moment of contemplation, Su Kuan raised his bidding paddle. I bid 110,000. Another bidder hesitated before joining the fray. But ultimately, Su Kuan secured the painting for 200,000 gold coins. Soon, the spring stream was delivered to the private room, completing the transaction. Su Kuan's hands trembled with excitement as he carefully unfurled the scroll. Producing a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize every detail, alas, he suddenly sighed, dejectedly discarding the glass and slumping back into his chair. The painting bore a striking resemblance to Lu Wenbai's work. Yet faint signs of imitation were discernible in the details. Xiao Ye, intrigued, leaned closer to examine the spring stream and instinctively activated his system's appraisal function. Furrowing his brow, he then spoke, "Congratulations, President Su, on acquiring such a masterpiece." Su Kuan snorted derisively, fixing a disdainful gaze on Xiao Ye. "You claim to understand paintings?" Xiao Ye smiled faintly. "I do not claim to be knowledgeable, but I can discern the painting for what it is." Su Kuan frowned, dismissing Xiao Ye as a mere attention-seeking youth. "Then pray tell, is this painting the work of Lu Wenbai himself?" "Yes, and no," Xiao Ye replied, fixating on the artwork. Su Kuan scoffed, convinced that Xiao Ye had gleaned nothing of worth, and turned his attention back to the ongoing auction, hoping to encounter more genuine works by Lu Wenbai. Manager's son, sensing Su Kuan's silence, glanced at Xiao Ye with curiosity. "Elder Xiao, why do you say that?" "Quite simple," Xiao Ye replied with a subtle smile, lifting the teapot and pouring it over the spring stream painting. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Sun Kuan erupted in anger. Although the painting was a counterfeit and of little monetary worth, he had still paid 200,000 gold coins for it. Having it destroyed so casually was infuriating. Xiao Ye smiled mildly, unveiling the true nature of this painting. Su Kuan was about to protest when he was interrupted by a gasp of astonishment from a nearby onlooker. "Look! The painting has transformed." Everyone turned their attention to the scroll, witnessing the tea wash away the ink, revealing an entirely different image. "What is this?" Su Kuan leaped to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the unveiled artwork. Where the spring stream scene once was, it was now replaced by a desolate landscape, a bleak expanse where all life had withered. A solitary figure wandered aimlessly along a narrow mountain path, evoking a profound sense of despair and loneliness. Unbeknownst to them, the emotions conveyed in this painting began to resonate deeply within the hearts of the onlookers. This is Su Kuan swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. Master Lu's final masterpiece. The Endless Autumn Wind. Chapter 174. The Exorbitant Spirit Spring. "What?" exclaimed Manager's son, who was nearby. "President, wasn't it said that the Endless Autumn Wind was destroyed by Master Lu? How could it possibly be here? I am unsure." Su Kuan furrowed his brow and shook his head. He then turned to Xiao Ye, awkwardly clearing his throat and inquiring, "Elder Xiao, how did you recognize this painting?" Xiao Ye was at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I merely sensed that this painting conceals something significant. I did not know it was the Endless Autumn Wind." Xiao Ye was, of course, fabricating a story, under the system's appraisal function. The painting was laid bare, devoid of any secrets. Su Kuan swallowed again, no longer daring to underestimate Xiao Ye. Gazing at the scroll in his hands, he muttered, "This is Master Lu's final work, an invaluable treasure worth its weight in gold." Su Kuan could not help but glance at Xiao Ye, hesitatingly saying, "Elder Xiao, this painting." Xiao Ye understood Su Kuan's intent, shaking his head to interrupt, "President Su, I have no interest in paintings, and this treasure you acquired rightfully belongs to you." However, Xiao Ye paused before adding, "I am quite curious about the relationship between Xiao Ye and Lu Wenbai. Why are their paintings being concealed from one another?" Su Kuan was taken aback. While the world criticized Xiao Ye for plagiarizing Lu Wenbai's works, he had never contemplated the connection between the two. Suddenly, Xiao Ye pondered aloud. Could it be that beneath every piece by Xiao Ye lies the true works of Lu Wenbai? Is that so? Su Kuan glanced at the painting before him, feeling it was quite plausible. He spoke up, "Elder Xiao, I possess 2 more pieces by Xiao Ye at my estate. Perhaps after the auction concludes, we can authenticate them together." Xiao Ye shook his head, saying, "No, thank you. I am merely curious. I hold no interest in paintings. With this, Xiao Ye's refusal left Su Kuan no grounds to insist, after unexpectedly acquiring the endless autumn wind. Su Kuan felt no inclination for the remaining auction items and yearned to return home to verify the 2 paintings he owned. Look, what is being auctioned this time? A child. Liang Quan pointed at the auction stage in shock. Indeed, on stage stood a dark-skinned child, confined within a cage, his hands and feet shackled in iron chains. The child appeared no older than 7 or 8, yet showed no fear. Instead, he glared fiercely, revealing 2 sharp teeth as the auction price soared to 1 million gold coins. A slave? Xiao Ye thought, frowning as he asked, isn't the slave trade illegal in the kingdom of Nanyun? They are primitive people living deep within the ancient spirit mountains, Su Kuan explained. Primitive people? Xiao Ye and the others stared in astonishment at the boy in the cage. He was indeed unclothed, exuding an aura of rawness. However, you felt a pang of compassion, saying, why are they bidding on primitive people? Isn't that a bit cruel? Su Kuan and manager's son had grown accustomed to such matters. Shaking their heads, as Su Kuan elaborated, though these primitive people are backward, they possess unique cultivation abilities, becoming true martial realm experts upon reaching adulthood. As they age, some even break through to the martial king realm. Moreover, they can contract with humans, which is why they are treated as magical beasts. Thus, trading primitive people here is not illegal, becoming a true martial realm expert at adulthood, and they can sign contracts. Liang Quan gulped, realizing why the crowd was so frenzied. Acquiring a loyal subordinate of the true martial realm, or even martial king realm, was worth the exorbitant price of 1 million gold coins. Ultimately, the primitive child was sold for an astonishing 2.5 million to an individual in a private box on the 2nd floor, seemingly from the Sun family, one of the 4 great families of Yuzhou City. The auction continued, and Xiao Ye watched in astonishment as the next item was revealed, a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl represents the essence of energy from a dragon. With this pearl, there would be no need for the dragon transformation pill. Even Little Black could successfully break through his seal. Xiao Ye realized that the space of Shumi was connected to the outside world, meaning Little Black must have sensed the dragon pearl on stage, but had not asked Xiao Ye for it. Little Black, Xiao Ye communicated, would this dragon pearl be of assistance to you? Little Black, basking in the sun, slightly lifted his head upon hearing Xiao Ye's words and replied, kid, just let it be. Save your money to rescue that girl. The seal on me is of no great urgency. Thank you. Xiao Ye felt a surge of gratitude. Little Black wagged his tail and resumed his sunbathing, noticing the longing in Xiao Ye's eyes. Su Kuan spoke up. What is this? Elder Xiao is interested in the dragon pearl. After Xiao Ye unveiled the true nature of the Spring Creek painting, Su Kuan's attitude towards him had undergone a complete transformation. Xiao Ye bitterly smiled and nodded in resignation, saying, indeed, but all my funds are reserved for bidding on the Spirit Spring, and I fear I may exceed my budget. Not to worry. Su Kuan patted his chest and produced a thick stack of gold notes from his pocket, saying, here are 5 million gold coins. Consider it a loan for you, young brother. Really? Xiao Ye's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the notes, not bothering to be polite at that moment. The bidding for the dragon pearl had reached 3 million. And Xiao Ye joined in, resolving to stay within a 5 million limit. As the price climbed to 3 million, only 2 competitors remained against Xiao Ye. Ultimately, he secured the dragon pearl for an astronomical 4.6 million, a price he deemed worthwhile. Once Little Black refined it and broke the seal, he would gain a formidable ally. Soon, the dragon pearl was delivered, and without hesitation, Xiao Ye tossed it to Little Black. Little Black accepted it without ceremony, immediately beginning the refining process. The auction progressed to the final item, the piece d'argent of the event, a delicate jade vial placed at the center of the auction stage. Xiao Ye fixed his gaze on the vial, unable to suppress his quickening breath. Afu picked up the vial and announced, as you all know, this is the grand finale of our auction, the Spirit Spring. Starting bid at 1 million gold coins, with each increment no less than 100,000, 150,000. A voice chimed in immediately. 0.2 million. The bidding rapidly escalated to 3 million, but the pace of increases began to slow. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, raised his paddle, and declared, 5 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Did I hear that correctly? It jumped straight from 3.5 million to 5 million. Alas, it seems I have no chance now. Silence. Afu commanded the crowd, glancing at the private box on the 2nd floor in astonishment. The Spirit Spring had reached 5 million, an unprecedented figure. 10 million. Just as Afu was about to finalize the auction, a faint voice echoed from the entrance point. 10 million. Even Afu on stage lost his composure, lifting his gaze in surprise toward the source of the voice. Xiao Ye also looked up in astonishment. At the entrance stood a man clad in white, handsome in appearance, With a faint smile gracing his face point, two middle-aged men flanked him, each carrying a long sword and standing calmly behind him. Xiao Ye confirmed that these individuals had just arrived. 10 million. Are they mad? How can a spirit spring be valued so highly? Could this person be here to cause trouble? Preposterous. What kind of fool would dare disrupt the Qianyu auction house? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and only then did After regain his composure. He exchanged a glance with a man in the back wearing a headscarf. The man nodded, weaving through the crowd to approach the white-clad figure. Upon reaching the man, he scrutinized him closely, frowning as he said, "May I see your invitation?" "None," replied the white-clad man without hesitation. "No invitation?" The headscarf man frowned, now certain that this pretty boy was causing trouble. Suppressing his impulse to eject the man, he continued, "Then allow me to confirm you possess 10 million gold coins." The white-clad man smirked slightly, his gaze dismissive, as he produced a thick stack of gold notes, tossing them into the headscarf man's hands. The headscarf man received the notes, feeling their weight, and unable to suppress his greedy gulp as he meticulously counted. Not a single coin less. Exactly 10 million gold coins. Confirming the authenticity, he swallowed hard again and handed the notes back, apologizing. "My apologies for the disturbance." He then signaled to Afu on stage with an all-clear gesture. Afu resumed. "The bidding for the spirit spring is at 10 million gold coins. Is there any higher bid?" The venue fell silent. To them, 5 million was already exorbitant, let alone 10 million. Afu instinctively glanced toward the window where Xiao Ye at that moment. Xiao Ye clenched his fists, his face darkening. He had never dreamed the spirit spring would reach 10 million gold coins. Adding up all his gold, he barely had 8 million. Far from enough. Damn it. I must acquire the spirit spring. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and turned to Su Kuan, asking, "President Su, could I borrow another 3 million? Well, Su Kuan hesitated. "I only have 5 million on me. If I lend it all to you, even if I go to retrieve more, it might not be in time." Manager Sun glanced at Xiao Ye and said, "I have a bit. Just 1 million. 1 million is sufficient." Xiao Ye's eyes brightened as he suddenly thought of the system's exchange system. He currently possessed 5 million experience points, each point convertible into 1 gold coin, amounting to 5 million gold coins. "System, I wish to exchange for 2 million gold coins." Xiao Ye communicated with the system in his mind, aware that while he could exchange for the entire 5 million, experience points were far more challenging to acquire, thus he refrained from redeeming the full amount at once. "Are you certain?" The system's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. "The spirit spring in the marketplace is only 10 million experience points, equivalent to 10 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to spend over 10 million gold coins to purchase the spirit spring?" Xiao Ye abruptly realized that, indeed, the spirit spring offered in the system marketplace was merely 10 million gold coins. With this in mind, he decided it was acceptable to concede to the others. He returned to his seat, opting out of further bidding. Bang! At that moment, a fu struck the wooden hammer, and the spirit spring was ultimately sold for 10 million. Xiao Ye let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Boss," Liang Quan approached, whispering, "I think those 3 individuals are rather mediocre. We should seize it." Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a glare, internally exasperated. Anyone capable of casually producing 10 million gold coins, even if their strength seemed average, likely possessed a formidable backing that they could not afford to provoke. As the transaction for the spirit spring concluded, the auction came to a smooth end, and the crowd began to disperse. Su Kuan stood, inviting Xiao Ye once more. "Elder Xiao, are you certain you won't come to my residence for a visit?" "No." Xiao Ye shook his head, having not secured the spirit spring. He lacked the inclination. He retrieved 5 million gold coins from his pocket and returned them to Su Kuan, realizing he would have to find a way to redeem them from the system marketplace. Even spending 10 million experience points would be worthwhile. Just as Su Kuan and Manager Sun departed, a series of knocks echoed at the door, and a service staff member dressed in auction house attire entered. Xiao Ye assumed they had come to usher him out and spoke up. "We are leaving shortly." "Not at all." The staff member blinked in surprise, quickly recovering with a slight smile. "May I inquire if it was you who bid on the spirit spring?" Xiao Ye regarded the individual with curiosity. "Is there something you need? Our president requests your presence. Please follow me." The staff member gestured invitingly, leading Xiao Ye and the others to the 3rd floor of the auction house. "President?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, having no acquaintance with the president of Tianyu auction house. What invitation could he extend? Though puzzled, he followed the individual upstairs. The 3rd floor housed a single room, modest in size yet brimming with gold and silver antiquities, the overwhelming scent of copper making one uneasy. In the center stood a portly middle-aged man, indulging in a pig's leg, his greasy fingers adorned with rings. A Fu, the auctioneer, stood behind him, visibly displeased. As the staff member introduced, this rotund man was none other than Tianyu auction house's head, Tian Rome. "President Tian, we have brought the person you requested," the staff member announced before turning to close the door behind him. "Ugh," Tian Rome belched, setting down the pig's leg and wiping his hands with a nearby towel. He awkwardly shifted in his seat, gazing at Xiao Ye and the others. Who among you sought the spirit spring? Xiao Ye furrowed his brows and replied, that would be me. Is there a problem? Hee. Tian Rong smirked, retrieving a petite jade bottle from his ample bosom and placing it on the table. I happen to have another bottle of spirit spring. Available for 5 million gold coins. Would you like to purchase it? What? Xiao Ye's gaze sharpened at the jade bottle, excitement stirring as he clenched his fists. Having returned 5 million gold coins to Su Kuan, he still had 3 million left. If he exchanged for 2 million more from the system, it would suffice. Excellent, Xiao Ye affirmed eagerly. A Fu, standing beside Tian Rong, furrowed his brows, eyeing Xiao Ye with hesitation. Chapter 176. The despicable Tian Rong. Haha. Straightforward. Tian Rong's laughter caused his excess flesh to quiver as he handed the jade bottle to a Fu, commanding, complete the transaction. A Fu glanced at Tian Rong, gritting his teeth before taking the bottle and approaching Xiao Ye. Just as Xiao Ye was about to exchange for the 2 million gold coins, a Fu coldly remarked, Kid, do you truly believe 5 million gold coins for this spirit spring is worth it? Huh? Xiao Ye was taken aback, regarding a Fu with confusion. Master, this does not seem to be the spirit spring. The voice of the little tree resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. Legends say the spirit spring is not only teeming with vitality but also possesses a mysterious power to awaken the soul. This jade bottle feels quite ordinary. It is definitely not the spirit spring. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed in concern, halting his transaction with the system. The little tree would not deceive him. How could the esteemed Tianyu auction house dare to auction counterfeit goods? If word of this spread, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With this thought, Xiao Ye turned to Tian Rong, declaring, I need to inspect the spirit spring first. Tian Rong waved his hand nonchalantly. Although the jade bottle did not contain the spirit spring, it was crafted by spirits, and humans could not discern its authenticity. Xiao Ye accepted the bottle from a Fu, and indeed, as the little tree had stated, while it radiated vitality, it lacked the power to awaken the soul. Humph. Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully, tossing the jade bottle back to a Fu, stating coldly, I never expected the illustrious Tianyu auction house would stoop to selling fakes. Huh. The corpulent Tian Rong suddenly sat upright, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, not directed at Xiao Ye, but aimed at a Fu. Bang! A resounding crash ensued as a Fu, caught off guard, was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. The jade bottle shattering into pieces. A Fu, how dare you betray me? Tian Rong bellowed, the dining table before him splintering as he brandished a wolf fang club, aiming it viciously at the fallen Fu. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Ye positioned himself in front of a Fu, reaching out to intercept the descending club. Clang! A surge of immense force coursed through Xiao Ye, causing his arm to tingle as he staggered back 3 steps to regain his balance. Xiao Ye stared in astonishment at the corpulent Tian Rong, astonished by his formidable strength. Humph! Xiao Ye lightly shook his tingling arm, dismissively stating, do you believe no one recognizes the spirit spring? The spirit spring possesses the power to awaken the soul. Do you think you can deceive me with just any bottle of water containing vitality? No wonder you auctioned off the Spring Creek painting, which even Su Kuan could identify as a copy. I find it hard to believe that such a multitude of appraisers in your auction house could not discern the truth, nor could they recognize it as the autumn wind painting. Or else it would never have been presented for auction. Recalling a Fu's words during the auction, it was clear they did not wish for others to bid. Yet, despite his obsession with paintings, Su Kuan could not restrain himself from participating. Hee, kid, your perception is quite sharp. It seems I underestimated you. Tian Rong, unflustered by being exposed, regarded Xiao Ye with an air of indifference. Despicable pig. I never imagined you to be so shameless. Someone like you is fit to be the president of Tianyu Auction House. Liang Quan spat derisively. Tian Rong cast a cold glance at Liang Quan, sneering, you would do well to comply with the transaction. Otherwise, you may never leave. With that, an aura of terror erupted from Tian Rong, revealing him to be a master at the true martial realm. You are robbing us, Zhouwen stammered, swallowing hard. Humph. Xiao Ye stepped forward, disdainfully gazing at Tian Rong, stating coldly, that depends on whether you possess the capability. Arrogant. Tian Rong roared, twisting his corpulent form as he raised the wolf fang club high, preparing to smash it down upon Xiao Ye. Indestructible. Xiao Ye, not daring to underestimate the situation, shouted loudly, his exposed skin gleaming with a metallic sheen as he crossed his arms above his head to shield against Tian Rong's assault. Clang. A wave of terrifying force struck, causing Xiao Ye to sink slightly as the ground beneath him shattered, sending him crashing down to the second floor. Boss, how infuriating, Liang Quan exclaimed, rushing towards Tian Rong. Get back. Xiao Ye was startled. He knew Tian Rong's attacks were incredibly formidable and not something Liang Quan could withstand. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Liang Quan was hurled backward at an incredible speed. Liang Quan. Xiao Ye gasped, relieved to find Liang Quan was only knocked back and not in mortal danger. Die! Tianrong roared, swinging the Wolf Fang club as he leaped from the third floor, aiming directly at Xiao Ye. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Ye, a massive black dragon apparition manifesting behind him. Its fierce head and crimson eyes glaring down at Tianrong. What kind of monster is this? Tianrong trembled at the sight of the colossal dragon shadow looming behind Xiao Ye. Devil's palm. Not hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ye raised his palm, a gigantic golden hand appearing above Tianrong, obscuring the sky as it descended upon him with immense force. Boom. A thunderous crash reverberated as the colossal structure could not withstand the onslaught of such overwhelming energy. Collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Help! Cries for assistance echoed as passers-by on the street halted, eyes wide with terror at the chaos unfolding before them. Who dares to disrupt the Qianyu auction house? Bastard! I will kill you! Tianrong gazed at the collapsed buildings around him, nearly choking with rage as he laboriously crawled out from the rubble. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Ye, brandishing the wolf-toothed club in his hand and charging forward. President. A panicked guard rushed over, trembling as he spoke. It's bad, President. The elf has escaped. What? Tianrong halted abruptly, seizing the man by the collar, his voice laced with fury. What did you just say? The guard swallowed hard. Stammering, the elf. Took advantage of the explosion and ran away. Tianrong roared, violently throwing the man to the ground, causing him to land in a bloody heap. He turned coldly to Xiao Ye, stating, Kid, consider yourself spared for today. He then directed his ire towards the guards. What are you standing there for? Go after her. Yes. The guards quickly regained their composure and sprinted towards the distant figure. An elf? Xiao Ye stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as he watched Tianrong and the others vanish. The Tianyu auction house had actually captured an elf. Could it be that the elf spring auctioned off earlier was genuine? Chapter 177. The Man in White. The Tianyu auction house? It has collapsed. A growing crowd gathered in the nearby streets, astonished at the scene before them. What on earth happened here? I just heard sounds of a fight inside the auction house. Could someone have attacked it? Impossible. This is the renowned Tianyu auction house of Yuzhou continent. Who would dare to assault it? The onlookers stared at Xiao Ye and his companions among the ruins, unable to fathom that these young individuals were the cause of such chaos. Boss. Liang Quan struggled to suppress his pain, emerging from the debris and gazing grimly at the ruined auction house. Have we landed ourselves in trouble? The most terrifying aspect of Tianyu auction house was not the president but the elders stationed there. The elders' cultivation level never dipped below that of a martial king. Although this was merely a branch in Yuzhou City, an elder was certainly present at AS for why there was no immediate response despite such a commotion. It was likely that they were not in the city. Xiao Ye felt helpless. He had not anticipated things would unfold like this. However, if this was indeed the true nature of Tianyu auction house, he would not hesitate to see it vanish from Yuzhou City. Even with a martial king overseeing it, clear the way, a squad of stern-faced soldiers rushed in, cordoning off the area and dispersing the onlookers. Captain, there are a few young people here. They seem to be students from Yuzhou Academy. One soldier pointed at Xiao Ye and his companions, addressing a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man scrutinized Xiao Ye and the others, frowning as he asked coldly, Who are you? What are you doing here? Xiao Ye stepped forward, saying, We are students from Yuzhou Academy, here for the auction. We had team managed to leave before the auction house collapsed. Xiao Ye refrained from mentioning that it was his doing. Otherwise, they would surely be apprehended. No one had witnessed the earlier skirmish, so he felt safe in his explanation. The middle-aged man assessed Xiao Ye, skepticism evident on his face, and asked again, Do you know what happened here? Xiao Ye shook his head, hesitating briefly before saying, I only heard an explosion, and then the auction house collapsed. I also heard someone mention an elf escaping, and then I saw a portly man, accompanied by the auction house guards, rushing out. An elf. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he questioned the fleeing staff member, who corroborated Xiao Ye's account. He then waved his hand, allowing them to leave. The middle-aged man turned to his subordinates, instructing, Quickly post a notice and increase patrols. This dangerous individual may be in Yuzhou City. Yes, the subordinates responded, taking several notices to affix in prominent locations throughout the city. Xiao Ye and his companions curiously approached, discovering a wanted poster featuring a young man, a fugitive from the kingdom of Nanyun. His name was Yang Hui, a general who had betrayed his country and was exiled, yet had managed to escape, likely into Yuzhou City. Zhou furrowed his brow, puzzled. Isnt betrayal of the kingdom, a death sentence. How could he only be exiled? Zhou Wen's family had military connections and understood the gravity of such treachery. It was utterly unforgivable. There may be more to it. Let us go, Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly, beckoning Liang Quan and the others to return to the academy. Boss, look. Liang Quan suddenly grasped Xiao Ye's arm, pointing to the side where three men were approaching. The leader was a handsome young man in white, holding a folding fan. followed by two middle-aged men with long swords slung across their backs. Is it them? Xiao Ye recognized the trio as the ones who had spent a fortune acquiring the elf spring at the Tianyu auction house. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to confront them. While even Kuya grew tense, Xiao Ye was taken aback, quickly pulling them back. Have you all lost your minds? Would ordinary people spend 1,000,000 gold coins on an elf spring? Liang Quan glared at the men's retreating figures, frustrated. Boss, you've searched for the elf spring for so long. You can't just let it slip away. Xiao Ye clenched his fists. He too felt a pang of regret. Yet, spending 1,000,000 gold coins was something he could easily exchange for through the system shop. Wait. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye called out to the trio, chasing after them. Liang Quan agreed, determined to at least try. The man in white halted, regarding Xiao Ye with curiosity. What is it? Xiao Ye observed the man closely, noting his striking features, which made him feel somewhat inferior. Regaining his composure, Xiao Ye spoke. We met at the auction house. You possess an elf spring. Might I see it? Before the man in white could reply, his two companions turned their gazes sharply towards Xiao Ye, exuding an intimidating aura that compelled him to take a step back. His heart racing. The two were formidable, exuding a pressure far greater than that of the corpulent president of Tianyu auction house. Xiao Ye quickly clarified, Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. The Tianyu auction house was about to sell me a fake elf spring. And I thought you might have been deceived as well. Humph. The man in white smirked slightly, glancing at Xiao Ye with a nonchalant demeanor. I have a fair amount of discernment. Liang Quan, sensing the man's arrogance, furrowed his brow and was about to retort when Xiao Ye restrained him. If it's genuine, I hope you will sell it to me. Xiao Ye promptly added to go. The man in white's expression shifted to one of disdain, amusement flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye pressed on. I'm willing to offer 300,000 gold coins, along with a low-grade earth weapon. He gritted his teeth. This was the maximum he could offer. If it didn't suffice, he would have to resort to the system for an exchange. A low-grade earth weapon. The man in white paused, taking a closer look at Xiao Ye before shaking his head. Not interested. Hey, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Liang Quan couldn't contain himself any longer, stepping forward to shout angrily. What, do you wish to make a move against me? The man in white maintained his aloof smile, while looking at Liang Quan. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air, startling Xiao Ye. He was all too familiar with such energy, and quickly pulled Liang Quan back. Apologizing, my apologies. We were reckless and intruded. Xiao Ye hurriedly led the reluctant Liang Quan and the others away. Humph. The man in white scoffed dismissively, turning to leave. Boss, why did you stop me? Liang Quan glared at Xiao Ye, displeased. Chapter 178. The assassin. Xiao Ye angrily gave Liang Quan a playful thump on the head, exclaiming, that man in white was unleashing his domain. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have been dead by now. Liang Quan rubbed his sore forehead, astonished. No way. Are you saying that pretty boy has comprehended a domain, just like you? Having trained for so long, Liang Quan was aware of the terrifying nature of domains. Even martial kings coveted such power. Xiao Ye nodded gravely, watching as the trio disappeared into the distance. What could such a formidable individual want in Yuzhou City? There's likely an ulterior motive. It could even unleash a bloody storm. Ye furrowed her brow, gazing in the direction the men had vanished. That's the direction of the academy. The academy? Xiao Ye recalled the terrifying aura from moments ago, finding it vaguely familiar yet unable to place it. Forget it. Let us head back. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a disheveled figure burst forth from a nearby alley, bloodied and collapsing before Xiao Ye and his group. Help me. It was a female voice. Ye recognized her, exclaiming, It's Lu Qing, the maid beside Princess Qingyun. Lu Qing lifted her head slightly, seeing Xiao Ye and the others. She clutched Xiao Yu's arm tightly, coughing up blood as she pleaded, Please, save our young lady. Xiao Yu frowned, realizing that the young lady she referred to was none other than Princess Qingyun of the Kingdom of Nannan. Could someone be attempting to assassinate her? He lifted his gaze toward the alley, faint sounds of combat echoing from within. Ye, take care of Lu Qing. Liang Quan, Zhou Wen, follow me. Xiao Yu dared not delay and hurriedly dashed into a nearby alley. Although he had some conflicts with Qingyun, they were not deep-seated enmities, and there was no reason to abandon her in her time of need. As Xiao Ye and his companions rushed into the alley, they heard the sounds of a fierce struggle accompanied by faint notes of a flute, indicating that Qingyun was on the brink of collapse. With a few agile leaps, Xiao Yu landed atop a low wall and immediately spotted three cloaked figures assaulting a woman cornered against the wall, none other than Qingyun, who bore a grievous wound to her abdomen and clutched a jade flute in her hand. Stop. Seeing that Qingyun could perish at any moment, Xiao Yu bellowed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he swiftly positioned himself before her. Cough. Itsu. Qingyun, clutching her wound, coughed violently, astonished at the sight of Xiao Ye. He glanced at her horrific injury, concern etching his features. "Are you all right?" Gritting her teeth, Qingyan coldly replied, "I'm not dead yet." The three men in black exchanged glances and turned their attention to Xiao Ye. One of them coldly warned, "Kid, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Unfortunately, I have no intention of leaving or of meeting my demise." Xiao Ye replied with a slight smile, drawing a spear from his side as he assessed the trio before him. Their eyes glimmered with malevolence, and they radiated an ominous aura, akin to specters risen from the grave. Their weapons, short blades suited for assassination, were ready in hand. At that moment, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen also arrived, encircling the three figures in black. "Kill," the leader of the trio commanded, and they sprang into action. Charging towards Xiao Ye and his companions, the leader transformed into a flash, appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant, the cold gleam of his blade aimed at Xiao Yu's throat. Xiao Ye was startled. This man was a practitioner of the 7th level of Gathering Essence, while the others were at the 6th level. With a resounding clang, Xiao Ye deflected the man's strike with his spear, swiftly countering with a dazzling thrust aimed at his chest. "Die!" the man roared, disregarding Xiao Yu's assault entirely, his gaze wild as he lunged toward the spear, simultaneously aiming his dagger at Xiao Yu's heart. Xiao Ye was taken aback. This man's attack was a reckless gambit for mutual destruction, leaving no room for retreat. Infuriated, Xiao Ye stepped back, transforming his spear into a staff, and struck fiercely at the man. With a thunderous crash, the assailant was sent reeling against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet his expression remained devoid of pain as he charged at Xiao Ye once more, amidst the chaos. Xiao Ye noted that Zhou Wen had been struck and sent flying, while Liang Quan was also in a dire state, riddled with wounds. They were no match for the men in black. And if this continued, they would surely meet their end. Xiao Ye, observing the advancing black-clad figures, felt a surge of gravity in his heart. Gathering his strength in his left foot, he propelled himself forward. Warrior-esque tread. The ground trembled, causing the approaching assailant to stumble. Seizing the chance, Xiao Yu's spear flashed before him. The black-clad man, recovering swiftly, showed no fear in his eyes as he met the spear with a renewed thrust of his dagger. In an instant, the spear pierced his throat, blood erupting forth, while his dagger halted mere inches from Xiao Ye's chest. With a swift kick, Xiao Ye sent the corpse sprawling aside, unleashing a resounding dragon roar as a fearsome dragon shadow materialized behind him. His power surged dramatically, and he instantly appeared before Zhou Wen, driving his spear through the heart of another black-clad man. In quick succession, Xiao Ye confronted the last of the trio, pressing his spear against the man's throat. "Who are you?" "Ha ha." The man cackled sinisterly, lunging towards the spear. Xiao Ye gasped, realizing too late he could not retract his weapon in time. Blood splattered as the man collided with the spear, meeting his demise without hesitation. Liang Quan and Zhou Wen looked on in horror, not merely at the scene before them, but at the unwavering resolve of these black-clad figures, showing no fear of death. "Who are these people?" Zhou Wen furrowed his brow, stepping forward to tear away one man's veil, revealing an ordinary-looking young man, his identity obscured. No need to investigate further. They are assassins from the underworld. At that moment, Qingyan, having hastily bandaged her wounds, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Underworld?" Xiao Ye pondered, unfamiliar with this organization. Qingyan glanced at him, explaining, "The underworld is a mysterious and fearsome assassin group. Its members are allowed only one failure in their lifetime when they meet their own death. Every living assassin has a success rate of 100%. So terrifying?" Liang Quan gulped, apprehensive. "Boss, do you think this will put us on their radar?" Xiao Ye shook his head, just as Qingyan interjected. "Indeed. Anyone who obstructs their missions is deemed an enemy. If you've drawn their attention, it's wise to prepare for the worst." "Hey, is that how you speak? After we just saved you?" Zhou Wen glared at Qingyan. Irate. Qingyan snorted, suddenly recalling something. "Where's Lu Qing?" "Dead." Liang Quan replied curtly. "What?" Qingyan, disregarding her injuries, sprang to her feet, panic evident in her voice. "That's impossible. Enough." Xiao Ye shot Liang Quan a stern look, supporting Qingyan as he reassured her. "Don't worry, Qia is taking care of her. She'll be fine. Can you still move?" Xiao Ye assessed Qingyan's grievous wound, which, despite rudimentary treatment, was heavily bloodied. "I am fine." Qingyan shrugged off his concern, staggering toward her belongings. Sighing in resignation, Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. "You two should head back to the academy." After exchanging glances at Qingyan, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen nodded and departed. Approaching her package, Qingyan struggled to lift it, her face pale. "I'll help you." Noticing her wound was reopening, Xiao Ye reached for her package. However, Qingyan coldly retorted, "No need." Ignoring her, Xiao Ye firmly took the package from her grasp. "I don't see you as a princess, so don't throw your royal tantrums. You." Qingyan was left speechless from indignation. Why is this so heavy?" Xiao Ye staggered, realizing the package weighed at least 200 pounds. It was no wonder the injured Qingyan struggled. Curiously, he opened it to reveal a gray stone, roughly the size of a human head. Recognizing it, Xiao Ye exclaimed, "Heavenly meteorite iron. The ore from the auction house that you bid on?" Qingyan glanced at him and replied, "If you want it, I'll give it to you as a token of gratitude for saving my life." Xiao Ye shook his head, merely intrigued by the meteorite, not wishing to claim it. He smiled at Qingyan, saying, "My life-saving favor isn't so easily repaid. Although you're a princess, you don't possess what I desire. How about you offer yourself instead? Dream on." Qingyan shot him an icy glare, stating, "Your assistance to Chu Mo makes you my enemy. You saved my life. That cancels out, and I no longer regard you as an enemy. What kind of logic is that?" Xiao Ye was at a loss for words. Continuing, he asserted, "I never helped Chu Mo. The blood spirit fruits I sold him only had 5 real ones. The rest were fakes." "What?" Qingyan looked at him in shock, concern creeping into her tone. "Chu Mo is ruthless. You dare to scheme against him? Don't you want to live?" Xiao Ye smiled slightly, unperturbed. "It seems we are not enemies after all. You still owe me a life debt. How do you intend to repay it?" Qingyan ignored the shameless man and turned to leave. Xiao Ye, clutching the meteorite, hurried after her, puzzled. "This isn't the way to the academy. Where are you headed?" "To the blacksmith shop." Qingyan tended to her injuries once more, ensuring her clothing concealed the wounds before feeling at ease. A blacksmith shop. Xiao Ye paused, glancing at the meteorite in his hands. "That stone is a treasure. If given to an ordinary blacksmith, it would likely be ruined. I'm well aware of that." Qingyan shot him a glare, retorting, "But I can't go without a weapon." Xiao Ye laughed awkwardly. Opting for silence, he vividly remembered that her sword had been destroyed during the freshman competition. Although Yuzhou City had several renowned blacksmiths, Qingyan bypassed them, heading directly to a humble blacksmith shop in the remote South City. Xiao Ye frowned, doubting that such a modest establishment could handle the meteorite, suspecting they might lack even a single apprentice smith. However, as it was Qingyan's possession, he refrained from voicing his concerns. As they arrived, the blacksmith shop was tightly shut. Inside, a massive, glowing furnace emitted a dim light. At a simple table sat an old man and a young boy. The elder had a ruddy nose and a dark complexion, but his eyes were strikingly bright. He tapped his tobacco pipe with his foot, revealing that one of his feet was a prosthetic. The young man across from me appeared disheveled, his weary visage marred by unkempt hair, with his hands and feet shackled by iron chains. "Master, I am not a traitor," he asserted through clenched teeth. The old man took a couple of puffs from his pipe, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I believe you. Was this order issued directly by the king?" The young man nodded affirmatively. "Have you overlooked anything?" the old man inquired again, sensing an underlying peculiarity in the matter. The young man reflected momentarily, then shook his head, stating, "The incident was abrupt, and the evidence is irrefutable. The king did not even grant me a chance to defend myself. That it was either an enemy nation or someone close to the royal family who has conspired against me. It could even be the king himself," the old man remarked coolly. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he vehemently shook his head. "Impossible. The king would never do such a thing." "I know," the old man continued. "What I mean is that the king might be trying to protect you. After all, treason is punishable by death, and exile is a fate worse than death for commoners. But for skilled individuals like us, survival remains relatively simple." The young man furrowed his brow, asking, "Master, do you suspect something?" The old man nodded, suddenly turning his gaze toward the entrance, frowning as he said, "Someone is coming." The young man sprang to his feet in a panic, seeking an escape, but the blacksmith shop had no windows, and the closed door was the only exit. "Stay calm," the old man instructed, grabbing a long knife from a nearby rack and striking at the chains binding the young man's hands and feet. With a sharp clink, the chains fell away, and the old man tossed them into the furnace, saying, "Go stand by the bellows. Consider yourself an apprentice here." The young man nodded just as a series of knocks echoed through the door. "Uncle Ouyang, are you there?" A woman's voice called from outside. "The princess," the young man exclaimed, glancing anxiously at the closed door, before hurriedly hiding beside the bellows, crouching to obscure his face as much as possible. At that moment, at the entrance, Xiao Ye observed Qingyan knocking on the door. Realizing she was acquainted with the blacksmith, though unsure of his capabilities, the door creaked open, revealing a black-faced old man reeking of alcohol, who looked at Qingyan, belched, and said, "Little Yan, what brings you here?" Chapter 180, The Fugitive Young Huiyam. Xiao Ye regarded the old man at the door, noting his ruddy nose, dark complexion, and wooden prosthetic leg as he lazily leaned against the doorframe. Occasionally, the old man's sharp gaze fell upon Xiao Ye, emanating a formidable aura. According to Qingyan's introduction, this old man was named Ouyang Qing, and he owned the blacksmith shop. However, Xiao Ye was certain that Ouyang Qing was a formidable expert. Ouyang Qing glanced at Qingyan's abdomen, frowning. "You're injured?" "It's nothing," Qingyun smiled, downplaying the situation. Just a minor scrape. Ouyang Qing seemed unconvinced, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Ye, and asked, "Don't you have someone protecting you?" "I do." Qingyun, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, took the bundle from Xiao Ye's hands and said, "Uncle Ouyang, could you forge a long sword for me?" Ouyang Qing accepted the bundle and, upon opening it, exclaimed in surprise, "Meteorite from the heavens." Qingyun nodded, stepping into the sweltering forge, inquiring, "Is it possible to forge?" Ouyang Qing nodded, "Yes, but it will take some time, approximately a week." Who is that?" Qingyun pointed to the figure by the bellows. Asking in astonishment, "Oh, that's a new apprentice of mine." Ouyang Qing replied nonchalantly, setting the aside. An apprentice. Qingyun exclaimed, musing aloud, "I thought you only had young." He hesitated, sighing lightly as he regarded the figure. Pondering what thoughts occupied his mind, Xiao Ye, intrigued, approached the person, who was working with his back turned to them. However, a glimpse of his wrist revealed a blood mark, the trace of handcuffs. Xiao Ye frowned, stepping closer to the side of the figure, and indeed, this fugitive Yang Hui bore a resemblance to the wanted man. Yet, why was Yang Hui here? And why did Ouyang Qing seem intent on concealing his identity? What was their connection? These questions perplexed Xiao Ye, who chose not to expose the individual's identity. Qingyun regained his focus, turning to Ouyang Qing. "Thank you, Uncle Ouyang. I will return in a week to collect the sword." Ouyang Qing nodded, saying little more as Qingyun took Xiao Ye by the hand and left out on the way. Xiao Ye inquired curiously, "I heard that a fugitive, Yang Hui, might have fled to Yuzhou City. Do you know anything about it?" Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ye, coldly retorting, "Why do you ask this?" "Just out of curiosity." Xiao Ye shrugged, indifferent. After a prolonged silence, Qingyun sighed and expressed his discontent. "Yang Hui is a general at the kingdom's border and also Uncle Ouyang's direct disciple. In fact, Uncle Ouyang was once a great general of the kingdom. A great general," Xiao Ye exclaimed, recalling the old man's slothful demeanor and swallowing hard. The hierarchy of military ranks in the kingdom ranged from marshal, great general, general, deputy general, to various ranks of soldiers, with great generals being at the pinnacle of the true martial realm's 9th level. It was astonishing to learn that this old man was indeed a master of such caliber. Qingyun nodded, sighing, and continued, "Uncle Ouyang had the potential to ascend to the martial king realm and become a marshal. But a brutal war ensued. Although they narrowly emerged victorious, he lost his left leg, diminishing his cultivation to the 8th level of the true martial realm, and he no longer had hope of reaching the martial king realm, which led him to return home and open a blacksmith shop." Xiao Ye was taken aback by Ouyang Qing's remarkable achievements, swallowing hard again as he pressed on, "What about Yang Hui? Why did he rebel?" "Impossible." Qingyun clenched his fists, declaring resolutely, "My father must have made a mistake. Brother Yang would never betray the country." Witnessing Qingyun's vehement reaction, Xiao Ye recalled the man in the blacksmith shop, hesitating to reveal his identity. Inside the blacksmith shop, Yang Hui remained concealed by the door, watching as Qingyun's figure receded into the distance. Ouyang Qing sat nearby, lighting his pipe and taking a couple of puffs before glancing at Yang Hui, asking, "What are your plans now?" Yang Hui stared at the vanishing figure of Qingyun, grit his teeth, and replied, "I must stay here to protect the princess." Ouyang Qing furrowed his brow, hesitating before saying, "The king surely has a purpose. I believe you should comply with the orders." "Comply with the orders?" Yang Hui scoffed coldly, retorting, "Master, are you suggesting I go to that desolate place of exile? I might as well die here." Ouyang Qing remained silent, continuing to smoke his pipe. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping accompanied by low, mournful coos filled the air as a pitch-black dove flew in, landing before Ouyang Qing. A military pigeon. Yang Hui's expression changed dramatically, stepping back. The military pigeon was a means for the king to convey military orders. Could it be that the king was aware of his presence here and intended for his master to capture him? Yang Hui clenched his fists, looking at Ouyang Qing. Ouyang Qing's expression turned grave as he untied the envelope from the dove's leg, furrowing his brow as he handed it to Yang Hui, saying, "This is for you." "For me?" Yang Hui was taken aback, stepping forward to take the envelope, which indeed bore his name. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly opened it, and his expression shifted upon reading its contents. Ouyang Qing watched Yang Hui with curiosity, asking, "What does it say? May I know?" Yang Hui nodded, passing the letter to Ouyang Qing. After reading its contents, Ouyang Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "The king has instructed you to investigate a secret organization in the land of exile." Scorpion. The king had ulterior motives. Yang Hui explained, "This Scorpion organization has emerged recently, assassinating many soldiers in exile. It is not something an ordinary civilian organization could achieve." Ouyang Qing regarded Yang Hui thoughtfully, asking, "What will you do?" Yang Hui glanced outside, coldly stating, "To make outsiders believe me, I must sever my retreat." "Master, if I kill the princess, can you stop me?" Ouyang Qing said nothing, taking a deep drag from his pipe before slowly exhaling a smoke ring. Have you considered that by doing so, you will solidify your name as a traitor, facing public scorn? Yang Hui smiled faintly, declaring, I do not care for such matters. I know the princess will believe in me. Especially since I do this for the country. Ouyang Qing took another puff of his pipe, saying, then proceed without concern for the consequences. Yang Hui nodded, picking a long knife from the weapon rack before turning and disappearing into the streets. At Yuzhou Academy, a man dressed in white, accompanied by 2 subordinates, made his way to the core disciple dormitory area deep within the academy. Zhao Kong, the president of the Love Martial Society, hurriedly welcomed the trio into his room. Greetings, young master. The president of the Love Martial Society knelt respectfully before the man in white, who was none other than a formidable expert sent by the Tian Luo sect, and the young master of the sect. Luo Jun, Chapter 181, The Heavenly Path Technique Rise. Luo Jun glanced at Zhao Kong, coldly stating, I heard that the person you arranged for the new student competition lost. Zhao Kang's expression shifted slightly. Trembling as he replied, yes, I didn't expect there to be a hidden expert among the new students. Humph. Luo Jun scoffed, unbothered by the outcome of a mere new student competition, continuing. Have you made any progress in investigating the Heavenly Path technique? I have gathered some information. Zhao Kong hesitated before stating, young master, are we possibly on the wrong track? It seems the senior management of the academy has no connection to the Heavenly Path technique. Impossible. Luo Jun frowned, saying, share the information you have gathered with me. Zhang Kong nodded and said, if those madmen who cultivate the Heavenly Tao techniques are still alive, they should be hiding on the Divine Punishment Peak. Divine Punishment Peak? Luo Jun looked at Zhang Kong in confusion. Indeed, Zhao Kong explained, Divine Punishment Peak is one of the most perilous locations in the ancient Spirit Mountain range, towering into the clouds and shrouded in perpetual lightning. What is even more terrifying is the ever-increasing gravity. I ventured there once, but before I could reach halfway up the mountain, I could no longer withstand the overwhelming gravity and the onslaught of lightning, forcing me to retreat. Luo Jun frowned, gravely stating, with your strength, you couldn't even reach halfway. Zhao Kong nodded and replied, to reach the summit, one would likely require the strength of a martial emperor or even a martial sovereign. Martial sovereign? Luo Jun glanced back at his 2 subordinates and said helplessly, I must ascertain that the Heavenly Tao techniques are indeed at the peak before I can request for a martial sovereign expert from the sect. Luo Jun asked again, is there any other way to reach the summit of Divine Punishment Peak? There is one other method, but I am uncertain. Zhao Kong hesitated before continuing, the former vice president of the academy. Zhao Xiaofeng coveted the position of president and colluded with the sealed demon in the dark abyss of the ancient Spirit Mountain range. When the seal was weakened, it seemed that Divine Punishment Peak exhibited unusual phenomena. Could it be that Divine Punishment Peak is related to the seal of the dark abyss? It is possible, Zhao Kong speculated. I believe if the seal of the dark abyss were to be breached, the gravity and lightning on Divine Punishment Peak might vanish. However, such an action would unleash the demon sealed in the dark abyss, potentially wreaking havoc in Yuzhou City and even the southern Yun Kingdom. Humph. Luo Jun scoffed dismissively, as long as I can obtain the Heavenly Tao techniques, I wouldn't mind annihilating the southern Yun Kingdom. Luo Jun turned to Zhao Kong again and inquired, do you have a way to destroy the seal of the dark abyss? Zhao Kong swallowed hard. This Luo Jun was a madman. The dark abyss was a realm of demons, and if those demons were to escape, Yuzhou City would surely become a desolate wasteland. No. Zhao Kong shook his head and quickly added, however, I have learned of a piece of information. 200 years ago, a master painter named Lu Wenba appeared in Yuzhou City, seemingly connected to the Heavenly Tao techniques. Lu Wenba? Luo Jun frowned. As if the name rang a bell. He asked, have you located this individual? No, he has already passed away. Upon seeing Luo Jun's reaction, Zhao Kong quickly added, but he left behind many artworks, and I suspect they are related to the Heavenly Tao techniques. Luo Jun scrutinized Zhao Kong and asked, do you possess any of his artworks? No, but I have learned the whereabouts of a few pieces. However, they are in the hands of some antique collectors and may not be easily obtained. Humph, then I shall personally take action. Luo Jun chuckled coldly, slightly stretching his body as he said, I am weary today. Arrange for me to rest, and I shall visit these individuals tomorrow. Understood. Zhao Kong nodded. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, young master, there is one more thing. I discovered a token from the Tianjin sect in the hands of a new student, and it belongs to the princess of the Tianjin sect, Li Ruoyao. What? Luo Jun was taken aback. The Tianjin sect was a level above their Tian Luo sect. He asked cautiously. Could it be that they are aware of the secrets of Yuzhou Academy and have sent someone here? That is unlikely, Zhao Kong pondered. However, this person is the champion of this year's new student competition. I investigated and found that he is merely an ordinary boy from a small town in the southern Yun Kingdom. The champion of the new student competition. How intriguing, Luo Jun chuckled coldly, lost in thought. and said it differently, "Prepare a place for me to rest." "Yes," Zhao Kong respectfully replied and exited. On the other side, Xiao Ye and Qin Yin returned to the academy and parted ways to their respective quarters. By this time, night had fallen. Xiao Ye, having learned from the previous new student champion Fong Ran that the place of inheritance could lead to an understanding of the laws, had been eager to explore it. But with night falling, he decided to wait until the next day. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Xiao Ye rose early, preparing to visit the place of inheritance when he noticed a middle-aged man approaching. The man scanned the surroundings and walked directly towards Xiao Ye. "Excuse me, do you know where Xiao Ye resides?" the man inquired as he approached. Xiao Ye was taken aback, scrutinizing the man. He appeared to be in his 40s. With sharp eyes and dressed elegantly, seemingly a steward from a prominent family, Xiao Ye was certain he did not recognize this individual and asked curiously, "What business do you have with him?" The man glanced at Xiao Ye and politely replied, "Our master requests your presence." "Does he reside here?" "I am Xiao Ye." "Who is your master?" Xiao Ye asked in confusion, as he did not recall knowing any prominent families in Yuzhou City. "Are you Elder Xiao?" The man was startled but quickly regained his composure, saying politely, "I am the steward of the Su family. President Su Kuan has important matters and invites you to his residence." "President Su?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, recalling the elder from the auction who had made a good impression that he asked curiously, "What does President Su want with me?" "I cannot say," the steward replied. "Is Elder Xiao available at the moment?" Xiao Ye contemplated. The rewards for new students had no time limit, and he could enter the place of inheritance at any time. There was no rush, so he decided to see what President Su wanted. After informing Liang Quan, Xiao Ye left the academy with the steward. They did not head to the Qingsang Association but instead went directly to Su Kuan's private residence. "The president is in the study." "Elder Xiao, please follow me." The steward gestured for Xiao Ye to proceed. They arrived at Su Kuan's study. The steward gently knocked on the door, and Su Kuan's voice came from within, "Come in." The steward opened the door, ushered Xiao Ye inside, then closed the door behind him, standing guard outside to prevent interruptions. "Xiao Ye, you have arrived." Su Kuan smiled slightly, gesturing to the seat across from him. "Please, take a seat." Xiao Ye was not one to stand on ceremony, sitting opposite Su Kuan and observing the study, which was filled with artworks. Some of the paintings were unfamiliar to him, prompting him to marvel at the peculiar taste of the wealthy. "Do you remember this painting?" Su Kuan unfurled a scroll and presented it to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glanced at the painting, depicting a desolate yellow landscape with a solitary figure walking along a dilapidated path. This was indeed the 10,000 miles of autumn wind painting that had been auctioned. Xiao Ye nodded, looking at Su Kuan in confusion. "President Su, did you summon me here just to appreciate your collection?" "Of course not." Su Kuan smiled slightly, pointing to the solitary figure in the painting. "Look closely at this person. Is there something wrong with this person?" Xiao Ye asked, puzzled, as the figure was merely sketched with simple strokes, lacking any detail. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, picked up a magnifying glass from the table, and was astonished to discover that the figure was not standing on the path, but appeared to be suspended above the ground, as if the feet were not depicted. Xiao Ye could not believe that an artist would make such a fundamental error, especially one as renowned as a master painter. He looked at Su Kuan, astonished, and said, "President Su, this person has no feet." "Indeed." Su Kuan nodded, retrieving another scroll and unfolding it. "This is a painting imitated by Song Yi. Following your method, when it became wet, the true content of this painting was revealed, which is also a genuine work of Master Liu." Xiao Ye looked curiously at the newly revealed painting, which depicted an ancient peach tree under which two individuals were engaged in a chess match. Strangely, the middle-aged man was missing his arms, with a chess piece floating before him, as he focused intently on the board, contemplating where to place the piece. Opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair. Gazing confidently at the middle-aged man, a smile playing at his lips, Xiao Ye turned to Su Kuan, surprised. "Is this person also disabled?" Su Kuan nodded, saying, "The elderly man opposite him is also disabled." Xiao Ye scrutinized the painting again, examining the elderly man closely, but he did not notice any deficiencies. "Look at the explanation beside him." Su Kuan pointed to the small characters next to the elderly man. "Silent." Xiao Ye frowned. "Is this elderly man deaf?" "He could also possibly be mute," Su Kuan speculated. Xiao Ye glanced at the painting, then back at Su Kuan, puzzled. "Does this Liu Wenba have some peculiar fascination? Why are all the characters he paints disabled? And why are they concealed?" Su Kuan did not answer the question, but instead looked at Xiao Ye and asked, "Have you heard of the Heavenly Dao techniques?" "Heavenly Dao techniques?" Xiao Ye shook his head in confusion. Su Kuan explained, "It is said that within the ancient spirit mountain range, there exists a group of madmen who test the Dao with their own bodies." Testing the Dao with one's body? Xiao Ye was even more perplexed. This was the first time he had heard such a term. Indeed, the heavenly Dao is flawed, and these individuals compensate for the deficiencies of the Dao with their own physical shortcomings. Achieving the body of the heavenly Dao.it is rumored that these individuals possess tremendous strength, capable of commanding the winds and summoning rain, moving mountains and filling seas, truly omnipotent. That cannot be. Xiao Ye dismissed the notion as exaggerated, asserting, perhaps the figures in the painting are merely coincidental. Su Kuan shook his head and produced another painting, stating, then take a look at this one. This painting has also been concealed. As he unfurled the scroll, it revealed an ancient and dilapidated courtyard under the night sky, with a faded plaque ornately carved with 4 large characters. The heavenly Tao is flawed. In the courtyard stood a budding Bodhi tree, beneath which a monk clad in white was meditating. What is this? Xiao Ye's eyes widened as he fixated on the figure of the monk in the painting, rather than exuding the aura of a venerable master. He appeared to be a youthful, handsome lad, a smile gracing his lips, bathed in the pure, white moonlight that rendered him immaculate and exuded a sense of warmth and tranquility. Xiao Ye was certain he had encountered this monk before. During his cultivation on the Divine Punishment Peak, a resonant and ancient chime had sounded, enabling him to break through his cultivation bottleneck. For a fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the top of Divine Punishment Peak, where a white-clad monk was striking a bell. Although he had not clearly seen the monk's features at the time, the essence of that figure matched perfectly with the one in the painting. Seeing Xiao Ye's astonishment, Su Kuan smiled slightly and remarked, "Did you not expect that the one emulating Master Song Yi is such a young monk?" "What? Song Yi?" Xiao Ye then noticed an explanation beside the painting, identifying the white-clad monk as Song Yi, a friend of Lu Wenba. His eyes, Xiao Ye suddenly made another discovery, pointing at the monk in the painting, exclaiming, "He is actually blind." Su Kuan nodded, saying, "Indeed, a blind man who cannot see objects. How could he replicate Lu Wenba's artistic style? And yet, his imitation is so strikingly accurate." This, Xiao Ye was rendered speechless. To him, it seemed utterly impossible. Yet the evidence lay before him. He firmly believed that this white-clad monk truly existed atop Divine Punishment Peak. Su Kuan continued, "I possess another authentic piece by Master Lu, one that has not been concealed, merely an ordinary landscape painting without any secrets." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and once more employed the system's identification feature to scrutinize the paintings before him. They revealed nothing beyond their artistic merit. What exactly was Song Yi concealing? If these paintings held any secrets, the system would surely reveal them. "Master," at that moment, Butler Su gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Zhao Kong from Yuzhou Academy has come to pay a visit. Would you like to meet him?" "Zhao Kong?" Both Xiao Ye and Su Kuan paused in surprise. "I have no acquaintance with Zhao Kong. What could he want?" Su Kuan pondered, then suggested, "Xiao Ye, let us see what he seeks." Xiao Ye nodded, curious about Zhao Kang's intentions. "Have them wait in the parlor. I shall be there shortly." After instructing, Su Kuan stored the paintings away and accompanied Xiao Ye to the parlor. Inside, 4 individuals awaited them. Only one, a man in white, was seated, with 2 subordinates standing behind him, while Zhao Kong stood respectfully beside him. Is it him?" Xiao Ye was astonished to recognize the white-clad man as the one who had purchased the elephant spring at the auction. Yet, what was his connection to Zhao Kong? "Xiao Ye?" Zhao Kong noticed him beside Su Kuan and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?" It's you?" The white-clad man also turned to Xiao Ye, furrowing his brow slightly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "I did not expect you to be this year's rookie king." Chapter 183, the second S-rank mission. Xiao Ye frowned, glancing between Zhao Kong and the white-clad man. Puzzled by their relationship, Su Kuan recognized the white-clad man as well, momentarily taken aback, and clarified, "Xiao Ye is an esteemed elder of our Qingsang association and a friend of mine." Turning to Zhao Kong, Su Kuan inquired, "It seems our Qingsang association has no dealings with you. May I ask what brings you here?" Zhao Kong glanced at the white-clad man before responding. "It is as follows. Our young master has heard that President Su has collected some artworks by Master Lu Wenba. And coincidentally, our young master has a keen interest in Master Lu's works. We wonder if President Su would part with them. We can offer double the price." "Young master." Xiao Ye gazed at the seated white-clad man and suddenly realized that since Zhao Kong was a disciple of the Heavenly Luo sect, this white-clad man must also be affiliated with them. Could he be a formidable expert sent by the Heavenly Luo sect? But why the interest in Lu Wenba's works? Xiao Ye exchanged glances with Su Kuan, incredulous at the coincidence. They had just uncovered the connection between Lu Wenba's art and the legendary Heavenly Dao techniques, and now someone from the Heavenly Luo sect was demanding them. Had they also discovered the underlying secrets? Frowning, Su Kuan looked at the white-clad man and politely said, "I apologize, but all of Master Lu's works are part of my cherished collection. I fear I must disappoint you, President Su. Purchasing these from you at double the price would indeed be profitable. I hope you will not refuse." Zhao Kang's tone remained courteous, yet a hint of menace was palpable. Su Kuan smiled coldly, about to respond when the white-clad man interrupted. 5 times the price. This is my final offer." Su Kuan glared at the white-clad man as the atmosphere in the parlor grew tense, charged with unspoken threats. Xiao Ye clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat. These individuals were clearly beyond Su Kuan's capacity to handle. Zhao Kong alone was a martial king-level expert, far surpassing them, and the white-clad man, along with his enigmatic subordinates, added to the formidable presence. Suddenly, Su Kuan erupted in laughter, casting a glance at the white-clad man. I did not expect you to be so straightforward, in that case. I have no choice but to part with them. As he spoke, Su Kuan turned to his butler and declared, Ah Fu, go to my study. No, I shall go myself. Su Kuan recalled that 3 authentic pieces by Lu Wenba hidden by Song Yi were in his study, and he could not allow these individuals to see them. Returning to his study, Su Kuan quickly emerged with 2 paintings in hand. I have only these 2 authentic pieces by Master Lu. If you're interested, I shall sell them to you at the original 5-fold purchase price. The 2 paintings he presented were indeed genuine works of Lu Wenba, mere landscape paintings devoid of any secrets. Zhao Kong promptly accepted them and handed them to the white-clad man. The latter unfurled the paintings. Scrutinizing them carefully, yet his brow furrowed. They appeared to be nothing extraordinary. He raised his gaze to Su Kuan and inquired, Are these the only 2 you possess? Su Kuan affirmed, noting that he had originally had 3 but had destroyed one while verifying its authenticity. Zhao Kong, contemplating, remarked, President Su, I recall you acquired a piece by Master Lu at the auction a few days ago. Is it also here? Oh, that one was not authentic and has already been destroyed. Su Kuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong and his companions ceased their inquiries. The white-clad man gestured to one of his subordinates, who stepped forward and handed a stack of gold coins to Su Kuan. I shall accept these 2 paintings. Farewell. With a fist salute, the white-clad man turned to leave, pausing before Xiao Ye to coldly state, I hear you possess a token from Li Ruoyao of the Heavenly Sword sect. What is your relationship with her? Xiao Ye regarded the white-clad man coolly, responding, We are merely acquaintances. Acquaintances? Humph. The white-clad man scoffed dismissively before departing. Ding. An S-rank mission has been triggered. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind. Thwart the Heavenly Luo sect's conspiracy. Protect the Heavenly Dao techniques and safeguard Yuzhou City. Mission rewards. 1 million experience points and an extension of the Invincible system for 30 seconds. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback, unable to contain his exclamation. This was the second S-rank mission he had encountered that extended the duration of his Invincible system. The first, to awaken the slumbering Xiao Ye, remained unfinished. Xiao Ye understood that missions capable of prolonging the Invincible system were anything but trivial. Moreover, the issuance of this mission by the system indicated the existence of the Heavenly Dao techniques. Xiao Ye, seeing him lost in thought, Su Kuan nudged him, asking, Are you not interested? Huh? Interested in what? Xiao Ye queried. Bewildered. Su Kuan, with a hint of exasperation, reiterated, I mentioned that the paintings by Lu Wenba are related to the Heavenly Dao techniques. They are of no use to me, so I might as well give them to you. Give them to me? Xiao Ye stared at Su Kuan in astonishment, aware that Su Kuan regarded Lu Wenba's artworks as invaluable treasures. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to bid on them at the auction without certainty of their authenticity. Well, Xiao Ye hesitated. Had it not been for the system's mission, he would certainly have declined. Contemplating this, he asked the system inwardly. System, do those paintings assist with the mission? No, the system replied blandly. They merely record details about predecessors who practiced the Heavenly Dao techniques. They are of no benefit to you. Hearing this, Xiao Ye shook his head and stated, President Su, those are genuine works by Lu Wenba, which you cherish. Perhaps it would be best for you to keep them as a collection. As long as they remain out of sight, there should be no issue. Noting Xiao Ye's apparent disinterest in the Heavenly Dao techniques, Su Kuan ceased to insist, feeling reluctant to part with the genuine works of Lu Wenba. President Su, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With his mind preoccupied with the mission, Xiao Ye did not linger, bidding farewell to Su Kuan and returning to the academy. Allow me to remind you. This mission is no simple task. It would be wise to enhance your strength swiftly. The system's indifferent voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. As Xiao Ye pondered the implications of this statement, he hastily queried, What conspiracy does the Heavenly Luo sect have? What exactly are the Heavenly Dao techniques? Why must I protect Yuzhou City? Xiao Ye expressed his confusion in a single breath, but the system merely replied, I do not know, and lightly reminded him to make use of the system shop. After that, the system paid no further attention to Xiao Ye. Chapter 184. Xinyan under attack utilized the system shop. Xiao Ye was baffled, unsure of the system's intent. Recently, the system shop had completed an upgrade task, and Xiao Ye had only casually browsed through it, not paying much heed. Could it be that there were secrets within that he had overlooked? After pondering, Xiao Ye reopened the system shop. Inside, items were neatly categorized. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, weapons, and elixirs were all available. Most items were so enticing that even experts at the martial venerable stage would covet them. Yet the experience points required for exchange were daunting, far beyond what Xiao Ye could aspire to at this moment. What is this? Xiao Ye's attention was drawn to a category at the back of the shop, miscellaneous items. On a modest shelf lay an array of peculiar objects, some of which he had never even heard of. A listening stone. Xiao Ye gazed curiously at a gray, odd-looking stone, which had a description stating, records and filters surrounding sounds. With no time limit, but can only be used once. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not a listening device? He glanced at the exchange price beside it. 100 experience points, not excessively dear. An idea sparked in his mind. Could he use this item to eavesdrop on the information he desired? His gaze shifted to a transparent crystal ball nearby. Recording crystal can be concealed in dark places. Records, images, and sounds, limited to 100 hours, can only be used once, with an exchange price of 1,000 experience points. A low-grade Guardian Jade Talisman could withstand a full-force strike from a martial king expert. Priced at 10,000 experience points. An intermediate Guardian Jade Talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial venerable expert, was priced at 100,000 experience points. Xiao Ye examined the diverse items on the shelf. Most were within his reach in terms of experience points. Could he use the listening stone to uncover the schemes of the Tian Luo sect? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye decided to exchange for a listening stone. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from deep within the academy, followed by the sounds of combat. What is happening? Xiao Ye turned towards the source of the explosion, quickly activating his cloud surfing technique to rush over. In the academy square, a woman was being relentlessly driven back by a man, perilously close to danger. Those who attempted to assist her were directly knocked away, their fates unknown. Qin Yun. Upon recognizing the woman's face, Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Could it be that someone from the underworld was pursuing her? However, he shook his head. The assailant did not seem like an assassin. He wielded a long knife, employing broad and decisive strikes, resembling a seasoned warrior. In fact, he looked somewhat familiar, as if Xiao Ye had seen him before. Yang Hui. Suddenly, it dawned on Xiao Ye. This was the fugitive who had been hiding in Ouyang Qing's blacksmith shop. Why was he here? And why was he attacking Qin Yun? Xiao Ye glanced at a few individuals lying in pools of blood nearby. They appeared to be soldiers, indicating that Yang Hui's whereabouts had already been compromised. Yang Hui was already a 9th-level expert in the Gathering Yuan realm, and Qin Yun was not his match, especially since she had sustained injuries the day before. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. If this continued, Qin Yun would surely perish at his hands. Sigh, why do such events always find me? Xiao Ye sighed helplessly, moving to stand in front of Qin Yun to block Yang Hui's attack. Yang Hui coldly regarded Xiao Ye, growling, "If you do not wish to die, get out of my way." Xiao Ye frowned, about to speak, when Qin Yun, clutching her abdomen, exclaimed angrily, "Brother Yang, what has happened? Why are you attacking me? Have you truly betrayed the country? Humph, you all forced my hand. I only wish to survive." Yang Hui bellowed, forcing Xiao Ye back and charging at Qin Yun again. "Stop." Suddenly, a cold, furious voice rang out, and a figure instantly appeared before Qin Yun. Bang! With a loud crash, Yang Hui was sent flying. So powerful, Xiao Ye stared in astonishment at the figure that had appeared beside him, a woman, around 30 years old, with a captivating beauty but an icy demeanor. She looked at Yang Hui and coldly declared, "Yang Hui, you have the audacity to harm Qin Yun. Die." With a furious roar, the woman unleashed a terrifying aura, giving Yang Hui no chance to react as she clenched her embroidered fist and struck towards him. "Sister Shuang, no!" Qin Yun cried out, recklessly shielding Yang Hui with her body. "Xiao Yun." The woman was taken aback, hastily halting her attack. Yang Hui, seeing his life spared, cast a fearful glance at the woman and leapt up. Seizing Qin Yun as a hostage, Yang Hui, the woman stepped forward in alarm, her expression wary as she glared at him. Heh! Yang Hui forced a bitter smile, tightening his grip on Qin Yun's throat and coldly stating, "If you do not wish for the princess to die, let me go." "You dare." The woman clenched her fists, staring intensely at Yang Hui, yet she hesitated to act recklessly. Xiao Ye did not anticipate the situation escalating to this point. He frowned, realizing that even he could not guarantee Qin Yun's safety under such circumstances. "Boss." Suddenly, Liang Quan appeared amidst the crowd of onlookers, waving at Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glanced at Qin Yun, then at the chilling woman beside him. Understanding that the situation at hand was beyond his control, and he moved towards Liang Quan. "What has happened?" Xiao Ye inquired, perplexed. Liang Quan surveyed the tense scene and explained that fugitive Yang Hui somehow made it to the academy, exposing his whereabouts, and then he attacked Qin Yun, intending to use her as a hostage. Xiao Ye frowned, eyeing Yang Hui. He felt that this man did not fit the profile of a typical criminal. And if he had stayed hidden in Ouyang Qing's shop, no one would have discovered him. Why had he come here? Liang Quan glanced at the formidable woman, instinctively retracting his neck and warning. Boss, you'd best stay away from that female demon. Oh, who is she? Xiao Ye asked, intrigued as he regarded the striking woman. You don't know. Liang Quan shook his head in disbelief, questioning if Xiao Ye was even a student of the academy. He replied, she is the leader of the Green Serpent Gang, Lu Wushuang. Her? Xiao Ye's eyes widened in shock. This woman was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the academy, the leader of the Green Serpent Gang. Lu Wushuang. No wonder she exuded such terror at that moment. A chaotic sound of footsteps approached, as a squad of royal soldiers rushed in, swiftly surrounding Yang Hui. The leading middle-aged soldier stepped forward, coolly addressing Yang Hui. Yang Hui, you have nowhere to escape. Surrender yourself. Haha. Yang Hui laughed maniacally, glancing at Qin Yun, coldly stating, let me go, or I will kill the princess. Chapter 185. A performance what? The middle-aged soldier was taken aback. Casting a wary glance at Qin Yun and Yang Hui's grip, incredulously exclaiming, she is the princess? Qin Yun bit her lip, sorrowfully stating, Brother Yang, is there some hidden truth? I believe you would not betray the kingdom. You can tell me. Ha. Yang Hui forced a bitter smile, coldly retorting, I have not betrayed the kingdom, but someone wants me dead. I will not let them have their way, nor will I go to that terrifying place of exile. Qin Yun hastily inquired, who is it that seeks to harm you? You can tell me. Yang Hui shook his head, declaring, that no longer matters. I do not care if I am branded a traitor. I just want to live and leave this place. Very well. Qin Yun gritted her teeth, holding back her tears as she coldly stated, if that is the case, I will be your hostage. Hurry and leave. I do not wish to see you again. Yang Hui surveyed the surrounding soldiers and commanded, you all step back. As long as I am safe, I will let you go. Qin Yun showed no fear. Looking at the soldiers and ordering, you all stand down. Princess. Lu Wushuang clenched her fists, stepping forward and glaring at Yang Hui. Shuang, do not worry. I will be fine, Qin Yun assured her, casting a glance at Yang Hui behind her. She did not believe Yang Hui would betray her, nor that he would truly kill her. No. Lu Wushuang stepped forward, coldly fixing her gaze on Yang Hui. You release the princess, and I guarantee that no one will harm you. Humph. Why should I trust you? Yang Hui scoffed, turning towards the soldiers and commanding, you all step back. Otherwise, if anything happens to the princess, you will be held accountable. The middle-aged officer gritted his teeth and waved his hand, ordering his men to withdraw. Now, an interesting scene was about to unfold. Liang Quan remarked with a look of anticipation. Xiao Ye shot him a glare, his spear appearing in his hand. He had a favorable impression of Qin Yun and could not simply stand by and watch her perish. Brother, are you mad? Suddenly, another female voice rang out as Yang Yiqiao rushed over, glaring at Yang Hui. You must release the princess, little sister. Yang Hui paused, his expression conflicted as he coldly stated, this is none of your business. Xiao Ye glanced between Yang Yiqiao and Yang Hui, realizing that they were siblings. Brother, Yang Yiqiao pleaded anxiously, I believe you're innocent, but by kidnapping the princess, you have solidified the charge of treason. Have you considered that? Humph. I have no way out now. If you do not want the princess to die, you all must step back. Yang Hui roared, tightening his grip on Qin Yun's throat. Unfilial disciple. How dare you? Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air as an elderly figure materialized before Yang Hui, his demeanor icy. Release the princess and accept the punishment you rightfully deserve, to Xiao Ye's astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Ouyang Qing from the blacksmith shop. A bitter smile crept across Yang Hui's face, his expression chillingly cold. It seems I shall not leave here alive today. If that is the case, let us perish together. With a furious roar, Yang Hui exerted his strength, attempting to crush Qin Yun's throat. Stop. Yang Yiqiao exclaimed in alarm, while Xiao Ye and Ouyang Qing rushed toward Yang Hui in unison. Ouyang Qing was the swiftest, resembling a bolt of lightning as he appeared before Yang Hui in an instant. Before anyone could comprehend his movements, a thunderous sound rang out, and Yang Hui was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a pained gasp, blood spilling from his lips. Unfilial disciple, seeking death. Ouyang Qing bellowed once more, his fist raised menacingly toward Yang Hui's head. Yet, a faint smile graced Yang Hui's lips as he closed his eyes. Showing no intent to evade, hold. Qin Yun, regaining her senses, called out urgently to Ouyang Qing. A gust of wind blew through, halting Ouyang Qing's fist inches from Yang Hui's forehead. Cough, cough. Qin Yun stifled a few coughs and pleaded. Uncle Ouyang, I believe Brother Yang has his reasons. Please, let him go. But the princess Lu Wushuang frowned, knowing that Yang Hui posed a severe threat to Qin Yun's life and could not be allowed to escape. Your Highness, a middle-aged soldier stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I implore you to hand Yang Hui over to me. The emperor has commanded his exile. Qin Yun furrowed her brow, wishing to protest, but Ouyang Qing interrupted. Qingyun, this unfilial disciple deserves his fate. Do not plead on his behalf. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his men to take Yang Hui away. Brother Yang, Qingyun attempted to step forward. But Lu Wushuang restrained her. Brother Yang, I believe in your innocence. I will ensure my father investigates this matter thoroughly. Yang Hui's back trembled slightly, yet he remained silent as he was escorted away by soldiers. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. He glanced at Ouyang Qing, who was smoking nearby, sensing that the situation was far from simple, as if the two were merely performing a charade. Liang Quan rushed to Xiao Ye's side, exclaiming, "Boss, this Yuzhou city is truly a place of hidden talents. Even an old man who appears casually is so formidable." Xiao Ye chuckled, offering no further explanation. By the way, Liang Quan, I need to discuss something with you. What's up, boss? Liang Quan inquired, puzzled. Do you still have contact with that mischievous monkey? Although Xiao Ye possessed a listening stone, he had no means to stealthily reach Zhao Kang's residence without arousing suspicion. He recalled the mischievous monkey encountered during the new student assessment, realizing it would be the ideal choice. Agile and a magical beast, it would draw little attention even if discovered. The mischievous monkey? Yang Quan was taken aback, but then his eyes lit up. Are you referring to Xiao Guai? I'm quite familiar with him. What's up, boss? You're not also interested in Jiang Lingshuan's undergarments, are you? Xiao Ye's expression darkened as he delivered a swift kick to Liang Quan. Drawing curious glances from those around them, he harbored no such perverse inclinations. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ye said sternly, "Take me to find him. I need his assistance." "Sure. I haven't seen Xiao Guai in days." "Let's bring Zhou Wen along too," Liang Quan exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Ye and Liang Quan soon found Zhou Wen, who was busy training in his dormitory. Initially indifferent to Liang Quan, Zhou Wen perked up at the mention of the mischievous monkey. "Brother Xiao, you've finally come around. Are you interested in Jiang's lovely undergarments too?" Zhou Wen shot Xiao Ye a knowing glance. Xiao Ye felt exasperated, regretting his decision to let these two lead the way. Chapter 186. Tempting the monkey. Xiao Ye, feeling helpless, merely wished to conclude this matter swiftly and distance himself from Liang Quan and Zhou Wen to avoid misunderstandings. Soon, they arrived at the Beast Institute, where the atmosphere was palpably different, filled with the roars of magical beasts. The students passing by exuded a stronger aura than those from other academies. Liang Quan inquired briefly, leading Xiao Ye toward a classroom. "What are we doing in the classroom? Does that mischievous monkey have classes?" Xiao Ye questioned, perplexed. "Not quite," Liang Quan replied with a slight smile. "That beautiful teacher is conducting a lesson, navigating effortlessly." Liang Quan and Zhou Wen brought Xiao Ye to the door of a classroom. Xiao Ye was taken aback to find the spacious room filled with students. When had everyone become so studious? He had not attended a single formal class since arriving at the academy and began to wonder if he had missed something significant. However, it quickly dawned on him that the room was exclusively filled with boys. Their intentions were evident. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Ye glanced at the podium, only to be mesmerized by a stunning figure. Her hair was casually tied up, and her white dress flowed gracefully with her movements. How beautiful! Xiao Ye swallowed hard upon recognizing her features. Every gesture and expression seemed divinely crafted, a masterpiece of nature. Though he had encountered many beauties, Qingyun, Yang Yiqiao, and others, this lady possessed an elegance that surpassed them all. Heh. Liang Quan nudged Xiao Ye, grinning. "What do you think, boss? Regretting not coming with us before?" Xiao Ye snapped back to reality, shooting Liang Quan a glare. "Enough chatter. We need to find a way to lure that mischievous monkey out." The monkey stood on the podium, adorably assisting Jiang Lingxian with her teaching materials. "Leave it to me," Liang Quan declared, leaning at the door and signaling the monkey with a series of soft sounds. Upon hearing the noise, the monkey's eyes lit up at the sight of Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. You two rascals again." Jiang Lingxian noticed them as well, setting her book down and swiftly approaching them, her leg raised for a swift kick. "Whoa, teacher, it's a misunderstanding," Liang Quan exclaimed, startled, as he shielded his head. With two light thuds, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen were sent sprawling, while Xiao Ye narrowly evaded Jiang Lingshuan's strike. "Hey, you?" Jiang Lingxian peered at Xiao Ye, puzzled. Xiao Ye scratched his head, asking, "Have we met before?" No," Jiang Lingxian scoffed, then turned her ire toward Liang Quan and Zhou Wen. "Xiao Guai has been led astray by you two rascals. If I catch you in the Beast Institute again, I will break your legs." "Now leave." Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, trembling in fear, scrambled to their feet and fled with Xiao Ye in tow. Xiao Ye shook his head, looking at them. "Hey, didn't you say you were familiar with that monkey?" He needed to find the monkey for a specific purpose, and leaving without gaining anything felt unsatisfactory. "Don't worry, boss. That guy will be here shortly," Liang Quan assured as they dashed to a wooded area behind the institute. He produced a bunch of bananas from seemingly nowhere and offered one to Xiao Ye. Skeptical, Xiao Ye accepted and waited. Soon enough, a sneaky figure approached, none other than the monkey. Hey, mischievous monkey, you're rather slow. Zhou waved, beckoning it over. The monkey's eyes brightened, bounding over and snatching the banana from Liang Quan's hand, munching enthusiastically. You guys haven't played with me in ages. I've been scouting the girls' dormitory. Want to check it out tonight? Really? Zhou and Liang Quan exclaimed, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Thud. Xiao Ye raised his hand and tapped both their heads lightly. Liang Quan, finally realizing, rubbed his forehead and said, Xiao Guai, this time boss has something to discuss. We can talk about the peeping later. You. The monkey regarded Xiao Ye, casually responding, you want to join our little escapade, but you seem so clumsy. It might not suit you. Thud. Xiao Ye promptly slapped the monkey on the head. Retorting, I'm not interested in your sordid schemes. The monkey, rubbing its head in irritation, glared at Xiao Ye but recalled his fearsome reputation, so it merely pouted in silence. All right, I have a serious matter at hand. Xiao Ye produced a stone the size of a finger, tossing it to the monkey. This is a listening stone. Can you discreetly place it in Zhao Kang's dormitory? The monkey, recognizing that Xiao Ye sought its help, became cocky once more, fiddling with the stone and asking, what's this thing for? Xiao Ye briefly explained the stone's function, and the monkey's eyes lit up, grinning. I can help, but you need to give me another one of these stones. Xiao Ye shot the monkey a glare, fully aware of its ulterior motives. With a slight smile, he replied, as long as you can place it without being discovered, I can offer you not just a listening stone but also a recording crystal. Is it true? The monkey could not help but leap up, instinctively swallowing. If it can really record images, placing it in the girl's bathroom would surely. As the monkey spoke, saliva dripped from its mouth. Liang Quan and Zhou wore expressions of excitement, eagerly itching to try. Xiao Ye suddenly felt a twinge of regret. If he truly handed the recording crystal to them, who knows what might happen? However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words, and continued. Of course, as long as you properly place the listening stone, I shall give you a recording crystal. All right. The monkey nodded vigorously, fearful that Xiao Ye might refuse. Good. Go ahead. Xiao Ye smiled and nodded, allowing this fellow to place the listening stone first. Leaving the matter of the recording crystal for later, the monkey, brimming with excitement, was about to depart when suddenly, its ears perked up. It crouched down, alerting, someone's coming. Xiao Ye also noticed and quickly pulled the dazed Liang Quan and Zhou to hide in the bushes. They saw two figures swiftly pass by, unaware of Xiao Ye and the other's presence. Chapter 187. The Phoenix's birth is that them. Xiao Ye frowned as he observed the two figures departing. To his surprise, it was Qingsang, the head of the Beast Institute, and Lei Ling. What were they sneaking around the back forest for? Humph, those two rascals again. The monkey sneered, seemingly harboring a strong aversion toward them. Xiao Ye, puzzled, glanced at the monkey and asked, isn't that the head of the Beast Institute? Why do you call him a rascal? The monkey shot a glance at Xiao Ye, gritting its teeth, and replied fiercely. You don't know? These two are utterly despicable scoundrels. A few years ago, they obtained a nefarious technique from the ancient spirit mountains that could infinitely enhance the strength of magical beasts, but their methods were extremely cruel. They even harmed their own beast companions for this research. That period was essentially the apocalypse for the magical beasts of the ancient spirit mountains. What? Xiao Ye realized that Lei Ling, as a disciple of the Beast Institute, didn't he possess his own beast companion? Initially thinking it was a battle casualty, he was astonished to learn of this grim revelation. The monkey nodded with hatred, saying, fortunately, the head issued a command in time to halt their insane research. But I feel they haven't given up. They are surely still conducting their experiments in secret. Liang Quan furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction Qingsang and Lei Ling had disappeared, and suggested, Monkey, why don't you secretly follow those two and see what they are up to? The monkey trembled in fear and shook its head repeatedly. I don't want to be their lab rat. Enough. Xiao Ye scoffed at the timid monkey and said, first, help me place the listening stone at Zhao Kang's residence. We can discuss this matter later. Hee. Rest assured, I'll deliver it right away. Just don't forget your promise to me. The monkey, brimming with confidence, reminded Xiao Ye before swiftly vanishing from sight. Xiao Ye shook his head in disbelief and turned to Liang Quan and Zhou, saying, I have matters to attend to. Tell the monkey to retrieve the listening stone in 2 or 3 days. Boss, are you leaving? Liang Quan asked, surprised. Yes, Xiao Ye replied, intending to visit the Academy's place of inheritance. He feared he would not return for a while. After instructing Liang Quan, he headed straight for the place of inheritance. The place of inheritance was a forbidden area of the Academy, essentially a mausoleum where only past heads and elders were permitted to be buried after their deaths. Usually, entry was strictly forbidden. Located at the back of the Academy, at the foot of the ancient spirit mountains, Xiao Ye felt a solemn and austere aura before even stepping into the mausoleum, which made him somewhat anxious. Stop. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out as a team burst forth from behind a nearby fence. led by a middle-aged man with a chiseled face who coldly glared at Xiao Ye. Warning, this is a forbidden area of the academy. Leave immediately. The enforcement team. Xiao Ye looked at the group before him, feeling a bit startled. Their faces were devoid of expression, eyes icy, and all had at least attained the true martial realm. Representing the academy's strongest forces, Xiao Ye dared not be careless and quickly produced the token representing his identity, stating, I am the champion of this year's new student competition, here to claim my reward. Newcomer King, the middle-aged man frowned. Scrutinizing Xiao Ye, he could instantly see through Xiao Ye's true cultivation level and was somewhat incredulous that a mere fourth-tier gathering essence disciple could be the champion. After inspecting the token carefully and confirming its authenticity, he handed it back to Xiao Ye but did not grant him entry. Kid, I advise you to return tomorrow morning. Xiao Ye, puzzled, asked, why? The middle-aged man pointed behind him, saying, this is the mausoleum of the Academy's ancestors, but it also serves as a demon's eye. Many demons appear at night, and it is almost dusk now. Are you sure you want to enter at this time? A demon's eye? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Places with demons' eyes typically harbored terrifying demon lords. Could this mausoleum also be suppressing a powerful demon? Xiao Ye did not feel the middle-aged man was exaggerating. He glanced at the mausoleum behind the fence, where ancient trees loomed, obscuring visibility, and could only resign himself. All right, I will return tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, with nothing further to do, he directly returned to his dormitory. Master, it's bad. Come quick. That rascal Xiao Ye is about to be beaten to death. As soon as Xiao Ye returned to his dormitory, he heard Xiao Bai's exaggerated cry for help in his mind. Huh? What happened? Xiao Ye was bewildered, eyeing the Shumi space. Xiao Ye was a top-tier existence. Who could possibly threaten him? With a thought, Xiao Ye vanished, reappearing in the Shumi space. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat hit him, startling Xiao Ye, who could not help but curse. What the hell is going on? In the Shumi space, a small bird the size of a fist, bright red in color, was perched atop Xiao Ye's head, pecking fiercely at him while angrily shouting, You black mudfish, how dare you take advantage of me? Just wait, I'll burn you alive. Tonight, I'll feast on braised mudfish. As it spoke, the fiery little bird expelled torrents of white flames, the terrifying heat making even Xiao Ye's scalp tingle. Ouch, you little scruffy bird, do you know who I am? How dare you set me on fire? Xiao Ye cried out in distress, but was helpless against the bird on top of him. Xiao Ye watched in astonishment. When did such a formidable little bird emerge in the Shumi space? Even Xiao Ye was powerless against it. Xiao Bai approached and reminded, Master, this is the phoenix that just hatched. What? A phoenix? Xiao Ye was taken aback, glancing at the little bird, and then at the phoenix egg beneath the phoenix tree. He could hardly believe that the phoenix egg had truly hatched. Ah, finally you are here. Xiao Ye, noticing Xiao Ye, rushed over to plead, Quick, drive this scruffy bird away. Huh, the fiery little bird paused, eyeing Xiao Ye up and down, coldly asking, And who are you? Ahem. Xiao Ye cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and replied, I am your master. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye, Xiao Bai, and the little tree all looked at him with sympathetic expressions, with Xiao Bai even shutting its eyes in pity. Hee. The fiery little bird let out a devilish laugh, narrowing its eyes at Xiao Ye. Are you certain? Before Xiao Ye could react, a red blur zipped past, and the little bird was already perched above his head, followed by a series of crackling sounds and the smell of burning hair. Damn it, Xiao Ye exclaimed, suddenly realizing, You little rascal, dare to burn my hair. Chapter 188. Subduing the phoenix. Xiao Ye was infuriated, truly furious, and roared, You scruffy bird, I will not let you off. Xiao Ye yelled in anger, but he had no way to deal with the phoenix hovering in midair. Humph, you featherless monkey, trying to take advantage of me. Just like that black mudfish. Neither of you are good, the little phoenix retorted, hovering in the air with conviction. You. Xiao Ye glared at his disheveled hair and seized Xiao Ye from his shoulder, throwing him toward the little phoenix, while saying, Xiao Ye, catch that rascal. Ah, Xiao Ye realized too late and cursed, You little brat, are you trying to get me killed? Before Xiao Ye could finish, he was engulfed in flames, followed by a series of screams as he writhed in agony on the ground, rolling around to extinguish the flames. When the tiger doesn't show its might, you truly don't know how many eyes the king of horses has. Xiao Ye roared in rage, channeling his energy into the heavenly demon palm, reaching out to grasp the little phoenix. Startled, the little phoenix attempted to dodge, but saw a massive golden hand in the air, blocking out the sun, instantly trapping it in its grasp. Ouch, you featherless monkey, what do you want? The little phoenix was taken aback, struggling in pain, but it was no match for Xiao Ye, who had just been born. Humph. Xiao Ye coldly snorted, glancing at the suffering Xiao Ye on the ground, and declared, Xiao Ye, today we will improve your diet. Quickly fetch water and start a fire. Tonight, we'll have bird soup, all right, just moments ago. Xiao Ye had been lying on the ground, barely alive, but upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, he sprang up, inexplicably producing a pot from somewhere, filling it with water, and starting a fire. The little phoenix was immediately terrified, screaming, "Ah, you rascals, release me, or I will set you on fire." Humph. Xiao Ye touched his disheveled hair, suppressing the fury within him, and coldly stated, "I shall grant you a chance to live, become my beast companion. Or else I shall stew you. You despicable fiend." The little phoenix retorted angrily that I would rather die than submit. Xiao Ye, uninterested in her defiance, tossed her directly into the pot that save me. "I'm going to roast a bird." The little phoenix cried, flapping her wings in desperate plea. Unfortunately, in this place, Xiao Ye and Xiao He were absolute tyrants, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Shu kept their distance, fearing to incur their wrath. After a futile outburst, the little phoenix resignedly closed her beak, folding her wings across her chest as she lay in the scalding water, a look of serene enjoyment upon her face. Observing her expression, Xiao He felt a surge of irritation and exclaimed, "Kid, that creature is a phoenix. This mere temperature cannot harm her." Xiao Ye too recognized this, furrowing his brows. If a phoenix could be reborn from flames, then even roasting it would not cause it the slightest harm. Humph. The little phoenix, sensing that the two could do nothing to her, became quite smug. "That I advise you to release me promptly, or I shall not let you off lightly." "Is that so?" Xiao Ye replied with a wicked smile. "Your tone suggests you're quite the young lady. Do you dare to believe I won't pluck every feather from your body and toss them outside?" "You wouldn't dare." The little phoenix trembled, glaring at Xiao Ye. "Humph, you ruined my hairstyle. It's only fair that I strip you of your feathers," Xiao Ye declared, casting a glance at Xiao He. "Xiao He, hold her down." "Sure thing," Xiao He replied excitedly, pinning the little phoenix to the ground. Xiao Ye, eager to join in, readied himself for action. "You two rascals, are you truly going to strip a girl? Woe is me." The little phoenix, frightened, began to cry. Xiao Ye's expression darkened. He thought, how can anyone mistake this featherless bird for a girl? The little phoenix's cries made it difficult for Xiao Ye to proceed, so he clenched his teeth and threatened, "Humph, unless you acknowledge me as your master, I shall not spare you. Woe is me, fine. I shall be your beast companion." The little phoenix surrendered, albeit reluctantly. Under Xiao Ye's intimidation, Xiao Bai and Xiao Shu exchanged sympathetic glances, both feeling pity for the innocent maiden who had fallen into Xiao Ye's clutches. However, the little phoenix's next words sent a shiver down their spines. "But I want to be the leader." Though diminutive in stature, the little phoenix harbored grand ambitions. Xiao Bai, Xiao Shu, and Xiao He all sensed an ominous premonition. This creature was certainly no pushover, perhaps even more formidable than Xiao He. To make matters worse, Xiao Ye would undoubtedly acquiesce to her demands. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye nodded and replied, "No problem, they are all very obedient." He then cast a menacing glance at the trio, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Shu glared back at Xiao Ye but ultimately relented, nodding in compliance. This time, Xiao Ye was not overly harsh. Like Xiao He, he signed an equal contract. Casting a glance at the little phoenix, Xiao Ye announced, "Now that you are my beast companion, you must have a name." "I shall call you Xiao." "Absolutely not." The little phoenix vigorously shook her head in refusal. "That name is far too generic." "Then how about Xiao?" Xiao Ye suggested casually. "No way, that's too shallow." The little phoenix looked at Xiao Ye with disdain. Xiao Ye was taken aback by her stubbornness. After trying out a dozen names, they finally settled on Xiao Feng. Xiao Ye then looked at his own disheveled hair, and then at the well-behaved Xiao Feng perched on his shoulder. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, he resolutely shaved off the remaining hair, leaving himself bald. "Woe is me, my hair," Xiao Ye lamented, glaring at the little phoenix on his shoulder. Noticing Xiao Ye's fury, Xiao Feng chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, "Master, I must say, the bald look suits you quite well." "Really?" Xiao Ye asked, somewhat skeptical, turning to Xiao Bai and Xiao Shu, who dared not disagree and quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao He scoffed in disdain, but Xiao Ye ignored him, knowing that retorting would only invite trouble. "Very well, I shall spare you this time. You all behave yourself while I step out," Xiao Ye instructed the group before concentrating and leaving the Shumi space. Upon returning to his room, the first thing Xiao Ye did was find a mirror. Although he felt somewhat awkward, his resolute face gave him an unexpected charm. "Forget it, I'll just hide at the heritage site tomorrow morning," Xiao Ye thought, wishing to avoid encounters with others, and he quickly went to bed without any inclination to cultivate. At dawn the next day, as the first light crept in, Xiao Ye rose early, taking advantage of the quiet to head directly to the Academy's heritage site. Chapter 189. The Heritage Site Stop. A furious shout rang out as Xiao Ye arrived at the heritage site. only to be intercepted by the same middle-aged man from the previous day. This is a forbidden area of the academy. You must leave immediately. Xiao Ye, exasperated, produced his identity token and said, "Come on. Brother, no need to be so serious. I was just here yesterday afternoon. Do you not recognize me?" The middle-aged man paused, taking the token from Xiao Ye and suddenly realizing. His eyes widened in astonishment. "It's you." The man scrutinized Xiao Ye from head to toe, while the others behind him struggled to suppress their laughter. "You just changed your hairstyle. I almost didn't recognize you." Xiao Ye's expression darkened further as he silently cursed Xiao Feng. Blaming the troublesome phoenix for his current predicament. It seemed unlikely he could return to his former appearance anytime soon. Ahem. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and said, "All right, hurry inside. Just a reminder, whether or not you obtain the heritage, you must exit before sunset, or you shall face the consequences." Xiao Ye nodded, uninterested in the others, and hurried into the heritage site, only to hear their laughter erupt behind him. "Humph," Xiao Ye grunted as he stepped into the ancient forest. His earlier anger gradually subsided, influenced by the solemn atmosphere surrounding him, and he found his mood growing heavier. As he traversed the ancient woods, he emerged into a vibrant meadow, alive with lush grass and blooming flowers of every hue. While butterflies danced gracefully about, not far off, several mounds were scattered across the landscape, marking the resting places of the Academy's ancestors. Xiao Ye frowned. This place seemed far too simplistic. Moreover, the meadow felt more like a new beginning than a final resting place. Finally, a newcomer after waiting a year. I was nearly bored to death. Suddenly, an abrupt voice broke the silence of the meadow. From atop a low mound, an ethereal, aged figure materialized. A white-haired elder. Is that a ghost? Xiao Ye gasped, startled, only to witness figures rising from each mound, some nearly transparent, on the verge of vanishing. Xiao Ye swallowed hard, realizing these were the lingering wills of the ancestors after their passing. "Only at the 4th level of the Gathering Yuan realm? Your cultivation is rather low," one figure remarked, "and you appear quite dull. Is this truly the champion of the new student competition?" A bearded elder scrutinized Xiao Ye. "This boy is bald. He can't possibly be a monk, can he?" Listening to the comments of these old-timers, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in disbelief. Were it not for their status as ancestors, he would have already taken action against them. "Hey, don't be frightened, young man. We mean no harm. Come closer." The first figure, the white-haired elder, beckoned to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glared at the elder, contemplating whether to teach these old geezers a lesson. Ultimately, he approached them. The elders immediately surrounded him, scrutinizing him closely, their brows furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. "Youth," began a wrinkled old woman, "though your cultivation leaves much to be desired, since you are here, we shall not withhold our knowledge. Whose heritage you receive depends on your destiny." Xiao Ye nodded, then recalled the system task, cautiously asking, "Are there any laws of heaven here?" The elders widened their eyes in unison, then shook their heads vigorously. "What laws of heaven? We've never heard of such a thing." Seeing their reactions, Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. It seemed the laws of heaven were indeed connected to the academy. Ahem. The old woman coughed twice and looked at Xiao Ye. "Young man, cultivation must be approached step by step. The power of the laws is profoundly mysterious, far beyond what someone of your Gathering Yuan realm can hope to comprehend. Do not harbor such foolish aspirations." "Indeed," the bearded elder agreed. "Why don't you demonstrate your strength for us? If any of us are impressed, you may inherit our wisdom." Xiao Ye nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Respected elders, you are all well aware of my cultivation level. My techniques are not easily displayed. Why don't one of you step forward and guide me instead?" His words were flattering, yet they were undeniably provocative, inciting the ire of the elders. "You brat, are you challenging us?" One elder growled. "Humph, the younger generation has become increasingly disrespectful." Another added, "Step aside. Let me take action and see if I can wipe the floor with this kid." "Enough," the old woman shouted, silencing the commotion. She frowned and said, "Though this lad is arrogant, he makes a valid point. Who among you will spar with him?" "I will." As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, the elderly man with white eyebrows was the first to leap forward. A sly smile creeping across his lips as he rubbed his palms together. He cautioned, "Young man, though I currently exist as but a fragment of thought, devoid of cultivation, I retain the memories and insights of my past life. This implies that the power of the laws can still be wielded. You must tread carefully." Xiao Ye nodded, a faint smile gracing his face as he replied, "I apologize for any offense." He was acutely aware of the terror these individuals could wield and bore no intention of underestimating them. Clenching his fists, he invoked the indestructible form of the Vajra, his body instantly shrouded in darkness, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sun's rays. "Young one, you possess some skills," the elder observed curiously, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. but I wish to see if your body can withstand the searing flames. With that, as if on cue, the elder was enveloped in a sphere of flames. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, feeling no trace of heat. The flames released by the old man seemed less potent than those from Xiao Feng. Undeterred, Xiao Ye's speed remained steady as he delivered a powerful punch into the flames, with a thunderous crack. Sparks erupted, and Xiao Ye's eyes widened in anguish. Although the flames appeared devoid of temperature, he soon realized his error upon contact, and a wave of intense heat surged through him, as if his very arm were on the verge of melting. Roaring in defiance, Xiao Ye summoned a melodious dragon's roar, invoking the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. A colossal, menacing black dragon phantom gradually materialized behind him, its crimson eyes coldly surveying the ground below. Is that the aura of the dragon clan? The white-browed elder paused, astonished by the terrifying dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye swiftly withdrew his arm, now of vivid crimson, knowing that had he hesitated any longer, it could have been incinerated. Chapter 190. The Black Giant Sword. How terrifying. Is this the power of the laws? Xiao Ye marveled at the elder, surrounded by flames that, while devoid of any detectable energy fluctuations, emitted a fearsome heat, despite having consumed the copper muscle iron bone pill, undergone heavenly thunder body refinement, and invoked the indestructible Vajra. He found his body scorched by the elder's flames. That it appeared that his body was not entirely impervious to fire. He simply had yet to encounter flames potent enough to challenge him. The air around him trembled as Xiao Ye focused on the white-browed elder, activating the domain of dragons. The power of a domain. The elder gasped, astonished by Xiao Ye's display. Humph, old man, allow me to demonstrate my might. Seeing the elder momentarily dazed, Xiao Ye extended his palm, enveloping the elder before slamming it down. Watch out above, elder, cried the old woman beside him. Sensing impending danger, what? The elder, startled, looked up to find a massive golden hand descending upon him like a shadow covering the sun. By the heavens, you are serious. The elder's eyes widened in alarm as the flames surrounding him surged, fully enveloping him. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled, leaving a colossal handprint where the elder had stood. Now, he lay powerless upon the ground, his form appearing even more ethereal. Is this truly the force of a mere youth in the gathering Yuan realm? It feels even stronger than that of the true martial realm. Indeed, we have underestimated this lad. He has grasped the domain. Witnessing Xiao Ye's formidable prowess, the onlookers instinctively swallowed hard, their excitement palpable. Young man, since you have comprehended the domain, you can cultivate the laws as well. I sense the power of wind suits you, silent and gentle like a whisper in tranquility, yet fierce as thunder in chaos. How about inheriting my legacy? Nonsense. This lad's body is as hard as iron, and his techniques are steadfast. He is best suited for the power of gold. Young man, inherit my legacy. I sense the water laws would be more fitting for you. The elderly men began to bicker, while the white-browed elder clumsily rose from the ground, the atmosphere charged with tension as a confrontation loomed. Enough, the old woman shouted, silencing the commotion. How can you behave so chaotically? The choice ultimately lies with this young man. Turning her gaze toward Xiao Ye, the others followed suit, their expressions filled with anticipation. Xiao Ye took a step back in trepidation. The elderly men's eyes seemed to glimmer with a lecherous eagerness, as if they had been deprived of female company for centuries. Furrowing his brows, he felt utterly lost regarding the power of the laws, unsure how to proceed. Which law possesses the greatest strength? He inquired. Undoubtedly, the power of water, the bearded elder exclaimed. That is absurd. The power of gold is far superior. Do you wish to fight? Absolutely. I've long harbored disdain for you. Enough, the old woman interjected, her patience waning. She turned to Xiao Ye, insisting, before the sun sets, you must depart this place. Choose swiftly. Xiao Ye scanned the faces around him, feeling that their powers were comparably balanced, rendering it difficult to discern superiority. His gaze fell upon the old woman, who seemed to command respect from the elders, leading him to suspect that her laws were the most formidable. Old lady, what laws do you cultivate? Me. The old woman paused, then shook her head. The laws I practice are not suitable for you. Choose from among them. Xiao Ye was further puzzled, having little interest in the laws of the elderly men. The white-browed elder, noticing Xiao Yu's apathetic demeanor, snapped, Hey, young man, do you insist on practicing the heavenly Dao techniques? Xiao Ye turned to the elder, asking, You are aware of the heavenly Dao techniques? The others glared at the white-browed elder, who suddenly realized he had misspoken and hastily covered his mouth, mumbling, Did I just say something? Xiao Ye's brows knitted in confusion. These old men undeniably possessed knowledge of the heavenly Dao techniques, yet they refused to disclose it. If you are so interested in the heavenly Dao techniques, then come forward. A low voice echoed through the space. Who? Xiao Ye gasped, his eyes widening in alarm as he scanned his surroundings. While the elderly figures frowned, retreating to grant him passage, the old woman sighed. regarding Xiao Ye with a mixture of concern and encouragement. Young man, go forth. The place where you see a giant sword is where the one seeking you resides. Xiao Ye, bewildered, could not comprehend the old woman's meaning but sensed no immediate threat that he nodded and ventured deeper into the grassland at a giant sword. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the flat expanse of grassland bordered by ancient trees. Yet no sign of any giant sword was visible. Doubtful yet resolute, he continued onward. Suddenly, with a single step, the scenery shifted dramatically, transforming into a desolate desert where a colossal black sword, resembling a pillar, jutted starkly from the barren sands. What? Xiao Ye stood in stunned silence, glancing back to find the lush grassland still thriving behind him, while before him lay the stark desolation of the desert, separated by an invisible barrier, as if an ethereal wall partitioned the two realms. Approaching the imposing black sword, Xiao Ye swallowed hard. The portion of the sword protruding from the ground was at least twice his height. What kind of being could wield such a massive weapon? Could it be the weapon of a giant? As he neared the sword, its black blade glimmered like a mirror, razor-sharp, and unscathed by the relentless winds and sands. Young man, why are you so intrigued by the heavenly Dao techniques? The deep voice resonated once more, emanating from the giant sword itself. Xiao Ye, incredulous, looked up. Are you speaking? One could say so. The voice continued that if my conjecture is correct, the heavenly Dao techniques have become a closely guarded secret, known to but a few. How did you come by this knowledge? Chapter 191. A conversation with the giant sword. Xiao Ye nodded, gazing at the sword as he explained, I only discovered it recently. He recounted the events surrounding the hidden scroll of Lu Wenbai, believing the sword to belong to a predecessor who had practiced the heavenly Dao techniques within the Academy. So it is Lu Wenbai's scroll. The giant sword sighed, its tone laced with resignation. It seems that despite all of Song Yi's efforts, he could not conceal the truth from the perceptive. Young man, do you wish to practice the heavenly Dao techniques? The sword suddenly turned its attention to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye shook his head, replying, I am merely curious about what the heavenly Dao entails. My interest is not particularly strong. Initially, he had harbored a fleeting desire to pursue the heavenly Dao techniques. But upon learning of the self-harm required, his enthusiasm waned. While the heavenly Dao techniques were indeed powerful, they could not rival the system he possessed. Though, the giant sword let out a surprised exclamation. It was the first time he encountered someone who expressed a desire not to cultivate martial arts. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, humanity's attempt to pry into the mysteries of the heavens is truly ignorant. The higher one stands, the more one realizes their own insignificance. The Tao of Heaven's techniques. Mere fantasies of fools. Xiao Ye looked at the giant sword in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind its words. The giant sword continued, Young one, since you are intrigued by the Tao of Heaven's techniques, allow me to enlighten you. In truth, the Tao of Heaven is a path of demonic cultivation. Demonic cultivation. Xiao Ye could hardly believe his ears. Indeed, the Tao of Heaven is also known as the path of indifference. Cultivating it to its utmost will lead one to lose their true self, forgetting even the most important aspects of their existence. Becoming a mere puppet of the Tao, a machine that knows only slaughter. Xiao Ye could not help but swallow hard, astonished. If it is so terrifying, why do people still choose to cultivate it? Because of its power. Few can resist the allure of invincibility. Even knowing the dangers, some still dare to take the risk. The giant sword turned to Xiao Ye and added, I admire your ability to resist such temptations. Xiao Ye smiled awkwardly. It was not that he could resist such temptations, but rather that he possessed a system far mightier than the Tao of Heaven itself. The giant sword continued, Do you know there are several great seals within the ancient spirit mountains? 2, I think, Xiao Ye pondered. The dark abyss counted as 1, and this place should count as another. No, there are 3, the giant sword clarified. The dark abyss seals a demonic realm. Here lies the eye of the demon. And the third is the most terrifying. It seals several fiends who have cultivated the Tao of Heaven. The divine punishment peak. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback, exclaiming, the divine punishment peak is actually a seal. In disbelief, he recalled how he had previously regarded it as a sacred training ground, not realizing it was a sight of horror. Indeed, the giant sword said, a hint of melancholy in its tone. Calculating the time, it seems the only one trapped there is Song Yi, all alone. Song Yi. Xiao Ye couldn't help but think of the little monk in white robes from the painting, as well as the figure he had seen striking the bell atop the divine punishment peak. The giant sword continued, these 3 seals are interlinked, forming a mysterious connection that if one were to be broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, in 400 to 500 years, once Song Yi perishes, the last practitioner of the Tao of Heaven will vanish. And this threat will cease to exist. Xiao Ye was dumbfounded, swallowing hard again. This Song Yi must have lived 200 years ago. How could he possibly survive another 400 to 500 years? Is he a monster? Enough about this matter. The giant sword changed the subject. You are the champion of this new student tournament. However, I believe our legacy is not suited for you. Xiao Ye looked at the giant sword without much disappointment. After hesitating, he asked, Elder, are there any methods for rapid cultivation? He thought of the current system task. Given that it was an S-level task, it surely wouldn't be easy to accomplish. The giant sword pondered for a moment before replying. No, cultivation is inherently a gradual process. Besides, I've noticed your foundation is quite solid. Why rush? Is there no way to quickly grasp the laws of cultivation? Xiao Ye, unwilling to concede, pressed further. Although he had cultivated a domain, it was merely due to the Dragon 9 transformations and the Shumi space, not his own comprehension. Laws? The giant sword had observed Xiao Ye's keen interest in laws and began to explain. Laws are a form of mysterious power, but for you, it is still too early. One must at least undergo a lightning tribulation and reach the martial king realm to sense them. Seeing Xiao Ye's disappointment, the giant sword continued. Since you are so curious, let me briefly introduce them. The most common powers of laws are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Though they are far from exhaustive, there are also rare laws, such as the Tao of heaven, light, and darkness. There is no absolute strength among these laws. The deeper your understanding, the stronger you become. As for cultivating laws, there are 3 methods. The first is through your own insights. This method is the most powerful. Yet very few warriors can comprehend the laws independently. The second is much simpler. Inheritance. You inherit the insights of your predecessors, but in this case, your understanding of the laws is unlikely to surpass theirs, which has significant drawbacks. The third method, however, is widely condemned by humanity. It is called wedding dress. Wedding dress. Xiao Ye was bewildered, looking at the giant sword in confusion. Indeed, this method is exceptionally cruel. It involves stripping a person of their understanding of the laws, effectively tearing apart their soul. By absorbing and refining the marks of their comprehension, you can gain the corresponding powers of the laws. However, that person will undoubtedly perish. This method is also the most straightforward and brutal. Moreover, the understanding of each law differs from person to person. The more you absorb, the stronger you become. However, this method has been universally rejected, and it requires a master of the soul laws to execute. A skill rarely seen in the present day. Soul laws? Xiao Ye frowned, recalling the dormant Xiao Ye. If I find a master of the soul laws, could I awaken Xiao Ye? He asked, filled with hope. As long as one is powerful enough, it is possible. However, the giant sword's voice suddenly halted, shifting to a tone of urgency. This is bad. The sun is about to set. Leave quickly, as the last ray of sunlight vanished. The giant sword's voice abruptly ceased. The once clear sky turned ominously dark, and the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. Elder, what is happening? Xiao Ye gasped, springing to his feet, alert and scanning the surroundings. Chapter 192. The mysterious young girl. Whoosh. The howling winds of darkness surged, and the temperature plummeted. The landscape around him morphed once again. This is not good. Xiao Ye suddenly realized where he was. They were at an eye of the demon. During the day, the souls of the elders could suppress it, but at night, it was the time for demons and monsters to emerge. They had to leave immediately. Xiao Ye recognized the terrifying demonic aura of the eye and dared not hesitate. He activated the cloud treading technique to its utmost, swiftly moving away. Whoosh! As Xiao Ye exited the desert and arrived at the grassland, he was astounded to see the flourishing expanse had instantly withered. A suffocating, corrosive aura enveloping the ground. Humans. Suddenly, a voice of alarm rang out. Xiao Ye turned sharply, only to find a dozen shadowy figures resembling ferocious wolves had appeared behind him, exuding a terrifying demonic aura. Their mouths dripping with saliva, their crimson eyes greedily fixating on him. Behind the wolf pack stood a gaunt figure, clutching a wooden staff, gazing at Xiao Ye with a cold smirk, with a casual wave of his hand. He said, "Ah, what a rarity. It's been decades since I've seen a living human." Attack! Roared at a cacophony of furious howls erupted as the feral wolves lunged at Xiao Ye. Get lost! Xiao Ye bellowed, his fists clenched as he struck one of the wolves, sending it flying. Then he unleashed a melodious dragon roar, summoning a colossal, fearsome black dragon shadow behind him, cold crimson eyes glaring down at the wolf pack. What is that? The gaunt figure furrowed his brow, warily observing the massive dragon shadow behind Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye wasted no time, raising his palm and channeling the heavenly demon palm, summoning a gigantic golden hand that descended upon the wolves below with great force. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, and the air filled with anguished howls as dozens of wolves were flattened in an instant. Yet, before Xiao Ye could catch his breath, he was taken aback to see the flattened wolves rising back to their feet, completely unharmed. What is happening? Xiao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, The gaunt figure laughed arrogantly, exclaiming, "These wolves hail from the demonic realm. As long as there is demonic energy present, they are immortal. Do not struggle. Obediently become their prey." With a roar, the wolves attacked Xiao Ye once more. Damn it! Xiao Ye gritted his teeth in anger, drawing a shimmering spear, which pierced through a wolf's body. Indeed, as the figure had said, these wolves were entirely comprised of condensed demonic energy, making them impossible to kill as long as the energy persisted. In an instant, Xiao Ye's desire to fight evaporated, since he could not kill them. His only option was to escape. Without hesitation, he activated the cloud-treading technique and sprinted toward the ancient forest. Humph! Trying to escape, the figure scoffed coldly. With a swift motion of his staff, the wolf pack reappeared, blocking Xiao Ye's path. "Then I shall eliminate you first." Realizing there was no chance to flee, Xiao Ye pivoted sharply, brandishing his spear toward the gaunt figure. Huh! The figure was momentarily startled but quickly regained composure. Raising his staff to block Xiao Ye's strike, clang, the spear collided with the staff, producing a metallic clang. The figure seized the opportunity to retreat, creating distance between them while summoning the wolves once more. Humph! Xiao Ye snorted, showing no intention of engaging in battle. He seized the chance to dash toward the ancient forest ahead. "Dream on if you think you can escape from me." The shadowy figure swiftly reacted, bellowing as he thrust his staff into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast was rolling beneath the earth, rapidly approaching Xiao Ye. "What is this?" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, gazing at the approaching wave of soil, and suddenly leaped into the air. Boom! The ground erupted violently, and a thick figure burst forth from the earth, an enormous black worm. As thick as a person could embrace. Roar! The black worm opened its cylindrical maw, emitting a series of deafening roars, revealing rows of terrifying teeth resembling jagged saws. Xiao Ye initially thought it would pounce on him. But to his surprise, the creature suddenly lowered its head and burrowed back underground. Whoosh! The soil churned wildly, causing Xiao Ye to stumble and nearly fall. This gigantic worm was digging a trap. What on earth is this? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ye focused intently on the tumultuous earth and leaped into action. 9 stars returned to 1. The spear in Xiao Ye's hand trembled, instantaneously transforming into 9 phantoms that merged into one. Thrusting fiercely towards the writhing ground, swoosh! The spear plunged into the surface, accompanied by a pained howl, as a jet of black blood gushed forth, and the ground rolled violently, sending Xiao Ye flying. Huh? I sent this creature an energy entity? Xiao Ye stared at the enormous worm, now barely alive on the surface, realizing it was a magical beast. "You bastard! You killed my beast companion. You shall perish." The black figure had somehow arrived before Xiao Ye, bellowing angrily as its staff swung down towards him. "Humph! I have no time to play with you." Xiao Ye huffed coldly, parrying the attack with his spear, and swiftly darted toward the nearby ancient forest. "Human, halt!" The figure, realizing Xiao Ye's intent, was too late to stop him. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air from a distance, causing Xiao Ye to pause. Could there be others here besides him? At this point, Xiao Ye had already entered the ancient forest, where the dark energy could no longer affect him. He turned toward the source of the sound but saw no one, only a faint glimmer of light. "Let us investigate." Glancing at the furious black figure cursing at the edge of the ancient forest, Xiao Ye quickly rushed toward the flickering light. Huh? The figure was taken aback, evidently not expecting Xiao Ye to charge back in. "Despicable human, are you toying with me? I will kill you today," the figure roared, hot on Xiao Ye's heels. Xiao Ye had already discerned that this individual lacked significant power. They were merely indestructible in this dark energy. So he chose to ignore them. Roared. A series of furious howls resonated ahead, where a pack of snarling magical beasts, akin to ravenous wolves, with blood-red eyes gleaming with greed, were viciously tearing at something. Chapter 193. The Elven Maiden. Xiao Ye arrived at the source of the light, widening his eyes in astonishment that it was a luminous sphere, within which resided a young girl, under the dim glow. He discerned her features, pure and unadorned, as if she were a fairy fallen from the heavens, delicate and endearing, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of impurities, yet were filled with terror. As she trembled and curled up within the sphere, strangely, she possessed a pair of gossamer wings behind her. An elf? Suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from behind Xiao Ye. The black figure had followed him, and, upon seeing the girl within the sphere, widened his eyes in excitement, even more so than when he saw Xiao Ye. An elf. Xiao Ye, hearing the figure's astonishment, was taken aback, realizing that the wings behind the girl were indeed a hallmark of elves. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the protective energy shield around the elf shattered, and the ravenous wolves howled in excitement, lunging towards the girl. "Watch out!" Xiao Ye was startled, moving without hesitation to shield the girl. Ah! The girl cried out in anguish as one of the wolves' claws tore into her shoulder, blood gushing forth instantly. Get away! Xiao Ye roared, positioning himself in front of the girl and repelling the surrounding wolves. Human. The girl saw Xiao Ye and, instead of gratitude, was filled with greater fear, trembling and retreating. Are you all right? Xiao Ye asked, concerned about the girl's shoulder wound. Don't come near, the girl screamed in terror. Her eyes wide with fright as she regarded Xiao Ye as if he were a heinous villain. Ha! A sinister laugh rang out. The black figure, observing Xiao Ye and the girl surrounded by wolves, laughed triumphantly and proclaimed, I never expected to encounter an elf. Truly a miracle. Such a pure life will surely break the seal if delivered to Lord Ross. Xiao Ye frowned, disregarding the figure, and turned to the elf girl, urgently insisting, I mean you no harm. Come with me, and I can help you escape from here. The elf girl, however, did not trust Xiao Yu's words, shaking her head in fear, as if believing Xiao Yu to be more frightening than the wolves. Attack! Kill that human, and capture the elf girl alive, the figure shouted furiously, and the ravenous pack surged toward Xiao Ye and the girl. Damn it! Xiao Ye grimaced, gritting his teeth before lunging at the elf girl, swiftly wrapping his arms around her. Let go of me. The girl trembled in fear, struggling violently to break free from Xiao Ye's embrace. Apologies, Xiao Ye exclaimed, positioning the girl below him as he shielded her. Ugh! Xiao Ye frowned, feeling sharp pain from behind. These wolves did not appear strong yet managed to injure him. Ignoring the pain, he concentrated his thoughts and, holding the girl, instantly entered the void space. Roar! Xiao Ye and the elf girl vanished suddenly, leaving the wolves to howl in fury at their lost target. Huh, what just happened? The black figure was momentarily stunned, staring at the place where Xiao Ye had just been, furrowing his brow in anger, demanding, search for him, dig 3 feet into the ground to capture that elf. At this moment, Xiao Ye entered the void space, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Baldy, you're back, a voice called out, and Xiao Ye's face darkened as he saw Little Phoenix perched on Little White. While Little Tree was reluctantly giving her a massage, Little Black was busy refining the dragon pearl, glancing at Xiao Ye before continuing his work. Oh, who is this beautiful lady? Little Phoenix noticed the elf girl in Xiao Ye's arms and fluttered over curiously. Ah! The elf girl suddenly reacted, pushing Xiao Ye away, retreating rapidly, trembling and maintaining her distance, her eyes filled with terror, like a frightened little deer. Huh, an elf, Little White exclaimed, noticing the wings on the girl's back, rolling up in surprise and staring at her. What? This beautiful lady is an elf? Little Phoenix approached, intrigued. Little Tree and the recently awakened Little Black joined them, surrounding the elf girl. The elf girl widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Xiao Ye's companions, a phoenix, a tree spirit, a devouring spirit mother ant, and a dragon. The elf girl trembled slightly, glancing at Xiao Ye, then surveying the surroundings, bewildered by how such a place could host so many spiritual beasts. Xiao Ye scrutinized the elf girl, sensing that she did not harbor intense hostility toward his companions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this elf be the one who escaped from the Tianyu auction house? I wonder if she possesses an elven spring. You're injured. Let me help you with that, Xiao Ye offered, observing the wound on the girl's shoulder. The elf girl hesitated but eventually nodded. Little Tree approached her, extending a branch, as a verdant light surged forth and gently touched the wound on the girl's shoulder, healing it at a visible pace. Xiao Ye was astonished. Little Tree possessed this ability? Why had Ti noticed it before? As the wound healed, the elf girl appeared less timid, observing Little Tree and the other magical beasts, questioning, were you also captured by this despicable human? Huh, you mean that bald guy? Little Phoenix blinked, realizing, he is our master. Did he bully you? Don't worry, tell me, and I'll help you get revenge. Little Phoenix perched on the girl's shoulder, wings crossed over her chest, glaring at Xiao Ye as if he were her pet. Master, the elf girl gasped, initially believing Xiao Yu's companions to be coerced, but Little Phoenix's tone suggested otherwise. Xiao Yu shot a fierce glare at Little Phoenix before addressing the elf girl. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill toward you. The elf girl instinctively swallowed hard, her gaze toward Xiao Yu still rife with fear. Little Tree leaned closer to Xiao Ye, whispering, Master, you didn't capture an elf to obtain the elven spring, did you? Just a reminder, the elf race is quite united. Be careful, or you might provoke the entire elf clan's wrath. Xiao Yu was speechless, kicking Little Tree aside in annoyance, retorting, do you think I'm that kind of person? The other companions nodded in agreement. Chapter 194. Departure from the Legacy Land. Xiao Ye shot a fierce glare at the small tree and its companions, ignoring them as he turned his attention to the timid elven maiden, inquiring, what is your name? The elven girl, upon realizing Xiao Ye was addressing her, recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. Xiao Feng quickly flapped her wings to gently ruffle the girl's hair, offering reassurance, do not be afraid. This bald giant is not a bad person. Casting a glance at Xiao Feng, the elven girl swallowed hard, still gazing at Xiao Ye with trepidation, and replied, Ling Ming. Ling Ming? Xiao Ye nodded thoughtfully and pressed on. How did you come to be in the Academy's legacy land? Ah, Ling Ming shuddered, curling in on herself and shaking her head repeatedly, seemingly attempting to evade something. Sister Ling Ming, please do not be afraid. Xiao Feng nestled closer, comforting her. You can share your troubles. We will help you. Really? Is that true? Ling Ming looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she whispered. I want to go home. Home? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering aloud. I recall that the elven race resides in the eternal forest, located several thousand miles to the west of Yuzhou. How did you end up here? Ling Ming cast a glance at Xiao Ye and shook her head repeatedly, remaining silent. Xiao Ye was now certain that the elven girl who had escaped from the Tianyu auction house was indeed Ling Ming. Noting her profound fear of humans, he queried, Were you captured by humans? Ling Ming nodded in terror, still wary of Xiao Ye. With a gentle sigh, Xiao Ye said, I can take you back, but I cannot leave just yet. I must wait for a while. Is that acceptable? Ling Ming nodded eagerly, glancing around nervously. Can I stay here in the meantime? Xiao Ye smiled slightly, and before he could respond, Xiao Feng exclaimed excitedly, Of course. You don't know how dull it is for a little girl like me here. It would be wonderful to have Sister Ling Ming to keep me company. Ling Ming couldn't help but smile at the lively Xiao Feng. Xiao Ye shot a glare at Xiao Feng, recalling the times he had been bullied by her. Feeling quite displeased, he turned to Ling Ming and asked, Since you are an elf, do you possess the Fountain of Life? Xiao Ye was one of the first beast companions to follow Xiao Ye and understood the importance of the Fountain of Life. He recalled that had it not been for his assistance in bidding for the Dragon Pearl at the auction house, Xiao Ye would have likely obtained the Fountain of Life by now. No. Ling Ming shook her head in disappointment. Though the Fountain of Life is unique to the Eternal Forest, it is still precious to our elven race. I once possessed a portion, but alas, it was taken by humans. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. It seemed the elven fountain that had been sold at the auction was indeed taken from Ling Ming. He turned to her and asked, If I return you to the Eternal Forest, could you provide me with a portion of the Fountain of Life? Without hesitation, Ling Ming nodded. Yes, I can. Very well. As soon as I finish this matter, I will certainly take you back. Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement, eager to complete the current system task before visiting the Eternal Forest. He cast a fond glance at the quiet Xiao Ye lying on the grass nearby. Obtaining the elven fountain would ensure her complete revival. Xiao Ye's gaze shifted to the elder's staff propped against the grass. There was still a terrifying necromantic space calling out to him, but the current realm of Sumi was too fragile for him to dare refine it. He glanced at the phoenix wood, which stood merely a person's height and was as thick as an arm, pondering how long it would take for it to grow and solidify this space. Never mind, there is no rush. Shaking his head, Xiao Ye calculated the time. Dawn must have already arrived. With a movement, he exited the Sumi space and returned to the legacy land as the first rays of sunlight broke through. The last remnants of darkness vanished, leaving a serene silence. The withered grass beneath the morning light appeared to be reborn, its yellow blades falling away, decaying, as tender shoots sprang forth from the soil, growing vigorously, transforming the landscape into a vibrant meadow filled with blooming flowers. The gentle breeze caressed his face as the grass swayed in the wind. Xiao Ye noticed ethereal figures drifting from several mounds not far away. They were the same seniors from yesterday. Hey, kid, what brings you back here? The old man with a goat beard exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiao Ye. You didn't stay overnight, did you? The elder with white brows added, suddenly realizing something, and gasped. The others were also intrigued, gathering around to inquire why Xiao Ye was still present. Xiao Ye smiled faintly and said, I got lost when I came out last night and accidentally fell asleep. The elders exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced of his story. They knew all too well that this place was a magical eye, and its horrors were well known to them. Ordinary people could hardly withstand the invasion of demonic energy. Seeing that Xiao Ye was reluctant to elaborate, the elder with white brows moved on, asking, Did you obtain the answers you sought last night? Xiao Ye glanced into the depths of the meadow and nodded slightly. I suppose I did. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Xiao Ye realized that lingering here would be of no assistance, and with a respectful bow, he departed. The elders watched his retreating figure, their brows furrowed in concern. Do you think this kid might have obtained the Taoist techniques from the old dean? How could that be? The Taoist techniques are malevolent. The old dean would never pass them on to anyone. Then why did he leave so easily? Enough, the elderly woman interjected, halting their discussion. Let this matter rest. We still know nothing about the Taoist techniques. The others nodded solemnly, ceasing their conversation at that moment. Xiao Ye left the legacy land and returned to the academy. Feeling as though he had traversed a different realm. Why are you only coming out now? The patrol captain was astonished to see Xiao Ye emerging. I accidentally fell asleep inside. I apologize for the disturbance. Xiao Ye replied with a smile, eager to avoid further entanglement, and quickly took his leave. Calculating the time, Xiao Ye realized 2 days had already passed. The listening stone should have gathered useful information by now. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him, and instinctively he stepped back as a silver needle whizzed silently past his nose, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. With a hissing sound, the tree instantly withered, indicating the needle was laced with potent poison. Who's there? Xiao Ye spun around, furious, directing his shout toward the source of the needle. Chapter 195. Disturbance in the Pill Academy. Concealed within the tree beside Xiao Ye was a man in black. Astonished as he observed Xiao Ye, the first person to evade his assassination attempt without any warning, and notably, this individual was merely a 4th-tier practitioner of the Gathering Yuan realm. Who are you? Show yourself, Xiao Ye bellowed, brandishing a spear as he thrust it toward the man's hiding spot. Realizing he had been discovered, the man in black no longer attempted to evade, swiftly dodging Xiao Ye's attack with grace. Xiao Ye noted the resemblance between this black-clad figure and the specter-like assassins he had encountered previously. Clang, the black-clad man unsheathed a short sword, attacking Xiao Ye without hesitation. Humph, seeking death. Xiao Ye's expression turned icy as he tightened his grip on the spear, bringing it down with force toward the man's head. The assassin's cold gaze betrayed no emotion as he tilted his head slightly, evading the fatal strike, while his short sword continued to thrust toward Xiao Ye. Crack! The spear collided with the assassin's shoulder, producing a sharp sound akin to bone breaking. The man merely frowned, seemingly impervious to pain, as the sword flew from his hand, aiming straight for Xiao Ye's throat. Humph! Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully, seizing the blade with a single hand. Clang! The sword halted just before Xiao Ye's throat, unable to penetrate further. The blade is coated with deadly poison that seals the throat upon contact. You dare to catch it barehanded? How foolish! The man in black sneered coldly. Humph! Xiao Ye's disdainful snort echoed as his hand grasping the sword transformed into a metallic black, exerting force. Crack! The short sword shattered in an instant, leaving Xiao Ye's hand unscathed. Wah! What is happening? The man in black was taken aback, retreating repeatedly as he placed the bamboo tube to his lips, launching a silver needle toward Xiao Ye, utilizing the cloud stepping technique. Xiao Ye effortlessly dodged the silver needle, stepping forward to confront the assassin. With a swift motion, he plunged the spear into the man's heart. Ugh! The assassin's eyes widened, devoid of fear, instead reflecting a sense of relief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a 6th-tier Gathering Yuan assassin, earning 3,000 experience points. You meet the criteria for leveling up. Would you like to proceed? The system's notification chimed in Xiao Ye's mind, momentarily stunned. Xiao Ye realized he could finally advance to the 5th tier of the Gathering Yuan realm. That a wave of excitement surged through him just as a faint female voice reached his ears. Congratulations. You have also caught the attention of the ghostly assassins. Xiao Ye frowned and turned to see Qin Yun, playfully toying with her flute, approaching with a smile. Xiao Ye shot her a glare and replied coolly. Just mutual congratulations. Qin Yun glanced at the assassin slain by Xiao Ye on the ground and cautioned, the targets of the underworld will never relent. This is merely a test. More formidable assassins will come until you are eliminated. Xiao Ye looked at Qin Yun, not dismissing her words as mere alarmism, and replied, as a princess of the South Yun Kingdom, it's alarming that this underworld organization is so audacious as to target you. Does the king not take any action? Qin Yun shook her head, expressing her helplessness. This matter is beyond the king's control. The underworld organization is shrouded in mystery. After years of investigation, all we know is that their leader is a master at the martial king level. Yet we have no idea what he looks like. So mysterious? Xiao Ye frowned. While a martial king is indeed a peak expert here, it seems implausible that even the kingdom is powerless against them. Qin Yun nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic. You're headed to the Pill Institute too, right? Let us go together. The Pill Institute. Xiao Ye was taken aback, looking at Qin Yun with confusion. What is the purpose of going there? Qin Yun stared at Xiao Ye in disbelief. Are you not aware? Someone provoked the Pill Institute, and even the headmaster was assaulted. What? Master Fu was attacked. Xiao Ye was incredulous. Fu Qinghe, the headmaster, was a master at the martial king level. How could he be overpowered? Qin Yun shook her head. I truly wonder how you managed to be the vice president. By the way, What brings you here if you are not going to the Pill Institute? I have my reasons. Xiao Ye glanced at Qin Yun, unwilling to elaborate. Let us go and see, setting aside Xiao Ye's identity as the vice president. He held a favorable view of Master Fu. He could not stand by while Master Fu was being bullied. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pill Institute, they found Fu Qinghe confronting 3 individuals at the door. Leading the students and faculty to ITS them, Xiao Ye was stunned, recognizing the white-clad man as the young master of the Tian Luo sect. Qin Yun, puzzled, asked Xiao Ye, "Do you know them?" "I don't know them well. I've only seen them a few times." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that the adversaries were disciples of the Tian Luo sect, which explained why Fu Qinghe was not their match. "Master Fu, are you all right?" Xiao Ye rushed to Fu Qinghe's side. Concern etched on his face that moment. Fu Qinghe appeared pale, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his abdomen pierced by a long sword. Steadfastly confronting the white-clad man, that he subtly shook his head, signaling Xiao Ye to refrain from rash actions. The white-clad man glanced at Xiao Ye, then addressed Fu Qinghe, coolly stating, "Headmaster, I've shown you courtesy. 5 million gold coins for a glimpse of the Pill Institute's true understanding of alchemy. You have no reason to refuse, correct?" 5 million? Xiao Ye was taken aback. The young master of the Tian Luo sect was indeed wealthy. "Humph." Fu Qinghe coldly snorted. "The true understanding of alchemy is the culmination of our predecessors' efforts. It is not something outsiders can borrow." The white-clad man frowned, slowly retracting his folding fan, and coldly remarked, "So, I must resort to force." Upon hearing this, the students and faculty of the Pill Institute glared in outrage. The white-clad man was clearly insulting them. Undeterred by his injuries, Fu Qinghe stepped forward and coldly declared, "You may certainly try." Defeated, a middle-aged man emerged behind the white-clad figure, gripping the long sword at his back and disdainfully eyeing Fu Qinghe. "Leave it to me." Xiao Ye, aware of Fu Qinghe's injuries, stepped forward and spoke calmly. "No." Fu Qinghe hurriedly interjected, "You are no match for them. I've already informed the headmaster. We just need to hold on." "Xiao Ye, they have a martial king expert. Do not act impulsively." Yang Yiqiao appeared beside Xiao Ye, urgently warning him. "Indeed, master, these individuals are formidable." Han Hao also cautioned, "Do not worry. I will be prudent." Xiao Ye replied with a faint smile, stepping forward to shield Fu Qinghe. The white-clad man regarded Xiao Ye with disdain. "What are you? How dare you obstruct me?" Xiao Ye frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I am Xiao Ye, the vice president of the Pill Institute. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave." "Vice president? Is that all?" The white-clad man scoffed, abruptly opening his folding fan and swinging it toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye suddenly felt an ominous premonition and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thud, a sharp pain pierced Xiao Ye's abdomen, and he was uncontrollably sent flying into the crowd. Xiao Ye, Yang Yiqiao, and Fu Qinghe exclaimed in shock, rushing over. Xiao Ye struggled to rise, his abdomen marred by a ghastly wound, akin to a cut from a sharp blade. "What is this? The power of laws." Xiao Ye gritted his teeth against the pain, astonished to see that the white-clad man had utilized the power of the wind law, yet this man's cultivation level was certainly not at the martial king stage. How could he comprehend the power of laws? "Xiao Ye, are you all right?" Fu Qinghe looked at him with concern. "I'm fine." Xiao Ye shook his head, stepping forward again, warily watching the white-clad man and coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" The white-clad man frowned, offering no reply, and instead remarked in surprise, "You can still stand." He observed Xiao Ye's injury, noting it was merely superficial and not life-threatening. "What formidable defense!" The white-clad man smirked, disdainfully stating, "I am curious to see how many of my attacks you can withstand." As he spoke, he raised his folding fan once more. Xiao Ye's expression grew serious. The white-clad man's cultivation should only be at the true martial stage, and Xiao Ye believed he could fight back with his current strength. "Stop!" Suddenly, a furious shout erupted as a figure stepped in front of Xiao Ye, preparing to confront the white-clad man's assault with a clenched fist. Boom! A thunderous noise resonated, akin to an explosion in the air, sending terrifying shockwaves that nearly swept away the students of lower cultivation levels. "Old headmaster." Xiao Ye recognized the elder who had stepped in front of him as Su Xing, the headmaster rescued from the dark abyss, accompanied by several elders from the institute. Xiao Ye frowned, noting a wound on Su Xing's hand, a remnant from earlier. The white-clad man's attack was indeed fearsome to injure a martial king expert. Su Xing, with his arm behind his back, glared at the white-clad man and coldly declared, "Luo Jun, this is the academy, not a place for you to wreak havoc." "Humph." The white-clad man, Luo Jun, scoffed dismissively at Su Xing. "Do not say I lack courtesy. I must see the true understanding of alchemy today, or I shall not hesitate to test the strength of your academy." As he spoke, two burly men stepped forward behind Luo Jun, swords in hand, coldly fixating on Su Xing. "Luo Jun, you are going too far," Su Xing bellowed, extending his hand as a delicate pagoda spun gently in his palm. "Though the Yuzhou Academy has only a century of history and lacks the depth of your sects, it is not one to be bullied. Would you care to test me?" Luo Jun furrowed his brow. Despite his disdain for Su Xing Yuan, he had heard some tales of Yuzhou Academy's foundation. Humph. A smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Jun's mouth. "I did not expect Headmaster Su to be so accommodating. For the sake of a single true understanding of alchemy, you would mobilize the Academy's strength." Su Xing glanced at the two burly men behind Luo Jun and stated coolly, "What? Would you like to try?" Luo Jun's expression shifted, his teeth clenched, and with a cold retort, he said, "Su Xing, I will give you face today. We will take our leave." With that, Luo Jun waved his hand and departed with his two subordinates. Su Xing Yuan visibly exhaled, clearly relieved to avoid a direct confrontation with Luo Jun and his associates. Xiao Ye couldn't help but wonder about this Luo Jun. What manner of person could even elicit such caution from the headmaster? Su Xing turned to Xiao Ye, his expression filled with concern as he asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" Xiao Ye shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. It's merely a flesh wound. I am fine." Xiao Ye then looked at Fu Qinghe, puzzled. "Master Fu, what is this true understanding of alchemy that even Luo Jun covets it so?" Sighing, Fu Qinghe did not answer immediately. He turned to the students behind him and said, "There's nothing more to see. You may disperse." Though the crowd was curious about why Luo Jun desired the true understanding of alchemy so fervently, it was evidently a secret. They left, albeit with lingering curiosity. Only then did Fu Qinghe turn back to Xiao Ye and explain, "The true understanding of alchemy is essentially the alchemical records left by the teachers and headmasters of the Pill Institute. While they may not contain anything extraordinary, they do include a formula for a pill known as the longevity pill, left by the third-generation headmaster." "The longevity pill?" Xiao Ye looked at Fu Qinghe with confusion. And even Headmaster Su Xingwen turned to him, clearly intrigued by this revelation. Fu Qinghe nodded and continued, "The longevity pill, as the name suggests, is said to grant longevity. But this is merely speculation, as no one has ever succeeded in crafting it due to the excessively stringent requirements for its creation." Fu Qinghe paused momentarily before continuing. "First, we need a vial of the fountain of life. This is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful part is that we require the hearts of 99 young boys and girls as a catalyst, which must undergo a meticulous refinement process lasting 49 days to achieve success. Isn't this the work of dark magic? When has our Alchemy Academy ever had such a wicked dean?" One elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "That I recall now." Su Xing interjected, "There was once a dean from the Heavenly Luo sect. It's no wonder that Luo Jun is aware of this secret formula." Xiao Ye could not help but think that Luo Jun already possessed a vial of the fountain of life. It seemed he truly sought the genuine alchemical solution, presumably to concoct some form of elixir for immortality. Why not simply destroy the formula then? Another elder suggested. Fu Qinghe offered a helpless smile and replied, "The genuine alchemical solution is recorded on a jade talisman, unless we destroy the entire talisman. Doing so would amount to obliterating the efforts of our forebears." The assembly frowned. To sacrifice all the hard work of their ancestors for a mere formula was indeed a heavy burden on their consciences. "Let us defer this matter for now," Fu Qinghe interrupted, turning his gaze to Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, there is something I need your assistance with." Chapter 197. Luo Jun, the young master of the Heavenly Luo sect. Xiao Ye looked at the dean with confusion and said, "Please, Dean, go ahead." Su Xingyuan spoke up. "I have recently discovered that Luo Jun is colluding with the New Moon Pavilion. I am uncertain of their intentions, and I would like you to investigate." "The New Moon Pavilion?" Xiao Ye was taken aback. Is that the faction of Chu Mo? "Indeed." Su Xingyuan confirmed with a nod. "I do not oppose these student organizations as long as they promote unity. They may exist. However, the New Moon Pavilion has gone too far. They have not only absorbed the vast majority of the elite society's influence, but have also maintained suspiciously close ties with the Iwish. Recently, they assisted the Iwish in acquiring a large quantity of gunpowder, and I am not sure what their motives are." "Gunpowder?" Xiao Ye frowned. "In any nation, gunpowder was classified as a prohibited item, its production and sale reserved solely for the state, and its quantity strictly limited." Su Xingyan continued, "As a student, you should find it easier to investigate. Thus, I would like to request your help in this matter." Xiao Ye nodded, assuring, "I understand. Rest assured, old Dean, I will thoroughly investigate this issue." Xiao Ye recalled the listening stone he had placed in Zhao Kang's room. It should have yielded results by now. He planned to return and have Monkey retrieve it to see if any useful information could be obtained. Old Dean. There is another matter, Xiao Ye pondered and asked. Who is that man in white? Luo Jun. He is the only son of Luo Sha, the leader of the heavenly Luo sect, Su Xinyuan replied. His expression darkening. To be frank, we dare not provoke such a figure. Yet, we have things here that we must protect with our lives, thus we have no choice. Su Xinyuan sighed and cautioned Xiao Ye. While I have asked you to investigate them, do not provoke Luo Jun. Leave all matters regarding him to us old-timers. Xiao Ye nodded, though he did not take the old Dean's words to heart. The son of the leader of the heavenly Luo sect, no wonder Zhao Kong referred to him as young master. Reflecting on Luo Jun's earlier attack, Xiao Ye recognized it was powerful enough to inflict harm effortlessly. It was undoubtedly a manifestation of the loss. Yet, Xiao Ye sensed that Luo Jun's cultivation was merely at the true martial realm. How could someone of such a level comprehend the loss? The ancient sword in the place of inheritance had once stated that only a master at the martial king realm could barely glimpse the power of the loss. Xiao Ye turned to Su Xinyuan. Perplexed. Old Dean, is it truly possible for disciples from these sects at the true martial realm to grasp the power of the loss? You understand the loss? Su Xinyuan looked at Xiao Ye. Momentarily taken aback, realizing Xiao Ye must have been to the place of inheritance, he relaxed and shook his head. With cultivation at the true martial realm, even with exceptional talent, one cannot comprehend the power of the loss. Luo Jun must be utilizing other means. Could it be through the bridal garment technique? Xiao Ye suddenly exclaimed in surprise. You know of the bridal garment? Su Xinyuan stared at Xiao Ye in astonishment. Xiao Ye nodded and continued. But isn't the bridal garment despised by the world? That was a long time ago. Su Xinyuan sighed, explaining, approximately 300 years ago, when the dark arts were rampant and society suffered greatly. These major sects united to eradicate the demonic factions, yet they were still no match for them. To produce a large number of powerful practitioners, these sects resorted to the bridal garment method to enhance their strength. Though most of those targeted were disciples of the demonic factions, Xiao Ye frowned. Even if they were disciples of the demonic factions, they were still lives. How was this any different from the dark sects? Su Xinyuan continued. Ultimately, the sects achieved a Pyrrhic victory, but since then, they have turned a blind eye to the brutal practice of the bridal garment, as it requires experts well-versed in the laws of the soul to execute it. Such individuals are rare and do not act lightly, so the sects do not pay it much heed. Xiao Ye scoffed coldly, disdain flickering in his heart. These sect disciples were undoubtedly a bunch of hypocritical pretenders. However, the fact that the heavenly Luo sect could employ an expert in the laws of the soul indicated they were far from simple. This also underscored Luo Sha's significant regard for his son. Luo Jun. Xiao Ye contemplated the current system task, and sensed that a confrontation with Luo Jun was inevitable. However, given his current strength, he would be no match for Luo Jun without activating his invincible enhancement system, which had only recently become available and still had a 20-day cooldown that he needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. With this in mind, Xiao Ye turned to take his leave, saying, Old Dean, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will inform you as soon as I uncover any useful information. Xiao Ye returned to his dormitory, where he did not encounter Liang Quan or Zhou Wen, but fortuitously bumped into Kuya. Brother Xiao, what happened to your hair? Kuya exclaimed, her eyes widening as she struggled to suppress her laughter at Xiao Ye's bald head. Ahem, it's a long story. Xiao Ye awkwardly coughed, internally cursing Xiao Feng once more before hastily changing the subject. Where have Liang Quan and Zhou Wen gone? Humph, those two. Ye replied with a cold snort, if they are not in the dormitory. They are definitely at the Beast Academy. Brother Xiao, do you need to find them for something? Xiao Ye nodded, surmising that those two must be with Monkey. He headed straight to the Beast Academy, disregarding the peculiar gazes of passers-by. After a brief search, he found no sign of Liang Quan or Zhou Wen. Thinking for a moment, he made his way to the forest in the back courtyard and indeed spotted the group huddled together in secret discussion. Xiao Ye approached them, calling out, Hey, what are you all hiding here for? Liang Quan and Zhou Wen were startled, while Monkey jumped up in surprise, exclaiming, What the heck? Where did this fake monk come from? Xiao Ye shot him a glare, wishing he could slap the cheeky monkey. Recognizing Xiao Ye, Liang Quan and Zhou Wen widened their eyes in astonishment, asking, Boss, what happened to your hair? Huh, it's you. Monkey finally caught on. Glaring at Xiao Ye in surprise, less chatter, Xiao Ye kicked Monkey's backside in annoyance, snapping, I need you to fetch the listening stone for me. Monkey rubbed his rear, casting Xiao Ye a resentful glance. First, give me that recording crystal. Otherwise, I want to do it. Heh, Xiao Ye smirked slightly at Monkey, calmly replying, Are you threatening me? Monkey was taken aback, quickly hiding behind Liang Quan and Zhou Wen, fearfully saying, We made a promise. You cannot go back on your word. Yes, boss, you should give the recording crystal to Monkey first. Liang Quan and Zhou when surprisingly chimed in to support Monkey. Xiao Ye glared at them, gritting his teeth. He exchanged a recording crystal for Monkey and commanded, "All right, here is your crystal. Now bring me the listening stone." "Heh, don't worry, I've already retrieved it for you." Monkey grinned triumphantly, producing a black stone from behind his back. It was indeed the listening stone. "When did you get that?" Xiao Ye shot Monkey a furious glare, realizing he had been outwitted. Monkey grinned, "You said to wait a couple of days, so I just brought it back for you." Xiao Ye was speechless and coldly remarked, "If I don't hear anything useful, you'll have to return it." With that, Xiao Ye activated the listening stone, and Liang Quan, Zhou and Monkey leaned in with curiosity. Sounds of rustling and footsteps emerged from the stone. "Wow, it really can record sound," Monkey exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Ye shot him a glare, signaling for silence. Soon, the voice of Zhao Kong came through, but it was merely trivial matters. Not revealing any secrets, Xiao Ye frowned, ignoring the useless chatter and continued listening. Liang Quan glanced at Xiao Ye in confusion. "Boss, are we investigating in the wrong direction?" Silence. Xiao Ye shushed Liang Quan. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the listening stone. It was Luo Jun's. "How is the preparation coming along?" Zhao Kong's voice followed. "Rest assured, young master, we've heard that Chu Mo believes we can help him establish a safe passage through the ancient Ridge Mountains. And he promptly rewarded us with a batch of explosives. It will be set up within 3 days." Luo Jun's voice came softly. "Excellent. With these explosives, we can obliterate all the seals of the Abyss of Darkness." "What? Destroy the seals of the Abyss of Darkness?" Liang Quan and Zhou gasped in unison, rising abruptly. What kind of place was the Abyss of Darkness? It was a terrifying realm of demons, imprisoning hundreds of fearsome fiends. If those demons were to escape, it would spell doom for the entire Yuzhou city. Who goes there? Xiao Ye's heart stirred, and he turned abruptly, noticing that Qingsang and Lei Ling had appeared behind them at some point. "Humph, once again, it's you shameless scoundrels." Qingsang snorted coldly, his gaze falling upon Xiao Ye with surprise. "It's you?" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, sensing the palpable enmity, even greed, emanating from Qingsang. He took a slight step back and replied calmly, "Director Qin, we have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." "Stop." Qingsang moved swiftly to block Xiao Ye's path, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Xiao Ye, we've grown somewhat familiar with each other. Why not come and sit with me for a while?" "Master." Lei Ling frowned, glancing at Qingsang. "Silence." Qingsang snapped, turning his attention to Liang Quan and Zhou. "You all should join us as well. I trust you wouldn't dare refuse me." The monkey was nearly petrified with fear, quickly hiding behind Xiao Ye. Frowning, Xiao Ye firmly declined. "Unfortunately, we have pressing matters. Farewell." As he spoke, Xiao Ye and the others attempted to turn and leave. "Stop." Qingsang's voice was icy as he blocked their path again. "You must stay today, especially you, Xiao Ye." "Master." Lei Ling stepped forward, casting a worried glance at Xiao Ye. "This is the academy, and if we disturb the directors, what are you afraid of?" Qingsang replied dismissively, surveying the surroundings. "This place is scarcely populated. Even if I were to kill them, no one would notice." Xiao Ye took a step back, drawing forth his spear, and regarded Qingsang coldly. "Are you certain you wish to resort to violence against us? Do you truly believe you could defeat me?" "Ha ha." Qingsang chuckled dismissively. "Xiao Ye, do you think I would act so recklessly? I have thoroughly investigated your affairs. Your sudden surge of terrifying combat prowess in the Abyss of Darkness must stem from some secret technique, one that cannot be used frequently." Xiao Ye's brow furrowed as he observed the self-assured Qingsang, gripping his spear firmly, palms slick with sweat. "How do you know I do not possess other means? Then I shall take my chances." Qingsang bellowed, his form suddenly darting forth like a bolt of lightning. Appearing before Xiao Ye in an instant, Xiao Ye released a resonant dragon's roar, and his domain unfurled instantaneously. Boom! With a tremendous crash, Qingsang's palm struck down, shattering Xiao Ye's domain with overwhelming force. Xiao Ye coughed up blood, his body flying backward. "Humph!" Qingsang sneered disdainfully, vanishing from sight. Before Xiao Ye could hit the ground, he was already subdued by Qingsang. Qingsang clutched Xiao Ye's arm, speaking coolly, "You would do well not to struggle. Come along quietly." "Boss?" Liang Quan and Zhou were taken aback, drawing their weapons, ready to charge. "Quickly, leave." Xiao Ye urgently urged the two that we must inform the old director of this matter at once. Liang Quan exchanged glances with the others, realizing what Xiao Ye meant. Gritting his teeth, Liang Quan declared, "Boss, hold on. Monkey, hurry." With a fierce shout, Liang Quan, Zhou and the monkey dashed toward the woods. "Best remain here obediently." Lei Ling, who had been silently observing, sprang into action, blocking Liang Quan and the others' escape. His hands crackled with electricity as he thrust forward, creating a terrifying electric net that enveloped Liang Quan, Zhou And the monkey, get out of the way, Zhou Wen roared, swinging his sword at the electric net. Crack. With a resounding crash, Zhou Wen's sword shattered, leaving him charred and collapsing to the ground. Zhou Wen, Liang Quan gasped in shock. They were not resilient enough to withstand Lei Ling's electrical assault like Xiao Ye. Coughing painfully, Zhou Wen spat out a wisp of black smoke, hoarsely assuring, "I'm fine out if you wish to survive." "Behave yourselves." Lei Ling glared at the group before casting electric ropes from his hands to bind Liang Quan and the others. "Lei Ling, you scoundrel, best release us, or the consequences will be dire." Liang Quan struggled against the restraints, glaring at Lei Ling, ignoring him. Lei Ling dragged Liang Quan and the others deeper into the woods. Soon, Xiao Ye and the others were brought to the side of a fake mountain. Qingsang stepped forward and pressed against several stones, causing the fake mountain to slowly crack open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. "Here lay a hidden chamber. Let us proceed." Qingsang urged Xiao Ye forward into the dark passage. A chilling wind rushed past, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood, sending shivers down Liang Quan and the other spines. Chapter 199. Qingsang's threat. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, glancing back at Qingsang, and coldly inquired, "What is this place?" "Hee, you will find out once you step inside," Qingsang replied with a faint smile, unwilling to elaborate. The monkey trembled, recalling something, and cried out in panic, "Hey! Qingsang, I am Jiang Lingshuan's beast pet. If you dare harm me, my master will not let you off easily." "Humph," Qingsang scoffed disdainfully. "Others may fear that woman, but I do not. However, you would do best to behave, or I won't hesitate to deal with you." The monkey promptly fell silent, fearfully trailing behind Liang Quan and the others. "Let us move," Qingsang urged, pushing Xiao Ye forward into the dark passage. The passage slanted downward, soon revealing a faint flickering light. It was a luminous pearl. As Xiao Ye discerned the scene ahead, his eyes widened in shock. In a spacious hall, several long wooden racks were filled with porcelain basins, each containing grotesque monster innards soaking within. Xiao Ye recalled the gruesome beast experiments Qingsang had conducted. It was evident that this was his secret laboratory. Coldly, Xiao Ye glared at Qingsang and demanded, "Why have you brought us here?" "Humph," Qingsang snorted, releasing Xiao Ye and stating, "If you wish to avoid death, hand over the tree of life." The little tree." Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, realizing the situation. He smiled faintly, adding, "I fear you will be disappointed. Even if it costs me my life, I will not surrender the little tree. Your words hold no weight now." Qingsang commanded Lei Ling with a glance, "Make your move." "Yes." Lei Ling hesitated momentarily but then resolved himself, casting a glance at Xiao Ye. Apologies. With that, Lei Ling lunged forward, and before Xiao Ye could react, he was subdued. "Speak. Where's the pet space?" Lei Ling coldly demanded, scrutinizing Xiao Ye's empty hands. The pet space was akin to a storage ring, but it solely housed a warrior's battle pet, and unlike Xiao Ye's Sumi space, the battle pets in the pet space could only fall into a deep slumber, unable to move. Xiao Ye shook his head, responding coolly, "I don't have it. Do not waste your time. Release us, and I will treat this as if nothing happened." "Humph. It is not up to you now." Lei Ling searched Xiao Ye thoroughly, but found no trace of a pet space. He turned to Qingsang, stating, "Master, I found no pet space." "How is that possible?" Qingsang frowned, perplexed, before glaring at Liang Quan and the others. "Xiao Ye, I know your temperament. I advise you to hand over that tree of life. Otherwise, I will kill them first." "You dare?" Xiao Ye gasped in shock. Qingsang disregarded Xiao Ye, swiftly seizing Liang Quan by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "You have 3 seconds to hand over the tree of life." "Boss, I'm fine. Although I don't know what the tree of life is, we must not let them succeed." Liang Quan grappled with Qingsang's wrist, struggling. "Silence!" Qingsang roared, exerting slight pressure. Liang Quan's face turned beet red in an instant. "Wait," Xiao Ye interjected urgently. "Qingsang, as the director of the Beast Institute, I have something far more important to discuss with you. This matter concerns the Academy and even the survival of Yuzhou City." "Oh," Qingsang regarded Xiao Ye with a skeptical glance. "You aren't trying to stall for time, are you?" "Not at all," Xiao Ye quickly replied. "You must know Luo Jun of the Tianluo sect. He acquired a stash of explosives from Chu Mo and intends to obliterate the seals of the Abyss of Darkness. We have only 2 days to stop them." Qingsang's brow furrowed as he considered Xiao Ye's words, grappling with their veracity. "Master?" Lei Ling looked alarmed, glancing at Qingsang. Xiao Ye pressed on, "Release us, and we will treat today's events as though they never occurred." "Humph, impossible." Qingsang's expression twisted into one of fury. "Even if what you say is true, 2 days is ample time. Hand over the tree of life immediately." "You?" Xiao Ye was taken aback by Qingsang's despicable nature, retorting coldly, "I have already stated that the little tree is not with me. Moreover, only by going outside can I summon it." Qingsang cast a cold smile at Xiao Ye and said, "Though I am unaware of the means you have employed, I am certain that the tree of life is nearby. I shall grant you 3 counts. How you choose to proceed rests solely upon you. Point 1. 2. Xiao Ye was instantly flustered. Summoning the small tree would undoubtedly lead to certain death, yet failing to do so would place Liangquan in peril. What on earth is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Suddenly, the languid voice of Xiao Ye echoed within Xiao Ye's mind. A thought struck Xiao Ye, and he urgently asked, "Xiao Ye, can you contend with a martial king-level expert at this moment?" Despite being sealed, Xiao Ye, being a dragon, had likely restored much of his strength through the absorption of dragon orbs. How could that be possible? Xiao Ye replied, exasperated, "I have only recovered to the true martial realm, and am no match for a martial king." "You haven't provoked someone you shouldn't have you? It's complicated. You better think of a solution quickly, or we are doomed." Xiao Ye's words were not exaggerated. Point 3. Qingsang continued, exerting pressure with his arm. Liangquan's face had turned crimson. Clearly nearing his limit, Xiao Ye, filled with anxiety, urged Xiao Ye, "Is there no way out?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye replied, "There is, but it carries some risk and requires a fusion with your dragon domain. It might allow us to defeat a martial king at the initial level. The initial level of the martial king indicates a realm from 1 to 3. Alright." Xiao Ye had no time to elaborate. The old dean was merely at the 4th level of the martial king, so Qingsang surely could not exceed the 3rd. Point 3. At this moment, Qingsang had counted to 3. Stop. Xiao Ye hastily interjected. "Fine, I accept your terms." With a mental command, Xiao Ye summoned Xiao Ye. Roar. Xiao Ye let out a resounding dragon's roar, having grown dragon claws and horns in just a few days, proudly circling above Xiao Ye's head. "What the?" Before Xiao Ye could react, Xiao Ye screeched and fell onto his shoulder, furiously exclaiming, "You little brat! You tricked me. This is a martial king-level expert. There are clearly 2. Xiao Ye felt a pang of embarrassment. He had forgotten about Lei Ling. He chuckled awkwardly. It shouldn't matter, right? Chapter 200. Confronting the martial king. Damn you. Xiao Ye was nearly driven to madness. What did it shouldn't matter mean? He couldn't even handle a single martial king. Let alone 2. If the situation weren't so dire, he would have relished thrashing the brat Xiao Ye. What is this? A dragon? Qingsang stood stunned, gazing at Xiao Ye, whose words were intelligible. He swallowed hard and trembled with excitement. "Ah, I have encountered a true dragon. It seems heaven is aiding me." Xiao Ye, witnessing Qingsang's enthusiasm, felt an unsettling premonition. Xiao Ye also sensed it, turning to Qingsang with a warning growl. "Old man, what do you intend to do? You best not provoke me, or you'll regret it." "Humph, not much strength, yet a big mouth." Qingsang scoffed, directing his gaze at Lei Ling. "Go." "Understood." Lei Ling nodded, his expression grave as he charged towards Xiao Ye without hesitation. "What the? Are you serious?" Xiao Ye yelped in surprise and fled, but Lei Ling offered him no opportunity, tightening his fists and striking down at Xiao Ye. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued as Xiao Ye was sent flying, colliding with several wooden racks, shattering porcelain bowls in the process. Ow! Xiao Ye cried out in pain, leaping up and cursing. "You little brat! You hit so hard. Do you believe Dragon Lord can drown you with a spit?" "How infuriating!" Lei Ling frowned at Xiao Ye, who had taken his strike unscathed yet dared to insult him. He unsheathed the lance strapped to his back, its cold gleams surging as he lunged at Xiao Ye. "Oh no!" Again, Xiao Ye was terrified and turned to flee, simultaneously cursing, "Brat Xiao Ye, why don't you hurry and help me?" Xiao Ye could only manage a helpless smile. He was eager to assist, but felt powerless. With his current strength, he could barely contend with a true martial expert and would stand no chance against a martial king. Unless he fled to the Shumi space, escape was impossible. "Humph, we are far from finished." Qingsang glared at Xiao Ye, having recovered from his earlier shock. Since Xiao Ye could summon a divine dragon at will, it implied he possessed other treasures, including the Tree of Life. Seizing Liangquan by the throat, Qingsang lifted him, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. "Hand over the Tree of Life immediately, or I shall end his life." Fatty. Zhou Wen's face was etched with anxiety, yet he felt utterly helpless. After all, the opponent was a teacher at their academy and a martial king to boot. He couldn't even fathom opposing such a person. Despicable. Liangquan clutched Qingsang's wrist, his face reddening. Xiao Ye was taken aback, unwilling to linger further with Qingsang, and quickly declared, "All right, I agree. Just let him go first." "Impossible." Qingsang roared, applying more pressure, his voice icy. "Now, immediately show me the Tree of Life, or none of you shall escape." Xiao Ye observed Liangquan's pale complexion, not daring to hesitate. With a mental command, he summoned the small tree. Ouch! The insufferable little tree was still asleep, and, upon feeling itself weightless, woke up abruptly and fell to the ground. Human, what is happening? The little tree rubbed its eyes, bewildered. Xiao Ye felt an overwhelming urge to kick this unreliable creature away. It was even less dependable than Xiao He. Ignoring the little tree, Xiao Ye turned to Qingsang. About to speak when a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him, swiftly restraining the small tree. Cough, cough. Boss. Liang Quan coughed violently and looked apologetically at Xiao Ye. It's fine. Xiao Ye shook his head, positioning himself in front of Liang Quan. Zhou Wan and the monkey, ready to retreat them into the Shumi space if necessary. Hey, old man, what do you intend to do with me? The little tree finally realized the gravity of the situation and screamed in terror. Knowing its combat prowess was far inferior to even half of Xiao He's, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, ensuring the little tree was not in immediate danger, and coldly addressed Qingsang. The tree of life is in your hands now. Can we leave? Haha. Qingsang laughed maniacally, disdain evident in his eyes. You think I will let you go after you have uncovered my secret? You, despicable. Zhou yelled in anger. Qingsang, my master is Jiang Lingxian. If you dare harm me, my master will not let you off. The monkey, feigning bravado, hid behind Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's brow tightened. He had anticipated this outcome. He turned towards the battered Xiao He and asked, Xiao He, what should I do next? You brat, finally thinking of your elder. Xiao He cursed, but was swiftly sent flying again by Lei Ling's strike. Not daring to be careless, he quickly advised, get those troublesome individuals into the Shumi world and unleash the dragon domain. Understood. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye focused his mind and transported Liang Quan, Zhou Wan, and the monkey into the Shumi space. Roar. Following this, Xiao Ye let out a resounding dragon's roar, causing the air around him to ripple as the dragon domain unfolded. What? Qingsang's eyes widened in shock. Greed written all over his face. He had long known that Xiao Ye had grasped the power of domains, but what astonished him was the presence of a spatial treasure capable of harboring life. Otherwise, he could not have summoned Liang Quan and the others. Qingsang gazed at Xiao Ye, snorting coldly. It appears you have many secrets, but soon they shall all belong to me. Ignoring Qingsang, Xiao Ye turned to Xiao He and inquired, Xiao He, what shall we do next? Seizing the opportunity created by Lei Ling's ferocious attacks, Xiao He tumbled back to Xiao Ye's side, landing on his shoulder. Panting heavily, brat, once you unleash the dragon domain, both our essences will draw upon the power of the dragon clan. I can temporarily lend you my strength, but it will only last for 15 minutes. You might barely manage against one martial king, but against two, you're on your own. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, unable to contemplate further, and nodded. All right, prepare to receive my power, Xiao He declared, burrowing into Xiao Ye's embrace. Xiao Ye felt a sharp pain in his chest as a dragon tattoo appeared, signifying Xiao Hei. In an instant, a surge of potent energy flowed into him. Puff. Xiao Ye had not anticipated the ferocity of this energy, and he spat out blood, nearly collapsing. The power continued to flood into him, but fortunately, his physique was robust enough to withstand it. Feeling the tumultuous energy within him, Xiao Ye took a deep breath, drew forth his lance, and coldly regarded Qingsang and Lei Ling. Chapter 201. The battle against Lei Ling. Qingsang observed Xiao Ye's movements and chuckled coldly. What? Do you still intend to resist us? Xiao Ye offered a faint smile, remaining silent. He shook the lance in his hand, transforming it into a beam of cold light that shot towards Qingsang. Overestimating yourself, Qingsang dismissed Xiao Ye entirely. Seizing the small tree with one hand while reaching for the incoming lance with the other. Break for me. Xiao Ye let out a furious roar, and the spear in his hand suddenly radiated a blinding light, exuding an unmatched aura as it fiercely struck towards Qingsang. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and terrifying energy rippled through the air. Qingsang frowned slightly, feeling a tingling in his arm, and could not help but take 2 steps back. Little tree. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye grasped Little Tree and directly stored it in the Shumi space. How infuriating. Qingsang never expected to be forced back by a mere gathering essence realm youth. And he was instantly consumed by rage, roaring as he prepared to charge at Xiao Ye once more. Lei Ling stepped forward to block Qingsang, stating, Master, allow me to handle this. Qingsang glanced at Lei Ling, nodded, and said, Do not concern yourself with his identity. As long as we can obtain that tree of life and the divine dragon, killing this brat is of no consequence. Understood. Lei Ling solemnly nodded, raising his spear to point at Xiao Ye, calmly saying, Xiao Ye, I have always regarded you as my equal. It seems you indeed possess the strength. Today, let me experience your skills. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows as he looked at Lei Ling. Refraining from making a hasty move, he replied, Brother Lei Ling, I respect you and call you brother, but I advise you not to make an enemy of me. I fear it is too late. With a swift motion, Lei Ling lunged forward, and the spear in his hand flashed like lightning, instantly reaching Xiao Ye's front, its cold gleam aimed directly at Xiao Ye's throat. So fast, Xiao Ye was startled. Desperately twisting his body to narrowly evade the attack, a sense of dread filled Xiao Ye. He had already unleashed the dragon domain, yet it had no effect against a martial king expert. Clearly, his strength was still too low. Even with the aid of Little Black's power, he could barely fend off a few moves, unable to contend with a martial king expert. Die. Lei Ling offered no chance for Xiao Ye to react. Twisting the spear in his hand, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as he relentlessly pursued Xiao Ye with a thrust. Damn it. Xiao Ye cursed under his breath, finding himself in midair with no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he activated the indestructible diamond, his exposed skin instantly turning black, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Just as Lei Ling's attack arrived, the spear viciously stabbed towards Xiao Ye's chest. Bang! And a deafening sound erupted. And Xiao Ye felt a terrifying force strike him, as if his body were being torn apart, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving a deep indentation the size of a person. Puffed. Xiao Ye could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to crawl out from the wall. How is this possible? Lei Ling gazed in disbelief at Xiao Ye's chest, astonished that after taking his full power strike, Xiao Ye was left with merely a shallow wound. How strong must Xiao Ye's body be? Even a martial king realm beast should not be so resilient, though Xiao Ye could withstand Lei Ling's spear attack. The terrifying force was beyond his endurance. If he took a couple more hits head-on, he would surely be gravely wounded if not killed. Little Black's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind, reminding him, "Brat, relying on my power, with your current cultivation, dealing with a true martial realm expert is already difficult, let alone against a martial king expert." Xiao Ye paused slightly, feeling the surging power within him. And then came to a realization. Shaking the spear in his hand, he conjured dozens of spear shadows, a completely different aura bursting forth from him. This was Little Black's power. Lei Ling was taken aback, surprised to sense a powerful aura emanating from Xiao Ye. Buzz. The twin dragons play with the pearl. The spear in Xiao Ye's hand suddenly split into two, launching towards Lei Ling with ferocity. Resembling a dragon emerging from the sea. You dare to use a spear in my presence? You overestimate yourself. Lei Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. He regarded Xiao Ye's attack with utter contempt. Taking a slight step back, the spear in his hand crackled with electric light as he simultaneously thrust out two strikes, instantly neutralizing Xiao Ye's assault. Xiao Ye's brows furrowed deeply. One person could not possibly thrust two spears simultaneously, especially in opposite directions. His twin dragons' play with the pearl was a martial technique, an energy attack, not a physical one, and Lei Ling should not be able to dodge it. The only explanation was that his speed of attack surpassed Xiao Ye's visual reaction. With his attack failing, Xiao Ye showed no hesitation, swiftly retreating while shaking his spear to form 9 spear shadows. These shadows then merged into one, carrying an incredibly fierce momentum as they directly pierced towards Lei Ling. I told you not to use a spear before me. Lei Ling remained dismissive, gripping his spear tightly, purple lightning flashing as he charged directly into Xiao Ye's spear. Boom! The electric light danced, and intense energy surged, this time resulting in a stalemate. Phantom of the Abyss. Xiao Ye quickly stabilized his stance, letting out a loud shout as his spear transformed into a massive pillar, overshadowing everything as it crashed down towards Lei Ling. Lei Ling slightly raised his head, looking at the enormous spear shadow with a sneer, lifting his spear and angling it towards the sky. Divine punishment. With a light shout from Lei Ling, a thick bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air in the narrow chamber, crashing directly into the massive spear shadow. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as the enormous spear shadow shattered into pieces, while the bolt of lightning was only slightly diminished, still ferociously charging towards Xiao Ye. Boom! A tremendous explosion occurred, and Xiao Ye felt as though he had been struck hard, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying to— Oh no! Qingsang, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed the direction Xiao Ye was flying towards, his expression changing slightly as he moved to intercept Xiao Ye, but it was already too late. Bang! Xiao Ye crashed into the wall, which instantly shattered, revealing a hidden chamber within. Cough. Xiao Ye could not help but cough up another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as he struggled to rise from the ground. The power left by Little Black had nearly been exhausted. Brat, are you all right? Little Black appeared once more on Xiao Ye's shoulder, looking at him with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Ye shook his head slightly, struggling to stand up as he surveyed the hidden chamber. Chapter 202. The Cruel Experiment. What is this? Xiao Ye's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. In front of Xiao Ye stood 2 enormous transparent jade tanks, inside which 2 tortured beasts had been rendered unrecognizable. A sight too horrific to behold, yet they were still alive. Xiao Ye couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury as he observed the two beasts, their bodies riddled with scars, and their wounds still fresh and unhealed, as if they had been cruelly torn apart again. They resembled laboratory mice from a past life, subjected to unspeakable experiments. Xiao Ye gazed at the two beasts before him. One was vaguely identifiable as a white tiger, its fur marred with scars, with a pair of wings grotesquely grafted onto its back, a clear failure. The other beast was almost a blurred mass of flesh, utterly unrecognizable. Is this your experiment? Xiao Ye suppressed the fury boiling within him, while Little Black coldly stared at Qingsang and the others, obviously struggling to contain his own rage. Lei Ling frowned, stepping forward cautiously to look at Xiao Ye, commanding, "Leave this place, or I will kill you." "Heh, did you think you could let me go just now?" Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully, drawing out his spear once more, and with a loud crash, shattered both jade tanks. "You dare?" Qingsang clenched his fists tightly, his expression tense as he glared at Xiao Ye, gritting his teeth. "I can let you leave, as long as you do not harm these two beasts." "Harm?" Xiao Ye gave a cold laugh, looking at the two pitiful creatures before him, self-deprecatingly saying, "Are these injuries not caused by you too? And yet you ask me not to harm them." At that moment, the white tiger slightly raised its head, gazing at the spear above, then back at Xiao Ye, its eyes filled with longing, as if pleading for Xiao Ye to end its suffering. Xiao Ye felt a pang of compassion, turning to Qingsang and Lei Ling, coldly stating, "Unless you kill me today, I will undoubtedly inform the dean and expose you both." "Humph, do not threaten me with the dean." Qingsang coldly fixated on Xiao Ye, slowly approaching him, continuing, "Let us not even mention whether you can leave alive. These two beasts are our pets, and their participation in this transformation was voluntary. You best not meddle." "Voluntary?" Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, glaring at the two, unable to comprehend their actions, unable to restrain his rage. "What do you consider your pets? Are they not your companions? They trusted you so much, yet look at what you've done. You've turned them into mere shadows of their former selves. You are even worse than beasts." Xiao Ye roared, and without a moment's hesitation, thrust his spear directly at the white tiger. "Stop!" Lei Ling bellowed, his eyes bulging with fury as he and Qingsang charged at Xiao Ye simultaneously. Blood splattered as Xiao Ye's spear pierced the white tiger's head. The tiger gazed up at Xiao Ye, tears welling in its eyes, showing no signs of pain, but rather a sense of relief and liberation. Ignoring the furious Qingsang and Lei Ling, Xiao Ye yanked his spear free and aimed it at the other mangled beast. Blood sprayed once more as the second beast fell victim to Xiao Ye's spear. "You bastard, you have destroyed decades of hard work. Today, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Qingsang's expression twisted into a grimace as he suddenly materialized before Xiao Ye, extending his hand with fingers curled, aiming to seize Xiao Ye's head. A chill ran through Xiao Ye, prompting him to retreat into the shumi space. Almost simultaneously, Qingsang's palm struck downwards. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated from outside, yet Xiao Ye, concealed within the shumi space, could still hear it clearly. "Big bald head, what is happening out there? Why is it so noisy? Who are these people?" Xiao Feng, upon seeing Xiao Ye enter, immediately flitted over to perch atop his head, pointing at Liang Quan and the others with curiosity. Xiao Ye, his face darkened, was displeased with Xiao Feng's moniker. Snapping, "Go play somewhere else." Liang Quan, now aware of his surroundings, curiously surveyed the area and asked Xiao Ye, "Boss, where are we, and who are these beings? What did you say?" Hearing Liang Quan's words, Xiao Feng leaped onto Liang Quan's head, wreaking havoc upon his hair. Liang Quan yelped in surprise, clutching his head and pleading for mercy. Zhou Wen cast a disdainful glance at Liang Quan, edging closer to Xiao Ye with a faint smile, pointing at the timid elf hiding nearby, and inquired, "Brother Xiao, who is that shy little beauty?" Xiao Ye shot a fierce glare at Zhou Wen, wishing he could kick this lecherous fellow out. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted, causing the entire shumi space to tremble. Xiao He nestled on Xiao Ye's shoulder, gazing up at the sky with a serious expression, warned, "This cannot continue. The shumi space has a tenuous connection to the outside. If those two continue their frenzied assault, the shumi space won't withstand it." Xiao Ye nodded, recalling the time he had stolen Xiao Feng and was pursued by two phoenixes. Although the phoenix tree now stabilized the space, it still could not endure the ferocious attacks of two martial kings. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as Qingsang and Lei Ling seemed to realize something, launching a savage attack on the spot where Xiao Ye had just vanished. Damn it! Observing the increasingly unstable surroundings, Xiao Ye understood that if the shumi space shattered, they would all perish. It appeared he had no choice but to step out and fight. Without hesitation, he departed the shumi space. Upon emerging into the outside world, Xiao Ye was immediately engulfed by a torrent of energy, crashing in from all directions like a tidal wave. Damn it! Are Qingsang and Lei Ling out of their minds? Xiao Ye let out a piercing dragon roar, and a colossal, menacing dragon silhouette materialized behind him, its crimson eyes coldly surveying everything around. Channeling the divine dragon transformation, he swiftly evaded the vortex of energy. Seeing Xiao Ye reappear, Qingsang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at him, coldly declaring, "You have destroyed decades of my hard work that I, Qingsang, vow to make you suffer a fate worse than death." Qingsang roared, raising his hand, and a terrifying energy surged as he unleashed a straightforward strike towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's expression grew grave. With his current strength, he could not withstand Qingsang's attack. The invincible external system was still on cooldown, leaving him with only the divine dragon transformation as his reliance. However, after using the demonic dance, he would experience a period of weakness, and with Luo Jun still present, he could not afford to take risks. The only option left was the third tier of the divine dragon transformation, the demonic dragon's judgment. Chapter 203. The Great Battle with Qingsang. A terrifying pressure descended upon Xiao Ye like a mountain. As Qingsang's attack approached in an instant, demonic dragon's judgment, Xiao Ye dared not hesitate. Once more, he emitted a dragon's roar, and boundless black demonic energy surged around him, enveloping him entirely. The immense dragon shadow behind him morphed into an ink-black entity, unleashing a resounding roar that resonated with Xiao Ye. Subsequently, the formidable dragon shadow broke free from its constraints, diving into Xiao Ye's body to IT. That moment, Qingsang's attack struck. Boom! The overwhelming energy surged, forcing a pain scream from Xiao Ye as he felt as though his body was being torn apart. This agony did not stem from Qingsang's assault, but from the colossal dragon shadow penetrating his being. Die! Xiao Ye let out a ferocious roar, his eyes turning blood red as he instantly broke free from Qingsang's assault. Black demonic energy swirling around him as he struck out towards Qingsang. What is happening? Qingsang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Xiao Ye, who had withstood his onslaught unscathed. Overestimating yourself, Qingsang frowned. Although Xiao Ye's behavior was peculiar, he still underestimated him. That he waved his arm dismissively in response to Xiao Ye's attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and Qingsang was abruptly sent flying, crashing against the wall as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Master, Lei Ling gasped, alarmed, glancing worriedly at Qingsang. "I'm fine." Qingsang sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. His brows furrowed as he scrutinized Xiao Ye at this moment. Xiao Ye's state was too strange. His eyes were blood red, exuding an aura of brutality, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Exhaling heavily, Xiao Ye trembled slightly, his mind filled with a desire for slaughter. "Hey, kid, snap out of it." The system, sensing Xiao Ye's abnormality, urgently shouted in his mind. "If this continues, you will completely descend into the demonic path and become a machine of massacre." A flicker of struggle crossed Xiao Ye's crimson eyes, quickly replaced by boundless killing intent. "Kill!" Xiao Ye roared, disregarding the system's warning, clenching his fists as the black demonic energy surged once more towards Qingsang. Damn it! Qingsang's expression turned grave as he no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Ye. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword, jade-like in its azure hue, appeared in his grasp. Qingsang coldly regarded Xiao Ye as the azure sword energy danced, slashing towards the oncoming Xiao Ye. Buzz! The azure sword energy entwined with the black demonic energy, creating a series of resonant hums. Yet no explosion ensued as anticipated. Not good. Lei Ling, realizing the implications, paled and rushed towards the exit without hesitation. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse, as both Xiao Ye and Qingsang were hurled backward by the overwhelming blast. Qingsang crashed against the wall. Unable to suppress another spurt of blood. He raised his head, astonished as he looked at Xiao Ye. At this moment, Xiao Ye knelt on the ground, his eyes a vivid red, exuding an even more terrifying aura of brutality. To Qingsang's astonishment, Xiao Ye remained completely unharmed after the attack. It was known that the azure-long sword in his hand was acquired from a disciple of a cultivation sect, its offensive power exceedingly formidable, even beyond his own capacity to withstand. How could Xiao Ye, at merely the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, achieve such a feat? Qingsang felt as though Xiao Ye had transformed into an entirely different person. Breathing heavily, Xiao Ye's gaze was filled with a desire for slaughter as he coldly fixed his eyes on Qingsang, slowly rising to his feet as the terrifying demonic energy coalesced once more. "Kid, it seems I have indeed underestimated you." Qingsang took a deep breath, looking at Xiao Ye anew, his gaze devoid of any trace of contempt. "Kill." Xiao Ye paid no heed to Qingsang's further words, letting out a low growl as he charged toward him once more. "Humph!" Qingsang scoffed, wielding the long sword, which danced as if entwined by azure threads. transforming into a violent gale aimed fiercely at Xiao Ye. Refined sword technique. Qingsang bellowed, unleashing countless azure threads that spiraled madly toward Xiao Ye. Kill! Xiao Ye roared, showing no intent to evade as his fist, shrouded in black, demonic energy, collided forcefully with Qingsang's attack. Swoosh! The azure threads seemed to come alive, wrapping around Xiao Ye's arm and fiercely coiling around his body. Die! Seeing Xiao Ye ensnared by the azure threads, Qingsang smirked coldly, leaping into the air as he brought his sword down with force. Xiao Ye slightly raised his head to face Qingsang, his expression devoid of fear. Roar! He unleashed a roar akin to a mighty dragon as a heavy, ancient black blade unexpectedly appeared in his hand. What? Qingsang stared at the sudden emergence of the blade in Xiao Ye's grasp, momentarily stunned. It appeared to be formed from energy, not a physical object, yet the aura it emanated sent shivers down his spine. As if it belonged to a realm beyond this world, Xiao Ye gazed at the long blade in his grasp, feeling no surprise. As if it were a matter of course, the glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he forcefully broke the azure threads and without hesitation swung the blade toward the overhead Qingsang. Not good. Qingsang suddenly realized that this fearsome blade was beyond his capacity to withstand. Crack! The black demonic blade released a terrifying arc of energy, producing a sharp sound as it effortlessly severed the azure longsword in Qingsang's hand, then continued its arc toward him. Blood splattered as Qingsang let out a pain scream. His arm cleaved clean off, and the black blade's momentum did not diminish, piercing through the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, the already precarious chamber collapsed, burying both Xiao Ye and Qingsang beneath the rubble. Hey, kid, wake up! The system's voice echoed once more, anxiously urging in Xiao Ye's mind. Such a commotion will surely attract others. If you do not awaken soon, you will be mistaken for a demon and hunted down. Kill! Xiao Ye emitted a low growl once more, seemingly oblivious to the system's warning. Undeterred by the falling debris overhead, he continued his search for Qingsang's figure. Why must you be so troublesome? The system complained in exasperation. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Xiao Ye. Chapter 204. Re-entering the abyss of darkness. A flicker of confusion crossed Xiao Ye's crimson eyes as his terrifying killing intent abruptly shifted towards the figure that had appeared before him. At that moment, a woman's scream pierced the air. Xiao Ye raised the enormous blade in his hand, poised to strike. Drip! A glistening droplet fell upon Xiao Ye's forehead, sending a chill coursing through him, instantly dissolving the violent negative emotions that had consumed his mind. His gaze gradually cleared, replaced by a look of bewilderment. It's you. Xiao Ye widened his eyes in shock, recognizing the woman before him as Ling Ming, the fairy from the Void Realm. At that moment, Ling Ming gazed at Xiao Ye with evident terror, cautiously dodging the falling rubble above. Xiao Ye frowned, recalling the earlier encounter that felt like a nightmare, where his body and thoughts had been entirely controlled by another entity, filled with a desire for slaughter. He turned to the frightened Ling Ming and asked, "Did you save me?" Ling Ming shook her head, then nodded hesitantly. Xiao Ye, increasingly puzzled by her ambiguous response, inquired, "How did you escape from the Void Realm?" Ling Ming furrowed her brows in confusion, then shook her head again. "Kid, it was I who released her." The system's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind, sounding fatigued. "You?" Xiao Ye exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "You can manipulate my Void Realm. Isn't that against the rules?" A sense of unease washed over him. "Nonsense. Your Void Realm, that's generated by the system. Do you dare to think I won't reclaim it immediately?" The system, having saved Xiao Ye, felt unfairly reprimanded and was clearly displeased. "Just a jest?" Xiao Ye chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Ling Ming that he continued to ponder within his mind. "What just happened? I felt as if another soul was controlling my body." After a moment of silence, the system replied gravely, "Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. After the Dragon King's judgment, refrain from using it again. Otherwise, you might truly become another being." Xiao Ye furrowed his brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" The system explained, "The 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon is a mysterious technique created by the Dragon Clan for humans to cultivate. It was not the work of a single dragon but rather the collective effort of the 9 greatest masters of the dragon race. The 3rd level, Dragon King's Judgment, was devised by a dark dragon. It appears that this technique resembles a bridal gown. If you use it again, you might risk having your body usurped." Usurped? Xiao Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. Why whom? That dark dragon? That can't be possible. The 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon was created ages ago. Even if the dragon race has a long lifespan, they must have perished by now. Unknown, but it is certainly possible. The system admitted its inability to provide a clearer explanation. Fortunately, this fairy's tears possess purifying properties. Otherwise, you would have surely fallen into the path of darkness. The wave of relief washed over Xiao Ye as he cast a grateful glance at the timid Ling Ming. Someone is coming. Think carefully about how to explain, the system remarked before ignoring Xiao Ye. The commotion caused by Xiao Ye and the Beast Institute had already attracted the attention of the Academy. With the first to arrive being the faculty and students of the Beast Institute, Ling Ming's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at the crowd in the distance and urged Xiao Ye. Let me in quickly. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Ye realized that leaving Ling Ming outside would only be a liability. With a thought, he summoned her back into the Void Realm. Master, at that moment, Lei Ling emerged from the rubble. Supporting Qingsang, cough, Qingsang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he clutched his severed arm, surveying the devastation around him. His eyes burned with fury as he fixed a menacing glare on Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Humph, Xiao Ye scoffed disdainfully. Though he had once held reservations about Qingsang in the secret chamber, he felt no fear now. What transpired here? An aged voice interjected as the old dean, Su Xinyuan, accompanied by several elders, arrived on the scene. Frowning at the sight of the ruins, he exclaimed, Dean. An elder pointed to a shattered porcelain vessel nearby, which contained the innards of some unknown magical beast. Su Xinyuan's eyes twitched slightly as he turned to Qingsang, gritting his teeth in anger. Qingsang, how dare you conduct such grotesque experiments? As the dean of the Beast Institute, is this how you treat magical beasts, your own companions? Humph, victory and defeat are all that matter. I have no words to say, Qingsang replied defiantly, slightly raising his head. Previously, he could have fought Su Xinyuan, but now, severely injured by Xiao Ye, he was no match for the dean. You, dean, Xiao Ye hurriedly interrupted, rushing forward, I have something more pressing to discuss with you. Su Xinyuan paused, eyeing Xiao Ye with curiosity. I have uncovered Luo Jun's conspiracy. Xiao Ye stated urgently. He intends to use explosives to destroy the seal of the Abyss of Darkness and disrupt the restrictions atop the Divine Punishment Peak. What? Su Xinyuan and the elders behind him exchanged grave glances, fixating on Xiao Ye. Is this information reliable? Xiao Ye nodded emphatically. It is reliable. The timing should be today or tomorrow, though Xiao Ye had overheard this information 3 days later. It was recorded by the Listening Stone, suggesting that it would occur in the days to come. Let us hope we are not too late. Su Xinyuan turned his attention to Qingsang. Realizing there was no time to deal with them, he commanded, Third Elder, confine Qingsang and Lei Ling. The rest of you, come with me. We must immediately head to the Abyss of Darkness. I wish to join as well. Xiao Ye interjected, recalling something important. Su Xinyuan glanced at Xiao Ye, then surveyed the surrounding ruins before nodding in agreement. Xiao Ye stepped aside, discreetly releasing Liang Quan, Zhou and the monkey, instructing them to return first while he followed Su Xinyuan and the others to the Abyss of Darkness. As they approached, it became clear that the Academy's martial kings had all gathered, illustrating the old dean's seriousness regarding Luo Jun and his associates. Xiao Ye scanned the area, noticing the absence of Li Tian, prompting him to catch up with Su Xin. Dean, where is Elderly? Su Xin glanced at Xiao Ye and replied, he has other matters to attend to. The Abyss of Darkness is not as simple as it seems. Our involvement is sufficient. Xiao Ye nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. Soon, they arrived at the Abyss of Darkness. Dean, there are signs of a struggle here, the Grand Elder exclaimed, glancing around warily. Indeed. The old dean affirmed, cautioning the group, everyone, be vigilant. Remember, our purpose is to thwart Luo Jun's scheme. Do not engage with the creatures of the Abyss of Darkness. The group acknowledged his warning, remaining alert as they surveyed their surroundings. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. Upon entering, he detected a heavy stench of blood and soon spotted several corpses nearby. These are disciples of the Iwish. One recognized the bodies. His expression grim. A flicker of anger flashed in Su Xinyuan's eyes as he coldly declared, I initially held no strong opinions about these student organizations, but their blatant disregard for life demands a cleanup of these groups. The others nodded in agreement, while Xiao Ye had anticipated this day. Remaining unfazed, he furrowed his brow, peering into the depths of the abyss, where an eerie quiet prevailed, devoid of any other signs aside from the corpses. Ren Zhonghing approached to examine the wounds on the fallen and stated, these were inflicted by creatures of the abyss. Su Xin nodded gravely. Let us proceed. We must stop them before it is too late. Xiao Ye closely followed the old dean's group as they ventured deeper into the Abyss of Darkness. The air was thick with a gray mist, sunlight unable to penetrate. The surroundings were shrouded in gloom, broken only by the sound of their footsteps, which echoed in the silence. Xiao Ye swallowed hard, recalling the terrifying scene from his first venture into the abyss. Thankfully, they had the Invincible system then, but now that it was on cooldown, encountering a similar horror could spell disaster. Someone's here. Su Xinyuan suddenly halted, signaling for caution. Remember, our goal is to thwart Luo Jun's conspiracy. We must avoid confrontation with the dark beings of the abyss. Xiao Yu scanned the misty surroundings but found nothing, remaining vigilant as he trailed behind the group. Before long, he heard the sounds of battle emanating from the mist, catching sight of a figure besieged by several dark creatures, perilously close to being overwhelmed. Not one of the Irish, Wu Taishu observed. Frowning. Looks like it's Lang Qing. Lang Qing. Xiao Ye was taken aback. What is he doing here? Isn't he part of the elite association? Did the elite association disband, and he joined the Irish? Su Xingyuan hesitated before stating. We must save him. The group nodded in agreement and charged forward. Though the dark creatures were formidable, they proved no match for the martial kings, easily dispatched by the elders. Thank you. As Wolf Qing was about to express his gratitude, he realized that it was several deans from the academy. He became cautious and asked, Is there something that brings you to the abyss of darkness, esteemed seniors? Su Xingyuan scrutinized Wolf Qing with surprise at his talent. At such a young age, he had already reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, marking him as a prodigy within the academy. Su Xingyuan then inquired, Are you affiliated with the Martial Society? The Martial Society? Wolf Qing was taken aback, shaking his head in denial. I am not. Ren Zhonghing, suddenly recalling something, turned to Wolf Qing and asked, Wolf Qing, are you perhaps trying to rescue your master? It was known that Wolf Qing's master was Zhang Xiaofeng, the academy's vice president, who had been sealed away alongside the dark forces by Xiao Ye due to treachery against the old president. Wolf Qing regarded the group warily, not denying the accusation. He asserted, I firmly believe my master would never jeopardize the academy. He must have been wronged. Humph. Wu Taishu scoffed angrily. Zhang Xiaofeng conspired against the old president and colluded with the dark forces, thus violating the academy's fundamental principles. Even if he manages to escape, he will be expelled from the academy and hunted down by the entire kingdom. No, that cannot be true, Wolf Qing muttered, struggling to accept the reality. It is indeed true, Su Xingyuan replied, looking at Wolf Qing. Young man, if you wish to avoid a futile sacrifice, you should leave immediately. Wolf Qing hesitated, but he realized that remaining here would only lead to his demise. He glanced at the group and clasped his fists, saying, Farewell. Wait. Xiao Ye suddenly called out to Wolf Qing, who was about to leave. How long have you been here? Have you seen anyone else? It's you. Wolf Qing glared at Xiao Ye, a glimmer of hostility flashing in his eyes that he coldly replied. I have been here for 3 days and have not encountered anyone else. 3 days? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that the members of the martial society who had perished must have entered the abyss of darkness after Wolf Qing. However, during their journey, they had not seen any other members. Had they already given up? Oh no. Su Xingyuan exclaimed, suddenly realizing something. They must have other plans. Wu Taishu also grasped the situation, his brow furrowing. The abyss of darkness in Yuzhou City, the divine punishment peak, and the academy's legacy site are the 3 primary sources of the seal. Destroying one will impact the others. Their objective must be the divine punishment peak. If they cannot enter the abyss of darkness or ascend the peak, then the legacy site of the academy remains. Everyone's expression shifted simultaneously. We must return to the academy at once, Su Xingyuan shouted, activating his movement technique to dash towards the academy. Xiao Ye was equally startled and exerted all his effort to keep pace with the group. Hey, what are you all talking about? Wolf Qing was bewildered, hesitating for a moment before following Xiao Ye and the others. Boom. Just as they left the abyss of darkness, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the academy, illuminating the sky with flames. The legacy site of the academy had been obliterated. Luo Jun. Su Xingyuan clenched his fists, his body trembling as a terrifying aura emanated from him. I will see the light of day again. At that moment, a strange, low voice echoed in their ears. Oh no. It's the 9-winged heavenly dragon. Wu Tieshu's face turned ashen as he gazed at the sight of the explosion in horror. Quickly, return to the academy. Su Xingyuan produced a small treasure tower, commanding, organize the students to enter the library immediately. Ren Zhonghing, you go inform the city lord. We must minimize casualties. Yes, Ren Zhonghing acknowledged, flying towards the city lord's mansion in Yuzhou. While Xiao Ye hastened back to the academy with Su Xingyuan and the others. At this moment, chaos engulfed the academy. With the seal of the legacy site destroyed, the ancestors of the academy were powerless to suppress the unleashed dark creatures. Black demonic energy surged as countless creatures broke free from their seals and re-entered the academy. Help! Help! Screams filled the air as students, unaware of what was happening, were swiftly slaughtered by the dark creatures. Panic spread throughout the academy. Dean, I must assist. Xiao Ye expressed his concern for Liang Quan and the others, speaking urgently. All right, Su Xingyuan nodded, reminding him, remember, the area around the academy library is safe. Do not take unnecessary risks. Understood, Xiao Ye affirmed, turning to leave. Fortunately, the legacy site of the academy was not a demonic realm. While the demonic energy was thick, the creatures that emerged were not overly terrifying, with power levels around the 5th or 6th stages of the Gathering Yuan realm. Though there were initial casualties among the students, they soon began to coordinate and suffered no further significant losses. Little Black. Xiao Ye thought of his companion and summoned Little Black from the shumi space. Hey, where have you been, kid? Little Black appeared on Xiao Ye's shoulder, startled by the surrounding menacing energy. Xiao Ye, feeling exasperated, replied, "This is the academy. It's a long story. Just help me find Liang Quan and the others." Among Xiao Ye's beasts, Little Black and Little Phoenix were the strongest, but Little Phoenix was still in its juvenile phase, rendering it nearly useless in battle. Hence, only Little Black remained. The academy? Little Black paused. Observing the surroundings with apprehension, I have noticed that wherever you are, trouble always follows. Xiao Ye, rolling his eyes, ignored Little Black and quickly navigated past several formidable dark creatures towards Liang Quan's location. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as a dozen black shadows charged towards Xiao Ye. He frowned, drawing his spear and swiftly piercing through two of the dark figures. Buzz! The spear effortlessly penetrated the shadows' forms without resistance. But Xiao Ye soon sensed a chilling aura approaching. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, hastily retracting his spear and retreating just in time to avoid the attack, warily eyeing the two shadows. Be cautious. Little Black warned, these two creatures are unusual. Energy attacks are effective, but physical strikes won't harm them. Xiao Ye nodded and once again unleashed his spear, directing a beam of light toward the shadow before him. Hiss! A piercing scream erupted as the shadow was torn apart by the spear's brilliance, vanishing into nothingness. The remaining shadow, sensing Xiao Ye's formidable power, trembled and fled without hesitation. Xiao Ye disregarded it, sheathing his spear as he hastened toward the dormitory area. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming presence. It seemed a terrifying entity lurked nearby. Ah! A shriek pierced the air as a figure hurtled out and collided with Xiao Ye. Song Ming. Xiao Ye recognized the person as Song Ming, who had arrived with him. He leaped to catch Song Ming, assessing his injuries, serious but not life-threatening. Cough. Song Ming coughed a couple of times, then noticed Xiao Ye behind him, exclaiming, "Xiao Ye, why are you here? You need to leave quickly. A powerful demon is approaching. Over a dozen people have already perished." So terrifying? Xiao Ye gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Concerned, he inquired, "What about Liang Quan? Is he inside?" Song Ming nodded, swallowing hard. "But he won't last long, especially since that monster has already set its sights on him. He could die at any moment." "What?" Xiao Ye clenched his fists, urging Song Ming to escape while he dashed toward the dormitory area. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a building collapsed. Xiao Ye's gaze fell upon the scene within the dormitory. It had been reduced to ruins. A gigantic figure, resembling an enormous gorilla, loomed amidst the debris, disdainfully surveying its surroundings. Ha ha! What a bunch of useless wretches. I haven't even stretched my muscles yet, and you've already fallen. A woman. Xiao Ye could hardly believe his ears upon hearing the woman's sharp voice. Glancing at the muscular figure, he was astonished to find that she was even taller than most men. "Humph! Useless fools die," the woman declared, raising her foot to stomp on a hefty figure lying before her. Xiao Ye recognized the figure as Liang Quan. "Stop!" he shouted, gripping his spear and charging forward. The woman paused, intrigued by Xiao Ye's defiance, a playful smile creeping on her lips. Another one who fears not death. Calmly, the robust woman regarded Xiao Ye's advance, showing no intention of evasion. "Come down here," she bellowed, her speed akin to lightning as she seized Xiao Ye's spear and hurled him away with tremendous force. How infuriating! Xiao Ye was shocked. The woman's strength was overwhelming, leaving him powerless to resist. He crashed through two walls before finally coming to a stop. "Boss," Liang Quan watched, filled with concern as Xiao Ye was thrown away. "Ha ha! My strength is beyond what you can withstand." The woman dismissed Xiao Ye's plight as if it were inconsequential, brushing off her hands before pausing in astonishment. Suddenly, Xiao Ye emerged from the ruins. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at the muscular woman and coldly remarked, "It seems your strength is not as great as you claim. You thought you were unharmed?" The sturdy woman was momentarily taken aback, her disbelief evident. Just as she was processing the situation, the small black creature perched on Xiao Ye's shoulder shivered involuntarily and exclaimed, "Hey, could you refrain from mimicking a woman's speech? It's repulsive. I'm shedding goosebumps all over." The robust woman, momentarily startled, turned her gaze towards the small creature and then back to Xiao Ye, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Heh, this is rather amusing," she remarked, ignoring the small creature and addressing Xiao Ye directly. "Kid, you seem to possess some strength. How about we have a contest? No weapons involved, and if you manage to defeat me, I'll let these useless individuals go. What do you say?" "Boss, don't fall for it. This woman is too cunning," Liang Quan warned anxiously. Mingyang struggled to rise from the ground, leaning on his long blade. He looked at Xiao Ye and urged, "Kid, you should leave quickly. You are no match for this female demon. Don't make a futile sacrifice. Xiao Ye frowned, noting that Ming Yang was at the 5th level of the Gathering Essence realm, making him the strongest in this dormitory area aside from Xiao Ye himself. It was astonishing that even he had fallen to this robust woman. The small black creature looked from Ming Yang to Xiao Ye and stood upright, commenting, just like you, another bald head. Xiao Ye, uninterested in engaging with the small creature, focused on the woman and stated coolly, I accept your challenge. A contest of strength. I have never known defeat. Chapter 207. The battle with the terrifying woman. Xiao Ye sheathed his spear. Casting a defiant glance at the formidable woman, the small black creature quickly jumped down and hid nearby, wearing an expression of amusement. Underestimate me at your peril. My strength is no less than that of a man. The rules are simple. Whoever touches the ground with both hands first loses. If you win, these people live. If you lose, you must share their fate. As she spoke, the robust woman seized a massive rock, nearly the height of a person, and hurled it at Xiao Ye. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he leaped up, clenching his fists to strike the boulder directly. Boom! The rock shattered into fragments upon impact. Down you go. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. The robust woman appeared above Xiao Ye, her foot descending with force. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow and quickly crossed his arms to shield his head. Bang! An overwhelming force struck him, causing his arms to tingle, and he lost control, plummeting towards the ground. Damn it! Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and swiftly adjusted his posture, determined not to let his hands touch the ground. Boom! He landed firmly, his feet sinking into the earth as a sharp pain shot through his knees, as if his bones were shattering. Roaring like a dragon, Xiao Ye activated the dragon transformation technique, pushing off the ground with tremendous force, soaring towards the robust woman in midair. His fist morphed into a metallic black, amplifying his power as he struck at the woman. Boom! The two collided and were instantly propelled backward. Xiao Ye staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing, while the robust woman crashed through several dormitory rooms, landing heavily, but managing to avoid touching the ground with her hands. You bastard! She bellowed, quickly rising like a carp and glaring at Xiao Ye. You cheated by using a technique. Xiao Ye raised his palms innocently, responding, you only mentioned that weapons were prohibited. You never said techniques were off limits. You. The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling her own statement. Gritting her teeth, she replied coldly, very well, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she roared, her muscles bulging as her form inexplicably doubled in size, her fists transforming into lethal weapons. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed in concentration as he remained vigilant. Prepare to die, she shouted, launching herself towards him with ferocious speed. The ground trembled violently beneath her feet. And in that moment, Xiao Ye appeared as fragile as an infant before her might. Dragon domain, he intoned, unleashing a resonant wave of energy that enveloped the surrounding air. Humph, such a feeble domain is utterly inconsequential before me. The robust woman, though astonished, dismissed the threat and unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang! Bang! The air exploded with sound as Xiao Ye felt the dragon domain tremble violently before shattering. Her strength was akin to a full-force strike from a true martial artist. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed towards him as the woman's assault arrived, her foot aimed directly at his abdomen. Realizing he could not evade, Xiao Ye clenched his teeth and summoned his strength to meet her blow. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as he was thrust backward, sliding across the ground for several meters before regaining his stance. Coughing up blood, Xiao Ye struggled to rise, pain radiating from his right leg, feeling as if his bones had shattered. Kid, you can still stand? Impressive. The woman smirked, her expression one of twisted amusement as she observed him, seemingly in no rush to attack. Boss. Liang Quan's face paled as he clenched his fists in anxiety. They had all experienced the terror of this woman's attacks, and he feared for Xiao Ye's life if he continued to endure. Heh. Xiao Ye smiled faintly, suppressing his internal injuries as he calmly regarded the woman. Is this truly your full strength? Hardly impressive. Humph. If you seek death, I shall oblige, she roared, launching herself into the air, creating a whirlwind as she prepared to strike. Just what I was waiting for. Xiao Ye observed the woman leaping toward him, a smile creeping onto his face as he slowly raised his hand, enveloping her in his grasp. Celestial demon palm, he shouted, unleashing a wave of formidable energy, a massive golden hand materializing above her. What is this? The woman paused, a hint of foreboding creeping in as she gazed at the colossal hand. Now, experience my attack, Xiao Ye commanded, bringing his palm down as the golden hand descended upon her. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the giant hand blotted out the sun, crashing down and driving the robust woman into the ground. As the terrifying energy dissipated, the imprint of the hand remained on the earth. And the woman lay face down, refusing to use her hands to support herself, clearly defiant. She spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, her face contorted with rage as she glared at Xiao Ye. Kid, I have not lost yet. Your death is imminent. With that, she retrieved a crimson pill from her bosom and swallowed it whole. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded as the robust woman transformed once more. Her frame did not grow larger, but her exposed arms bulged with purple-red veins, her aura swelling with destructive power. Die! She screeched, charging at Xiao Ye with renewed ferocity. Xiao Ye instinctively took a step back. Realizing that her sheer physical strength was staggering, seemingly devoid of any techniques, summoning the celestial demon palm once more, he aimed it at her. Boom! The sound of the palm breaking apart echoed as she barreled through the chaotic energy. Undeterred in her assault, what? Xiao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. The celestial demon palm had no effect on her. What incredible physical resilience she possessed. Chapter 208. Sealing Die. The robust woman roared, her colossal fist raised, the bones in her hand protruding as she charged at Xiao Ye with ferocity. His expression grave, Xiao Ye rapidly conjured two massive hands, casting an overwhelming shadow as they descended upon her. Boom! Boom! The sounds of impact reverberated as the robust woman shattered through the hands, momentarily pausing as blood trickled from her lips, yet she continued her relentless advance. Damn it! Xiao Ye grimaced, realizing the terrifying power of her strikes. He had no confidence in his ability to withstand them. Here goes everything. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his true energy to its peak, invoking the indestructible technique, his skin transforming to a metallic black. Die! The woman was upon him in an instant, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at his chest. Xiao Ye coughed up blood, feeling as though he had been struck by a mountain, utterly powerless to resist as he was sent flying. Roar! The woman growled deeply, leaping once more, trailing closely behind Xiao Ye, her fist poised to strike again. Boom! The ground quaked as Xiao Ye was smashed down, sinking into the earth. It's over. The remaining students, barely clinging to consciousness, watched in despair as Xiao Ye was rendered defenseless, their faces pale with hopelessness. It seems we are doomed. Hee. The outcome was hardly surprising. One person chuckled bitterly, saying, if even senior brother Meng Yang cannot contend with that female demon, then although Xiao Ye is the rookie king, he is merely a newcomer to the academy. How could he possibly defeat such a formidable woman? The crowd had already anticipated this, but seeing Xiao Ye step forward without hesitation, they couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope, wishing he might vanquish this terrifying lady. However, it now seemed utterly delusional. Our leader cannot lose. Liang Quan gritted his teeth, suppressing his injuries. The demons our leader has faced are far more terrifying than this woman. There is no way he could simply lose. Despite his words, Liang Quan's fist remained tightly clenched, his face a mask of anxiety as he stared at the deep pit in the ground. With the ground having been smashed into such a terrifying chasm, could Xiao Ye truly withstand it? Bang! The robust woman suddenly knelt upon the ground, her hands bracing against the earth, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Her breath coming in heavy gasps as she gradually stabilized her internal injuries. Slowly raising her head, she cast a cold gaze at Liang Quan and the others, saying indifferently, next, it's your turn. The crowd instantly turned pale, with several individuals collapsing to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. Hee, a bunch of ants. You will all die. The robust woman could no longer contain a mouthful of blood. Her cold stare fixed upon the crowd, her murderous intent palpable. Are you too pleased too soon? Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, followed by a frail figure slowly ascending from the massive pit. Boss! Liang Quan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the figure. No, it's impossible. The robust woman widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Xiao Ye as he emerged from the pit, a flicker of fear crossing her gaze. At this moment, Xiao Ye appeared disheveled, his body covered in wounds, his clothes stained with blood, and he stumbled as he walked, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Looking at the kneeling robust woman, he managed a faint smile and declared, you have already lost. Humph, so what? The robust woman swallowed hard, suppressing her inner terror, thinking to herself that the man before her merely possessed terrifying defense. Even so, he was already at the end of his strength and could not withstand her attack. With that thought, the robust woman struggled to her feet, gazing coldly at Xiao Ye, stating, as long as I kill you, I still win. Despicable. The crowd was taken aback by the shamelessness of this female demon. Xiao Ye was clearly gravely injured and could not possibly endure the robust woman's assault. Beside him, Xiao He glanced at Xiao Ye and asked, Kid, do you need my help? Since the robust woman had abandoned their agreement, Xiao He had no intention of remaining idle. No need. Xiao Ye shook his head, circulating his internal energy to gradually mend his injuries. Xiao He observed him silently, understanding that Xiao Ye would not engage in reckless actions. Since he did not require assistance, Xiao He was content to relax. The woman glared coldly at Xiao Ye, her fists tightening, veins bulging in her arms as she declared, I have been sealed for hundreds of years. Today, I have finally escaped and will not be defeated by a mere child. Die. The robust woman roared, her eyes wide with fury, unleashing all her strength in a frenzied assault towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye regarded the charging robust woman with calmness, placing his hands before his chest, his fingers dancing in a rapid succession of intricate hand seals. What is he trying to do? If he cannot evade, he is surely doomed. Someone in the crowd thought, filled with doubt. Xiao Ye can barely stand. He cannot possibly withstand this terrifying woman's fists. Perish. The woman roared again, her massive fist creating a gale as it hurtled towards Xiao Ye's head. Ancient demon sealing spell. Seal. Xiao Ye suddenly lifted his head, meeting the woman's fist head-on, his hands forming a complex seal, pushing forward with great force. Hum. The air resonated with a low hum as the woman's fist halted before Xiao Ye's forehead, as though an invisible barrier had arisen, preventing her from advancing an inch. Following that, the woman sensed an overwhelming pressure enveloping her, swiftly followed by a terrifying force of attraction. This power was all too familiar to her. It was the power of sealing. Kid, what have you done to me? The woman, stripped of her earlier ferocity, now looked fearful and struggled helplessly. No. The robust woman let out a furious roar of refusal as her body was instantly consumed by that terrifying force, vanishing without a trace. Sealed once more. Cough, cough. Xiao Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a couple of coughs of blood, feeling dizzy as he began to topple towards the ground. Boss. Liang Quan reacted quickly, rushing over to support Xiao Ye. Did we win? The crowd exchanged glances before a wave of excited cheers erupted. Meng Yang approached, looking at Xiao Ye, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, and could not help but give a thumbs up, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Ye, having barely recovered some of his strength, stood up, shaking his head. "I'm fine, senior brother Meng Yang. The area around the library is secure. Please arrange for everyone to head there. I'll organize that immediately." Meng Yang nodded, promptly directing everyone to leave. The sudden appearance of a female demon had been so terrifying that no one dared to hope for a second chance at survival. Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and Zhou Wan, puzzled. "Where's Kuya? I haven't seen her." "She is in the Beast Academy," Liang Quan replied. "She has classes today." Zhou Wan nodded in agreement. Knowing Xiao Ye was worried about Kuya, he added, "The Beast Academy is filled with experts. You should be safe." The Beast Academy? Just as Meng Yang organized the group, he overheard their conversation and frowned. "I just received news from the Beast Academy that a demon even more terrifying than that woman has appeared there. The disciples of the Beast Academy are trapped, and only 2 or 3 managed to escape." "What?" Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeply. The head of the Beast Academy, Qingsang, had already been imprisoned, and the vice principal, Jiang Yuan, had not accompanied them. He likely remained unaware that the Academy's heritage site had been compromised. Xiao Ye turned to Liang Quan and the others, stating, "I'm heading to the Beast Academy. You all should leave quickly and make your way to the library." "Boss, I'll go with you." Liang Quan and Zhou Wan quickly stepped forward. Xiao Ye shook his head, refusing. "No, the demon that just emerged is genuine. If I encounter another terrifying lady like before, I want to be able to protect you." Liang Quan and Zhou Wan understood the truth of Xiao Ye's words, reluctantly departing with the others towards the library. Xiao Ye wasted no time, calling over Xiao He and heading directly to the Beast Academy. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, mentally calling out, "System, have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" the system's languid voice replied, sounding somewhat impatient. Xiao Ye felt a bit exasperated and reminded, "I just sealed a female demon. Where's my experience?" "Humph," the system snorted, impatiently replying, "What you did was seal, not kill. Thus, no experience." "What?" Xiao Ye was immediately dissatisfied, exclaiming, "I risked my life and exhausted all my strength to seal that terrifying woman. And I received no reward?" The system interjected, "None. Only upon killing your opponent will you receive experience. Just a reminder, the levels of these sealed demons can be converted into experience points for the dragon transformation." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Ye suddenly recalled that the dragon transformation was the nemesis of these monsters. He had defeated the tyrant using the dragon transformation. The system, uninterested in Xiao Ye's concerns, continued, "But you'd better stay away from that 9-winged heavenly dragon, or you will surely perish." "Why?" Xiao Ye asked in confusion. "Is this 9-winged heavenly dragon also a powerful member of the dragon clan?" "Hee, you'll find out soon enough," the system replied mysteriously, then ceased to engage with Xiao Ye. Seeing the system's lack of response, Xiao Ye didn't pursue the matter further. He turned to Xiao He perched on his shoulder and asked, "Xiao He, have you heard of the 9-winged heavenly dragon?" "The 9-winged heavenly dragon?" Xiao He shook its head in confusion. "I haven't heard of it. Is it a dragon with 9 wings?" Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Based on the system's tone, this 9-winged heavenly dragon was likely no ordinary being. How could Xiao He not know? Was it possible that the 9-winged heavenly dragon was not of the dragon clan? Xiao Ye shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and hurried towards the Beast Academy. Encountering any unwitting monsters, Xiao Ye absorbed them, converting them into experience points. The energy Xiao Ye absorbed had 2 options. to convert into experience points for the dragon transformation or cultivation experience points. Given the stringent conditions for the dragon transformation, it was far more practical to enhance his cultivation level, especially since the experience points required for advancing the dragon transformation were already several times that of the cultivation points. Bang, bang. Just as Xiao Ye arrived at the Beast Academy, he heard a cacophony of fierce fighting. Not far away, several teachers from the Beast Academy were locked in battle with a man. But the teachers were no match for this mysterious figure and were being forced to retreat. This mysterious man had a face like a chiseled knife, his gaze icy, and his arms were like blades, striking with relentless ferocity. Xiao Ye frowned, recognizing that the leading teacher in combat was a woman, the academy's most beautiful. Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian wielded a long whip, and only she could barely contend with the mysterious man. The others were no match for him at all. Xiao Ye, upon observing that Jiang Lingxian and her companions were not in peril, felt no urgency to act. He navigated through the surrounding demons and swiftly spotted Koya in the crowd. Koya, he called out, rushing towards her. Xiaoge, what brings you here? Koya exclaimed with evident relief upon seeing Xiao Ye. Her anxious heart finally at ease. We can discuss this later. Xiao Ye scanned the vicinity. Apart from Koya, he recognized no one. He inquired, who is in charge here? Quickly organize everyone to head to the library. It is the only safe place. I am in charge. A pale-faced middle-aged man approached slowly, clutching his chest, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Ye, filled with animosity. Xiao Ye scrutinized the man, puzzled as to why he harbored such hostility. Koya leaned closer to Xiao Ye, whispering, "This man is Jiang Yuan, the vice principal of the Beast Institute, and also Jiang Ping's father." "Is it him?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, suddenly understanding the source of the man's hostility. Jiang Ping. He could not be bothered to engage in a dispute and stated, "Vice Principal Jiang, the seal at the Academy's heritage site has been breached, and the demon sealed within has escaped. The library is the only safe location. Please arrange for everyone to head there immediately." "Humph. As the esteemed Vice Principal, why should I heed the words of a mere freshman?" Jiang Yuan scoffed, glaring at Xiao Ye. "You." Xiao Ye frowned, taken aback by Jiang Yuan's narrow-mindedness at such a critical moment. Still clinging to personal grievances, suddenly, a horrified scream pierced the air, and blood splattered as a teacher was struck down by the mysterious man, leaving a horrific wound that clearly indicated death was imminent. Xiao Ye's anger flared. He glared at Jiang Yuan and exclaimed, as the vice principal of the Beast Institute, "Is this how you take responsibility for the faculty and students? I command you to arrange for everyone to head to the library immediately." Such audacity. What qualifications do you have to command me? Jiang Yuan's aura exploded as he prepared to confront Xiao Ye, possessing only the cultivation of a true martial realm. Xiao Ye was bewildered. Shouldn't he, the vice principal, possess the cultivation of a martial king? How had Jiang Yuan attained his position with such limited capability? Koya seemed to sense Xiao Ye's confusion and cautioned softly, "Xiaoge, Jiang Yuan has a martial king beast companion, so be careful." A martial king beast companion. Xiao Ye was taken aback, now understanding Jiang Yuan's elevation to vice principal, while he was unafraid of a true martial expert. Facing a martial king beast was beyond his capacity. Even with Xiao He, it would be a formidable challenge. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as another teacher was hurled backward in the struggle against the mysterious man. A gaping hole in their chest, leading to their demise. Jiang Lingxian turned to Jiang Yuan, demanding, "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing? Summon your beast companion immediately." Jiang Yuan, recognizing the deceased teacher, trembled at the sight. He knew the teacher was of comparable strength, if not superior. If even they fell to this mysterious foe, what chance did he have? Jiang Yuan swallowed hard, glancing at the mysterious man in terror, and hastily replied, "No, the red serpent must remain here to protect the students." With that, he gestured, and a massive crimson python emerged from the crowd, its tongue flicking out. The surrounding students parted to make way, clearly aware that this was Jiang Yuan's beast companion, the Qi Xiao serpent. Xiao Ye gasped at the sight, realizing that Jiang Yuan's vice principal position was likely due to this formidable creature, known for being the closest serpent to a dragon, with its fiery breath and fierce demeanor. "You." Jiang Lingxian clenched her teeth in frustration. Jiang Yuan was clearly terrified, wishing to keep the Qi Xiao serpent close for his own protection, yet the others failed to perceive Jiang Yuan's intentions. Moved by his words, they pleaded, "Principal, please save us. Lead us away from here." Jiang Yuan reveled in this attention, his eyes half closed in delight, confidently proclaiming, "I can certainly lead everyone to safety, but first, we must eliminate this troublesome individual." With a cold smile, he directed his gaze at Xiao Ye, and the crowd's animosity shifted towards him. "This guy isn't even a student of our Beast Institute. Principal, you needn't concern yourself with him." "Indeed, kid, you'd best scram before the principal intervenes." The students of the Beast Institute, rather than expressing gratitude for Xiao Ye's warning, began to expel him. Xiao Ye responded with a cold smile. His purpose for being there was not for their benefit. Koya's face turned pale with anger. How can you act this way? Xiao Ye came to help you. Haha. We have the principal. A mere freshman shouldn't he think he is invincible just because he is a newcomer. One sneered, disdainfully eyeing Xiao Ye. You, Koya trembled with fury. Enough. Xiao Ye interrupted Koya with a slight smile. Since we are unwelcome here, then let us take our leave. Grasping Koya's hand, he turned to depart. Humph. None of you will escape today, the mysterious man coldly declared, waving his hand as a dozen ferocious demon wolves appeared out of thin air, howling as they lunged at the crowd. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. These wolves were all at the late stage of the gathering essence realm, far more terrifying than the previous demons. Students of the Beast Institute would be unable to withstand them. Roar. The pack of wolves charged forward with ferocity. Stay behind me. Xiao Ye commanded sternly, positioning himself in front of Koya as he unsheathed his spear, its cold gleam flashing as he thrust it toward two of the demon wolves. Clang. The sound of metal striking was heard as one wolf swatted aside Xiao Ye's spear, baring its fangs as it lunged for his neck. Humph. Xiao Ye coldly snorted, unwavering, channeling his indestructible energy as his skin transformed into a metallic black. Bang. The wolf's jaws clamped down on Xiao Ye's neck, emitting a pained howl as its teeth shattered, blood spilling from its mouth. Whimper. The wolf stared at Xiao Ye in terror, circling around him, uncertain of how to proceed. Help. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind, as the wolf pack bypassed Xiao Ye, attacking the Beast Institute students, leading to a chorus of panic-stricken cries. Principal, save us. The crowd turned to Jiang Yuan in desperation. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was also in a state of panic. Although his beast companion was a martial king, it could not simultaneously fend off so many demon wolves. He was at a loss. Xiao Gu, we cannot abandon them, Koya implored, glancing at the Beast Institute students falling prey to the wolves, her heart heavy with compassion. Seeking Xiao Ye's assistance, Xiao Ye nodded slightly, addressing the drowsy Xiao He on his shoulder. Wake up, it's time to act. Xiao He opened his eyes, glaring at Xiao Ye in displeasure, regretting having him remove the seal within. For otherwise, he would be peacefully sleeping like Xiao Bai and the others in the dimensional space. Xiao He redirected his anger towards the wolves, emitting a melodious dragon roar as he charged forward, breathing out dragon fire. Though his seal was not fully lifted, as a dragon, he was more than capable of dealing with these late-stage gathering essence realm wolves. With Xiao Ye's assistance, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of relief as he glared at Xiao Ye and, alongside the Qi Xiao serpent, joined the fray against the wolf pack, temporarily staving off their assault. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the terrifying energy surged as Jiang Lingxian and several other teachers were forced back by the mysterious man. Facing dire circumstances, little Guai, Jiang Lingxian called out, and unbeknownst to her, the lecherous monkey had crept behind the mysterious man, suddenly flinging out a silk net, ensnaring him unawares. Jiang Lingxian swiftly stowed her whip, brandishing a short blue sword that danced around her. Jiang Lingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, the sword transforming into a crimson hue as it shot towards the ensnared man. Humph, a celestial silkworm net? The man sneered coldly, unperturbed by the approaching sword, his body suddenly dissolving into mist, breaking free from the bindings and evading the attack. The mist coalesced into a fearsome wolf head, howling as it lunged at Jiang Lingxian. Damn it! Jiang Lingxuan's expression changed, panic flooding her features. Having just summoned her sword, she found herself unable to move, helplessly watching the massive wolf head descend upon her. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed, and his terrifying energy surged. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brow in confusion, astonished to find herself unharmed. She gazed in surprise at the figure that had shielded her. It was Xiao Ye. Chapter 211. The Black Demon King, are you out of your mind? Jiang Lingxian gasped, quickly steadying Xiao Ye, who was teetering backward. I'm fine. Xiao Ye gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he pushed away Jiang Lingxian, coolly stating, you should worry about yourself. I want to come to your aid again. You. Jiang Lingxuan's fury boiled over as she bit her lip, retorting, consider it my mistake to care. Humph. You all shall perish today. The man sneered, gathering dark energy as he transformed back into human form. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brows, staring intently at the man before her. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, you are the Dark Demon King. The man was taken aback, turning to Jiang Lingxian with surprise. Little girl, you possess some discernment to recognize this king. Unfortunately, you shall still meet your demise. Upon hearing the Dark Demon King's admission, Jiang Lingxian instinctively took a step back, her complexion paling. Xiao Ye, noticing her reaction, inquired with curiosity, who is the Dark Demon King? Jiang Lingxian, keeping a wary eye on the Dark Demon King, swallowed hard and explained, he was a notorious fiend from long ago, practicing a bizarre method that allowed his body to transform into formless demonic energy. It is said that as long as there exists demonic energy, he is immortal and indestructible. I can hardly believe he has been sealed here. Is it truly that terrifying? Xiao Ye frowned, glancing at the enigmatic figure. feeling that Jiang Lingshuan's description might be somewhat exaggerated. This king has more pressing matters to attend to and lacks the time to linger with you. Prepare to die. The Dark Demon King's arms suddenly vanished, morphing into two surging streams of demonic energy that coiled around Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian like serpents. Not good. Jiang Lingxian gasped, realizing it was too late to evade, and was ensnared alongside Xiao Ye by the black demonic energy. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed, his expression contorted in pain. The black energy felt as if it had solidified, an overwhelming force threatening to crush him. The attack from this Dark Demon King bore resemblance to his own heavenly demon palm. Little Black, Xiao Ye struggled desperately, attempting to break free, but the grip only tightened, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds from within. He hastily called for Little Black's assistance. Little Black, understanding the urgency, soared upward without hesitation, unleashing a resonant dragon roar that emitted a torrent of terrifying dragon breath. A dragon? The Dark Demon King was momentarily taken aback, staring in astonishment at Little Black. The dragon's breath had a certain restraining effect on demonic energy, prompting the Dark Demon King to retreat hastily, releasing Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian. Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian couldn't suppress a violent cough, summoning her whip again, casting an anxious glance at Xiao Ye. We are no match for this Dark Demon King. We must seek help. Xiao Ye shook his head, expressing his helplessness. The seal at the Academy's heritage site has been destroyed. The headmasters are preoccupied and cannot assist us. The seal at the heritage site has been breached. Jiang Lingshuan's expression changed, her teeth clenched as she coldly asked, was it that Luo Jun? Xiao Ye was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Lingxian, as a disciple of a cultivation sect, would naturally be aware of Luo Jun's objectives. Yet, he pondered whether Jiang Lingxian had truly come to the academy merely for the trial or if she harbored ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye's thoughts, Jiang Lingxian turned to the figure hiding nearby. Jiang Yuan, and stated coolly, we have an ally. You must do your utmost to entangle the Dark Demon King. Xiao Ye, uncertain of Jiang Lingshuan's intentions, nonetheless nodded in agreement, charging alongside Little Black to confront the Dark Demon King. Little Guai, Jiang Lingxian suddenly called out, the lecherous monkey having appeared behind Jiang Yuan at some point, swiftly throwing out a silken net to ensnare him. What are you doing, Jiang Lingxian? Jiang Yuan exclaimed, glaring at her in indignation. Jiang Lingxian let out a cold snort, knowing that Xiao Ye and Little Black could not hold out much longer. She summoned her flying sword, pointing it at Jiang Yuan. Call upon the Qi serpent for assistance, or I will kill you. You dare. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted, fear creeping into his gaze as he regarded Jiang Lingxian. Her status as a disciple of a cultivation sect made her identity unique. Even if she were to slay him, the academy would likely not intervene. With an icy demeanor, Jiang Lingxian focused her mind, directing her flying sword to hover before Jiang Yuan. I am not threatening you. Do it now, or I will kill you. As she spoke, the sword advanced menacingly. Jiang Yuan could feel the chilling aura emanating from the sword, his forehead slick with cold sweat as he hastily replied. Fine, I agree. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Xiao Ye and Little Black were effortlessly sent flying by the Dark Demon King. The Dark Demon King transformed into a cloud of demonic energy, swiftly reforming, glaring coldly at Xiao Ye, and bellowed, damn it, boy, what technique are you practicing that allows you to absorb my demonic energy? At this moment, Xiao Ye's complexion was ashen, his injury severe, ignoring the Dark Demon King. He felt utterly helpless. Although the dragon transformation technique countered these fiends, the Dark Demon King was too bizarre, capable of instantly dissipating his power into demonic energy, rendering absorption impossible. Your very existence poses a tremendous threat to us. You must be eliminated. The Dark Demon King roared, transforming once more into a mass of demonic energy, surging violently toward Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, we are here to assist you, Jiang Lingxian shouted, charging in with the Qi serpent to entangle the Dark Demon King. Xiao Ye frowned. While the Qi serpent was a beast of the martial king realm, the Dark Demon King's peculiar abilities rendered it ineffective against him. He turned to Jiang Lingxian, asking, do you have a way to suppress him and prevent the Dark Demon King from transforming into demonic energy? Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding, yes, but it will only hold for a few breaths. That will suffice. Xiao Ye nodded, stating, you contain him. I have a way to deal with him. Without further inquiry. Jiang Lingxian nodded, retreating while evading the Dark Demon King's attacks, her hands forming intricate seals. Xiao Ye observed her movements, taken aback to find them remarkably similar to his ancient demon sealing incantation, albeit much more rudimentary in execution. Boom, boom. Suddenly, two loud crashes resounded as Little Black and the Qi serpent were sent flying by the Dark Demon King. Ignoring them, the Dark Demon King turned his attention back to Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian. Seeing that Jiang Lingxian had yet to complete her incantation, Xiao Ye drew his spear and gritted his teeth as he charged toward the Dark Demon King. Die. The Dark Demon King, facing Xiao Ye's assault, did not flinch or evade, instantly transforming into a massive demonic energy that coiled around Xiao Ye's spear, ensnaring him. Chapter 212. Mysterious Master Xiao Ye was taken aback, his internal cultivation reaching its peak as he unleashed the heavenly demon palm. Forcefully repelling the Dark Demon King, without hesitation, he retreated swiftly. The Dark Demon King paused, gazing at Xiao Ye with a mixture of surprise and somberness. To master such exquisite martial skills is truly astonishing. But you shall still perish. With a furious roar, the Dark Demon King transformed again into demonic energy, scattering like a tempest towards Xiao Ye. As the demonic energy surged from all directions, Xiao Ye retreated hastily, anxiously glancing at Jiang Lingxian. Hurry, I can barely hold on. Jiang Lingxian remained composed, yet beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she gritted her teeth, striving to complete the final hand seal. She directed her hands toward the encroaching demonic energy and forcefully struck. Buzz. An eerie energy ripple coursed through the air, the surrounding space seemingly constricted as the demonic energy was enveloped by an invisible force, writhing violently. The Dark Demon King let out a wretched scream, the black energy coalescing back into a corporeal form. Jiang Lingxian, drenched in sweat and displaying pain, turned to Xiao Ye and urged, "Do you have any plans? I cannot hold on much longer." Without needing Jiang Lingxuan's reminder, Xiao Ye sprang into action. A resonant dragon roar pierced the air as a colossal black dragon silhouette materialized behind him, its crimson eyes coldly observing the scene below. Xiao Ye advanced directly before the Dark Demon King, placing his hands upon him, activating the dragon transformation technique to voraciously absorb the energy within the Dark Demon King. The Dark Demon King's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing? Let go of me." Filled with fear, the Dark Demon King struggled desperately, attempting to break free from the binds of Jiang Lingxian and Xiao Ye. However, due to Jiang Lingxuan's mysterious method, the energy within the Dark Demon King was entirely suppressed, leaving him powerless to resist. Despicable humans, I shall tear you to shreds. The Dark Demon King howled furiously, his gaze filled with malice as he bit his tongue and spewed forth a cloud of black blood mist. Whoosh! The Dark Demon King's body instantly absorbed the black mist, awakening the energy within him that surged into a frenzy. Jiang Lingxuan's expression shifted in alarm, her countenance pained as she looked at Xiao Ye, urging, "Xiao Ye, hurry, I cannot hold on much longer." With a sudden cough, Jiang Lingxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and the immense pressure vanished abruptly. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Dark Demon King broke free from the restraints, transforming into an endless wave of demonic energy that surged toward Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian. Though the Dark Demon King's power had been somewhat weakened by Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian, he remained comparable to a master of the martial king realm, far beyond their capacity to withstand. The Qi Shao Serpent, despite being a martial king realm beast, like Zhang Yuan, only sought to protect itself in fear. And the Dark Demon King's unique abilities rendered the Qi Shao Serpent's attacks ineffective. "All of you shall perish," the Dark Demon King roared, the demonic energy morphing into a mire that slowly engulfed Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian. Feeling the overwhelming malevolent force surrounding him, Xiao Ye found himself unable to resist, and the thought of retreat began to creep into his mind. Boy, Xiao He seemed to sense what Xiao Ye was contemplating and quickly cautioned, "Do not open the Shumi space. This Black Demon King possesses an unfathomable power and may follow you into the Shumi realm." What? Xiao Ye was taken aback, promptly abandoning the thought of fleeing into the Shumi space. The Black Demon King's strength was comparable to that of a martial king, and the Shumi space could not withstand his assault. Cursed be this situation. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ye's internal energy surged violently as he once again unleashed the heavenly demon palm, seizing the ensnared Jiang Lingxian and hurling her away. He then enveloped himself within the colossal hand and struggled fiercely against the suffocating demonic energy. With a rush of energy, the demonic essence coalesced into a tangible form. The Black Demon King coldly regarded Xiao Ye and his companions, disdainfully declaring, "You have managed to force me to this extent, which is already a source of pride for you. Do not futilely resist. Perish." The Black Demon King suddenly soared into the air, a terrifying maelstrom of demonic energy swirling around him, violently sweeping towards Xiao Ye. What to do? Xiao Ye's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, channeling the heavenly demon palm once more, a massive golden hand howling as it lunged towards the fearsome tornado. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The energy surged, and the enormous hand instantly dissipated. The dread black tornado paused momentarily before resuming its fierce advance toward Xiao Ye. A wave of helplessness surged within Xiao Ye. He had believed that, while he could not match the prowess of true martial realm experts, he should be able to withstand their onslaught. However, against this enigmatic Black Demon King, he found himself utterly powerless. As the black vortex loomed ever closer, Xiao Ye's face paled, and he anxiously contemplated his next move. Quickly, evade. Jiang Lingxian urged, her expression filled with concern, her complexion ashen. Though she was a disciple of the cultivation sect, her strength was ultimately too feeble, and this black demon king was a notorious fiend from years past, far beyond her capacity to confront. Get away from me. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, and a figure appeared in an instant before Xiao Ye and his companions. The colossal black tornado, wrought from terrifying demonic energy, obstructed the path of this newcomer. The man furrowed his brow, a dreadful aura radiating from him as he clenched his fist and fiercely struck at the black vortex. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, energy raging, and the fierce tornado shattered beneath the force of his blow. The man floated at the center of the tempest, his dark robe billowing, a resolute visage betraying no emotion as he coldly glared at the Black Demon King, furiously proclaiming, "This is my territory. How dare you ruffians run rampant here?" With those words, he tightened his fist once more, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the air, as if it had been seized. Xiao Ye looked up in astonishment at the middle-aged man hovering above, unable to suppress a gulp at the display of power. So formidable. The wind howled as the man clenched his fist, targeting the Black Demon King. Cursed be this. The Black Demon King seethed, realizing that he was already wounded from his prior confrontation with Xiao Ye and Jiang Lingxian. Now confronted by such a fearsome powerhouse, he knew he was no match. Boom! The Black Demon King dared not hesitate, transforming into an expanse of demonic energy and fleeing rapidly into the distance. The middle-aged man retracted his fist, watching the retreating figure of the Black Demon King with a frown, choosing not to pursue further. Chapter 213. City Lord Wanshan. The middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing as he gently descended before Xiao Ye. He scrutinized Xiao Ye and inquired, "Are you also a student of this academy? Do you know where Sushin Yuan is located?" Xiao Ye, swallowing hard as he met the gaze of the formidable man, nodded, replying, "The old dean and the others should be in the library." The library? The middle-aged man scratched his head in confusion before turning back to Xiao Ye, asking, "Would it be convenient for you to take me there?" Despite his terrifying strength, the man exuded an approachable demeanor, prompting Xiao Ye to nod once more, saying, "We are heading there now. I have yet to express my gratitude for your timely rescue. May I ask how to address you?" "City Lord, wait for me." At that moment, a voice called out, and an elderly man clad in purple rushed forward, panting heavily. City Lord?" Xiao Ye glanced at the purple-robed elder and then back to the middle-aged man, exclaiming in astonishment, You are Wanshan, the City Lord of Yuzhou, the one at the 4th level of Martial King, second only to the old dean." Impudent. The purple-robed elder glared at Xiao Ye, rebuking. "The City Lord's name is not something you can call out." Wanshan shot a stern look at the purple-clad elder, stating, "Uncle Lu, did I not instruct you to remain at the City Lord's mansion? Who permitted you to follow me? Return at once." Uncle Lu dared not defy Wanshan's command, replying, "City Lord, if what the Academy Dean said is true, this is not something you alone can alter. It would be best to report to the king and have him send someone to handle it." "Fine, I understand." Wanshan replied impatiently, "Uncle Lu, it is too dangerous here. You must leave at once." Uncle Lu sighed resignedly and, after giving Wanshan a few more admonitions, turned to depart. Wanshan then sighed in relief, apologizing to Xiao Ye. "I apologize for the trouble, young brother. Please guide me to the library." Xiao Ye was taken aback, quickly bowing and saying, "No need for such formalities, City Lord. Please wait a moment." He then turned to Jiang Lingxian, instructing, "As a teacher of the Beast Institute, you should arrange for the disciples to head to the library immediately. It is the only safe place." Jiang Lingxian nodded, having observed Xiao Ye's plight, glancing at Jiang Yuan and declaring, "This place is no longer safe. Everyone, hurry and follow Xiao Ye." Jiang Lingxian refrained from personally organizing the exodus, subtly lending support to Xiao Ye. The disciples of the Beast Institute exchanged glances, their expressions awkward as they recalled their earlier insults directed at Xiao Ye. Yet, he had not held a grudge and was willing to lead them to safety, even risking his life to save them. Jiang Yuan, sensing some students wavering, felt his pride pricked and scoffed. How can a mere entry-level disciple of the true martial realm ensure everyone's safety? "Do not fear. Stay here, and I will protect you." "You protect everyone?" Jiang Lingxian scoffed. "Where were you when we were battling the Black Demon King? If not for the City Lord's arrival, we would all have perished." City Lord Wanshan regarded the quarreling pair with a frown. However, since this was an academy matter, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Xiao Ye frowned, gratefully acknowledging Jiang Lingxuan's support as he stated, "The demonic energy has nearly engulfed all of Yuzhou City. The Academy Library is our only refuge. The choice is yours to make." With that, Xiao Ye disregarded the others, leading Wanshan toward the library. Jiang Lingxian followed closely behind without hesitation. After a moment's deliberation, the others, having witnessed the recent battle, realized Jiang Yuan had done nothing to assist. They were not following Jiang Yuan but rather the City Lord. With this in mind, They ignored Jiang Yuan and hastened after Xiao Ye. With the city lord present, the few demonic creatures encountered along the way posed no threat, effortlessly dispatched without Xiao Ye needing to intervene. Wanshan easily dealt with the unruly fiends, then turned to Xiao Ye, saying, "Young brother, you seem quite young. I presume you are still unmarried. What led you to renounce worldly ties?" Beside them, Qiu could not contain her laughter at the city lord's words, bursting into giggles. Xiao Ye, feeling flustered, shot a glare at Kuya and gritted his teeth, explaining, "I merely had a mishap with my hair. I am not bald." "Ah, is that so?" Wanshan replied, relieved by Xiao Ye's explanation, with a slight smile. He continued, "In that case, I see you are quite the catch. My daughter has reached marriageable age. Would you consider becoming my son-in-law?" Cough, cough. Xiao Ye was suddenly choked by his own saliva, coughing violently as the image of the city lord as a formidable figure dissipated completely, revealing him as a rather unrefined middle-aged man. Xiao Ye lifted his gaze, noticing the towering library spire coming into view, and quickly changed the subject. "City lord, the library is just ahead. Let us hasten." Seeing that Wanshan was about to say more, Xiao Ye quickened his pace. Before long, they reached the academy library, standing before the imposing tower now crowded with students, their faces pale and expressions filled with panic. Clearly shaken by the unexpected encounter, Wanshan, unable to enter the throng, soared into the air, calling out, "Sushin Yuan, you old codger, an old friend has arrived. Why are you not coming out to greet us?" His shout drew disapproving glances from the crowd. After all, this was the academy, and it was rather inappropriate to call out the dean's name so casually. However, recognition soon dawned on some. "It's the city lord." One exclaimed, "The city lord is come." "We are saved," another cried in hope. Just then, a figure soared from the top of the tower. It was the old dean, Sushin Yuan. Upon seeing Wanshan, Sushin Yuan smiled slightly and chided, "Wanshan, you haven't changed a bit." Wanshan glared at Sushin Yuan, stating, "I didn't come to reminisce. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Sushin Yuan nodded, saying, "Come on up." As he spoke, he noticed Xiao Ye standing below and called out, "Xiao Ye, as the vice dean of the Alchemy Institute, you should join us as well." Suddenly, an unseen force lifted Xiao Ye, carrying him directly to the top of the tower. The space here is not large and has already been filled with people, including several high-ranking officials from the academy, a few deans, and the elders. Sushin Yuan gestured for Xiao Ye and Wanshan to find a place to sit, then turned to Wanshan and said, "Just in time, I have matters to discuss with you." Sushin Yuan continued, "You are already aware of the destruction of the Academy seal. To restore it, we need 36 martial kings, yet the Academy only has 13. We require your assistance." Chapter 214. The storm approaches. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Although Yuzhou City ranks among the foremost cities in the Nanyuan Kingdom, finding 23 martial kings would likely prove to be quite a challenge. He silently queried the system, "Do you have a way to restore the Academy's seal? Such trivial matters should not trouble me. Can't you devise a solution yourself?" The system replied impatiently. Xiao Ye frowned, contemplating. "Are you referring to the ancient seal of demon banishment?" "Indeed," the system responded, shifting its tone. "However, your current cultivation level is too low to restore such a massive seal. If only the Invincible Auxiliary System were available." "But the Invincible Auxiliary System is currently on cooldown," Xiao Ye lamented, having recently used it in the Abyss of Darkness. The system lazily remarked, "Then there is no other option. You should hasten your cultivation." Or according to Sushin Yuan, "Even if you find 36 martial kings, you won't need to lift a finger." Xiao Ye's expression darkened as he disregarded the system and turned his gaze to Wanshan. Wanshan shook his head with a wry smile and stated, "Don't even mention 36 martial kings. In a few days, even 100 martial kings could be found here, but whether they are willing to restore the seal is another matter entirely." Sushin Yuan furrowed his brow, looking at Wanshan in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I came to inform you of this matter," Wanshan said seriously. "News has leaked regarding the existence of the heavenly Dao techniques on Divine Punishment Peak, and countless experts are making their way to Yuzhou City." "What?" Sushin Yuan exclaimed, standing abruptly, his expression grim. "Director, could this be part of Luo Jun's scheme?" The Grand Elder's face also darkened as he clenched his fist in anger. "It shouldn't be." Another elder shook his head and frowned. "Luo Jun's goal is the heavenly Dao techniques. Wouldn't he this only create more enemies for himself?" Observing the reactions of those present, Xiao Ye discerned that the heavenly Dao techniques were indeed real and located on Divine Punishment Peak. "I have already gathered some information," Wanshan continued, glancing at everyone. "The news was spread by someone from your academy, part of an organization called the New Moon Society." "The New Moon Society?" Sushin Yuan slammed the table in anger. "That is a force created by the Crown Prince of Daju Kingdom. It seems he too has ulterior motives. There is something else." Wanshan recalled. "I just received news that the Elven clan has also sent people to Yuzhou City." "What? Even the reclusive Elven clan desires the heavenly Dao techniques?" Someone exclaimed. "The Elven clan? known for their power and unity, is a formidable race with a long lifespan. Elves, Xiao Ye was taken aback, remembering Ling Ming from the Shumi space. It shouldn't be. Wanshan shook his head that I received news not long ago that Tianyu Auction House had captured an elven girl. The elven clan is likely trying to rescue her, but coincidentally got entangled in this matter. Wanshan did not elaborate further, and the atmosphere grew tense. Even though the elven clan chose to remain isolated, the temptation of the heavenly Dao techniques would surely stir their interest, especially since their isolation was a result of human oppression. Xiao Ye hesitated but decided against revealing Ling Ming's situation. Wu Taishu frowned deeply with concern. Director, what should we do now? If the heavenly Dao techniques are leaked, it will surely bring about a bloody storm. Su Xingyuan shook his head slightly. I am not worried about them obtaining the heavenly Dao techniques. Our immediate priority is to restore the Academy's seal as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the demons of the abyss of darkness escape, it will spell true calamity. But we lack sufficient manpower, Ren Zhongheng sighed. Once the seal is restored, Divine Punishment Peak will be sealed again, and those coveting the heavenly Dao techniques certainly won't assist us. Su Xingyuan remained silent, turning to Wanshan. Wanshan, understanding Su Xingyuan's thoughts, smiled wryly and shook his head. Although I am the city lord of Yuzhou, I cannot command martial kings. I can only manage to invite 4 or 5 friends from that realm. We are sorely lacking in manpower. The group looked at Su Xingyuan with anxious expressions. There is one more option. Su Xingyuan surveyed the crowd and slowly stated, we could invite the experts from Divine Punishment Peak to assist us. What? Wanshan gazed at Su Xingyuan in astonishment. Are there still practitioners of the heavenly Dao techniques alive on Divine Punishment Peak? Su Xingyuan nodded. Song Yi is still alive. Song Yi is still around? Wanshan swallowed hard, astonished at Su Xingyuan's words. You plan to ask Song Yi for help? Xiao Ye recalled the strikingly handsome monk clad in pure white robes, who did not strike him as an evil person at all. Su Xingyuan, feeling helpless, said, this is the only option we have left. But have you considered that if Song Yi restores the seal, he might not wish to return to Divine Punishment Peak? If he loses his reason, Yuzhou City could become a dead city. I won't take that risk. We cannot proceed like this. Wanshan insisted sternly. I understand, Su Xingyuan said, looking at Wanshan with determination. I trust Song Yi, and right now, we can only place our faith in him. No, I absolutely disagree. Wanshan firmly rejected the idea. City Lord. At that moment, one of Wanshan's subordinates rushed in, anxious, not good. The 4 major families of Yuzhou City have sent people into the ancient spirit mountains, heading straight for Divine Punishment Peak. Director, a teacher from the academy followed closely behind, exclaiming, members of the Qing Merchant Association and Tianyu Auction House have also entered the ancient spirit mountains. These scoundrels aim to rebel. Wanshan stood, furious. He had just issued orders prohibiting anyone from entering the ancient spirit mountains, yet the 4 major families had sent people in, showing blatant disrespect for him. Su Xingyuan also stood, addressing the elders. You stay here to ensure the academy's safety. The rest of you, come with me to Divine Punishment Peak. Step aside, let me in. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out from the entrance, and a young woman in green rushed in. Huh? Xiao Ye was startled, recognizing the young woman as Lu Qing, the maid beside Qin Yun. What was she doing here, Director? Lu Qing looked at Su Xin, preparing to speak, but then noticed Wanshan beside her and quickly said, City Lord, you're here as well. This is wonderful. The princess has been captured. Please, I implore you to save her. What? Qin Yun, who captured her? Wanshan furrowed his brow, hastily inquiring. Chapter 215. Return to the heritage grounds. Lu Qing quickly replied. The captor claims to be the Blade Demon, a terrifying figure whose arm can transform into a massive blade. The Blade Demon. Wanshan and Su Xingyuan's expressions changed simultaneously. Wanshan turned to Su Xingyuan, asking, why was the Blade Demon sealed in the academy? I do not know. Su Xingyuan shook his head, his expression serious. After the formation of the academy as heritage grounds, many demons were sealed within, and the Blade Demon was likely sealed there by a predecessor. Wanshan looked at Lu Qing, asking, where has Qin Yun been taken by the Blade Demon? It seems to be the heritage grounds. Lu Qing hurriedly replied. He said he would offer the princess to some 9-winged heavenly dragon. The princess is a purine body, Su Xingyuan suddenly realized, looking at Lu Qing. A purine body. Xiao Ye was taken aback, having heard that such a physique is incredibly powerful, existing only once in a million people, and only found among women. Lu Qing glanced cautiously at Wanshan before nodding. The group furrowed their brows, falling silent as the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Xiao Ye was puzzled, not understanding what they were worried about, and hesitated to ask. I beg you, you must save the princess, Lu Qing pleaded, looking at everyone. Su Xingyuan nodded. We must stop the Blade Demon before he offers the princess to the 9-winged heavenly dragon. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wan Shan shook his head that I will handle this matter, S. Xingyuan. You go summon Song, that we must prepare for both contingencies. If the nine-winged heavenly dragon escapes, only Song, he can deal with it. But how can you confront the blade demon alone? Su Xingyuan frowned. Humph. Wan Shan snorted, responding, although the blade demon is fearsome, he has been sealed for decades, and his strength must have diminished, even if I am not his match. He cannot kill me. Moreover, my goal is to rescue Qin Yun. I will not engage him in a direct confrontation. Su Xingyuan hesitated but eventually nodded. All right, just be sure to stay safe. I'll go too. Xiao Ye quickly interjected. I am familiar with the heritage grounds. Very well, Wan Shan agreed without hesitation, taking Xiao Ye with him as they made their way to the heritage grounds. Xiao Ye couldn't help but ask. City Lord, who is the blade demon? Wan Shan glanced at Xiao Ye and spoke. The blade demon was a prodigy from several centuries ago, a disciple of the cultivation sect who inadvertently acquired a set of demonic techniques. Ignoring the sect's prohibitions, he stubbornly pursued cultivation and, in a single night, annihilated his own sect. What? One person's strength extinguished an entire sect? Xiao Ye, incredulous, exclaimed. Having witnessed the prowess of Luo Jun and others, he understood the terror of a sect. However, the fact that this blade demon could obliterate a sect alone made him ponder the depths of his strength. How could such a formidable being have been sealed by the Academy's predecessors in the land of inheritance? Wan Shan nodded and continued. From that moment on, the blade demon's name spread far and wide, inciting the pursuit of over a dozen sections. He ultimately managed to escape, though it remains a mystery why he was sealed here. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, recalling something, and asked, who is the nine-winged heavenly dragon? Is he of the dragon clan? No. Wan Shan shook his head, explaining, he is a human, and he was once the dean of your academy. A truly deranged demon. A demon. Xiao Ye's confusion deepened as he looked inquiringly at Wan Shan. However, Wan Shan merely shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. As they approached the land of inheritance, a terrifying demonic energy surged, enveloping Xiao Ye's heart in a heavy, oppressive aura. Wan Shan pulled Xiao Ye down to the ground, his expression grave as he cautioned, be careful. Terrifying demons could emerge at any moment. Xiao Ye nodded and followed closely behind Wan Shan. Remaining vigilant of their surroundings, the chilling wind howled, and shadowy figures flickered about them, retreating quickly upon realizing Wan Shan's status as a martial king. Suddenly, Wan Shan's gaze sharpened, and he lunged into the nearby underbrush, seizing a man's throat and pulling him from the foliage. Help! Help! The pale-faced man looked at Wan Shan in terror, trembling as he begged, no, please don't kill me. I'm just a small fry. Speak. Where is the blade demon? Wan Shan demanded coldly. The blade demon? The pale man shuddered, swallowing hard as he pointed towards the depths of the demonic fog. The blade demon has captured a girl and entered the land of inheritance. Already entered the land of inheritance? Wan Shan's expression shifted, and he threw the man aside before hastening in the same direction as Xiao Ye. Boom. Upon entering the land of inheritance, they were met with darkness. The sinister demonic energy coalesced into swirling clouds of gloom. Wan Shan, disoriented by the demonic mist, turned to Xiao Ye and asked, do you recognize this place? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, carefully surveying their surroundings. No, I can't see clearly due to the overwhelming demonic energy, and after the explosion, everything has changed. In that case, we can only proceed by instinct. Wan Shan frowned, choosing a direction and moving forward. Wait, Xiao Ye suddenly halted, observing an inconspicuous mound of earth beneath his feet, likely a grave of some predecessor. The spark of hope ignited within him, and he called out, Predecessor, are you still here? Who? An ancient voice responded, and a radiant glow surged from the mound, slowly forming into an old man with white eyebrows. Little bald head, why are you here again? The old man exclaimed, recognizing Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye felt a sense of exasperation. This was the very old man he had encountered upon his first entry into the land of inheritance. Wan Shan, startled by the sudden appearance of the elder, exclaimed, is this the Academy's inheritance? The old man scrutinized Wan Shan and frowned, remarking, who is this? He seems quite powerful. Wan Shan, not daring to be presumptuous, bowed respectfully, I am Wan Shan, the city lord of Yuzhou. It is an honor to meet you, elder. City lord, the old man paused, sizing up Xiao Ye with curiosity. The seal in the land of inheritance has been broken, and it is now extremely perilous here. What brings you to this place? Elder, we are searching for someone. Xiao Ye quickly replied, have you seen a man bring a girl in here? The blade demon? The old man glanced at Xiao Ye and Wan Shan, saying, you are not attempting to rescue that girl, are you? Wan Shan nodded vigorously. Please, elder, enlighten us. The old man continued, the blade demon just passed through here. However, he has handed the girl over to the Black Demon King. She has likely reached the depths of the land of inheritance by now. The Black Demon King? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Realizing that the individual had escaped from Wan Shan and ended up here, he surveyed the surrounding gray mist and asked helplessly, "Elder, can you discern the direction here?" The old man looked at Xiao Ye and responded, "I can, but with the seal broken, the demonic energy is overwhelming that I exist only in an energy state and cannot stray far from my grave. Otherwise, I would be consumed by the demonic energy." What? Xiao Ye's brow knitted in worry. Without guidance, they would likely never find Qingyun. However, the old man suddenly had an idea. "Young man, I have a compass before me. If you excavate it, the compass will point towards the location where the seal was destroyed. That girl will undoubtedly be taken there." "Really?" Hearing this, Xiao Ye hurriedly dug into the earth beneath him and, indeed, uncovered an ancient compass, resembling the one belonging to Dean Wu Taishu of the Refining Academy. Wiping the dirt from its surface, Xiao Ye noticed the compass needle steadily pointing in a direction, likely towards the site of the shattered seal. Rising to his feet, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder. You're welcome. I can only assist you to this extent." The old man cautioned. "If you encounter danger, flee in the opposite direction of the needle to escape." Xiao Ye nodded, following the compass's direction alongside Wan Shan as they took their leave. As they approached the seal's location, the surrounding demonic energy thickened, almost liquid in its density, making them uncomfortable. Xiao Ye turned to Wan Shan and inquired, "City Lord, do those demons have any advantages in this demonic energy?" "None," Wan Shan replied, shaking his head. "Demonic energy is their source of power. It not only fails to harm them but also strengthens them." Xiao Ye frowned, apprehensive about facing the blade demon in such conditions. "Even the Black Demon King might prove too formidable to confront," Wan Shan added. "However, with the mist so dense, their visibility will be obscured. They can only sense us through our aura." Xiao Ye nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, and continued onward. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a furious shout erupted, and a towering figure materialized through the swirling mist before Xiao Ye. Startled, Xiao Ye felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him. He gazed at the figure. A middle-aged man with short hair and a chiseled face, coldly scrutinizing them. Strangely, his arms were curved and sharp, resembling deadly blades. "The Blade Demon," Wan Shan exclaimed, his expression serious as he regarded the figure. You know me." The Blade Demon glanced at Xiao Ye, then coldly at Wan Shan, slightly raising his arm and licking the sharp blade, asking, "You are humans, correct? What brings you here?" Wan Shan stepped forward, suppressing his fear, and coldly stated, "Where is Qingyun? Release her at once." Qingyun. A flicker of confusion crossed the Blade Demon's eyes before he nodded in realization, saying, "You are here to rescue that girl? What a pity. I have already offered her to Lord Tianlong." Wan Shan drew a deep breath, producing a massive axe in his hand as he glared coldly at the Blade Demon. "What, do you wish to fight me?" The Blade Demon sneered dismissively at Wan Shan. "I do not wish to be your enemy, Blade Demon. It would be best if you step aside," Wan Shan replied solemnly. "Ha." The Blade Demon suddenly laughed heartily, extending his arm and pointing at Wan Shan. "You think you can command me? Since you dare to tread into the demon land, prepare to pay with your life." With a fierce swing of his arm, the surrounding demonic energy surged, and a terrifying blade light sliced toward Wan Shan. Wan Shan frowned but showed no hesitation as he lifted the massive axe to block. Clang! The blade light struck the axe, sending sparks flying as Wan Shan stumbled back 3 steps before steadying himself. "Xiao Ye." Wan Shan turned to Xiao Ye beside him, saying, "I will keep the Blade Demon occupied. You find a way to rescue Qingyun." "And you?" Xiao Ye asked, frowning. Without the compass's guidance, he couldn't find his way out. "Do not worry. I have my own methods." Wan Shan gripped the axe tightly, glaring at the Blade Demon. "All right, be careful." Xiao Ye, unsure of Wan Shan's confidence, could only proceed as he cast one last glance at the Blade Demon before turning to leave. Hee. The Blade Demon coldly chuckled, showing no intent to stop Xiao Ye. In his eyes, any random demon that appeared here could easily slay Xiao Ye. Once Xiao Ye departed, Wan Shan sighed in relief and faced the Blade Demon, coldly stating, "Today, let me witness just how terrifying you are." Humph. The Blade Demon let out a disdainful cold snort, completely disregarding Wan Shan. With a sudden movement, he vanished, a terrifying blade light slicing through the demonic mist, howling towards him. Xiao Ye understood that he was utterly incapable of intervening in such a high-level battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly followed the direction indicated by the compass. Little Black. A thought crossed Xiao Ye's mind, and he summoned Little Black. "Hey!" Little Black, observing the terrifying demonic aura around him, was used to being summoned by Xiao Ye, which typically signaled trouble. Yet, upon seeing the current situation, he was still taken aback. Perched on Xiao Ye's shoulder, he fumed. "Kid, could you at least give me a heads up next time you summon me? What trouble have you stirred up this time? You haven't offended any Martial King level experts, have you?" Ha. Xiao Ye chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Pretty much. The opponent is likely that Black Demon King again. You scoundrel, I'm going to be the death of you one day." Little Black cursed angrily, The Black Demon King possessed strange abilities, his methods not inferior to those of martial king experts, making him an opponent they could not afford to confront. Xiao Ye shot Little Black a glare. He felt equally helpless. He had promised Wan Shan to rescue Qin Yun, and he couldn't go back on his word. Who are you? Let me go. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from the mist. It was Qin Yun. Xiao Ye froze. Recognizing her voice, he sighed in relief, finally catching up, but the thought of the enigmatic Black Demon King ahead made him feel overwhelmed. Chapter 217. Battle against the Black Demon King. Xiao Ye glanced at Little Black on his shoulder and asked, "Do you have any way to deal with the Black Demon King?" Little Black rolled his eyes at Xiao Ye and replied helplessly, "If I were at my peak, dealing with that guy would be a piece of cake. But right now, my cultivation has only just returned to the true martial realm that I'm simply no match for him." Xiao Ye frowned and said, "Let us focus on rescuing Qin Yun first." He looked toward the depths of the demonic mist, where the voice had come from, lowering his breath as he inched closer. This seemed to be the epicenter of the shattered seal, with demonic energy continuously surging forth. At this moment, Xiao Ye could see two indistinct figures. It was the Black Demon King and Qin Yun. The Black Demon King had conjured a strand of demonic energy that bound the struggling Qin Yun. Swiftly making his way toward the core of the miasma, Xiao Ye closed the distance to the Black Demon King and quietly asked Little Black, "If we fuse our powers, can we confront this Black Demon King?" Recalling the strength he had utilized against Qingsang, he inquired. Little Black shook his head slightly and said, "With my power, you can temporarily contend with low-tier martial king experts, but the Black Demon King's abilities are too bizarre. It is likely we can't handle him." Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and declared, "It doesn't matter. We must save Qin Yun first." Xiao Ye drew his spear, took a deep breath, and instructed Little Black, "You hide in the mist and wait for your chance. Focus on rescuing Qin Yun. I'll distract the Black Demon King." Little Black nodded, leaping from Xiao Ye's shoulder and concealing himself within the black mist. Buzz! Xiao Ye's spear moved, unleashing a sharp intention without any hesitation, thrusting directly at the Black Demon King. The Black Demon King was startled, spinning around just in time to see a spear materialize before him, piercing through his body. It's you?" As the Black Demon King recognized Xiao Ye, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a mocking smile. Xiao Ye, Qin Yun also recognized him, her mouth slightly agape in surprise and delight. Xiao Ye's brow furrowed. The spear in his hand felt as if it had struck nothing but air. Without hesitation, he swiftly withdrew. Overestimating yourself." The Black Demon King discerned Xiao Ye's intent. Coldly snorting as his other arm transformed into demonic energy, forming a binding rope aimed directly at Xiao Ye. "Break for me." Xiao Ye roared, the power within him erupting as he forcefully dispelled the encroaching demonic energy. Simultaneously, he twisted the spear, launching another thrust at the Black Demon King. The Black Demon King chuckled coldly, momentarily releasing Qin Yun, transforming into demonic energy as he swiftly coiled around Xiao Ye's spear, launching a fierce attack at him. "Little Black!" Xiao Ye shouted, abruptly releasing his spear and retreating swiftly. Activating the heavenly demon palm, a massive golden hand appeared before him, directly slamming toward the Black Demon King, who had turned into demonic energy. The Black Demon King frowned, easily dodging Xiao Ye's attack. However, a small black snake shot out from behind him, swiftly reaching Qin Yun and biting through the bindings of demonic energy that held her captive. Seeing that the black snake was Xiao Ye's companion, the Black Demon King smirked coldly. Ignoring Little Black entirely, he turned to Xiao Ye, disdainfully stating, "Do you think you can escape? Kill you, and we can naturally leave." Xiao Ye glared at the Black Demon King, his expression grave as he drew a long blade. Ha ha. The Black Demon King sneered coldly, gazing at Xiao Ye with amusement, pointing towards Qin Yun as he spoke. "Kid, why don't we make a deal? Hand over this girl and become my subordinate, and I'll spare your life. What do you say? Dream on." Xiao Ye roared, the long blade crossing over his chest. Buzz! The surrounding air resonated with a low hum as the demonic energy swirled, and with a powerful swing of his blade, a flash of cold light surged towards the Black Demon King. Once again, the Black Demon King transformed into demonic energy, the blade light passing through him harmlessly, that he remained entirely unscathed, calmly observing Xiao Ye, coldly stating, "It seems you do not wish to live." Boom! As he spoke, the Black Demon King erupted into a tempest of demonic energy, surging towards Xiao Ye like a tidal wave. Xiao Ye was taken aback, swiftly retreating as he formed two heavenly demon palms before him, roaring as they clashed against the oncoming waves of demonic energy. Boom! Two deafening crashes resonated as the demonic energy was dispersed by Xiao Ye's heavenly demon palms. However, it quickly reformed, rushing towards him once more. Xiao Ye frowned slightly. He realized the demonic energy had weakened a bit compared to before. The Black Demon King's transformation into demonic energy was not entirely immune to attacks, at the very least. It couldn't fully evade the energy-based heavenly demon palm. With this thought in mind, as he continued to retreat, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and formed two terrifying heavenly demon palms again, one in front and one behind. Roaring as they struck out at the swirling demonic energy. Boom. Yet again, two massive explosions echoed as the demonic energy was shattered. Xiao Ye couldn't help but pant slightly, his complexion paling. The energy within him was no less than that of a true martial realm warrior. But continuously utilizing the heavenly demon palm was still a strain. The demonic energy gathered, and the Black Demon King's form reappeared, his aura noticeably diminished, but even so, he was not an opponent Xiao Ye could contend with. Kid, you're reaching your limit, aren't you? The Black Demon King coldly observed Xiao Ye, saying, it's hard to imagine that a mere gathering Yuan realm insect possesses such combat power. It seems I cannot allow you to grow. The Black Demon King slowly raised his hand, aiming at Xiao Ye, as the surrounding demonic energy began to churn violently, as if responding to a summons, rushing towards Xiao Ye in a frenzied assault. Xiao Ye's expression changed slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, a melodious dragon roar erupted from his mouth. He unleashed the divine dragon transformation, a massive, menacing black dragon shadow appearing behind him. Its crimson eyes coldly fixed on the Black Demon King. Seizing the moment the Black Demon King was momentarily stunned, Xiao Ye broke free from his bindings, moving swiftly to confront the Black Demon King. Activating the divine dragon transformation to frantically absorb the energy within him. The Black Demon King's expression shifted, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. Damn it, the Black Demon King roared, swiftly transforming into demonic energy once more as he forcefully broke free from Xiao Ye's grasp. You're seeking death, the Black Demon King bellowed, the demonic energy swirling violently, instantly forming a terrifying black tornado that charged towards Xiao Ye, crushing everything in its path. Thinking of the terror of this black tornado, Xiao Ye's face paled, and he quickly retreated, simultaneously unleashing two heavenly demon palms in an attempt to disperse the black vortex. Boom! Two resounding crashes echoed as the heavenly demon palm struck the black tornado, momentarily halting its momentum, yet it continued to spin wildly, racing towards Xiao Ye. Chapter 218. The power of the ancient sealing spell. What to do? Xiao Ye's expression darkened as his mind raced for a solution. That's it, the seal. Xiao Ye suddenly recalled his last battle with the Black Demon King when Jiang Lingxian temporarily sealed him. He too possessed sealing techniques, the ancient sealing spell. With that thought, a glimmer of hope sparked in Xiao Ye's eyes as he gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into forming two more heavenly demon palms, striking at the black demonic tornado while simultaneously executing a series of complex hand seals with swift, fluid motions. The Black Demon King frowned, watching Xiao Ye with confusion. Although he did not understand Xiao Ye's intentions, he sensed an ominous premonition. I must stop him. The Black Demon King became serious for the first time, his expression grave as he controlled the black tornado, which surged violently towards Xiao Ye. Boom! The black tornado shattered Xiao Ye's heavenly demon palms, still hurtling forward in a mad rush. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, watching the terrifying vortex approach, sweat beading on his forehead. There was no time to evade now. He could only hasten the execution of the ancient sealing spell. Beside him, Little Black and Qin Yun watched Xiao Ye with anxious expressions. Qin Yun clenched her fists, silently praying that Xiao Ye would be safe. Little Black frowned, unsure of Xiao Ye's intentions, feeling utterly helpless. Die for me. With a furious roar, the terrifying black demonic tornado had arrived before Xiao Ye. Indestructible, Xiao Ye gritted his teeth and emitted a low growl, his skin instantly transforming into a metallic black. As the final hand seal was completed, he fiercely struck towards the Black Demon King. The ancient sealing spell. A tremendous roar echoed, and Xiao Ye's diminutive figure was immediately engulfed by a terrifying whirlwind, blood spraying forth as he was sent hurtling backward. The Black Demon King's expression shifted, not reveling in the act of sending Xiao Ye flying. A dreadful force, imbued with a sense of ancient experience, surged before him as if it had traversed the tides of time. What is happening? A flicker of fear crossed the Black Demon King's eyes as he realized that the power within him had been sealed, akin to falling back into the ancient sealing grounds, his countenance darkening. Xiao Ye spat another mouthful of blood, his clothing torn and his demeanor disheveled. Ignoring his injuries, he gritted his teeth and charged toward the Black Demon King, placing both palms against him and fervently channeling the dragon transformation technique. What are you trying to do, boy? The Black Demon King stared at Xiao Ye in terror, a dreadful premonition creeping over him as he struggled futilely against the grip of the mysterious energy. Xiao Ye regarded the Black Demon King with frigid eyes, and then a terrifying suction force emanated from his palms, voraciously absorbing and devouring the Black Demon King's energy, transforming it into his own experience points. Ah, you bastard, release me. The Black Demon King felt the frantic depletion of his internal power, his body trembling slightly. If this continued, even if he survived, he would be rendered a mere husk. Damn it, I will tear you to shreds. He roared, biting his tongue to draw blood, which instantly transformed into a mist that he absorbed. The Black Demon King's complexion paled as the energy within him burned like fire, desperately striving to break free from the suppression. Yet, Xiao Ye's ancient sealing spell was far beyond the capabilities of Jiang Lingshin's seal. No matter how hard the Black Demon King tried, he could not shatter Xiao Ye's binding. Bastard, the Black Demon King seethed. Feeling the frantic loss of power, his eyes flashing with madness as he recklessly channeled his dark magic. Boom, boom, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the Black Demon King's body seemed to explode from within. Blood spraying as he became a horrific sight. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. The Black Demon King had somehow broken free from the ancient sealing spell that I will kill you. The Black Demon King roared, suddenly transforming into a mass of blood-red demonic energy, wildly swirling towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye was taken aback, sensing that the Black Demon King's energy had become even more volatile. He was intent on taking them both down together. Startled, Xiao Ye found himself ensnared, struggling in vain to free himself. Little Black, he called urgently to his companion. In an instant, Little Black responded, darting to Xiao Ye's side and burrowing into his body. Buzz. Xiao Ye felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. Rapidly merging with his own Xiao Ye let out a deep growl as the overwhelming energy surged, freeing him from the Black Demon King's grasp. Roar, he unleashed another roar, the air around him vibrating as the dragon domain unfolded. The domain. The Black Demon King's face changed, feeling an immense pressure descend upon him. Realizing the danger, Xiao Ye remained silent, retreating swiftly as he rapidly formed the ancient sealing spell once more. Damn it. The Black Demon King recognized Xiao Ye's movements, fear flashing in his eyes as thoughts of retreat emerged. Flee. Terrified, the Black Demon King turned to escape without a moment's hesitation. Think you can escape? Xiao Ye discerned the Black Demon King's intent, a cold smile spreading across his lips as he completed the ancient sealing spell. With a swift motion, a terrifying energy descended, overwhelming the Black Demon King. No, the Black Demon King felt the familiar ancient energy above him, his expression filled with dread as he emitted a roar of unwillingness, desperately fleeing into the distance. Boom! A resounding explosion followed, the power of the ancient sealing spell more terrifying than before. The Black Demon King had no means of resistance, toppling over onto his back. Xiao Ye advanced once more, placing his palm against the Black Demon King and channeling the dragon transformation technique. The Black Demon King, sensing the energy draining from him, no longer displayed his previous arrogance. In fear, he pleaded, "Boy, I was wrong. Please, don't kill me." Xiao Ye's gaze remained cold, unperturbed by the Black Demon King's entreaties. The Black Demon King, feeling the frantic loss of power, saw despair flash in his eyes. No longer begging for mercy, he sneered, "Bastard, even if you kill me, you won't live. Lord Tianlong will avenge me." Suddenly, a slow, heavy thumping echoed, prompting Xiao Ye to frown, while Qingyun turned pale, spitting out blood, clearly wounded. "I want to see the sun again." A terrifying voice echoed in Xiao Ye's ears, and the surrounding demonic energy surged violently, coalescing into a vortex not far away. Chapter 219. Nine-winged heavenly dragon. Xiao Ye observed the gathering demonic energy, his brow furrowed, as it seemed to lead to the deepest part of the ancient sealing grounds, the desolate desert. The location of the colossal sword. Lord Tianlong, the Black Demon King, reignited with hope, tilting his head back and laughing maniacally. "Ha. Human, did you not expect it? We didn't just capture a girl with the 9 constitution. It appears someone has succeeded." Xiao Ye's brow furrowed deeper, regarding the Black Demon King with a cold gaze, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Despicable, he accelerated the dragon transformation technique, voraciously absorbing the Black Demon King's energy. The Black Demon King, feeling the frantic loss of energy, cried out in fear, "Lord Tianlong, save me. Die." Xiao Ye's eyes were icy as he pushed the dragon transformation technique to its limit. No. The Black Demon King let out a defiant roar as his form shrank dramatically, his energy completely drained by Xiao Ye, rendered weaker than an ordinary person, his body succumbing to the encroaching demonic energy. Devoid of life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a second-tier war king-level demon, earning 2 million experience points. Your cultivation has broken through to the 6th layer of the Gathering Origin Realm. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Ye's mind, and he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him, erupting as his cultivation ascended to the 6th layer of the Gathering Origin Realm. "What? System? You must be mistaken." Xiao Ye was incredulous. He had only just broken through to the 5th layer of the Gathering Origin Realm not long ago. How could he reach the 6th layer so swiftly? Indeed, The system replied coolly before ignoring Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's eyes widened as he opened the system interface, stunned to exclaim, "Wow, absorbing the Black Demon King's energy granted me 3 million experience points?" A wild thought surged within him. What might happen if he absorbed the terrifying nine-winged heavenly dragon? "Hey, are you all right?" Qingyun, snapping from her astonishment at Xiao Yu's victory over the Black Demon King, questioned him, puzzled by his dazed expression. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby, shaking the ground as demonic energy roiled violently towards it. Xiao Yu was jolted awake, and Little Black emerged from within him, perching on his shoulder, gravely observing the gathering demonic energy. "I sense a terrifying being awakening." The demonic energy churned, the breath of that terrifying demon echoing ominously. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, his soul trembling slightly, yearning to flee. Yet his feet felt rooted to the ground. Immovable, Qingyun, panic-stricken, gripped Xiao Ye's arm tightly, casting a helpless glance at him. "I want to see the sun again." Another low growl reverberated, this time seeming to emanate right before them. Boom. A massive sound followed as a figure emerged from the demonic mist. The surrounding mist, as if finding an outlet, surged violently towards the figure, creating a brief vacuum amidst the heavy demonic energy. Xiao Ye stared in terror, his eyes widening as he discerned the figure's appearance. One side of its head was intact, while the other resembled a grotesque skull, red brain matter pulsating visibly. Its chest appeared to have been pierced by a mighty blow, leaving a gaping hole, with its damaged heart pulsating, sending blood mist spraying forth. Yet the mist did not fall to the ground, but was absorbed back by the being, defying belief that it still lived. More astonishingly, it bore 9 wings, originally meant to be 5 pairs, yet one wing had been violently torn away, leaving a massive wound that nearly perforated its entire back. Xiao Ye gazed at the figure, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. 9.9-winged heavenly dragon. Huff. The figure tilted its head slightly, inhaling deeply, a look of ecstasy on its face as it spoke slowly, its voice deep. "Yuzhou continent. I have finally returned. Boy, run." Little Black snapped back to reality, seizing Xiao Ye's hair to rouse him. "Go." Xiao Yu jolted awake, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Grabbing Qingyun, he dashed quickly towards the edge of the demonic mist. Human. The 9-winged heavenly dragon slowly turned its head, recognizing Xiao Ye and his companions, and paused for a moment, a faint smile curling at the corners of its mouth. How intriguing. The first sight upon awakening is a human. The dragon's form shifted as it began to pursue Xiao Ye and his companions. Xiao Ye sensed the presence of the 9-winged heavenly dragon behind him, his expression changing drastically. They were indeed being targeted. "Ah!" Qingyun exclaimed, abruptly lifted by Xiao Ye. Ignoring Qingyun's mild struggles, Xiao Yu activated his cloud summoning technique to its utmost, swiftly fleeing. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, restoring his internal energy. Otherwise, this encounter would have been dire. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted ahead, energy surging as combat unfolded. "The city lord?" Xiao Ye warily inquired, spotting a figure in the distance. "Is that you?" Xiao Ye. The figure turned out to be City Lord Wanshan, but he appeared disheveled, bloodied, with his chest caved in, and his massive axe significantly damaged. "You saved Qingyun." Wanshan recognized Qingyun in Xiao Ye's arms, relief washing over him. "Wanshan, uncle." Qingyun extricated herself from Xiao Ye's embrace and flung herself into Wanshan's arms. Observing their familiarity, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. It was evident that the city lord shared a close relationship with the king of the Nanyun kingdom, which explained Qingyun's comfort around him. "You're still alive." A voice of astonishment broke through as the blade demon emerged from the mist. Regarding Xiao Yu with surprise, the blade demon appeared disheveled but in noticeably better condition than Wanshan. Coldly fixating on Xiao Ye, he licked the edge of his sharp blade, a sinister grin forming on his lips. "Since that's the case, allow me to escort you on your way." Realizing the situation, Wanshan summoned his resolve, standing protectively in front of Qingyun and Xiao Ye. "We must leave this place. The 9-winged heavenly dragon has been resurrected and is on its way." "What?" Wanshan gasped, turning sharply to Xiao Ye. "Are you serious?" "Indeed," Qingyun confirmed, adding, "They have also captured a girl with the 9-yin physique and completed the sacrifice." "Ha! Splendid. With Lord Tianlong resurrected, this place will be our dominion." The blade demon laughed heartily upon hearing their conversation. At that moment, a blurred figure began to emerge from the mist behind them. Chapter 220. Journey to Divine Punishment Peak. Xiao Yu felt an immense pressure approaching from behind, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. In the space of Shumi, Little Black was alarmed, urgently transmitting thoughts to Xiao Ye. "Quickly flee. The newcomer is too powerful, even with your dragon domain activated. Survival is unlikely." Xiao Ye grasped Qingyun and City Lord Wanshan, using the system to teleport away from the blade demon, retreating swiftly. The blade demon, seeing the newcomer, knelt excitedly on one knee, trembling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord 9-winged heavenly dragon, on regaining your freedom." The nine-winged heavenly dragon nodded, having just broken through its seal. It was not yet at its peak strength and required assistance to capture some formidable humans. My lord, I am incompetent. I allowed them to escape. The dragon smiled lightly, no matter. A few interesting humans with some minor skills. With that, it seized the blade demon and vanished from sight, after Xiao Ye and his companions successfully escaped. They felt a wave of relief. Wan Shan was curious about Xiao Ye's abilities, realizing that even he could not move such a distance in an instant, while Xiao Ye was merely a mere 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. As Wan Shan was about to inquire further, he noticed that Xiao Ye and Qingyun had suddenly halted, their faces filled with terror as they gazed ahead. Wan Shan looked up, instantly alarmed. The nine-winged heavenly dragon and the blade demon had appeared before them. Interesting humans. A mere martial king with 2 burdens dares to run this far. Ha ha ha. Keep running. A few ants think they can escape the palm of the nine-winged heavenly dragon. The blade demon gleefully flattered the dragon. Xiao Ye felt a chill as he beheld the nine-winged heavenly dragon before him. At that moment, both his external assistance and system teleportation were on cooldown. In the face of such overwhelming power, he was engulfed in despair, having never encountered an enemy so formidable. Suddenly, Wan Shan grabbed Xiao Ye and Qingyun, flinging them 5 meters away. He then ignited his blood essence. Shouting at Xiao Ye, "Run. I'll hold them off. Go to Divine Punishment Mountain and find Song Yi. Only he can possibly subdue the nine-winged heavenly dragon. Otherwise, the city of Yuzhou will be in ruins." Upon finishing, he charged towards the nine-winged heavenly dragon and the blade demon, utilizing a life-risking technique. Qingyun, witnessing this, rushed toward Wan Shan, only to be pulled back by Xiao Ye. "Hurry, to Divine Punishment Mountain. We cannot let Wan Shan's sacrifice be in vain." "Wan Shan, uncle," Qingyun cried, struggling as Xiao Ye lifted her and fled towards the mist's edge. The blade demon, smirking derisively, watched Wan Shan approach. "What audacity, to challenge Lord Nine-Winged Heavenly Dragon. How foolish. You are merely paving the way for your demise while I take care of those 2 ants." With that, the blade demon lunged forward, circumventing Wan Shan to pursue Xiao Ye. Boom! The blade demon barely took a few steps before Wan Shan swept his leg, sending him sprawling 5 meters away. The blade demon, astonished, thought it impossible. The man he had just been toying with had unexpectedly intercepted him with astonishing speed. Anger surged within him, humiliated before the nine-winged heavenly dragon. "How dare you? I will tear you apart." The blade demon, enraged, rose to confront Wan Shan, but was stopped by the nine-winged heavenly dragon. "I have not moved for a long time. My body has grown rusty. This interesting human is mine to warm up against." Reluctantly, the blade demon complied, stepping aside with a scowl. "Do not underestimate me." Wan Shan summoned all his strength and kicked toward the nine-winged heavenly dragon. But the dragon merely raised a finger, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. "Too weak. You lack even the qualification to warm up against me. Is this the current strength of humanity?" With that, he seized Wan Shan's foot and slammed him into the ground. Boom! The earth crumbled beneath the impact, and Wan Shan coughed up blood, his arm twisted and deformed. With a single blow, Wan Shan was rendered incapable of fighting, his breath faltering. The blade demon, witnessing this, rejoiced and flattered the nine-winged heavenly dragon. "Your might is unparalleled. With you here, the continent of Yuzhou shall soon belong to you." The nine-winged heavenly dragon kicked Wan Shan aside, addressing the blade demon. "I have just broken through my seal. My strength is somewhat unstable. This mist is a fine place. Once I regain my full power, I will surely wash the continent of Yuzhou in blood." With that, they both concealed themselves within the mist. Xiao Ye, clutching Qingyun, fled desperately, finally escaping the shroud of the mist. Confirming that the nine-winged heavenly dragon was no longer in pursuit, he exhaled in relief and comforted the still-sobbing Qingyun. They resolved to head to Divine Punishment Peak in search of Song Yi's assistance. "This is the ancient ridge mountains. We have unexpectedly arrived here." Xiao Ye surveyed their surroundings and noticed several groups of people ahead. Leading one group was none other than Sunxia. What a twist of fate. He could hardly believe they had crossed paths here. Sunxia, having spotted Xiao Ye, wore an instantly grim expression. "Xiao Ye, I never expected to run into you here. Yuzhou City is truly small. Indeed, I too did not anticipate that I would encounter a wild dog wherever I went. Quite bothersome." The other groups, witnessing their verbal sparring, gathered to observe. "I heard that Xiao Ye is invincible among his peers in the Gathering Yuan realm. Where does Sunxia find the confidence to challenge him? Did you not see that he brought along an elder from the Sun family? Those are true martial realm experts." Still the young master of the Sun family, yet he is nothing more than a bully who calls for his elders to fight his battles. Sunxia's anger flared upon hearing these remarks. "Xiao Ye, do not be too complacent. You should take a good look at the difference between now and before." Xiao Ye glanced at Sunxia's side and was taken aback. The primitive man from the auction had been purchased by Sunxia and was now his beast companion. No wonder Sunxia was so arrogant. He possessed a true martial realm expert as a pet. So that is why Sunxia is so bold. He has a martial realm expert to back him. This revelation spelled dire trouble for Xiao Ye. Yes, after all, he is still merely at the Gathering Yuan realm. Challenging across realms is impossible. Indeed, this newly crowned genius is in for a rough time. Go ahead, elders. After I dispatch this brat and his little companion, I shall join you. Clearly, in Sanji's eyes, Xiao Ye, at the 6th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, was nothing more than prey, the elders of the Sun family. Having assessed Xiao Ye's strength, chuckled as they departed. Xiao Ye remained impassive. Aren't you going to leave these elders behind to collect your corpse? Sanji grinned maliciously. Are you still not awake? My beast companion is a true martial realm master. I shall let him slowly torment you to death. Primitive man, go. Sanji pointed at Xiao Ye, and the primitive man, grimacing in pain, struggled against the constraints of the master-servant contract, ultimately forced to act. With a clenched fist, the primitive man leaped 3 meters into the air, aiming a punch directly at Xiao Ye. Seeing this, Xiao Ye was alarmed and swiftly pushed Qingyun aside, raising his arm to block. The primitive man executed an uncanny maneuver mid-air, twisting his body 90 degrees, and struck Xiao Ye squarely in the chest. Boom! Xiao Ye was knocked back 2 steps by a single punch, his breath slightly unsteady. However, he immediately activated his indestructible body, alleviating the lingering force of the blow. I in Sanji's eyes. It was utterly unreasonable for a true martial realm expert to be merely pushed back 2 steps by someone from the Gathering Essence realm. Beast, have you been overfed? Focus and fight. Kill him. Chapter 221. A reunion with an old friend. Upon finishing his words, Sanji tightened the master-servant contract bound within the primal being. The primal man cried out in agony, clutching his head as his eyes turned blood red. The aura of the true martial realm intensified within him. He rose to his feet, launching a frenzied assault on Xiao Ye. Ding. Side quest triggered. Rescue the primal being. Dissolve the master-servant contract within the primal being. Success rewards an increase in realm level. Failure results in the loss of the Shumi space. Do you accept the quest? Xiao Ye nearly spat blood upon hearing the system's mission. Dissolving the master-servant contract meant he must subdue a true martial realm expert without harming him, all while racing against time to break the contract before Sanji could kill the primal being. However, refusing the quest clearly did not align with Xiao Ye's character. Gritting his teeth, he accepted it. Ding, quest started. Xiao Ye immediately exchanged for a premium-grade spear from the system. He executed the Netherworld spear technique. 9 stars converge. The spear effortlessly countered the primal man's barrage, significantly reducing Xiao Ye's pressure. He then unleashed Dragon's Roar. 9 heavens. Roar. A dragon's roar erupted from Xiao Ye's mouth, and behind him, a massive black-scaled dragon materialized, its overwhelming presence bewildering the primal man. What an opportunity. Xiao Ye seized the primal man, forcefully invading his mind with his spiritual power, aiming to disrupt Sanji's contract. The primal man bellowed, suddenly snapping back to consciousness, kicking Xiao Ye away. Alas, it was a near miss. Before Xiao Ye could think further, the primal man was already lunging toward him, fists clenched. Foolish lad. Do you need me to teach you this trivial matter? Use the ancient sealing spell, since the contract is a form of cursed seal. The ancient sealing spell will surely be effective. When will you ever catch up to even 1% of my cleverness? Hearing Xiao Hei's voice in his mind, Xiao Ye's spirits lifted. Spear, move with the netherworld. He utilized the netherworld spear technique to swat the primal man aside and flew towards him. Ancient sealing spell. A surge of sealing energy radiated from Xiao Ye's hand, instantly shattering the master-servant seal in the primal man's mind. Damn, how could you dissolve the master-servant contract? Sanji exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to self-destruct the contract in a desperate bid to kill the primal man. However, it was too late. The primal man's eyes regained clarity. The contract had vanished completely, and he was free. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in disbelief. How is it possible? He actually subdued a true martial realm expert. My heavens, how could this be? Killing a true martial realm expert might be feasible, but subduing one is a whole different challenge. I feel like I've lived a dog's life that a mere Gathering Essence cultivator can conquer a true martial expert. And back when I was at the Gathering Essence realm, I only knew how to bully those in the body refinement realm. What a shame. What? Bullying the body refinement realm? How shameless. What did you say? Are you looking for death? Huh. True martial realm 9th layer. Apologies, big brother, but do you take me for a fool? Ignoring the cacophony of the crowd, Xiao Ye pulled the primal man to his feet. You should leave. Don't let yourself be captured by such people again. With a bow, the primal man expressed gratitude, casting a resentful glance at Sanji before vanishing. Sanji, seething with rage, realized he had lost the primal being he had purchased for 1,000,000 gold coins. Returning home, he would not only face reprimands but also jeopardize his position as the future head of the family. Yet, soon enough, his resentment morphed into fear. He did not believe he could contend with Xiao Ye, who had the ability to subdue even a true martial realm expert. Xiao Ye raised his spear and approached the now terror-stricken Sunxia. Xiao Ye, you cannot kill me. My grandfather is a master of the martial king realm. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my grandfather will not let you go. I am the future head of the family. Xiao Ye scoffed. And what of it? Does that mean you won't die? Xiao Ye, he is the future head of the Sun family, and there are martial king realm experts backing him. Are you insane to dare kill him? A nearby true martial realm expert felt his heart race and rushed to persuade Xiao Ye. Indeed, you are merely a gathering essence cultivator. Even if you can slay a true martial expert, can you take on a martial king? Xiao Ye's resolve was unwavering. He raised his spear high, shouting, and what of it? Seeing his words ineffective, Sunxia hastily knelt before Xiao Ye, repeatedly bowing his head. Xiao Ye, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. I am but a dog. Spare me. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Ye raised his spear, thrusting it towards Sunxia's head. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted beneath Sunxia, causing Xiao Ye to miss and instead pierce just below Sunxia's heart. Sunxia screamed, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared at Xiao Ye with venomous eyes. Just wait, beast, how dare you offend the Sun family? My clan will tear you apart and feed you to the beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Ye readied his spear for another strike, but it met only air. Sunxia had completely vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood. It's over. This time it's truly over. I failed to kill him, and now face the wrath of the martial king. There are numerous true martial realm elders from the Sun family atop the divine punishment peak. I doubt the martial king will even need to intervene. Ignoring the spectators' chatter, Xiao Ye frowned. Teleportation array, regardless, the most pressing matter was to hurry to Divine Punishment Mountain and summon Song Yi to seal the nine-winged celestial dragon. He took Qin Yun's hand and headed towards Divine Punishment Mountain once more. On his journey, Xiao Ye encountered two individuals. To his surprise, it was Du Qing and Zhang Hong, who had already been expelled from the academy. Xiao Ye couldn't help but smile wryly. Was the city of Yuzhou so small that they would cross paths again? However, considering the multitude of enemies he had, it was no longer surprising. Du Qing glared at Xiao Ye with intense hatred, raising his spear to thrust at him. At this moment, both emitted a potent aura of the true martial realm. Zhang Hong bellowed, Du Qing, don't forget the mission our leader entrusted to us. Du Qing hesitated, his hand poised to strike before reluctantly lowering his spear. Xiao Ye, cherish your life. I will come for it. With that, he shot Xiao Ye a resentful glare and turned to leave. Seeing their strength, Xiao Ye felt a sense of melancholy. In this era, was the true martial realm so devalued? Pity that he was still merely at the 7th layer of gathering essence. Wait. He noticed the tattoos of the Netherworld organization prominently displayed on the backs of their necks. Could their newfound strength be linked to those tattoos? Xiao Ye didn't dwell too long on the thought as he led Qin Yun toward the looming divine punishment peak. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he fortuitously encountered the old dean, Su Xingyuan, and his entourage. Xiao Ye, what brings you here? Su Xingyuan and Li Tian were taken aback to see him. Xiao Ye hurriedly explained the revival of the nine-winged celestial dragon and the sacrifice of the Lord of Wanshan to protect them. What? The nine-winged celestial dragon has broken free from its seal. How is that possible? Quickly, let us meet with Song Yi. Only he can subdue this fiend. Xiao Ye replied. But only those above the martial emperor can ascend to the peak of Divine Punishment Mountain. Su Xingyuan sighed. The Academy's legacy site has been destroyed. The gravity and lightning of Divine Punishment Mountain have dissipated. The 4 great families and various factions have already ascended the mountain in search of Song Yi. For the Taoist techniques are simply too alluring. What? Xiao Ye was taken aback. The group hurried up the mountain in search of Song Yi. Upon reaching the summit, they found the elders of the Sun family standing at the back. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, they were all astonished. How did you make it up here? Where is the young master? What have you done to him? How did you ascend the mountain? Xiao Ye smiled playfully. Sun Zhe is eager to meet the king of hell. What? Do you wish to visit him? The elders were astounded. You little beast, you dared to kill our young master. Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from our martial king elder? What? Others can kill me, and I should just stand here waiting for my turn. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? One elder from the Sun family was furious, ready to strike. Chapter 222. Song Yi's trial enough. A commanding voice cut through the tension, silencing the Sun family elder. Following the sound, Xiao Ye saw a man in white robes, frowning and visibly displeased, the young master of the Tianluo sect, Luo Jun. Xiao Ye inhaled deeply. How could the scourge be here? Recalling their brief clash, it was evident that Luo Jun was also a formidable presence, possessing a domain, or perhaps even a law above a domain. The Tianluo sect was far beyond Xiao Ye's current reach. If you can act, then don't shout like a mad dog. Is this how the members of your little families behave? Luo Jun expressed disdain. Clearly not there to mediate. One elder from the Sun family, intimidated by Luo Jun, redirected all their animosity towards Xiao Ye. You brat, you were doomed. How dare you lay hands on our young master? With that, he unleashed his aura, revealing his true martial realm 5th layer strength. The surrounding crowd drew closer, murmuring, isn't that Xiao Ye, the #1 genius of his generation, having been in the academy for such a prolonged period. One still remains at the Gathering Yuan realm that it seems the former prestige has been utterly depleted. As whispers circulated among the crowd, an elder from the Sun family resolved to take the initiative. With a thunderous roar, he grasped twin axes, channeling all his strength to strike at Xiao Ye, dragon roar in the 9 heavens. A resounding dragon's cry erupted from Xiao Ye's lips, sending a shiver down the spine of the Sun elder. Causing his legs to tremble, Xiao Ye swiftly drew his spear, the spear of the netherworld. With a soft hiss, the elder's head shattered into pieces, his headless body collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before succumbing to stillness. Silence enveloped the scene. An eerie stillness. I must be mistaken. Point 1 strike. A Gathering Yuan realm practitioner annihilating a true martial realm expert in a single blow. I must still be dreaming. Someone, slap me awake. Smack. Good heavens, that truly hurt. I'm not dreaming. He has indeed slain a true martial realm opponent with but a single move. Listening to the murmurs, the leading elder of the Sun family felt his authority slip away. Cursing the deceased elder as useless, everyone, together, the elder recognized that Xiao Ye was not an easy adversary to contend with. With a command, the remaining elders surged forward. Excellent, Xiao Ye bellowed, brandishing his spear as he charged into the fray. God of War's tread. Instantly, several nearby elders were left dazed for a moment. Whirling slash. Utilizing his spear as a sword, Xiao Ye executed a spinning slash with astonishing efficacy, cleaving several Sun family elders in half. Their innards and blood spilling across the ground. The remaining elders, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye charged into the midst of them. Useless lot. Must you remain in a daze? How do you differ from lambs awaiting slaughter? The leading elder of the Sun family, aghast at the scene, quickly shouted to his subordinates, attempting to restore order. Alas, it was too late. A spear had already pierced his skull, extinguishing his life in an instant. A true martial realm 6th layer expert met his tragic end upon the spear's tip. Dragon domain. Whirling slash. The remaining fleeing elders of the Sun family found themselves ensnared within the confines of the dragon domain. Point 1 strike. Another strike. Standing amidst a pile of shattered corpses, Xiao Ye held his spear aloft. Resembling an ancient demonic deity descended upon the earth, another wave of silence fell. Smack. 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 This must be a dream, surely. Smack. The sound of slapping echoed throughout the scene. No one dared to believe it. A true martial realm expert was dispatched with the ease of butchering a lamb by a mere Gathering Yuan realm practitioner. How amusing. A domain, you say? Alas, merely a domain. Luo Jun, the young master of the Tianluo sect, smiled enigmatically, seemingly unconcerned by Xiao Ye's prowess. Ba. Good. Good. Just as the crowd continued to marvel, a young monk, blind yet silent, appeared before them. Su Xingyuan was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer and hurriedly approached, bowing with respect. Master Song, what brings you here? Song Yi smiled faintly, if the young monk did not make an appearance soon. I fear my divine punishment peak would have been dismantled by all of you. Upon seeing the arrival, Xiao Ye's expression shifted, and he approached Song Yi, joining his hands in a gesture of respect. Ba. Master Song, Xiao Ye acknowledges his transgressions. The crowd glanced at Xiao Ye's bald head, then at the scattered corpses. Rendered speechless, Song Yi bent slightly and returned the bow, stating, when you were committing murder just now, you certainly did not speak in such a manner. Xiao Ye awkwardly chuckled. The once cheerful and friendly young monk could never be compared to the notorious villain described in the records. Song Yi smiled slightly and spoke loudly enough for all to hear. I presume all of you have come to my divine punishment peak seeking the heavenly Dao techniques. Luo Jun and the others were taken aback by Song Yi's candid acknowledgement of the existence of the heavenly Dao techniques. Feeling a surge of excitement, this journey was not in vain. Su Xingyuan quickly interjected, Master Song, I came here to. Before he could finish, Song Yi waved his hand, silencing Su Xingyuan. The heavenly Dao techniques inherently possess flaws, requiring self-harm to attain perfection for cultivation. In truth, it is demonic cultivation. I implore you all to return. The young monk will not allow demonic techniques to bring calamity upon everyone. The crowd reacted with dissatisfaction. You monk, why do you not mention your own cultivation? Exactly. You practice without disclosing it, yet you seek to destroy Mr. Lu's painting to prevent our cultivation. Is it not merely a matter of physical imperfection? What is there to fear? If you have the guts, show me. If you do not provide the techniques, we shall perish before you. Indeed, we shall all die before you. Let your divine punishment peak be littered with corpses. Are you not a practitioner of Buddhism? Then let your sins accumulate. We are dying for you. Song Yi sighed helplessly. Very well. If you truly wish for the heavenly Dao techniques, you must first pass my test. What test? Speak quickly. You wouldn't dare send us to our deaths, so hurry up. Song Yi produced an array flag, casually arranging it and sequentially inserting it into the ground. I have been fortunate to learn an array technique. The Qianlong array. Whoever can break this array within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I shall bestow the heavenly Tao techniques upon them. A true martial realm 9th layer expert immediately raised his hand. I shall go first. It's just an array. Do you think I, a half-step martial king, would fear such a trivial formation? With that, he swiftly entered the array. Gradually, the time for a stick of incense passed. Yet the true martial realm expert did not emerge. Xiao Ye shook his head with a smile, waving his hand, and the man appeared at the entrance of the array, looking embarrassed as he scratched his head. His face filled with shame. How could it be? A true martial realm 9th layer expert cannot break this array. What chance do we have? Indeed, we should just return to farming. It seems we have no opportunity. Xiao Ye shook his head and smiled. This array is not related to cultivation level but rather understanding. Chapter 223. The power of the Qianlong array. As soon as Xiao Ye finished speaking, the onlookers erupted in chaos. You say it relies on understanding. This array was set by you. Monk, what if you do not wish to hand over the heavenly Tao techniques and simply set an unsolvable formation? Exactly. You merely wish to monopolize the heavenly Tao techniques. Luo Jun shouted. Silence. He stepped forward to bow to Xiao Ye, carefully observing the arrangement of the array flags. Master Song. May I inquire if this array is the Qianlong array once used by the Dragon Clan to trap the Demon Sovereign? Xiao Ye replied. You have a keen eye. This array is a remnant of the Qianlong array that I obtained by chance. Though it is a remnant, it possesses half the power of the formation. Luo Jun bowed and remained silent. A mere array, in the Tian Luo sect, there are countless ancient formations that I have comprehended. Why fear a mere remnant? Let the other insignificant ones try and fail. And then I shall shine brilliantly, showcasing the disparity between the talents of the great sect and these insignificant beings. With Luo Jun's inquiry, the crowd's doubts about the array were dispelled. I shall go. At this moment, a red-haired cultivator of the true martial realm 3rd layer, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward. Please, master. The red-haired cultivator leaped into the Qianlong array. Gradually, half a stick of incense passed. Yet the array showed no sign of stirring. The cultivator within the array felt as if he were standing on the back of a dragon, the scales beneath his feet shimmering, with each scale generating a strange energy wave that distorted the space. The red-haired cultivator stepped forward, following the gaps in the energy. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar resounded, causing the red-haired cultivator to feel dizzy and hurriedly retreat 3 steps. The energy fluctuations before him instantly filled the space he had just occupied. And after expending half a stick of incense's worth of effort to take a single step, he found all his progress undone. Cursed be! What kind of formation is this? It is so bizarre. Break. Enraged, the red-haired cultivator gathered all his strength and struck the array. Whoosh! The sound echoed as the power of his strike rebounded instantly. No. The red-haired cultivator's face turned pale with fear, helplessly standing there. He awaited his demise. Outside the array, Xiao Ye pulled his hand forward, and the red-haired cultivator was extracted, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. What is this? I made it out. Did I succeed? No. I was pulled out by the little monk. What on earth happened? How did he manage to emerge? Xiao Ye joined his hands in prayer, reciting a Buddhist chant, then said, Esteemed practitioners, this array requires an understanding of the energy movement and rules of the Qianlong array. If brute force is employed to break the array, one will suffer the repercussions, potentially leading to death. The crowd suddenly understood why the red-haired cultivator had been pulled out by Xiao Ye. Had it been any later, he surely would have lost his life. Hearing this, Xiao Ye sank his consciousness into the Shumi space. Little Black, are you aware of the existence of the Qianlong array? Little Black yawned, looking at Xiao Ye with disdain. How foolish of you to employ the dragon god's technique. Let me give you a proper lesson today. The Qianlong array was utilized by the dragon god to trap the ancient demon lord. The focal point lies at the position of the dragon's reverse scale, which is the exit. How to reach the focal point? I have no idea. I've never been inside. With that, he ignored Xiao Ye and fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Ye's face was darkened. Even if he grasped the key to the formation, determining how to navigate it remained a question. Regardless, he decided to observe the others. In the blink of an eye. 3 or 4 more individuals entered, yet without exception, they all failed. I'll go. The crowd turned their attention to the source of the voice. Luo Jun raised his proud head, crossing his arms over his chest. A confident smile adorning his face as he stepped out of the ranks. Is this the young master of Tian Luo sect, Luo Jun? Indeed, it is he. Who would have thought that such a grand cultivation sect would show interest in the heavenly Tao techniques? In any case, we have no hope now. If Luo Jun acquires the techniques, what shall we do? He is merely at the first level of true martial realm. What is there to fear, at worst? We could seize it from him. I am at the 5th level of true martial realm. Once I cultivate properly, we need not fear Tian Luo sect. An elder from Tian Luo sect swiftly approached the speaker, delivering a powerful slap to his head. Crack. The man's head shattered like a watermelon, his body flailing helplessly before collapsing to the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling still. The crowd fell into silence. Rojun smirked disdainfully. A group of ants dared to set their sights on him. The heavenly Tao techniques shall be mine. Once I acquire them, Tianluo sect will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle among the 4 major sects. Rojun stepped into the grand formation, examining its layout. He chuckled at the dragon scales beneath his feet. This formation was indeed as ordinary as he had anticipated, merely a common maze. He lifted his foot and stepped down. The strange energy fluctuations near the dragon scales instantly filling the space around him. It felt as though he had stepped upon a city wall, unable to sink his foot down. Get out of my way. Rojun instantly unleashed his domain. Within the formation, a fierce wind surged, clearing a path through the bizarre energy fluctuations directly to the reverse scale. He laughed dismissively. This was far too simple. If such a formation could not be breached, then these practitioners from minor nations are truly pathetic. With the obstruction of energy fluctuations gone, Rojun easily approached the formation's core. Another fluctuation. He observed a faint yellow energy barrier sealing the exit, outside of which a crowd had gathered to watch. Look, it's Rojun. Has he reached this point already? It seems the heavenly Tao techniques are destined for him. Rojun reached out toward the energy barrier. Wuxi felt a sudden lightness in his body, inexplicably being pushed back 3 meters. What is happening? Rojun bit his teeth and moved forward again, delivering a powerful punch against the energy barrier. Whoosh once more. He felt himself retreating to his original position. I refuse to believe this. Rojun summoned all his strength, crashing forcefully against the formation's gate. Whoosh yet again, he found himself back where he started. This is impossible. What is this thing? The bystanders outside were equally perplexed. The incense was nearly burnt out, and Rojun had yet to emerge from the formation. What is going on? Why has Rojun come out yet? Is he waiting for a grand entrance at the last moment? This shouldn't be the case. Doesn't he want to comprehend the heavenly Tao techniques early on? If it were me, I could never remain so calm. Surely something has gone awry. Chapter 224. Breaking the formation. Inside the formation, Rojun was equally anxious. He was so close to exiting, yet this strange light obstructed him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Qianlong formation possess such power? Rojun's veins bulged. His face flushed red as he roared in desperation. I refuse to believe it. Rojun summoned his weapon, the thunder spear, channeling all his cultivation into it. The spear tip sparkling with electricity. Domain. Open. Boom. Winds howled around Rojun, his hair standing on end, and combined with the electric light of the thunder spear, he appeared like a descending deity. The power of the laws, winds descending from the heavens. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air, thrusting the long spear toward the formation's gate. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed within the formation, and strange energy fluctuations surged forth, gradually weakening the force of Rojun's spear. Rojun was taken aback, his internal energy surging wildly, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Boom. A deafening sound resonated as the long spear collided with the faint yellow light at the formation's core. Crackle. The faint yellow light shattered, and Rojun was propelled back 4 to 5 meters. I did it. Overjoyed, Rojun hurried towards the exit, only to ignore the injury on his leg. Thud. He fell to the ground, feeling all his strength draining from the wound. Damn it. When did myleg. Rojun grasped the thunder spear to prop himself up, limping out of the grand formation. I did it. Ha ha ha. The heavenly Tao techniques are mine. Once outside, he could no longer contain his elation, laughing towards the sky. Benefactor Ro, the incense has burned out. What? Rojun's smile froze on his face. Song Yi spoke up, just seconds before you emerged. The incense was extinguished. You did not succeed. Impossible. How could this be? I clearly succeeded. Rojun roared in madness, then turned to the elders of Tianluo sect, who all shook their heads solemnly, remaining silent. Damn it. Just a few seconds. And I even broke the formation. Just a few seconds. Rojun was filled with regret. Had he not stumbled, the heavenly Tao techniques would have been his already. Benefactor Ro, if no one else can pass through the Qianlong formation, you may attempt it again. Rojun could only nod helplessly at this. Does anyone else want to give it a try? The scene fell into chaos. Even Rojun of Tianluo sect had failed, causing the crowd to murmur among themselves. If even Tianluo sect's people have failed, who else could possibly succeed? It's too difficult. How could we? Yes, if Rojun succeeds, the heavenly Tao techniques will be his. I'll try. The crowd turned to the newcomer, seeing Xiao Ye approach the grand formation with his hands behind his back. A boy at the Gathering Essence realm. How absurd. Even if he could slay true martial realm experts. So what? Gathering Essence is still Gathering Essence. Indeed, a mere yellow-haired brat who has even touched the threshold of true martial realm dares to speak so boldly. Sigh, what a waste of time. Let us just wait for the incense to burn. Ignoring the jeers of the crowd, Xiao Ye walked straight up to Song Yi and bowed respectfully. Master Song, allow me to give it a try. Song Yi returned the gesture, extending a hand. Please. Xiao Ye stepped directly into the Qianlong formation. Rojun smirked. An ant at the Gathering Essence realm dares to tread into the Qianlong formation so easily. Seeking death, what a waste of time, waiting for nothing. Next time I enter the Grand Formation, I must attack with all my might right away, without any carelessness. As Xiao Ye entered the Grand Formation, he immediately felt a familiar sensation with his first step. He was somewhat bewildered. This was clearly his first time here. So why did it feel so familiar? Could it be Divine Dragon 9 transformations? Standing still, Xiao Ye utilized the Divine Dragon 9 transformations, a resonant dragon-s roar emanating from his mouth. Roar. Xiao Ye was incredulous. The dragon-s roar produced by the formation was identical to his own dragon roar of the 9 heavens. Could it be that this formation was created by the dragon god? Regardless, for now, he should figure out how to exit. As Xiao Ye advanced step by step, the strange fluctuations from the dragon scales parted to make way for him. Xiao Ye couldn't help but smile wryly. Is this the energy aura of the dragon god? I wonder if the onlookers will be enraged when they see me reach the exit so easily. Xiao Ye approached the formation's core, gazing at the unfamiliar faint yellow light. This is not the entirety of the formation's energy. This is not the power of the heavenly Dao techniques. So that's it. No wonder Ro Jun struggled to open the exit. Given the heaviness of the faint yellow light, it seemed this was merely the power required for Song Yi to sneeze. The heavenly Dao techniques are indeed terrifying. It is understandable why people would go to such lengths to acquire them. Xiao Ye then fell into contemplation. Yes, how am I supposed to exit? He immersed his consciousness into the Shumi space. Little Black, do you know how to break the heavenly Dao techniques? Wake up, Little Black. Get lost. Little Black didn't even open his eyes, merely uttering a single word before continuing to snore. Xiao Ye's face darkened. What an unreliable fellow. Fine, I'll have to find a solution myself. System, do you have a way to break this energy? Ding. A friendly reminder. You can directly attack the formation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye clapped his hands. That's right. If the formation's core is blocked, I can create another one. Dragon domain. Open. Xiao Ye retrieved the long spear exchanged from the system from his storage space, feeling a surge of power within him. He raised the spear and aimed it at the wall beside the formation's core, thrusting it forward. Spear move. Ethereal Inferno. Bang. After a tremendous explosion, a hole as tall as a person appeared in the wall of the Qianlong formation. Haha, it worked, thank you, system. Xiao Ye stored away the long spear and stepped outside. The crowd was left dumbfounded upon seeing Xiao Ye emerge. How could he possibly come out? He is merely at the 7th level of Gathering Essence. Not even touching the threshold of true martial realm. How could he be so powerful? It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Wake up. The heavenly Dao techniques are about to fall into this kid's hands. It is fine. He wouldn't dare claim the heavenly Dao techniques. If he does, we'll kill him. Song Yi joined his hands in prayer. Smiling, congratulations, benefactor, for passing the trial. Ro Jun glared at Xiao Ye with a dark expression. How could this be possible? He had exerted all his effort to break through the energy. This brat at the Gathering Essence realm, who couldn't even break through the initial strange energy, should not have succeeded. Suddenly, the keen-eyed Luo Jun noticed something amiss at the location where Xiao Ye emerged. The focal point was clearly not situated there. He then shouted, he is cheating. He did not exit from the focal point.